Chapter 1. Awakening in the Devouring Sore Body. In Hanyang County, within Lingyuan City, lies the secluded mountains of the Liu family. In a long-abandoned cave, a youth with striking eyebrows and bright eyes gradually opened his gaze. The moment he opened his eyes, he immediately sat up, a look of vigilance and alertness flashing across his face. However, upon surveying his surroundings, his expression shifted to one of confusion and bewilderment. Didn't I perish, betrayed by treachery, and met my end by a hail of bullets? How have I ended up here? He was renowned as the sword god assassin, who had infiltrated a foreign land to eliminate 2 traitors who had defected. Alas, he was betrayed, falling into an ambush, ultimately succumbing to the firepower of hundreds of elite soldiers. Yet now, he found himself alive and unscathed. What on earth was happening? As he furrowed his brow in perplexity, a wave of unfamiliar memories surged within his mind. Once he had unraveled this strange recollection, he stood frozen in place, disbelief etched across his features. I have actually transmigrated. Unlike Earth, this realm was a brutal world where strength reigned supreme and power dictated all. The youth shared the same name as himself, Liu Fan, and was the young master of the Liu family in Lingyuan City. Despite his status, the previous incarnation was unable to cultivate due to blocked meridians, relegated to being labeled a useless waste by all. Nevertheless, his father, the head of the Liu family and the most formidable figure in Lingyuan City, shielded him from any bullying. However, a month prior, tragedy struck. His father ventured into a forbidden area, seeking a miraculous herb to restore his meridians, only to be ambushed by a ferocious beast and gravely injured. He returned to the Liu family, but succumbed to his injuries shortly thereafter. With his father's demise, the treatment of the previous incarnation plummeted. The Grand Elder seized control, usurping the position of family head, and the young master title was stripped away. This was merely the beginning. The resources left by his father were forcibly appropriated, particularly a token that could grant entry into the preeminent force of Hanyang County, the Xianyang sect. The Grand Elder seized this token, intending for his own son to join the sect. In the face of such humiliation and resentment, the previous incarnation remained utterly silent. Moreover, to prevent the matter of the token from leaking, the Grand Elder's son captured the previous incarnation to eliminate him here. Before his demise, he revealed a secret. The previous incarnation's father did not die from his injuries, but was instead assassinated by the Grand Elder and the Fourth Elder in collusion. Thus, the previous incarnation perished here, burdened with humiliation and pain, granting the opportunity for rebirth. This fellow was truly cowardly. What if he couldn't cultivate? A man should at least possess the courage befitting his gender. Though these memories and experiences belonged to the former self, he had now taken possession of this body. He empathized profoundly with the previous self's memories and experiences. How could he not feel anger? Seething with rage, Liu Fan cursed under his breath, then sighed in resignation. Transmigrated to a cultivation world, yet unable to cultivate, does the heavens conspire against me? In the face of absolute strength, all schemes and machinations are rendered futile. Here, the formidable can soar through the skies, traverse the earth, move mountains, and fill the seas with a single punch. They can shatter the very fabric of the world, and with a mere sword, they can cleave the heavens asunder. In the presence of such towering power, one's cunning plans would likely devolve into mere jest. Contemplating this, a profound sense of unwillingness surfaced on Liu Fan's face. To be reborn, yet remain a waste who could possibly accept such a fate? As he grappled with his frustration, a voice suddenly echoed within his mind. Ding! The divine signing-in system has been successfully activated. Congratulations, host, you have received a novice gift pack. The abruptness of this voice startled Liu Fan, but he quickly regained his composure. A system. In his previous life, after completing missions, he had various ways to unwind, one of which was indulging in online novels. Thus, he was no stranger to the essential golden finger of transmigrators. Once he processed the information, an uncontrollable ecstasy spread across Liu Fan's face. System, what functions do you possess? Ding! This system is a divine signing-in system. By signing in at any location, you can receive various rewards. As the system elaborated on its detailed functionalities, Liu Fan's heart raced uncontrollably. He would no longer be a waste. System, Open the novice gift pack. Ding! The novice gift pack has been opened. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 3 special signing-in opportunities. Would you like to sign in here? Sign in, Lu Fan exclaimed, suppressing his excitement. Ding! Signing in at the unnamed cave has been successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the devouring sword body. Ding! Signing in at the unnamed cave has been successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the book of creation. Ding! Signing in at the unnamed cave has been successful. Congratulations, host. You have gained 5 years of cultivation. With 3 consecutive prompts, an overwhelming sword intent erupted within him. The terrifying sword intent tore through his obstructed meridians, eliciting a piercing scream from Lu Fan. However, upon feeling the rapid enhancement of his cultivation, he gritted his teeth and endured the unimaginable agony. If it means becoming stronger, what is this pain worth? Having already tasted death once, he had no desire to face it again. Second layer of body refinement. Third layer of body refinement. When all of his meridians have been torn apart and restructured by the sword intent, his cultivation astonishingly soared from the first layer of body refinement to the third layer of chi refinement. The moment his cultivation ceased to rise, the terrifying sword intent coursing through him erupted forth. Swish, swish, swish. The tangible sword intent swept through every corner of the cave, leaving a myriad of sword marks upon the cave's walls. When the terrifying sword intent finally dissipated, Lu Fan found himself drenched in sweat. Yet at that moment, he felt no fatigue. Instead, he was filled with explosive power. Is this the strength of the third layer of chi refinement? Excitement and disbelief filled Lu Fan's face, accompanied by a deep sense of anticipation. The cultivation system of this world comprises 9 grand realms. Namely, the realms of cultivation are as follows: body refinement, chi refinement, true essence, golden core, spirit transformation, dharma manifestation, void exploration, Tao insight, and tribulation crossing. Each of these grand realms is subdivided into 9 minor stages, each presenting its own formidable hurdle. The third level of chi refinement is already immensely powerful. One can only imagine the terrifying prowess of the realms that lie beyond. At this moment, he found solace in the understanding of his past life, for this was the existence he truly cherished. Just as he reveled in the exhilarating prospect of newfound power, the sounds of footsteps and conversation reached him from outside the cave. The young clan leader is truly insistent that worthless individual has long since met his end, yet we are compelled to investigate. Enough of that. It is prudent to take a look, lest any unforeseen circumstances arise, especially with the powerful members of the Xianyang sect arriving tomorrow morning to recruit disciples in Lingyuan City. The voices from outside jolted Lu Fan from his reverie, and he immediately stood, a chilling intent to kill glinting in his eyes. In the next moment, 2 guards of the Lu clan stepped into the cave. Chapter 2. Beware of your dog's head. Upon catching sight of Lu Fan's chilling gaze, the 2 guards let out a terrified scream. A ghost! The shrill cry echoed, and the pallid faces of the guards turned ashen as they hastily fled the cave. They had witnessed the young clan leader shatter Lu Fan's heart veins and confirmed his demise before departing. Yet, at this moment, Lu Fan stood unscathed, evoking their fear. Watching the 2 guards flee, Lu Fan sneered and pursued them without hesitation. Although the one responsible for his previous demise was the eldest elder's son, Lu Chun, these 2 accomplices were equally deserving of death. As the guards burst from the cave, they quickly regained their composure. When they turned to face Lu Fan, who had emerged just 5 meters behind them, they realized he had merely feigned death. A cold grin spread across their faces. How foolish of you to deceive us with your false death. Thankfully, the young clan leader sent us to verify. Otherwise, you might have actually escaped. You little bastard. You dare to frighten us. We shall make you pay dearly. As they spoke, the guards approached Lu Fan with menacing grins. Their cultivation at the 7th level of body refinement rendering them dismissive of Lu Fan, who was incapable of cultivation. However, as the guards advanced with wicked smiles, a chilling murderous intent radiated from Lu Fan. Complicit in tyranny and the slaughter of the innocent, you deserve to die. With that, Lu Fan vanished from sight, appearing before the guards in an instant. They had no time to react before he seized them by their throats, lifting them effortlessly. As their faces flushed crimson, The guards belatedly comprehended their predicament, terror and disbelief etched on their features as they emitted muffled sounds. Yet, Lu Fan had no desire to hear their pleas. With a swift twist of his hands, a series of sickening cracks echoed as he brutally snapped their necks. Casting a disdainful glance at the lifeless bodies, he discarded them on the ground and brushed his hands clean. Just as he intended to turn away, a thought struck him, prompting him to crouch beside the corpses. He began to search their bodies and soon discovered 2 palm-sized special pouches. These were not ordinary bags, but storage pouches capable of holding items. His former self had possessed a storage ring filled with resources, but that had long been seized by the clan's elder, Lu Quan. After stowing the 2 storage pouches away in his garments, Lu Fan made his way down the mountain. As he descended, he contemplated his precarious situation. Once Lu Kuang and Lu Chen learned he was still alive, they would undoubtedly send more men, perhaps even come themselves, to eliminate him. While Lu Chen, at the second level of qi refining, posed little threat, Lu Kuang, a first-level true gang cultivator, was genuinely formidable. For now, he was not in a position to contend with such power. Upon reaching this thought, Lu Fan could not help but furrow his brow, silently inquiring within, "System, does the peculiarity of a location correlate with more substantial rewards for signing in?" "Indeed, host. Then how can one obtain a signing-in opportunity?" Lu Fan pressed further. "Without a signing-in opportunity, one could not sign in, and consequently, one would miss out on the system's rewards. Having experienced the unparalleled speed of cultivation akin to a cheat, he was naturally disinclined to squander time on slow advancement. Ding! The system will randomly trigger signing-in locations. Simply proceed to the designated site to sign in. Additional signing-in opportunities can be acquired through randomly triggered system tasks." Once the system concluded its explanation, Lu Fan was struck with realization, just as the system's notification chimed once more. "Ding! Signing-in location has been triggered. Destination: Lu Family Ancestral Hall. Please proceed there promptly to sign in." The rapidity of this trigger left Lu Fan astonished, and he curiously queried, "What happens if I fail to reach the signing-in location?" Ding! If the host fails to sign in at the designated location more than 3 times, the system will automatically terminate the binding. Such severity, indeed, you are formidable. Initially, he had contemplated delaying his visit to the Lu family, opting instead to cultivate cautiously. However, the system had directly refreshed the signing-in location to the Lu family ancestral hall, leaving him no choice but to comply. The thought of the old man Lu Kuang, a first-level true Qi realm practitioner, made him sigh in resignation. His third-level Qi refinement cultivation was still too feeble. He needed to find a way to elevate his prowess. Currently, he possessed the devouring sword body, requiring only to continuously consume and refine treasures infused with spiritual energy to enhance his cultivation. Yet, the dilemma lay in his lack of any such treasures, with hardly any spirit stones to his name. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Fan suddenly recalled a piece of information imparted by the 2 guards earlier. A powerful figure from the Xianyang sect would arrive in Lingyuan City the following morning to recruit disciples. Upon this revelation, a spark of determination ignited in Lu Fan's eyes. Joining the Xianyang sect would not only provide him protection, but also grant him access to resources, with signing-in rewards likely exceeding those available here. Just as he pondered this, 2 notifications echoed in succession. Ding! System task triggered. Join the Xianyang sect. Task reward: 2 signing-in opportunities. Ding! Does the host wish to accept the task? After a brief moment of astonishment, Lu Fan decisively chose to accept the system task. He had already intended to join the Xianyang sect, and with the added incentive of 2 signing-in opportunities, it would be foolish to decline. Moments later, relying on the memories of his previous life, Lu Fan navigated effortlessly back to the entrance of the Lu family estate. As he approached the entrance, lost in thought, a sharp voice called out, "Halt!" Upon lifting his gaze, he found himself confronted by 4 guards blocking his path. Before Lu Fan could utter a word, the leading guard sneered derisively, "You, worthless wretch, are unworthy to enter through the front gate. If you wish to enter, then scurry to the back door and spare us the embarrassment." As the guard's voice faded, the other 3 guards erupted into unabashed laughter. Witnessing the brazen merriment of these 4 guards, Lu Fan's expression turned icy. "What did you say? Worthless fool, are you deaf? I commanded you to retreat to the back entrance. This is the main gate, you imbecile." Before the guard could finish his tirade, Lu Fan's right hand shot out with lightning speed. With a sharp clang, the sound of a sword being drawn echoed as the guard's blade appeared in Lu Fan's grasp. Swiftly, with a decisive motion, blood gushed forth as the guard's head tumbled to the ground. The crimson spray splattered across the faces and bodies of the remaining 3 guards. Faced with this sudden turn of events, the 3 guards stood frozen in terror. Observing their stunned expressions, Lu Fan let out a cold snort. "You lowly wretches who look down upon others, should there be a next time, beware of the fate that awaits your heads." With that, Lu Fan discarded the bloodied sword upon the ground and strode into the Lu family estate without a backward glance. Chapter 3. Departing from the Lu family. As Lu Fan vanished from sight, the 3 guards, their faces ashen, suddenly awakened to the reality of the situation. He was supposed to be a worthless wretch. How could he suddenly exhibit such formidable prowess? I nearly lost my mind. He is not the worthless fool we believed him to be. Let us hastily report this to the family head. With fear gripping their hearts, the trio abandoned their post at the gate, rushing headlong into the estate. The transformation of a seemingly incapable individual into one capable of effortlessly dispatching a practitioner at the 8th level of body refinement would unsettle anyone. Yet, Lu Fan was entirely unfazed. Killing a contemptible insect was merely a trivial task in his past life. He had slain at least 800 such beings without the slightest tremor in his heart. Upon entering the Lu family estate, he made his way directly to the ancestral hall nestled deep within. Along the way, he encountered various Lu family descendants, each adorned with expressions of derision, hurling insults and calling him a waste. However, Lu Fan chose to disregard these imbeciles. The previous incarnation of Lu Fan was indeed a failure, but he was not. He felt no connection to this insignificant Lu family. Their petty taunts were beneath his notice, but should anyone dare to provoke him, he would not hesitate to eliminate them all. In his former life, he had to abide by certain laws, but in this realm, strength alone sufficed, rendering any constraints meaningless. The ancestral hall, located at the heart of the estate, was ostensibly a place of significance, yet it remained unguarded, merely housing a few memorial tablets of the Lu ancestors. Only servants came periodically to maintain the space. As he stepped into the Lu family ancestral hall, a system notification echoed in his mind. "Ding! You have arrived at the Lu family ancestral hall. Would you like to sign in?" "Sign in." "Ding! Sign in at the Lu family ancestral hall successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Taiji sword and the Taiji sword technique." As the notification sounded, a wealth of information flooded his mind. He instinctively grasped the Taiji sword technique as if he had practiced it for an eternity. All that remained was to diligently refine it to a consummate level. Slowly opening his eyes, a satisfied smile graced Lu Fan's face. In his previous life, a single sword had propelled him to the apex of the assassin's realm, where he was revered as the sword god assassin. Now, having directly obtained the devouring sword body, he was destined to ascend to unimaginable heights in the path of the sword. With a unique constitution, profound techniques, and magical artifacts at his disposal, all that remained was to elevate his cultivation. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Lu Fan felt no desire to linger and promptly departed the ancestral hall to head toward the estate's main gate. His sole purpose for visiting the Lu family ancestral hall was to complete the sign-in task. He had no intention of remaining within the Lu family. However, just as he arrived in the courtyard of the Lu family estate, he was confronted by a group of over a dozen figures. At the forefront stood a haughty young man, the current heir of the Lu family, Lu Chun. As their eyes locked, Lu Chen's face momentarily betrayed a flicker of disbelief and astonishment. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, his expression hardening into one of icy malice. "Damnable waste. I never imagined you would survive that ordeal." As he gazed upon Lu Chun, whose face was filled with murderous intent, Lu Fan's eyes also burst forth with a terrifying ferocity. The wretched creature had already taken the life of his predecessor, and now sought to extinguish his own. He would naturally show no mercy. Just as he prepared to strike down Lu Chun, another middle-aged man approached. Upon seeing this man, Lu Fan's eyes narrowed, and he halted his immediate plans for confrontation. The middle-aged man stepped forward, and a multitude of Lu family members gathered to pay their respects. "We greet the family head." After a slight nod from Lu Kuang, his gaze, tinged with a hint of malice, fell upon Lu Fan. He was aware of the news regarding Lu Chen's attempt to murder Lu Fan, yet here stood a man who should have perished, now inexplicably revived and possessing the strength to annihilate an 8th-layer body refinement guard in an instant. There was undoubtedly something amiss. After sizing up Lu Fan, Lu Kuang spoke in a somber tone. Lu Fan, as a disciple of the Lu family, even if you cannot cultivate, idleness is not permitted. The family is planning to establish a merchant convoy to the county city, and I am entrusting this matter to you. What say you? At Lu Kuang's words, the expressions of all the surrounding Lu family members shifted dramatically. The establishment of the merchant convoy was already common knowledge among the clan, and everyone aspired to join, for it represented a golden opportunity to reap rewards. However, Lu Kuang had yet to finalize the choice of leader for the convoy, and all presumed this role was reserved for Lu Chun. To their astonishment, it was now to be bestowed upon Lu Fan, the so-called incapable one. Before anyone else could voice their thoughts, Lu Chun erupted in fury. Father, the formation of the merchant convoy is of utmost importance to the family. How can it be entrusted to a waste? Like the others, he had assumed that this position was intended for him, and could hardly contain his outrage at the prospect of it being given to Lu Fan. In response to his son's furious inquiry, Lu Kuang maintained an indifferent demeanor and replied gravely, "What of a waste? As long as he can contribute to the family, he is not a waste." With that, Lu Kuang turned his attention back to Lu Fan, awaiting his response. Observing the scene unfold, Lu Fan could not help but smirk inwardly. Had he not possessed the memories of his predecessor, he might have been deceived by this old fox. Yet, regrettably, he was fully aware of the truth. Not only did he suspect the ulterior motives of this old fox, but even if there were genuine intent behind the offer, he harbored no interest in it. Under the watchful eyes of Lu Kuang, Lu Chun, and the other members of the Lu family, Lu Fan spoke calmly, "No need. From this moment forth, I withdraw from the Lu family and shall have no further ties with it." At these words, both Lu Kuang and Lu Chun were taken aback, as were the other members of the Lu clan. They could not fathom that, in the face of such temptation, Lu Fan would refuse. Not only did he reject the offer, but he also declared his intention to sever all ties with the family. Casting a glance at the incredulous expressions of Lu Kuang and Lu Chun, as well as the rest of the Lu family, Lu Fan turned and strode away. At this moment, everyone finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Lu Kuang's murderous intent was palpable, and he coldly barked, "You little wretch. Should you dare to set foot outside the Lu family today, you shall be deemed an enemy of the Lu clan, and I will ensure your suffering is relentless." In response to Lu Kuang's menacing threat, Lu Fan merely cast a detached glance over his shoulder, uttering not a single word. He harbored no inclination to issue empty threats, particularly against one he deemed already doomed. When his power reached its zenith, he would make those who dared to threaten him comprehend a fundamental truth: he was not to be trifled with. As he boldly turned to leave without a hint of trepidation, a terrifying aura of wrath and malice enveloped Lu Kuang's countenance. The other members of the Lu family, witnessing this, trembled in fear and hastily retreated from the scene. In a mere moment, only Lu Chun and his father, Lu Kuang, remained. "Father, why do you not simply eliminate this little wretch? He is nothing but a worthless fool," the son exclaimed, his face a mask of indignation. Yet, Lu Kuang offered no reply. Instead, he took a deep breath, suppressing the tumultuous rage and bloodlust within him, and turned to depart. Chapter 4. First, I shall slay you. As Lu Chun gazed in the direction where Lu Fan had departed, his eyes were filled with malice, and a fierce intent to kill surged within him. That wretched little bastard may have escaped the first time, but he won't elude me forever. I shall ensure his demise. With these venomous thoughts, Lu Chun turned and left. Meanwhile, Lu Fan had already arrived outside the Lu family manor. He glanced back, his eyes flickering with murderous intent. Yet, he uttered no words and continued on his path, unwilling to squander any precious time. With merely a day and a half remaining until the Xianyang sect would recruit disciples, he was acutely aware that his peril had not yet dissipated. Just moments ago, that old coot, Lu Kuang, had unexpectedly decided to entrust him with the formation of the merchant convoy. The reason for this sudden change was not difficult for Lu Fan to deduce. The old man surely sought to investigate the cause of his newfound strength, only to have his plans disrupted by Lu Fan's actions. He was well aware of the adage that possessing a treasure could lead to one's downfall. Having failed to seize him by cunning means, Lu Kuang would undoubtedly resort to force. Thus, he needed to prepare accordingly. With these thoughts racing through his mind, Lu Fan made his way toward the heart of the city. After walking less than 200 meters down the street, he abruptly furrowed his brow and feigned a casual glance over his shoulder. Humph, they think such feeble skills can track me? With a dismissive sneer, he swiftly darted into a side alley. As he plunged into the alley, 3 middle-aged men swiftly pursued him. Upon entering the alley, they encountered 3 divergent paths. Casting a glance at the forks, the leader of the trio spoke in a low voice. Split up and pursue. We cannot allow that little beast to escape. Signal immediately upon locating him. Understood, boss, they replied. Once the 3 men dispersed, Lu Fan, who had been stealthily clinging to the rooftop like a gecko, slowly rose to his feet, his eyes glinting with ferocity. You wish to kill me? Then I shall strike first. He had anticipated that Lu Kuang would wait until he had settled before taking action. However, to his surprise, the moment he left the Lu family manor, that old man sent assassins after him. The suppressed murderous intent within him surged once more. With a fierce resolve, Lu Fan leapt down and pursued the middle-aged man on the right fork. All 3 pursuers were at the Qi refinement stage. The one heading straight ahead was the most powerful, possessing the 6th level of Qi refinement, while the other 2 ranked 5th and 4th respectively. To ensure success, Lu Fan naturally chose to target the weakest, the one at the 4th level. Like a nimble cat, he swiftly caught up to the middle-aged man of the 4th level. When the man turned at the sound of approaching footsteps, he was taken aback to find Lu Fan, his expression shifting from astonishment to uncontainable excitement. Ha ha ha, little beast. I didn't expect you to reveal yourself willingly. Fortune smiles upon me. With an exhilarated and sinister grin, the middle-aged man did not signal as agreed, but instead unleashed his cultivation, charging directly at Lu Fan. Capturing Lu Fan would be a remarkable achievement, one that would earn him the master's favor. The 3 of them would divide the rewards, rather than one indulging in the spoils alone. As he beheld the approaching middle-aged man of the 4th level of Qi refinement, a fierce glint flashed in Lu Fan's eyes, and the Taiji sword materialized in his grasp. Without uttering a word or employing any unnecessary flamboyant techniques, Lu Fan swiftly struck with the Taiji sword. Whoosh! A silver flash surged forth as the sword's tip pierced the man's throat. Facing the middle-aged man's expression of disbelief and terror, Lu Fan retracted the Taiji sword. Splurt! Blood gushed from the wound as the man collapsed helplessly to the ground. Gazing at the lifeless body, Lu Fan's demeanor remained tranquil, devoid of any emotional turbulence. In his previous life, his sword was renowned for its swiftness. There were no fancy maneuvers, just speed. The blade stained with blood. One strike was all it took to deliver death. Superfluous and ostentatious actions were of no use to an assassin. They only increased the likelihood of one's own demise. Exhaling softly, he crouched beside the corpse, searching its belongings. Soon, he discovered a storage pouch and a signaling jade tablet within the man's embrace. Observing the jade tablet in his hand, Lu Fan sneered coldly and crushed it without hesitation. At the same moment, the 2 other middle-aged men pursuing the diverging alleyways received the signal. Without any delay, they raced toward the direction indicated by the jade tablet. The middle-aged man of the 6th level of Qi refinement, closest to the scene, arrived first. However, upon his arrival, he was met with the sight of a body sprawled in a pool of blood. As he beheld the corpse, his eyes narrowed in shock. That wretched creature actually managed to kill the 3rd. It seemed the intelligence was flawed. Frowning in a grave manner, he took a deep breath and approached the corpse with the intent to collect it. Yet, just as he drew near, the lifeless body suddenly sprang to life. Whoosh! The blinding silver sword light forced him to squint instinctively, a wave of lethal dread washing over him. There was no time for further reaction. The silver light had already pierced his heart. In that instant, he finally discerned the visage of the corpse, a strikingly handsome youth with sword-like brows and starry eyes. You, what of it? If you wish to kill me, be prepared to meet your own end. Die. With a disdainful sneer, Lu Fan twisted his wrist, and the sword's tip shattered the man's heart. Withdrawing the Taiji sword, blood sprayed forth. The body of the 6th level Qi refinement man crumpled at Lu Fan's feet. At that moment, the last of the 5th level Qi refinement practitioners finally arrived. Upon witnessing the scene, he stood frozen in shock. After a few breaths of stunned silence, he finally came to his senses, his face turning as pale as death. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly turned and fled along the path he had come. The leader, at the 6th level of Qi refinement, had been slain. For him, at the 5th level, to charge forward would surely spell his doom. Humph. As if he could escape after coming here. Such delusions. With a cold smirk, Lu Fan brandished his Tai Chi sword and pursued him with remarkable agility. Although this individual was at the 5th level of Qi refinement, 2 ranks above him, Lu Fan felt no fear. In the blink of an eye, he caught up with the fleeing figure, the Tai Chi sword slicing downward. With a tearing sound, in the face of impending death, the man suddenly surged with energy, narrowly evading the fatal strike. However, the blade still rent his garments, leaving a long gash across his back. Observing the man who had evaded death, Lu Fan propelled himself off the wall to his right, executing a deft flip and landing gracefully ahead. Raising his right hand, the tip of the Tai Chi sword pointed menacingly at the pallid face of the 5th level Qi refinement cultivator. Chapter 5. Breaking through the 5th level of Qi refinement Master Lu. I was coerced. That old scoundrel Lu Kuang forced us to capture you. The Qi refinement 5th level cultivator trembled, his legs quaking in fear as Lu Fan pointed his sword at him. Unaware of Lu Fan's true cultivation level, he dared not resist. Observing the terrified man, Lu Fan retracted his Tai Chi sword and spoke calmly. In that case, you may leave. Upon hearing these words, the cultivator was momentarily stunned. Then his face lit up with unbridled joy as he exclaimed, "Thank you, Master Lu. Thank you, Master Lu." However, just as he expressed his overwhelming gratitude, a glint of cold light flashed in Lu Fan's eyes. Swish! With a swift motion, blood gushed forth as a severed head rolled to the ground. The headless corpse thudded down, blood pouring from the neck. Witnessing this scene, Lu Fan remarked to himself with an air of tranquility, "I misspoke. I should have said, I will see you off on your journey." With that unremarkable utterance, he proceeded to search the 2 corpses, retrieving 2 storage bags. After securing the bags, he vanished into the alley, leaving 3 lifeless bodies sprawled in a pool of blood. A short while later, Lu Fan departed from Lingyuan City, arriving at a secluded mountain range 1,000 meters east of the city. Having slain those 3 individuals, he understood that remaining within the city would likely invite peril. He was acutely aware that his victory over them was not solely due to absolute strength. Rather, it stemmed from their ignorance of his true capabilities and their careless demeanor, which he had exploited. Such an opportunity would not present itself again. In the densely wooded mountains, Lu Fan meandered leisurely until he discovered a concealed cave. Holding his Tai Chi sword, he circled the cave and its surroundings, ensuring no signs of life or ferocious beasts lingered. Satisfied, he returned to the cave, seated himself cross-legged, and laid out the 5 storage bags he had plundered before him. Gazing at the 5 bags, a resolute expression adorned Lu Fan's face. With only a day and a half remaining, he aimed for a breakthrough, determined to join the Xinyang sect at all costs. His singular ambition was to grow stronger and ascend to greater heights. In his previous life, such opportunities had eluded him. Now that they were within reach, he would seize them relentlessly. With unwavering determination, Lu Fan began to sort through the contents of the 5 storage bags. However, after completing the task, disappointment flickered across his face. The 5 individuals had proven rather impoverished, yielding a mere 500 low-grade spirit stones collectively. Though slightly disheartened, he recognized that acquiring 500 low-grade spirit stones was still commendable. After all, spirit stones, as the currency of cultivation and trade, were inherently valuable. It was indeed unusual for such unremarkable individuals, lacking power or influence, to possess a substantial number of spirit stones. Taking a deep breath, Lu Fan withdrew 2 spirit stones and clasped them in his hands, resolutely activating the Creation Sutra. As the technique commenced, a terrifying suction emanated from his palms, voraciously drawing and refining the spiritual energy within the stones. In but a moment, the 2 stones were drained of their essence. Reduced to mere powder, Lu Fan produced another pair of spirit stones and continued the refining process. A day swiftly passed. By noon the following day, seated cross-legged within the cavern, Lu Fan completed the refinement of the last 2 stones. As the spiritual energy circulated and converged into his dantian, the aura of his cultivation surged dramatically. He had ascended to the 5th level of Qi refinement, experiencing the exhilaration of his breakthrough. A hint of resignation crossed Lu Fan's visage. An ordinary Qi refinement practitioner would require the consumption of 500 lower-grade spirit stones to ascend 4 or 5 minor realms. Yet, He had only managed to elevate himself by 2 minor realms. Nevertheless, feeling the latent power within him, a glimmer of excitement illuminated his face. Although he had merely advanced 2 minor realms, his combat prowess was likely on par with that of an average 8th-level Qi refinement practitioner, and his foundation was remarkably solid, alleviating concerns about instability in his cultivation. In his previous life, he had practiced martial arts. While martial paths and cultivation differ significantly, certain principles remain universal. For instance, the majority of practitioners yearn for rapid advancement, often neglecting the importance of a solid initial foundation. In truth, that very foundation is paramount, akin to the bedrock upon which one must build. Only with a firm base can one aspire to greater heights. To disregard the fundamentals in a reckless pursuit of advancement results in a cultivation that is as fragile as a leaf afloat, a mere illusion. After these thoughts flickered through his mind, Lu Fan regained his composure and inwardly declared, "System, open my personal information panel." As he spoke, a luminous screen materialized before him, revealing his detailed information. Host, Lu Fan Physique, Devouring Sword Body Cultivation, 5th level of Qi Refinement Mystical Arts Secret Techniques, Taiji Sword Technique Weapon, Taiji Sword Store, Not Yet Unlocked Mission, Join the Xinyang Sect. Mission Reward, 2 sign-in opportunities. Warehouse, Taiji Sword. Having briefly reviewed his straightforward personal information, Lu Fan's gaze settled on the store section. System, when will the store be accessible? Ding. The system store will unlock upon the host's breakthrough to the true Qi realm. All items obtained through sign-in can be repurchased within the store. Upon receiving this clarification, Lu Fan nodded in understanding. After closing the information panel, he rose to his feet, a contemplative expression gracing his features. It seemed imperative to frequently revisit the sign-in locations and system tasks, as the rewards from the system were far more precious than any material resources. Muttering to himself, Lu Fan turned and made his way out of the cave. With all his spirit stones exhausted and unable to further elevate his cultivation, he was left to seek alternative means to enhance his strength. Upon exiting the cave, he found a relatively spacious clearing and withdrew his Taiji sword. Taking a deep breath, he immediately commenced practicing the Taiji sword technique. In his past life, he practiced swordsmanship, yet his technique was disjointed and lacked any coherent structure. However, the Tai Chi swordplay he acquired through signing in at the Lu family ancestral hall was a complete and systematic martial art. It emphasized the principle of yielding to overcome strength, harmonizing softness and hardness, and employing 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds, perfectly suited for encounters where the weak confront the strong. After completing a full practice session, Lu Fan distinctly sensed his mastery of Tai Chi swordplay deepening, and its potency seemingly increasing significantly. Upon reaching the 100th repetition, Lu Fan thrust his sword forward, and astonishingly, a stream of sword energy shot forth from the tip of his blade. Whoosh! The released sword energy effortlessly penetrated a tree trunk, thick enough for a person to embrace. Crack! Accompanied by a crisp sound, a fissure appeared along the bark of the tree. Witnessing this scene, Lu Fan's eyes widened, and an expression of astonishment crossed his face. Sword energy. I have manifested sword energy so swiftly. To produce sword energy, one must refine their technique to a minor mastery level. In his previous life, he labored for over a decade to barely emit a trace of sword energy, yet now he had accomplished it in just 100 repetitions. Just as Lu Fan marveled at his newfound ability to unleash sword energy, 2 piercing sounds sliced through the air from above. Chapter 6. On the edge of life and death, Lu Fan was abruptly awakened by the sound of something slicing through the air, only to be met with an utterly suffocating growl. Jiang Qingsheng, do you truly wish to become our foe, the Scarlet Flame sect? As this anguished roar faded, a chilling, sinister laughter echoed forth. Ha ha ha, old ghost Shin Su, obediently surrender that item, and I shall grant you a complete corpse. Otherwise, you shall find yourself begging for life, yet unable to die. Upon hearing these 2 voices from the heavens, Lu Fan's expression changed dramatically. Golden Core cultivators. Only those of Golden Core level and above possess the ability to traverse the skies. Clearly, these 2 were embroiled in a contest over some treasure. Should they discover his presence, his demise would be assured. Without a moment's hesitation, he hastily stowed away his Tai Chi sword and concealed his aura, stealthily making his way into the dense thicket ahead. However, He had scarcely advanced 100 meters when a dark figure plummeted heavily from the sky. Bang! At that moment, Lu Fan discerned that the shadow was none other than a blood-soaked elder with white hair, crashing down just a dozen meters in front of him. Gazing at the elder who had created a deep crater upon impact, Lu Fan's face turned ashen. No matter how he tried to evade, he had ultimately failed. As he stared at the bloodied elder in the pit, a middle-aged man clad in black robes gradually descended. When Lu Fan glanced over, Jiang Qingsheng also turned his gaze in his direction. Their eyes met. Lu Fan's heart quivered, and his body involuntarily trembled. What kind of divine misfortune is this? At that moment, he felt as though he were being targeted by an unparalleled ferocious serpent, an overwhelming sense of impending doom enveloping him. System, do you have any treasures for escaping? Hurry, I'm on the brink of death. Ding. The system only provides rewards for sign-ins. All other matters are unrelated to the system. Hearing the system's straightforward response, Lu Fan felt a surge of frustration and anger. If he were facing an ordinary opponent, perhaps he might have had a sliver of hope for escape. Yet against a golden core expert, fleeing would only hasten his demise. Fuming internally, Lu Fan could only wait helplessly as Jiang Qingsheng continued to sneer ominously. Ha ha ha, old man Shinsu, do you not pride yourselves on being a righteous sect? If so, then kneel and plead for mercy, and I shall spare this lad. Otherwise, I shall slay you first, then him. Upon hearing Jiang Qingsheng's words, Lu Fan's face turned a deep shade of fury, wishing he could tear this bastard to pieces. Damn it, you fight over your treasures. What concern is that of mine? Though his heart burned with rage, he understood he had no choice but to comply. This was not the earth of his past life. This was a ruthless world of cultivation. In the eyes of the powerful, the weak were mere ants, easily trampled and slaughtered, devoid of any compassion. At that moment, the bloodied Shinsu also shakily rose to his feet, his face twisted with murderous intent as he glared at Jiang Qingsheng. Jiang Qingsheng, are you truly prepared to make an enemy of the Sunluo sect? Ha ha ha, old man Shinsu, do you believe you can still survive? With a derisive laugh, Jiang Qingsheng disregarded Lu Fan and charged directly towards the blood-soaked Shinsu. Old fool, I shall escort you on your journey. In response to Jiang Qingsheng's advance, a resolute expression appeared on Shinsu's face. In an unexpected turn, the bloodied Shinsu did not retreat, but instead surged forward to meet Jiang Qingsheng. At that moment, a terrifying aura erupted from within him. Sensing this dreadful presence, Jiang Qingsheng's countenance shifted dramatically from disdain to alarm. Ha ha ha, Jiang Qingsheng, if you wish to kill me, then I shall take you down with me. Shinsu's maniacal laughter echoed as he prepared to self-destruct, determined to perish alongside Jiang Qingsheng. Lu Fan, equally startled by Shinsu's madness, wasted no time and swiftly took flight, distancing himself from the impending catastrophe. The self-detonation of a core formation cultivator was potent enough to reduce him to mere fragments, and he had no desire to meet such a grim fate. At this moment, he could scarcely afford to heed Jiang Qingsheng's threats, let alone concern himself with whether Jiang Qingsheng would survive Shinsu's explosion. As Lu Fan turned to flee, a sudden sound of slicing air reached his ears. Startled, he instinctively lowered his center of gravity and ducked, narrowly avoiding a small object that whizzed past his head. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the object was not a weapon, but a storage ring. After a brief moment of astonishment, Lu Fan seized the fallen ring and continued his hurried escape. Just over 100 meters away, a deafening explosion erupted behind him, accompanied by a thunderous roar. A wave of terrifying energy surged outward, obliterating everything in its path. Flowers, grass, and trees were snapped with a resounding crack. Lu Fan felt as though he had been struck by a speeding vehicle, propelled forward by the sheer force. He flew several meters before colliding heavily with a tree, which snapped like a twig upon impact. Coughing up a mouthful of blood, Lu Fan's complexion turned pale, his body trembling from the pain. Damn that scoundrel. I hope you survived. I will eventually have my revenge. Gritting his teeth, he suppressed the agony coursing through his body and rose to flee once more. Whether Jiang Qingsheng had perished in Shinsu's explosion remained uncertain, and he dared not linger in that perilous place. Upon reaching the outskirts of the forest, Lu Fan expelled another mouthful of blood. This is untenable. Returning to the city is equally perilous. I must find a secure location to recuperate first. He had slain the 3 individuals sent by Lu Kuang. Given Lu Kuang's temperament, it was certain he would dispatch others to monitor the city gates and scour the city in frantic search. Now, in his severely injured state. Returning to the city would be akin to walking into a den of wolves. Having made his decision, Lu Fan dragged his wounded body towards the right, soon discovering a secluded cave overrun with weeds. Entering with his Tai Chi sword drawn, he found no immediate danger lurking within. At this moment, he disregarded his surroundings and promptly settled into a cross-legged position, initiating the cultivation technique to heal his wounds. As Lu Fan engaged in his recuperation, bloodied and with a feeble breath, Jiang Qingsheng emerged from a large pit, approximately 3 to 4 meters in diameter. His countenance was shrouded in an ominous gloom, akin to eternal ice, and his eyes sparkled with an intensely vengeful killing intent. Damn that old fool. This debt shall be repaid by your family. I shall ensure their suffering is beyond measure. He had not anticipated that Shinsu would resort to self-detonation in a bid to perish alongside him. Fortunately, he possessed a protective artifact, which barely preserved his life. Though his life was spared, he bore grievous injuries. More than half of his meridians lay shattered, and his dantian had developed cracks. To mend these afflictions would require no less than 2 years, and even after recovery, his cultivation would regress by 1 or 2 minor realms. With a chilling resolve, Jiang Qingsheng took a deep breath, enduring the excruciating pain as he began to search his surroundings. Chapter 7. The frustrated rage of Jiang Qingsheng. How could it be absent? After meticulously examining the gaping pit created by the self-detonation and its surroundings, Jiang Qingsheng's visage twisted into a mask of fury. It was impossible. The force of the explosion could not have obliterated the storage ring. It must have been misplaced somewhere. Gritting his teeth in frustration, he suppressed the excruciating pain coursing through his body and continued his search. Yet, despite scouring the area within 100 meters, he found not a single trace. Not a shard of the storage ring was to be discovered. At that moment, a piercing sound from the sky during Shun Su's explosion suddenly echoed in his mind. Engulfed in a life-or-death crisis earlier, he had scarcely had the presence of mind to ponder other matters, but now the realization struck him. Shinsu must have tossed the storage ring to that wretched creature, which explained its absence. Upon confirming the ring's whereabouts, Jiang Qingsheng's expression contorted further as he let out a furious roar. That accursed little beast! If I do not tear you to shreds, I shall not be called Jiang Qingsheng. To seize a treasure from Shun Su's storage ring, he had relentlessly pursued for 3 days and nights, expending 2 exceptionally precious talismans in the process. Now, severely wounded and requiring 2 to 3 years for recovery, his cultivation had also plummeted. Just as he was on the brink of achieving his goal, the storage ring containing the treasure was snatched away by a mere insect. How could he contain his rage? With his frenzied shout still echoing in the air, Jiang Qingsheng, suppressing his murderous intent and wrath, turned to leave. At this moment, he was gravely injured. A single practitioner of the true gang realm could easily kill him, and thus he dared not linger. As he departed, several others rushed in one after another. Regrettably, apart from the massive crater left by the explosion, there was nothing else to be found, and after fruitless searching, they all departed. This had nothing to do with Lu Fan. After 3 hours of meditative recovery, Lu Fan's internal injuries finally healed completely. Slowly opening his eyes, a look of relief and gratitude washed over his face. That harrowing brush with death had truly frightened him. Had it not been for the old man named Shinsu choosing to self-destruct, he would likely be a cold corpse by now. Reflecting on this, Lu Fan took a deep breath, his expression hardening with unwavering determination. He must find every means to grow stronger. The threat posed by Lu Kuang had yet to be resolved, and he had nearly perished at the hands of a core formation expert this time. He did not wish to be a mere insect at the mercy of others. With his resolute declaration, Lu Fan retrieved the storage ring from the system's repository. This ring had been intentionally tossed to him by the old man Shun Su during the explosion. Clearly, he preferred to benefit this stranger rather than allow Jiang Qingsheng to obtain the treasure. Curiosity ignited within him regarding the nature of the treasure that could provoke such a fierce contest between 2 core formation masters. With immense intrigue, Lu Fan extended his spiritual sense to probe the storage ring. However, upon contact, his spiritual sense was met with a barrier. Within the ring lay Shun Su's spiritual imprint. Only by erasing this mark could he delve inside. Faced with this scene, Lu Fan was momentarily taken aback. A storage ring that could not be opened was as good as useless. What was the point of possessing it? System, is there any way to erase the spiritual imprint within the storage ring? Ding, the host must surpass the cultivation level of the imprint's caster to forcibly break it. Receiving the system's trivial response, Lu Fan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Since the system was unable to assist, there were no other options at his disposal for the time being. With a resigned sigh, Lu Fan stowed the storage ring away and made his way out of the cave. Upon emerging from the cave, a contemplative expression crossed his face as he muttered to himself, "Should I go take a look there? Perhaps not. If that individual is still alive, it would be akin to walking into a trap." Having made his decision, Lu Fan proceeded without hesitation, swiftly heading toward Lingyuan City, located 1,000 meters away. Tomorrow marked the day when the formidable practitioners of the Xianyang sect would arrive in Lingyuan City to select disciples. The method of selection was straightforward, a public arena battle. All eligible youths were permitted to register for the competition, with the top 10 contenders earning a place in the Xianyang sect. However, securing a spot was merely the first step. As one of the two dominant forces in Hanyang Prefecture, the Xianyang sect maintained a strict hierarchy within its ranks. Aside from elders, stewards, and overseers, all disciples were categorized into 4 tiers, the lowest being outer disciples, followed by inner disciples, core disciples, and finally, the most esteemed group. Upon successfully entering the Xianyang sect, there would be another significant competition, one that would ultimately determine their rank and status. Yet, for the moment, these matters were irrelevant to Lu Fan. His immediate goal was to obtain a place within the sect. In less than a short while, Lu Fan, cloaked in a black robe, successfully returned to Lingyuan City. As he had surmised, there were indeed individuals stationed at the city gate, placed there by Lu Kuang to keep watch. However, those individuals primarily focused on those exiting the city, paying little attention to those entering. Consequently, Lu Fan not only managed to infiltrate the city, but did so without attracting their notice. Once inside the city, Lu Fan made no detours, heading straight for the city lord's mansion, as the upcoming competition was organized by them. Upon the arrival of the Xianyang sect's practitioners, their only responsibilities, aside from observing the event, would include escorting the 10 selected individuals back to the sect. After announcing his purpose at the mansion's entrance, he was promptly guided inside by a designated attendant. As the day of the grand competition dawned, all those wishing to participate had already registered in advance. Thus, as Lu Fan followed his guide, he encountered no other registrants. Just as they traversed the corridor and entered the front courtyard, an unexpectedly delighted voice echoed from ahead. "Lu Fan." The sudden exclamation jolted Lu Fan from his thoughts, and he looked up to see a stunningly beautiful young girl gazing at him with an expression of sheer joy. Upon encountering the exquisite maiden, a name surfaced in his mind, Ling Qiuxue. Simultaneously, memories associated with Ling Qiuxue began to flood his consciousness. As these recollections emerged, Ling Qiuxue approached briskly, prompting the attendant guiding Lu Fan to immediately offer a respectful bow. "Greetings, Mississippi. Please depart. He is my friend. I shall address any matters that arise," Ling Qiuxue commanded. And upon her words, the attendant nodded respectfully before turning to leave. Once the attendant had exited, Ling Qiuxue gazed at Lu Fan with evident joy and inquired, "Lu Fan, have you come to see me?" Observing the hopeful glimmer in her eyes and bearing the weight of all memories, Lu Fan shook his head gently. "I have come to register for tomorrow's competition." At this revelation, the anticipation in Ling Qiuxue's expression faltered momentarily, replaced by an incredulous look. Chapter 8. The former Lu Fan has perished. What did you say? You intend to participate in tomorrow's competition? Ling Qiuxue's expression was one of disbelief, as if she had misheard. Indeed. But, weren't you unable to cultivate? Do not act impulsively. What if? Before Ling Qiuxue could finish her sentence, Lu Fan exuded an aura of the first level of qi refinement. Upon sensing this energy, Ling Qiuxue was rendered speechless. "Can you really cultivate now?" "Yes." "Can you take me to register?" Having received Lu Fan's confirmation, Ling Qiuxue finally regained her composure, a radiant joy illuminating her face. "Lu Fan, if you wish to join the Xianyang sect, I can assist you. I can persuade my master to accept you as a disciple, and you need not participate in tomorrow's contest." Before Lu Fan could respond, she continued, "Lu Chun has also registered for the competition, along with Wang Li and Sun Tao. If you enter the contest, they will undoubtedly conspire against you." Observing the worried expression on Ling Qiuxue's face, Lu Fan felt a twinge of complexity in his heart. The only 2 individuals in Lingyuan City who cared for his former self, aside from his father, were this girl before him. Ling Qiuxue, the cherished jewel of the city, Lord Ling Xiaotian, was held in high regard due to her noble status. Their friendship blossomed after a chance encounter in their childhood, leading them to frequently sneak out and play together. Gradually, deeper feelings had developed between them. Regrettably, due to the former Lu Fan's inability to cultivate, Ling Xiaotian had discreetly warned both father and son. However, Ling Qiuxue remained oblivious to this fact and never held the former Lu Fan's limitations against him, often sneaking treasures from Ling Xiaotian to aid his cultivation. Yet, plagued by insecurities stemming from his inability to cultivate, the former Lu Fan instinctively distanced himself from her. Moreover, Ling Xiaotian's restrictions on Ling Qiuxue limited their interactions, leading to a gradual decline in their contact. Unexpectedly, they crossed paths again today, and it seemed that her affections had only deepened. However, this was a matter pertaining to the former Lu Fan, and it bore no relevance to him. With this thought, Lu Fan shook his head. There's no need. If they dare to show up, let them come. I, Lu Fan, am not to be trifled with. As his resolute words echoed, the system notification chimed in. Ding! System task triggered. Achieve first place in tomorrow's grand competition. Task reward. 2 sign-in opportunities. Ding! Would the host like to accept the task? Upon hearing the sudden notification of the system task, Lu Fan furrowed his brow. Initially, he merely aimed to secure a place within the top 10 to gain admission to the Xianyang sect. Yet, now faced with the temptation of 2 sign-in opportunities, he found himself hesitating. However, his uncertainty did not linger long, as a determined glimmer appeared in his eyes. Since he had been granted a second chance at life, why should he cower? He should pursue his desires without hesitation. While it is true that the early bird catches the worm, there exists an old adage: the first to act feasts, while the latecomer merely sips broth. Sipping broth is unappealing. He yearned to feast. Upon selecting a task, Lu Fan silently followed the reticent Ling Qiuxue to a grand hall within the manor, with the esteemed daughter of the city lord by his side. The process of filling out his name and receiving his combat token was remarkably smooth. In merely a brief span, everything was settled. The two exchanged no words as Ling Qiuxue personally escorted him to the entrance of the city lord's residence. Just as Lu Fan was about to depart, Ling Qiuxue called out to him. Lu Fan, what is it? Do you still remember the promise we made by the lakeside outside the city? At her words, Lu Fan's body quivered slightly, and a vivid image surfaced in his mind. A boy and a girl, exhausted from their playful pursuits. Seated at the water's edge, the girl gazed at the boy and inquired, will you marry me in the future? I, Lu Fan, vow that as long as I can cultivate, I shall marry Shui and protect you for all my days. Giggle, then it's a promise. You must never go back on your word. As the echoes of that vow reached his ears, Lu Fan found his eyes uncontrollably moistening. Realizing this unsettling change within himself, he was suddenly beset by a wave of agitation and dread. This reaction seemed instinctual, not stemming from his own emotions. It was as if he had not fully merged with this body, hence the trembling and tears. Drawing a deep breath, he suppressed his inner turmoil and fear. Striding away without looking back, the former Lu Fan was no more. Hearing this thought, Ling Qiuxue's eyes instantly reddened, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. She slowly crouched down, hugging her knees and weeping. She had always remembered everything, especially the one who had accompanied her in childhood. He had promised to marry her. Listening to the sound of her sobbing, Lu Fan felt an inexplicable pang of heartache and sorrow. His body instinctively yearned to turn back. Yet, he bit down hard on his tongue, the sharp pain jolting him back to reality. With no time to glance back, he quickened his pace, fleeing into the distance. He sensed that there was something amiss with his body. After running for about a kilometer into a secluded alley away from the city lord's manor, Lu Fan finally began gasping for breath, a hint of crimson surfacing in his eyes. System, am I not fully merged with this body? Why do I experience these uncontrollable reactions? He had distinctly felt something was off when facing Ling Qiuxue, particularly after she posed that question, intensifying his sense of loss of control. Beep, the previous host's lingering attachment can influence the current host. Resolving this attachment will facilitate complete integration. Upon receiving the system's response, Lu Fan furrowed his brow. Attachment? Could it be that the girl just now represented the previous host's attachment, thus causing these uncontrollable episodes? Contemplating this, he resolutely declared in his heart, since she is your obsession, I promise to do my utmost to ensure her safety. Yet, upon uttering these words, he felt no change within himself. What could be the reason for this? Furrowing his brow, Lu Fan began to ponder. After a moment of deep reflection, he inhaled sharply and continued, "I swear, as long as I possess sufficient strength, I will undoubtedly safeguard her well-being." As these words left his lips, he suddenly experienced a wave of relief wash over him, his thoughts becoming remarkably clear, as if a burden he had carried within had abruptly vanished. Although this sensation seemed enigmatic, he felt it with undeniable clarity. The cultivation technique activated, and the absorption of spiritual energy accelerated significantly compared to before. A brief movement confirmed the stark contrast to his previous state. Taking a deep breath, Lu Fan spoke to himself, "Rest assured, having taken residence in your body, I shall fulfill my promise." With this declaration, he felt a profound sense of assurance and turned to walk towards the alley's exit. With the issues concerning his existence elegantly resolved, he found himself devoid of any apprehensions. Tomorrow's competition marked the beginning of his ascent to greatness, a crucial battle in his quest for strength. Thus, he eagerly anticipated the arrival of the morrow. After securing a room at an inn, Lu Fan settled into a cross-legged position on the bed, entering a state of cultivation. Chapter 9. The anniversary of your demise approaches as the radiant moon descends and the golden sun ascends. The first beams of sunlight infiltrate the room, prompting Lu Fan, who had been meditating with closed eyes, to gradually open them. A sigh escapes his lips as he exhales a breath of stale air, disappointment etched upon his face. The pace of his arduous cultivation is painfully slow. He longs for the exhilaration of a shortcut. Murmuring to himself, a fierce determination ignites in his eyes. Today, if he secures first place in the competition, he will earn 2 opportunities to sign in, and he is resolute not to let this chance slip away. After a brief ablution, Lu Fan departs from the inn, making his way toward the central square in front of the city lord's mansion. Upon nearing the new central square, merely 200 or 300 meters away, he finds the path ahead impassable. A sea of people stretches before him, making entry impossible. With a resigned shake of his head, Lu Fan swiftly darts onto the rooftop to his right, moving rapidly along the rooftops. The rooftops, though less crowded than the streets, are still populated by numerous cultivators observing the spectacle below. Before long, Lu Fan reaches the top of a building adjacent to the central square. Scanning the surroundings, he notes that the square is brimming with a multitude of cultivators, numbering at least several thousand. The central square has been equipped with 10 competition arenas and a spectator platform, in addition to a waiting area for contestants. After surveying the scene, Lu Fan unfurls his form, gracefully landing in the central square with the aid of 2 nearby trees. His entrance immediately captures the attention of all the onlookers surrounding the square. Who is this individual? Is he deliberately drawing attention with such an entrance? Isn't that the so-called waste of the Lu family? How did he manage to arrive here? As many recognize Lu Fan's identity, a wave of astonishment ripples through the crowd, igniting a flurry of discussions. The news of Lu Fan's ability to cultivate has been tightly controlled by Lu Kuang. Thus, in the eyes of the cultivators in Lingyuan City, he remains the same incapable waste as before. Lu Fan, hearing the myriad of whispers around him, dismisses them with indifference. Such individuals are ubiquitous, and any attempt at justification or explanation would be futile, only inviting further mockery. The most effective response is to let the facts speak for themselves. At this moment, the waiting area for contestants has seen several youths arrive, all of whom recognize Lu Fan. Yet, they have no intention of greeting a waste, their faces adorned with scornful derision. With a calm demeanor, Lu Fan strides directly to the center of the first row and takes his seat. The sight of Lu Fan unhesitatingly occupying the front row leaves the youths seated behind him bewildered. Has he lost his mind, daring to sit in the front? No matter. Soon enough, someone will deal with him. All they need to do is sit back and enjoy the show. As seconds tick by, more youths arrive for the competition. Upon seeing Lu Fan seated alone in the front row, they cannot suppress their derisive smiles. The front row is traditionally reserved for the strong, and only they are deemed worthy to sit there. Though they considered themselves to possess considerable strength, they would not boldly claim the foremost position, as doing so would only render them the target of ridicule and scorn. Yet, at this moment, a worthless individual brazenly occupied the front row, much to their amusement. However, none of them chose to offer a warning. Rather, they preferred to await the unfolding drama. As another incense stick burned down, the waiting area, save for the front row, was filled to capacity. At that moment, 3 elegantly attired youths approached in unison. Upon spotting these 3, The nearly 100 adolescents in the waiting area erupted into excited chatter. Ha ha ha, it's Lu Chun, Wang Li, and Sun Tao. Now the spectacle is about to commence. They were eager to see how that worthless fellow would grovel from his seat in the front row. As the participants buzzed with excitement, Lu Fan slowly opened his eyes. Under his gaze, Lu Chun, Wang Li, and Sun Tao advanced towards him. Upon seeing Lu Fan seated in the center of the front row, they were momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, a chilling malice surfaced on Lu Chen's face. "Damn worthless fool, you have quite the audacity to show up here for the competition," he sneered, his eyes gleaming with a brutal intensity. Over the past few days, their father and son duo had dispatched formidable individuals in search of Lu Fan, yet he seemed to have vanished without a trace. Furthermore, the three strongmen sent by his father had met their demise. They had presumed Lu Fan had fled Lingyuan City entirely, only to find him unexpectedly present here. Confronted by Lu Chen's murderous glare, Lu Fan's eyes mirrored the same icy resolve. "Next year on this day will mark your demise. Cherish your remaining time." Today's competition rules dictated that combat should be restrained, yet there were no stipulations against killing one's opponent. After all, unforeseen incidents could arise during a match. He intended to slay Lu Chun in front of that old fool, Lu Quan. Upon hearing Lu Fan's threat, Lu Chen's expression twisted into a sinister grin. "Little wretch, I echo your words. I hope you retain such bravado when you face me on the arena." With this harsh retort, Lu Chun took his seat in the front row, while Wang Li and Sun Tao remained silent, their disdain and mockery evident on their faces. Compared to Lu Fan, a mere worthless individual, they naturally sided with Lu Chun, whose talents were on par with their own. They were collectively heralded as the three prodigies of Lingyuan. Although they may have had rivalry among themselves, they would not hesitate to unite against others. Lu Fan noticed the derision and disdain etched on their faces, yet he chose to remain silent. His objective today was singular: to secure first place and eliminate Lu Chun. Anyone who dared obstruct him would face death. Once all the participants had gathered, figures began to appear on the observation platform. The city lord, Ling Xiaotian, along with the patriarchs of the three prominent families and the leaders of other families and merchant guilds within the city, awaited eagerly. Suddenly, a cloud ship, measuring approximately 7 to 8 meters in length, sped towards them from the distance. As it approached the square, the vessel gracefully descended, revealing 5 figures upon its deck. At the forefront stood a middle-aged man, flanked by 3 young men and a maiden, all clad in white robes. Adorning the chests of their garments was an embroidered golden character, Xian, the insignia of disciples from the Xianyang sect. With a leap, the middle-aged man, accompanied by his 3 disciples, disembarked from the cloud ship. He then gestured with one hand, causing the sizable vessel to shrink instantaneously to the size of a palm, which he effortlessly stowed away. Witnessing this spectacle, a fervent light ignited in Lu Fan's eyes. Such feats were once beyond imagination in his previous life, yet now, he beheld them with his own eyes. The sight filled him with exhilaration and ignited a fervent fighting spirit within him. As the middle-aged man and his 4 disciples ascended the observation platform, all present rose to pay their respects. "Greetings, Elder Qi," they chorused. In response to their salutation, Qi Jin strode directly to the principal seat of the platform and, with an air of indifference, declared in a deep voice, "Let us dispense with pleasantries, take your seats, and let the combat tests commence." "Yes." The crowd responded with a bow, and the city lord, Ling Xiaotian, promptly approached the observation platform. Chapter 10. Lu Fan takes the stage. Surveying his surroundings, Ling Xiaotian proclaimed with a resonant voice, "The recruitment competition of the Xianyang sect officially commences. The event will unfold over 3 rounds. The rules of engagement were straightforward. In the first round, all participants would engage in duels, having the number of competitors. The second round would follow suit, with the advancing contestants fighting each other once more, again reducing the participants by half. The third round would consist of arena battles. With 10 platforms, any contestant who could successfully seize one would secure their place in the sect. Once the competition rules were established, Ling Xiaotian returned to his seat, and the steward of the city lord's estate began announcing the contenders for the opening match. Contestant 1 versus Contestant 42, Contestant 2 versus Contestant 79, with each pairing announced. 2 contestants ascended to the 10 platforms. As soon as they mounted the platforms, the battles commenced without any convoluted regulations. Should a participant recognize their inferiority, they could simply leap down from the platform, thereby conceding defeat. Soon, the initial 20 contestants erupted into fierce combat. Initially, Lu Fan felt a flicker of curiosity and interest. However, after a brief observation, he shook his head in profound disappointment. The 20 participants displayed commendable prowess, yet their techniques were increasingly ostentatious. While such flamboyant maneuvers were visually captivating, their offensive capabilities were woefully inadequate. They could have easily secured victory with a single decisive strike, but chose instead to indulge in theatrical displays. With these thoughts fleeting through his mind, Lu Fan closed his eyes to conserve his energy. Seated in the front row, Lu Qin's gaze turned increasingly murderous upon witnessing Lu Fan's demeanor. "Damn you, wretched cur. Just wait and see how I torment you on stage," he seethed. Although the 3 Qi refinement experts sent by his father had been slain, he remained unfazed, as he had never considered that Lu Fan was responsible for their demise. Before long, the first and second matches concluded, and the third battle commenced. Contestant 43 versus Contestant 85. As the steward announced this pairing, Lu Chun, Wang Li, and Sun Tao each approached their respective platforms. The previously serene observation area suddenly erupted into a lively commotion. "Qi steward, the one on platform 1 is my son, Lu Chun. I hope you will extend your favor to him," Lu Kuang said. A sycophantic smile plastered across his face as he placed a storage ring before Qi steward. Following Lu Kuang's lead, the heads of the Wang and Sun families also expressed their eagerness to curry favor, presenting their own storage rings. Qi Jin accepted the 3 rings without displaying a hint of emotion, though he did straighten his posture slightly. The earlier 2 battles had offered nothing of merit, losing his interest after but a glance. His sole purpose for attending was to observe Lu Chun, Wang Li, and Sun Tao. The rest were merely there to support the prince. After all, the aim of recruiting disciples was to attract geniuses, not mediocrity. Those who had remained inconspicuous had little connection to true talent. Lu Chun, Wang Li, and Sun Tao, upon noticing Qi Jin's gaze fixed upon them, were instantly filled with excitement and anticipation. As Lu Chen's opponent ascended the stage, he stood with his hands clasped behind his back and calmly declared, "Admit your defeat." Upon hearing Lu Chen's direct challenge to surrender, the young man facing him was instantly flushed with indignation. "Lu Chun, we are both at the second level of Qi refinement. What is there for you to be so proud of?" he retorted, his anger boiling over as he charged towards Lu Chun. However, just as he swung his fist in close proximity, Lu Chun suddenly unleashed the formidable aura of the third level of Qi refinement. With a resounding thud, the young man, who had initiated the attack, was sent reeling back. Observing the fallen figure on the ground, Lu Chun let out a disdainful snort. "You have no sense of propriety." With that, he departed the stage, making his way to the waiting area for contestants. Likewise, Wang Li and Sun Tao effortlessly dispatched their opponents with a single move. Witnessing this spectacle, Qi Jin's face finally broke into a faint smile. This was the caliber of disciples they sought to recruit for the Xianyang sect. With a bit of cultivation, they would become the backbone of the sect. Upon seeing Qi Jin's expression of approval, Lu Kuang and the others could hardly contain their excitement. Gaining Qi Jin's recognition and entering the Xianyang sect was tantamount to securing a guarantee for their futures. At that moment, Lu Qin returned to the waiting area and, upon spotting Lu Fan meditating with his eyes closed, he couldn't help but sneer. Yet, he refrained from hurling further insults, for he intended to make Lu Fan kneel and beg for mercy through his actions in the arena. Just then, the steward of the city lord's estate began announcing the contestants for the 4th match. Contestant 66 will face contestant 109. As Lu Fan's number was called, he opened his eyes and stood up. His movement elicited a cacophony of derisive comments from the surrounding crowd. They were astonished that this so-called waste had actually qualified to compete. How had he managed to infiltrate the ranks? The minimum cultivation requirement for participation was the 6th level of body refinement. Could this worthless individual truly have trained to that extent? Amidst the multitude of onlookers discussing the spectacle, Qi Jin also wore a look of surprise. Previously, when Lu Chun, Wang Li, and Sun Tao had taken the stage, there had been little commotion. Why was this youth attracting such attention? Meanwhile, Lu Kuang's eyes blazed with fury and killing intent. That despicable wretch had dared to show his face here. Although he yearned to leap down and end Lu Fan's life in that instant, the presence of Qi Jin forced him to suppress his murderous instincts. Upon seeing Lu Fan, City Lord Ling Xiaotian furrowed his brow, a flicker of malice flashing in his gaze. Though Lu Kuang and Ling Xiaoyan's murderous intentions were well concealed and fleeting, they did not escape Qi Jin's keen perception, further piquing his curiosity about Lu Fan as he approached the stage. Under the scrutiny of all, Lu Fan lightly sprang onto the platform and stood poised. At that moment, every eye turned to focus on him, yet the majority of those gazes were filled with mockery and disdain, as if they were observing a fool. At this moment, Lu Fan's opponent ascended the arena, revealing himself to be a youth of the 9th stage of body refinement. His countenance was clouded with a dark expression, for he had not anticipated that his adversary would be this notorious waste, infamous throughout the city. Even if he were to secure a victory, it would be perceived as a foregone conclusion. After casting a cold glance at Lu Fan, the young man spoke in a deep voice. "Kneel and concede. Then leave at once, or I shall shatter your legs and toss you aside." To lay a hand on a mere waste would invite ridicule. Thus he aimed to compel Lu Fan to kneel and surrender. As his words echoed, laughter erupted from the crowd surrounding the square. "Do not embarrass yourself any further. Hurry and kneel in defeat. What is there to discuss with a waste? Strike swiftly and break his legs, lest we continue to tarnish the reputation of Lingyuan City." Meanwhile, Qi Jin, seated in the observation platform, grasped the situation and shook his head in disappointment. He had once believed Lu Fan to be a hidden genius of Lingyuan City, only to realize he was merely a waste. On the arena, Lu Fan disregarded the jeers and insults surrounding him, swiftly appearing before his youthful opponent. Just as the boy was about to react, Lu Fan seized him by the neck and lifted him effortlessly. Chapter 11. Arena Challenge. Upon witnessing this scene, a collective gasp of astonishment echoed around. What is happening? Wasn't Lu Fan supposed to be a weakling? How could he suddenly exhibit such prowess? Surely, I am not imagining things. The multitude of cultivators surrounding the square were utterly dumbfounded. They had anticipated Lu Fan to be easily vanquished, yet the outcome was entirely different. The expressions of those in the viewing stand varied greatly, but none of this concerned Lu Fan. With a single hand, he lifted the pale-faced youth and coldly declared, "Is this meager strength enough to compel me to concede?" As his chilling words fell, Lu Fan forcefully slammed the boy onto the arena floor. Simultaneously, he raised his right foot and stomped down on the youth's knees. Crack, crack. Accompanied by the sound of bones shattering, a harrowing scream erupted. Looking down at the boy who writhed in agony, Lu Fan's gaze was devoid of any compassion. Had it not been for the boy's earlier threats of demanding his submission and breaking his legs, he would never have acted so ruthlessly. However, since he dared to threaten him, he must be prepared for retaliation. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Lu Fan delivered another kick, sending the curled-up youth sprawling across the arena. Thud! The boy, having endured severe blows, collapsed onto the ground, unconscious. Gasp! The onlookers reacted once more to Lu Fan's mercilessness. Ignoring the myriad of gazes directed at him, Lu Fan turned his attention to Lu Kuang in the viewing stand. After a cold exchange of glances, he leaped down from the arena and returned directly to the competitors' waiting area. At this moment, those seated in the waiting area, aside from the promoted ones, were the contestants yet to take the stage. Previously, they had looked down upon Lu Fan, but now they were left with nothing but shock and apprehension. When Lu Fan took his seat in the front row, Lu Chen scoffed. What if he concealed his cultivation? In the face of absolute strength, any conspiracy is futile. Although Lu Fan had swiftly defeated a 9th-layer body refinement cultivator, he remained indifferent. After all, he was merely at the 3rd layer of Qi refinement. In response to Lu Chen's provocation, Lu Fan chose to close his eyes in disregard, seeing no sense in debating with someone destined for defeat. His act of indifference only fueled Lu Chen's murderous intent. Moments later, the first round of elimination concluded, and the second round commenced. With only 60 participants remaining, the pace of the battles quickened significantly. Lu Fan's next opponent, yet another 9th-layer body refinement cultivator, promptly chose to concede. Similarly, Lu Chun, Wang Li, and Sun Tao also saw their opponents surrender without contest. As the second round of eliminations came to a close, only 30 competitors remained in the waiting area, the weakest among them being at the 9th layer of body refinement. With a command from the city Lord's administration, the contestants in the waiting area swiftly surged toward the 10 arenas. This round would be a contest to defend the platform. As long as one can secure a platform, they will attain the qualification to enter the Xianyang sect. To achieve this coveted status, all participants will exert themselves to the utmost in a fierce competition. Lu Chun, Wang Li, and Sun Tao were the first to each occupy a platform, while the remaining 26 contenders began to vie for the 7 platforms still available, engaging in brutal combat against one another. However, at this moment, the gaze of all spectators was not fixed on the platforms, but rather on Lu Fan, who remained seated in the waiting area for competitors. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lu Fan slowly rose to his feet, his icy gaze locking onto Lu Chun on the first platform to his left. Without uttering a single word, Lu Fan strode purposefully towards the platform occupied by Lu Chun. Witnessing this scene, the tens of thousands of onlooking cultivators erupted in excitement. Haha, now the real spectacle begins. Lu Chun and Lu Fan are sworn enemies, they exclaimed. Though Lu Fan had gained some degree of strength, he still paled in comparison to Lu Chun. His impulsiveness was evident. Indeed, despite Lu Fan's newfound abilities, his impatience suggested that today he was likely to meet his doom. The affairs of the Lu family were common knowledge within Lingyuan City, and the spectators were generally skeptical about Lu Fan's chances. After all, Lu Chun had long been regarded as a genius of Lingyuan City, while Lu Fan was infamous for his shortcomings. Even if he had managed to conceal his true cultivation level, it was likely that he had only reached the first level of qi refinement. As the multitude of onlookers buzzed with speculation, Qi Jin on the observation platform displayed a glimmer of curiosity. Initially, his interest was solely in Lu Chun, Wang Li, and Sun Tao. Yet now, Lu Fan had piqued his intrigue as well. Amidst this collective focus, Lu Fan leaped onto the platform occupied by Lu Chun, standing defiantly before him. "You little wretch, I had intended to let you live a bit longer, but since you seek your own demise, I shall oblige." Lu Chun sneered with a menacing expression. He unleashed his aura and murderous intent, emanating from the 3rd level of qi refinement, and struck towards Lu Fan with a powerful palm. Today, he was determined to eliminate Lu Fan. Previously, Lu Fan had been nothing of consequence, but now that he possessed a modicum of strength, he was simply intolerable. As Lu Chun charged towards him, Lu Fan's face betrayed an unmasked ferocity. "Die!" he shouted coldly, advancing rather than retreating, meeting Lu Chun's attack head-on. At that moment, all eyes were riveted upon the two adversaries. Even the other competitors found themselves unable to resist pausing to watch the unfolding clash. In an instant, Lu Chun's right palm collided with Lu Fan's. Crack! The sound of shattering bones echoed as their palms met. A muffled groan escaped Lu Chun's lips, and he was forced to stagger backward from the sheer force of the impact. His right palm and arm were utterly crushed by Lu Fan's overwhelming power. The surrounding crowd erupted in astonishment, while Lu Kuang on the observation platform surged to his feet, his eyes nearly aflame with rage. On the arena, Lu Fan did not cease his relentless assault. In a swift motion, he appeared before Lu Chun, who had retreated to the edge. Upon sensing the chilling aura of murderous intent radiating from Lu Fan, Lu Chun's face turned ashen in terror. Panic seized him entirely. He discerned that Lu Fan was indeed intent on taking his life, rather than merely issuing a verbal threat. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Chun opened his mouth to utter the words of surrender. However, Lu Fan would not grant him such an opportunity. Just as Lu Chun began to speak, Lu Fan's right hand, akin to an iron clamp, firmly seized his throat. As his neck was constricted, Lu Chun's face flushed crimson, rendering him incapable of uttering a single word. He could only emit pitiful whimpers of distress. Witnessing this scene, Lu Kuang, with fiery eyes, could no longer contain himself. He erupted into a furious roar. "You little wretch, you seek death." With that, Lu Kuang surged forward towards the arena, consumed by rage, oblivious to the presence of City Lord Ling Xiaotian and Qi Jin. At that moment, his singular thought was to annihilate Lu Fan. Chapter 12. I will personally slay you. As Lu Kuang burst forth from the observation platform, Ling Xiaotian and Qi Jin finally grasped the situation. The two exchanged glances, their expressions darkening in unison as they unleashed a fierce rebuke. Impudent. At that moment, Ling Xiaotian swiftly darted forward, pursuing Lu Kuang. His cultivation surpassed that of Lu Kuang, allowing him to quickly position himself in front of him, his countenance shadowed by fury as he thundered, "Lu Kuang, do you understand the gravity of your actions?" At this juncture, Ling Xiaotian yearned to strike down the reckless Lu Kuang with a single blow. In other circumstances, Lu Kuang's actions against Lu Fan would be of no concern to him. He would not interfere. However, this was the grand recruitment competition of the Xinyang sect. a matter that affected the interests of the entire Lingyuan city. By flouting the rules of the competition in front of Qi Jin, Lu Kuang had dealt a significant blow to Ling Xiaotian's authority as the city lord, inciting his wrath. With Ling Xiaotian's voice, laden with murderous intent and indignation, echoing in the air, Lu Kuang finally came to his senses. Upon seeing Ling Xiaotian's frigid expression, a chill of dread swept down his spine. City Lord Ling, I acted impulsively. I hope for your understanding. It was merely that vile creature sought to kill my son, and enough. In the midst of a duel, life and death are at stake. No one is permitted to intervene. Otherwise, do not blame this city lord for being unmerciful. Just as Ling Xiaotian's words fell, a cold and indifferent voice cascaded down from the arena. You old fool, dare to send someone after me? Today, I shall take your son's life as interest. The previously calm Lu Kuang was once again engulfed in fury upon hearing these words. You vile creature, how dare you? Before Lu Kuang could finish his furious retort, Lu Fan merely cast a disdainful glance at him, unhesitatingly snapping Lu Chen's neck. Crack! The sound of bones fracturing resonated in the air, and Lu Chen's head drooped lifelessly, devoid of vitality. Witnessing this scene, the vast square fell into a deathly silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. All eyes widened in disbelief, faces reflecting sheer astonishment. None could fathom that Lu Fan would truly dare to kill Lu Chun. Qi Jin on the observation platform was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. However, this surprise swiftly transformed into profound admiration and satisfaction. Exceptional combat prowess. Decisive in battle, this was precisely the kind of disciple he sought to recruit. Such talent would undoubtedly soar within the sect, leading to significant benefits for him as well. The greater the potential and strength of the disciples he recruited, the more resources the sect would bestow upon him. Lu Kuang, witnessing his son's demise, was consumed by rage, his eyes turning crimson. You vile creature, I shall have your life. With an enraged roar, Lu Kuang disregarded Ling Xiaotian and charged towards the arena, his mind clouded by fury. How could he endure Lu Fan slaying his son before his very eyes? Yet, as he surged toward Lu Fan, Ling Xiaotian soared upward once more, positioning himself protectively in front of Lu Fan. Lu Kuang, do you seek death? As he bellowed, the aura of his third-tier, true gang realm cultivation erupted forth. At this moment, he harbored not only murderous intent towards Lu Kuang, but also towards Lu Fan. Were it not for Lu Fan's insistence on attacking Lu Chun at this critical juncture, such troubles would not have arisen. However, it was too late for regrets. He had no choice but to act. As he struggled to contain his wrath and murderous desire, Ling Xiaotian's demeanor only intensified Lu Kuang's fury. Ling Xiaotian, this wretched creature, has slain my son. Do you intend to protect him? The city lord has previously stated that in combat, life and death are fated. Your son perished solely due to his inferiority in skill, and it is not the fault of others. With Lu Kuang's repeated defiance, Ling Xiaotian showed no courtesy, responding with cold words. Observing Ling Xiaotian's steadfast defense of Lu Fan, Lu Kuang erupted into a maniacal laugh, his expression a mask of rage. Ha ha! What a fine proclamation of life and death. This time, I concede defeat. With that, Lu Kuang fixed his bloodshot gaze upon Lu Fan, articulating each word with chilling clarity. Wretched creature, you may escape the initial confrontation, but you cannot elude your fate indefinitely. I shall scour the depths of the abyss to ensure your dismemberment. With his menacing declaration, Lu Kuang leapt from the arena and departed. As Lu Kuang left in hatred, Lu Fan felt a surge of fierce determination. Old fool, wait for me. It won't be long before I personally end your life. Just as he harbored these dark thoughts, a system prompt resonated in his mind. Ding, system task activated. Eliminate the head of the Lu family, Lu Kuang. Task reward, 1 opportunity to sign in. Ding, would you like to accept the task? After a brief moment of astonishment, Lu Fan unhesitatingly chose to accept the task. The prospect of slaying an enemy while reaping system rewards was undeniably lucrative. He had to seize the opportunity. At that moment, as he confirmed the task, Ling Xiaotian turned to him, coldly remarking, a tree that stands out in the forest is bound to be felled by the wind. Do not presume that mere strength grants you the liberty to act as you wish. Having delivered this admonition, Ling Xiaotian returned to the observation platform. Lu Fan, faced with Ling Xiaotian's reprimand, merely furrowed his brow and said nothing. He had experienced far too much in his past life to require instruction on how to navigate the world. Shifting his gaze, he turned his attention to Wang Li and Sun Tao on the adjacent platforms. Upon meeting his gaze, both Wang Li and Sun Tao, wary, averted their eyes, unwilling to meet his stare. Initially, they had underestimated Lu Fan, but they were taken aback to discover his profound concealment of strength, having even slain Lu Chun, who was at the 3rd level of Qi refinement. Confronted with such a ruthless figure, they dared not provoke him. If Wang Li and Sun Tao felt this way, the other competitors were even more cautious. Half an hour later, the time for the arena competition concluded, and suitable candidates emerged for the remaining 7 platforms. The official from the city lord's residence stepped forward, solemnly announcing, "The grand tournament has officially concluded. Congratulations to Lu Fan for securing 1st place." As the results of the tournament were proclaimed, a system prompt echoed within Lu Fan's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the system task, securing 1st place in the grand tournament. Reward: 2 sign-in opportunities. As the sound of 2 system notifications echoed in his mind, Lu Fan's lips curled into a subtle smile, a glimmer of delight appearing in his eyes. He had finally acquired 2 opportunities for sign-in. However, he had no intention of utilizing these chances just yet, for the rewards obtained from signing in here could not possibly compare to the bountiful benefits reaped from signing in at the Xianyang sect. Thus, in pursuit of maximizing his gains, he would naturally refrain from squandering these 2 sign-in opportunities. While Lu Fan pondered these matters, Qi Jin on the observation platform also rose to his feet. "Lord Ling, since the grand competition has concluded, I shall take these 10 young ones with me," he stated. Upon hearing this, Lord Ling hastily stood up and replied with a courteous smile, "Director Qi, I have prepared a banquet. Perhaps we could depart tomorrow instead?" "No need for that," Qi Jin responded firmly. "Time is of the essence. We must return to the sect promptly. Moreover, Elder Si has instructed me to bring Qiu Shui back with me." Noticing Qi Jin's insistence, Ling Xiaotian refrained from further invitations and promptly instructed his steward to fetch Ling Qiu Shui. Moments later, Ling Qiu Shui arrived at the observation platform, accompanied by the steward. The previously aloof expression on her face transformed upon seeing Lu Fan on the 1st arena. She paused in surprise and then broke into a radiant smile, her joy unmistakable. Witnessing this, Ling Xiaotian's brow furrowed, a flicker of displeasure crossing his features. Qi Jin, observing Ling Xiaotian's reaction, could not help but chuckle inwardly, though he masked his amusement and took a deep breath before speaking. "Lord Ling, I shall take my leave now." After exchanging brief farewells, Qi Jin produced a palm-sized cloud vessel and tossed it forward. The diminutive vessel expanded dramatically in the wind, swiftly transforming into a size of nearly 100 meters. Once Lu Fan and the others had boarded the cloud vessel, it soared into the sky, racing towards the horizon. Chapter 13. Arrival at the menial district. As he watched the cloud ship vanish from sight, Ling Xiaotian furrowed his brow and murmured to himself, "How could a useless person suddenly possess such strength? Could it be that he has been deliberately concealing his true abilities? Yet, even if he can cultivate, what does it matter? He is still unworthy of becoming my son-in-law." He scoffed disdainfully in his heart. Ling Xiaotian then made his way directly back to the city lord's mansion, leaving the steward to handle the subsequent matters. At the same time Ling Xiaotian returned to the city lord's mansion, Lu Kuang stood atop the roof of the Lu family mansion, his crimson eyes fixed intently on the direction in which the cloud ship had departed. A moment ago, he had been consumed with the desire to recklessly avenge his son by killing Lu Fan. However, the remnants of his rationality had restrained him. He understood all too well the consequences of acting on such impulses. Not only would he fail to slay Lu Fan, but he would also risk his own life. Thus, he suppressed his murderous intent and humiliation, allowing his son's killer, his sworn enemy, to escape unscathed. This only intensified the fury and bloodlust simmering within him. Drawing a deep breath, Lu Kuang forcefully quelled the imminent eruption of his rage and coldly vowed, "You wretched spawn, I swear, if I cannot tear you limb from limb, I am unworthy to be called a father." With that chilling proclamation, he leapt down from the rooftop and returned to his courtyard. The cloud ship soared swiftly through the skies. Sun Tao, Wang Li, and the other 9 youths stood on the deck, their faces alight with excitement as they gazed below. This was their first experience aboard a cloud ship, and the exhilaration they felt was beyond words. In stark contrast, Lu Fan exhibited no interest in their enthusiasm. Having once traveled on various aircraft in his previous life, he found the cloud ship's offerings paltry in comparison, lacking the opulence he had known. Upon boarding, he immediately retreated to the ship's cabin to enter a state of cultivation. Qi Jin, who was controlling the ship's flight, observed this scene and silently nodded in approval. He was already aware of Lu Fan's reputation as a waste, yet witnessing Lu Fan's achievements firsthand led him to dismiss those rumors. Especially as he observed Lu Fan's diligence at this moment, he began to reimagine the narrative. The reason Lu Fan had been labeled as a waste was solely due to his intentional concealment of abilities, biding his time for an opportunity to soar to greatness, which he was now indeed achieving. Faced with such a talented and hardworking new disciple, how could Qi Jin not admire him? Shifting his focus away from Lu Fan, Qi Jin concentrated fully on maneuvering the cloud ship. On the opposite side of the cabin, Ling Qiuxue sat cross-legged against the cabin wall. 3 male disciples brought by Qi Jin surrounded her, their expressions filled with eagerness to please. Sister Ling, after we return to the sect, let us undertake some missions together. We will share the points we earn with you. Missions can be rather dull. Sister Ling, recently, Xianxiang Tower has introduced several new signature dishes. Why don't we go and sample them? The 3 male disciples continued to shower Ling Qiuxue with flattery. However, Ling Qiuxue did not even glance at them. Her gaze fixed intently on the meditative figure of Lu Fan. The 3 male disciples, noticing her unwavering attention towards Lu Fan, felt an intense irritation brewing within them. Yet, their ire was not directed at Ling Qiuxue, but rather at Lu Fan. Ling Qiuxue was renowned as the most beautiful woman of the Xianyang sect, a prodigious talent in cultivation and the dream goddess of all male disciples. They had come to Lingyuan City alongside Qi Jin, sacrificing their own cultivation time and spending long-saved spirit stones to bribe Qi Jin for the opportunity to accompany them, all in hopes of spending time with Ling Qiuxue. However, to their dismay, she not only ignored them, but also focused her attention on a mere new disciple who had yet to enter the fold. This incited their frustration beyond measure. The female disciple who had accompanied the trio watched the scene unfold with a glimmer of jealousy and resentment in her eyes. She too possessed a commendable beauty and believed her figure surpassed that of Ling Qiuxue. Yet, the 3 men were entirely devoted to winning Ling Qiuxue's favor, utterly disregarding her presence, which only fueled her envy. Upon witnessing Ling Qiuxue's continuous focus on Lu Fan, a cold smile crept into Li Yu's heart. Ling Qiuxue, since you are drawn to this fellow, I shall seize him for myself. I will show them that I, Li Yu, am not inferior to you, Ling Qiuxue. As she harbored this contemptuous thought, she cast a glance at her own alluring attributes. Though she could not rival Ling Qiuxue in beauty, in terms of physique and seductive charm, she believed she surpassed her. However, it was not yet the opportune moment to act. She suppressed her discontent and entered a state of cultivation. 2 hours later, the cloud vessel descended slowly at the foot of a range of undulating mountains, and all disembarked. Lu Fan surveyed his surroundings and was greeted by rows of wooden cabins. Numerous cultivators emerged from within the cabins, clad in gray garments, pointing and whispering about Lu Fan and his companions. These cultivators were the miscellaneous disciples of the Xianyang sect, with their highest cultivation level merely at the first stage of qi refinement. Observing these menial disciples, Lu Fan clenched his fists, determination glimmering in his eyes. In this brutally competitive world of cultivation, he vowed to find every means to ascend to the pinnacle. As Qi Jin contemplated, Sun Tao, Wang Li, and the other 9 shared similar thoughts. Proud and ambitious, none of them wished to remain as menial disciples. At that moment, Qi Jin cleared his throat and spoke solemnly. You will rest in this menial area for 2 days. In 3 days, the entrance competition will commence. Whether you remain in this menial area or become outer or inner disciples will be determined then. As Qi Jin finished speaking, a portly middle-aged man approached with a beaming smile. I have met Elder Qi, Zhao Zhong. I will take care of these 10 youngsters and ensure they are settled in properly. Rest assured, Elder Qi, I will arrange everything meticulously. After making the necessary arrangements, Steward Qi ascended the cloud ship once more, followed closely by 4 disciples, 3 males and 1 female. On board, Ling Qiuxue, who had been silent throughout the journey, hastily approached Lu Fan and, with a hint of shyness in her voice, implored, Lu Fan, you must strive to place in the top 30 in 3 days. You must become an outer sect disciple. Upon finishing her words, She placed a delicate storage bag into Lu Fan's hand before swiftly leaping back onto the cloud ship. Lu Fan gazed at the exquisite storage bag and then at Ling Qiushue on the deck, silently nodding in acknowledgement of her kindness. As the cloud ship soared towards the mountaintop, Zhao Zhong cleared his throat and announced, "You 10, follow me." He then led Lu Fan and the others to a large wooden house. "You 9 will reside in this wooden house for the time being. Do not wander about aimlessly. Understood?" After issuing this directive, Zhao Zhong amicably guided Lu Fan to a separate small wooden house. "Little brother, you shall stay here for the next 3 days. If you need anything, do not hesitate to come find me." Lu Fan understood the reason behind Zhao Zhong's cordiality and politely nodded, saying, "Thank you, Steward Zhao." "Oh, there's no need for such formality. Just call me Brother Zhao." "Rest well. I must tend to other matters," he replied, giving Lu Fan a friendly pat on the shoulder before departing with a beaming smile. Watching Zhao Zhong's retreating figure, Lu Fan chuckled softly and made his way into the solitary wooden house. As he stepped inside, the system notification chimed. Chapter 14. A new check-in location ding. "Congratulations, host, on completing the system task. Join the Xinyang sect. You have received 2 check-in opportunities. Ding. Would you like to use your check-in opportunities now?" Startled by the sudden system notifications, Lu Fan momentarily paused, a smile gradually spreading across his face. He had acquired 2 additional check-in chances, totaling 4. Such an abundance of opportunities was ample for him to secure some valuable rewards. However, as he was in the servant area, he suspected that even if he did check in, the rewards would be rather meager. Thus, he decided against using them at this moment. Just as he declined the opportunity, the system notification chimed again. Ding. The check-in location has been triggered. Check-in destination, Xinyang Sect's Scripture Pavilion. Please proceed promptly to check in. The Scripture Pavilion? Lu Fan murmured the newly revealed check-in location, his brow furrowing in contemplation. The pavilion was likely a significant site within the Xinyang sect. Gaining access for a check-in would not be a trivial matter. It seemed that one must become an inner disciple to visit there. After muttering this to himself, the notification sounded once more. Ding. System task triggered. Become an inner disciple of the Xinyang sect. Task reward. Random reward. Note: the shorter the time taken to complete the task, the more substantial the reward. Ding. Would you like to accept the task? Upon hearing the sudden activation of the system task, Lu Fan's expression shifted to one of astonishment. However, he quickly regained his composure and unhesitatingly chose to accept the task, his eyes glimmering with determination. While discretion was prudent, being discreet during a time of prominence was a grave error. Before arriving here, his sole ambition was merely to enter the Xinyang sect. Yet, after witnessing the status of the servant disciples, his perspective underwent a swift transformation. Now that he had joined the sect, he was resolved to ascend through its ranks by any means necessary. The more outstanding his performance within the sect, the greater the resources and attention he would garner. Such brilliance might incite envy among many, but to attract jealousy was the mark of a true talent. To obtain something of value, one must inevitably relinquish something in return. As long as he could secure resources, what did it matter if others were envious? These thoughts raced through his mind, and Lu Fan took a deep breath, settling onto his bed in a meditative posture. To become an inner disciple in the shortest time possible, there was but one path: to secure first place in the upcoming entrance competition in 3 days. Achieving first place would grant him immediate entry into the inner circle. This was his opportunity. With this in mind, Lu Fan retrieved the storage pouch gifted to him by Ling Qiushue. As he spread his spirit to examine the contents within, a complex expression crossed his face. Inside the pouch were over 1,000 low-grade spirit stones and several medicinal pills. This foolish girl was truly infatuated. He would consider it a debt of gratitude. With a sigh of reflection, Lu Fan did not hesitate to consume a few of the medicinal pills. If an ordinary cultivator were to consume elixirs in such a manner, they would have long been overwhelmed by the terrifying potency of the medicinal energy. However, for Lu Fan, who possessed the devouring sword body, this was hardly an issue. Moments later, the medicinal energy of several elixirs was completely refined. Without any hesitation, Lu Fan commenced the refinement of the low-grade spirit stones in his storage bag. As time passed, with each low-grade spirit stone refined, his cultivation began to gradually ascend. While Lu Fan was engaged in refining the spirit stones to elevate his cultivation, one cloud ship after another descended upon the area. These vessels had come from various cities, each bearing 10 new disciples, much like Lu Fan. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. New disciples from dozens of cities in Hanyang Prefecture converged upon the miscellaneous area. The previously tranquil and orderly miscellaneous area transformed into a cacophony of chaos with the arrival of 300 to 400 new disciples. Various conflicts erupted, initially manifesting as mere disputes and shoves, but as time progressed, the new disciples began to engage in full-blown brawls. Those who arrived here were undoubtedly the most exceptional talents from their respective cities and the surrounding vicinity of nearly 100 miles, each unwilling to yield to the other. Within a mere half-day, the entire miscellaneous area descended into pandemonium, with fights breaking out everywhere. "Brother Zhao, it's gotten so chaotic. Are we really going to do nothing about it?" One of the three figures perched upon a massive stone remarked. "Indeed, Brother Zhao, if a few get killed, it might cause some trouble," another echoed. The foremost among them was Zhao Zhong, the overseer of the miscellaneous area. Unfazed by the concerns of his companions, Zhao Zhong replied nonchalantly, "There's no need to intervene. Let them fight as they wish. If someone dies, they can only blame their own weakness, not others." The two beside him had never witnessed such a scene before, but Zhao Zhong had seen it countless times. This was a tradition of the Xianyang sect. All newly recruited disciples would spend 3 days in the miscellaneous area, a practice designed to encourage them to engage in combat with one another. On one hand, it served as a preliminary lesson for the new disciples. On the other, it allowed for the early identification of promising talents. Undoubtedly, those who caught the attention of the elders would be fiercely contested for as disciples. As the provider of information regarding these promising candidates, Zhao Zhong stood to gain significantly. After his indifferent words, Zhao Zhong cast an expectant gaze towards the room where Lu Fan resided. Among the multitude of new disciples recruited this time, he was particularly intrigued by Lu Fan. "Kid, I have placed a heavy bet on you. Please do not let me down," he murmured to himself, before returning his attention to the tumultuous miscellaneous area. Inside the room, Lu Fan, seated cross-legged on the bed, slowly opened his eyes, a flicker of brilliance flashing within them. Feeling the surge of power from his breakthrough, a joyous expression of uncontainable delight spread across his face. Although his cultivation had only ascended by 2 minor realms, his strength appeared to have surged dramatically. With a hint of excitement in his voice, Lu Fan rose to his feet. As he stood, a cacophony reminiscent of popping beans resonated from various parts of his body. Clenching his fists and feeling the power coursing within him, Lu Fan became increasingly exhilarated. Compared to his previous life, he could scarcely fathom how many times stronger he had become in this moment. With this thought, a profound sense of anticipation and determination emerged in his eyes. The 7th layer of qi refinement was not his ultimate goal. Rather, it merely represented a new beginning. These reflections raced through his mind, and Lu Fan took a deep breath, resolutely heading towards the door. Though he had long been aware of the commotion and sounds of conflict outside, he had disregarded them during his breakthrough. Now, having completed his ascension, he was eager to venture out and witness the unfolding events. Yet, before he could take a step, the door to his room was forcefully kicked open with a resounding bang. Chapter 15. Doubt it? Try it. With a resounding crash, the door was forcefully kicked open, and a mocking laughter echoed from outside. "I shall see what audacity permits one to claim an entire room." Following this, a haughty young man, accompanied by 3 youths, strode in with an air of arrogance. The countenance of Lu Fan darkened at the sight of these 4 intruders. It was already taboo to trespass upon another's sanctuary for cultivation, let alone to do so with such brazen disregard. Before Lu Fan could utter a word, the leading young man scoffed disdainfully. "I wondered who dared to occupy this space. I did not expect to find a pretty boy. No wonder you can afford to stay here by relying on women. Scram out of here this instant, and I shall spare you. Otherwise what?" Lu Fan replied, his voice carrying a hint of murderous intent. "Oh, so you dare to defy me? I have changed my mind. You shall either crawl beneath my legs today, or I will cripple you." As the young man's menacing words fell, the 3 accompanying youths erupted into laughter. "Ha don't go. Why not make this kid crawl beneath all 4 of us?" The flattery from his followers only served to amplify Wang Dong's arrogance. His boldness stemmed from an understanding of the unspoken rules that governed their stay here. As long as one possessed sufficient strength, they could act with impunity, attracting the attention of the sect's higher-ups. This knowledge emboldened him to torment the newly initiated disciples, aiming to suppress them to gain favor from those in power. Observing Wang Dong's brazen threats, Lu Fan felt no inclination to engage in further dialogue. In an instant, he appeared before Wang Dong, his right hand shooting out like lightning. Before Wang Dong could react, Lu Fan seized him by the throat and lifted him high into the air. The sudden turn of events drained the color from Wang Dong's face, and he emitted muffled sounds of terror. The three youths behind him trembled uncontrollably, their faces betraying their fear. Upon regaining their senses, they attempted to flee, but Lu Fan's cold voice stopped them in their tracks. "If you dare take a single step, I will kill you. Doubt it. Try it." At these words, the three youths froze, rooted to the spot in paralyzing fear. Casting a glance at the terrified trio, Lu Fan turned his attention back to the suspended Wang Dong, speaking in a tone devoid of emotion. "Since you relish the thought of crippling legs, allow me to fulfill your desire." With that, he forcefully slammed Wang Dong to the ground, then lifted his feet to stomp heavily upon Wang Dong's kneecaps. Crack! Crack! The sickening sound of breaking bones resonated, followed by a chilling scream escaping Wang Dong's lips. The excruciating pain sent shockwaves through his body, contorting his face into a mask of horror. Witnessing this scene, the three terrified youths crumpled to the ground, their legs giving way beneath them. "Elder brother, we were wrong. We shall never dare again. Please, spare us," they pleaded, their heads bowing in frantic supplication as they shifted the blame entirely onto Wang Dong. Observing their desperate cries for mercy, a flicker of disdain crossed Lu Fan's eyes. With such feeble courage, they dare to bully others? "Begone, crawl out. Thank you. Thank you." They expressed their gratitude as if granted a reprieve, hastily scuttling toward the door. Just as they reached the threshold, Lu Fan coldly remarked, "Take this fellow with you." "Yes, yes." After a brief acknowledgement, the youths returned to drag the unconscious Wang Dong out once more. Outside the room, a throng of new disciples and some errant disciples had gathered. Upon witnessing the three youths emerge on their hands and knees, with Wang Dong being pulled along, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, their faces reflecting disbelief and shock. "What is happening? How are they crawling out? Look, it seems Wang Dong's legs are broken." That agonized scream must have been his. As the onlookers murmured and pointed at the four, Lu Fan stepped out from the room, plunging the surroundings into a profound silence. All eyes shifted from Wang Dong and his companions to Lu Fan. Surveying the crowd, a slight furrow formed on his brow. However, he uttered no further words and, after a moment, turned his gaze away and strode directly into the forest behind the errand area. Unable to advance further in cultivation, he resolved to practice swordsmanship to enhance his combat prowess. As they watched Lu Fan disappear into the woods, a chorus of discussions erupted once more. "Goodness, who is that young man? Did he truly cripple Wang Dong? He is doomed. Wang Dong's brother is an inner disciple." Initially, many of the new disciples had hoped to curry favor with Lu Fan. However, upon learning that Wang Dong's brother was an inner disciple, they swiftly abandoned such thoughts. Zhao Zhong, standing atop a massive rock, observed the scene with a smile. The two individuals beside him immediately remarked, "Zhao, this lad is ruthless. He directly crippled Wang Dong's legs. Indeed, he possesses some skill, yet he is too impulsive. By crippling Wang Dong, he now faces the wrath of Wang Dong's brother, acting without regard for the consequences." Listening to their assessments of Lu Fan, Zhao Zhong replied with a faint smile, "It is easy to add flowers to the brocade, but difficult to offer help in the snow. This young man is indeed talented. I am inclined to take a gamble on him. Spread the word. For the next 2 days, no one is to disturb him, or they shall not find me merciful." Observing Zhao Zhong's firm conviction, the two men exhibited surprise but chose not to voice further comments. Unbeknownst to Lu Fan, he had retreated to a secluded area within the forest behind the miscellaneous work zone. After casting a swift glance around to ensure no one was in sight, he drew forth his Tai Chi sword and commenced his practice. He did not engage in any intricate sword techniques. Rather, he focused on the lethal skills he had mastered in his previous life. There were no elaborate maneuvers or ostentatious displays. Only 3 words could encapsulate his method: swift, precise, and ruthless. His pursuit was not for flamboyance, but for a single, fatal strike, a relentless goal he had adhered to in his former existence. In this moment, his practice remained true to that intent. The silver gleam of the sword flickered through the forest, leaving scars upon the surrounding trees. After a brief period of practice, a surge of sword energy erupted from the tip of the Tai Chi sword. Whoosh! The released energy pierced through a tree trunk as thick as a water barrel. Bang! With a resounding explosion, the trunk shattered in the middle. Chapter 16. Mastering the Sword Chi. Observing the results of the Sword Chi, Lu Fan could not help but display a look of astonishment. Previously, after practicing over 100 times, he had managed to produce a single instance of Sword Chi. However, when he attempted to wield his sword again, it did not manifest once more, leading him to dismiss it as a mere coincidence. Yet, at this moment, the Sword Chi had re-emerged. Could there possibly be a connection? As this thought surfaced in his mind, Lu Fan furrowed his brow and silently inquired, "System, is the number of sword practices related to the manifestation of Sword Chi?" Beep. Practicing 1,000 times can master Sword Chi. Practicing 100,000 times can master Sword Radiance. Practicing 1,000,000 times can master Sword Intent. Practicing 100,000,000 times can master Sword Momentum. Upon hearing the system's succinct response, Lu Fan was left utterly astounded. Is the system jesting? Beep. The host can verify through practice. With the system's cool and aloof confirmation, Lu Fan began to believe this answer. Once convinced, an unmistakable smile spread across his face. Mastering Sword Chi after merely 1,000 practices and Sword Radiance after 100,000, this truly felt like a cheat. While Sword Chi and Sword Radiance seemed somewhat manageable, Sword Intent and Sword Momentum relied entirely on comprehension. Without innate understanding, one could practice until exhaustion without ever grasping Sword Intent. Yet, he required none of that. Simply reaching a certain number of repetitions would allow him to naturally master it. How could he not feel exhilarated? Taking a deep breath to suppress his excitement, Lu Fan resumed his practice. For many cultivators, such monotonous training held little appeal, making it difficult to persist. However, for Lu Fan, it was quite the opposite. He possessed ample patience for anything that could enhance his abilities. 1 time, 2 times. As the number of repetitions increased, it became evident that Lu Fan was growing increasingly proficient in the use of the Taiji sword. Moreover, the frequency of triggering Sword Chi began to rise. Initially, he would occasionally trigger it after 100 repetitions, but now he was able to do so after merely a dozen. Upon discovering this pattern, Lu Fan's confidence surged, and he found the practice becoming even more effortless. With each strike of Sword Chi, the surrounding trees shattered one after another. Fortunately, this place was rather secluded, distanced from the servant quarters, and thus did not attract any attention. As night fell, Lu Fan chose not to return to his room. After a brief respite, he continued his practice. The following day, around noon, Lu Fan paused after completing his 9,999th repetition. A fine sheen of sweat covered his forehead, and his body was drenched. Yet, at that moment, there was not a hint of fatigue on his face. Rather, it was illuminated by an unmistakable sense of excitement. With just one more practice, he would reach the milestone of 10,000 repetitions. He pondered the magnitude of power that complete Sword Chi could possess. Overwhelmed with exhilaration, Lu Fan forced himself to calm down. He did not immediately embark on this final repetition. His condition was not optimal, as both his internal energy and spiritual energy were significantly depleted. He needed to recover to his peak before proceeding. Taking a deep breath, Lu Fan settled into a meditative position, channeling his inner energy to restore his strength. Meanwhile, a white-haired elder perched upon a branch of a spirit tree, 100 meters away, fixed his gaze intently upon Lu Fan, his face betraying a mixture of excitement and exhilaration. To his astonishment, he had discovered a prodigy of swordsmanship within the sect. Laughter erupted from him, as he felt a renewed hope for his legacy. As he murmured to himself in enthusiasm, an unmistakable admiration illuminated his expression. He had sensed Lu Fan's extraordinary talent from the moment he arrived. Initially, he had suspected him to be a traitor or spy, but after observing him for a while, he came to understand the truth. Driven by curiosity, he had concealed his presence and watched Lu Fan since yesterday. The more he observed, the more astonished he became, brimming with excitement. Had Lu Fan not appeared to be still engaged in his practice, he would have dashed forward long ago. After a brief period, Lu Fan stood up, having fully restored himself, his eyes sparkling with vitality. With a simple gesture, the Tai Chi sword, which hovered nearby, flew into his grasp. The instant he held the hilt, The sword transformed into a silver streak, slicing through the air. With a swift motion, a silver sword aura, approximately 3 inches long, emanated from the tip, exuding an incredibly sharp presence. In the blink of an eye, this sword aura struck a tree trunk, thick enough for 2 people to embrace. Upon impact, a thunderous explosion erupted. The trunk, once sturdy, shattered into countless fragments. Regardless of the massive trunk, branches, or lush leaves, all were reduced to debris raining down. Witnessing the might of his sword aura, Lu Fan's eyes widened in disbelief, shock evident on his face. In comparison to the sword auras he had conjured the previous day, this one exhibited an astonishing increase in power, magnified by more than tenfold. Meanwhile, the white-haired elder, 100 meters distant, wore an expression of sheer disbelief. How could this be? This young man had actually mastered sword aura. To achieve such mastery typically required years, if not decades, of practice. And that was under the assumption of possessing a certain aptitude for swordsmanship. Yet, Lu Fan had accomplished it in less than 2 days. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would have deemed it utterly implausible. As the elder grappled with his astonishment, Lu Fan, too, found himself overwhelmed with exhilaration, erupting into joyful laughter. Ha! Slay one in 10 steps. Leave no trace for 1,000 miles. How exhilarating. In his past life, stained with the blood of countless battles and fraught with life and death, few experiences had stirred his spirit so profoundly. Yet here, he felt like a novice once more. Each breakthrough in cultivation and every enhancement in strength ignited a primal excitement within him. Unable to contain his joy, he laughed heartily and once again brandished the Tai Chi sword. With a swift whoosh, a series of piercing sounds echoed as streaks of 3-inch sword energy shot forth in every direction. The surrounding trees and ground erupted under the onslaught of this sword energy, creating a multitude of craters within a mere moment, spanning a radius of 50 meters. The earth was thickly blanketed with fragments of wood and fallen leaves. After practicing for a brief while, Lu Fan finally ceased his efforts, his face alight with satisfaction. Just as he reveled in the magnificence of his creation, a sudden sound of applause resonated from behind him. The clapping startled Lu Fan, causing his expression to shift dramatically. Without a second thought, he turned and swung his sword. Whoosh! A streak of 3-inch sword energy hurtled towards the elderly man with white hair, whose face was adorned with a smile. As the sword energy approached within 2 meters of the elder, he raised a hand and flicked his fingers. Whoosh! A glimmer of spiritual light shot forth from his fingertip, colliding perfectly with the approaching sword energy. Chapter 17. Will you be my disciple? As the sword aura collided with the spiritual light, the sword aura was instantly obstructed. Within the span of just 2 or 3 breaths, it was completely dissolved, while the spiritual light remained unscathed. Witnessing this scene, Lu Fan's eyes narrowed, and he began to contemplate a retreat. The strength of the white-haired elder before him was far too formidable for him to resist at this moment. While he remained on high alert, the spiritual light dissipated into spiritual energy, and El Mu, with a smile, spoke. Little one, there is no need for fear. I am also a member of the Xianyang sect. Upon hearing El Mu's self-introduction, Lu Fan finally exhaled in relief, yet he did not lower his guard. Instead, he held his sword and clasped his fists, saying, Lu Fan pays his respects to you, senior. Assessing the situation is not a shameful act. In the presence of an overwhelming force, feigning bravado only hastens one's demise, offering no benefit whatsoever. El Mu, being an astute observer, easily discerned Lu Fan's vigilance. However, rather than feeling anger, he became increasingly pleased. With exceptional talent, a calm disposition, and the ability to gauge circumstances, such a genius, as long as he does not encounter an insurmountable crisis, is destined to reach the pinnacle. After a multitude of thoughts flitted through his mind, El Mu smiled and continued to inquire. Little one, are you an outer disciple of our Xianyang sect? Replying to the esteemed elder, I am a newly initiated disciple. My status will only be confirmed after participating in tomorrow's entrance competition, Lu Fan responded. Upon hearing this, El Mu laughed heartily. In that case, would you be willing to become my disciple and accept my teachings? As he spoke, a glimmer of anticipation shone in his eyes. Over the years, he had searched for countless promising talents, but those he valued often exhibited arrogance or impulsiveness. Thus, he had yet to find a suitable successor. Lu Fan, however, fulfilled all his criteria for an heir, prompting El Mu's desire to take him under his wing. At this moment, Lu Fan was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that El Mu would wish to accept him as a disciple, which left him momentarily speechless. After a brief shock, he regained his composure and cupped his fists, saying, "Might I take some time to consider my response, esteemed elder?" "Very well, I shall await your news." El Mu replied with a shake of his head and a smile, feeling a tinge of disappointment. He could clearly see that Lu Fan was subtly declining his offer, but he refrained from pressing the matter. Forcing a disciple was beneath his dignity. "Thank you, esteemed elder." Lu Fan felt relieved when El Mu did not press the issue. He had never truly considered the prospect of apprenticeship. His suggestion to deliberate was merely an excuse. After all, with his system, as long as he refrained from reckless actions, ascending to greatness was a certainty. Why invite unnecessary complications? After performing a respectful gesture, Lu Fan intended to turn and leave. However, just as he was about to do so, El Mu suddenly called out to him. "Wait." Lu Mu suddenly spoke, startling Lu Fan, who slowly turned around. Before he could utter a word, Lu Mu tossed a jade tablet to him, which he instinctively caught. "Young man, should you come to your senses, you may take this token to the forbidden area of the sect to find me." With this parting remark, Lu Mu swiftly stepped into the void and departed. As Lu Fan watched him vanish, his gaze fell upon the jade tablet in his hand. It was roughly the size of half a palm, inscribed with a single character, Xian, and bore no other distinguishing features. After examining it briefly, he stowed the jade tablet and his Taiji sword away, then set off towards the servants' quarters. The entrance competition was tomorrow, and he needed to prepare adequately. Although he held confidence in his current strength, he understood the importance of caution. His past life had taught him that one must never let their guard down until all was settled. Moments later, Lu Fan returned to the servant area, where he noticed the various servant disciples and newly initiated students whispering and pointing at him. "I thought he had slipped away quietly. I can't believe he dares to return," one murmured. "Wang Chung has already vowed to cripple this guy's legs for the sake of his brother. I wonder if he is serious." Despite the hushed tones, Lu Fan heard every word clearly. However, he paid them no mind. He had no desire to provoke trouble, but that did not mean he feared it. Those who sought to antagonize him would pay with their lives. Casting a fleeting glance at the surrounding disciples who were gossiping about him, Lu Fan walked directly to his room. Just as he reached the door, a youth of similar age approached him, clad in a white robe, his expression cold and strikingly handsome. Before Lu Fan could frown and inquire, the cold youth spoke dispassionately. "Be cautious during tomorrow's entrance competition. A few individuals plan to team up against you." After delivering his warning, the aloof youth turned to leave, prompting Lu Fan to furrow his brow and ask, "Who are you, and why are you telling me this?" He did not recognize the boy, yet he risked offending an inner sect disciple to convey this information. Without looking back, the cold youth replied, "Because I cannot stand Wang Dong." Watching the youth stride into another wooden house, Lu Fan's expression turned contemplative. Shaking his head, he entered his room, closed the door, and sat cross-legged on the bed. Once his mind was tranquil, he gradually entered a state of cultivation. Meanwhile, the gathering of servant disciples and newly initiated students, after a brief discussion, dispersed, all eagerly anticipating the entrance competition the following day. Simultaneously, Wang Dong, recuperating in the intersect area under Wang Cheng's guidance, received news of Lu Fan's return. In the opulent and resplendent chamber, Wang Dong forcefully pushed aside the attending maid. His expression twisted with intense rage as he exclaimed, "Brother, you must assist me in exacting vengeance. I yearn to slay him with my own hands." As his venomous words echoed in the room, Wang Cheng, seated within, raised his hand to signal the maid to depart. Once she had left, Wang Cheng spoke calmly. "I have already arranged for several newly initiated disciples to confront that scoundrel tomorrow. For the time being, you shall remain here to recuperate, and you are forbidden from going anywhere." Upon hearing this, Wang Dong grew agitated. "Brother, I wish to kill him. Merely discipline him cannot quell the animosity within my heart. If you refuse my request, I will return home and inform our mother that you neglect my well-being." Observing his younger brother's face contorted with fury, Wang Cheng could only helplessly clarify, "Recently, our ancestor has been selecting a successor. If you cause a disturbance at this juncture, it will jeopardize my standing. Once I become the esteemed disciple of our ancestor, dealing with that wretch will be but a matter of words. Do you understand?" Should anyone else dare to threaten him in such a manner, they would have already met their demise. Yet, before my younger brother, with whom I have grown up, I can only explain patiently. Wang Dong was not a fool. After digesting this explanation, he resolutely declared, "Very well, then let that little rascal live a while longer." Sensing that his brother had ceased his insistence, Wang Chung breathed a sigh of relief, issued a final instruction, and then turned to depart. Meanwhile, Lu Fan remained engrossed in his cultivation, awaiting the commencement of the entrance competition on the morrow. Chapter 18. No one will offend a genius for a corpse. As the moon descended in the west and the sun rose in the east, 3 thunderous bells resonated through Xianyang Mountain. All the disciples in the servant area were filled with excitement, pouring out of their rooms. After an entire night of cultivation, Lu Fan freshened up and joined the throng outside. At this moment, 420 newly admitted disciples congregated, their voices buzzing with discussion and laughter. Lu Fan scanned the crowd and noticed Wang Dong's 3 lackeys, but Wang Dong himself was nowhere to be seen. Upon making eye contact with Lu Fan, the trio turned pale with fright and instinctively retreated behind others. Amused by their fearful demeanor, Lu Fan chuckled and shook his head. He also spotted Wang Li, Sun Tao, and several others from Lingyuan City. The 9 of them gathered together, deliberately avoiding his gaze, clearly wishing to avoid any interaction with him. However, Lu Fan paid them no mind. After a quick survey of the area, he returned his gaze and awaited further developments in silence. At that moment, the cold, aloof young man who had warned him the previous day approached and stood beside him. Yet, upon his arrival, the young man remained silent, standing quietly beside Lu Fan. After about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, a middle-aged man arrived, soaring on a flying sword above the servant area. He announced that the entrance competition would commence in 1 hour, and only the first 100 to reach the mountaintop plaza would qualify to compete, while the rest would be eliminated. Having delivered his message succinctly, the middle-aged man then directed his flying sword towards the summit. Upon hearing this announcement, the 420 new disciples wasted no time and surged towards the stone path leading to the peak. With only 100 spots available, the fierce competition left no room for complacency among the new disciples. Lu Fan and the cold young man were among the first to dash forward. Initially, everyone believed that it would be a simple race to the summit. However, once they crossed the mountain gate and stepped onto the stone path, they discovered otherwise. Upon crossing the threshold, they suddenly felt an oppressive force weighing down upon them, as if they were carrying a burden. Although this pressure was not overwhelming, it did affect their speed of ascent. Without a time constraint, this might not have been an issue, but they were required to reach the top within an hour. Lu Fan felt a twinge of confusion, unsure of the cause of this phenomenon. As if sensing his bewilderment, the cold young man remarked, "This is a gravity array. The further up you go, the greater the gravity. In the early stages, do not use your cultivation to resist it." After delivering this unembellished advice, the cold young man accelerated his pace. True to his word, he refrained from employing any of his cultivation, relying solely on his physical strength. However, the majority of the disciples were unaware of this and resorted to utilizing their cultivation to combat the oppressive force in an effort to enhance their climbing speed. Observing the swift progress of his fellow disciples, Lu Fan opted to follow the cold young man's suggested method instead. Half an incense stick's worth of time later, Lu Fan ascended to the mountainside, a fine sheen of sweat adorning his forehead. Before him stood a group of over 20 individuals, trailed closely by several dozen more, most of whom were at the qi refinement stage. The initial cultivators who had employed their abilities to counter the oppressive force were now far behind. Approaching the stoic youth, Lu Fan offered a faint smile and said, "Thank you." Had it not been for the young man as prior warning, he would undoubtedly have suffered greatly at this moment. In response to his gratitude, the stoic youth merely shook his head and continued his ascent toward the summit. With half an hour remaining, reaching the peak was no trivial endeavor. Lu Fan chuckled softly and followed suit, resuming his climb. As he continued upward, those disciples who had relied solely on their physical strength were compelled to draw upon their abilities. With time dwindling, failing to reach the summit within the hour would result in elimination, relegating them to the status of the most menial servant disciples. Upon reaching the midpoint between the mountainside and the summit, Lu Fan too found it necessary to employ a bit of his cultivation. As he channeled his energy, the oppressive gravitational force lightened considerably. However, this relief was short-lived, as the pressure began to increase markedly once more. Thus, he persevered against the mounting challenge, drawing nearer to the peak. Yet, as he approached the expansive platform at the summit, a blockade appeared before him. 6 young men, their faces adorned with contemptuous smirks, stood in his path, preventing the stoic youth before him from advancing as well. Witnessing this scene, Lu Fan's expression darkened, a flicker of murderous intent igniting in his eyes. He had anticipated that these individuals would strike during the formal entrance competition, but their eagerness to confront him here was unexpected. Taking a deep breath, Lu Fan approached steadily, soon standing beside the stoic youth. Before he could utter a word, the leader of the 6, a long-faced youth, sneered disdainfully, "Kid, if you wish to ascend, you'll have to crawl through our legs. Otherwise, prepare to be eliminated." Casting a glance at his would-be assailant, Lu Fan turned to the stoic youth beside him, pondering the consequences of eliminating them. Would there be repercussions for a genius? No one would punish a prodigy for slain bodies. "You take 3, and I shall take 3. With that, the stoic youth brandished a dagger in his right hand. With a swift motion, the black blade sliced through the air, targeting the neck of the youth on the far right. In a clean and decisive strike, it was a lethal attack. Observing this action, Lu Fan couldn't help but smile, summoning his Tai Chi sword into his grasp. With a flash of silver light, 3 geysers of blood erupted forth. Moments later, 3 severed heads tumbled to the ground, rolling down the path with a dull thud. With a resounding thump, the bodies of the 2 disciples on the left and the long-faced youth in the center crashed to the ground, lifeless. At this moment, the cold youth's black dagger sliced through the neck of the 3rd disciple. Blood gushed forth, and the 3 disciples on the right subsequently collapsed to the ground. The dozens of newly admitted disciples, who were hastily pursuing from behind, were struck with terror, their faces paling in shock. They had witnessed murder. These 2 individuals were utterly deranged, daring to slaughter their fellow disciples. As the terrified newcomers murmured in disbelief, the cold youth withdrew his gaze from the 3 headless corpses. After a moment of silence, he turned to the composed Lu Fan and said in a low voice, "I have lost." With a dismissive chuckle, Lu Fan replied, "There is no question of winning or losing. They are simply too weak." Just as his indifferent laughter faded, the middle-aged man who had gone to notify the auxiliary area soared back on his sword. Upon seeing the 6 corpses, his expression darkened considerably. Chapter 19. The angry Yin Shun. "How dare you have the audacity to kill an entry-level disciple here?" A middle-aged man exclaimed coldly, his imposing presence of the 4th rank of true essence enveloping both Lu Fan and the cold youth. The numerous disciples behind them, witnessing this scene, could not conceal their glee. These 2 fellows were bound to face misfortune. They might even have their cultivation levels abolished and be expelled from the sect. Relying on their strength to slay their fellow disciples, now they must face the consequences and confess their wrongdoing. As the disciples reveled in their schadenfreude, Lu Fan, undaunted, spoke in a deep voice, "They insulted and obstructed us. Why must we refrain from retaliating? Must we endure humiliation simply for joining the Xinyang sect?" Upon hearing this, Yin Shun was instantly enraged, emanating a murderous aura. Not only had they slain their peers, but they also dared to retort. "Today, this elder shall strip you of your cultivation and expel you from the sect." With a voice laced with lethal intent, Yin Shun prepared to strike at Lu Fan, who, in turn, revealed a glimmer of killing intent. He had not anticipated such tyranny from an elder of the Xinyang sect, who acted without due consideration. Though this man possessed the 4th rank of true essence, Lu Fan was not necessarily intimidated. At that moment, a sharp shout resonated from the mountaintop. "Halt!" Accompanied by this command, a white-haired elder descended swiftly through the air. Upon reaching the scene, the elder, Elder Ji Gang, was met with an immediate and profound respect from Yin Shun, who bowed deeply. "Greetings, 4th elder." Casting a fleeting glance at Yin Shun, Lu Fan, and the cold youth, Elder Ji Gang spoke with an ice-cold tone, "The grand competition is about to commence. What nonsense is this? What exactly has transpired?" Before Yin Shun could respond, Lu Fan, unperturbed, recounted the events in detail. As Lu Fan finished his account, a look of surprise crossed Elder Ji Gang's face. 2 newly entered disciples simultaneously killed 6 others? Such talent is indeed formidable. They are promising prospects worthy of cultivation. Contemplating this, Ji Gang continued solemnly, "Provoking others without strength only leads to retribution. And while you two have indeed committed a grave error in killing your fellow disciples, there must be consequences. Pausing briefly, he added, however, if you both can place among the top 3 in the grand competition, your transgressions may be absolved. What say you? As soon as Ji Gang uttered these words, In Chun interjected hastily, Fourth elder, they have killed 6 disciples. If, before he could finish, Ji Gang's brow furrowed as he cast a cold glare in his direction. They are merely 6 worthless individuals who had not even formally entered the sect. What use is there for disciples who wish to harm their peers? Having delivered these words icily, Ji Gang ascended back to the mountaintop. Lu Fan and the cold youth exchanged glances, both revealing faint smiles. It seemed their gamble had paid off. After a brief moment of mutual understanding, they disregarded the furious In Chun and swiftly made their way up the mountain. The multitude of disciples observing from the rear, no longer daring to squander time, hastened to follow suit towards the summit. At this moment, the murderous intent within In Chun had thickened to a palpable essence. As a steward of the Xianyang sect, even inner disciples would not dare to confront him so audaciously. Yet, a newly initiated disciple had the audacity to challenge him before so many witnesses, and remarkably, was shielded by Elder C. This was akin to a resounding slap to his face, and how could he not seethe with anger? Taking a deep breath to suppress the violence and fury within, In Chun cast his gaze upon Lu Fan and the cold young man, who had already reached the mountaintop. You little wretch, having offended this steward, I shall make you understand the meaning of a fate worse than death, he muttered bitterly to himself, before soaring upwards on his sword towards the peak. As he soared overhead, a fierce glint flashed in Lu Fan's eyes while standing at the edge of the plaza atop the mountain. In Chun harbored murderous intent towards him, and he too felt a strong desire to eliminate In Chun. However, at this moment, his cultivation was insufficient. Once he advanced further in strength, he would have ample means to deal with this man. These thoughts raced through his mind as Lu Fan and the cold youth strode forward. At this juncture, the vast mountaintop plaza had amassed nearly 10,000 disciples. This area belonged to the inner sect, where outer disciples rarely had the opportunity to tread. However, the grand entrance competition served as an exception, allowing outer disciples to observe the battles, thus acting as a form of encouragement. At the center of the plaza stood a colossal fighting platform, with a viewing stand erected to the north. Presently, many of the sect's upper echelons occupied the stand. As Lu Fan and the cold youth approached the arena, the collective gaze of thousands converged upon them. For they were the first new disciples to arrive at the mountaintop plaza. After scrutinizing them, the surrounding outer and inner disciples began to murmur among themselves. The higher-ups of the Xianyang sect on the viewing stand narrowed their eyes, each lost in their own calculations. At that moment, the sect leader Jiang Shao, seated in the central position of the stand, glanced at Elder Ji Gang. Are these the 2 little fellows? Ji Gang had already apprised Jiang Shao of the earlier events, thus piquing his interest. In response to Jiang Zhao's inquiry, Ji Gang smiled lightly and nodded. Indeed, these are the ones. After a brief glance at the other 3 elders, Ji Gang continued with a grin, I intend to take the one clad in black robes as my disciple, so you needn't vie with me for him. As soon as Ji Gang's words fell, the other 3 elders chuckled and replied, Elder 4, your statement is somewhat misguided. How could you say vie? We should all compete fairly. Indeed, a promising talent should not be monopolized. Let us all compete and rely on our own capabilities. Observing the 4 elders already embroiled in contention before the competition had even commenced, Jiang Shao could not help but clear his throat to interject. Enough. Let us wait until the competition concludes. Who knows, there may be a dark horse among the new disciples. Upon hearing Jiang Zhao's decisive pronouncement, the 4 elders, including Ji Gang, ceased their debates and patiently awaited the unfolding events. Time ticked away, each passing second echoing the anticipation in the air. One by one, the new disciples ascended to the mountaintop plaza, their faces pale and clearly exhausted. When the 96th disciple reached the summit, the allotted hour came to an end. Just as the 97th disciple approached the edge of the plaza, 4 inner sect disciples barred their passage. Time is up. You may return to the outer disciple area, they declared. Upon hearing this, the dozen or so disciples who were halted grew frantic. Senior brother, we're so close. Please, allow us to enter, they pleaded. Indeed, senior brother. There are still 4 spots available. I will give you all my spirit stones. Yet, despite their desperate struggles, the four inner sect disciples remained resolute, refusing to permit any further advance. After a moment of regretful lamentation, these disciples could only return to the foot of the mountain, laden with disappointment. Witnessing this scene, the 96 fortunate disciples who secured spots in the competition wore expressions of relief. They were grateful for their relentless efforts that had brought them here within the hour. Otherwise, it would have been they who faced elimination. While many disciples silently celebrated their fortune, In-chun arrived at the vast contest stage, soaring on his sword. Chapter 20. Rolled down. After casting a cold glance at Lu Fan, In-chun spoke in a grave tone. The entrance competition consists of 2 rounds. The first round is an elimination match. As In-chun elaborated, all the new disciples comprehended the competition rules, which were far more brutal than those of the recruitment competition. The first round was an elimination round. All 96 new disciples ascended the arena to engage in chaotic combat, with the goal of having 10 remain within the span of an incense stick's burning time. The victorious 10 would progress to the second round, while the remaining 86 would be eliminated and relegated to the status of mere servant disciples. During the fray, as long as no one was killed, there were no other restrictions. The second round would be a tournament, where the remaining 10 would battle until only one stood victorious. The last remaining individual would directly become an inner disciple, while the other 9 would become outer disciples. The rules of the competition were simple and clear, yet exceedingly ruthless. The disparity in treatment between inner and outer disciples was akin to that between heaven and earth. As In-chun finished proclaiming the rules, be it Lu Fan, the cold youth, or any of the other 94 disciples, all clenched their fists, their faces reflecting an unwavering determination. Even if the hope of becoming an inner disciple was beyond their reach, securing a position as an outer disciple was still preferable to being relegated to the status of a servant disciple. The first round officially commenced. At In-chun's command, the 96 new disciples leaped onto the arena in a frenzy. Lu Fan and the cold youth, positioned closest to the arena, were the first to soar onto the stage. They took their place at the center of the arena, while the other disciples began to clash at the edges. Those who had just ascended were swiftly kicked off the platform by those already engaged in battle. Roll down. The slaughter began in that instant, with sneers and screams echoing. Although it was stipulated that no one should lose their life, there were no restrictions against inflicting severe injuries or crippling blows. For their own interests, all the new disciples held nothing back. In mere moments, over 20 disciples lay wailing in agony beneath the arena. Meanwhile, those who had ascended began to turn on one another, knowing time was of the essence. Lu Fan and the cold youth refrained from making any moves, standing resolutely at the center of the arena. However, their inaction attracted the attention of several newly initiated disciples. Brothers, these 2 are the strongest. We must join forces to bring them down, or our chances of making it into the top 10 will dwindle, declared a young disciple at the 4th level of Qi refinement. Instantly, many of the disciples on the arena turned their gazes toward Lu Fan and the cold youth. Yet, none dared to act hastily, for several had witnessed the terrifying scene of Lu Fan and the cold youth dispatching 6 disciples in an instant. As the new disciples hesitated, another young disciple at the 3rd level of Qi refinement called out in a persuasive tone, "There are only 2 of them. With so many of us working together, we can surely take them down. As long as we can bring down those 2, our hopes of claiming a spot in the top 10 will significantly increase." The previously hesitant disciples suddenly displayed fierce expressions upon hearing these words, which resonated deeply within them. They believed themselves to be on par with others, yet they lacked the confidence to confront Lu Fan and the cold youth. Observing the wavering resolve of the disciples, the 2 young men, one at the 4th and the other at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, exchanged a knowing glance and simultaneously unleashed their formidable auras. "Let us attack together," they roared, charging towards Lu Fan and the cold youth. The remaining new disciples, seeing this, wasted no time and erupted with their own energies, brandishing their weapons as they united to strike. Although they did not dare to aspire to the status of inner disciples, they were determined not to allow that position to fall into the hands of Lu Fan and the cold youth. Witnessing this scene, the square buzzed with chatter. For inner disciples gathered around Wang Cheng, who observed the platform with a smirk, saying, "Brother Wang, that little brat, no matter how formidable, cannot withstand the combined onslaught of so many new disciples. Just watch. Indeed, once he is demoted to a mere servant disciple, Dealing with him will be but a matter of a single command, another added. Wang Cheng nodded slightly at the flattery of his companions, remaining silent. In truth, he did not take this matter to heart at all. To him, Lu Fan was merely a small pawn. If he wished to resolve the issue, it would be a trivial matter. His thoughts were occupied with the matter of his ancestor taking on disciples, pondering how to capture the elder's attention. Yin Chun, witnessing the swarm of disciples attacking Lu Fan and the cold youth, could not help but smirk inwardly. Damn little wretch, let us see how you handle this. On the observation platform, Jiang Xiao and Ji Gang, among others, were also watching the unfolding drama with subtle anticipation. Under the gaze of the crowd, Lu Fan and the cold youth seemed to share an unspoken understanding as they rushed forward simultaneously. Bang! Bang! With each dull thud, the new disciples attacking them were sent flying one after another. Some even had their wrists and arms shattered, emitting piercing screams of agony. Faced with the brutality of Lu Fan and the cold youth, the remaining new disciples turned pale with fear. The two young men who had initially incited the others to confront Lu Fan and the cold youth had now retreated to the back. As the remaining disciples scattered in retreat, Lu Fan's figure flickered, propelling himself directly towards the two instigators. In the blink of an eye, he stood before them, wielding the Taiji sword. With a swift motion, the glint of silver flashed, and both young men had their arms severed at the roots, blood gushing forth. As they let out shrill cries of despair, Lu Fan raised his right foot and sent them crashing to the ground with a couple of powerful kicks. Looking down disdainfully at the two who lay sprawled beneath the platform, Lu Fan scoffed derisively. Had it not been for the explicit prohibition against taking lives, these two individuals would have already been reduced to lifeless corpses. As Lu Fan withdrew his gaze to survey the remaining disciples on the arena, he found them trembling in fear. After all, Lu Fan's ruthlessness was beyond measure. He had severed the arms of the two with a single stroke of his sword. For practitioners at the Qi refinement stage, the loss of both arms equated to the destruction of a significant portion of their cultivation. Casting a sweeping glance at the numerous disciples who had just united to assault them, Lu Fan raised his bloodied Taiji sword and spoke with a calm demeanor. Will you descend on your own accord, or shall I assist you in your descent? He harbored no intentions of mercy for those who had conspired against him. You have gone too far, haven't you? A young disciple stammered, his voice laced with indignation and trepidation. Yet before he could finish his retort, Lu Fan unleashed a sword strike, sending forth a wave of sword energy. Whoosh! Accompanied by the sound of air being sliced, the projectile's sword energy pierced directly through the young disciple's shoulder. With a sickening thud, blood erupted, and the young disciple's right arm was severed cleanly by the force of the strike. Witnessing this brutal scene, the unwilling disciples were instantly gripped by fear, trembling uncontrollably as they hastily leapt from the arena. Meanwhile, on the observation platform, Jiang Xiao and Ji Gang, among others, rose abruptly, their faces etched with disbelief. Chapter 21, 7-Star Steps, Sword Qi. How could he possibly have mastered Sword Qi? Any cultivator proficient in Sword Qi must possess at least the cultivation level of the core formation stage, or even higher. Yet, Lu Fan is merely at the nascent stage of Qi refinement, and yet he wields Sword Qi. At this moment, Yin Chun's face was also a mask of astonishment. His eyes filled with disbelief. This young wretch has actually mastered Sword Qi. To attain such a skill at such a tender age speaks volumes of his innate talent and comprehension. With this thought, the disbelief in Yin Chun's gaze morphed into an overwhelming intent to kill. It is imperative that he finds a way to eliminate him. Otherwise, once Lu Fan's cultivation advances, it would spell trouble. Just moments ago, he had sensed the murderous intent emanating from Lu Fan. Initially, it had seemed ludicrous to him that a mere underling would dare harbor such thoughts, but now he felt a profound sense of threat. In the spectator area for inner disciples, Wang Cheng's complexion also shifted dramatically, his mind reeling. He had previously regarded Lu Fan as insignificant, dismissing him entirely. However, with Lu Fan now adept in Sword Qi, he had no choice but to reassess his stance. Should the ancestor discover Lu Fan, the talented individual wielding Sword Qi, Wang Cheng's aspirations to be accepted as a disciple would likely be dashed. No, he cannot be allowed to live. Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, a piercing scream erupted from the arena. This anguished cry jolted everyone back to reality. As many gazes turned towards the source, they were met with the sight of Lu Fan kicking a young man, who had lost his right arm, off the stage. As this young man fell, the remaining new disciples, who had been besieging Lu Fan and the cold youth, turned pale with fear. Without a moment's hesitation, they all leapt off the platform, terrified of suffering the same fate as the young man. Becoming a servant disciple still held the hope of advancing to outer sect status, but once an arm was lost, all hope would vanish. In just a few breaths, fewer than 20 individuals remained on the stage, when Lu Fan cast his cold, indifferent gaze upon them. 6 disciples of lower cultivation sighed in resignation and also jumped down. At this moment, only 12 remained on the platform, including Sun Tao and Wang Li, who were notably among the weaker ones. As Lu Fan's eyes settled on them, Sun Tao and Wang Li exchanged resigned glances, ready to leap down voluntarily. They were acutely aware that their prior interactions with Lu Chun in Lingyuan City had incurred Lu Fan's ire. With Lu Fan's overwhelming presence, they knew they would not be granted the opportunity to become outer disciples. Just as they contemplated jumping off the stage, Lu Fan's voice rang out. "Will you two descend on your own, or shall I assist you?" Upon hearing this, Wang Li and Sun Tao instinctively looked up. To their astonishment, they found Lu Fan pointing his sword at 2 other disciples. The 2 disciples, with faces marked by frustration, pointed at Wang Li and Sun Tao, questioning, why are they not allowed to descend? They possessed the lowest cultivation level. What right do they have to remain? What right indeed? Do you have any objections? A cold voice interjected, accompanied by a 3-inch sword aura emanating from the Taiji's sword, as if ready to strike at any moment. Upon seeing the glimmering sword energy, the 2 disciples were instantly silenced by fear. Casting a resentful glance at Lu Fan, they promptly leaped off the arena. With their departure, 10 individuals remained on the stage. At that moment, Yin Chun suppressed his murderous intent and declared in a deep voice, "The first round officially concludes. The second round will commence after a short interval." As Yin Chun's words echoed, Lu Fan seated himself cross-legged on the platform, followed suit by the other disciples. Wang Li and Sun Tao approached Lu Fan, their expressions complex. "Lu Fan, thank you so much." They had anticipated that Lu Fan would expel them, yet he had shown them no hostility, leaving them with a mix of emotions. Observing their guilty and apologetic faces, Lu Fan smiled gently and reassured them, "I am not a petty person. We harbor no enmity. I will not target you intentionally. So rest assured." His principle has always been to refrain from provoking others unless provoked himself. These 2 had merely interacted with Lu Chun and had not acted against him or conspired in the shadows. Hence, he had no reason to confront them, nor the inclination to do so. Wang Li and Sun Tao, who had felt anxious, breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing his words. "Thank you. If you ever need our assistance, do not hesitate to call upon us." Recognizing their intent to befriend him, Lu Fan nodded in acknowledgement. Wang Li and Sun Tao, having achieved their aim, discreetly moved to the side to sit cross-legged. Casting a glance at them, Lu Fan shook his head with a smile and turned his thoughts elsewhere. Once his mind settled, he spoke inwardly, "System, I wish to utilize a signing opportunity here." He had accumulated 4 signing opportunities, and this place was significant within the Xianyang sect. Signing here might yield some valuable rewards. As soon as he voiced his intention, the system notification chimed in his mind. Ding. Successfully signed in at the Xianyang sect's plaza. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the exquisite movement technique, 7-star steps. Hearing the notification, Lu Fan felt a surge of joy. He already possessed the Taiji sword and Taiji sword technique. The only missing element was a movement technique. With this new skill, his combat prowess would undoubtedly enhance significantly. While he reveled in his excitement, detailed information regarding the cultivation method of the 7-star steps materialized in his mind. Without hesitation, Lu Fan commenced his training according to the method. As he practiced the 7-star steps in a meditative state, a striking figure watched him intently, her beautiful eyes filled with pride and admiration. The striking figure before us is none other than Ling Qiuxue. Observing Lu Fan's spirited demeanor on the arena moments ago, an indescribable surge of excitement and pride swelled within her. He is the one she adores. While the denizens of Lingyuan City deem Lu Fan a mere wastrel, she has steadfastly maintained her belief in him from the very beginning. With her gaze fixed on the man she cherishes, who sits cross-legged with his striking brows and bright eyes, Ling Qiuxue clenched her delicate fists, silently vowing, "Regardless of the circumstances, I shall remain by your side. Even if it is merely to harbor a quiet affection, I am willing." Her dreamy expression did not escape the keen eyes of Liu. Even aboard the cloud ship returning to the sect from Lingyuan City, she had discerned Ling Qiushua's evident concern for Lu Fan. At this moment, her suspicions were confirmed. Ling Qiushua, since you hold feelings for him, I shall ensure he bows beneath my pomegranate skirt. I shall demonstrate to you that I, Liu, am indeed superior. With this thought, Liu's gaze burned intensely as she looked towards Lu Fan, her legs firmly pressed together. In the blink of an eye, a fragrant incense stick's worth of time slipped away. Lu Fan, now standing with his eyes opened, wore a subtle smile upon his face. He had mastered the 7-star steps and merely needed to practice consistently to reach a realm of great accomplishment. At that moment, Inchun also announced the official commencement of the second round of the entrance competition. Chapter 22. The dagger is unsuitable for you. As Inchun announced the commencement of the second round, Sun Tao and Wang Li exchanged glances with Lu Fan before leaping directly off the stage. They were already immensely satisfied to be outer disciples, and thus had no further aspirations. Once Sun Tao and Wang Li had exited the arena, the remaining 6 disciples followed suit, leaving only Lu Fan and the stoic young man on stage. In that moment, all eyes were riveted on the two. Under the collective gaze, the cold young man addressed Lu Fan with a solemn tone. By Yuchio, I seek your guidance. Upon finishing his sentence, he slowly retrieved a black dagger from his storage ring. Observing Bai Yuchio wielding the black dagger, Lu Fan smiled faintly and summoned his Tai Chi sword. He could discern that Bai Yuchio merely wished to engage in a friendly duel, and he was more than willing to oblige. After all, he had yet to experience a gratifying battle since his breakthrough to the 7th level of Qi refinement. After a brief exchange of glances, the two vanished simultaneously from their positions, and the clash of blades erupted. The sound of their weapons colliding rang out sharply as the black dagger met the Tai Chi sword. The force of the impact sent both combatants retreating 3 or 4 steps before they surged forward once more to engage. Neither bore any intent to kill. This was purely a contest of skill. Both Lu Fan and Bai Yuchio stood at the 7th level of Qi refinement, their realms matched and their strengths comparable. However, at this moment, neither was exerting their full power, a fact both were acutely aware of. After exchanging dozens of blows, they both leaped back and stood facing each other. Breaking the silence, Bai Yuchio proposed, how about we settle this with a single strike? Ha ha ha, I could not agree more, Lu Fan replied with laughter. Unleashing the formidable aura of the 7th level of Qi refinement, which Bai Yuchio mirrored. The atmosphere was electric as nearly 10,000 spectators gasped in astonishment at the pressure emanating from the two. The 7th level of Qi refinement. Both of them were indeed at that level. Remarkably, these two individuals qualified as candidates for inner disciples. In the Xianyang sect, disciples were categorized into servant disciples, outer disciples, and inner disciples. Typically, those below the 1st level of Qi refinement were servant disciples, while those from the 2nd to the 5th levels were classified as outer disciples. Inner disciples range from the 6th to the 9th levels of Qi refinement. Upon entering the True Gang realm, one could choose to become a sect manager or continue cultivating as a disciple, serving the sect. Historically, the most formidable newcomers to the Xianyang sect had not surpassed the 5th level of Qi refinement. Now, with Lu Fan and Bai Yuchio exhibiting the oppressive aura of the 7th level, how could the onlookers not be astounded? In the observation area, Jiang Shao, Ji Gang, and 3 other elders were wide-eyed with excitement. For esteemed elders, you each have your own prized disciples, while I have none under my tutelage. Might I request these 2 young talents for myself? As Jiang Zhao's words echoed, Ji Gang and the other 3 elders immediately grew anxious. The sect leader, one might argue, is rather avaricious. After all, it is no small feat for 2 promising talents to emerge, and it would be only fair to share them with us. The words of the 2nd elder resonate with truth. The sect leader is preoccupied with the affairs of the sect and hardly has the time to mentor disciples. These vexing matters should rightfully be entrusted to us. Observing the eager competition for disciples between Jiang Shao and Ji Gang, the many stewards in the observation platform were filled with envy. They too yearned for an exceptional apprentice. Yet such prodigies were beyond their reach. As the momentum on the arena reached its zenith, Jiang Shao, with a hint of resignation, suggested, "Let us refrain from contention for the moment. Shall we inquire their opinions once the victor is determined?" This was indeed a commendable proposal. Upon reaching a consensus, Jiang Shao and the four others redirected their attention back to the arena. At that moment, Lu Fan and Bai Yu exuded an aura that unmistakably piqued. Exchanging a glance, they issued a synchronized low shout and charged towards one another. Tai Chi Sword Technique. Boundless Frenzy Blade. Having acquired the Tai Chi Sword Technique, Lu Fan had been diligently practicing but had never applied it in actual combat until now. Bai Yu found himself in a similar situation. In an instant, the silver sword aura clashed with the black blade light. A piercing sound rang out, reverberating with a terrifying force that ricocheted off both the black short knife and the Tai Chi sword. Under this overwhelming backlash, Bai Yu's black short knife was wrenched from his grasp, and he was sent staggering backward. He retreated 6 or 7 steps before managing to stabilize himself. His breath ragged and his complexion pale. Lu Fan too was jolted back, but merely 2 steps, his grip on the Tai Chi sword unwavering, his expression unchanged. With that singular exchange, the victor was evident. The nearly 10,000 disciples in the square erupted into a cacophony of astonishment and exclamations. Jiang Shao, witnessing this spectacle, declared, "Lu Fan shall be entrusted to me, while Bai Yu will be arranged by the 4 of you. Is that agreeable?" Although he yearned to accept both Lu Fan and Bai Yu as disciples, such a notion was clearly unattainable. Thus, he naturally opted for the mightiest, Lu Fan. Upon hearing Jiang Shao's words, Ji Gang and the other 3 elders recognized the futility of contesting for Lu Fan and could only nod in resignation. With the elders no longer vying for him, a smile graced Jiang Shao's face. In the inner disciple area, Wang Cheng's expression was dark as storm clouds, his eyes glinting with malice. He had initially believed that Lu Fan's mastery of sword aura was already beyond comprehension. Yet he was astounded to discover that Lu Fan was but a 7th-level Qi refinement cultivator. Such a prodigy would undoubtedly draw the attention of the ancestor, thereby extinguishing Wang Cheng's hopes of becoming a disciple. As this thought crossed his mind, the killing intent in his eyes grew palpable. No, he must eliminate him. At any cost, he must ensure Lu Fan's demise. At this moment, the second steward, Yin Chun, was equally consumed by murderous intent, resolute in his determination to eradicate Lu Fan. In the area where many female disciples gathered, Ling Qiushua's excitement and pride were nearly overflowing, her emotions scarcely contained. The individual she admires not only masters the art of sword energy, but also possesses cultivation comparable to her own, which fills her with unparalleled joy. Amidst the varied thoughts of the onlookers, Bai Yu's voice resonated from the arena, declaring, "You surpass me. I concede." As he spoke, Bai Yu effortlessly drew the black short blade that had been knocked away during the match into his grasp. His expression remained calm and composed, showing no signs of disappointment or anger at his defeat. Observing the serene Bai Yu, Lu Fan remarked with a gentle smile, "The short blade does not suit you. It fails to unleash your true potential. Perhaps you should try a long sword instead." "Thank you." Bai Yu nodded thoughtfully in gratitude before gracefully leaping off the stage. Once Bai Yu had descended, Yin Chun, suppressing his murderous intent and fury, finally took his position on the arena. Casting a glance at Lu Fan, Yin Chun feigned nonchalance and was about to speak. At that moment, Jiang Shao, seated in the viewing area, stood and proclaimed with clarity, "This grand competition has concluded. Both Lu Fan and Bai Yu shall become inner disciples, while the others remain as they are." The disciples present exhibited little surprise at Jiang Zhao's announcement. After all, Bai Yu's cultivation and strength were evident, more than sufficient for the status of an inner disciple. Following the declaration of the competition's conclusion, the multitude of disciples in the square began to disperse in an orderly fashion. Lu Fan and Bai Yu were then escorted by an attendant to the hall of discussions within the sect. Chapter 23. The primary fury pill within the grand hall. The esteemed Master Jiang Shao sat regally upon the platform, flanked on his left by the 4 elders, Ji Gang and others, while 6 stewards, including Yin Chun, occupied the right side. As Lu Fan and Bai Yu took their positions within the hall, the gaze of all present converged upon them. Jiang Shao and the 4 elders regarded the two with keen eyes, their faces adorned with unabashed expressions of admiration. The other stewards exhibited varied reactions. However, Yin Chun wore a smile that belied a chilling coldness, concealing a palpable aura of menace. Lu Fan, acutely attuned to the threat, locked eyes with Yin Chun. Their gazes met, revealing a flicker of ferocity and intent in Lu Fan's depths. Yet, he chose not to display this sentiment, averting his eyes after a brief moment, feigning indifference. After assessing the two, Master Jiang Shao spoke first. Both of you are exemplary among the new disciples. Thus our sect intends to prioritize your cultivation. After this declaration, Jiang Shao paused momentarily, gauging their reactions. However, both Lu Fan and Bai Yuqiu maintained serene expressions, devoid of any signs of excitement or agitation. Observing their unchanging demeanor, Jiang Shao exchanged glances with Ji Gang and the other elders, their admiration intensifying. Such prodigious talent, astonishing combat prowess, and an unflappable demeanor in the face of circumstances. If nurtured properly, these geniuses would undoubtedly ascend to great heights. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Jiang Shao smiled gently and inquired, Lu Fan, would you be willing to accept me as your master? He had reached a consensus with the four elders that he would take Lu Fan as his disciple, while Bai Yuqiu would compete fairly among the elders. Naturally, Jiang Shao felt immense satisfaction with this outcome. At this moment, Ji Gang and the other elders displayed expressions of resignation and envy. They too desired such a talented disciple as Lu Fan, yet Jiang Shao, as the sect leader, left them with no choice but to settle for lesser options. Under the scrutiny of all present, Lu Fan's face revealed a look of bewilderment. The eccentric elder he had encountered in the miscellaneous servant area had sought to take him as a disciple, and now the sect leader of Xianyang was doing the same. Seeing Lu Fan's expression finally shift, Jiang Shao, the four elders, and several stewards erupted into laughter. This was indeed the most appropriate reaction for a young man. Faced with such an extraordinary opportunity, any lack of response would have been truly suspect. They instinctively interpreted Lu Fan's change in expression as surprise and excitement. Meanwhile, Yin Chun seethed internally, his fists clenched tightly beneath his sleeves. Damn that little wretch. Damn him to the depths. He raged inwardly. Should Lu Fan become Jiang Zhao's disciple, any attempts he made to act against him would become exceedingly difficult. Just as everyone anticipated an eager and excited affirmation from Lu Fan, he instead clasped his hands in salute and replied, I am grateful for the master's kindness, but I already have a mentor and cannot take on another. I hope the master will understand. Upon the utterance of those words, the expressions of all present within the hall froze, their eyes filled with disbelief. Bai Yuqiu, standing beside Lu Fan, wore a look of astonishment, clearly taken aback by this unexpected answer. After a prolonged moment of shock, the crowd finally reacted, with Jiang Shao uncertainly inquiring, Young man, you must be aware of my status. Are you truly certain you do not wish to become my disciple? I am certain, Lu Fan replied with unwavering conviction, leaving Jiang Shao in a state of incredulity. He could hardly fathom being rejected. In Hanyang County, had he announced his intent to take on disciples, countless talented youths would have flocked to him. Yet, to his astonishment, a newly admitted disciple had declined such a magnificent opportunity. Jiang Shao struggled to comprehend this, and the four elders, including Ji Gang, as well as several deacons on his left, were equally perplexed. Such an opportunity to ascend to great heights would be something no one would refuse, yet Lu Fan had done just that. After a brief moment of bewilderment, Jiang Shao regained his composure and smiled, saying, Since you already have a master, I shall not poach another's disciple. Focus on your cultivation henceforth. Jiang Shao was not the type to hold a grudge against those who had risen above him. He would not force Lu Fan into becoming his disciple. Thank you, sect leader. At this moment, the most delighted of all was Yin Chun, who had never anticipated that Lu Fan would refuse Jiang Zhao's offer. Ah, you foolish child. You've truly sought your own demise. I cannot let you go unpunished. Though he was thrilled internally, Yin Chun maintained a facade of composure. The four elders, seated on the left, turned their gazes towards Bai Yuqiu. Before they could speak, Bai Yuqiu promptly clasped her hands in salute and declared, I too have already taken a master, and I hope the four elders can understand. Upon hearing this, the elders were taken aback. Lu Fan's refusal was one thing, but Bai Yuqiu had also declined. They exchanged glances, shaking their heads in resignation, realizing they were not in a position to insist on taking disciples. Observing this scene, Jiang Shao gestured, Deacon Lu, please escort these two to the main hall to complete their entry procedures. Yes, sect leader. Lu Fan and Bai Yuqiu reciprocated with a bow before following Deacon Lu as they exited. As they walked out, Lu Fan quickly thought to himself, "System. I wish to use my 2 sign-in opportunities here." This was the council hall of Xianyang sect, one of the more significant locations, and he certainly did not wish to miss the chance to sign in. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 system notification sounds resonated in his mind. "Congratulations. You have successfully signed in at the council hall and received 3 top-grade cultivation pills and 1 beginner berserk pill. Congratulations. You have successfully signed in at the council hall and obtained the fire sword technique." As 2 system prompt tones resonated simultaneously, information regarding the Peiyuan pill and the berserker pill, along with the inheritance of the fiery sword technique, flooded into his mind. The Peiyuan pill is a supreme elixir suitable for those in the qi refinement stage, enabling one to transcend minor realms upon consumption. The basic berserker pill, on the other hand, grants an elevation of an entire major realm, albeit for a fleeting duration of merely 1 minute, after which it leaves the user utterly drained. The fiery sword technique exemplifies a purely offensive martial art, characterized by its relentless ferocity, surpassing the Tai Chi sword technique in its suitability for combat. Upon exiting the council hall, a subtle smile graced Lu Fan's lips, reflecting his satisfaction. He had not anticipated such bountiful rewards from signing in at the council hall. It seemed there would be ample opportunity to return for future sign-ins. He had 3 sign-in chances remaining, yet he had not expended them all in the council hall. Understanding the rarity of such opportunities, he intended to reserve his last chance for a more significant occasion. With a sense of inner contentment, Lu Fan exhaled softly, masking the delight evident on his face. He was acutely aware of the adage regarding wealth. One must always exercise caution and prudence, regardless of the setting. With this mindset, Lu Fan, accompanied by Bai Yuqiu and under the guidance of the 6th elder, Lu Tong, proceeded towards the affairs hall. Chapter 24. I heard you are quite arrogant. Under the guidance of Lu Tong, Lu Fan and Bai Yuqiu received their identity jade tokens, inner disciple garments, and a storage ring. Although the space within this storage ring was rather limited, it was a privilege exclusive to the inner disciples. Additionally, they were granted a private courtyard. While outer disciples shared their quarters with 4 or 6 individuals, each inner disciple enjoyed a solitary abode. After receiving these items, Lu Tong instructed the 2. This is the affairs hall. From now on, you may come here each month with your identity jade token to collect the corresponding resources. You can also accept sect tasks here to earn resources, all at your own discretion. Lu Fan and Bai Yuqiu listened attentively to Lu Tong's words, for they pertained to their future cultivation resources and personal interests, and it was imperative to inquire thoroughly. If they were ordinary inner disciples, Lu Tong would not provide such detailed explanations. However, given the exceptional talents of Lu Fan and Bai Yuqiu, both of whom had declined the sect master and elders' offers to take them on as disciples, Lu Tong was eager to cultivate a rapport with them. Once Lu Tong had conveyed all the essential information, he turned to leave. After his departure, Lu Fan and Bai Yuqiu began to explore the affairs hall. The hall featured several windows, including those dedicated to resource distribution and task postings. At that moment, many disciples were present, whispering and pointing at Lu Fan and Bai Yuqiu. Within the hall, all disciples donned the attire of the Xianyang sect, with the exception of the 2 newcomers. Nevertheless, Lu Fan chose to disregard their scrutinizing gazes. After inspecting several windows, they proceeded to exit the hall. Upon stepping outside, Lu Fan was momentarily taken aback, a look of helplessness surfacing in his eyes. Why is she here? Standing before him was Ling Qiuxue, clad in a white dress, a cheerful smile gracing her features as she gazed at him. Lu Fan. After glancing at Ling Qiuxue, Bai Yuqiu turned to Lu Fan and cautioned, "Be wary of Wang Dong and Wang Cheng. You have offended them. They will undoubtedly go to great lengths to retaliate against you." With those words, Bai Yuqiu offered a faint nod to Ling Qiuxue before departing. Watching Bai Yuqiu leave, Lu Fan approached Ling Qiuxue. "What brings you here? Is it not permissible for me to come see you?" Ling Qiuxue pouted slightly, her face adorned with a look of feigned grievance. "That's not it. You. Never mind. What is it that you want?" Faced with such a naive girl, Lu Fan felt utterly at a loss. After all, he had never truly experienced a romantic relationship in his past life, nor did he possess any experience in interacting with women. His only experience was perhaps in business transactions, where fairness reigned and no emotional entanglements were involved. Noticing Lu Fan's expression of helplessness, A glimmer of delight sparkled in Ling Qiushue's eyes. Come on, let's talk as we walk. Faced with Ling Qiushue's invitation, Lu Fan did not decline, and the two departed side by side. At this moment, a considerable number of disciples had gathered outside the Hall of Affairs, their astonishment palpable as they beheld the scene. What was happening? Senior Sister Ling. Was she truly this intimate with a male? Wasn't Senior Sister Ling the epitome of an aloof goddess? How could she exhibit such a demure demeanor? Who was this young man, after all? Ling Qiushue had always maintained an image of a cold, distant goddess within the Xianyang sect, never displaying a hint of a smile towards any male disciple, thus earning her the moniker of the cold-faced goddess. Yet now, this esteemed figure was smiling charmingly at an unfamiliar youth, embodying a coy and playful disposition. In the face of such an unprecedented scene, how could they not be stunned? Following this brief shock, a wave of inexplicable jealousy and anger surged within many male disciples. Naturally, Lu Fan was oblivious to this. As he and Ling Qiushue strolled along a picturesque forest path, neither spoke, wandering aimlessly forward. After a considerable silence, Ling Qiushue finally broke it. Turning to Lu Fan with a question, why did you refuse the Master's invitation to become his disciple? If you were to accept, Wang Cheng and the others would undoubtedly cease their harassment. How do you know about this? Lu Fan replied, his expression one of disbelief. It has spread throughout the sect. She continued, they say you are arrogant and ignorant of your own limitations, even rejecting the Master's offer. Some claim the Master was so enraged that he threatened to expel you from the sect. There are countless rumors. Seeing the curiosity in Ling Qiushue's eyes, Lu Fan couldn't help but chuckle, realizing that good news seldom travels far, while bad news spreads like wildfire. He had merely declined the apprenticeship politely, yet it had morphed into numerous exaggerated tales. Is there some underlying reason for your refusal? If so, I can ask my master to intercede with the sect leader. And you could reapply for apprenticeship, she offered, concern etched on her face. Before Ling Qiushue could finish her anxious plea, Lu Fan chuckled softly, rest assured. I have no hidden troubles. I simply already have a master and cannot take another. To avoid raising suspicions, he had to fabricate a mentor's existence. This way, should any miraculous changes occur in the future, he would have a rationale to explain them. As anticipated, upon hearing this explanation, Ling Qiushue's expression shifted to one of enlightenment. I see now. No wonder you suddenly began to cultivate and have become so formidable. It seems your master must be quite extraordinary. Watching her begin to piece together her own assumptions, Lu Fan felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. However, he did not interrupt or clarify, instead feeling a sense of relief. Just as they continued their leisurely walk, four figures suddenly appeared ahead, blocking their path. The obstruction was presented by four young men, each adorned in white robes with gold trim, embroidered with a character representing Xian upon their chests. The white gold-bordered robes are the uniform attire of the inner disciples of the Xianyang sect. As Lu Fan and Ling Qiushue cast their gazes upon the four individuals, the four also turned their attention towards them. After a brief exchange of glances, before the inner disciples could utter a word, Ling Qiushue, her face as frosty as winter, coldly articulated, Lu Zhen, Tang Hong, what do you intend to do? As her chilling voice resonated, Lu Zhen and Tang Hong, standing at the center, couldn't help but break into sinister grins. They had not anticipated that junior sister Ling would be present, yet they clarified, however, we are not here for you today. Junior sister Ling, we seek this young man. It does not concern you. You may leave. After delivering this lewd remark, their eyes shifted towards Lu Fan, their faces adorned with disdainful smirks. You must be the infamous Lu Fan, the one rumored to be quite arrogant. We, the four brothers, are eager to witness it for ourselves. With mocking laughter, Lu Zhen, Tang Hong, and their companions advanced step by step. Chapter 25. If you wish to die, I shall grant you your desire, gazing at the four individuals whose faces were twisted with disdain and derision. Lu Fan's eyes glimmered with a fierce light and murderous intent. He was not acquainted with these four. They had no enmity towards one another. Thus, the reason for their unwarranted hostility was all too clear. Contemplating this, Lu Fan calmly regarded the four and spoke with a measured tone. It is Wang Cheng who has sent you, is it not? The only individuals he had offended in this place were the brothers Wang Dong and Wang Cheng. Wang Dong had been incapacitated by him, and even with healing, it would take time for him to recover. Thus, only Wang Cheng remained. Humph, kid. Today you have but two choices. Either you cripple your own cultivation and kneel in submission, or we will personally render you powerless. This is the Xianyang sect, not some desolate place where you can run rampant. Although the four did not verbally acknowledge this, Lu Fan could discern the truth from the subtle shifts in their expressions. Facing such sycophants, he felt no inclination to engage in further trivialities. Just as he prepared to strike, Ling Qiuxue stepped forward, placing herself protectively in front of him. With a frosty expression, she directed a sharp rebuke at Lu Zhen and his companions. Lu Zhen, do you dare to openly assault a fellow disciple here? Do you wish to defy the rules of the sect? Upon hearing her words, the expressions of Lu Zhen and his companions shifted slightly, though they were inner disciples. A violation of sect rules would invite consequences, ranging from confinement to the severe punishment of being stripped of their cultivation and expelled from the sect. While the other three hesitated momentarily, Lu Zhen's eyes gleamed with malice as he retorted, "We are merely issuing a challenge to this boy. The sect rules do not prohibit disciples from challenging one another." With this declaration, Tang Hong and the other disciples brightened, erupting into gleeful laughter. "Indeed, it is merely a challenge. We do not intend to harm a fellow disciple. Lu Fan, if you are courageous, do not cower behind a woman like a turtle retreating into its shell." The commotion had attracted the attention of several disciples, who now gathered, their expressions a mixture of curiosity and disdain. Who is that person besides Senior Sister Ling? How could he possibly attract the ire of Lu Zhen? Humph. Just an arrogant fool who rejected the sect master's offer to take him as a disciple. I wonder if he now laments his foolishness. As the whispers circulated, the gathered disciples became acutely aware of Lu Fan's identity. Their gazes shifted towards him, filled with a blend of intrigue, scorn, pity, and revulsion. As more and more disciples gathered, Ling Qiuxue trembled with indignation. However, being merely at the 7th level of the Qi refinement realm, she was no match for Lu Zhen and his cohorts. Thus, she suppressed her fury and turned to Lu Fan, saying, "Let us depart. Do not engage with these shameless miscreants." As she spoke, she reached out and grasped Lu Fan's right hand. Feeling the softness transmitted through his right hand, Lu Fan was momentarily taken aback, overwhelmed by an indescribable sensation. Meanwhile, Lu Zhen and his three companions, along with the dozen or so disciples surrounding them, stared in disbelief, their eyes widening in shock. Senior Sister Ling. She actually took the initiative to hold that young man's hand. Oh my goddess, how could Senior Sister Ling hold another's hand? As the gasps of astonishment echoed around her, Ling Qiuxue suddenly came to her senses. "Ah!" With an exclamation, she immediately released Lu Fan's hand, her delicate face flushing a deep crimson. In a moment of frustration, she had acted impulsively, not considering the implications of her actions. Now, realizing the embarrassment of her gesture, she felt utterly mortified. At that moment, Lu Zhen and his companions also regained their composure, their expressions darkening with jealousy and rage. In their youthful exuberance, they had harbored fantasies about Ling Qiuxue, the most beautiful woman of Xianyang sect. However, Ling Qiuxue had always treated them with indifference, leading them to dismiss their hopes as mere illusions of her nature. Yet now, not only was she defending Lu Fan, but she had also taken his hand, igniting a fierce blaze of jealousy within them. "Ling Qiuxue, I once thought you were a paragon of purity, but it seems you too are of the same fickle nature. I must have been blind. Humph, fortunate I did not pursue her. Otherwise, I cannot fathom what fate would have befallen me." Consumed by rage, the four of them unleashed a torrent of vile and contemptuous words. Ling Qiuxue, unaccustomed to such humiliation, felt her eyes welling with tears, turning a deep shade of red. Lu Fan, who had initially intended to teach these for a lesson, now found his expression as cold as unyielding ice upon witnessing the scene. While he could endure insults directed at himself, he would not stand idly by as they humiliated Ling Qiuxue, though he had no desire to escalate the situation. If they sought their demise, he would oblige. With a chilling resolve, Lu Fan's figure vanished in an instant, employing the 7-star steps. This marked his first time executing this elusive martial technique after signing in. With his feet treading upon the profound steps, he transformed into a series of phantoms, propelling himself forward with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Lu Zhen and his companions. Before they could even react, Lu Fan's fingers curled into claws, striking forward like a venomous serpent. Crack! Crack! With the sound of two necks snapping, Lu Xun and Tang Hong were instantly killed, their lives extinguished. As he ended their lives, Lu Fan turned his attention to the remaining two disciples. These two, now realizing the peril they faced, instinctively raised their fists to defend themselves. However, their resistance was utterly futile. With Lu Xun and Tang Hong at the 7th level of qi refining, their fates were sealed. And the same held true for the two remaining, who were merely at the 6th level. As two individuals instinctively swung their fists in defense, Lu Fan deftly twisted his wrist, seizing their forearms and forcefully twisting them. Crack! Crack! Accompanied by the harrowing sounds of bones shattering, piercing screams erupted. Ah! The cries ceased almost as quickly as they began, for Lu Fan had shattered their heart veins with a single blow. With their heart veins utterly destroyed, salvation was beyond even the divine. Witnessing this scene, the dozen or so onlooking cultivators were left utterly dumbfounded. Each one turned pale, their faces reflecting an expression of disbelief akin to encountering a specter. In the brief span of mere breaths, he had effortlessly dispatched 2 practitioners of the 7th layer of qi refinement and 2 of the 6th layer. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never have believed such a spectacle could be real. Bang! Bang! As the 2 lifeless bodies fell to the ground with a dull thud, the entranced disciples jolted back to reality. Awakening from their stupor, they let out terrified exclamations and immediately fled in a panic. At that moment, Lu Fan appeared to them as a veritable demon, instilling such fear that they dared not linger. Amidst the terrified escape of the disciples, an elderly man with white hair reclined against the trunk of a large tree, shaking his head in amazement. Chapter 26. I Want You Dead. This young man is truly remarkable, possessing exceptional talent for cultivation and an astonishing aptitude for swordsmanship. His decisiveness in action is striking, characterized by a ruthless efficiency that is nothing short of breathtaking. Alas, it is a pity that he refuses to take on a master. It frustrates me to no end. The venerable elder with white hair is none other than El Mu, who had urged Lu Fan to seek a mentor in the back mountain of the miscellaneous work area. Although he has not encountered Lu Fan again, he has been discreetly observing every move the young man makes. The more he watches, the more he is filled with satisfaction, wishing he could forcibly accept Lu Fan as his disciple. Nevertheless, he cannot bring himself to impose. Sighing, he resolves that as long as Lu Fan is a disciple of the Xianyang sect, he shall leave the rest to fate. With a resigned murmur, El Mu vanished from the tree trunk. At this moment, Ling Qiushua finally regained her senses, gazing at the 4 lifeless bodies on the ground. Her delicate face turned pale with fear. However, being a cultivator herself, she swiftly composed her emotions and turned to Lu Fan, asking, "A Fan, what shall we do now?" Were it not for the witnesses, she would have unhesitatingly taken the blame for Lu Fan. Yet, with over a dozen disciples having witnessed Lu Fan slay the 4, there was no room for defense. Fleeing was one option, but the consequences of escape were dire. Should they be captured, death would be inevitable. Thus, she could only seek Lu Fan as counsel. Now transformed, Lu Fan was no ordinary individual. She believed he surely had a plan. Observing Ling Qiushua, who remained remarkably composed rather than panicking like an ordinary woman might, Lu Fan felt a twinge of surprise. Most women would have succumbed to fear, crying and lamenting in such a situation. Yet, Ling Qiushua quickly regained her calm and sought solutions. This was precisely the quality he admired, rather than the weeping disposition of those who merely wallow in despair. As these thoughts raced through his mind, he took a deep breath and, with a gentle smile directed at Ling Qiushua, reassured her, "Do not worry. I have everything under control. It will be fine." His boldness in slaying the 4 was not born of recklessness. He sought to test whether sect master Jiang Shao and the 4 elders would pursue him over the deaths of these men. Should he win this gamble, all would be well. Should he lose, he would have no choice but to use the token gifted to him by El Mu. Though El Mu had not revealed his identity, Lu Fan had already guessed it, and this token was his final lifeline. It was this consideration that emboldened him to act without hesitation against the 4. Had he possessed no cards to play or escape routes, he would not have acted so impulsively. Hearing Lu Fan's unwavering confidence, Ling Qiushua felt an unprecedented sense of tranquility wash over her, a feeling of security and reassurance she had never experienced before. While she might not trust such words from another, she believed Lu Fan wholeheartedly. As their eyes locked, aflame with an intense and passionate gaze, Her heart raced, stirring unfamiliar emotions within her. Just then, two sharp sounds sliced through the air. As Lu Fan and Ling Qiuxue turned their gazes, they were taken aback to find two figures approaching, one of whom was Yin Chun. Upon spotting Lu Fan, Yin Chun's countenance darkened, revealing a murderous intent, and he bellowed with fury, "What audacity! How dare you slaughter your fellow disciples? You deserve to die 1,000 deaths." Following this chilling proclamation, Yin Chun unleashed a palm strike through the air. Accompanied by his motion, a palm imprint, forged from spiritual energy, hurtled toward Lu Fan. This strike held no restraint. If it were to connect with Lu Fan, he would surely be mortally wounded, if not slain outright. The attendant who accompanied Yin Chun on his sword flew, witnessing this scene, was struck with alarm. He had not anticipated that Yin Chun would so brazenly attempt to kill Lu Fan, yet it was too late for him to intervene. He could only shout urgently, "Get out of the way." However, he was acutely aware that no qi refining cultivator could evade an all-out assault from a formidable opponent of the 4th level of True Gang realm. Just as the attendant resigned himself to the belief that Lu Fan was doomed, Lu Fan vanished from sight, holding Ling Qiuxue tightly. The palm imprint, composed of spiritual energy, grazed his right arm as it passed by. With a resounding crash, the palm imprint obliterated a nearby boulder into a cloud of dust. As Lu Fan regained his footing and observed the scattering debris, a terrifying glint of murderous intent flared in his eyes. Had he lingered for a mere moment longer, he would have met the same pulverizing fate as the stone. With this thought in mind, Lu Fan's gaze, filled with a palpable thirst for vengeance, fixated on Yin Chun, who had landed 5 meters away. "You wretched creature, I vow to end your life." His voice, icy and resolute, echoed as he prepared to consume a primary berserk pill he had obtained from signing in. Yin Chun was merely a 4th-level True Gang cultivator. After taking the pill, Lu Fan would possess the strength to easily annihilate him. At that moment, the attendant Zhong Hao, who had accompanied Yin Chun, also descended. As he steadied himself, his expression darkened, and he admonished Yin Chun in a low voice, "Yin Chun, have you lost your mind? How can you strike at an inner sect disciple without understanding the situation?" In response to Zhong Hao's reprimand, Yin Chun scoffed defiantly. "This wretched creature has killed for inner sect disciples. Regardless of the reason, such a crime is unforgivable." Zhong Hao, unwilling to engage in further debate with Yin Chun, let out a cold snort and approached Lu Fan. Having previously encountered Lu Fan in the assembly hall, he was not a stranger to him. Taking a deep breath to suppress his rising anger, Zhong Hao regarded Lu Fan with a serious expression and inquired, "Lu Fan, what transpired? Please recount the details of the events." In response to Zhong Hao's inquiry, Lu Fan did not hold back and recounted the entire incident candidly. Having observed Zhong Hao's commendable character during the previous reprimand of Yin Chun, Lu Fan felt compelled to share his account. Within moments, he had conveyed the sequence of events. Upon understanding the circumstances, Zhong Hao's brow furrowed, and a flicker of irritation crossed his eyes. However, this irritation was directed not at Lu Fan, but rather at Lu Zhen and his companions. To provoke others might be one thing, but to suffer a counterattack due to one's inadequate strength is truly deserving of such fate. However, these thoughts could only linger in his mind. He could not genuinely judge the situation in such a manner. Taking a deep breath, Zhong Hao helplessly gazed at Lu Fan and said, "This matter is of great significance. You two shall accompany me to meet the sect master, who will personally address this issue." If it were an ordinary disciple, he would have already taken them directly to the law enforcement hall. Yet, Lu Fan was no ordinary disciple. He had no choice but to pass this troublesome predicament on to the sect master. Upon hearing Zhong Hao's words, Lu Fan felt a surge of confidence and promptly nodded, replying, "Then I shall trouble you, Elder Zhong." After performing a respectful salute, he hastened to the corpses of Lu Zhen and his companions, collecting all their storage rings. Having slain these 4 individuals, their possessions were rightfully his spoils, and he could not afford to overlook them. Observing Lu Fan's actions, Zhong Hao could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Nevertheless, he feigned ignorance and chose not to comment further. Once Lu Fan had stowed away the 4 storage rings, he cast a cold glance at Yin Chun before approaching Zhong Hao, stating in a solemn tone, "Let us proceed." Elder Zhong, nodding in response, Zhong Hao promptly led Lu Fan and Ling Qiuxue towards the discussion hall. Chapter 27. The punishment of unexpected windfalls as he watched Zhong Hao lead Lu Fan and Ling Qiuxue away. Yin Chun's expression twisted into one of rage. That wretched little beast, I shall never grant you a second chance. He had held nothing back during his earlier attempt, believing he could effortlessly slay Lu Fan, only to find his efforts thwarted. He had intended to strike again, but Zhong Hao had arrived just in time, forcing him to halt his assault. However, following this failure, his murderous intent and fury only intensified. With a voice laden with malice, Yin Chun followed closely behind towards the council hall, eager to witness how Lu Fan would evade the sect's retribution. Meanwhile, as Zhong Hao and the others made their way to the council hall, news of the incident swept through the entire Xinjiang sect like a tempest. The first reaction from the members was disbelief. Surely this news cannot be true. Lu Zhun and Tang Hong are both at the 7th level of qi refinement, along with 2 others at the 6th level. It is inconceivable that Lu Fan could dispatch all 4 of them so swiftly. Indeed, this must be a case of misinformation spreading like wildfire. Initially, there were numerous voices of skepticism. However, as more disciples arrived to witness the corpses of Lu Zhun and his companions, they were rendered speechless. Lu Fan and Ling Qiuxue, under Zhong Hao's guidance, arrived at the council hall. Inside, the 4 elders, Jiang Shao and Ji Gang among them, had yet to disperse. Upon seeing Zhong Hao return with Lu Fan and Ling Qiuxue, they were immediately filled with confusion. Before Jiang Shao could inquire further, Yin Chun stormed in, his face a mask of fury, and declared, "Sect Master, Lu Fan has just slain 4 inner disciples, a grave violation of sect rules. I implore you to punish this disciple severely." At these words, the expressions of Jiang Shao and Ji Gang shifted noticeably, and they turned their gazes toward Zhong Hao and Lu Fan. Under the scrutiny of the 5, Zhong Hao recounted the events in their entirety. As he finished narrating the circumstances, Elder Ji Gang slammed his hand on the table, rising in indignation as he coldly asserted, "Well done. Such a shameless character can only tarnish the reputation of our Xinjiang sect. What purpose does his continued existence serve?" Ling Qiuxue was his cherished disciple, treated with the affection one might reserve for a beloved granddaughter. How could he not be enraged at the lewd insults hurled at her by Lu Zhun and his accomplices? Were Lu Zhun and his cohorts present, he would certainly have executed them himself. Faced with Ji Gang's fury, the other 3 elders remained silent. Had Lu Fan actively sought to slay inner disciples, even with his exceptional talents, they would have had to impose punishment. Yet, the reality was that Lu Zhun and his companions had instigated the confrontation, forcing Lu Fan to engage with them. Furthermore, their vile words aimed at humiliating a female disciple of the sect would provoke outrage in anyone. Thus, they found themselves understanding Lu Fan's actions and felt no ire towards him. Among the 4 elders, Jiang Shao, who held Lu Fan in the highest regard, was even less likely to harbor resentment. However, as the leader of the Xinjiang sect, he still had to maintain a faade of decorum. After casting a glance at Lu Fan, Jiang Shao promptly cleared his throat and stated, although it was Lu Zhun and the others who provoked first, Lu Fan's response was excessively forceful, thus he must face the appropriate consequences. After a brief pause, he continued, as a form of punishment, you shall spend half a month sweeping the leaves in the inner sect area, Lu Fan. Do you have any objections? Traditionally, such tasks as leaf sweeping were relegated to the chores of the outer disciples. Thus, assigning this duty to an inner disciple like Lu Fan indeed constituted a significant punishment. For most disciples, particularly those of the inner sect, maintaining their dignity was of utmost importance. They would rather endure various forms of punishment in the discipline hall than engage in tasks typically assigned to the outer disciples. However, upon hearing Jiang Zhao's decree, Lu Fan felt as though a serendipitous stroke of fortune had befallen him, for he still had an outstanding task of signing in at the scripture pavilion. He had previously contemplated how to make his way there, and now it seemed that fortune had smiled upon him just as he had begun to feel drowsy. Nevertheless, the astonishment etched upon his face was misinterpreted by others as discomfort. Yet, they could empathize with his plight. Indeed, it was a source of humiliation for an inner disciple to be relegated to the duties of an outer disciple, just as Ji Gang and his companions, along with Ling Qiuxue, were poised to intercede on Lu Fan's behalf. He regained his composure. Without any hesitation, he stifled his excitement and clasped his fists, declaring, I am willing to accept the punishment. Such a rare opportunity to roam freely in the inner sect area was not to be missed. The four who had intended to plead for him were taken aback by Lu Fan's resolute acceptance of the punishment, and admiration surfaced on their faces. To be flexible in the face of adversity is the mark of a true man. Ling Qiuxue, however, felt a pang of guilt, her gaze towards Lu Fan brimming with sorrow and compassion. The situation had arisen due to her, yet it was Lu Fan who bore the brunt of the punishment. How could she not feel distressed? At that moment, Jiang Shao felt a sense of relief, his gaze towards Lu Fan now filled with satisfaction and admiration. His rationale for imposing such punishment was also to pacify the other disciples within the sect. If Lu Fan were not punished, the rules of the sect would lose their authority. Initially, he had been concerned that Lu Fan might resist the punishment, but he was pleasantly surprised by Lu Fan's understanding of the situation, which in turn stirred a sense of guilt within him. Nevertheless, he chose not to voice his thoughts, instead resolving internally to find an appropriate opportunity to offer Lu Fan some form of compensation, ensuring no resentment would fester in his heart. These thoughts flitted rapidly through his mind before Jiang Shao smiled lightly and said, "In that case, you shall begin your cleaning duties in the inner sect area tomorrow. You may leave now." "Yes, sect leader." After calmly bowing in respect, Lu Fan turned to Ling Qiuxue and whispered, "Let us go." With that, he stepped out of the assembly hall, followed closely by Ling Qiuxue. As they passed by the smugly grinning Yin Shan, a fierce glint and a sense of murderous intent flickered in Lu Fan's eyes. The wretched creature has repeatedly sought to extinguish my life, and I shall not hesitate to eliminate it. Just as I retracted my gaze and suppressed my murderous intent, the familiar sound of the system notification resonated within my mind. Ding! System task triggered. Eliminate Steward Yin Shan. Task reward. 1 opportunity to sign in. Ding! Does the host wish to accept the task? Upon hearing the notification, Lu Fan decisively opted to accept. An opportunity graciously presented by the system is one he could not afford to miss. After watching Lu Fan and Ling Qiuxue depart, Jiang Shao cast a discontented glance at Yin Shan. "Steward Yin, it is not the style of our Xianyang sect to handle matters indiscriminately, do you understand?" He was unaware of the specific conflicts between Yin Shan and Lu Fan, yet he discerned that Yin Shan was deliberately targeting Lu Fan. Thus, he voiced these words as a cautionary measure to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Yin Shan comprehended Jiang Zhao's implication and immediately responded with utmost respect, bowing deeply. "Yes, sect master." After bowing, Yin Shan did not linger in the council hall and promptly exited. The moment he stepped outside, the smile on his face vanished, revealing a countenance twisted in malevolence and terror. Chapter 28. All my resources are yours, damn it, all of them. I toil for the sect, yet I am surpassed by a mere fledgling. Since you have shown me no benevolence, do not be surprised when I reciprocate with indifference. As these bitter thoughts coursed through his mind, a deep-seated resentment flickered in Yin Shan's eyes. Though Jiang Zhao's punishment of Lu Fan did not entirely satisfy him, he bore little grievance. However, the humiliation inflicted upon him by Lu Fan in front of the 4 elders and Zhong Hao ignited a surge of fury within him. In that moment, his animosity extended not only towards Lu Fan, but also towards Jiang Shao and the Xianyang sect. Yet, he concealed these feelings, taking several deep breaths to force himself into a semblance of calm. Until his schemes bore fruit, he could not afford to reveal the slightest hint of his intentions. Lu Fan remained oblivious to the events that transpired after he departed from the assembly hall. Under the guidance of Ling Qiuxue, he arrived at the secluded courtyard allocated to him by the sect. Although modest in size, the courtyard was well appointed, featuring a living room, a training room, and a storage room. Several spiritual trees adorned the yard, emanating a gentle aura, alongside a small herb garden cultivating a dozen varieties of spiritual medicine. The entire courtyard was meticulously arranged, exuding an air of elegance. After surveying the space, Lu Fan nodded in satisfaction. It was an undeniable improvement over the accommodations in the servants' area. Once seated, Ling Qiuxue, her expression tinged with remorse, softly spoke. "Afan, I have implicated you. Tomorrow, I shall accompany you to clear away the fallen leaves." Observing her guilt-ridden countenance, Lu Fan chuckled lightly and shook his head. "Those 4 individuals were after me regardless of your presence. I would have dealt with them. Moreover, this punishment presents a valuable opportunity for me to refine my mental fortitude." Though Ling Qiuxue was innocent and bore no ill intentions, he was resolute in concealing his true motives. In his past life, he had met his demise due to betrayal, and he was unwilling to tread that path again in this life. Even with those closest to him, he would never divulge his secrets. This approach was not only a matter of self-preservation, but also a responsibility towards those he held dear. Upon hearing Lu Fan's earnest explanation, Ling Qiuxue recognized that his words were not mere attempts at consolation, which eased her heart somewhat. Afin, Wang Cheng's scheme has failed this time, but he will undoubtedly not relent. You must remain vigilant. Additionally, be wary of Elder Yin. He harbors significant hostility towards you. Indeed, Lu Fan nodded. Wang Cheng, Wang Dong, and that scoundrel Yin Chun, whether they seek me out or not, I shall pursue them. However, my foremost priority is to enhance my cultivation and combat prowess. Contemplating this, Lu Fan turned to Ling Qiuxue and inquired, are there any restrictions on accepting missions within the sect? The outer disciples face certain restrictions, while the inner disciples do not. They need only to claim their resources themselves. After Lu Fan spoke these words, Ling Qiuxue appeared to have a realization and promptly retrieved a storage bag from her spatial ring. This bag contains some resources. Take it and use it, she said, offering the bag without a hint of hesitation. Upon receiving Ling Qiuxue's second gift, Lu Fan gently shook his head and replied, you do not have an abundance of cultivation resources yourself. There is no need to give them to me. With my current level of cultivation, acquiring some spirit stones is not a daunting task. Accepting Ling Qiuxue's generosity in the servant area was motivated by his desire to enter the Xianyang sect without fail. Now that he had become an inner disciple of the sect, it would be inappropriate to continue accepting her resources. Seeing Lu Fan's outright refusal, Ling Qiuxue's expression dimmed. Noticing the shift in her demeanor, Lu Fan realized she had misconstrued his intentions and sighed. I do not require these resources at the moment. Should I need them, I will seek you out. Upon hearing these words, a hint of a smile graced Ling Qiuxue's face. All right, if you ever need anything. All my resources are at your disposal. In their childhood, Lu Fan would share all his treats and joys with her, without reservation. Now, she wished to reciprocate that generosity, offering everything she possessed to Lu Fan. As he gazed into Ling Qiuxue's tender eyes, Lu Fan felt a profound stir in his heart. This foolish girl harbored deep affections for the previous host. It was a pity that the former self had distanced himself out of insecurity. Yet, he understood the rationale behind those actions. The previous host truly struggled with cultivation, and being with Ling Qiuxue would have indeed hindered her. Had he not genuinely cared for her, how could he have acted in such a manner? Now, as he found himself in this situation, he was uncertain how to approach Ling Qiuxue. After all, it was the former self she loved, not the one who had traversed into this body. Contemplating this, Lu Fan sighed softly to himself and gently diverted his gaze, saying, it is getting late. You should return to your cultivation. As nightfall approached, it was not entirely fitting for a man and woman to remain together in solitude. More importantly, he currently harbored no significant thoughts on romantic relationships, being solely focused on his desire to grow stronger and attain formidable power. In comparison to such strength, matters of love held little allure. Hearing Lu Fan suggest she return, Ling Qiuxue bit her lip and nodded softly. She longed to spend more time with him, but did not wish to impede his cultivation. Let us go. I will escort you outside. Lu Fan accompanied Ling Qiuxue to the door, watching as she gradually disappeared from view, a complex expression settling on his face. Indeed, matters of the heart are the most troublesome. With a reflective sigh, he turned and closed the door, retreating back into the courtyard. Ling Qiuxue, now distanced, gazed at the closing door, a trace of melancholy crossing her lovely features. After gazing at the closed gate for quite some time, she finally turned away. Upon returning to her room, Lu Fan settled down cross-legged and began to examine the spatial ring he had received. Inside the ring, he discovered a jade vial containing a pill that exuded a faint fragrance. In addition to the vial, there was also a jade slip, 2 sets of inner sect disciple garments, a finely crafted iron sword, and several ordinary spiritual herbs. However, what truly piqued Lu Fan's interest were the 330 lower-grade spirit stones contained within the ring. Of these, 300 were the reward for securing first place in the entrance competition, while the remaining 30 were the monthly allocation he had received. Inner sect disciples were entitled to 30 lower-grade spirit stones each month, whereas outer sect disciples could only claim 3, a stark tenfold disparity. Gazing at the pile of 330 lower-grade spirit stones, a look of helplessness crept across Lu Fan's face. For an ordinary disciple of the Xianyang sect, this would undoubtedly amount to a substantial fortune. Yet for him, it was scarcely enough to fill the gaps, utterly insufficient to fulfill his needs for a breakthrough. Alas, even the tiniest morsel is still sustenance. He resolved to refine what he had before contemplating ways to acquire more resources. With this thought, Lu Fan retrieved 2 spirit stones and began to absorb and refine them. Meanwhile, under the cover of night, Wang Qing stealthily approached the courtyard where Yin Chun resided. Chapter 29. The 5 Continents and 1 Sihu. Upon hearing the commotion, Yin Chun, who was engrossed in his cultivation within the room, swiftly emerged with a sharp rebuke. Just as he was about to take action, Wang Chung hurriedly interjected, "Elder Yin, it is I, the inner sect disciple Wang Chung." As his words resonated, Wang Chung stepped out from the shadows in the corner. Recognizing Wang Chung, Yin Chun retracted his aura and admonished him with a grim expression. "What brings you here at this late hour, instead of focusing on your cultivation?" He was already aware of the animosity between Lu Fan and Wang Chung. Thus he could surmise the purpose of this visit. However, as a steward of the sect, he would not voice it outright. In response to Yin Chun's reprimand, Wang Chung promptly bowed and explained, "Elder Yin, I have come regarding that little scoundrel Lu Fan, and I hope." Before Wang Chung could finish, Yin Chun raised his hand to interrupt. "Come in and speak." He turned and re-entered the room, prompting a visibly elated Wang Chung to follow suit. Yin Chun was aware of the grievances between him and Lu Fan, having even learned of Yin Chun's intent to eliminate him. This was precisely why Wang Chung had ventured here in the dead of night. After cautiously surveying the surroundings, Wang Chung entered and closed the door behind him. "Please, have a seat." "Thank you, Elder Yin." Once seated, Wang Chung did not hold back and directly stated, "Elder Yin, I have come to seek your justice." He proceeded to embellish the incident where Lu Fan had broken his brother's leg, as well as share news of Lu Fan's recent slaying of 4 inner sect disciples. His intention was to incite Yin Chun's wrath, having already learned that Yin Chun had attempted to deal with Lu Fan today, only to have his efforts thwarted. As anticipated, upon hearing the events of the day, an unmistakable murderous intent and fury surfaced on Yin Chun's face. "That little beast deserves to die." Observing Yin Chun's clenched teeth, Wang Chung felt a sense of relief and echoed his rage. "Indeed, that little beast recklessly slaughters fellow disciples, showing utter disregard for the sect's rules. Not only that, he disrespects you as well. He is truly deserving of 1,000 deaths." Yet, upon hearing this, Yin Chun surprisingly calmed, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "There is no need for such petty tricks before this steward." Unfazed by Yin Chun's exposure of his scheme, Wang Chung sheepishly laughed, "Elder Yin, I have come to request your assistance in joining forces to eliminate that little beast. The plan is as follows." As the moon descended in the west and the sun ascended in the east, the night swiftly passed, and the disciples of Xianyang sect began to emerge from their courtyards one after another. After a night of diligent cultivation, Lu Fan slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of turbid air. Indeed, a substantial amount of resources is essential. With a face full of disappointment, Lu Fan stood up. The sound of his body crackling like sizzling beans echoed around him. Last night, he had refined all his resources, including 330 low-grade spirit stones, a medicinal pill, and various spiritual herbs. However, despite the extensive refinement, he had only managed to elevate himself to the late stage of the 7th level of Qi refinement, leaving him with a slight distance to overcome before breaking into the 8th level. He decided to first complete the sign-in task at the Scripture Pavilion, then seek ways to accumulate resources. Resolute in his thoughts, Lu Fan quickly freshened up, donned his inner sect disciple robes, and made his way outside. As he opened the courtyard gate, he was greeted by the sight of Ling Qiuxue, who stood vivaciously at the entrance with 2 brooms in hand. Noticing Lu Fan's astonishment, she smiled charmingly and said, "I promised to accompany you in the cleaning, and I intend to keep my word. Let us go." She handed him one of the brooms and began tidying up the area, gazing at the broom in his hand, and then at Ling Qiuxue as she commenced sweeping the fallen leaves. Lu Fan wore an expression of bemusement. The sect leader's punishment for him to clean the inner sect area was merely a veiled form of protection. It was not meant to compel him to truly sweep away leaves. Moreover, the The spiritual trees in the intersect area were lush and thriving, devoid of any fallen leaves. Yet, seeing Ling Qiushua's earnestness, Lu Fan chose not to ponder further and followed suit with his broom. The stone-paved pathway had little debris, and the two appeared to be strolling leisurely, engaging in casual conversation while they cleaned. Their discourse did not stray far. Lu Fan specifically inquired about the intricate details of the sect. Beyond the sect's information, he was equally keen to understand the broader context of this world. Ling Qiushua, without any hesitation, provided a comprehensive account. Through her narration, Lu Fan began to grasp the vastness of the world he inhabited. This realm was immensely expansive, with its true size still a mystery to all. Within the known boundaries, it was divided into 5 continents and an endless sea. The 5 continents were named East, South, West, North, and Central, while the boundless sea was referred to as the Endless Ocean. Among these, the East continent was the most barren, which was where they currently resided. Conversely, the Central continent was the most prosperous, boasting a size that far exceeded the combined area of the other 4 continents. However, in comparison to the Endless Ocean, the 5 continents were insignificant. The Endless Ocean separated the continents, and passage between them could only be achieved through teleportation arrays. Additionally, countless islands, both large and small, were scattered throughout the ocean, inhabited by numerous cultivators. Nevertheless, Ling Qiushua's knowledge on these matters was somewhat limited, as she had gleaned most of it from ancient texts in the sect's scripture pavilion. The only region she knew in greater detail was the East continent itself, which was overtly governed by 4 major empires, each ruling over numerous kingdoms beneath them. Hanyang County is indeed one of the 36 counties under the jurisdiction of the South Qin Kingdom, falling within the dominion of the Tianwu Empire. Upon acquiring this knowledge, Lu Fan finally gained a certain understanding of the broader context of this world, leaving him profoundly astounded. This realm, far more vibrant than the earth of his past life, is a place where strength reigns supreme and power dictates hierarchy, a cultivation world he has long yearned for. As the two engaged in leisurely conversation while tidying up, they soon arrived at the Sutra Repository, located in the core area of the inner gate. The Sutra Repository is a 9-story building crafted from spiritual wood, standing approximately 50 to 60 meters tall, entirely enveloped by a protective array. To gain entry, one must possess the appropriate access token. Outer disciples are not permitted to enter the repository, and even inner disciples must contribute significantly to gain access. However, each newly initiated inner disciple is granted a singular opportunity to enter the Sutra Repository. Standing before it and surveying the majestic structure for a moment, Lu Fan took a deep breath, suppressing his anticipation and excitement, and solemnly stated, Chapter 30, Conspiracy System. Must one enter the scripture pavilion to sign in, or can it be done here? He had a singular opportunity to enter the pavilion, and he was reluctant to squander it so easily. As soon as his inquiry fell, the system's notification chimed. Ding, you have arrived at the Xianyang Sect's scripture pavilion. Would you like to begin signing in? After a brief moment of astonishment, Lu Fan replied without hesitation, Sign in. Ding, sign in at the Xianyang Sect's scripture pavilion successful. Congratulations, host, for receiving a high-grade Earth-level defensive treasure, the purple gold mystic spirit robe, and a high-grade Xian-level flying treasure, the flying cloud shuttle. Listening to the rewards obtained from completing the sign-in task, Lu Fan's eyes sparkled with delight. To receive 2 treasures at once was indeed a remarkable windfall. Before he could fully settle his excitement, 2 more notifications sounded. Ding, congratulations, host, for completing the system task. Become an inner disciple of the Xianyang sect. You have received 1 special sign-in opportunity. Ding, would the host like to use the special sign-in opportunity? As these notifications echoed, a subtle smile crept across Lu Fan's lips. This offered him yet another unexpected surprise. Moreover, the rewards from the special sign-in opportunity were far more generous than those of a regular sign-in. Just as he contemplated using both sign-in chances at once, a thought struck him, prompting him to inquire inwardly, System, will signing in at the same location affect the rewards? Ding. The more times one signs in at the same location, the lower the reward level will be, with a certain probability of sign-in failure. Upon receiving this response from the system, Lu Fan's brow furrowed. He had initially considered repeatedly signing in at the scripture pavilion, but it appeared that his plan to exploit the system was in vain. Realizing this, he promptly discarded the idea of signing in again. While a regular sign-in opportunity could be overlooked, this special sign-in opportunity must not be squandered. Just as he pondered this, he heard Ling Qiushue's urgent voice calling out to him. "Lu Fan, wake up!" The shout jolted him from his reverie, and he turned to find Ling Qiushue looking at him with concern etched across her face. "What's wrong?" he asked. "Ah Fan, are you all right? You were frowning and smiling just now. You scared me to death." Upon hearing her explanation, Lu Fan understood and gently shook his head. "Don't worry, I'm fine." As he spoke, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of unease. Ever since his rebirth in this place, he had noticed a significant shift in his mindset. He was uncertain whether it was due to the change in environment or the influence of his previous self. However, this was not a favorable development. Particularly when conversing with the system, he needed to exercise utmost caution and not be so careless. Had an enemy launched a surprise attack just then, he would have been caught off guard, and losing his life was a distinct possibility. As these thoughts flitted rapidly through his mind, Lu Fan took a deep breath and turned to Ling Qiushue, saying, "Let us move on and tidy up elsewhere." Their purpose for visiting the scripture pavilion had been accomplished, and remaining there served no further necessity. Upon finishing his words, Lu Fan resumed his cleaning with an air of nonchalance, while Ling Qiushue cast a quizzical glance before following suit. As the two busied themselves with the fallen leaves, a figure approached them in haste. It was none other than Baiuqiu. Upon reaching them, without waiting for Lu Fan to inquire, Baiuqiu briskly stated, "Someone is looking for you," claiming to have something of great importance and appearing quite anxious. Upon hearing that someone sought him, Lu Fan raised an eyebrow, a look of perplexity crossing his face. It seemed he had no acquaintances within the Xianyang sect. Who could possibly be searching for him? After a moment's contemplation, Lu Fan turned to Ling Qiushue and said, "You should head back. I will go take a look." Without waiting for her response, he promptly followed Baiuqiu away. Watching the two hurry off, Ling Qiushue glanced at the broom in her hand and shook her head in resignation, resuming her task. Under Baiuqiu's guidance, Lu Fan soon arrived at the half-mountain square situated between the inner and outer sect areas. Upon arrival, he immediately spotted two familiar faces, Wang Li and Sun Tao. The two, their expressions filled with urgency, rushed towards Lu Fan. Without allowing him to speak, Sun Tao, his face pale, gravely remarked, "That scoundrel Wang Chung sent people to press us for information regarding the Lu family, even threatening to annihilate them. Furthermore, early this morning, Elder Yin sought us out, instructing us to lead you to Baiyang Mountain. If we refuse, he will assign us the most perilous tasks, jeopardizing our lives." As Sun Tao and Wang Li elucidated the situation, Lu Fan's expression darkened, a chilling murderous intent gleaming in his eyes. The fate of the Lu family held no significance for him. He was indifferent to their plight. However, the covert machinations of Wang Chung and Yin Chun against him ignited a fierce resolve within him. "If you are so eager to meet your demise, I shall oblige," he muttered to himself, a decision solidified in his heart. Initially, he had planned to confront these two only after breaking through to the true gang realm. Yet, it appeared he could no longer afford to wait. Procrastination might allow these two to plot further in the shadows. Seeing the murderous intent etched on Lu Fan's face, Wang Li and Sun Tao were taken aback and quickly urged him, "Lu Fan, please do not act impulsively. We came to warn you to exercise caution and not to fall into their trap." "Yes, Lu Fan, while you may dismiss Wang Chung, Elder Yin is a formidable opponent, a fourth-layer true gang cultivator. If you leave the sect, it would surely spell your doom." Had Lu Fan not provided them an opportunity during the entrance competition, they would not have concerned themselves with his fate. Yet, Lu Fan, disregarding past grievances, offered them an opportunity, which they naturally could not afford to ignore. Once the eager words of Wang Li and Sun Tao fell, Baiuqiu calmly remarked, "A gentleman avenges himself. 10 years is not too late. When one's cultivation is strong enough, it is not too late to take their lives." However, in the face of the trio's reassurances, Lu Fan resolutely shook his head. "It is not that I do not wish to wait, but they do not grant me that opportunity." After uttering these words, Lu Fan turned to Sun Tao and Wang Li, speaking earnestly, "Should they find you, inform them that I will head to Baiyang Mountain in 2 days. Do not allow them to perceive any inconsistencies." Since they had voluntarily sought their demise, he was determined to seize this opportunity, no matter the cost. Observing Lu Fan's unwavering resolve, Wang Li and Sun Tao opened their mouths, but ultimately refrained from further persuasion. Although they were unaware of Lu Fan's hidden cards, his steadfastness compelled them to place their trust in him. After nodding in agreement, the two bid farewell and departed, while Lu Fan and Bai Yuqiu returned to the intersect area once more. Chapter 31. You simply cannot. Upon entering the inner gate area, Bai Yuqiu came to a halt, furrowing his brow as he spoke in a solemn tone. Lu Fan. The disparity between the true gang realm and the Qi refinement realm is not merely a matter of 1 or 2 minor levels. Perhaps you can sweep through the Qi refinement realm with invincibility, but to contend against a true gang realm expert. At this point, Bai Yuqiu paused, for Lu Fan understood his implication. The reason he offered this admonition once more was due to Lu Fan's agreeable temperament. Moreover, Lu Fan had provided him with valuable insights during the entrance competition, which greatly benefited him. Thus, he regarded Lu Fan as a friend, prompting him to speak again. Otherwise, why would he engage in such a thankless endeavor? In response to Bai Yuqiu's second counsel, Lu Fan merely smiled lightly and replied, "Do I strike you as an impulsive individual? If I lacked absolute certainty, would I willingly court death?" With unwavering confidence, he proceeded towards the area he had just cleared. Observing Lu Fan's retreating figure, Bai Yuqiu could not help but furrow his brow further, a look of perplexity crossing his face. He could not fathom what means Lu Fan possessed to contend with a true gang realm powerhouse. However, he was not one to pursue matters excessively, and after a brief contemplation, he chose to dismiss it. Moments later, Lu Fan arrived at the spot he had previously cleared. Upon seeing Ling Qiushua diligently sweeping the fallen leaves, a look of helplessness crossed his face. He had anticipated that she would not return. Approaching her, their eyes met, and they resumed their synchronized task of sweeping the leaves. Ling Qiushua did not inquire about Lu Fan's earlier activities, nor did he divulge any details. They simply continued to clear the area in silence. As they progressed, they encountered several inner disciples, and upon witnessing the scene, expressions of bewilderment appeared on their faces. What is happening? Is that not Senior Sister Ling? Why is she here sweeping leaves? That must be Lu Fan, right? Humph, seeking his own demise and dragging Senior Sister Ling down with him. How infuriating. Although these murmurs were soft, they did not escape Lu Fan's keen perception. However, he chose to disregard their scornful comments, not out of tolerance, but rather due to indifference. They were merely a group of insignificant individuals who dared only to whisper behind his back. Should they have the audacity to confront him directly, Lu Fan would not hesitate to eliminate them. While he preferred to ignore them, Ling Qiushua, overhearing the disparaging remarks about Lu Fan, suddenly snapped, her face turning cold as she exclaimed, "If you have the guts, say it to his face. What skill is there in whispering behind someone's back? If I hear any more of this, do not blame me for being impolite." Upon witnessing Ling Qiushua's outburst, the inner disciples who had been gossiping hastily made their escape. After all, Lu Zhen and his companions had been slain by Lu Fan for humiliating Ling Qiushua, and they had no desire to lose their lives for no reason. Observing the fleeing disciples, Lu Fan shook his head and remarked, "Why bother with them? Let them say what they wish. There is no need to add to our own frustrations." However, as soon as he finished speaking, Ling Qiushua resolutely stated, "No. They say I can, but they insist that you cannot." Observing Ling Qiushua's fierce defense of him, Lu Fan found himself swallowing back the words he had intended to say, a warm current surging within his heart. In his previous life, he was an orphan, immersed in training and slaughter from the moment he could remember. No one had ever cared for him or defended him, and he had grown accustomed to solitude. Yet, in this life, there existed a Ling Qiushua. Though she was defending another Lu Fan, this corporeal form undeniably belonged to him. Contemplating this, Lu Fan's gaze softened considerably, and he looked at Ling Qiushua and gently said, "Thank you." After expressing his gratitude, he resumed sweeping, gradually clearing the ground while simultaneously channeling his energy for cultivation. This was a recent advantage he had discovered. He could cultivate and absorb spiritual energy anytime and anywhere, unfazed by external disturbances. Unlike other cultivators, who required a safe and secluded environment for focused practice, he could train whenever and wherever he pleased, saving a considerable amount of time. Although the pace of his cultivation was painfully slow and paled in comparison to refining resources or system enhancements, even the smallest effort was worthwhile. Better to gain a little than to waste the opportunity. Ling Qiushua also noticed Lu Fan's transformation, a satisfied and blissful smile gracing her delicate features. Thus, The two of them swept the scattered leaves from the stone pathway, one on each side. Meanwhile, Wang Cheng had received news that Lu Fan would be heading to Baiyang Mountain in 2 days. Senior Brother Wang, this information is absolutely accurate. I overheard a conversation between Wang Li and Sun Tao, his subordinate assured him, thumping his chest confidently. As Wang Cheng contemplated this revelation, the recently recovered Wang Dong, gritting his teeth, exclaimed, "Brother, I want to accompany you. I long to personally eliminate that wretched scoundrel." Originally, he could have secured a position as an outer sect disciple, but due to Lu Fan's interference, he now found himself relegated to the lowest rank of servant disciple. This was an intolerable humiliation. Day and night, he had been consumed with thoughts of tearing Lu Fan apart, nearly driving himself to madness. Now, with such an opportunity at hand, he was determined not to let it slip away. Casting a glance at his seething younger brother, Wang Cheng nodded, "I will consult with Elder Yin. If there are no objections, I shall take you along." His hesitation stemmed from concerns that Lu Fan might have some devious scheme in mind. Only by discussing the matter with Elder Yin could he dispel his apprehensions. After a brief instruction, Wang Cheng departed without delay, making his way to Elder Yin's residence. As the sun set and the moon rose, a day passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Fan and Ling Xiuxue had thoroughly swept the entire inner sect area. Though the expanse of the inner sect was not insignificant, they had merely cleared some stone pathways. The bluestone pavement was scarcely adorned with fallen leaves, making the task of sweeping remarkably effortless. Accompanying Ling Xiuxue to the entrance of the courtyard, Lu Fan finally spoke, "You should return and rest early. I can manage the sweeping alone tomorrow." Although he had mentioned that the cleaning would take half a month, it was not necessary to sweep every single day. Thus, he deemed it sufficient for himself, not wanting to encumber Ling Xiuxue's cultivation time. Lu Fan I. Ling Xiuxue began, her desire to protest evident. However, Lu Fan interjected with an unwavering tone, "It is settled. We cannot afford to delay your cultivation." Possessing a system in the devouring sword body, advancing his cultivation was not overly challenging for him, but Ling Xiuxue lacked such advantages. He could not allow her progress to be hindered because of him. After asserting his point with undeniable authority, Lu Fan turned and departed. As she watched Lu Fan's retreating figure, a radiant smile of satisfaction and happiness blossomed on Ling Xiuxue's delicate face. "Are you beginning to care for me? How wonderful," she whispered softly, a sweet smile gracing her lips as she entered the courtyard. Meanwhile, upon returning to the courtyard, Lu Fan immediately descended into the underground cultivation chamber within his room. Chapter 32. Breaking through to the first level of true Magus realm in the underground chamber, Lu Fan sat cross-legged, retrieving several storage rings from the confines of the system's warehouse. These rings had remained untouched for a considerable time, but he could no longer afford to delay their use. In merely 2 days, he would be heading to Baiyang Mountain, where Yin Chun and Wang Cheng would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to eliminate him. Given his current cultivation level, confronting them was not entirely secure. To prepare for any eventuality, he resolved to utilize these resources for a breakthrough. At the very least, he aimed to ascend to the first level of the true Magus realm, thus equipping himself with the confidence to face that scoundrel Yin Chun. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Lu Fan began to organize the contents of the storage rings before him. The resources contained within were not overly abundant. Within less than half an hour, he had sorted through them completely. He had over 800 low-grade spirit stones, 2 mid-grade spirit stones, and a collection of elixirs and martial techniques. However, the latter held little allure for Lu Fan. After setting aside the martial techniques and miscellaneous items into a separate storage ring, he commenced the refinement of the over 800 low-grade spirit stones. In addition to these spirit stones, he also possessed 3 premium cultivation pills obtained through his sign-in rewards. Consuming these pills would similarly enable him to break through 1 or 2 minor realms. However, due to his unique devouring sword body, the energy required for a breakthrough was several times greater than that of other cultivators at the same level. To prepare for any unforeseen circumstances, he decided to refine the spirit stones first, reserving the pills as a contingency. With only 2 days at his disposal, he was determined to ascend to the first level of the true Magus realm. The chamber fell into a tranquil silence, broken only by Lu Fan's steady breathing. As he refined one spirit stone after another, his cultivation aura gradually began to elevate. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Fan, seated in the underground chamber, suddenly opened his eyes. The moment his eyes fluttered open, two beams of brilliance flashed within them. Exhaling a breath of stagnant air, a broad smile of satisfaction spread across his face. At long last, he had achieved his breakthrough. Speaking to himself, he rose to his feet. A series of crackling sounds echoing from within his body, akin to popping beans. Clenching his fists, he reveled in the immense power coursing through him, and his smile deepened. So this is the strength of the true Magus realm. It indeed surpassed the Qi refinement realm by leaps and bounds. As he spoke, Lu Fan raised his right hand and flicked his fingers. Whoosh! A stream of Magus energy shot forth from his fingertip, embedding itself into the wall of the underground chamber with a soft thud. Taking a few steps forward, Lu Fan was astonished to find a grape-sized hole in the solid stone wall, a direct result of his Magus energy attack. Witnessing this scene, even with prior anticipation, Lu Fan could not help but feel a surge of astonishment. After a brief moment of surprise, he found himself inwardly rejoicing. Fortunately, I refrained from hastily venturing to Baiyang Mountain. Otherwise, I would likely have succumbed to the hands of those scoundrels, Yin Chun and Wang Cheng. Of course, my advancement to the first level of the True Gang realm was primarily due to the refinement of over 800 low-grade spirit stones, along with various elixirs and 3 essence cultivation pills. For an ordinary practitioner at the 7th level of Qi refining, such resources would suffice to elevate them to the 4th or even 5th level of the True Gang realm. However, my own progress was limited to merely the 1st level, a disparity of 3 or 4 minor realms. Though this was somewhat disheartening, I felt no disappointment. Rather, I was quite satisfied. My foundation was vastly superior to that of other practitioners at the same level. Despite being only at the 1st level of the True Gang realm, I held no fear even in the face of those at the 3rd or 4th level. This was my confidence. As these thoughts flickered through my mind, I exhaled softly, activated the mechanism to the underground chamber, and proceeded outside. Upon reaching the courtyard, a knock echoed at the door. Upon opening it, I was taken aback to see Ling Qiushue standing there. Before I could utter a word, she inquired with concern, "Afan, are you all right? I've been searching for you these past few days, but there was no sign of you." She had knocked several times in recent days, but the courtyard remained silent. After inquiring among other disciples, she found that none had seen me leave, stirring a sense of urgency within her. She had decided that if I remained unresponsive today, she would force her way into the courtyard. Fortunately, I had finally made an appearance. Seeing the worry etched on Ling Qiushue's face, I smiled gently and shook my head. "Rest assured, I am fine. By the way, I must undertake a mission outside. Please focus on your own cultivation and refrain from visiting me too frequently." I was aware of her frequent visits, but my mind was solely occupied with enhancing my strength at that moment. Upon hearing my words, her expression froze, and a hint of grievance and disappointment flickered in her eyes. Yet, this fleeting emotion quickly faded, and she managed to force a smile, saying, "Just be cautious and take care of yourself. Never mind, I will await your return at the sect." With that, she turned and walked away, her figure appearing desolate and forlorn. Witnessing this scene, an indescribable feeling welled up within me. I wanted to say something, but after opening my mouth, no words emerged. It was only after Ling Qiushue vanished from sight that I let out a resigned sigh. Very well, I would tackle the dangers ahead before addressing other matters. With a reluctant murmur, I departed the courtyard and made my way directly to the hall of sect affairs. My intention to visit Baiyang Mountain was not a mere whim. Previously, I had observed 2 or 3 sect missions pertaining to the vicinity of Baiyang Mountain in the Hall of Affairs. Thus, I had informed Sun Tao and Wang Li of my plans to head there today. In a matter of moments, I arrived at the Hall of Affairs, situated at the junction between the inner and outer sections. Although Lu Fan had vanished for 2 days, rumors concerning him had not dissipated. Upon his return to the Hall of Affairs, he immediately became the subject of hushed discussions among the disciples. Casting a fleeting glance at the murmuring crowd, Lu Fan proceeded directly to the task allocation area. After perusing the task wall for a brief moment, he settled on 3 sect missions, all located in the vicinity of Baiyang Mountain, each offering commendable rewards. The process to accept these tasks was straightforward. One merely needed to take the task jade slip and complete a simple registration, which took no longer than 3 to 4 minutes. Having completed these formalities, Lu Fan departed from the Hall of Affairs with the 3 jade slips in hand. As he exited, The whispers among the disciples within the hall intensified. Simultaneously, news of Lu Fan's task acceptance and departure from the sect reached the ears of Inchun and Wang Cheng. Chapter 33, Senshin Town Yin. That wretched scoundrel has departed for Baiyang Mountain. What shall we do now? In Inchun's courtyard, Wang Cheng's face was contorted with rage and murderous intent. He had once harbored great hopes of being taken as a disciple by the ancestral master, but now, the news of the master's acceptance of disciples had vanished entirely. Rumor had it that the master had already selected a candidate, and that individual was not him. In his eyes, the arch-villain responsible for robbing him of this soaring opportunity was none other than Lu Fan. Thus, he yearned to rend Lu Fan into 1,000 pieces. Gazing at the fierce countenance of Wang Cheng, Inchun coldly snorted, "In that case, Baiyang Mountain shall be his burial ground." With that, he rose abruptly and strode out of the courtyard, followed closely by Wang Cheng. This time, they did not intend to bring along others. The two of them sufficed. Although Baiyang Mountain lay several thousand meters from the sect, the task of slaying an inter-sect disciple was no trivial matter, and they did not wish to take unnecessary risks. The more individuals involved, the greater the chance of information leakage, which was ultimately a troublesome affair. Baiyang Mountain was approximately 6,000 meters from Xianyang sect, surrounded by 3 small towns. Powerful cultivators would not linger in these minor towns. Those left behind were either scattered practitioners or weaker familial forces. The vast expanse of Baiyang Mountain, stretching for miles, barely provided a setting for cultivation and daily life. However, the central and inner regions of Baiyang Mountain were home to numerous formidable beasts, and the 3 towns lacked sufficient strength, forcing them to scavenge for resources only in the periphery. Among the 3 missions assigned to Lu Fan, 2 were related to the ferocious beasts inhabiting Baiyang Mountain, while the other tasked him with locating a spiritual herb known as Bailing grass. After a ride lasting the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Lu Fan arrived at Senshin Town, the smallest of the 3. His early arrival was due, in part, to one of the tasks being situated in this very town, and also because Senshin Town lay on the essential route to Baiyang Mountain. This mission, although issued from the Affairs Hall of Xianyang Sect, was not an official sect task. Rather, it was a bounty released by Tianyang merchants, publicly displayed in the Affairs Hall of Xianyang Sect. Not only Tianyang merchants, but any force or individual within 100 miles of Xianyang Sect could post tasks for the sect to announce, provided they could pay sufficient spirit stones for the announcement and task fees. After deducting a certain amount of spirit stones, the remaining sum would be the reward for sect disciples upon task completion. This was also a means for all sects to acquire resources for cultivation, as they had to support hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of disciples, making it impossible to rely solely on their reserves. Senshin Town was not large, yet its vibrancy rivaled that of Lingyuan City. The streets were bustling with cultivators of modest cultivation levels, but their sheer numbers compensated for it. The continuous sounds of vendors hawking their wares filled the air, creating a lively atmosphere. However, at present, Lu Fan found little interest in such matters. After making some inquiries, he arrived at the Tianyang trading house. Upon entering, a young servant clad in blue approached him with a beaming smile. "Esteemed guest, how may I assist you?" "I seek your manager Chow. Please inform him that a disciple from the Xianyang sect has come to pay a visit." Upon revealing his identity, a look of reverence instantly crossed the young servant's face, who promptly led him to an exquisite chamber. "Please wait a moment. I shall summon the manager at once." After bowing respectfully, the servant hurried away. Lu Fan surveyed the room and inwardly murmured, "System, open the personal information panel." As soon as he spoke, a luminous system interface materialized, displaying his detailed personal information. Host, Lu Fan physique, devouring sword body cultivation, true chi realm. First level points, 0 mystical techniques martial skills, Tai Chi sword art, fiery sword technique, 7-star steps weapons, Tai Chi sword, purple gold mystic spirit robe, flying cloud shuttle mall, not opened, can be activated, tasks, eliminate stewardine chun, task rewards, 1 sign-in opportunity. Warehouse, 1 basic fury pill, 1 special sign-in opportunity. 1 sign-in opportunity. After casting a glance at the information on the system interface, Lu Fan's gaze settled on the mall section. System, can the mall be activated now? Ding. Does the host wish to open the system mall? Without hesitation, Lu Fan chose to proceed. Ding. The mall has been activated. Please check, host. As the system's notification echoed, the personal information on the interface was instantly replaced by the mall page. One astonishing item after another appeared before Lu Fan's eyes, leaving him agape. Binding celestial rope, 200 million points. Note, can bind Earth immortals upon activation. 9 transformations crossing tribulation pill, 100 million points. Note, allows unobstructed breakthrough to the crossing tribulation realm within 6 months after consumption. Purple sky divine thunder, 90 million points. Note, contains a strand of heavenly tribulation thunder capable of slaying crossing tribulation experts. Buddha's golden body, 30 million points. Note, can condense a golden body avatar upon refining and fusion. Congealing essence pill, 100,000 points. Note, guarantees a breakthrough to the golden core realm for true chi realm 9th level experts upon consumption. Premium vitality cultivation pill, 1,000 points. Note, enables a breakthrough to a minor realm for chi refinement realm cultivators upon consumption. The items available in the mall were extensive, encompassing a plethora of top-tier treasures, extraordinary spiritual objects, various mystical techniques, and martial arts. Each item stirred an insatiable desire within Lu Fan, who yearned to acquire them all immediately. Unfortunately, his current point tally stood at 0, rendering him unable to purchase even the most trivial of items. System, how can I earn points? Ding, the host can gather any resources and submit them to the system for recycling, which will yield corresponding points. Note, the higher the value of the recycled resources, the more points will be awarded upon recycling. Upon receiving a detailed response from the system, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in Lu Fan's eyes. In addition to devouring resources for cultivation and seizing opportunities to enhance his prowess through sign-ins, he had now discovered yet another avenue for elevating his abilities. The crux of it all lay in resources. As long as he possessed an ample supply, he could become exceptionally powerful. Was this not the legendary super cheat? The thought stirred within him a growing excitement. Just as he contemplated posing another question to the system, footsteps echoed from outside the room. Hearing the approaching footsteps, Lu Fan suppressed his curiosity and promptly closed the system interface. Although the interface was visible solely to him, he preferred to err on the side of caution. With the system interface now shut, a middle-aged man swiftly entered the room. This man was none other than Chao Gu, the proprietor of the Tianyang trading house in Sanyan Town. Upon entering and catching sight of the youthful Lu Fan, Chao Gu momentarily froze, before his expression darkened significantly. Chapter 34. A dog's eye sees. Lowly observing the displeased expression on Chao Gu's face, Lu Fan instantly deduced his unspoken thoughts. However, he found little interest in engaging in dialogue with such a contemptuous individual. He promptly retrieved his inner sect disciple token from his storage ring and spoke in a measured tone. Chao manager, would you kindly send someone to guide me to the location where that monstrous beast has appeared? Is there any issue with that? The task issued by Tianyang merchants was to slay a peak second-tier ferocious beast, equivalent to the 9th level of chi refinement. The Tianyang merchants would not typically announce a bounty for an ordinary peak second-tier beast. Although this beast possessed peak second-tier prowess, it was remarkably swift and cunning. Once it sensed it was outmatched, it would flee without hesitation, showing no inclination to engage in combat. What added to the woes was the beast's deep-seated vendetta. Having encountered the Tianyang merchants' convoy before, it lay in wait along their usual route. Each time a Tianyang merchants' convoy passed, it would launch a stealthy ambush. After 5 or 6 such encounters, the Tianyang merchants had lost over 20 chi refinement guards, in addition to suffering significant losses of spirit pills and herbs. The Tianyang merchants had dispatched several powerful individuals, yet none had succeeded in slaying the creature. Consequently, they were compelled to issue this bounty to Xinyang sect. A successful hunt would yield a reward of 80 low-grade spirit stones. Previously, 5 or 6 inner sect disciples of Xinyang sect had taken on the task and arrived here, but all returned empty-handed. The beast's cunning made it nearly impossible to capture, unless an extensive amount of time was spent, potentially leading to its demise. However, the earlier disciples were reluctant to squander such time on a single task, thus they returned the mission, leaving it to fall into Lu Fan's hands. Seeing the calm demeanor of Lu Fan, Chao Gu felt increasingly irritated. He had categorized Lu Fan with the same ilk as the previous inner sect disciples. Despite his inner discontent, he masked it and forced a smile, saying, "Please wait a moment, noble sir. I shall arrange for assistance right away." Having said this succinctly, Chao Gu turned without hesitation and departed to make arrangements. Watching him leave, Lu Fan shook his head, a bemused expression gracing his features. In his past life, to conceal his identity, he had disguised himself in various forms and encountered numerous contemptuous individuals. Initially, he would feel anger, but over time, he learned to accept it with tranquility. The more others looked down upon him, the safer he felt. He would not hide himself when it was time to be prominent, yet he also refrained from being ostentatious when discretion was warranted. These thoughts flickered through his mind as he exhaled softly, then pondered inwardly. System, is it possible to reclaim the rewards obtained from signing in? He had intended to pose this question earlier, but was interrupted by Chao Gu's entrance. Now he could no longer suppress his curiosity, as the system delivered its verdict, stating that the redemption points were merely a third of the market price. Lu Fan's expression darkened significantly. This was nothing short of unscrupulous, far worse than the actions of a rogue merchant. Initially, he had contemplated reclaiming his superfluous rewards, but that notion was now extinguished entirely. Moments later, Chao Gu entered the room. "Young Master Lu, the arrangements have been made. You shall depart alongside the convoy." "Very well." With that, they stepped outside the merchant establishment, where 3 carriages awaited, accompanied by 6 guards. Casting a sidelong glance at the 6 guards, Lu Fan furrowed his brow and looked towards Chao Gu. In response to Lu Fan's gaze, Chao Gu remained unperturbed, meeting his eyes with calm composure. After a brief moment of silence, Lu Fan said nothing further and proceeded to take his seat in the first carriage, while the 6 guards entered the remaining 2. As the 3 carriages rolled away, the young attendant clad in green beside Chao Gu expressed his concerns. "Master, typically we would dispatch at least 3 Qi refinement realm guards. Yet this time we have only 1, and he is merely at the first level. If he provokes him..." Before the attendant could finish his thought, Chao Gu interrupted with a cold snort. "If he provokes him, so be it. We have invested 200 spirit stones to enlist their aid in eliminating that vile creature. Yet here we are, 3 months later, with no progress. Should this endeavor also fail, I shall personally pay a visit to the Lingyuan sect." Over these 3 months, they had suffered considerable losses, and if this continued, Chao Gu feared he might be dismissed from his position. Thus, he had no inclination to be courteous towards Lu Fan. With a final disdainful snort, Chao Gu turned and entered the merchant establishment, already preparing for a visit to the Lingyuan sect the following day. If the Xianyang sect could not resolve this matter, he would seek assistance from the Lingyuan sect. If all else failed, he would not hesitate to enlist the aid of a true master. Observing the situation, the young attendant shook his head in resignation and followed him inside. Meanwhile, not far away in an inn, Wang Cheng and Yin Chun emerged, cloaked in dark robes. "Yin Steward, that little brat certainly has audacity. With merely a 7th-level Qi refinement cultivation, he dares to attempt slaying that peak 2nd-tier black-tailed fox." As he spoke, a derisive smile crept across Wang Cheng's face. He was well aware of the mission that had been returned by several inner disciples, yet he had not anticipated Lu Fan would take it upon himself. At that moment, Yin Chun scoffed. "This actually simplifies matters. It presents an opportune chance for that little wretch to meet his demise at the jaws of a fierce beast." With those words, Yin Chun swiftly pursued the direction in which the 3 carriages had departed, with Wang Cheng closely trailing behind. Meanwhile, Lu Fan sat cross-legged in the first carriage, eyes closed in meditation. Although he was unaware of Yin Chun and Wang Cheng's precise whereabouts, he could make an educated guess. He was confident that those 2 would not miss the opportunity to eliminate him. Thus, all he had to do was bide his time and wait for them to make their move. The carriage creaked as it departed from Sanyan town, heading towards a canyon where formidable 2nd-tier beasts frequently appeared. After a time equivalent to a stick of incense, the carriage came to a halt, and 6 guards disembarked. A guard of the 1st level of Qi refinement approached the carriage where Lu Fan was seated. "Young Masterly, we have arrived." The guard's voice roused Lu Fan from his reverie. With a nonchalant mien, he lifted the curtain and stepped out of the carriage. Before him lay a narrow canyon, over 100 meters long. The cliffs on either side were not particularly high, only about 50 to 60 meters. Yet the carriage could not circumvent them and had to pass through the canyon. "Young Master, the vile creature lurks within the forests along the canyon's flanks. It ambushes our convoy whenever we pass through. If there are powerful guardians among us, it senses their presence and conceals itself," the Qi refinement guard explained. Upon hearing the guard's account, a glimmer of interest appeared on Lu Fan's face. "Proceed through the canyon as usual. I shall investigate the forests on the cliffs," he instructed, before making his way briskly towards the right side of the canyon's mountain woods. The 6 guards, meanwhile, maneuvered their horses and continued onward into the canyon. Chapter 35. The Hunt for the Black-tailed Fox. Upon reaching the edge of the forest atop the cliff on the right side of the canyon, Lu Fan immediately suppressed his presence. Perhaps due to the advantages granted by the system, he could effortlessly conceal his aura, remaining undetected. Moreover, others were unable to discern the depth of his cultivation unless he chose to reveal it. Another pragmatic aspect of his abilities was that he could select the level of cultivation he wished to display, provided it did not exceed his actual prowess. Presently, his true cultivation level was that of the first stage of true Qi, yet he could masquerade as a first stage of Qi refinement cultivator. While some secret arts and magical artifacts could also obscure one's cultivation, they bore inherent flaws, easily pierced by anyone of superior strength. However, after disguising his cultivation, even though stronger than he would find it impossible to see through his facade. For Lu Fan, accustomed to subterfuge and concealment in his previous life, this ability was tailor-made for him. Concealing his aura, Lu Fan found a relatively secluded spot at the edge of the canyon and gazed downward. At that moment, 3 horse-drawn carriages had entered the canyon, progressing at a painstakingly slow pace. Thanks to prior arrangements, the carriages moved deliberately. As the canyon was scarcely over 100 meters long, a hasty passage would not provoke the second-stage feral beast lurking within. The 6 guards were not seated within the carriages, but instead stood vigilant, 2 per carriage, 1 on each side. Under Lu Fan's watchful gaze, the carriages advanced a little over 20 meters. Yet, the second-stage apex beast did not reveal itself. The surroundings remained eerily silent, devoid of any sound. The leading guard, a first-stage Qi refinement cultivator, glanced up at the cliff on the right, gritting his teeth before continuing onward. After advancing another 20 meters, they reached the center of the canyon, but still, there was no sign of movement. Lu Fan couldn't help but furrow his brow. What was amiss? Could it be that the second-stage apex beast had abandoned its desire for revenge? Yet, this notion was swiftly dismissed. The black-tailed fox had persisted in its vendetta for 3 months. Surely it would not relinquish its pursuit so easily. With that thought, Lu Fan exhaled softly, continuing to hide in the shadows, awaiting the inevitable confrontation. As a top-tier assassin in his past life, patience was his greatest virtue. To wait for prey, he could remain in one place without sustenance for 3 days and nights. At this moment, hunting a mere beast was hardly a challenge. Before long, the 3 carriages had moved to a distance of 70 meters, still with no sign of the beast. Just as Lu Fan, concealed in his hiding place, prepared to advance, a faint rustle suddenly emanated from the dense thicket ahead. In any other locale, Lu Fan might have dismissed such an inconsequential sound. However, in this desolate forest, where even his own breath resonated clearly, that sound became significant. Originally intending to proceed, Lu Fan halted abruptly, crouching in place, motionless. Though uncertain whether the sound originated from the feral beast, exercising caution was undoubtedly prudent. After a brief pause of 7 or 8 breaths, Lu Fan, peering through the gaps in the trees, beheld a peculiar fox, approximately the size of a wild wolf. This fox was entirely snow-white, save for its tail, which was as black as ink, rendering it remarkably strange. With just a single glance, Lu Fan immediately concluded that this creature was his intended target, the black-tailed fox. Thanks to its impeccable concealment of presence and the distance between them, the black-tailed fox remained unaware of him. Lu Fan, however, was not in a hurry to strike. He had no desire to squander time here. Thus, he aimed for a single, lethal blow, leaving no opportunity for this vile creature to escape. As terrified screams echoed through the canyon, he swiftly employed the 7-star step and surged forward. Upon reaching the edge of the canyon and looking down, he was confronted with the sight of the black-tailed fox standing before 3 horse-drawn carriages. 6 guards, led by a first-layer Qi refinement cultivator, were facing off against the fox. However, at that moment, all 6 guards appeared pale with fear, trembling uncontrollably. Had the black-tailed fox chosen to strike, these 6 would have already met their demise. This, too, was one of the fox's characteristics. When confronting prey weaker than itself, it would not immediately kill, but rather toy with them before delivering the fatal blow. As Lu Fan stood at the top of the cliff gazing down, the black-tailed fox noticed him as well. Their eyes met, and Lu Fan distinctly observed a look of disdain and mockery in the fox's gaze. Although such an expression emanating from a fierce beast was utterly astonishing, it was the undeniable truth. The reason for this disdainful demeanor was Lu Fan's active display of his cultivation level, 5th layer of Qi refinement. After exchanging a glance, Lu Fan immediately executed the 7-star step, descending along the stone blocks of the cliff into the canyon. As anticipated, the black-tailed fox did not choose to flee. Upon witnessing Lu Fan's arrival, the 6 guards, who had previously been ashen-faced, sighed in relief. The leading 1st-layer Qi refinement guard urgently pointed at the black-tailed fox, exclaiming, "Young Masterly, it is this creature. It has been the one attacking us." Ignoring the warnings of the 1st-layer Qi refinement guard, Lu Fan charged directly towards the black-tailed fox. The 6 guards were left dumbfounded by this turn of events. What was happening? Why was young Masterly charging forward? It was over. We must flee. This young man is only at the 5th layer of Qi refinement and stands no chance against the black-tailed fox. As the 6 guards turned to escape, the black-tailed fox emitted a piercing sound and leapt towards Lu Fan in an attack. The fox's greatest strengths lay in its formidable claws and sharp teeth, capable of effortlessly shattering treasures forged from refined iron. The black-tailed fox excels in employing its forepaws or sharp teeth to pierce the hearts of cultivators. Many of the fallen from the Tianyang Merchant Guild met their demise in such a manner. When the black-tailed fox leapt forward, it resembled a streak of black and white light, swiftly closing the distance. A typical 5th-tier Qi refinement cultivator would have been paralyzed with fear at that moment. Unfortunately, Lu Fan was no ordinary cultivator. As the black-tailed fox approached, a fierce glint ignited in Lu Fan's eyes, and his aura surged dramatically to the 7th tier of Qi refinement. Simultaneously, the Taiji sword manifested in his hand, slicing through the air with a swift motion. All of this unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. Despite the cunning and ferocity of the black-tailed fox, it was unable to evade such an abrupt turn of events. With a splatter of blood, the gleaming Taiji sword cleaved the black-tailed fox's head in two. Chapter 36. The villain perishes from excessive chatter upon witnessing the scene. The 6 fleeing guards abruptly froze in place, their expressions a mix of disbelief and horror. What is happening? He has actually slain the black-tailed fox. Goodness, am I seeing things? They had presumed that Lu Fan was destined for demise before the black-tailed fox, which was precisely why they had chosen to flee without hesitation. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the black-tailed fox lay dead at Lu Fan's hands. While the 6 guards grappled with their incredulity, Yin Chun and Wang Cheng, concealed within the forest on the left cliff of the gorge, were equally astonished. How could this little wretch possess such strength? He has dispatched a peak-level 2nd-tier foe with a single strike. Wang Cheng's heart swelled with a mix of shock, anger, and profound fear. Lu Fan was merely at the 7th level of Qi refinement, yet he had vanquished a creature stronger than those at the 9th level of Qi refinement. It is worth noting that even a 1st-tier True Gang Realm expert might struggle to defeat a peak-level 2nd-tier black-tailed fox. After all, the black-tailed fox is not only exceedingly cunning but also incredibly swift, making it a formidable opponent to kill. Yet, despite all this, Lu Fan succeeded in slaying the peak-level 2nd-tier black-tailed fox. As Wang Cheng's astonishment and frustration echoed, Yin Chun clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. This little beast must perish. There is no way he can be allowed to live. Initially, he had never intended to let Lu Fan survive, but now his desire to eliminate him surged to unprecedented heights. After all, Lu Fan had become his mortal enemy. Were Lu Fan of ordinary talent and compatibility, Wang Cheng would not have cared. However, the extraordinary potential and astonishing strength exhibited by Lu Fan were undeniable. With the ability to slay a peak-level 2nd-tier black-tailed fox at merely the 7th level of Qi refinement. Should Lu Fan break through to the 1st level of True Gang Realm, Wang Cheng would find himself powerless against him. Faced with such a formidable adversary brimming with potential, how could he not feel trepidation? Observing Yin Chun's menacing demeanor, Wang Cheng gritted his teeth and declared, "Indeed, this wretch must be killed." With that chilling, venomous resolve, the two made their way towards the entrance of the gorge. With the black-tailed fox now slain, Lu Fan and his companions would surely return the way they came. Thus, They resolved to ambush at the entrance, aiming to strike when Lu Fan and his party were most unsuspecting. At that moment, the 6 guards emerged from their stupor, their faces alight with excitement as they rushed over. Gazing upon the bisected remains of the black-tailed fox, one of the Qi refinement first-level guards trembled with exhilaration as he exclaimed, "Young Masterly, you are truly remarkable. You have slain this vile creature with a single sword strike. I am at a loss for words." This black-tailed fox had tormented their Tianyang trading company for over 3 months. Now that this monster had been vanquished, they could finally proceed with their duties as escorts without constant fear. Observing the exhilarated guards, Lu Fan spoke with an air of calm. It was merely luck. "Let us return to Sanyuan town." As his words fell, he stowed away the 2 halves of the black-tailed fox's carcass into his storage ring and then seated himself within the carriage. The 6 guards, suppressing their excitement, hastily boarded the carriage to return. They could hardly contain their eagerness to share this splendid news with the storekeeper and their companions. However, as Lu Fan sat inside the carriage, he felt little exhilaration. The black-tailed fox, no matter how clever or cunning, was merely a wretched beast, unworthy of comparison to mankind. Nevertheless, the might of the system allowed him to conceal his cultivation completely without detection. Had it been anyone else attempting to hide their prowess, they would undoubtedly have been discovered by the black-tailed fox. With the successful slaying of the creature, his first task could be deemed accomplished. Not only would he receive a reward of 80 low-grade spirit stones, but the carcass of the black-tailed fox could also be sold for additional spirit stones. Contemplating this, Lu Fan felt a twinge of helplessness. Typically, the rewards for such tasks would be merely 20 or 30 low-grade spirit stones, with a maximum not exceeding 100. Yet, the spirit stones required for his own breakthroughs would continue to escalate, and earning them solely through tasks was far too slow. It seemed he must devise a means to acquire more spirit stones or find ways to trigger additional sign-in tasks. Furrowing his brow, Lu Fan inwardly inquired, "System, how can I trigger sign-in tasks or system tasks?" Ding! The thoughts and actions of the host may trigger tasks. The probability of triggering a task correlates with the intensity of the host's desires and actions. So, if I wish to do something or go somewhere, I can trigger a task? Ding! Tasks are triggered randomly. Receiving this response, Lu Fan felt a hint of disappointment, yet he had gained a guiding direction. Just as he pondered with a furrowed brow, the carriage came to a sudden halt, and a cold voice from an outer guard, at the first level of Qi refinement, rang out. "Who goes there?" "We are the convoy of the Tianyang Trading Company. Clear the way at once." As the guard's command echoed, several sounds of slicing through the air followed, accompanied by a few piercing cries. The dull thud of heavy objects hitting the ground soon ensued. Hearing these noises, Lu Fan raised an eyebrow, his eyes glinting with a fierce light and murderous intent. "Finally, they have come," he murmured softly, unfazed as he stepped down from the carriage to look ahead. Before him stood 2 figures cloaked in black robes, their forms entirely shrouded, rendering their faces indistinguishable. Meanwhile, the 6 guards' bodies lay sprawled haphazardly beside the carriage. Casting a fleeting glance at the 6 corpses, Lu Fan regarded the 2 figures with a calm demeanor and spoke. "What is this? You possess the audacity to kill me, yet lack the courage to reveal your true forms?" Seeing Lu Fan's unwavering composure, Wang Chung ripped off his hood, a sinister smile twisting his features. "You dog, did you expect this? Today, I shall witness how you escape." As Wang Chung reveled in his triumph, Yin Chun also removed his hood, revealing his countenance. In stark contrast to Wang Cheng's malevolent glee, Yin Chun's expression grew icy and detached. "You insolent wretch! You have provoked me time and again. I shall not allow you to remain unscathed. If you possess any sense, kneel and beg for mercy, and I shall grant you a swift end. What say you?" As he spoke, a mocking smile played upon Yin Chun's lips. Despite Lu Fan's recent victory over the second-tier pinnacle black-tailed fox, he remained unfazed. After all, he was a practitioner of the 4th level of True Gang Realm, while Lu Fan was merely at the 7th level of Qi refinement. With a disparity of 6 minor realms between them, no matter how formidable Lu Fan might be, he was destined for demise. However, Yin Chun wished not to grant Lu Fan an easy death. He yearned to humiliate and torment him thoroughly to alleviate the fury within his heart. Observing the smug expressions of Yin Chun and Wang Chung, who regarded him as mere prey, Lu Fan could not help but shake his head. With a gaze reminiscent of one staring at a corpse, he addressed them nonchalantly. "Allow me to impart a profound truth. Villains often meet their demise through their own verbosity." Upon hearing this, both Yin Chun and Wang Chung furrowed their brows, a flicker of confusion passing through their eyes. Just as their bewilderment lingered, the Taiji sword materialized in Lu Fan's grasp. In the next moment, Lu Fan's figure flickered, executing the seven-star step as he lunged forward, sweeping the sword horizontally towards the two. Chapter 37. A swift kill. Upon witnessing Lu Fan audaciously initiate an attack against the two, Yin Chun could not suppress a derisive snicker. Ignorant of his own mortality, today he would indeed learn the stark disparity between the Qi refinement realm and the true Gang realm. As he spoke, Yin Chun unleashed the formidable aura of his cultivation at the fourth level of the true Gang realm, striking forth with his palm towards the Tai Chi sword. He did not exert his full strength, employing scarcely half of his power. To him, Lu Fan's combat prowess barely amounted to that of a ninth-level Qi refinement practitioner. Utilizing less than half of his strength to vanquish a ninth-level Qi refinement opponent was more than sufficient. He refrained from employing magical treasures, yet his right hand was sheathed in a layer of Gang Qi armor, formidable enough to rival that of fine iron artifacts. Wang Qing stood by, not engaging, but rather observing the confrontation with a countenance rife with disdainful amusement. His gaze towards Lu Fan was suffused with profound scorn and mockery. How audacious for a mere 7th-level Qi refinement practitioner to challenge a 4th-level true Gang warrior. Was this not a death wish? He could almost envision the scene of Lu Fan being subdued by Yin Chun, kneeling in supplication before them. The delight on Wang Cheng's face deepened at this thought. In stark contrast, Lu Fan felt an urge to chuckle. Even a lion must exert its full strength to catch a rabbit. Yet here, Yin Chun, a 4th-level true Gang powerhouse, exhibited no such awareness. He approached the confrontation with a nonchalance that belied the gravity of their engagement, treating Lu Fan as if he were nothing more than an easily dispatched insect. Though finding humor in the situation, Lu Fan remained vigilant. While he possessed absolute confidence in his ability to slay Yin Chun, he understood that any hint of arrogance could lead to unforeseen consequences. Such thoughts flitted through his mind, and he quickly steeled himself, dismissing further musings. Under Wang Cheng's smug and derisive gaze, the Tai Chi sword in Lu Fan's hands drew ever closer to Yin Chun's Gang Qi-armored right hand. Just as the inevitable clash was about to occur, Lu Fan's cultivation aura surged explosively from the 7th level of Qi refinement to the 1st level of true Gang. The previously unremarkable Tai Chi sword erupted in a blinding silver light. The sudden turn of events caused Yin Chun's expression to shift dramatically, his eyes reflecting an indescribable shock and terror. No. If only the distance were greater, he might have evaded or devised a countermeasure in time. Alas, the proximity between them was too close, and with Lu Fan's sudden escalation, escape was impossible. All he could muster was a desperate, furious roar. As Yin Chun's anguished cry echoed through the air, the Tai Chi sword, radiating a terrifying brilliance, pierced through his right palm. The sword's momentum remained unyielding, and in the depths of Yin Chun's despairing gaze, it traversed through his brow. With a sickening sound, blood gushed forth as Yin Chun's expression frozen in that instant of horror and disbelief. He could not fathom how Lu Fan's cultivation had surged so abruptly to the 1st level of true Gang. Meanwhile, Wang Chung, witnessing this scene, was utterly rendered speechless. He initially presumed that Lu Fan would be effortlessly subdued by Yin Chun, and he had even prepared himself for the ensuing humiliation. However, in an astonishing turn of events, Lu Fan, who was expected to be overpowered, unleashed a formidable burst of strength, dispatching the 4th realm of true Gang Yin Chun in an instant. As Wang Chung stood in stunned silence, Lu Fan withdrew the Tai Chi sword. With a sharp sound, as the sword was drawn, a fountain of blood erupted from the gaping wound in Yin Chun's forehead. Lu Fan effortlessly directed the blood, which cascaded onto the ground, without a single drop staining his own attire. Thud! When Yin Chun's lifeless body crashed to the ground, the astonished Wang Chung finally regained his senses. As he met the despairing and terrified gaze of Yin Chun's corpse, a scream escaped his lips. Startled by his own fear, Wang Chung felt his legs weaken beneath him, collapsing onto the ground, a chilling sensation coursing through him. He had soiled himself in fright. Observing Wang Chung's humiliating predicament, Lu Fan's face bore an unmistakable expression of disdainful mockery. How laughable it was that such a coward dared to confront him. Before Lu Fan could act, the terrified Wang Chung abruptly snapped back to reality, hurriedly dropping to his knees and fervently banging his head against the ground. Lu Fan, Mr. Lu, I beseech you to spare me. I shall never dare again. Just grant me my life, and I will do anything you ask. Please. At this moment, Wang Chung was utterly paralyzed by fear. If Lu Fan could eliminate a first-realm true gang like Yin Chun with such ease, what chance did he stand as a ninth-realm Qi refinement practitioner? In response to Wang Cheng's frantic pleas for mercy, Lu Fan's eyes grew increasingly cold and indifferent. He had never shown mercy to those who sought to harm him, regardless of their status. With a flash of blinding silver light, a geyser of blood erupted forth. Gurgling, Wang Chung's head, accompanied by a torrent of blood, tumbled to the ground, landing precisely in front of Yin Chun's corpse. In that instant, the vast canyon fell into an eerie silence, broken only by the howling wind, which carried with it a heavy scent of blood. Gazing down at the two lifeless bodies, Lu Fan exhaled softly and sheathed the Tai Chi sword. At that moment, the system's notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task, Slay Steward Yin Chun. You have earned one opportunity to sign in. Ding! Would you like to use the sign-in opportunity? Hearing the prompt in his mind, a satisfied smile graced Lu Fan's lips. After declining to use the sign-in opportunity, he discovered 2 storage rings on the bodies of Wang Chung and Yin Chun. He then found several storage bags on the other 6 guards. After collecting the storage rings and bags, Lu Fan surveyed the 8 corpses surrounding him. System, can these 8 corpses be reclaimed? Ding! They can be reclaimed. Initially, he had only posed the question tentatively, but to his surprise, it was indeed possible. After silently commending the system, Lu Fan unhesitatingly chose to proceed with the reclamation. Ding! 8 corpses successfully reclaimed, earning 20 points. Upon hearing that he had only received 20 points after the recycling, Lu Fan felt a tinge of disappointment. However, considering it was an unexpected gain and that he had disposed of the corpse, there was little to dwell upon. Taking a deep breath to calm his mind, Lu Fan decided against lingering any longer. He promptly mounted a horse hitched to a cart and galloped towards Sanyin town. As for the fate of the 3 carts, it was of no concern to him, for the system would not reclaim them. Just as Lu Fan sped away from the gorge, a figure emerged from the forest on the left cliff of the canyon. Had Lu Fan been present, he would have recognized this figure as the white-haired elder who sought to take him as a disciple. Watching Lu Fan depart, a broad smile spread across Lu Mu's aged face. This clever young lad certainly knows how to conceal himself. Even I was deceived. Nevertheless, this is fortuitous, for the opportunity for our Xianmin to rise has arrived. With a contented chuckle, Lu Mu vanished, pursuing the direction in which Lu Fan had left. Chapter 38. Baiyang Mountain. After a brief gallop, Lu Fan returned to the Tianyang commercial house in Sanyin town. The young servant in green was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Lu Fan enter. Young Master Lu, I thought you were. Before the servant could finish his sentence, Lu Fan interrupted. Summon Chao Gu to come here. I shall wait for him in that room. With that, he strode directly to the designated room, leaving the young servant bewildered. As Lu Fan stepped into the reception room, the young servant finally regained his composure and hurried to notify Chao Gu of Lu Fan's arrival. Upon hearing the news, Chao Gu's expression darkened considerably. Humph, yet another fool. No wonder the Zhengmin sect has been declining year after year, unable to compete with the Lingyuan sect. With inner disciples of such foolish caliber, it is a wonder the sect can thrive. At that moment, Chao Gu assumed Lu Fan had abandoned his mission, causing further irritation to swell within him. After a moment of furious cursing, he took a deep breath and suppressed his rage as he made his way to the reception room. Soon, Chao Gu arrived and, without waiting for Lu Fan to speak, bluntly stated, Young Master Lu, please inform the elders of your affairs hall that we, Tianyang Commercial House, wish to withdraw from this task. Over the past 3 months, we have endured significant losses. The inner disciples of the Xianyang sect have merely toyed with us. I have no desire to continue serving them. Seeing Chao Gu's displeased countenance, Lu Fan furrowed his brow, his expression growing increasingly grim. The disdainful attitude Chao Gu had shown him earlier was infuriating. Even a statue would feel a flicker of indignation in such circumstances, let alone him. Resolving to assert himself, Lu Fan abruptly stood, producing the severed remains of the black-tailed fox and casting them onto the floor. Chao Gu's eyes widened in disbelief upon witnessing the carcass of the black-tailed fox. The black-tailed fox. He was struck by astonishment as Lu Fan, unfazed by the servant's reaction, coldly declared, "The black-tailed fox has been slain. It seems rather late to cancel the task. Now, produce the proof of task completion." With no interest in conversing with someone as contemptuous as Chao Gu, Lu Fan merely wished to collect the task certificate and depart. The cold indifference in Lu Fan's voice snapped Chao Gu back to reality, his face contorting with embarrassment. He had initially assumed Lu Fan's swift return signified his withdrawal from the mission, only to discover that Lu Fan had successfully slain the beast. "Young Master Lu, I. Chao Gu stuttered, his embarrassment palpable. Observing Chao Gu's discomfort, Lu Fan's brow furrowed deeper, his demeanor growing more severe. "What is the matter? Does Manager Chao doubt my word? If you do not believe me, feel free to send someone to the gorge to verify." With Lu Fan's firm assertion, Chao Gu dared not hesitate any longer and quickly bowed in deference. "Young Master Lu, please forgive my earlier insolence. I sincerely apologize for my lack of discernment." He had encountered the black-tailed fox several times in that canyon. Thus he could easily discern whether it was genuine or not. There was no need for an apology. "Simply present me with the proof of task completion." Very well." Although Manager Chao had intended to offer a heartfelt apology, the indifference displayed by Lu Fan compelled him to relinquish that notion. After all, it was his own prejudice that had initially clouded his judgment, and his demeanor had been somewhat lacking. Now, faced with Lu Fan's attitude, he found himself at a loss for words. Upon receiving the task completion certificate from Chao Gu, Lu Fan did not linger but swiftly concealed the carcass of the black-tailed fox and departed from the Tianyang Trading Company. Watching Lu Fan ride away, Chao Gu sighed in exasperation. What a troublesome situation this is. The young attendant in green beside him could not help but roll his eyes at Chao Gu's discontented expression. Had he known it would come to this, he might have acted differently from the outset. However, such matters were of no concern to Lu Fan anymore. After leaving the Tianyang Trading Company, he made his way to an inn within the town. With the two troublemakers, Yin Chun and Wang Cheng, having been dispatched, he no longer had to worry about covert threats. The remaining two tasks only required completion within half a month, allowing him to relax. Upon reserving a room at the inn, Lu Fan proceeded to the adjacent tavern. Now that he had entered the true Qi realm, although he could not completely abstain from food, going 7 to 8 days without eating or drinking posed no issue. Nevertheless, he harbored a slight interest in culinary delights. In his previous life, after accomplishing various tasks, he would indulge in the pleasures of gourmet food, which served as a form of release. The tavern boasted 3 floors, with the ground floor bustling with a multitude of cultivators. These practitioners sat together in small groups, drinking and dining, their laughter echoing amidst the chaotic atmosphere. However, Lu Fan paid little heed to the disorder, making his way directly to an empty seat by the window. Since ancient times, establishments like taverns and brothels have been gathering places for all walks of life. Despite the disarray, one could glean many valuable pieces of information here. After ordering a sumptuous array of dishes, Lu Fan poured himself a drink and began to relish the food and wine. As he dined, he listened intently to the lively discussions among the numerous cultivators in the hall. "Have you heard? The Lingyuan sect has accepted a new disciple with a unique constitution. Apparently, they are quite formidable." This rumor had circulated a year prior, and its veracity was uncertain. What are these tales worth? Just a few nights ago, someone claimed to have seen a golden apparition deep within Bayang Mountain, resembling the legendary True Dragon. When a cultivator shared this enigmatic news, a hush fell over the hall. Soon after, the others erupted into disbelief, mocking laughter echoing throughout, clearly skeptical of the claim. Seeing the crowd's doubt, the cultivator grew flustered, his face reddening as he exclaimed, "This is absolutely true. Someone indeed saw the golden apparition, strikingly similar to the fabled True Dragon. Even if it is not the True Dragon, it must be some other treasure." Although the monk fervently argued that the rumor was indeed true, few practitioners were convinced. For if such an event had truly occurred, it would have spread far and wide, and how could they remain oblivious? Observing the multitude of practitioners not only disbelieving him, but also mocking him with scornful laughter, the monk stormed off in frustration. The remaining practitioners merely laughed heartily and paid him no mind. Lu Fan watched the monk depart, a contemplative expression emerging in his eyes. At that moment, a system notification suddenly chimed. Ding! The sign-in location has been triggered. Sign-in destination, Baiyang Mountain. Please proceed to sign in promptly. The unexpected notification momentarily startled Lu Fan, surprise flickering in his gaze. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, recalling the information the monk had just shared. Could the system's directive to head to Baiyang Mountain be connected to this news? Chapter 39. The Illusion of the True Dragon. After pondering for an extended period, Lu Fan resolved to investigate the matter further. Since the upcoming 2 tasks were related to Baiyang Mountain, a visit to that location would not be a waste of time. After lingering in the tavern for a while, Lu Fan returned to his inn room, seated himself cross-legged on the bed, and then retrieved the storage rings belonging to Yin Chun and Wang Cheng. As a deacon of the sect, Yin Chun had access to substantial resources, while Wang Cheng was a distinguished disciple of the inner sect. Their storage rings were bound to contain a wealth of items. Examining the 2 storage rings in his hands, Lu Fan first began to explore Wang Cheng's. Upon delving into its contents, a broad smile spread across his face. Within the ring lay over 500 low-grade spirit stones, along with a considerable quantity of spirit herbs, elixirs, and various other resources. Previously, these miscellaneous items held little value for him, but now they could be exchanged for system points. After transferring the spirit stones, elixirs, and herbs into his own storage ring, Lu Fan proceeded to investigate Yin Chun's storage ring. The sight that greeted him rendered him momentarily speechless, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. Just how much had this individual embezzled? The low-grade spirit stones within the ring were piled high, numbering nearly 10,000. In addition to this vast sum, there were numerous elixirs and spirit herbs, along with various magical artifacts and ores. A deacon of the Xianyang sect was entitled to receive only 80 low-grade spirit stones per month, accumulating less than 1,000 in a year. The quantity of spirit stones in the storage ring would take Yin Chun a decade to amass, even if he refrained from using a single stone. Without needing to speculate, Lu Fan was certain that Yin Chun had illicitly appropriated the sect's resources. However, he was no saint and felt no qualms about it. After all, the resources painstakingly gathered by this individual now rightfully belonged to him. Once he had transferred the spirit stones, elixirs, and herbs from Yin Chun's storage ring into his own, he then retrieved the 6 guard storage bags. These bags contained little of value, with a mere 30 spirit stones in total, along with some low-grade spirit herbs and elixirs. After organizing everything, Lu Fan promptly stored the remaining items from the 2 storage rings and 6 bags into the system space. Ding! All items have been collected, yielding a total of 100 system points. Upon hearing that so many resources had only exchanged for a mere 100 points, Lu Fan could not help but curse the unscrupulous merchant in his heart. Sighing, he decided to set aside those thoughts, as elevating his cultivation was of utmost importance. Taking a deep breath, Lu Fan forced his mind to settle, then drew forth the spirit stones to begin his absorption. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. In his inn room, Lu Fan, seated cross-legged on the bed, gradually opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of turbid air. The exhaled air billowed forth like a white ribbon, dissipating after spreading nearly half a meter. With a powerful leap, he sprang from the bed to the floor, where a series of cracking sounds erupted from within his body. Feeling the surging power within him, Lu Fan smiled contentedly and murmured, "In just 2 days, I have ascended from the 1st to the 3rd level of the true gang realm. If this cultivation speed were to be divulged, it would surely astonish everyone." Yet, as he reflected on the fact that he had consumed all the spirit stones, elixirs, and medicinal herbs merely to achieve this modest advancement, his excitement quickly dissipated. The expenditure of over 10,000 low-grade spirit stones along with numerous elixirs and herbs merely allowed him to make a slight leap in realms. The resources required for future breakthroughs would surely be even more daunting. This realization clouded his thoughts with concern. While the resources needed for breakthroughs at the Qi refinement stage were somewhat bearable, the demands for the current stage had escalated exponentially. This was merely the true gang realm, and he could hardly fathom the resources necessary for the higher realms that lay ahead. Shaking his head, Lu Fan resolved, "Never mind. I shall take one step at a time. The boat will find its way when it reaches the bridge. After all, can a living person truly be suffocated by their own anxieties?" Suppressing his restless thoughts, Lu Fan exited his room and approached the counter. After settling his checkout formalities, he led his steed away from the inn. Although he possessed the Feiyun shuttle, a rare flying artifact, he hesitated to employ it. Such treasures were exceedingly scarce, particularly the high-grade Feiyun shuttle. To utilize it with his current strength would be akin to a child wandering about with a gold ingot, an outcome one could easily predict. As Lu Fan departed the inn, he intended to ride away from Sanyuan town toward the next settlement. However, the fragmented news he overheard along the way caused him to furrow his brow. Just then, he noticed two elderly men with white hair engaged in conversation ahead. Approaching them respectfully, he cupped his hands and inquired, "Esteemed elders, I couldn't help but overhear your discussion regarding Bayang Mountain. Might I ask what has transpired?" "Young man, this matter has spread throughout the vicinity. How could you remain unaware?" The elder on the left exclaimed in astonishment before proceeding to elucidate the situation. After their explanation, Lu Fan learned the full account. On the very night, he returned to the inn to seclude himself for cultivation. A resplendent golden light erupted from the clouds above Bayang Mountain. Within that blinding brilliance, an ethereal dragon's silhouette was visible to all within dozens of miles. This extraordinary phenomenon persisted for a full 2 minutes before fading away. As Lu Fan contemplated this revelation, the elder on the right shook his head, advising, "Young man, Bayang Mountain is no longer a place of goodwill. Madness reigns within, as many seek the fortune that triggered this spectacle. Venturing there now would likely lead to your demise. It would be wise to avoid such perilous excitement." With the elder's sage counsel resonating in his mind, Lu Fan regained his composure and, clasping his hands in gratitude, responded with a smile, "Thank you, esteemed elders." After expressing his gratitude with a cupped hand gesture, Lu Fan mounted his steed and galloped towards Bayang Mountain. 2 days prior, upon hearing the rumors uttered by the cultivator, he had secretly pondered their authenticity. Now, with the manifestation of celestial phenomena, those whispers had been confirmed, and he certainly would not let such an opportunity slip away. Could it be that a legendary true dragon truly resided within Bayang Mountain? As this speculation surged in Lu Fan's mind during his swift ride, he could not suppress his excitement. In his previous life, true dragons were but mythical beings, revered as supreme divine beasts. Had it been in that existence, he would have firmly dismissed the notion of their reality. Yet here, in a realm of cultivation, where formidable and ferocious beasts abound, the existence of a divine creature such as a true dragon seemed far less implausible. With this thought igniting his fervor, Lu Fan's exhilaration only deepened. After galloping for a while longer, he finally arrived at the periphery of Bayang Mountain. Chapter 40. Deserved Death. Originally, Bayang Mountain was merely an ordinary range, frequented by few cultivators. However, following the astonishing celestial phenomenon that erupted 2 nights prior, which reverberated across the 100-mile radius, this place transformed into a veritable treasure trove. Countless cultivators from the surrounding area flocked here, eager to seek the fabled true dragon. Even in the absence of such a creature, the promise of opportunities and fortuitous encounters related to the true dragon was irresistible. Faced with such temptation, no cultivator could resist. When Lu Fan arrived at the edge of Bayang Mountain, a substantial gathering of cultivators had already convened. Those with the strength and desire to vie for treasures had all entered the depths of the mountain in search of fortune. The cultivators lingering on the periphery were primarily there to spectate or to attempt their luck amidst the chaos. Aside from these onlookers, numerous astute cultivators had set up stalls. Some smaller trading houses had also established larger booths, offering elixirs for healing and restoring spiritual energy. After all, with so many cultivators converging on Bayang Mountain, skirmishes and battles among them were highly probable. Indeed, the elixirs at these stalls were selling briskly, leading to considerable profits for the vendors. Nonetheless, Lu Fan harbored little interest in such matters. After a brief survey, he dismounted and proceeded deeper into Bayang Mountain. The densely wooded interior made it evident that riding would not necessarily be faster or safer than traversing on foot. As he ventured further in, it wasn't long before some cultivators began leading their horses aside for sale. Those entering had no need for steeds, yet many exiting would require one. A single horse mattered little to Lu Fan. He strode purposefully into the heart of Bayang Mountain. "Ding, you have arrived at Bayang Mountain. Would you like to check in?" "Check in." "Ding, check in at Bayang Mountain successful. Congratulations, the host has received a contract talisman." Upon hearing the item received from the check-in, Lu Fan could not help but raise an eyebrow, a look of puzzlement crossing his face. A contract talisman? Before he could inquire further, a luminous screen materialized before him, displaying information about the contract talisman. Contract talisman, upon use. It allows the forced signing of a master-servant contract with any beast. Note: the cultivation level of the contracted beast must not exceed one major realm above the host. Otherwise, the contract will be void, and the host may suffer backlash. After perusing the information on the screen, Lu Fan came to an understanding. A peculiar expression surfaced on his face as he pondered. I wonder if this contract talisman would be effective on a true dragon? If I could contract a true dragon, that would be extraordinary. Yet, as soon as this thought arose, he swiftly dismissed it. After all, true dragons are legendary divine beasts. A single breath of their dragon essence could obliterate him countless times over. To think of contracting such a divine creature, he was uncertain of the realm he must attain. With a resigned smile and a shake of his head, Lu Fan chose to set aside these thoughts and quickened his pace. After advancing a couple of 100 meters, he halted abruptly, for ahead lay two lifeless bodies. The garment before his chest was somewhat disheveled, and his fingers bore no storage rings, indicating he had undoubtedly fallen victim to a heinous act of murder and robbery. Such occurrences were common, especially in a place teeming with cultivators, where ruthless individuals sought riches. After circumventing the two lifeless bodies, Lu Fan ventured less than 50 meters before encountering three more corpses. Like the previous two, the storage rings of these three had also been plundered. However, these bodies were incomplete, their heads severed and limbs brutally hacked off. Gazing upon these remnants, Lu Fan could not help but furrow his brow. While murder and theft were regrettable, such brutality was surely excessive. If there were deep-seated enmity between the parties, one could understand, but this senseless slaughter was clearly another matter. Though perturbed, he remained silent and pressed onward. As he continued along the path, he stumbled upon numerous more disfigured corpses, each bearing expressions of excruciating agony, a testament to the cruel torment they had endured before their demise. Faced with such a scene, even Lu Fan felt an urge for vengeance rising within him. Just as he pondered the identity of such a ruthless perpetrator, a sudden sound sliced through the air above him. With a swift motion, he sidestepped to the right, narrowly evading a black arrow that whizzed past his arm and embedded itself into the ground. Had he hesitated even a moment longer, it would have pierced his skull. Witnessing this, a fierce glint of murderous intent ignited in Lu Fan's eyes. Who dares to show themselves? He roared, his voice laced with fury. In response to his chilling demand, a sinister, mocking laughter echoed from above. Ha ha ha, your reflexes are commendable, but you have encountered me, old man. Kneel and beg for mercy, young one. From the trees descended a white-haired elder, his demeanor as cold and venomous as a serpent. Three others soon emerged from the dense foliage surrounding them, encircling Lu Fan and blocking all avenues of escape. Besides the icy elder, there were two middle-aged men and a captivating young woman, each regarding Lu Fan with expressions akin to those eyeing a plump lamb, their faces adorned with mocking smiles. After sizing him up, the alluring woman chuckled delicately. Young brother, hand over your storage ring obediently. If you satisfy us, we shall grant you a swift end, otherwise. Ha ha ha, your fate will be dire. As her teasing laughter faded, the middle-aged man to her left leered lecherously. I must say, Ernyang, this lad is quite handsome. Don't you wish to sample his flavor? In response to his lascivious remarks, the woman merely flashed a seductive glance, her demeanor unfazed. Why don't you give it a try? The middle-aged man shuddered at the provocative response of his enchanting companion. Had he been unaware of her true nature, he might have entertained certain thoughts. However, being fully cognizant of the woman's character, he dared not entertain any notions. While other women often employ their beauty to deceive, this particular woman's allure was matched only by her malevolence. Countless men have undoubtedly suffered at her hands, subjected to ruthlessly cruel torment that sent chills coursing through him. Observing the four cultivators before him, brazenly regarding themselves as lambs awaiting slaughter, Lu Fan's expression turned icy and indifferent as he spoke in a low voice. Those corpses along the path were your doing, were they not? Indeed, boy, you're frightened, aren't you? Hand over your storage ring, and we shall grant you a... Before the middle-aged man to the right could finish his sentence, Lu Fan drew forth the Taiji sword. Raising his right hand, The blade circled around the four of them before finally pointing at the cold-eyed, white-haired elder. You four deserve nothing less than death. As the chilling voice, reminiscent of the icy depths of the underworld, echoed, Lu Fan's figure flickered, and the Taiji sword transformed into a streak of silver as it sliced forward. Chapter 41. Total Annihilation. The elderly man with white hair was a formidable figure, possessing the cultivation of the fourth stage of true essence realm, the highest among the four. The young female cultivator was at the second stage, while the two middle-aged men were at the first stage. Apart from the white-haired elder, the remaining three posed no significant threat to Lu Fan. Thus, he decided to strike first at the elder, aiming to eliminate him. This bold move startled all four, as they never anticipated Lu Fan would dare to act while encircled by them. Momentarily taken aback by their shock, they failed to respond promptly. It was only when the Tai Chi sword approached that the elder finally regained his senses. Seeking death, he bellowed, unleashing the full force of his fourth stage true essence cultivation, raising his hand to block the Tai Chi sword. At that moment, Lu Fan's displayed aura was merely that of a peak ninth stage Chi refinement cultivator. Given Lu Fan's youthful visage, the elder harbored no doubts about his cultivation level. Thus, he stood his ground, using his Chi to shield his palm and elbow, intending to counter the incoming strike. The female cultivator and the two middle-aged men soon caught on, their faces contorting into mocking smiles. While Lu Fan's sudden attack had initially startled them, the realization of his true cultivation level quickly eased their concerns. A mere ninth stage Chi refinement cultivator could be effortlessly extinguished by any one of them, let alone when facing the strongest of their group. Such an audacious act was akin to the old tortoise consuming arsenic, an invitation to demise. As the three watched with interest, the Tai Chi sword met the elder's Chi-encased wrist in a collision. In that fleeting moment, a mocking grin appeared in Lu Fan's eyes. With his youthful visage and the system's concealed cultivation ability, masquerading as the weak was all too simple. The elder, oblivious to the truth, displayed no suspicion whatsoever. However, upon witnessing the derision in Lu Fan's gaze, a sudden unease crept into the elder's heart. Yet, it was too late. At the moment of impact, the blade of the Tai Chi sword erupted with a blinding radiance. The aura of a third-stage true essence cultivator surged forth from Lu Fan. The dazzling silver light forced the elder to instinctively shut his eyes. In the next instant, a searing pain shot through his right arm, spreading throughout his body. Oh! A soul-piercing scream escaped his lips, only to be abruptly silenced by a flash of blinding silver. With a sickening squelch, blood gushed forth from the elder's neck like a miniature fountain. The young female cultivator and the two middle-aged men stood frozen, dumbfounded by the sudden turn of events. While their actions momentarily stalled, Lu Fan's assault did not waver. After severing the elder's throat, he swiftly darted forward. The bloody Tai Chi sword aimed directly at the female cultivator. As the young female cultivator sensed the impending danger and attempted to evade, a blinding silver flash swept across the left side of her neck. With a gushing fountain of blood, her enchanting head was severed and soared into the air. The speed at which these events unfolded was astonishingly swift, leaving the two middle-aged men utterly unprepared. It was only when the blood from the severed neck sprayed across their faces that they finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. A terrified scream escaped their lips as they, paralyzed by fear, immediately fled to the right. In the throes of such extreme terror, their latent potential surged forth, propelling them to escape with a speed several times greater than usual. However, before Lu Fan, who executed the 7-star steps, their hastily unleashed speed still resembled that of sluggish snails. Swish, swish. Two more silver flashes cut through the air, and two heads rolled lifelessly onto the ground. The inertia of their bodies carried them forward for another 3 or 4 steps before they thudded to the earth. As these two corpses fell, the jungle fell silent once more. Such a commotion naturally attracted a considerable number of onlookers who gathered around. When Lu Fan cast his icy gaze upon the spectators, every cultivator present trembled in fear. They hastily fled. Who would dare linger in the presence of one who had just slain 4 formidable, true essence realm experts? Within mere breaths, the throng of curious onlookers dissipated entirely. Observing the now tranquil surroundings, Lu Fan took a deep breath, wiped the blood from his Tai Chi sword, and then stored it away in the system space. The act of slaying 4 cruel and malevolent marauders bore no weight on him. akin to crushing mere ants underfoot. After sheathing the Tai Chi sword, Lu Fan began to rummage through the belongings of the four fallen men. These brigands had already plundered numerous cultivators in Baiyang Mountain, and combined with their spoils from the outside world, the resources within their storage rings were undoubtedly substantial. A cursory glance at the four storage rings revealed to Lu Fan their extraordinary wealth, far exceeding that of Yin Chun, a fourth elder of the Xianyang sect. Were it not for his pressing engagements, he would have relished the opportunity to find a secluded spot to cultivate. However, he quickly dismissed such thoughts, recognizing the importance of seizing greater opportunities. With due diligence, he secured the four storage rings into the system's repository and swiftly departed, venturing deeper into Baiyang Mountain. As Lu Fan journeyed further, news of the slaughter of the four white-haired elders spread like wildfire. These four individuals had gained notoriety throughout Baiyang Mountain for their murderous and plundering ways, and upon hearing of their demise, many cultivators could not suppress their applause and celebration. "Well done," they exclaimed, for these brigands not only committed heinous acts of murder and theft, but also took pleasure in torturing and humiliating their victims, truly deserving of their fate. Such retribution was immensely gratifying. Indeed, those wicked marauders were rightly met with their demise. However, the discussions among the cultivators predominantly revolve around the slaying of these four individuals by Lu Fan. They may not know his name, but they are aware that it was a young boy who dispatched them. The news of a youth defeating four formidable true gang realm experts would undoubtedly cause a stir anywhere. Concurrently, a middle-aged man clad in a crimson robe became privy to this information. With a resounding crash, he struck the wooden table beside him, reducing it to splinters, as an overwhelming aura of murderous intent erupted from him. "Damn it! How dare that wretch slay my beloved, the Red Ghost's woman? He deserves nothing less than death." While he was indifferent to the other victims, Tai Ernyang held a special place in his heart. Although their relationship lacked formal acknowledgement, it was undeniably intimate. Despite Tai Ernyang's fierce and eccentric temperament and her reluctance to wholly submit to him, he was infatuated with her. Now that she had been slain, a surge of fury and bloodlust welled up within him. He immediately dispatched all his subordinates to search for the whereabouts of that little wretch. He yearned to personally exact vengeance upon him. "Yes, Captain." Several trembling subordinates, upon receiving their orders, hastily fled the Grand Hall. At this moment, Lu Fan had already arrived in the central region of Baiyang Mountain. Chapter 42. The Beast Blocking the Path with a Swift Stroke. Lu Fan effortlessly vanquished a peak first-tier beast that had stealthily attacked him. He continued his journey with an unperturbed demeanor. Along the way, he encountered numerous corpses of fellow cultivators, as well as relentless assaults from a multitude of ferocious beasts. Had the unseasoned disciples of the Xianyang sect ventured here, they would undoubtedly have been at a loss. However, for Lu Fan, these encounters posed no challenge. Rather, they represented a bountiful opportunity to accumulate points, and he welcomed them with enthusiasm. After advancing for half an hour, Lu Fan halted once more. Before him, a throng of cultivators had gathered, many of whom bore visible injuries, clustering together in small groups. "Damn, if I hadn't fled quickly, I would have been devoured by that abominable creature." The injured cultivators voiced their frustrations and fears, recounting how a horde of ferocious beasts had emerged from the depths of the mountain in a frenzy. Listening intently, Lu Fan discerned the reason for their congregation. These individuals had been among the first to venture into the depths of Baiyang Mountain, seeking the fabled true dragon. Yet, as they reached the boundary between the middle and inner regions of the mountain, they encountered a formidable array of beasts, including several late second-tier and peak second-tier creatures, and even some early third-tier beasts. Typically, these ferocious entities remained hidden deep within Baiyang Mountain, seldom venturing into the central areas. As Lu Fan absorbed the cacophony of curses and exclamations surrounding him, a frown creased his brow, and contemplation flickered in his eyes. What could be the reason for such a congregation of high-tier beasts? It seemed as though they were deliberately obstructing passage. Aside from pack-dwelling species, most beasts possessed a strong territorial instinct. When another beast encroached upon their territory, conflict would ensue, often resulting in the demise of one party. The higher the tier of the beast, the more pronounced this territoriality became, making it rare for them to gather in unison. Yet, an exception was manifest before him. A multitude of second-tier and even third-tier beasts had assembled, and remarkably, they were not engaged in combat. This scenario was indeed an anomaly. After a moment of contemplative furrowing of his brow, Lu Fan appeared to have an epiphany, his eyes narrowing suddenly. Could it be that a true dragon truly resided within the depths? Under ordinary circumstances, second-tier and third-tier beasts would not congregate unless compelled by a higher-tier beast. It was akin to powerful cultivators directing the movements of their weaker counterparts. The bloodline of a beast also played a crucial role. Beasts of higher bloodlines exerted a natural dominance over those of lower bloodlines. Furthermore, when the cultivation levels were not vastly disparate, a higher bloodline beast could command a lower bloodline beast, much like the distinction between a beastly sovereign and its impoverished kin. As this hypothesis took shape in Lu Fan's mind, he could hardly contain his excitement. After all, it is the legendary true dragon, which holds particular significance for him as a descendant of dragons in his past life. Taking a deep breath several times, Lu Fan forced himself to regain his composure. Ahead were not just one or two second-tier ferocious beasts, but even third-tier ones. Given his current strength, confronting so many ferocious beasts alone would be tantamount to courting death. Thus, he needed to exercise caution, devising a way to infiltrate or seize the opportunity amidst the chaos. Contemplating this, Lu Fan glanced at the multitude of cultivators gathered in this location. There were around 30 practitioners present, predominantly at the 9th level of the Qi refinement stage, numbering approximately 20. The remainder were formidable true gang stage experts, the weakest at the 1st level and the strongest at the 6th. Among them, a middle-aged man at the 6th level of the true gang stage exuded a particularly dense aura of malevolence, which seemed to emanate naturally from him. From this alone, Lu Fan easily discerned that this individual was undoubtedly not one to be trifled with. The number of cultivators who had perished at his hands likely exceeded 700 or 800. Seemingly sensing someone observing him, the middle-aged man turned his gaze towards Lu Fan. Fortunately, Lu Fan quickly averted his eyes and lowered his head, and the man's sweeping glance failed to uncover anything amiss. What keen perceptiveness! Lu Fan could not help but feel astonished internally. This man was indeed a formidable adversary. Fortunately, his appearance was somewhat deceptive, allowing him to avoid drawing significant attention while concealing his true cultivation level. This was his greatest advantage in feigning weakness while awaiting an opportunity to strike. After a brief wait, over 20 more cultivators arrived, all possessing commendable prowess. At this moment, a middle-aged man at the 4th level of the true gang stage stepped forward and spoke. Esteemed colleagues, there are second-tier and third-tier ferocious beasts obstructing our path ahead, making it impossible to break through alone. Therefore, I propose that we unite to eliminate these vile creatures, after which we can each strive for the opportunities that lie deeper within. What do you all think? Upon hearing this, the surrounding cultivators began to murmur amongst themselves. However, those who had made it this far were no ordinary individuals. They naturally understood the nuances of interests. After a brief deliberation, 12 true gang experts successively voiced their agreement. I concur. So do I. Those vile creatures ahead are not to be trifled with, and advancing alone would surely lead to death. With no objections from the true gang experts, the numerous 9th-level Qi refinement practitioners followed suit. Once consensus was reached, a contingent of over 50 cultivators immediately set forth. Lu Fan, revealing his cultivation as at the 8th level of the Qi refinement stage, did not attract undue attention. Therefore, he positioned himself at the rear of the group, contemplating how to seize the opportunities from the hands of so many powerful individuals. At this moment, there were already 12 true gang experts present, and there might be even more formidable ones to follow, if he did not plan carefully in advance. Encountering the legendary true dragon or other fortuitous events would make snatching opportunities exceedingly challenging. A group of individuals had barely traversed half the time it takes to burn a stick of incense when a powerful warrior from the true gang realm suddenly exclaimed, "Be careful!" Accompanying this cry, 5 second-tier ferocious beasts launched an assault on the crowd. Vile creatures, seeking death. After a brief moment of chaos, numerous formidable warriors swiftly regained their composure and shouted as they counterattacked. In just a fleeting moment, the 5 second-tier beasts were effortlessly slain. The assailants were 5 warriors from the true gang realm, leaving Lu Fan and the many 9th-level Qi refinement cultivators without a chance to intervene. As the corpses of the 5 second-tier beasts were collected, Lu Fan felt a twinge of regret. After all, these beasts could have been exchanged for a substantial number of points. Unfortunately, He could not reveal his cultivation level at this time, lest he miss out on subsequent opportunities and fortuitous encounters. Following the slaughter of these 5 beasts, the group pressed on, only to face further assaults from more second-tier beasts. These creatures were also swiftly subdued by 12 true gang realm warriors, leaving the chi refinement cultivators trailing behind with no opportunity to act. This left many 9th-level chi refinement practitioners visibly disheartened, for the corpses of second-tier beasts could be sold for a considerable amount of spirit stones, which they naturally coveted. However, their inferior strength forced them to endure their frustration in silence. After the continuous slaying of 13 second-tier beasts, they finally provoked a 3rd-tier early-stage beast, the tiger-striped blood-eyed python. As this massive serpent, thick enough for a person to embrace, emerged, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. With an enraged hiss, the tiger-striped blood-eyed python swung its colossal tail towards the crowd. Chapter 43, The Striped Blood-Eyed Python. Bang! Bang! As a series of muffled sounds echoed, 5 cultivators at the 9th level of chi refinement, who were unable to evade in time, were directly hurled away. Although the striped blood-eyed python was merely a fierce beast of the early 3rd tier, even a cultivator at the 6th level of true essence would find it exceedingly difficult to slay it in a brief encounter. How could cultivators at the 9th level of chi refinement withstand its full-force assault? The 5 cultivators, struck and thrown against a tree several meters away, fell motionless to the ground, clearly lifeless. Witnessing this scene, the remaining chi refinement cultivators turned pale with fear and hastily retreated. Lu Fan, not wishing to be the first to fall, chose to withdraw as well. However, the 12 formidable cultivators of true essence remained resolute, unleashing their potent auras. Together, commanded a middle-aged man at the 4th level of true essence, as all 12 wielded their weapons in a joint assault against the colossal python. Clang! Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out as their weapons struck the python's scales. Ordinary iron weapons were utterly incapable of breaching its defenses, which is one of the advantages many fierce beasts possess in cross-dire confrontations. Only with the use of magical artifacts could one hope to penetrate the formidable defenses of such beasts. Although the magical treasures of the 12 true essence cultivators failed to pierce the striped, blood-eyed python's defenses, the sheer force of their 12 attacks propelled the creature into a frenzied state. The python's eyes instantly transformed into a terrifying crimson hue, resembling 2 ominous lanterns. Simultaneously, its aura began to shift. Originally at the early 3rd tier, it now ascended to the mid-3rd tier. Recognizing this change in power, the 12 true essence cultivators' expressions shifted dramatically. This creature is at the mid-3rd tier, not the early tier. We must flee, with panic-stricken shouts. For cultivators at the 1st level of true essence did not hesitate to flee into the distance. If it were merely the early 3rd tier, they might have stood a chance together. However, the mid-3rd tier striped blood-eyed python exceeded their capacity to counter. Just after the 4 fled, the enraged python swung its massive tail once more. Crack! The towering trees surrounding them crumbled effortlessly before the sweeping tail cleaved asunder with ease. The cultivator who had first proposed the attack, along with 2 others at the 3rd level of true essence, were closest and had no time to evade, forced to brace themselves against the onslaught. Yet, how could they withstand the might of a mid-3rd tier python? Bang! With 3 thunderous impacts, these 3 true essence cultivators were sent flying, spewing blood into the air. Before they could even crash to the ground, the striped blood-eyed python opened its cavernous maw to devour them. No! Came the despairing cries, echoing with hopelessness. The 2 cultivators at the 3rd level of true gang were swiftly devoured by the striped blood-eyed python, while the one at the 4th level narrowly escaped. Despite evading the python's gaping maw, his right arm fell victim to its razor-sharp fangs. After crashing to the ground, he disregarded the excruciating pain and fled into the distance. The python, however, chose not to pursue him and instead turned its wrath upon others. Faced with such a ferocious beast, no one dared linger. They hastily made their retreat. In mere moments, only Lu Fan and a middle-aged man exuding a sinister aura remained. Observing the python's assault on the man, Lu Fan couldn't help but feel a pang of astonishment. The python had concealed its true power, a cunning tactic indeed. The 12 true gang experts had failed to perceive the python's real strength, and he too had been oblivious. Had the others still been present, he would have refrained from intervening, but now, A flicker of greed sparked within him. After all, this was a mid-tier third-grade ferocious beast. Whether to be reclaimed for the system to earn points or sold in the outside world, it promised considerable rewards. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, the system's notification chimed in his consciousness. Ding! System task triggered. Slay the striped blood-eyed python to gain 2 sign-in opportunities. Ding! Does the host wish to accept the task? Startled by the sudden announcement, Lu Fan momentarily lost his focus. However, he quickly regained his composure, a strange expression crossing his face. Could it be that only by subconsciously desiring to do something could he trigger a system task? His reluctance to flee stemmed from a refusal to abandon the striped, blood-eyed python. Just when he was still indecisive, the system had providently activated the task, effectively making the decision for him. If he desired it, then he would seize its system. I accept the task. After acknowledging the task, he did not rush to act, but continued to observe the middle-aged man engaged in battle with the python. If the two could exhaust each other, that would be most advantageous. The middle-aged man, a 6th-level true gang cultivator, wielded a broad blade, launching powerful attacks against the python. While his strikes did not inflict fatal damage, they provoked a series of furious roars from the creature. The man's martial skills were peculiar, his speed extraordinary, allowing him to deftly evade the python's strikes. This adversary was indeed formidable. If this continued, the python might very well meet its end at his hands. Furrowing his brows, Lu Fan pondered whether to intervene now. Just as he hesitated, the python suddenly expelled a blood-red orb from its maw. Upon seeing the orb, Lu Fan's eyes lit up, excitement bubbling within him. An inner core. He had not anticipated that this creature had even birthed an inner core. Upon entering the realm of Jedon, a cultivator can condense a golden Dan within their body. However, certain ferocious beasts possess the capability to materialize an inner Dan even at the 3rd tier of cultivation. Nevertheless, those beasts that can achieve such a feat at this level typically boast commendable bloodlines. While Lu Fan felt an inner thrill of delight, the middle-aged man burst into exuberant laughter, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Ha ha ha, I shall claim this inner Dan for myself. As he reveled in his exhilaration, the man ceased to hold back and immediately channeled his spiritual energy into the broad blade he wielded. With the infusion of this energy, the blade erupted with a blinding radiance. In a swift motion, the man, with both hands gripping the weapon, darted forward and struck towards the vital point of the tiger-striped, blood-eyed python. Simultaneously, the python let out a furious roar, unleashing its inner Dan to retaliate against the middle-aged man. For ferocious beasts, the inner Dan serves not only as a reservoir of energy, but also as a formidable weapon. However, the damage to the inner Dan can result in severe repercussions, which is why few beasts resort to using it. At this moment, the tiger-striped blood-eyed python was evidently incensed, determined to eliminate the middle-aged man at any cost. Observing this scene, Lu Fan drew forth the Taiji sword, poised and ready to intervene at a moment's notice. Chapter 44. The Talisman under Lu Fan's gaze. The inner core of the striped, blood-eyed python collided with the broad blade wielded by the middle-aged man. Crack! With a crisp sound reverberating through the air, Lu Fan distinctly observed a fissure forming on the broad blade in the middle-aged man's grasp. Conversely, the inner core of the striped, blood-eyed python remained unscathed. However, the tremendous recoil sent both the inner core and the middle-aged man staggering backward. Witnessing this scene, Lu Fan couldn't help but inwardly marvel. The might of the middle-aged man's strike was undeniable, yet it was still thwarted by the inner core of the striped, blood-eyed python. In comparison, it was evident that the python was slightly stronger. If the middle-aged man lacked additional means, subduing the striped, blood-eyed python would not be an easy feat originally. He had harbored concerns about the python being slain by this individual, but now he felt considerably more at ease. As he secretly sighed with relief, he pondered whether he could withstand the middle-aged man's curved blade attack. The conclusion he reached left him somewhat dissatisfied. With his current prowess at the 3rd level of true energy, he could indeed eliminate someone at the 5th level without much difficulty. However, facing an opponent at the 6th level posed a bit of a challenge. If he exerted all his strength, perhaps he could inflict serious injury, with a slim chance of slaying the foe. Of course, if he consumed a primary berserker pill, eliminating this adversary would pose no issue whatsoever. While Lu Fan was deep in thought, the striped, blood-eyed python let out a furious roar. It then wielded its inner core once more to attack the middle-aged man. Not daring to dwell on his thoughts any longer, Lu Fan fixed his gaze intently on the middle-aged man, eager to discern what other hidden cards he might possess. The middle-aged man, fully aware that the striped blood-eyed python was at the mid-stage of the third tier, still chose to engage in combat, clearly relying on some form of assurance. Furthermore, he displayed no concern for Lu Fan's presence, evidently not believing that he could play the role of the opportunistic bystander. As the inner core of the striped blood-eyed python surged toward the middle-aged man, he unexpectedly produced a jade talisman from his storage ring. To Lu Fan's astonishment, this man possessed an offensive talisman. The expression of surprise washed over Lu Fan's face. An offensive talisman refers to a type of talisman crafted by a talisman master, encapsulating various forms of attacking power within the jade. When activated, one merely needs to shatter the jade talisman to unleash the sealed offensive might. Besides offensive talismans, there exist defensive talismans and a myriad of other peculiar types. However, talisman masters are exceedingly rare, and crafting talismans is no simple task. Hence, each talisman holds considerable value, and it is uncommon for cultivators to employ them. As it was Lu Fan's first encounter with talismans, he was naturally filled with immense curiosity. While he marveled silently at the talisman, the middle-aged man crushed the offensive talisman in his hand and hurled it forward. Flash! As the middle-aged man uttered the word slash, an icy stream of sword energy materialized out of thin air, slicing directly toward the inner core of the striped blood-eyed python. Crack! Once again, a crisp sound resonated as the tiger-striped blood-eyed python's inner core was marred by a fissure from the icy sword energy unleashed by the attack talisman. At that moment, the cold sword aura dissipated into nothingness. Witnessing the grievous injury to its inner core, the python erupted in a furious roar. However, rather than continuing its assault, it opened its cavernous mouth and summoned its core back into its body. After reclaiming its injured core, the python's aura visibly diminished. With a roar of rage and resentment directed at the middle-aged man, the tiger-striped blood-eyed python chose to flee deeper into the depths. Observing the python's retreat, the middle-aged man barked an icy command. "Beast, where do you think you're going?" As he uttered this, he grasped his broad blade and pursued it. With the python severely wounded by his talisman, he was determined not to miss the opportunity to slay the creature. Lu Fan, witnessing this, did not hesitate and followed closely behind to fulfill the system's task of eliminating the tiger-striped blood-eyed python. He was willing to consume a low-grade fury pill without a second thought. The python, having suffered significant damage, was not swift in its escape, and within moments, the middle-aged man caught up to it, blade in hand. "Prepare to meet your end," he bellowed, executing a profound step that propelled him into the air, aiming his blade at the python's vital point. In a crucial moment, the python maneuvered its massive body to the right to evade the strike. Though it narrowly escaped the lethal blow, the middle-aged man's broad blade still inflicted a half-meter-long gash beneath the python's vital point. Blood gushed from the wound, and the searing pain elicited a series of anguished roars from the python. Undeterred, the middle-aged man leveraged the momentum from his landing to leap again, this time still targeting the python's vital area. To slay such a serpentine beast, one must strike at its vital point. Otherwise, true death remains elusive. The middle-aged man was evidently well acquainted with this fact, launching each strike towards the critical spot. Lu Fan, who had stealthily followed closely, observed this scene with a grave expression. The middle-aged man's combat style was ruthlessly efficient, devoid of any superfluous movements. Each maneuver was a deadly assault. If his instincts were correct, this man was akin to the assassin he had once been in a past life. Such individuals were often the most formidable adversaries. Despite the seriousness of the situation, Lu Fan felt an inexplicable surge of exhilaration. He sensed his blood igniting, his body trembling slightly with a primal thrill. The stronger the opponent, the more fervent his fighting spirit became. As he watched the middle-aged man prepare to strike the python's vital point once more, Lu Fan finally made his move. With a swift application of the 7-star step, he transformed into a flickering shadow and advanced towards the middle-aged man. The Tai Chi sword in his hand shimmered like a silver streak, aimed directly at the man's dantian, executing a decisive and lethal maneuver. Should the middle-aged man refrain from retreating, the tip of the Tai Chi sword would undoubtedly pierce his dantian. Faced with Lu Fan's sudden strike, A flicker of undeniable astonishment crossed the man's face. He had long perceived Lu Fan, yet had dismissed him entirely. For Lu Fan's displayed cultivation was merely at the 8th level of qi refinement. However, at this moment, Lu Fan's decisive and swift action instilled in him a profound sense of lethal threat. After a brief moment of shock, the middle-aged man quickly reacted, his figure darting sharply to the right. In the midst of his evasion, the wide blade, originally aimed at the vital point of the tiger-striped blood-eyed python, abruptly changed its trajectory and swept horizontally towards Lu Fan's head. Should Lu Fan continue his assault, this broad blade would sever his head from his body. A life for a life, a wound for a wound. Observing the calm yet frenzied demeanor of the middle-aged man, Lu Fan too exhibited no hesitation. Retracting his sword and gracefully retreating, the middle-aged man landed and steadied himself, locking eyes with Lu Fan across the formidable tiger-striped blood-eyed python. Chapter 45. Slaying the blood-eyed python. Their eyes met, and both Dizwa and Lu Fan radiated an icy, murderous intent. After a brief exchange of glances, Dizwa spoke first, his voice cold. "Are you truly certain you wish to breach the rules and contend with me for this prey?" Just as Lu Fan had recognized Dizwa's identity as an assassin, Dizwa too presumed Lu Fan to be a fellow practitioner of the trade, hence his words. In the realm of assassins, there exists an unspoken rule: first come, first served. Should multiple hunters set their sights on the same quarry, the one who first targets it holds the precedence. If that individual fails to eliminate the prey, others may then compete based on their skills. Typically, no assassin would dare violate this tacit understanding. Yet today, Lu Fan had transgressed it. Observing Dizwa's fury, Lu Fan, well aware of this unwritten rule, felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Were it not for the absence of a system task, he might have refrained from challenging this principle after weighing the consequences. After all, Dizwa was not an adversary to be trifled with. However, the crux of the matter lay in his need to slay the tiger-striped blood-eyed python to fulfill his system task. When self-interest is at stake, he had no choice but to confront this unspoken rule. Besides, he was not an assassin in the present context, thus his disregard for this rule could be justified. After a moment of self-reassurance, Lu Fan executed the 7-star step, vanishing from his original position. Yet, at this moment, his target was not Dizwa, but rather the tiger-striped blood-eyed python. Upon witnessing Lu Fan's assault on the python, Dizwa let out a cold snort and charged at Lu Fan with his broad blade. In the face of Dizwa's aggressive advance, Lu Fan's eyes flickered with a chilling light as he redirected the Tai Chi sword to meet the approaching blade. The clash of metal rang out with a sharp, resonant sound, sending sparks flying. With neither achieving their aim, the two engaged once more, launching a series of lethal strikes. Amidst their fierce battle, the tiger-striped blood-eyed python seized the opportunity to retreat into the depths. Witnessing this, Lu Fan's expression darkened, and he employed the Tai Chi swordplay to force Dizwa back. After successfully repelling Dizwa with a well-placed strike, Lu Fan again activated the 7-star step, swiftly pursuing the fleeing python. After all, their conflict stemmed from the hunt for this very creature. Allowing it to escape would be an immense loss, one Lu Fan could not permit. Due to its grievous injuries, the python's escape was sluggish. In the blink of an eye, Lu Fan caught up, unleashing a fiery arc of sword light with his Tai Chi sword, blazing fire sword technique. At that moment, Dizwa followed closely behind, unwilling to squander time. He resolved to swiftly dispatch the tiger-striped blood-eyed python before anything else. The Tai Chi swordplay emphasizes yielding to overcome rigidity, while the blazing fire sword technique is characterized by its brute force, boasting a far greater offensive power. With a series of swift, fiery strikes, Lu Fan's sword energy struck fiercely at the python's vital points, eliciting a roar of anguish from the creature. The already severely wounded tiger-striped blood-eyed python emitted a mournful howl upon sustaining injury to its vital 7-inch point. Seizing this opportunity, Lu Fan deftly launched the Tai Chi sword, which swiftly penetrated the python's vital spot with a sharp whistle. As the sword embedded itself, a terrifying surge of sword energy erupted from its tip and body, detonating violently within the python's wound. With a resounding pop, a gaping, head-sized blood hole was blasted through the python's 7-inch section, and blood gushed forth. Another dull thud echoed as the Tai Chi sword pierced through the python's head, emerging from the other side. Under such relentless and lethal onslaughts, the tiger-striped blood-eyed python could hardly withstand the assault. With a thunderous crash, its massive body collapsed onto the ground, shaking the earth beneath it. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Fan stored the python's enormous carcass into the system space. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the system task, slaying the tiger-striped blood-eyed python. You have earned 2 signing opportunities. Ding! Does the host wish to use the signing opportunities? Hearing the notifications echoing in his mind, Lu Fan finally let out a sigh of relief. However, this was not the moment for signing. Suppressing his satisfaction and joy, he turned his gaze towards the approaching Dizwa, whose expression was dark and filled with a chilling, murderous intent. Hand over the tiger-striped, blood-eyed python, and we shall consider this matter resolved. Otherwise, I will surely kill you. You dare to threaten me? Lu Fan narrowed his eyes, a palpable aura of hostility emanating from him, incensed by Dizwa's words. Throughout his past and present, he had always loathed threats. No, this is not a threat. You have violated the rules first, and if I kill you, no one shall say a word. As soon as the words left his lips, Dizwa lunged at Lu Fan with a swift motion. A glimmer of blade energy manifested along the edge of the wide knife he wielded. However, it was evident that Dizwa had only recently grasped this blade energy and could not project it outward effectively. With his objective achieved, Lu Fan felt no fear and met his opponent head-on with the Taiji sword. Just as the Taiji sword was about to collide with the wide knife, a black poison needle shot forth from Dizwa's right sleeve. The sudden turn of events caused Lu Fan's expression to shift, and he instinctively pivoted to the right. Whoosh! The black needle whizzed past him, narrowly missing its target. Taking advantage of Lu Fan's evasive maneuver, Dizwa exerted additional force with his wide knife. Clang! The clash of metal reverberated as Lu Fan felt a tremendous force surge through his right arm, transmitted by the Taiji sword. The impact compelled him to stagger backward, and had he not gripped the sword's hilt with all his might, it would have slipped from his grasp. Steadying himself, Lu Fan cast a cold glance at Dizwa, who did not attempt to strike again. Just as Lu Fan was about to consume the primary berserk pill to thoroughly eliminate his adversary, Dizwa suddenly remarked coldly, "Kid, I will come for you. No one can snatch anything from my grasp." With those words, Dizwa's figure flickered and vanished into the depths of the forest. Watching him disappear, Lu Fan disdainfully curled his lip. Had he not been reluctant to expend the primary berserk pill, this fellow would have long since become a corpse. Moreover, he could not contend with Lu Fan now, let alone in the future. You may have evaded me this time, but next time, I shall not grant you the luxury of escape. With a murmured reflection on the direction Dizwa had vanished, Lu Fan employed the 7-star steps and continued deeper into the wilderness. Moments after Lu Fan departed, Dizwa returned, scanning the surroundings before pursuing the path Lu Fan had taken. Unbeknownst to Lu Fan, as he journeyed onward, he encountered a number of second-tier ferocious beasts obstructing his way. However, he refrained from engaging them, choosing instead to suppress his presence and circumvent them. After all, there was not just one second-tier ferocious beast ahead, but also some third-tier beasts. Engaging in combat would undoubtedly attract the attention of all nearby beasts, leading to a troublesome situation. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, Lu Fan was determined to remain undisclosed. Fortunately, due to the system's capabilities, he could perfectly suppress his aura, avoiding the notice of any ferocious beasts. After stealthily navigating for nearly an hour, Lu Fan finally reached the depths of Baiyang Mountain. Chapter 46. The Dragon. Upon entering the depths of the region, Lu Fan's immediate sensation was one of profound silence. In the outer and central areas, the presence of ferocious beasts was palpable, accompanied by the occasional roar and the calls of birds. However, in this place, an eerie stillness pervaded, devoid of any sound. Taking a deep breath, Lu Fan cautiously advanced forward. After traversing approximately 100 meters, he was taken aback to discover the lifeless body of a fearsome beast. With a single glance, he identified it as the third-tier beast, the Wind Thunder Leopard. Approaching with a mix of astonishment and curiosity, he soon felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. The inner core of the Wind Thunder Leopard was conspicuously absent, leaving him to wonder about its whereabouts. He speculated that it must have been slain by another beast. For if a cultivator had been responsible, they would have certainly retrieved the body. Given that the carcass of a wind thunder leopard could fetch no less than 10,000 low-grade spirit stones at auction, such a sum would be considerable even for a nascent soul cultivator. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lu Fan's disappointment transformed into satisfaction. Although he did not acquire the inner core, finding the body of the wind thunder leopard was still a stroke of fortune. Content with his unexpected gain, he stowed away the carcass and continued on his journey. As he walked, he mused internally, System. If I were to recover the wind thunder leopard and the previously encountered blood-eyed tiger python, how many points would I receive? Ding. Recovery would yield 6,000 points. Would you like to proceed? Only 6,000 points? He murmured, furrowing his brow. He ultimately decided against the recovery for the time being. After all, 6,000 points would hardly purchase anything of value in the system's store. It would be far more advantageous to auction the beast's remains for spirit stones, which could facilitate a breakthrough in his cultivation. Currently, his abilities were still rather rudimentary, and his offensive tactics were exceedingly limited. Without the system, he might have resigned himself to his fate, but with its existence, Lu Fan was determined to aspire for greater heights. As he pondered while advancing, he suddenly heard the sound of rushing air above him. The abrupt noise jolted him back to reality, prompting him to swiftly take cover beneath a large tree. Through the gaps in the foliage, he beheld 4 formidable figures soaring through the sky towards the depths of Bayang Mountain. Once the 4 nascent soul cultivators had passed overhead, Lu Fan's brows knitted together in concern. So even nascent soul cultivators have been drawn here. This complicates matters considerably. While he did not fear facing a group of true essence cultivators, the prospect of contending with 4 nascent soul cultivators was daunting. Even if he were to engage in combat across minor realms, the odds were heavily stacked against him. The risk of perishing, even with the use of a basic berserk pill, loomed large. After all, the effects of the basic berserk pill were time-limited, lasting merely a minute. Should he exceed that duration, he would be left utterly defenseless, vulnerable to becoming an easy target. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, Lu Fan would refrain from utilizing the basic berserk pill. Upon contemplating this, Lu Fan pondered for a moment and resolutely declared in his heart, System. I shall utilize 1 opportunity for sign-in. He had accumulated 1 special sign-in opportunity, in addition to 4 ordinary ones. Initially, he intended to reserve them for other uses, but it seemed prudent to prepare a few more trump cards. Ding. Successful sign-in at Bayang Mountain. Congratulations, host, you have obtained an attack talisman. To his astonishment, he had drawn an attack talisman. Lu Fan had braced himself for the acquisition of commonplace items, yet unexpectedly, he had received an attack talisman. Could it be that this place possessed unique qualities? System, I shall use another sign-in opportunity. Ding. Successful sign-in at Bayang Mountain. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 50 low-grade spirit stones. Just moments ago, filled with anticipation, Lu Fan's countenance turned a shade of green upon hearing that this time he had only acquired 50 low-grade spirit stones. I refuse to be disheartened. System, let us try once more to sign in. Ding. Successful sign-in at Bayang Mountain. Congratulations, host, you have obtained an invisibility talisman. Upon learning that he had garnered an invisibility talisman on his 3rd attempt, Lu Fan's expression improved slightly. After reviewing the information regarding the invisibility talisman, a look of satisfaction blossomed upon his face. Initially, he had assumed that this talisman was akin to the usual invisibility talismans. However, after perusing its description, he realized that the two were utterly incomparable. Utilizing the invisibility talisman provided by the system would not only conceal his figure, but also mask his aura and all personal fluctuations. Even formidable beings several realms above him would remain oblivious to his presence. Indeed, this invisibility talisman is a remarkable asset. With a light sigh, Lu Fan quelled the myriad thoughts swirling in his mind and set forth towards the direction of the 4 core formation experts. His confidence, which had previously been wavering, was now bolstered by the acquisition of both the attack talisman and the invisibility talisman. If he were to genuinely uncover the legendary true dragon or any opportunity related to it, he would exhaust all his resources to seize it. Accelerating his pace, he stealthily traversed over 300 meters, when suddenly, sounds of battle and urgent shouts pierced the air ahead. Quickly, intercept it. We must not allow it to escape. Ha. It seems the legendary true dragon truly exists. We must capture it at all costs. Boom. A deafening, thundering sound emanated from the front, as the shockwaves from the battle sent the surrounding trees rustling. At this moment, Lu Fan heightened his vigilance and cautiously approached the source of the commotion. Curiosity and anticipation swelled within him. He could clearly hear the cries from the four core formation experts, who had evidently encountered the fabled true dragon. Though it seemed utterly incredible, he could not suppress his excitement. Proceeding cautiously for another 50 meters, Lu Fan peered through the foliage and beheld a remarkable scene before him. The four core formation experts, each wielding magical artifacts, were besieging a peculiar and fearsome beast, entirely golden in hue, with long horns adorning its head. Originally, Lu Fan truly believed that these four individuals had discovered the fabled true dragon. However, upon witnessing this so-called true dragon, his excitement and anticipation swiftly evaporated. For this ferocious beast was evidently a jiao, not a true dragon at all. Lu Fan was able to discern this at a glance. For the jiao possessed horns that were straight and short, lacking any branching, whereas a true dragon's horns resemble those of a deer, its eyes that of a rabbit, its ears akin to a cow's, its neck like a serpent, its belly reminiscent of a clam, its scales akin to a carp, and its claws resembling those of an eagle. More significantly, a true dragon is adorned with whiskers beside its mouth, a luminous pearl beneath its jaw, and reverse scales under its throat. The distinctions between these features and those of a jiao were abundantly clear. Even had he never laid eyes upon the legendary true dragon, he would have been able to ascertain that the creature under siege was definitively not a true dragon. After a moment of disappointment, Lu Fan steadied his mind and resumed his gaze forward. Although this was not the legendary true dragon, it was nonetheless the closest he had encountered to one. For the jiao is also referred to as a jiao dragon. After enduring the trials of 81 heavenly tribulations, it can give birth to a dragon lineage within itself, thus transforming into a true dragon. This was his first encounter with the existence of a jiao dragon, and he certainly did not wish to miss this opportunity. Under his watchful eye, the four formidable cultivators of the core formation stage surrounded the jiao dragon from four directions, unleashing their full might in a relentless assault. Enraged by their onslaught, the jiao dragon opened its mouth, spewing forth flames capable of melting gold and shattering stone. Its massive tail, cloaked in golden scales, swept violently, repelling the magical artifacts of the four core formation cultivators. After observing this scene for a brief moment, Lu Fan furrowed his brow, a look of perplexity crossing his face. Chapter 47. The consequences of selfishness. What is happening? Why is this dragon of the waters so feeble? The dragon is an evolved creature, born from a serpent imbued with the bloodline of a true dragon. Even the weakest among them should be a formidable existence, at least at the fourth or even fifth tier. A dragon at the initial stage of the fourth tier could easily overpower a cultivator at the ninth level of the core formation stage. Yet, this dragon is being subdued by four cultivators, each only at the third level of the core formation stage. This situation is utterly illogical. As Lu Fan pondered this anomaly, the dragon let out a pained roar amidst the onslaught of the four cultivators. When Lu Fan turned to look, he was taken aback to discover a wound over a meter long appearing on the dragon's body, from which flowed a faint golden blood. Witnessing this scene, Lu Fan clenched his fists tightly, instinctively feeling a surge of anxiety. It was not the dragon's potential demise that troubled him, but rather the fear of missing out on a fortuitous opportunity. Although this creature was merely a dragon of the waters, not the legendary true dragon, capturing such a being would still be a monumental stroke of fortune. Furthermore, this dragon had the potential to evolve, given the right circumstances. It might one day transform into a genuine true dragon. Ding! System task triggered. Subdue the golden dragon. Task reward. 2 special sign-in opportunities. Ding! Will the host accept the task? Upon hearing the system once again bolstering his resolve, Lu Fan felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, but obediently opted to accept. At that moment, he felt as though the system were like a worm in his belly, surfacing at the most opportune moments to incite him towards decisions he hesitated to make. Despite the peculiar sensation, he could not deny the pleasure it brought him. He was able to pursue his desires while also reaping generous rewards from the system. Such a win-win situation left him with no grounds for refusal. After mentally accepting the task, Lu Fan suppressed his urge to intervene and continued to observe. Although the dragon was injured, he believed it would not be easily slain. He was also confident that, Unless absolutely necessary, these 4 cultivators would not resort to lethal force. After all, a living true dragon held far greater value than a deceased one. Moreover, with the 4 cultivators currently holding the upper hand, they were even less likely to strike a fatal blow. Ha ha! Everyone, do not hold back. Let us capture this dragon quickly, and we shall reap great rewards. One of the cultivators exclaimed with unrestrained excitement. Indeed, this is the legendary true dragon. This time, fortune favors us. With their spirits soaring, the 4 cultivators intensified their assault on the dragon, which was already at a disadvantage. The dragon roared in fury, its massive form sustaining even more wounds. Yet, regardless of how fiercely it struggled, it could not gain the upper hand. Hidden in the shadows, Lu Fan felt an overwhelming urgency as he watched the unfolding chaos. As he grew increasingly impatient, Lu Fan realized that at this rate, the suppression of the Jiaolong was merely a matter of time. By then, it would be too late for him to intervene. Contemplating this, a fierce and resolute glint flashed in Lu Fan's eyes. It is said that one must act for oneself or face dire consequences. If this was true in his previous life, it was even more so in this brutal world of cultivation, where one could not afford the slightest softness. If he were to be consumed by doubts and fears, how could he hope to elevate his cultivation and ascend to greatness? With this thought in mind, Lu Fan exhaled lightly and stepped forward. He was already quite close to the battlefield where 4 golden core experts were besieging the Jiaolong, and his sudden appearance immediately caught their attention. Who goes there? Step forth. A thunderous shout rang out, and the 4 golden core cultivators turned their menacing gazes toward Lu Fan. Initially, they had assumed he was a fellow cultivator of similar rank seeking to claim the spoils. However, upon realizing that the newcomer was merely a youthful boy, their wariness diminished considerably. Before Lu Fan could utter a word, a middle-aged man in the first stage of golden core cultivation raised his hand and flicked his fingers, sending forth a beam of spiritual light aimed at Lu Fan. Following this, the 4 resumed their assault on the Jiaolong. To them, this casual flick of spiritual energy was more than sufficient to eliminate Lu Fan. After all, he only exhibited the cultivation of the 8th level of qi refinement. A mere insect easily crushed beneath their feet, hardly worth their attention. Seeing that the 4 regarded him with such disdain, merely dispatching a beam of spiritual light to extinguish him, Lu Fan could not help but smirk coldly. Just as the beam of light was about to strike him, he executed the 7-star step, effortlessly evading the attack. While dodging, Lu Fan summoned the Taiji sword and unleashed a flurry of over a dozen strikes toward the 4 golden core cultivators besieging the Jiaolong. With each slash, a silver sword qi, measuring about an inch in length, shot forth. 16 strikes in quick succession sent 16 razor-sharp sword qis, imbued with chilling murderous intent, hurtling toward the 4 golden core experts. Lu Fan held nothing back in these strikes, pouring forth all his strength. Each beam of sword qi was capable of slaying cultivators of the same realm, and even a 6th-level true qi expert would sense a profound threat. Although these 16 sword qis posed no significant danger to the 4 golden core cultivators, they were sufficient to disrupt their focus, which was exactly Lu Fan's intent. At this moment, he aimed to collaborate with the Jiaolong to confront these 4 adversaries. The bloodline of the Jiaolong, while inferior to that of a true dragon, was far superior to that of ordinary ferocious beasts. Thus, the Jiaolong possessed a high degree of intelligence, rivaling that of human cultivators. Lu Fan was confident that the creature would comprehend his intentions. Of course, he had also prepared for the worst. Should these 4 golden core experts indeed seek to eliminate him, he would have no choice but to resort to using a primary fury pill and offensive talismans. As expected, the situation unfolded accordingly. The 4 core formation cultivators besieging the Flood Dragon were instantly consumed by murderous intent and rage upon sensing the 16 streaks of sword energy approaching. You little beast, do you seek death? They had initially believed that Lu Fan would be effortlessly slain by a single ray of spiritual light, yet to their astonishment, he evaded the attack. Not only did he dodge the onslaught of spiritual light, but he also dared to launch a counterattack against them, which incited their fury to a new height. Despite Lu Fan displaying combat prowess comparable to that of a 6th-level true essence cultivator, they regarded it with indifference. To them, there was little distinction between a 6th-level true essence cultivator and one at the 6th level of qi refinement. Both were mere ants that could be crushed with a mere gesture. With a furious shout, the The core formation cultivator who had just flicked his fingers to unleash spiritual light aimed a palm strike directly at Lu Fan. A terrifyingly potent spiritual energy hand materialized from thin air, hurtling towards Lu Fan without any restraint, capable of obliterating any cultivator below the core formation realm. In that fleeting moment of distraction among the four core formation experts, the previously subdued flood dragon suddenly erupted with a horrifying aura. As its presence surged, the flood dragon swung its massive tail towards the core formation cultivator who had attacked Lu Fan. Chapter 48. The sword strikes the Foundation Establishment expert with a resounding thud. The Foundation Establishment cultivator, who had been attacking Lu Fan, was unexpectedly sent flying. As he soared through the air, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face turning an ashen white. The Jiaolong had been at a disadvantage, and in their fervor to attack, they had not anticipated that the seemingly beleaguered creature would suddenly retaliate with such ferocity. Unprepared and lacking any defensive measures, he bore the full brunt of the Jiaolong's assault. At the same moment, Lu Fan deftly executed the 7-star step, evading the oncoming palm of spiritual energy. Had it been an ordinary third-stage true Qi cultivator facing such an onslaught, death would have been inevitable. However, Lu Fan's ethereal speed, courtesy of the 7-star step, allowed him to evade this lethal strike. The other 3 Foundation Establishment experts, too, were momentarily stunned, following the Jiaolong's devastating blow to their comrade. Its formidable tail swept toward them with unabated force. Moments ago, the Jiaolong had appeared weak and listless, but now it emanated an aura that instilled profound fear in them. Despite their confusion regarding the creature's sudden transformation, they dared not confront it head-on. They swiftly dispersed in 3 different directions, clearly unwilling to engage the newly invigorated Jiaolong directly. Witnessing this, Lu Fan's eyes sparkled with determination as he darted toward the injured Foundation Establishment cultivator who had been sent sprawling. Had this individual not been wounded, Lu Fan would never have dared to provoke him without the aid of lower-grade berserk pills or attack talismans. Yet now, with his adversary severely weakened, whether alive or near death, the opportunity was too enticing to ignore. Setting aside other considerations, merely the abundant resources stored within a Foundation Establishment expert's spatial ring were enough to compel him to take the risk. The fallen cultivator lay a mere 50 meters away, a distance that Lu Fan, employing the 7-star step, could traverse in the blink of an eye. As Lu Fan approached, the injured Foundation Establishment cultivator's expression shifted dramatically, and he let out a terrified and furious roar. "You little beast, you seek death at that moment." He was both alarmed and enraged, alarmed that Lu Fan would dare to attack him in his weakened state, risking his life, and enraged that this mere third-stage true Qi cultivator would have the audacity to challenge him, a Foundation Establishment expert, as if he were inconsequential. Despite his overwhelming feelings of fear and anger, he had no choice but to fight for his life. If he were to perish at the hands of someone within his own realm, he could accept that fate. However, to die at the hands of a mere true Qi would bring him insurmountable shame, leaving him unable to rest in peace. Thus, as Lu Fan charged, he gritted his teeth against the pain coursing through his body, forcing his cultivation techniques to draw the spiritual energy from his shattered golden core into the blade he wielded. As Lu Fan faced the approaching cultivator of the first level of the core formation stage, a glimmer of cold amusement flickered in his eyes. While he might not have had much confidence in various other aspects, he was utterly assured when it came to swordsmanship. He would not claim to have made monumental advancements in the path of the sword, but he was undeniably far superior to the individual before him. In an instant, he discerned numerous flaws and vulnerabilities in the opponent's swordplay, which were glaringly apparent. As the 2 swords drew perilously close, Lu Fan swiftly unleashed the fiery sword technique. Initially, he had employed the Tai Chi sword technique, for although his adversary had suffered severe injuries, he was not to be underestimated. It was likely that some of his strength remained. Thus, Lu Fan opted for a strategy of soft overcoming hard, intending to wear down the adversary's stamina. After all, the longer he could prolong the confrontation, the more favorable the situation would become for him, thereby increasing his chances of delivering a lethal blow. However, upon executing his moves, Lu Fan realized he had perhaps overestimated the opponent's capabilities. The sword techniques he displayed were reminiscent of a child's level. Consequently, he adapted swiftly, transitioning from the Tai Chi sword technique to the fiery sword technique. With this change, his swordplay transformed into a relentless and domineering force. A brilliant flash of sword light radiated from the Tai Chi sword, and a chilling, oppressive sword aura surged forth from its tip. At the moment the core formation cultivator expected Lu Fan to engage in a direct confrontation, Lu Fan deftly flicked his wrist, causing the Tai Chi sword to veer slightly to the right. This mere fraction of a deviation allowed the tip of his sword to narrowly graze past the opponent's blade. Witnessing this, the cultivator's expression shifted dramatically. An ominous realization washed over him. He had been deceived. Yet he reacted too slowly. As panic gripped him and he attempted to vocalize his alarm, a shard of cold, piercing sword energy erupted from the Tai Chi sword's tip. With a sickening sound, a jet of blood erupted forth as the sword energy pierced through the cultivator's heart. Upon breaching this vital organ, the energy detonated, utterly obliterating it. The already gravely wounded cultivator, now faced with such a catastrophic injury, spat out a mouthful of blood, raising his hand in a futile gesture of defiance toward Lu Fan. He managed to utter but a single word before the light in his eyes extinguished entirely. In a dull thud, the lifeless body of the cultivator crashed to the ground. Observing this scene, Lu Fan could hardly contain his exhilaration. He had indeed slain a cultivator of the first level of core formation. Though this opponent had been severely injured by a dragon, his attainment in core formation was nonetheless genuine. Just as Lu Fan was engulfed in euphoria, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. Ding. Host has successfully slain an enemy across a significant realm for the first time. System rewards include a special signing opportunity, 2 additional signing chances, and 5,000 points. Upon hearing the system's notification, Lu Fan, already brimming with excitement, found his joy uncontainable. He had never anticipated that vanquishing this foe would yield such bountiful rewards from the system. In stark contrast to Lu Fan's elation, the other 3 golden core cultivators were struck with horror. They had witnessed Lu Fan's attack on their comrade of first-tier golden core cultivation, yet they had dismissed it, even harboring a sense of disdain, believing Lu Fan was courting his own demise. However, they were utterly unprepared for the swift and decisive manner in which Lu Fan dispatched their ally. Faced with such a stark discrepancy, how could they not be astonished? Just as their shock settled in, the colossal tail of the crimson gold dragon swept through with a fearsome force. The sheer dread emanating from this creature jolted the trio back to reality, prompting them to evade in haste. At this moment, Lu Fan too stifled his exhilaration. Wielding the Tai Chi sword, he unleashed a barrage of sword energies towards the 3 retreating golden core cultivators. Chapter 49. The terrifying attack talisman. These dozens of sword energies, though incapable of inflicting harm upon the 3 nascent soul cultivators, possessed the ability to disrupt them. In the moment when the dragon's aura surged, any disturbance could lead to a devastating blow for the 3 formidable beings. The consequences of such an injury were undeniable. A moment's carelessness could result in their demise at the hands of Lu Fan. Initially, they had underestimated Lu Fan, but after witnessing the slaughter of their comrade, they dared not be complacent. Thus, the trio found themselves in an utterly vexing predicament, simultaneously fending off the dragon's onslaught while unleashing furious roars. Damn this wretched creature! We shall rend you limb from limb, extracting every sinew and bone. In the face of their threats, a chilling, murderous intent surfaced on Lu Fan's countenance. You may not have the opportunity to do so. Initially, he sought merely to repel these 3 adversaries, but now he had altered his intent. With resolute determination, Lu Fan summoned the attack talisman he had acquired from his storage ring. In the next instant, he hurled the talisman towards the 3 nascent soul cultivators. As he released it, the spiritual energy enveloping the talisman activated, causing it to unfurl. From the open talisman, a seemingly unremarkable sword energy emerged. Yet it caused both Lu Fan and the 3 cultivators to undergo a drastic change in expression. This ordinary-looking sword energy instilled a profound sense of dread within them, one that even the crimson gold dragon emitted a low growl of trepidation in response to. Clearly, this sword energy exuded an aura of death that was deeply unsettling. As shock reverberated among the onlookers, the sword energy sliced through the air towards the 3 nascent soul cultivators. The trio turned pale with fear, attempting to evade the strike. Yet the sword energy seemed to have ensnared them in a binding spell. A sense of inevitability washed over them. leaving them with no choice but to brace for impact. In a flurry of panic, the three cultivators summoned their treasured artifacts to defend themselves. The sound of shattering echoed through the air, three distinct, crisp cracks resonated as their protective artifacts were effortlessly cleaved apart by the sword energy. Unstoppable, the sword energy descended upon the three nascent soul cultivators, bisecting them with a swift and merciless stroke. Blood gushed forth as they were cleaved in twain, and the sword energy continued its relentless path, sweeping through several trees before gradually dissipating into nothingness. Now, the ground lay strewn with blood, shattered stones, and splintered wood, resembling the aftermath of a fierce battle involving dozens of combatants. Witnessing this scene, Lu Fan's face betrayed an unmistakable shock. This attack talisman is extraordinarily powerful. Initially, he had only hoped that the talisman would severely injure or intimidate these three foes into retreating. After all, these three individuals were formidable golden core cultivators, and he had never expected that a single attack talisman could annihilate them entirely. Yet, to his astonishment, the sword energy contained within that talisman instantaneously obliterated the three golden core experts. This scene was utterly beyond his anticipation. Just as he was enveloped in shock, a sudden sound echoed from behind him. When Lu Fan, ever vigilant, turned to look over his shoulder with a low exclamation, he was met with the pale visage of Dizwa. "It's you," he exclaimed, furrowing his brow and preparing to unleash a primary fury pill to eliminate him. However, before he could act, the ashen-faced Dizwa hastily called out, "Wait, I have something to say." Holding the Tai Chi sword with unwavering caution, Lu Fan paused his movements and regarded Dizwa. Under Lu Fan's scrutinizing gaze, Dizwa took a deep breath and inquired earnestly, "May I ask which sect you belong to among the three sects?" "What three sects?" Lu Fan replied, confusion etched on his face. "You don't know about the three sects?" Seeing Lu Fan's perplexed expression, Dizwa's confusion deepened, his brow furrowing further. "Are you not an assassin?" In response to Dizwa's bewilderment, Lu Fan calmly nodded and replied, "No." Upon hearing Lu Fan's admission, Dizwa's furrowed brow relaxed. "In that case, it was a misunderstanding on my part, and I hope you can forgive me." Observing Dizwa's sudden capitulation, Lu Fan couldn't help but wear a half-smirk. "If you simply dismiss it as a misunderstanding, does that not undermine my reputation? After all, I was prepared to kill you." At this remark, Dizwa's expression fluctuated between dark and light. His submission stemmed from having witnessed Lu Fan's earlier feat of eliminating three golden core cultivators with that attack talisman. A person capable of wielding such a terrifying talisman undoubtedly possessed an extraordinary background. Initially, he intended to retreat quietly, but in his astonishment, he had let down his guard and inadvertently crushed a dry twig underfoot. This oversight led to his discovery by Lu Fan, resulting in the current predicament. Realizing this, Dizwa inhaled deeply and spoke gravely. "While you may possess certain abilities, I, Dizwa, am not one to be easily trifled with. If I wished to escape, you would certainly not be able to stop me. However, I do not wish to create unnecessary enemies." His words were imbued with confidence. Although he was wary of Lu Fan's capability to slay three golden core cultivators, that was due to the talisman, not Lu Fan's inherent strength. Had Lu Fan truly possessed the power to effortlessly eliminate three golden core experts, he would have fled long ago. Observing Dizwa's self-assured demeanor, Lu Fan began to entertain a different thought. His conflict with this individual arose merely from a rivalry over the tiger-striped blood-eye python and did not constitute a mortal enmity. Should he manage to recruit this man as a subordinate, it could yield numerous benefits. In his past life, he had accomplished missions solo, yet he had several allies providing support, such as those gathering intelligence and those responsible for devising strategies. In this harsh realm of cultivation, embarking on the journey to the pinnacle alone proves to be quite arduous, to speak of nothing else. The pace of gathering cultivation resources as a solitary individual pales in comparison to that of a faction. Moreover, having subordinates allows one to delegate trivial tasks to them. After these thoughts flashed through his mind, Lu Fan turned to Dizwa and inquired, "How would you feel about joining me?" Upon hearing this, Dizwa was momentarily taken aback, unable to respond. Observing this, Lu Fan chose not to speak again, but instead redirected his gaze towards the golden-scaled dragon. The sword chi he had unleashed through the attack talisman had indeed startled the creature. However, to Lu Fan's astonishment, the golden-scaled dragon did not seize the opportunity to flee. When Lu Fan looked at it, The dragon met his gaze and emitted a gentle roar. Faced with the remarkably docile golden-scaled dragon, Lu Fan's thoughts stirred, prompting him to retrieve the contract talisman he had obtained during his signing. Chapter 50. Taming the Dragon. Although the creature before him was merely a dragon, the opportunity to tame it was indeed a rare stroke of fortune. Just moments ago, he had acquired a contract talisman, and it would be remiss to overlook such a splendid chance. Producing the talisman, Lu Fan promptly followed the instructions and crushed it in his hand. Once shattered, a vibrant, multicolored sigil materialized before him. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Fan pricked his finger and let a drop of his essence blood fall upon the radiant sigil. As the sigil absorbed his blood, it glided directly toward the golden dragon. To his astonishment, the golden dragon showed no inclination to evade the approaching sigil, allowing it to drift to its forehead and merge seamlessly with its being. Witnessing this spectacle, Lu Fan felt a surge of elation. He had not anticipated the dragoness compliance. Surely, it was his earlier act of assistance that had rendered the dragon so docile. If Lu Fan was taken aback, the awakening Dizwa was even more astounded. Unaware that he beheld a dragon, he perceived the creature, entirely clad in gold, as the legendary true dragon. Just moments ago, it had valiantly resisted the onslaught of 4 nascent soul cultivators, yet now it surrendered effortlessly to Lu Fan's will. Such a bizarre scene enveloped him in a surreal haze. Involuntarily, his gaze shifted to the composed Lu Fan, pondering the identity of this extraordinary individual capable of subjugating a being of legend. Initially, he had intended to mock Lu Fan's ambition to tame him, but now doubt clouded his mind. As Dizwa hesitated, Lu Fan distinctly sensed an extraordinary connection with the golden dragon, a bond that allowed him to command its very life and death. He could also perceive its emotions and state, an experience both wondrous and profound. At that moment, the system notification chimed in. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the system task, Taming the Golden Dragon. You have received 2 special sign-in opportunities. Ding! Would you like to utilize a special sign-in opportunity now? The 2 notifications jolted Lu Fan from his reverie, leading him to decline the sign-in for the present moment. After all, Bayang Mountain was not an extraordinary location, and the chances of obtaining valuable items from a sign-in here were exceedingly slim. He had already reluctantly squandered 3 sign-in opportunities, but he could not afford to waste more. Once he had calmed his thoughts, the colossal form of the golden dragon began to diminish. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a small golden serpent, which then swiftly flew into Lu Fan's hand. Gazing at the slumbering dragon, Lu Fan felt a pang of sorrow. He had previously speculated on the sudden surge of the dragon's might, but now the truth was clear. It was not that the dragon had concealed its powers, rather, it had overextended its vitality to amplify its aura in battle, now succumbing to sleep. He was left wondering how long it would take for the creature to regain its strength, a disappointment for Lu Fan, who had hoped to glean more information. However, this fleeting sense of disappointment was soon dispelled. After all, he had successfully tamed the golden dragon, and once it awakened from its slumber, he would have ample time to inquire further. With this thought in mind, Lu Fan promptly stored the golden dragon within the confines of the system space. His storage ring was merely an ordinary, low-tier artifact, incapable of accommodating living beings. Thus, he had no choice but to confine the little dragon to the system's realm. Having completed this task, Lu Fan paid no heed to the tormented Dizao beside him and began to scavenge his spoils. From the remains of 4 core formation experts, he discovered 4 storage rings, which he casually inspected, revealing an abundance of resources within. This discovery greatly pleased him. After thoroughly pillaging the 4 rings, Lu Fan did not overlook their lifeless bodies. Once approved by the system, he opted to redeem the incomplete corpses of these 4 individuals for 100 points. Although he was aware that this price was far from equitable, he deemed it unwise to forego free points. Once this was accomplished, Lu Fan finally turned his gaze toward the conflicted Dizao. Before he could speak, Dizao took a deep breath and declared, "I can follow you. But should the day come when I wish to depart, you must not impede or coerce me. Additionally, you must not compel me to engage in activities I find distasteful. Can you agree to these 2 conditions?" As he posed this inquiry, Dizao fixed his intense gaze upon Lu Fan. These terms represented his non-negotiable boundaries. Should Lu Fan refuse, he would have no choice but to flee. He could accompany him, yet he would never relinquish his freedom. Upon hearing Dizao's stipulations, Lu Fan could not suppress a quiet chuckle within himself. This individual was indeed quite cautious, embodying the principle of first a villain, then a gentleman. Nonetheless, such straightforwardness resonated with Lu Fan. He preferred this forthright approach over the treachery and scheming of despicable individuals. As for the possibility of Di Zhao leaving after pledging his allegiance, Lu Fan harbored no concerns. This was not due to any particular reason, but rather because his cultivation speed would only escalate, enabling him to maintain a firm upper hand over Di Zhao. Moreover, endowed with the system, he had access to numerous opportunities and treasures that could enhance his cultivation and strength. While some of these items might be of no use to him, they would represent monumental opportunities for Di Zhao. With such prospects, even if Lu Fan were to dismiss him in the future, he believed Di Zhao would beg to remain. For he was acutely aware of one undeniable truth: once one becomes accustomed to taking shortcuts, it is exceedingly challenging to revert to the slow and arduous path of conventional cultivation. It was akin to Lu Fan's own experience. Possessing the system allowed him to rapidly enhance his cultivation without any adverse repercussions, a truly exhilarating prospect. At this moment, the thought of relinquishing the system to endure the same painstaking trials as ordinary cultivators was utterly unappealing to him. Contemplating this, Lu Fan regarded Di Zhao with a gentle smile and replied, "Very well. I shall acquiesce to your two requests, but I must also express a rather unpleasant truth up front." After a brief pause, Lu Fan spoke with a grave expression. "I can tolerate many things, but betrayal is one transgression I cannot abide. Do you understand? In his past life, he met his demise due to treachery, and regrettably, he could not return for vengeance. Thus, he etched this profound disdain and hatred deep within his very being. It was for this reason that he solemnly issued a warning to Di Zhao." In response to Lu Fan's admonition, Di Zhao's countenance grew slightly troubled, yet having made his decision, he was resolute in his commitment to avoid any act of betrayal. If, after a period of following, he found no benefit, he would simply depart. Observing Di Zhao's nod of agreement, Lu Fan's expression softened, and he spoke with a light-hearted tone. "Now that we have dispensed with the unpleasantness, let us discuss matters of substance. Since you have chosen to follow me, I assure you that I shall not treat you unfairly. To put it plainly, within 2 years, I will guarantee your ascension to the Foundation establishment realm. If I fail to deliver, you are free to leave." Upon hearing these words, Di Zhao could not suppress his astonishment. Chapter 51. The Search for White Lingqiao. Observing the astonished and skeptical expression on Di Zhao's face, Lu Fan understood his thoughts. However, he had no intention of providing an explanation. If Di Zhao chose to believe him, he would be rewarded accordingly. If not, no amount of explanation would suffice. Thus, it was best to respond with tangible evidence. "Let us depart from here first," Lu Fan declared, turning to head right. Di Zhao, suppressing his tumultuous thoughts, followed closely behind. Though he harbored doubts about Lu Fan's promise of leading him to the realm of Jidan in 2 years, a flicker of hope lingered within him. After all, Lu Fan had tamed the legendary Jiaolong and possessed various hidden capabilities. The worst outcome would merely involve spending 2 years in Lu Fan's company, which was hardly a burden. After Lu Fan had led Di Zhao away for the span of an incense stick, numerous figures gradually arrived at the scene. They were met with astonishment at the battlefield's desolate state, each surveying their surroundings. Regrettably, aside from the scattered debris, fallen leaves, and some bloodied rags, there was little else to be found. After fruitless searches, many powerful individuals begrudgingly moved on in pursuit of the so-called true dragon and opportunities elsewhere. However, such matters were of no concern to Lu Fan. Uncertain of the connection between the true dragon's manifestation and the crimson gold Jiaolong, he did not intend to continue his search. He would await the awakening of the Jiaolong from its slumber to discover the answers. Moreover, he did not hasten to leave Baiyang Mountain, as he had undertaken 3 sect tasks upon his arrival, having only completed one thus far. Among the remaining 2 tasks was the quest to locate a rare medicinal herb known as White Lingqiao, which, according to his inquiries, was said to only appear deep within Baiyang Mountain. Since he was already here, he felt compelled to search for it. After an hour of searching the depths, Di Zhao could no longer restrain himself and suggested, "Young Master Lu, White Lingqiao is exceedingly rare. Searching for it here is akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Perhaps we should visit the nearby 3 towns. There may be others who have discovered White Lingqiao." Lu Fan shook his head in response. If that were the case, it would be simpler. However, The white lingxiao must be harvested on-site to maintain its vitality. If we merely sought the herb in general, it would be much easier, as the Xianyang sect possesses some. Unfortunately, those herbs have been stored for too long and have lost their vitality. Let us continue our search. If we cannot find it, we will have to devise another plan. Before arriving here, he had been resolute in completing all 3 tasks, for the rewards promised substantial gains. Yet now, having directly acquired the storage rings of 4 Jidon experts, filled with abundant resources, the rewards from the tasks paled in comparison. If he could complete them, that would be splendid. If not, it mattered little. Worst case, he would be deemed to have failed the tasks and forfeit the deposit he had placed when accepting them. Upon hearing Lu Fan's words, Dizwa ceased further dialogue and resumed his search behind him. After an instant's worth of time spent exploring, a valley shrouded in a faint mist emerged before them. The sight of this valley instantly brightened Lu Fan's eyes, a look of delight spreading across his face. It was certain that the elusive Bailing grass thrived within this vale. This particular herb belonged to the category of cold and shadowy spiritual medicines, favoring growth in damp and chilly environments. Such terrain typically lay in secluded depressions, where the foliage was denser and the chill more pronounced. This valley stood as the most suitable location they had encountered so far for the growth of Bailing grass. Lu Xiao, the atmosphere here is quite frigid, and there appear to be no other ferocious beasts nearby, suggesting the presence of a powerful creature within. We should exercise caution, Dizwa advised, nodding in agreement. Lu Fan acknowledged this point as well. The Bailing grass was a rather unique specimen among third-tier spiritual herbs, capable of neutralizing medicinal effects and preventing their premature release. For alchemists, it served as an excellent regulatory herb, averting potential conflicts between medicinal properties that could lead to explosive failures or the complete collapse of their concoctions. Just as Lu Fan and Dizwa approached the entrance of the valley, the sounds of footsteps and voices resonated from the dense forest behind them. Boss, that purple-crowned python must have produced its inner Dan. Presenting it to the ancestor would make for the finest birthday gift. The valley lies just ahead. We shall arrive shortly. These voices prompted Lu Fan and Dizwa to halt and glance back. Under their scrutiny, 6 figures emerged from the thick underbrush. At the forefront was a middle-aged man with a scarred face, wielding the cultivation of the 7th level of true vigor. Among the 5 trailing behind him, 2 also possessed true vigor, specifically at the 2nd and 4th levels, while the remaining 3 were at the 9th level of chi refinement, exuding an aura of ferocity, clearly seasoned in shedding blood. As Lu Fan and Dizwa regarded the scarred-faced man and his companions, the latter returned the gaze. After a moment of mutual observation, the true vigor's 2nd-level fighter to the left of the scarred man coldly inquired, "Who are you, and what business do you have here?" Upon hearing this chilling query, both Lu Fan and Dizwa's expressions darkened. Before Lu Fan could respond, Dizwa, with a fierce glint in his eyes, retorted, "Is this Baiyang Mountain your private property? Why should we not be here? This place is already claimed by us. If you wish to live, you would do well to leave at once." Despite the scarred man's 7th level of true vigor, Dizwa felt no trepidation. Both he and Lu Fan possessed the strength to eliminate this foe, dismissing the others entirely. Dizwa's unabashed threat incited fury among the 6 men. "You dare to disregard our hospitality? Since you seek death, I shall oblige you. Attack together." With a sinister laugh, the 2nd-tier True Gang Realm expert unleashed his formidable aura, charging towards Dizwa. The other 4, excluding the scar-faced man, simultaneously erupted with their own energies, joining forces in their assault. Faced with this unified front, a flicker of disdainful mockery crossed Dizwa's countenance. Had the scar-faced man chosen to strike, he might have adopted a more cautious stance. However, these 5 dared to provoke him, displaying a reckless disregard for their own safety. As this thought crossed his mind, a 5-inch black dagger materialized in Dizwa's hand. In a flash, he surged forward, dagger in hand, to confront the 5 assailants. Lu Fan did not engage but remained in place, observing the confrontation with an air of serene indifference. Meanwhile, the scar-faced man's expression shifted as he witnessed Dizwa's action, surprise flickering in his eyes. He had failed to gauge Dizwa's true prowess earlier, but now he sensed the reality. Although his 5 subordinates possessed considerable strength, they paled in comparison to a 6th-tier True Gang Realm expert. Just as the scar-faced man contemplated this, anguished cries began to resonate. Chapter 52. Too late. In a scene reminiscent of a wolf among sheep, Dizao wielded his black dagger with lethal precision, severing the throats of 3 formidable 9th-level Qi refinement experts in swift succession. The remaining 2 true essence experts, though narrowly evading fatal blows, found themselves grievously wounded. As Dizao advanced menacingly towards his 2 subordinates of true essence cultivation, the scar-faced man let out a furious roar. What audacity! With that, he summoned a 9-pronged blade and swung it menacingly at Dizao. Faced with the onslaught of a 7th-level true essence adversary, Dizao did not dare to underestimate the threat. He promptly retreated, abandoning his offensive stance. Witnessing this exchange, Lu Fan's gaze gleamed with ferocity as he summoned the Tai Chi sword into his grasp. With a swift motion, he executed the 7-star steps, launching a piercing strike towards the scar-faced man. Utilizing the fiery sword technique, Lu Fan unleashed his most formidable attack without hesitation, fully aware of the overwhelming disparity in levels. In an instant, blades clashed. The sound of metal ringing out was deafening as sparks erupted from the point of contact. The immense force of the collision reverberated through both Lu Fan and the scar-faced man's right arms. Both combatants staggered back under the impact. Simultaneously, anguished cries filled the air, tinged with despair and dread. In a fleeting moment, the 2 injured true essence experts fell victim to Dizao's relentless assault. After dispatching the 2 adversaries, Dizao swiftly interposed himself between the scar-faced man and any chance of escape. The scar-faced man's expression darkened, a tumult of emotions swirling within him. If it were only Dizao, he might have felt unperturbed. Yet now, alongside Dizao, Lu Fan stood, a formidable equal. Faced with 2 opponents of comparable strength, uncertainty gripped him. Casting a glance at the lifeless bodies of his subordinates, the scar-faced man seethed with suppressed rage and frustration. However, he could only stifle his fury and murderous intent. Addressing Lu Fan and Dizao with a measured tone, "Gentlemen, let us exercise restraint. This time, I, Chun-Hu, concede defeat. This territory is yours. What say you?" Upon hearing this, Lu Fan could not suppress a cold laugh. "You expect to play with us at your whim, demanding mercy now? It is too late." With a chilling smile imbued with murderous intent, Lu Fan wielded the Tai Chi sword once more, launching another sweeping strike. Dizao, positioned behind Chun-Hu, acted without hesitation, brandishing his dagger in concert with Lu Fan's assault. There was no need to engage in a one-on-one duel with someone like Chun-Hu. Why squander time when they could easily vanquish him together? Faced with the dual onslaught of Lu Fan and Dizao, Chun-Hu clenched his teeth, resolved to fight to the bitter end. Yet, before the relentless barrage of their lethal techniques, how could he hope to withstand their fury? In fewer than 30 exchanges, Lu Fan's Tai Chi sword pierced through Chun-Hu's heart with a decisive thrust. As the sword was drawn, blood spurted forth, and the lifeless body of Chun-Hu collapsed to the ground. Observing this scene, both Lu Fan and Dizao maintained an expression of indifference, devoid of any discernible emotion. The storage rings of Chun-Hu and his 5 companions were subsequently divided between Lu Fan and Dizao. As for the corpses, Lu Fan opted to retrieve them for the system at the cost of 50 points. Dizao, curious about Lu Fan's rationale for collecting the bodies, refrained from probing further. These events were merely a minor interlude, of little consequence to either of them. The duo then returned to the entrance of the valley, proceeding cautiously into its depths. Although there had been no reports of 4th-tier ferocious beasts in Bayang Mountain, they remained vigilant. Upon entering the valley, a damp chill enveloped them, raising goosebumps on their skin. A faint mist lingered above, and an eerie silence pervaded the entire area. Initially, the valley appeared modest in size. However, upon entry, it revealed itself to be more akin to a canyon, narrow yet elongated. Towering trees, some reaching heights of hundreds of meters, obscured the sunlight, imparting a sinister ambience to the valley. After cautiously advancing 70 or 80 meters, they were met with the formidable skeleton of a ferocious beast, standing 6 to 7 meters tall and spanning several meters in length. Both Lu Fan and Dizao were taken aback by this sight. Continuing their exploration, they encountered additional skeletal remains of ferocious beasts, the smallest measuring 3 to 4 meters in height and 5 to 6 meters in length. The weakest among them was a peak 2nd-tier ferocious beast, while the majority belonged to the 3rd tier. The creature responsible for these remains was undoubtedly formidable. Dizao's tone was laced with caution, clearly shaken by the revelation. A creature that preys on 2nd-tier peak ferocious beasts and 3rd-tier ones could not be trifling. Listening to Dee's apprehensive words, Lu Fan felt a sense of trepidation as well. However, having come this far, turning back was not an option. With this resolve, Lu Fan took a deep breath and said, "You wait outside the valley. I shall stealthily venture in to investigate." Yet, Dee's did not heed his suggestion and followed closely behind. When Lu Fan glanced at him, Dee's asserted, "Having promised to follow you, I am bound to ensure your safety. I cannot flee alone." Lu Fan could not suppress a roll of his eyes at Dee's earnestness. He understood the underlying curiosity driving Dee's desire to enter. Perhaps there were treasures or fortuitous opportunities within that he wished to seize. Nevertheless, acknowledging his intentions without voicing them, Lu Fan accepted Dee's companionship. Entering together provided some measure of safety against unforeseen circumstances. As they ventured deeper into the valley, the oppressive chill grew more pronounced, accompanied by a lingering scent of blood and decay. A medley of fragrances intertwined, compelling Lu Fan and Dee's to seal their nostrils with spiritual energy. Cautiously, they advanced for over 100 meters, until the landscape before them opened up unexpectedly. They beheld a lake, approximately 70 to 80 meters in diameter. The sight of this lake left Lu Fan and Dee's utterly astonished, a scene that had taken them by surprise. However, their attention was soon captivated by a diminutive island at the center of the lake. This microisland, measuring less than 10 meters in diameter, was adorned with a plethora of spiritual herbs. Among these, the coveted Ling grass that Lu Fan sought was found at the edge of this island, not merely a single specimen, but a vast expanse. Yet, their focus did not linger on the abundance of Ling grass. Rather, it was fixated on a fruit tree situated in the heart of the island. This tree, standing less than 2 meters tall, bore 6 pristine white fruits, resembling crystalline orbs the size of a fist. Even from nearly 100 meters away, the rich aroma of the fruit wafted through the air. Inhaling this fragrant essence filled their beings with unparalleled delight, and the flow of spiritual energy within their meridians quickened significantly. Both Lu Fan and Dee's recognized this extraordinary fruit. Chapter 53. The purple-crowned python, the fruit of purest white, is known as the snow spirit fruit, a spiritual fruit imbued with the essence of cold. Its most notable properties include the ability to enhance one's concentration and comprehension, along with an extraordinary capability to awaken a practitioner from the depths of madness. However, consuming the snow spirit fruit alone results in diminished efficacy, as its full potential cannot be harnessed. Thus, it is typically refined into a medicinal elixir specifically designed to combat the inner demons of cultivators, known as the snow spirit pill. A lower-grade snow spirit pill commands a price of no less than 30,000 low-grade spirit stones, and its auction price can soar even higher. In comparison, the cost of a single snow spirit fruit surpasses that of a lower-grade snow spirit pill, fetching a minimum of 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. This particular tree bears 6 snow spirit fruits, amounting to a staggering total of 300,000 low-grade spirit stones. Faced with such a fortune, both Lu Fan and Dee's found it impossible to remain composed. They exchanged glances, each reflecting the fervent greed and excitement that danced in their eyes. Although they longed to rush forth and seize the 6 snow spirit fruits at once, they managed to retain a semblance of rationality amidst the overwhelming opportunity. Taking a deep breath, the two directed their gaze towards the placid lake before them. No traces of ferocious beasts were evident in the surrounding areas. The only potential threat lay beneath the tranquil waters. After a moment of contemplative observation, they glanced at the abundance of spiritual herbs on the small island at the lake's center. Dee's, suppressing his restless heart, quietly inquired, "Lu Shao, what shall we do now? Should we rush in and seize them, or proceed differently? We cannot charge in recklessly. We are uncertain of the strength of whatever lurks beneath the water. To do so would be tantamount to courting death," Lu Fan replied thoughtfully. After a brief pause, he continued, "First, we must devise a way to draw it out and ascertain its power. If it proves weak, we can join forces to eliminate it. If it is formidable, you should create a diversion while I gather the spiritual herbs from the island. We can then rendezvous outside the valley. What do you think?" Hearing Lu Fan's strategy, Dee's hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. "All right, let us proceed as you suggest." Lu Fan was somewhat surprised by Dee's swift acquiescence. He had anticipated a counterargument, with Dee's insisting on drawing out the beast himself. The unexpected agreement elevated Lu Fan's opinion of Dee's. However, he was not one to linger in indecision. Having made a choice, he saw no reason to delay. He cast a glance at Dizwa, who promptly understood and rose to approach the lake. "Be cautious," Lu Fan whispered, concerned that Dizwa might let his guard down. After all, Dizwa was now regarded as his subordinate, and Lu Fan wished to ensure his safety. In contrast to others who might envy the snow spirit fruits and spiritual herbs to the point of wishing harm upon Dizwa to claim these resources for themselves, Lu Fan harbored no such thoughts, despite his own strong desire to acquire them all. In dealing with adversaries, he can be ruthless and exceedingly cruel. However, when it comes to his own people, he would never impose any injustice upon them. Of course, this principle is contingent upon their unwavering loyalty. Should he encounter those who are duplicitous among his own, Lu Fan would not hesitate to show no mercy. Hearing Lu Fan's admonitions, Dizwa felt a sense of comfort and relaxation wash over him. Nodding in acknowledgement, he approached the tranquil lake and raised his hand, striking the surface of the water with 7 or 8 palm strikes from a distance. As the solidified energy palm prints descended upon the lake's surface, they erupted with a series of thunderous sounds, sending forth splashes of water. Just as Dizwa completed this act, a terrifying and formidable pressure surged from the depths of the lake, causing the entire body of water to convulse violently. Both Lu Fan and Dizwa's expressions shifted in response to this overwhelming aura. Indeed, a 4th-tier ferocious beast resided here. Prior to their arrival, they had speculated that such a creature must exist in this location, and this fearsome presence confirmed their suspicions. Fortunately, this beast had not yet revealed itself, and it was merely in the early stages of the 4th tier, which meant that they were not compelled to flee in panic. Had it been in the mid-stages, Lu Fan would have had no choice but to escape immediately, even with the aid of a basic frenzied pill. Under the watchful eyes of Lu Fan and Dizwa, torrents of water erupted from the lake as a colossal creature surged forth. It was a massive python, its girth equivalent to that of 2 men embracing, and upon its enormous head rested a grand purple crown, resembling a massive stone of violet hue. Lu Fan and Dizwa recognized this 4th-tier beast immediately, the purple crown python. When the python's cold, lantern-like eyes fell upon Dizwa, he was jolted back to reality. Without a moment's hesitation, he struck out with a palm towards the purple crown python and swiftly executed his movement technique to flee towards the valley's exit. Although the purple crown python was a 4th-tier beast, he had his own movement techniques to rely on, making his escape feasible. All he needed to do was divert the creature's attention, allowing Lu Fan to gather the 6 snow spirit fruits and various spiritual herbs from the island at the lake center. Without any potential gain, Dizwa would never have dared to take such risks. However, the prospect of acquiring the snow spirit fruits and numerous herbs made this danger worthwhile. Just as Dizwa turned to flee, the enraged roar of the purple crown python erupted, and it launched itself from the lake in pursuit of him. Witnessing this scene, Lu Fan was filled with elation. As long as the purple crown python left, he was confident in his ability to collect all 6 snow spirit fruits and the spiritual herbs. Yet, just as he intended to reveal himself and head towards the island, the terrifying aura of the purple crown python suddenly returned. Realizing this, Lu Fan's expression changed, and he quickly retracted his presence to conceal himself once more. Peering cautiously, he was astonished to discover that the purple crown python had indeed turned back in pursuit of Dizwa. Observing the beast's return, Lu Fan couldn't help but grimace, suppressing a curse that threatened to escape his lips. What is this Dizwa up to? Wasn't he supposed to divert that fellow? Why has he returned? Fortunately, he did not hastily charge toward the island in the center of the lake. Otherwise, he would have to confront the azure crown python head-on at this very moment. As he muttered curses under his breath, the azure crown python, having retreated, made its way back into the lake. However, this time, it did not sink to the lake bed but instead coiled itself in the water, encircling the small island at its center with its massive form. Witnessing this scene, Lu Fan was overcome with a strong urge to curse. The azure crown python had undoubtedly sensed the ploy to lure it away, which explained its return. Realizing this, he felt a deep sense of helplessness. Among the myriad of ferocious beasts, serpentine creatures possess a significantly higher intelligence than ordinary beasts, so its awareness was entirely expected. This predicament was turning troublesome. Must he truly resort to the use of a basic berserk pill to confront this azure crown python? As he pondered, Lu Fan was engulfed in inner turmoil. The duration of the basic berserk pill was far too short, lasting only a mere minute. Slaying the azure-crowned python within that time frame was not impossible. He had confidence in his capabilities. Yet, he was apprehensive that once that minute passed, he would be utterly drained of strength and combat ability. Considering the numerous resources at his disposal, including 6 snow spirit fruits and various spiritual herbs, he could not guarantee that Deezwa would suppress his own greed and distractions. Simply put, he was resolute in never entrusting his life to another. Just as he was mired in such conflict, the system's notification chimed in. Chapter 54. The Binding Talisman and the Golden Bell Talisman. Upon hearing the 2 notification chimes in his mind, Lu Fan could not help but smile wryly. This confounded system always seems to dangle bait before him at the most inconvenient moments. Although he was acutely aware that the system's intent was to prompt him to accept the quest, Lu Fan ultimately chose to do so. Not for any other reason, but the rewards for slaying the purple-crowned python were far too enticing. Even without the system's task, the mere prospect of acquiring 3 snow spirit fruits and various spiritual herbs would compel him to find a way to defeat the creature. However, he knew he must prepare adequately. He had no desire to become a pawn for others, risking his own life in the process. As he pondered this, he heard faint footsteps behind him. Turning to look, he was met with the awkward expression of Deezwa, approaching him. Without waiting for Lu Fan to inquire, Deezwa spoke with a hint of resignation. "Young Master Lu, this wretched beast is not falling for my tricks." Before we could even chase it out of the valley, it turned back, and my provocations were of no avail. After expressing his frustration, Deezwa clenched his teeth and added, "Young Master, why don't we throw caution to the wind and confront this purple-crowned python head-on?" Faced with the allure of the snow spirit fruits and numerous spiritual herbs, Deezwa was unwilling to concede defeat. Even against a python of the 4th tier's initial stage, he still wished to take a gamble. Observing Deezwa's discontent, Lu Fan turned his gaze to the coiling python amidst the lake. After a moment of contemplation, he took a deep breath and replied solemnly, "Let me consider if there are any alternative strategies. If not, we shall discuss it then." Without hesitation, Lu Fan resolved in his heart. System. Utilize the 2 opportunities for sign-in. Currently, he had accumulated 3 regular sign-in opportunities and 3 special ones. Reluctant to expend the special opportunities just yet, he opted for the ordinary ones, hoping for a favorable outcome. Congratulations, host. Sign in at the Nameless Valley successful. You have acquired a top-tier martial technique, Celestial Finger. Congratulations, host. Sign in at the Nameless Valley successful. You have obtained a Supreme Recovery Pill. Originally hoping for an offensive talisman, Lu Fan felt a wave of disappointment wash over him upon hearing these notifications. While the Celestial Finger and the Supreme Recovery Pill would be beneficial at other times, they offered little assistance in the current predicament. With a frustrated determination, Lu Fan muttered to himself, "I refuse to believe that I cannot sign in to obtain something worthwhile. System, I shall use 1 special sign-in opportunity." If he could not secure anything valuable from the special sign-in, he would have to seek alternative methods. Congratulations, host. Sign in at the Nameless Valley successful. You have received 1 Binding Talisman and 1 Golden Bell Talisman. As he listened to the rewards from the special sign-in, a look of confusion crossed Lu Fan's face. As he pondered in confusion, the system's luminescent screen materialized before him, displaying information about 2 types of jade talismans. The Binding Talisman. Upon use, it can immobilize any creature not exceeding the host's major realm, rendering it motionless for 3 minutes. The Golden Bell Talisman. After activation, it transforms into a protective shield that can withstand attacks from any adversary not exceeding the host's major realm. Note, the Golden Bell Talisman has 3 trial uses. Once these are exhausted, it will shatter automatically. Originally filled with doubt, Lu Fan's heart soared with joy upon reading the information on the screen. To his astonishment, this time as sign-in had granted him 2 magnificent treasures. Both the Binding Talisman and the Golden Bell Talisman held significant utility for him. Taking a deep breath, Lu Fan turned his gaze toward Deezwa. Noticing Lu Fan's attention, Deezwa could not suppress his eagerness and inquired urgently, "Young Master Lu, do you have a solution?" "Indeed, I do," Lu Fan replied, and an expression of elation illuminated Deezwa's face. Before Deezwa could utter a word, Lu Fan continued, "I possess a pill that allows for a temporary breakthrough of 1 major realm. However, its effects last only for 1 minute, after which it will leave you completely exhausted." As he spoke, Lu Fan maintained a calm demeanor, observing Dizwa, seemingly gauging his reaction. Under Lu Fan's watchful gaze, Dizwa hesitated before solemnly stating, "In that case, let me consume the pill, and you can engage in battle from the sidelines." He believed Lu Fan's words were a test of his willingness to take the pill. However, upon hearing this, Lu Fan smiled and responded, "There is no need. I shall consume the pill myself, but afterward, I will rely on you to protect me." Without waiting for Dizwa to respond, Lu Fan retrieved the primary berserk pill from the system's repository. Holding the pill in his hand, Lu Fan inhaled deeply before swallowing it whole. The pill dissolved instantly, unleashing an overwhelming surge of energy that engulfed his being. As the terrifying power surged through him, Lu Fan felt his cultivation level skyrocket. Casting a meaningful glance at Dizwa, he brandished his Taiji sword and revealed his form. His intention was indeed to test Dizwa, but not to ascertain his willingness to consume the pill. Rather, he sought to determine whether Dizwa would take advantage of his vulnerability once the effects of the primary berserk pill wore off. Should Dizwa make a misguided choice, Lu Fan would not hesitate to eliminate him. Conversely, if Dizwa could maintain his integrity in the face of such temptation, Lu Fan would truly consider him an ally. These thoughts flitted through Lu Fan's mind as he fully unleashed his imposing aura. As he exuded the pressure of the third tier of the core formation realm, Lu Fan activated the 7-star step, wielding his Taiji sword as he charged toward the enraged, roaring purple crown python. The duration of the primary berserker pill is but a fleeting minute, thus Lu Fan dared not indulge in any delay. At this moment, he unleashed his full might, directly executing the most formidable attack, the fiery sword technique. Flash! Flash! Lu Fan swiftly unleashed a series of over a dozen sword chi, targeting the violet crown atop the head of the violet crown python. The violet crown python possesses two critical vulnerabilities. One resides in the 7-inch mark, while the other is the violet crown itself. The violet crown serves as a second heart for the creature, and its destruction equates to severing half of the python's life. In the face of the lethal sword chi, the violet crown python roared in furious defiance, opening its cavernous maw to expel a barrage of arrow-like, dark green venom. This venom, imbued with the python's potent toxicity, would instantaneously reduce any true essence realm cultivator who came into contact with it to mere blood. Even formidable golden core realm experts would not dare to underestimate such a terrifying toxin. At this moment, the onslaught of venom collided seamlessly with Lu Fan's formidable sword chi. Chapter 55, a successful kill in the blink of an eye. The numerous sword energies were completely dissolved by the toxic venom spewed forth by the purple crown python. After neutralizing all the sword energies, the venom continued its relentless assault towards Lu Fan. Witnessing this scene, Lu Fan's eyes narrowed instinctively. However, faced with such a terrifying toxin, he dared not confront it head-on. He swiftly employed the 7-star step, gracefully evading the oncoming venom. As he dodged the toxic projectiles, Lu Fan unleashed another barrage of sword energies, each now radiating with fiery brilliance. The potency of these strikes was more than double that of his previous attempts. Just as these fiery sword energies targeted the purple crown atop the python's head, Lu Fan, in a flash, wielded the Taiji sword and aimed a decisive strike at the python's vulnerable midsection. Time was of the essence, and he could not afford to squander it on fruitless exchanges. Thus, every attack he executed was a lethal maneuver, one after another. At that moment, the purple crown python was compelled to defend against both the sword energies directed at its crown and the strike aimed at its vital spot. In response to this cunning assault, the python emitted a furious roar. Yet, its intelligence was not to be underestimated. It would not fall easily. Like before, it retaliated by unleashing a series of venomous projectiles to counter the sword energies aimed at its crown. However, this time, the venom was infused with the essence of its spiritual energy, as it expelled this spiritually charged toxin to fend off the sword energies. The massive body of the purple crown python swept towards Lu Fan, using its own formidable form as a weapon. For ordinary magical artifacts, it would be impossible to withstand the sheer size and armored scales of the python. In the realm of scale-clad beasts, their colossal bodies served as fearsome instruments of power. After all, their immense size signified tremendous strength, and their scales were akin to unparalleled defensive treasures. Common cultivators' iron swords or typical artifacts could hardly breach such scales. Hence, it was entirely reasonable for scale-clad beasts to resort to their physicality as an offensive strategy. The purple-crowned python was no exception. Regrettably for it, the Taiji sword was not an ordinary iron weapon, but a creation of the system itself. Thus, the python's strategy was destined to fail. Under the intense scrutiny of Dizwa, the Taiji sword, radiating silver sword energy, collided with the massive, scaled body of the purple-crowned python. At the moment of impact, the Taiji sword pierced through the black scales covering the python's enormous form. With a splatter, a fountain of blood erupted forth as the Taiji sword penetrated. In pain, the purple-crowned python let out a chilling, furious roar, and its gigantic body charged once more. Taken by surprise, Lu Fan was sent flying. The Taiji sword yanked from his grasp. Another spurt of blood gushed forth, staining the surface of the water with crimson. Witnessing this spectacle, Dizwa could not help but gasp in astonishment, his heart filled with shock. A single elixir bestowed upon Lu Fan such formidable power that he could confront the purple-crowned python head-on, which indeed was quite terrifying. Although consuming such a potion came with its side effects, they paled in comparison to the gains achieved. As Dizwa stood in silent astonishment, the enraged purple-crowned python let out a furious roar and soared from the lake. Just as a nascent soul cultivator could tread upon the air, so too could a fourth-tier ferocious beast take to the skies. With its eyes ablaze, the python opened its gaping maw and lunged toward Lu Fan, who had steadied himself. Faced with the approaching maw, Lu Fan smirked, undaunted, and brandished his Tai Chi sword. Now, standing at the same level as the python, he felt no fear. As Lu Fan advanced with his sword, the python unexpectedly expelled a dark green orb that hurtled toward him. This sudden turn of events caused Lu Fan's expression to change dramatically, and he swiftly dodged to the right. At that moment, the orb whizzed past him, mere inches from piercing his chest. This dark green orb was not a magical artifact, but rather the python's inner core, which contained not only all its power but also the terrifying toxins accumulated over centuries of cultivation. Should he be struck by this core, the lethal toxins would swiftly spread throughout his body, leaving Lu Fan with little hope of survival. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lu Fan, having regained his footing after narrowly evading the attack, was drenched in cold sweat, his heart racing. He had brushed perilously close to death. Had it not been for his quick reflexes with the 7-star step, he might have been reduced to mere blood and flesh. He had underestimated the intelligence of a fourth-tier ferocious beast, which was no less cunning than cultivators who had spent centuries honing their skills. They were all wily and treacherous. Cursing inwardly, Lu Fan wasted no time and retrieved the immobilization talisman he had obtained earlier. Initially, he had intended to save it for the hidden cards Dizwa had left behind. However, facing such a cunning adversary as the purple-crowned python, he had no choice but to employ it. After all, having consumed an intermediate berserk pill, failing to slay the python would be a tremendous loss. Be immobilized, he roared, causing the python, which was poised to strike again, to freeze in midair. Witnessing this, Dizwa, who was observing from below, widened his eyes in disbelief. What was the talisman he used that could control the movements of the purple-crowned python? As Dizwa remained in shock, Lu Fan seized the moment without hesitation, swinging his Tai Chi sword toward the python's vital spot. Rendered immobile, the python could not even emit a roar, helplessly watching as the sword light surged forth, piercing through its critical area. Once again, a jet of blood erupted from the 7-inch mark of the purple-crowned python, its immense body trembling in excruciating agony. Yet, under the influence of the immobilizing talisman, no matter how much it writhed in pain, it remained utterly motionless. Lu Fan paid no heed, wielding the Tai Chi sword to relentlessly strike at the python's vulnerable spot. After delivering a succession of over 10 strikes, the creature's aura swiftly diminished, as vitality began to ebb away. In the blink of an eye, the lantern-like eyes of the purple-crowned python lost all glimmer. Ding! Congratulations, host. On completing the system task, slaying the purple-crowned python, you have earned 2 opportunities to check in. Ding! Would you like to use your 2 check-in opportunities? As the 2 notifications echoed in his mind, Lu Fan finally exhaled in relief. He had, at long last, vanquished this foe. Just as he felt a wave of liberation wash over him, a tremendous force within him suddenly began to dissipate. Chapter 56. The trial. Sensing the shift in power within him, Lu Fan's expression changed abruptly. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly stored the still motionless corpse of the purple-crowned python into the system space. Just as he completed this action, he plummeted from the sky. Fortunately, Before he hit the ground, he managed to muster the last remnants of his strength to mitigate the force of his descent. Otherwise, falling from a height of 50 meters would have surely resulted in severe injury, if not worse. It is crucial to note that he was utterly drained at this moment, akin to temporarily losing all his cultivation. At that point, Dizwa finally emerged from his state of shock and hurriedly flew over. Observing Lu Fan, who lay pale and weak upon the ground, Dizwa found himself wrestling with uncertainty. Lu Fan remained silent, feigning vulnerability as he awaited Dizwa's next move. He was curious to see if Dizwa would take advantage of his weakened state. After all, he had not only subdued the Crimson Gold Dragon, but had also acquired the storage rings of 4 formidable nascent soul cultivators, along with the corpse of the purple-crowned python. Additionally, the island's heart harbored 6 snow spirit fruits, valued at over 300,000, along with numerous other spiritual herbs. Faced with such immense temptation, Lu Fan was intrigued to discern whether Dizwa could maintain his integrity. Meanwhile, Dizwa was engulfed in his own internal conflict, his murderous intent rising only to be suppressed, then surging forth again, creating a tumultuous struggle within him. His gaze shifted incessantly between Lu Fan and the island. In Lu Fan's current state of diminished cultivation, Dizwa could easily strike him down. Should he do so, all of Lu Fan's treasures, along with the snow spirit fruits and herbs, would belong solely to him. With this thought, a glimmer of murderous intent emanated from Dizwa. Sensing this aura, Lu Fan became acutely alert, tinged with a sense of disappointment. Just as he contemplated activating the diamond talisman, Dizwa's murderous aura gradually dissipated. Taking a deep breath, Dizwa addressed Lu Fan in a solemn tone. "Young Master Lu, please focus on your recovery. I shall stand guard for you." As he spoke, Dizwa assisted Lu Fan in sitting cross-legged and then distanced himself to sit a few meters away. Witnessing this, a flicker of relief and a hint of a smile appeared in Lu Fan's eyes. He had nearly believed that Dizwa would strike against him. Thankfully, he had refrained from making hasty decisions. At this moment, Dizwa had seemingly earned his preliminary trust, now regarded as an ally. However, Lu Fan kept these thoughts to himself, merely casting a deep glance at Dizwa from several meters away. Retracting his gaze, Lu Fan resisted the overwhelming fatigue coursing through him and retrieved the exquisite recovery elixir he had obtained from signing in. As he consumed the pill, it dissolved instantly, flooding his somewhat parched meridians and dantian with pure spiritual energy. It was the opportune moment for refining the medicinal power, and Lu Fan persevered to circulate his technique, commencing the process of assimilating the elixir's potent essence within his body. As the celestial cycles continued their course, the once barren dantian was once again infused with spiritual energy, now more refined than ever before. In the blink of an eye, a stick of incense had burned away. Lu Fan, seated in meditation, suddenly opened his eyes, 2 beams of brilliance flashing forth. His previously pallid complexion had regained its rosy hue, and his aura surged with even greater intensity than before. With the aid of the exquisite recovery pill, he had successfully returned to his peak condition. Fortunately, the after-effects of consuming the primary fury pill had only left him with a sense of complete exhaustion, without any further complications. Dizwa, seated a few meters away, was taken aback at Lu Fan's swift recovery to his zenith. He had anticipated that Lu Fan would require 1 or 2 hours to recuperate, yet it had only taken the duration of an incense stick. As he pondered in astonishment, Lu Fan approached him. Startled, Dizwa rose abruptly, instinctively bowing slightly and addressing him. "My lord." Observing Dizwa's instinctive formality, a smile crept upon Lu Fan's lips, delighting in this unexpected joy stemming from a mere trial. Realizing his faux pas, Dizwa could not help but feel a tinge of embarrassment. He was, after all, an assassin, yet here he was, subdued by a mere youth. Nevertheless, he understood that Lu Fan was no ordinary boy. What common youth could tame a true dragon, vanquish 4 formidable cultivators, and wield an array of extraordinary abilities? Noticing the complex emotions flickering across Dizwa's face, Lu Fan chuckled lightly and said, "There is no need to call me my lord. Simply refer to me as young master." Dizwa had previously addressed him as Lu Xiao, a title that felt too distant and discordant. Young master had a much more pleasant ring to it. Dizwa, seeing no reason to refuse Lu Fan's suggestion, nodded in agreement. "Young master." Lu Fan inclined his head slightly before making his way to the lake's edge, performing the 7-star step as he soared toward the small island at the lake's center. This short distance posed no challenge whatsoever. Dizwa initially intended to follow, but upon reaching the lake's edge, he halted. Upon noticing that Dizwa had not followed, Lu Fan found himself secretly amused. This fellow had finally grasped the concept of prudence. However, he had promised Dizwa to share the resources of this place equally and would not go back on his word. With this thought in mind, Lu Fan gestured for Dizwa to come over. After a moment's hesitation, Dizwa flew over. Once Dizwa arrived at the small island, Lu Fan cheerfully announced, "We shall divide the spiritual herbs and fruits equally, but the carcass of the purple-crowned python will not be shared with you. Is that agreeable?" Upon hearing Lu Fan's words, Dizwa's face reflected an unmistakable shock. "Young master, this." He had accompanied Lu Fan to this point without contributing in any significant way. All the credit belonged to Lu Fan. Therefore, he had refrained from following earlier, not wanting Lu Fan to misunderstand. Had he been in Lu Fan's position, he would certainly not have allocated such abundant resources to another. However, he could never have anticipated that Lu Fan would indeed honor the promise made to him earlier. Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Fan spoke with an undeniable tone. "Collect the spiritual fruits and herbs. Once you have gathered them, we must leave this place without wasting any time." As he spoke, Lu Fan commenced the collection of numerous spiritual herbs on the small island in the lake. Rather than plucking them, he wielded his taiji sword to sever the herbs, along with the soil, and stored them in the system space. Lacking jade boxes or vials to preserve the herbs, it was far more efficient to utilize the system space. After all, the system space far surpassed those jade containers in utility. Observing the half of the herbs left for him, Dizwa felt an involuntary surge of emotion akin to the sentiment of a warrior who would die for a true friend. In this ruthless world of cultivation, where self-interest reigned supreme, it was his first encounter with a cultivator as steadfast as Lu Fan in keeping promises. Nevertheless, he was not one to dilly-dally. Taking a deep breath, he began to collect his share of the herbs. The 6 snow spirit fruits were also divided equally between Lu Fan and Dizwa, though the mother tree of the snow spirit fruits was claimed by Lu Fan and stored in the system space. He contemplated the possibility of planting this mother tree in a suitable location in the future. Once they had finished their scavenging, the two of them proceeded contentedly towards the mouth of the valley. However, upon reaching the valley's entrance, they found themselves surrounded by a group of over a dozen fierce-looking cultivators. Chapter 57. Utilizing the Vajra talisman as they found themselves encircled by a dozen cultivators. Both Lu Fan and Dizwa wore expressions of utter bewilderment. After exchanging glances, Dizwa was the first to address the group, his voice laced with cold authority. "Who are you, and why have you surrounded us?" No sooner had Dizwa's inquiry echoed than a chilling voice responded. "Do you not comprehend why you are surrounded? My disciple, Chun Hu, has been seized by you, has he not?" Upon hearing this, Lu Fan and Dizwa immediately grasped the situation. As they came to this realization, 2 cultivators stepped aside, allowing an aged man with white hair to emerge from the pathway they had cleared. This elderly figure was not particularly tall, standing at roughly 5 feet 3 inches, yet his demeanor was menacing, with eyes that glimmered like those of a venomous serpent, instilling fear in those who beheld him. Additionally, he emanated an intensely cold aura that was decidedly discomforting. Notably, his cultivation level was formidable, being at the first stage of the core formation realm. In the past, Lu Fan and Dizwa might have felt immense trepidation. But given Lu Fan's recent triumphs over 4 core formation experts and the defeat of a 4th-tier initial stage purple crown python, he felt little fear towards those at the core formation level. Dizwa's confidence also stemmed from Lu Fan's prowess, rendering him equally unafraid. After halting 5 meters before them, Lu Kuan, his gaze icy, fixated on Lu Fan and Dizwa, coldly demanding, "Speak, where is my disciple?" While he generally would not concern himself with the fate of an ordinary disciple, Chun Hu was an exception. Officially, he was deemed his disciple, yet in truth, he was Lu Kuan's illegitimate son. Due to certain peculiar circumstances, he was unable to acknowledge this fact, a reality unbeknownst even to Chun Hu himself. Were it not for these reasons, how could a dignified core formation master be compelled to venture here for the life or death of a mere disciple? He had placed a communication jade talisman on Chun Hu, which had shattered just over half an hour ago, prompting him to pursue the matter with urgency. Facing Lu Kuan's pressing inquiry, Lu Fan replied with an unruffled demeanor, "He is deceased. If you wish to seek him, you may find him in the underworld." If there had been no animosity between them, Lu Fan would have preferred to avoid antagonizing this individual. However, given that he had already slain Chun Hu and it was clear the old man would not let this matter rest, the question of whether to offend him was moot. Thus, he saw no reason to be courteous. Although a first-stage core formation cultivator was formidable, eliminating him would not be a simple task. Upon hearing Lu Fan's words, Lu Kuan's already cold demeanor intensified, and his cultivation aura erupted in a surge of terrifying power, accompanied by a palpable murderous intent that rendered the surrounding air frigid as winter. "You wretched creature! You dare to kill my disciple? I shall see you dead." With a furious roar, Lu Kuan's bloodshot eyes locked onto Lu Fan and Dizwa as he struck out with a sweeping palm. In the face of Lu Kuan's advancing attack, Lu Fan remained composed, channeling energy into the Vajra talisman in his hand. As the spiritual energy flowed into the jade talisman, a golden protective barrier materialized, enveloping both Lu Fan and Dizwa within its protective embrace. As El Kuan's furious punch struck the golden protective shield, the shield remained utterly unyielding. Instead, El Kuan found himself staggering backward from the tremendous recoil imparted by the shield. Witnessing this scene, Dizwa, who had been anxiously watching, breathed a sigh of relief, his gaze towards Lu Fan now imbued with a sense of reverence. Indeed, this young master was extraordinary. Not only was he endowed with formidable strength and terrifying talent, but he also possessed an array of techniques and treasures that seemed endless. Previously, when he had expressed confidence in breaking through to the golden core stage within 2 years, Dizwa had been skeptical. However, now he could no longer dismiss the possibility. Perhaps Lu Fan truly could lead him to that pinnacle within the stipulated time. In the midst of Dizwa's contemplation, El Kuan and his numerous subordinates were left in a state of utter astonishment. The punch he had unleashed was a manifestation of pure fury, delivered without restraint, potent enough to easily annihilate any practitioner at the 9th level of the true gang realm. Even those of the same realm would dare not underestimate such might. Yet, this terrifying blow had been thwarted by a mere protective barrier. After a brief moment of shock, El Kuan's expression twisted into a grimace as he seethed. "You young whelp. Thinking you can preserve your life with such meager means, today I shall ensure you perish beyond doubt." With a snarl, El Kuan retrieved a long blade from his storage ring, its edge gleaming ominously. This blade was unmistakably a low-grade magical artifact, far surpassing mere iron weaponry. In the next instant, El Kuan infused the blade with his spiritual energy and swung it towards the golden protective shield with unparalleled force. Observing the formidable strike, Dizwa instinctively felt his heart race once more. However, Lu Fan remained utterly composed, devoid of any fear or trepidation. The golden shield, conjured by the diamond talisman, was capable of withstanding the full might of an attack from an opponent no more than one major realm above him. Even a full-force assault from a 3rd-level golden core practitioner would prove ineffective, let alone from a 1st-level counterpart. His only concern lay in the fact that the shield's duration was limited to 10 minutes. Should this time elapse, the shield would dissipate automatically. Even if he activated it 3 times in succession, it would only endure for half an hour. Thus, he must devise a solution within this time frame. Failure to do so after exhausting the 3 opportunities would spell considerable trouble. At that moment, El Kuan's full-powered strike collided forcefully with the golden protective shield. A resonating hum echoed as ripples coursed across the surface of the shield, and the blade, having expended all its force, was violently repelled from El Kuan's grasp. The golden shield, however, remained steadfast and undamaged, showing no signs of wear from the 2 assaults it had withstood. Unable to contain himself, Dizwa let out a cold laugh. "Old fool, if you're tired from attacking, perhaps you should take a break. Just don't wear yourself out here." Upon hearing Dizwa's unabashed mockery, El Kuan trembled with rage, launching yet another assault against the golden shield. Yet, regardless of his relentless efforts, the barrier remained impervious. Such futile attempts only served to ignite El Kuan's fury further, causing his frustration to reach a boiling point. Well, since you wish to evade, I shall observe how long you can persist in this avoidance." The enraged El Kuan, with a bitter smile, ceased his attacks and instead chose to sit cross-legged to the side. Clearly, he anticipated that the golden protective shield could not be sustained indefinitely. Planning to confront and wear down both Lu Fan and Dizwa. Dizwa, too, had reached a similar conclusion and was about to inquire whether Lu Fan possessed a solution. However, Lu Fan remained silent, inwardly sighing in resignation. My cultivation is still too feeble, unable to contend even with a first-layer golden core cultivator. Once the matter at Bayang Mountain is resolved and I return to the sect, I must hasten to elevate my cultivation to the golden core stage. Yet, pondering such matters now is futile. I must first devise a means to overcome the current predicament. With this thought, Lu Fan took a deep breath and promptly opened his personal information panel to begin his examination. Chapter 58. Ice Symbol Host. Lu Fan Constitution. Devouring Sword Body Cultivation Level. True Chi Realm. 3rd Layer Points. 5,250 Secret Arts Techniques. Taiji Sword Technique. Fiery Sword Technique. 7-star Steps. Celestial Finger Contract Beast. Crimson Gold Flood Dragon Weapons. Taiji Sword. Purple Gold Mysterious Spirit Robe. Flying Cloud Shuttle Shop. Open Tasks. Nun Warehouse. 1 Invisibility Talisman. 1 Diamond Talisman. 2 Special Sign-Up Opportunities. 3 Regular Sign-Up Opportunities. After meticulously reviewing the personal information displayed on the system interface, Lu Fan found himself engulfed in a swirl of contemplation. Bayang Mountain was merely an ordinary locale, despite having utilized several sign-up opportunities. He had yet to procure any remarkable treasures. Presently, he was left with 2 special sign-up chances and 3 regular ones. Yet he was reluctant to squander these opportunities in such a mundane setting. After a brief internal struggle, Lu Fan's gaze shifted towards the system points and the system shop sections. After a moment's reflection, he promptly accessed the system shop to commence browsing. He bypassed other categories altogether, directly selecting the talisman category. The effects of the primary berserk pill were indeed commendable, but its aftermath left one utterly drained, rendering it less than ideal. In contrast, attack talismans stood apart. Though consumables, they boasted formidable power without any detrimental aftereffects on the user. Upon entering the talisman category, Lu Fan disregarded the alluring high-grade talismans. The power of those talismans was beyond question, capable of vanquishing even Earth immortals. However, their exorbitant prices rendered them unattainable. Lu Fan could hardly afford to even gaze at them. Consequently, he diligently navigated to the end of the page, aligning his choices with his financial constraints. At the end, the talismans were reasonably priced, with the lowest requiring merely dozens to a few hundred points, albeit with commensurately modest effects. After perusing for a moment, Lu Fan settled on a talisman known as the Ice Symbol. The Ice Symbol was an attack talisman that could conjure ice arrows to strike down foes, albeit only effective against cultivators at the 2nd layer of the core formation stage or below, perfectly suited to resolve his current predicament. Of course, the more pressing reason for selecting the Ice Symbol was Lu Fan's financial limitations. With only 5,250 points at his disposal, and the Ice Symbol priced at a full 5,000 points, the expenditure stung considerably. Yet, to alleviate his current troubles, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and purchase the Ice Symbol. Ding! Ice Symbol purchase successful, 5,000 points spent, automatically deducted. As the notification chimed, the Ice Symbol was automatically deposited into the system warehouse. Gazing at the glaring 3-digit figure in the points column, Lu Fan couldn't help but let out a resigned sigh. Fortunately, after defeating the core formation stage expert Lu Kuan, he should be able to acquire a substantial amount of resources. With these thoughts flitting through his mind, Lu Fan slowly opened his eyes. As soon as he opened his eyes, Dizwa could no longer contain his anxious urgency and exclaimed, "Young master, prolonging this situation is not a solution. If the energy of this golden protective shield is depleted, we will be left to await our demise." The remaining dozen or so cultivators were hardly a concern. However, the formidable presence of LV Kuan, a first-tier nascent soul cultivator, stood like a sword before them. As Dizwa's words of concern echoed with trepidation, the fierce cultivators accompanying LV Kuan erupted into raucous laughter. "Come out and meet your end. I will grant you a swift death. Ha ha ha. Cowardly turtle, hiding inside. What kind of hero does that make you? Have the courage to come out and fight." The rowdy band of fierce cultivators clamored, intent on drawing Lu Fan and Dizwa out. At this moment, their own frustration simmered. They yearned to tear Lu Fan and Dizwa apart. Witnessing the brazen taunts of these ruffians, Dizwa's face turned ashen with fury. Under normal circumstances, he would have dispatched these braggarts without hesitation. Yet, now he was forced to cower within, and how could he not feel an overwhelming sense of humiliation and anger? While Dizwa was seething, Lu Fan, with a chilling glint in his eyes, let out a cold snicker. Since you are so eager to embrace death, I shall oblige you. The unrestrained insults and provocations incited his ire, but he had previously suppressed his anger and murderous intent due to a lack of means to confront LV Kuan. Now, armed with the ice symbol, he found it uncharacteristic to continue to endure such provocations. As he uttered his menacing declaration, Lu Fan immediately stowed away the diamond symbol. With its disappearance, the golden protective shield enveloping the two vanished as well. This unexpected action startled Dizwa, even as disbelief gripped LV Kuan and his companions. They understood that such provocations would likely be futile. After all, in the face of death, enduring some insults seemed trivial. If placed in their shoes, they would never emerge from the shield, regardless of the taunts. Yet, they never anticipated that Lu Fan would truly retract the shield. After a brief moment of shock, Dizwa was the first to regain his composure, his expression turning anxious as he attempted to urge Lu Fan to flee. However, Lu Fan remained resolute, signaling for him to stand firm. Though his heart was still laden with worry, he chose to trust Lu Fan. Recalling the latter's previous feats of slaying 4 nascent soul masters, subduing the true dragon, and vanquishing the purple crown python. Moreover, he realized that he had no choice but to trust, for in the presence of a first-tier nascent soul master, their escape would merely prolong their lives for a few breaths. At this moment, LV Kuan and his fierce subordinates also regained their composure, their faces contorting into menacing expressions. Ha ha ha, I never imagined you would dare to emerge from your shell. Let us attack together. With a sinister laugh, LV Kuan and his band of fierce cultivators unleashed their formidable aura and charged towards Lu Fan and Dizwa. At this moment, LV Kuan refrained from taking action, instead regarding Lu Fan and Dizwa with the gaze of one who witnesses the dying. Earlier, in a fit of rage, he had struck out. But now that he had regained his composure, he deemed it beneath his dignity to personally confront Lu Fan and his companion. The sight of the dozen fierce cultivators charging towards them filled Lu Fan and Dizwa with a sense of elation. Had LV Kuan chosen to engage directly, they would have had to contend with the interference of these ruffians. However, with LV Kuan exhibiting such arrogance, they felt no remorse in eliminating these adversaries before turning their attention to him. After exchanging glances, Lu Fan and Dizwa unleashed their prowess upon the group of fierce cultivators, much like wolves descending upon a flock of sheep. LV Kuan was a solitary cultivator, yet Chun who had established a mercenary group known as the Fierce Tiger Mercenaries. It was due to LV Kuan's presence that this group had been able to dominate the vicinity of Bayang Mountain. The dozen cultivators LV Kuan had brought along were the elite of the Fierce Tiger Mercenaries, seasoned veterans who had taken countless lives. Each of them was steeped in the blood of their victims, wielding their formidable skills with ruthless precision. Against ordinary True Essence Realm cultivators, they would have easily triumphed. Alas, they were confronted by the very epitome of lethal expertise. Before Lu Fan and Dizwa, their brutal tactics and techniques appeared as mere childish play. In a matter of moments, the elite of the Fierce Tiger Mercenaries lay vanquished. Faced with this shocking scene, LV Kuan, a cultivator of the core formation stage, was seized by a trembling rage. Chapter 59. Lacking the capability, he had initially believed that with the aid of these elite warriors, he would easily subdue Lu Fan and Dizwa. However, the outcome was utterly beyond his expectations. Not only did these elite fighters fail to capture the two, but they were also all vanquished before his very eyes. As a powerful cultivator of the core formation stage, he had never endured such humiliation, and his eyes instantly turned crimson with rage. You shall pay for this. If I do not flay you alive, I am unworthy of being a core formation master. His voice, filled with seething fury, echoed as he raised his hand, directing a palm strike towards Lu Fan and Dizwa from a distance. Accompanying his motion, the surrounding spiritual energy surged forth. In an instant, 2 formidable palms of condensed spiritual energy materialized, hurtling towards Lu Fan and Dizwa. A true Qi realm expert can utilize their own spiritual energy to form Qi for attacking foes, while a core formation master can connect with the heavens and earth through their golden core, manipulating the surrounding spiritual energy for their own purposes. Just as in this moment, Lu Kuan could summon the spiritual energy within a 100-meter radius to form a palm for assaulting his enemies. The higher one's cultivation, the greater the range of spiritual energy they could command, rendering them utterly terrifying. Faced with Lu Kuan's two attacks, neither Lu Fan nor Dees would dare to confront them head-on. As the two palms of spiritual energy surged towards them, they simultaneously employed their agility techniques to evade to the sides. Just as they dodged, the infuriated Lu Kuan, with eyes ablaze, flashed forward directly towards Lu Fan. Although Dees Wei's cultivation was superior to Lu Fan's, Lu Kuan harbored an even deeper hatred for Lu Fan. Thus, he chose to disregard Dees Wei in his relentless pursuit to annihilate Lu Fan. As Lu Kuan charged towards him, Lu Fan felt no fear. Rather, he could not help but laugh heartily. He was contemplating how to provoke Lu Kuan into attacking him, and to his surprise, the man had come right to him. "Old fool, if you wish to kill me, you may find yourself woefully inadequate." Lu Fan's unabashed taunts only fueled Lu Kuan's rage, igniting a desire to dismantle Lu Fan piece by piece. Determined not to allow Lu Fan an easy demise, Lu Kuan resolved to torment him severely to vent his pent-up anger. As Lu Kuan closed the distance, Lu Fan unhesitatingly retrieved an ice symbol, cradling it in his palm. When Lu Kuan was merely 3 or 4 meters away, Lu Fan crushed the ice symbol and hurled it forth. At that moment, a sense of fatal dread surged within Lu Kuan. Having cultivated to the first level of the core formation stage, he had survived countless life and death encounters, honing an acute sensitivity to danger. Yet, this time, he was unable to evade his fate. The shattered ice symbol transformed into a piercing arrow of ice, whistling through the air towards his brow. In such close proximity, Lu Kuan had no time to react, his eyes widening in despair as he beheld the icy arrow pierce through his forehead. Thud! As the icy arrow pierced through Lu Kuan's skull, a fountain of blood erupted from the gaping wound. His body, propelled by inertia, surged forward several meters before crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Witnessing this scene, Dees Wei, who had intended to rush forward and join forces, was momentarily stunned. Once again, a core formation expert had fallen to Lu Fan's blade. It had only been a few short hours since Dees Wei first laid eyes on Lu Fan, yet within this brief span, Lu Fan had vanquished 5 core formation masters and a ferocious beast of the 4th tier. Although the 5 masters had met their demise through Lu Fan's use of talismans, the sheer magnitude of his accomplishments was enough to leave Dees Wei in awe. It is well known that talismans capable of slaying core formation experts are worth their weight in gold, with prices starting at 60 to 70,000 low-grade spirit stones. And even then, they are often priceless, rarely available for purchase despite an abundance of spirit stones. Yet, Lu Fan had consistently produced an array of these invaluable talismans. While Dees Wei was filled with astonishment, curiosity about Lu Fan's background began to stir within him. He could not fathom that a youth devoid of connections could wield such terrifying power and possess an arsenal of formidable talismans. As Dees Wei stood in disbelief, Lu Fan breathed a sigh of relief, casting a glance at Lu Kuan's lifeless form and reflecting inwardly. It seems prudent to prepare more life-saving trump cards for the future. Otherwise, one remains perpetually vulnerable. Fortunately, this time he had accumulated over 5,000 points, allowing him to procure an icy talisman to avert disaster. But what if he had no points? The 3 protective chances of the diamond talisman would be of little use. Admittedly, he still had a few opportunities to sign in. Yet the rewards from such chances are not guaranteed to be beneficial. Moreover, in life or death situations, the enemy may not grant you the luxury of time to sign in. This instance had been sheer luck, and such fortune could not be relied upon indefinitely. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, the system notification chimed. Ding. System task triggered. Annihilate the Fierce Tiger Mercenary Corps. Task reward. 1 sign-in opportunity. Ding. Does the host wish to accept the task? The sudden alert caused Lu Fan's brows to furrow in confusion. What was this? Why would a Fierce Tiger Mercenary Corps appear? Musing to himself, he turned his gaze toward the corpses of Lu Kuan and the other 10 individuals. The system does not initiate tasks unrelated to the host, so it was reasonable to deduce that these individuals were indeed connected to the Fierce Tiger Mercenary Corps. Having clarified this point, he unhesitatingly chose to accept the task. As the saying goes, one must eradicate the root of the problem. Having slain these individuals, leaving any members of the fierce Tiger mercenary corps alive posed a potential threat. After accepting the task, Lu Fan approached El Kuan's body, squatting down to collect the storage ring from his finger. Since he had single-handedly dispatched this foe, the storage ring rightfully belonged to him alone. At that moment, Dizwa approached, his gaze toward Lu Fan now imbued with a palpable sense of reverence. Young master, indeed. Adhering to our customary practice, we shall share the storage rings and bags of these individuals equally, while the corpses shall be mine. With that said, he began to systematically scavenge the resources from the bodies, including their storage rings and bags. Dizwa contemplated refusing, yet faced with the undeniable authority of Lu Fan, he could only proceed to collect his share. However, in that moment, he felt an increasing sense of reverence for Lu Fan. Were their roles reversed, he doubted he could exhibit the same integrity as Lu Fan. For Lu Fan had every right to monopolize these resources, without any obligation to share with him. Even if Lu Fan chose not to bestow any share upon him, he would not dare express discontent. Yet, Lu Fan acted otherwise, dividing their spoils equally without the slightest inclination to claim more. Encountering such a young master, Dizwa found himself genuinely impressed and came to truly acknowledge Lu Fan's character. After they completed their scavenging, Lu Fan, as before, returned all the corpses to the system. Ding! Corpses have been recovered, earning 200 points. Upon learning that the retrieval of these corpses had yielded 200 points, Lu Fan felt a wave of astonishment wash over him. Chapter 60, The Bounty of the Red Ghost System. Could there be a mistake? These corpses are valued at 200 points? Previously, when I retrieved the remains of 4 core formation masters, I only received a mere 100 points. Yet this time, the collection of these corpses has yielded a substantial 200 points. Is it possible that the worth of the corpses of 4 core formation masters pales in comparison to that of a single first-tier core formation master and the remains of a dozen true essence practitioners? Beep. The greater the assistance the recovered items provide to the system, the more points awarded upon retrieval. Listening to this explanation, Lu Fan curled his lip in disdain. Such a statement is utterly nonsensical, akin to saying that all interpretative authority lies with the system. However, regarding these points received without effort, he found it pointless to argue with this unscrupulous merchant known as the system. Regaining his composure, Lu Fan turned to Dizwa and said, "Let us depart. We must leave this place." The sun was already setting, and if they delayed any longer, they would have no choice but to spend the night here. Once night fell, it would be the time of the ferocious beasts, and safety could not be assured in any mountain range. If it could be avoided, Lu Fan was disinclined to spend the night deep within the mountains. One's fists are no match for many hands. He was not afraid of 1 or 2 ferocious beasts, but when faced with a horde, even his numerous trump cards would be of little use. The saying many ants can kill an elephant was not without reason. With that, Lu Fan executed the 7-star step and made haste towards the outskirts of Baiyang Mountain, with Dizwa closely following. After nearly an hour, the two finally reached the outer region of Baiyang Mountain. Due to the celestial phenomenon caused by the illusion of the true dragon, this area still gathered a multitude of cultivators. In addition to those who had originally awaited there, there were others like Lu Fan and Dizwa who had emerged from within Baiyang Mountain. All had searched in vain, finding nothing, and with night approaching, they dared not linger inside the mountain. Thus they all exited early. Casting a glance at these cultivators, Lu Fan led Dizwa towards the southeast. 3 towns bordered the Baiyang Mountain range: Sanyuan Town, Hanwu Town, and Baiyang Town. Lu Fan had previously visited Sanyuan Town and completed a sect task there. Now, he was headed to the largest of the 3, aptly named Baiyang Town. Baiyang Town was the closest to Baiyang Mountain and attracted the most cultivators. The final task he had received from the sect was related to Baiyang Town. As Lu Fan and Dizwa departed from the entrance area of Baiyang Mountain towards Baiyang Town, 3 cultivators stealthily followed behind. Initially, Lu Fan and his companion were unaware, as other cultivators were also making their way to Baiyang Town. However, midway through their journey, they sensed something amiss. Lu Fan's expression darkened, and Dizwa's face revealed a murderous intent. "Young master, those 3 behind us have been following for some time. Should I remove them?" If they wish to follow, let them. We shall find a secluded place to discuss further." With a cold huff, Lu Fan and Dizwa altered their course, heading towards the forest on the right. The 2 maintained their composure, revealing no discernible flaws. Meanwhile, The three individuals trailing them grew increasingly vigilant upon witnessing this sudden change in direction. Big brother, why did those two suddenly change their path? Could it be that they've noticed us? One asked anxiously. Indeed, big brother, if they've discovered us, our pursuit might become quite troublesome. Observing the worried expressions of his two sworn brothers, the bald middle-aged man could not suppress a derisive snort. What is there to fear? Do not forget the bounty issued by the Red Ghost. As long as we ascertain the precise location of those two, we stand to earn 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. At this juncture, a glimmer of avarice sparkled in the man's eyes. 2,000 low-grade spirit stones would suffice for us to live rather comfortably for a while. Moreover, we could seize this opportunity to join the Red Ghost Mercenary Corps, after which we would no longer lack for spirit stones. The two initially apprehensive brothers, upon hearing their leader's enticing words, suddenly found their eyes alight with ambition. For scattered cultivators like themselves, the allure of 2,000 low-grade spirit stones was utterly irresistible. Although it entailed risk, what was a mere venture compared to such immense reward? Resolving themselves, the trio continued to stealthily follow Lu Fan and Dizwa into the forest. However, once they ventured deeper into the woods, Lu Fan and Dizwa had seemingly vanished. Surveying the desolate surroundings, the two younger brothers turned towards their bald leader. Big brother, what shall we do now? We've lost track of those two. They must have realized we were on their tail and fled into the woods. If only we hadn't hesitated earlier. Regret washed over them as they lamented their missed opportunity for 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. The bald man, equally discontent, declared, I refuse to believe they could have gotten far. Let us split up and search for them. Yet before he could finish his thought, a chilling voice echoed from above. No need to search. We are right here. The sudden proclamation startled the trio, prompting an instinctive gasp. Who is it? They exclaimed, gazing upward to find Lu Fan and Dizwa perched atop two trees, observing them intently. Under the fearful scrutiny of the three, Lu Fan and Dizwa leaped down, blocking their escape. The faces of the two younger brothers turned ashen in terror. The bald middle-aged man sensed impending doom but attempted to mask his fear, clasping his fists in a gesture of submission. Brothers, it's all a misunderstanding. We mean you no harm. Before he could finish, Lu Fan raised a hand to interrupt, his voice icy and authoritative. Why are you following us? Speak honestly, and I shall spare your lives. Otherwise, death awaits. As he spoke, a palpable aura of menace radiated from Lu Fan. Sensing the murderous intent emanating from Lu Fan, the bald middle-aged man was instantly struck with fear, his complexion turning ashen. They had witnessed firsthand the scene in Bayong Mountain where Lu Fan had ruthlessly slain several marauders. Confronted with such a decisive and formidable presence, he dared not hesitate and hurriedly exclaimed, I will tell you. It was the Red Ghost who issued the bounty. Whoever locates you will receive 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. So, who is the Red Ghost? Lu Fan inquired coldly. The Red Ghost is the leader of the Red Ghost Mercenary Corps. You have slain his cherished concubine, which is why he has placed the bounty. As the bald man recounted the events leading up to this moment, Lu Fan finally grasped the situation. It turned out that the female marauder he had dispatched in Bayong Mountain was indeed the beloved consort of the Red Ghost. After eliminating those marauders, he had ventured deep into Bayong Mountain, thus evading the Red Ghost's pursuit, prompting the issuance of the bounty. Coincidentally, these three individuals had witnessed him dispatching those marauders. Upon his recent emergence with Dizwa, they recognized him and followed suit. Having come to this realization, even Lu Fan could not help but shake his head in resignation. Chapter 61. The lair of the Tiger Mercenary Corps. It was merely the slaying of a few marauders, yet it unexpectedly entangled him in such grave matters. Furthermore, the Red Ghost displayed remarkable audacity, willing to expend 2,000 low-grade spirit stones for vengeance over a woman. Had he not been certain that these three individuals would not deceive him, he might have believed they were intentionally misleading him. As such thoughts materialized in his mind, Lu Fan's brow suddenly furrowed. No, the Red Ghost likely harbored ulterior motives. It was undoubtedly not a simple matter of avenging the lady cultivator. 2,000 low-grade spirit stones is not a trifling sum, even for a core formation expert, let alone a true essence realm cultivator. The Red Ghost was merely a 9th-level true essence cultivator, lacking the audacity to make such a significant expenditure. To speak frankly, 2,000 low-grade spirit stones could procure 40 or 50 ordinary female cultivators. Even if the Red Ghost held deep affections for that lady cultivator, he would certainly not pay such a hefty price. Moreover, if the Red Ghost were genuinely infatuated with her, how could he allow her to associate with marauders? Upon contemplating this, Lu Fan's eyes brightened. The lady cultivator must possess some secret or treasure, prompting the Red Ghost to issue such a staggering bounty. With this realization, Lu Fan yearned to immediately inspect the lady cultivator's storage ring for further investigation. However, he did not allow his excitement to cloud his judgment. He took a deep breath and suppressed his eagerness. Once his mind was completely at ease, he turned to the three anxious, bald, middle-aged men and spoke calmly. You should be aware of the layers of the Red Ghost Mercenary Corps and the Tiger Mercenary Corps, correct? Hearing Lu Fan inquire about the strongholds of these two mercenary groups, the bald, middle-aged man swallowed hard and replied, Why yes, we know. Good. Since you are aware, lead us first to the lair of the Tiger Mercenary Corps, and then to the Red Ghost Mercenary Corps. Once these two matters are settled, I shall spare your lives. Otherwise, Lu Fan's eyes flared with lethal intent, causing the bald man to tremble once more. Why yes, everything will be as you say. In this moment, they understood they were mere lambs to the slaughter, at the mercy of Lu Fan and Dizhua. Initially, Lu Fan and his companion intended to head to Baiyang Town, but now they found themselves compelled to alter their course towards the Tiger Mercenary Corps. After all, annihilating the Tiger Mercenary Corps would fulfill a system task and grant them a chance to sign in. On the path to the Tiger Mercenary Corps, Lu Fan inquired further about relevant information from the three bald men. After gathering their insights, Lu Fan's murderous intent toward the Tiger Mercenary Corps intensified. There were 3 towns near Baiyang Mountain, each home to a mercenary group. In addition to the Tiger Mercenary Corps and the Red Ghost Mercenary Corps, there was also the Lone Wolf Mercenary Corps. Among these 3, the Lone Wolf Mercenary Corps boasted the finest reputation, followed by the Red Ghost Mercenary Corps, while the Tiger Mercenary Corps had the worst standing. The primary livelihoods of these 3 mercenary groups revolved around searching for spirit herbs and hunting ferocious beasts within Baiyang Mountain, with their most significant source of income derived from escorting merchant caravans. The other 2 major mercenary groups, along with the 3 towns and various commercial establishments, maintained amicable relations, leveraging their strength and connections to secure escort missions. In stark contrast, the fierce Tiger Mercenary Group resorts to intimidation and coercion, compelling these businesses to employ their services. If that were the extent of their transgressions, it might be tolerable, but the fierce Tiger Mercenary Group has gone further, colluding with bandits to plunder merchant caravans while ostensibly providing protection. While such actions may incite anger among the trading houses, they're masquerading as bandits near Baiyang Mountain. Committing arson and murder has earned them the loathing of all cultivators. Yet, with El Kuan, a formidable golden core cultivator, backing them, none dare voice their outrage. Upon learning of these developments, Lu Fan began to comprehend why the system had triggered a mission to eradicate the fierce Tiger Mercenary Group. Indeed, a nefarious and ruthless force such as this should not be allowed to persist. Had he not crossed paths with them, it might have been a different story. But now that he has, he shall show no mercy. Even without the system's mandate, he would act without hesitation. He is no saint, yet he possesses his own principles and moral compass. The conduct of the fierce Tiger Mercenary Group has undeniably crossed his threshold of tolerance. Moreover, having already slain Chun Hu and El Kuan, the annihilation of the fierce Tiger Mercenary Group has become imperative. The 3 bald men sensed the ominous aura of violence emanating from Lu Fan, rendering them pale and speechless, leading him obediently. After a brief journey, they arrived at a stronghold nestled against a valley. Young master, this stronghold is the lair of the fierce Tiger Mercenary Group. Just as the bald man finished his introduction, a boisterous voice echoed from the gate. Who dares to intrude upon our fierce Tiger Mercenary Group? Seize them. As the command rang out, the gates swung open, and a dozen fierce-looking cultivators charged forth. Though their cultivation levels were modest, merely at the 8th or 9th stage of chi refinement, their murderous intent was palpable, indicating they had taken many lives. Surrounding Lu Fan and Dizhua, the mercenaries grinned menacingly. You lot, hand over your storage rings and bags, or we'll make it difficult for you. Their eyes burned with greed as they regarded Lu Fan and his companions, akin to gluttonous wolves eyeing their prey. Hurry up and give them to us. Don't dawdle, or I swear I'll flay you alive. Observing the brazen threats of these mercenaries, Lu Fan's expression darkened. Although he had heard of the fierce tiger mercenary group's atrocities on his journey, he had yet to witness them firsthand. However, it was clear from these individuals what the essence of the entire group was. If even the lowly Qi refinement cultivators were so audacious and cruel, one could only imagine the nature of those at the true essence stage. With such thoughts in mind, Lu Fan saw no need for further discourse. The Taiji sword appeared in his grasp, and he swept it forward with decisive force. Whoosh! As a flash of silver light swept through, the heads of the individuals before me were severed with precision. Witnessing Lu Fan's decisive strike, Dizwa was equally swift, brandishing his broad blade to initiate a massacre. In the span of a mere breath or two, the members of the Tiger Mercenary Corps were transformed into a grotesque tableau of headless corpses. Confronted with this gruesome spectacle, the three middle-aged men with bald heads trembled in palpable terror. However, Lu Fan and Dizwa paid them no heed. With a swift motion, they surged toward the entrance of the stronghold. By the time the bald-headed trio regained their composure, anguished screams echoed from within the stronghold. "Ah, please spare us. Merciful heroes." The chorus of desperate cries and pleas for mercy merged into a haunting symphony, sending chills down the spines of the three men standing outside. They yearned to seize this moment to flee, yet their feet felt as though they were rooted to the ground, immobile and paralyzed. As time drifted by, nearly half a stick of incense, the cacophony within the stronghold subsided into an eerie silence. After exchanging a glance filled with dread, the three men steeled themselves and approached the entrance once more. Yet, as they peered inside, terror overwhelmed them, causing their legs to buckle and collapse beneath them. Chapter 62. I came to you inside the stronghold. The ground was strewn with corpses, the blood staining the earth a deep crimson. The entire encampment resembled a hellish purgatory, evoking sheer horror. Faced with such a ghastly and tragic scene, the three bald men were so paralyzed by fear that they forgot to breathe. Their eyes widened in terror as they gazed at the horrific tableau, their lips trembling, unable to utter a single word. In the next moment, the cold and indifferent Lu Fan and Dizwa emerged from the grand hall of the stronghold. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the system task, annihilating the Tiger Mercenary Corps. You have earned one sign-in opportunity. Ding! Does the host wish to use the sign-in opportunity? Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward. One special sign-in opportunity and 10,000 points. Under normal circumstances, the notification of task completion would have delighted Lu Fan. Yet at this moment, he felt no joy whatsoever. Initially, after slaying the members of the Tiger Mercenary Corps, a faint sense of remorse lingered within him. However, now he could only curse himself for being too merciful, allowing these vile creatures to meet a swift demise. He had once believed that the Tiger Mercenary Corps was merely a band of marauders, but upon entering the cave behind the Grand Hall, he realized how gravely mistaken he had been. The cave was littered with skeletal remains, belonging to children and women. Not a single child's bone was intact. One could only imagine the torment they had endured in life. In the cave stood a massive iron cage, housing dozens of girls, all devoid of life. These girls, having suffered unspeakable indignities, lay with their eyes wide open, filled with overwhelming fear and despair. Some beasts may still retain a semblance of conscience. Yet these fiends were even less than animals. Confronted with the hollow gazes of those girls, Lu Fan's murderous intent and fury surged uncontrollably. Wordlessly, he entered the courtyard of the stronghold, surveying the corpses scattered about, his eyes brimming with revulsion and hatred. Dizwa's expression mirrored his own, filled with rage and a desire for vengeance. He longed to see these wretched beings resurrected, only to torment them in the most excruciating ways. After a considerable pause, Lu Fan inhaled deeply, suppressing the fury and bloodlust within him, and coldly commanded, "Burn this place to the ground." With that, he strode purposefully toward the exit of the stronghold, while Dizwa summoned flames with his spiritual energy to ignite the corpses and the wooden hall. The three bald men, now awakened from their stupor of fear, scrambled to their feet in a state of panic. Upon witnessing Lu Fan's face, as cold and unyielding as ancient ice, they stood to the side in terrified silence, fearful that any misstep might provoke his wrath and cost them their lives. When Dizwa emerged, the stronghold was entirely engulfed in a roaring inferno. Observing this scene, Lu Fan's murderous intent gradually began to subside. However, He now comprehended more profoundly the stark differences between this world and his former life. In the previous life, there were indeed rules and laws. But here it is a realm where the weak are devoured by the strong, a veritable survival of the fittest. The scene I had just witnessed pales in comparison to the brutal realities of this cultivation world. Should I lack sufficient strength, I might one day find myself subjected to the same ruthless treatment by those callous and malevolent warriors. As these thoughts flickered through my mind, Lu Fan took a deep breath and coldly addressed the trio of bald, middle-aged men before him. Lead the way to the Red Ghost Mercenary Corps. The already apprehensive men trembled at his words, fearing he would command them to lead him to slaughter the Red Ghost Mercenary Corps. Yet, despite their misgivings, they dared not defy him. Faced with such a merciless figure capable of annihilating mercenary groups at will, they did not even entertain thoughts of resistance or escape. This time, rather than walking, the 5 of them mounted the 5 horses acquired from the lair of the Fierce Tiger Mercenary Corps and set off towards the Red Ghost Mercenary Corps. With the advantage of horseback, their journey progressed significantly faster, and within a mere half-hour, they arrived at the stronghold of the Red Ghost Mercenary Corps. Unlike the Fierce Tiger Mercenary Corps, the stronghold of the Red Ghost was, astonishingly, a village. This village was inhabited solely by members of the Red Ghost Mercenary Corps and their families. The village was of considerable size, surrounded by wooden fences to ward off ferocious beasts. At the entrance stood vigilant members of the Red Ghost Mercenary Corps, who immediately took notice of the newcomers. A dozen or so mercenaries, armed and ready, blocked Lu Fan and his companion's path. Who are you? This is the base of the Red Ghost Mercenary Corps, and you must leave at once. Unlike the members of the Fierce Tiger Mercenary Corps, these mercenaries were not as brazen. They merely insisted that Lu Fan and his group depart, which somewhat alleviated Lu Fan's murderous intent. He had not come to annihilate the Red Ghost Mercenary Corps, but rather to issue a warning. Moreover, he sought to uncover the secret held by the young female cultivator that had piqued the Red Ghost's interest. Of course, this was contingent on the Red Ghost's willingness to cooperate. Should they comply, he would refrain from resorting to violence. However, if they resisted, he would not hesitate to be ruthless. With these thoughts in mind, Lu Fan, uninterested in idle chatter, spoke directly in a low voice, summoned the Red Ghost to meet me. Though his voice was not loud, it carried an undeniable authority. The mercenaries blocking their path, sensing Lu Fan's formidable presence, refrained from issuing threats and simply replied, "Wait here," before dispatching one of their own into the village. It was not long before a red-haired middle-aged man arrived on horseback, accompanied by several formidable members of the Red Ghost Mercenary Corps. Upon drawing near, the Red Ghost scrutinized Lu Fan's group, furrowing his brow as he inquired, "I am the Red Ghost. What business do you have with me?" Should an ordinary individual dare to utter his name here, he would undoubtedly pay a heavy price. However, possessing a shrewd and cautious nature, and understanding the nuances of approach and retreat, he quickly assessed that Lu Fan and Dizwo were no ordinary adversaries. Thus, he refrained from resorting to anger or violence, opting instead to inquire about the matter at hand. In response to the inquiry from the Red Ghost, Lu Fan, disinterested in circumlocution, boldly stated, "Did you not issue a bounty for my capture? Here I am, presenting myself before you. What do you intend to do?" Upon hearing these words, the powerful figures behind the Red Ghost visibly changed their expressions, immediately adopting a stance of vigilance. The Red Ghost himself was momentarily taken aback, evidently shocked by Lu Fan's declaration. However, he quickly regained his composure and, with a cold smirk, remarked, "Given that you are aware I am searching for you, yet still dare to present yourself, your audacity is quite remarkable." Before the Red Ghost could finish his sentence, a flash of silver suddenly surged towards him. Chapter 63. The frustrated Red Ghost. A blinding silver radiance halted merely half a meter from the Red Ghost, revealing itself to be an exceptionally chilling silver sword aura. On the opposite side, Lu Fan sat astride his steed, wielding the Tai Chi sword, his expression indifferent as he gazed at the Red Ghost. In the face of this unexpected turn of events, every member of the Red Ghost mercenary group stood stupefied. None could have anticipated that Lu Fan would act so swiftly and without provocation. Had the silver sword aura not come to a stop, it would have surely pierced the Red Ghost's chest. Even if he had managed to narrowly evade the lethal strike, severe injury was inevitable. At this moment, The red ghost's complexion turned ashen, terror evident in his eyes. The speed of the attack was simply too swift for him to react. Fortunately, the sword aura had halted. Observing the pallor of the red ghost's face, Lu Fan coolly remarked, "My patience is limited. I trust no further explanations are necessary." "You." The red ghost's face turned a deep shade of anger, yet upon seeing Lu Fan brandishing the Tai Chi sword, he hesitated to continue his retort. He was no fool. Lu Fan's audacity in entering his territory with such arrogance suggested he possessed formidable trump cards. Realizing this, the red ghost inhaled deeply, suppressing his fury and murderous intent, and spoke in a subdued tone, "Very well, I concede this matter. You may leave." However, upon hearing this, Lu Fan merely shook his head dismissively. "I did not come to discuss this matter. Let us converse further inside." Though framed as a question, Lu Fan then proceeded to ride directly into the village, exuding an air of authority as if he were the master of the domain, while the red ghost and his men were mere guests. As Lu Fan entered the village, Dizwa and the bald middle-aged man followed closely behind. Just 2 days prior, Dizwa would have never dared to provoke the red ghost mercenary group. Yet now, he felt little concern. After all, the red ghost was merely at the 9th level of true Qi, a triviality in comparison to Lu Fan, who had recently vanquished 5 golden core experts and a 4th-tier ferocious beast. Watching Lu Fan and his entourage gallop into his territory, the red ghost trembled with rage, his subordinates clenching their fists in fury. "This is intolerable, boss. These 5 are utterly outrageous." The red ghost, already seething with anger, found his subordinates' outburst only heightened his ire. He barked back, "Silence. Do I need you to instruct me?" With a furious shout, the red ghost suppressed his murderous intent and spurred his horse to pursue. The more defiant Lu Fan became, the greater the unease within him grew. He understood that in the presence of true strength, he was insignificant. As the red ghost rode after Lu Fan, his subordinates exchanged glances, their own frustrations simmering as they followed closely behind. Upon arriving at the village center, they beheld a rather opulent wooden hall. After a brief glance, Lu Fan dismounted and strode directly into the grand hall. The 2 members of the Red Ghost mercenary group stationed there were instantly taken aback when they attempted to intervene. The surly red ghost who had followed closely behind waved his hand dismissively. He had no desire to provide Lu Fan with yet another excuse to attack him due to the interference of these guards. Lu Fan and the red ghost entered the hall in succession, while Dizza and the bald middle-aged man wisely refrained from following. Several other members of the Red Ghost mercenary group wished to enter as well, but were halted by Dizza. Before their anger could boil over, Dizza spoke with an impassive demeanor. "Wait here. Do not compel me to act." Among this group, the strongest was merely at the 7th level of the true gang realm, and he felt no fear. Moreover, should any of them dare to strike, he anticipated a potential opportunity for profit. The thwarted mercenaries seethed with indignation, yet ultimately refrained from acting out. After all, if even their leader was intimidated, how could they possibly aspire to be more formidable? Inside the hall, Lu Fan surveyed the surroundings before settling himself comfortably onto a chair on the right side. Before the visibly agitated red ghost could voice his inquiry, Lu Fan coolly stated, "I shall dispense with unnecessary pleasantries. I have come to discuss a matter of utmost importance. What secret does your beloved companion harbor that warrants such an exorbitant bounty?" As he spoke, Lu Fan's piercing gaze fixed upon the red ghost. Under his scrutiny, the red ghost's expression shifted, though he quickly regained his composure, feigning confusion as he responded. "What secret? Red Ghost, do you truly believe I hesitate to eliminate you? I have already dispatched Lu Kuan." Lu Fan's declaration sent shockwaves through the red ghost, who gasped in disbelief. "Impossible. Lu Kuan is a core formation expert. How could you have killed him?" Yet, observing Lu Fan's unperturbed demeanor, his voice dwindled to a whisper. This matter could not remain concealed. A modicum of investigation would reveal the truth. Just as he was grappling with his astonishment, a commotion erupted outside the hall, followed by the abrupt entrance of one of his subordinates, who appeared visibly distressed. The red ghost's heart sank at the sight of the alarmed subordinate, sensing impending trouble. The flustered subordinate cast a furtive glance at Lu Fan before approaching the red ghost and whispering urgently in his ear. Upon receiving the news, the red ghost emitted a startled exclamation. "What?" In that moment of panic, he gazed at the composed Lu Fan with palpable dread. A moment ago, He had been weighing the veracity of the information, but now he was acutely aware of the answer. Taking a deep breath to suppress his shock, the red ghost weakly gestured, "You may leave." After his subordinates departed from the grand hall, the red ghost regarded Lu Fan with a complex expression and spoke in a low voice. "The Tiger Mercenary Corps. Their intelligence is quite astute. I presume you now understand how to articulate your thoughts." Upon hearing Lu Fan's candid acknowledgement, the last vestige of hope within the red ghost dissipated entirely. He realized that Lu Fan's words were not a threat. They merely articulated a reality. Reflecting on this, the red ghost ultimately chose to yield, gazing at Lu Fan with a complex demeanor as he began to recount. 5 years ago, she and I inadvertently stumbled upon a treasure map, which detailed the location of a cave belonging to a formidable deity. As the red ghost narrated his tale, Lu Fan finally grasped the intricacies of the matter. It turned out that after acquiring the treasure map, the red ghost and the female cultivator immediately embarked on a quest for the treasure. After considerable effort, they pinpointed the precise location of the cave. However, the entrance was shrouded in a protective array, and despite their best efforts, they could not gain access. Consequently, they were compelled to postpone their exploration until the red ghost could advance to the core formation stage. Yet, the allure of wealth and the temptation of opportunity stirred the red ghost's covetous desires, prompting him to contemplate claiming the treasure for himself. Before he could act, the female cultivator detected his intentions and fled with the treasure map. After her departure, she aligned herself with another powerful entity and returned to confront the red ghost, threatening to share the cave's riches with him. Should he refuse, she would divulge the cave's location to the world. Reluctantly, the red ghost acquiesced, but he secretly dispatched agents to monitor the female cultivator, planning to seize the opportune moment to eliminate her. Thus, after Lu Fan dispatched the female cultivator, the red ghost could hardly contain his eagerness to locate Lu Fan, even going so far as to issue a staggering bounty in hopes of reclaiming the treasure map. Yet, he never anticipated that the situation would culminate in such a manner. Upon the completion of the red ghost's revelations, Lu Fan produced the storage ring of the female cultivator. Chapter 64. The Cave of the Transformation Realm Expert. After searching for a brief moment in the storage ring of the female cultivator, Lu Fan retrieved a jade box. Upon opening it, he indeed discovered an ancient, rolled-up treasure map. As he examined the map, Lu Fan silently nodded, realizing that the red ghost had spoken the truth. Although he pondered this internally, he maintained a facade of calm and inquired, "Where is the location of the cave?" The cave is situated within the Dragon Break Mountain, specifically in the southeastern region of 3 peaks in the central area of the mountain. With this revelation about the cave, the red ghost evidently had no intention of further concealing the details, promptly disclosing the precise location. As soon as the red ghost finished speaking, a notification chimed in Lu Fan's mind. Ding! The sign-in location has been triggered. Sign-in destination, Dragon Break Mountain. Please proceed to sign in promptly. Ding! System task triggered. Explore the treasure cave. Task reward. 1 sign-in opportunity, 2,000 points. Ding! Does the host wish to accept the task? Upon hearing these 3 notifications, Lu Fan understood that the information provided by the red ghost was indeed authentic. He couldn't help but regard the red ghost with a new level of respect. This individual demonstrated both adaptability and a keen awareness of the situation, surpassing the average person by a considerable margin. Had it been anyone else, they would likely have sought ways to deceive him and conceal the cave's existence. After all, the cave contained treasures and legacies left behind by a transformation realm expert. Who wouldn't be tempted? Noticing Lu Fan's contemplative silence, the red ghost felt an involuntary surge of anxiety. Fortunately, Lu Fan exhaled softly, rose to his feet, and put away the treasure map, saying, "It seems that your honest responses have spared you this matter. However, should this information leak, you are well aware of the consequences." The red ghost, having just felt a sense of relief, trembled internally upon hearing this warning. He had initially planned to sell this information to the 2 major sects for a substantial sum to compensate for his losses. However, that thought now flickered out. Observing the change in the red ghost's expression, Lu Fan realized his assumptions were correct. Yet, he had no intention of further pressuring the red ghost. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke, "Having received this opportunity from you, I shall not treat you unfairly. Should you encounter insurmountable troubles, you may seek me at the Xianyang sect. Within the bounds of my capabilities, I can offer my assistance once. What do you think? Upon hearing this, the red ghost exclaimed in astonishment, "You are a disciple of the Xianyang sect." Following his exclamation, a glimmer of joy appeared on the red ghost's face. "In that case, I am immensely grateful to you, my lord." Initially, he had resigned himself to his fate, but he never anticipated that Lu Fan would extend such a promise. While this assurance could not compare to the treasures and legacies left by the Transformation Realm expert, it could very well safeguard his life in a critical moment. Moreover, he had established a connection with the Xianyang sect, which was not a minor advantage. Upon reflection, the smile upon the face of the red ghost grew ever more pronounced, and the anger and murderous intent directed at Lu Fan dissipated significantly. "Since you, my lord, have shown favor, please do not hesitate to call upon me whenever you require assistance. I, the red ghost, shall never shirk my duties." In light of the red ghost's overtures of goodwill, Lu Fan graciously accepted, and their relationship flourished. As Lu Fan and the red ghost emerged from the grand hall, engaged in light-hearted banter, the expressions of disbelief from Di Zhua and the other members of the red ghost mercenary corps were palpable. Just moments ago, the two had been at loggerheads, yet, in the blink of an eye, they appeared as close brothers, sharing a knowing smile at the incredulity displayed by those around them. Neither Lu Fan nor the red ghost felt inclined to offer an explanation. Although the onlookers were curious, they refrained from probing further. The red ghost extended an invitation for Lu Fan and his entourage of 5 to stay for dinner, but Lu Fan politely declined. After all, he had accomplished the purpose of his visit and was now bound for Baiyang Town to fulfill his final sect mission. After exchanging courteous farewells, Lu Fan and Di Zhua mounted their horses and rode away, while the three bald men chose to remain and join the red ghost mercenary corps. Once they had distanced themselves several hundred meters from the stronghold of the red ghost mercenary corps, Di Zhua could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, "Young master, why did the red ghost suddenly alter his demeanor and treat you with such respect?" "Ha, what do you think?" Lu Fan replied with a hearty laugh, spurring his horse onward. Di Zhua, witnessing this, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth and decided against further questioning, hastening to keep pace with him. After galloping for half an hour, the two finally reached their last destination, Baiyang Town. The bounty task had been issued by the Wang family, one of the two prominent families in Baiyang Town. The Wang family had prospered through the trade of elixirs and other alchemical goods. In addition to their own endeavors, they also supplied numerous spiritual herbs to the Xianyang sect, thus establishing themselves as one of the sect's suppliers. Logically, a family from such a small town would not possess the standing to supply the Xianyang sect with spiritual herbs, yet the Wang family was an exception. The Baiyang Town Wang family was a branch of the illustrious Wang family from the southern Qing kingdom, one of the 10 major families. Although the Baiyang Town branch was a minor offshoot, the reputation of the southern Qing kingdom's Wang family was far too prominent for the Xianyang sect to offend. Consequently, the Baiyang Town Wang family could rightfully be a supplier of spiritual herbs to the Xianyang sect. This is the information that Lu Fan had gathered. The task posted by the Baiyang Town Wang family involved slaying a low-tier 3rd-grade ferocious beast. Ordinarily, the Wang family possessed the capability to eliminate such a beast without the need to issue a bounty. Yet, they had chosen to do so, offering a substantial reward of 500 low-grade spirit stones. Had Lu Fan not fortuitously stumbled upon this freshly posted task, it would have likely been claimed by another. Although he harbored questions regarding the Wang family's motives for issuing the bounty, Lu Fan chose not to dwell on them excessively. The creature before him was merely a trifling 3rd-tier beast, a matter of little consequence for him at this juncture. As dusk descended, Lu Fan did not hasten to the Wang family. Instead, he and Di Zhua sought refuge in a nearby inn. After securing their lodgings, they ventured to a bustling tavern not far from their accommodation. Having been away from the sect for 3 or 4 days, Lu Fan found himself rather peckish. Although the night had already cloaked the sky, the tavern remained abuzz with life. The main hall was filled with a diverse array of cultivators, engaged in laughter and animated discussions on various topics. The arrival of Lu Fan and Di Zhua stirred no notable reaction. The other patrons merely cast a fleeting glance before returning to their conversations. Relishing the anonymity, Lu Fan and Di Zhua settled at a window-side table and ordered an extravagant feast of food and drink. Once their orders arrived, they indulged in the delicacies while eavesdropping on the lofty discourses of those around them. However, The cultivators present appeared to lack significant prowess, their discussions revolving around trivial matters or boasting of dubious news in a bid for attention. Lu Fan and Dizwa paid little mind to this, treating it merely as a diversion to pass the time. Just as they were about to depart, a piece of information shared by one of the cultivators piqued Lu Fan's interest. Chapter 65. News of spirit beasts. Have you heard? The Wang family has recently been acquiring spirit herbs in large quantities. It raises questions about what is afoot. Well, the Wang family has always engaged in the spirit herb trade, so what is the big deal? Initially, Lu Fan, like many other cultivators, dismissed the news as trivial. However, when challenged, the cultivator who shared this information countered, stating that while the Wang family had indeed purchased spirit herbs before, the volume was relatively consistent each month. This time, however, the quantity they are acquiring is exponentially greater, and it is rumored that even the herbs hoarded by the Li family have been purchased at exorbitant prices. The Li and Wang families are regarded as the two prominent clans of Baiyang Town, their strengths being comparable. Nevertheless, the Wang family, backed by the southern Qing kingdom, holds a more formidable reputation than the Li family, whose power is undeniably significant. The Li family also began their journey in the trade of spirit herbs and elixirs, but gradually shifted towards weapons and magical artifacts as the Wang family rose to prominence. However, the Li family's reputation in spirit herbs and elixirs remains well known across the three major towns. Typically, the two families coexist without conflict. Thus, the news of the Wang family's high-priced acquisition of Li family herbs has astonished everyone. Why would the Wang family, typically rivals to the Li family, purchase their herbs at such prices? Could it be that the Li family is withdrawing from the spirit elixir industry? As the discussion buzzed among the crowd, the enigmatic cultivator spoke again in a mysterious tone. I have a sworn brother working at the Wang family, and he told me that the vast amount of spirit herbs being bought is not for alchemy or external sale, but rather to cultivate spirit beasts. At this revelation, the entire hall erupted in an uproar. Lu Fan furrowed his brow, his expression reflecting both confusion and curiosity. While ferocious beasts are common, spirit beasts are exceedingly rare. To put it simply, ferocious beasts are akin to cultivators of average talent, who must reach a certain level of cultivation to awaken their intelligence. In contrast, spirit beasts are akin to prodigious cultivators, endowed with intelligence from birth and possessing ancestral legacies within their bloodlines. Ferocious beasts rely solely on their innate instincts to absorb spiritual energy for cultivation, whereas spirit beasts can cultivate through the means inherited in their blood. The two are not even in the same league. This rarity of spirit beasts makes them nearly impossible to encounter, and even if one were fortunate enough to see one, capturing a creature more intelligent than humans would be a formidable challenge. Hanyang County, within the southern Qing kingdom, is considered relatively barren, with few powerful ferocious beasts. How could spirit beasts possibly exist there? As Lu Fan pondered, the other cultivators in the hall engaged in incredulous chatter. Surely this news must be false. How could the Wang family possess spirit beasts? Indeed, if spirit beasts were to appear, word would have spread far and wide by now, leaving no trace of silence. Frustrated by the disbelief of the crowd, the cultivator who had disclosed the information stormed out. After the departure of the monk, the others laughed heartily for a while, soon dismissing the news from their minds. While the rest of the monks paid it no heed, Lu Fan, however, kept the tidings firmly lodged in his thoughts. After all, the final mission had been announced by the Wang family, and he held a keen interest in matters concerning them. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Fan exhaled softly and rose, stating, "Let us return to the inn and rest." Once they exited the tavern, Dizwa could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, "Young master, do you deem that news to be credible? Even a single spirit beast could fetch tens of thousands of low-grade spirit stones, perhaps even 100,000. If the information proves true, should we not consider acquiring that spirit beast?" Observing the excitement on Dizwa's face, Lu Fan felt a jolt within him, and an unbidden greed began to stir. 100,000 low-grade spirit stones represented a fortune beyond his current imagination. Were he to obtain such wealth and refine it entirely, a significant breakthrough in his cultivation would surely follow. Yet, just as this thought emerged, he forcibly suppressed it, setting aside the veracity of the information. Even if it were true, stealing the spirit beast from the Wang family would not be an easy task. Moreover, he had already formed a contract with the Vermilion Golden Dragon, a being of considerable rank among spirit beasts. As he contemplated advising Dizwa to dismiss the notion, the system notification chimed in. Ding. Task triggered. Seize the Wang family's spirit beast. Task reward. 1 special check-in opportunity, 1 check-in chance, and 5,000 points. Ding. Does the host wish to accept the task? Upon hearing the 2 notifications, Lu Fan felt his lips twitch, unable to suppress a curse directed at the system. Damn system, are you doing this on purpose? Just when he had managed to quell his greed, the system appeared to stir trouble again, leaving him feeling cornered. Humph, this time I will not. However, as the words of rejection lingered on the tip of his tongue, he found himself unable to voice them. Forget it, I shall accept the task. Though reluctant to take on this endeavor, the rewards offered were simply too enticing to ignore. Setting aside the value of the spirit beast itself, the task's rewards were impossible to refuse. Having accepted the system task, Lu Fan was now convinced that the earlier news was indeed true. The Wang family had genuinely located a spirit beast, one valued at 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones. Taking a deep breath, Lu Fan nodded at the eagerly expectant Dizwa, saying, Tomorrow, I shall visit the Wang family. We will assess the situation and act accordingly. If the timing is right, we shall make our move. Upon hearing Lu Fan's consent to his plan, Dizwa trembled with excitement. Very well. Everything shall proceed according to the young master's arrangements. If we can seize that spirit beast, my advancement to the core formation stage will be greatly expedited. Returning to the inn, the 2 did not engage in idle chatter, each retreating to their respective rooms. After a brief morning ritual, Lu Fan sat cross-legged on his bed, contemplating the matter of visiting the Wang family the following day. Having resolved to seize the spirit beasts from the Wang family, he understood that meticulous preparations were essential. At present, he had merely confirmed the veracity of the information, leaving him ignorant of the finer details. Thus, to successfully accomplish the system's task of acquiring the Wang family's spirit beasts, he needed to devise comprehensive strategies. Initially, Lu Fan intended to organize the storage rings and bags he had collected over the past few days. However, with the pressing need to formulate a plan for the spirit beast's acquisition, he had to set that task aside for the time being. Clearly, the spirit beasts held greater significance than the organization of storage items, as those could be arranged at any moment, whereas the opportunity to capture the spirit beasts would be fleeting. So, he pondered and reflected until the late hours of the night, eventually calming the multitude of thoughts racing through his mind as he gradually entered a meditative state for cultivation. Chapter 66. The arrogant royal family. As the moon descended in the west and the sun rose in the east, a night passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Fan, seated cross-legged on his bed, slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of stale air. For him, the previous night's cultivation was akin to a restful slumber, yielding no advancement in his abilities. He had no intention of pursuing growth through such arduous methods. Once he had calmed his mind, Lu Fan rose from his bed, refreshed himself briefly, and stepped outside. Upon entering the inn's main hall, he found Dizwa, clad in a black combat outfit, already waiting for him. Upon seeing Lu Fan, Dizwa approached eagerly. Young master, shall we depart now? Did you not sleep at all last night? Lu Fan regarded Dizwa's dark circles with an expression of bemusement. Dizwa, under Lu Fan's gaze, offered an awkward smile, tacitly acknowledging the truth. He had spent the entire night contemplating how to seize the spirit beast, even determining the location from which to act. Unbeknownst to him, time had slipped away in the process. Observing Dizwa's excitement, Lu Fan couldn't help but shake his head. When he first encountered this individual in Bayang Mountain, Dizwa exuded an air of menace, appearing quite formidable and not to be trifled with. Even in opposition, he was cold and ruthless, a true assassin. Yet, since becoming Lu Fan's subordinate, he seemed to have transformed entirely. However, Lu Fan found little reason to be surprised. He had encountered many such individuals in his past life, whether men or women. Initially, they appeared aloof and intimidating, but familiarity revealed that they reserved their coldness for strangers and foes. Among their own, men could be endearingly foolish, while women could become quite assertive. Dizwa undoubtedly belonged to this category. Nonetheless, compared to those with profound scheming, Lu Fan preferred the company of individuals like Dizwa. Let us proceed, he said. Remember what I instructed. You must follow my orders, understood? Although he knew Dizwa was not one to be swayed by greed, He felt compelled to reiterate this point. After all, they were about to attempt the capture of a spirit beast. While the news of the royal family's discovery of the spirit beast had circulated, it remained merely a rumor, not widely believed. However, should the spirit beast be revealed during their operation, even a successful capture could lead to significant complications. The allure of the spirit beast would surely incite envy among the Nanxing royal family and other top powers within the kingdom. It is essential to understand that spirit beasts possess remarkable talents and, once tamed, exhibit unwavering loyalty. The value of cultivating such a creature is immeasurable. Rest assured, young master. These were replied. Upon leaving the inn, the two mounted the horses led by the innkeeper's assistant and made their way directly to the Wang family. The Wang family resided in the southern part of Baiyang town, not far from their location, and they arrived within moments. While ordinary family factions typically occupied a sizable residence, the Wang family commanded an extensive estate. The estate occupies 1/3 of the southern area of Baiyang town, adorned with pavilions and elegant halls, a true embodiment of opulence. Upon arriving at the grand entrance of the Wang family's manor, the two were immediately halted by 4 guards, their expressions haughty. "Halt! Who are you?" Lu Fan, uninterested in engaging in a dispute with these guards, calmly replied, "Inform your master that Lu Fan, a disciple of the inner sect of Xianyang sect, has come to fulfill a task." The once arrogant guards transformed into models of respect upon hearing Lu Fan's declaration of identity. "Ah, it is Master Lu. Please wait a moment. I shall summon my lord immediately." After bowing deeply, the responding guard dashed into the manor. At this moment, Dizwa looked on in astonishment, gazing at Lu Fan with uncertainty. "Young master, are you truly a disciple of the inner sect of Xianyang sect?" He had initially presumed Lu Fan to be the heir of a powerful family or a formidable force. He could hardly believe that Lu Fan was merely an inner sect disciple of Xianyang sect. Although the Xianyang sect is indeed one of the 2 dominant forces in Hanyang County, it was evidently not what he had anticipated. Seeing Dizwa's bewildered expression, Lu Fan chuckled softly and retorted, "What? Do I not appear to be one? It's not that you don't appear to be, but rather that I believe the inner sect disciples of Xianyang sect do not seem to possess strength comparable to yours, young master." As a killer, Dizwa had naturally encountered disciples of Xianyang sect before. However, among those he had encountered, none could rival Lu Fan. Even the elders of Xianyang sect paled in comparison to him. Faced with Dizwa's conflicted expression, Lu Fan shook his head, refraining from offering an explanation. By normal standards, indeed, it would be difficult for anyone to believe he was a disciple of the inner sect of Xianyang sect. Moreover, he had only spent a mere 10 days there. Ordinary disciples might still be struggling at the 4th or 5th level of Qi refining, while he had already slain 5 formidable Golden Core experts. Such a vast disparity was, at times, astonishing even to Lu Fan himself. However, possessing a system as an extraordinary advantage, it would indeed be unfathomable if he were to remain akin to an ordinary cultivator. After a brief moment, the guard who had entered returned, accompanied by a middle-aged man clad in a gray robe. Although Lu Fan had never met the master of the Wang family, he could discern that this man was certainly not the family head. As the gray-robed man approached, he immediately clasped his hands and bowed to Lu Fan, saying, "I am Sun Shou, the steward of the Wang Manor. It is an honor to meet you, young Master Lu." Upon hearing the steward's self-introduction, Lu Fan's brow furrowed, a flicker of displeasure crossing his mind. The status of an inner sect disciple of Xianyang sect was not to be taken lightly within Hanyang County. It commanded respect and would typically elicit warm invitations from various prominent families, who would not dare to be dismissive. It was all the more surprising that the Wang family had only sent a steward to welcome him, clearly underestimating his significance. This journey, for Lu Fan, was not merely about fulfilling a task. It was also motivated by the desire to obtain that mystical beast. Thus, he suppressed the agitation within him and spoke in a low voice. "The Wang family has issued a task within the sect, and I, Lu, have come to complete it." However, before he could finish his statement, Sun Shou interrupted, "I sincerely apologize, young Master Lu, but that task has already been retracted by our Wang family. Therefore, you may take your leave." At these words, the anger that Lu Fan had just managed to suppress surged forth. "What did you say?" "Apologies, young Master Lu, but that 3rd-tier ferocious beast has already been slain by us, so there is no need for your efforts." After delivering this seemingly polite remark, Sun Shou produced 10 inferior spirit stones from his storage ring. Consider these 10 inferior spirit stones as compensation for your troubles, and I hope you can understand. Despite Sun Shou's courteous words, his tone and demeanor, coupled with the 10 inferior spirit stones in his hand, transformed Lu Fan's expression into one of icy resentment. The actions of the Wang family were akin to slapping his face and then intentionally humiliating him. A mere 10 inferior spirit stones. Was his dignity truly worth so little? With this thought, Lu Fan forcefully suppressed his murderous intent and anger, letting out a cold snort. Humph. Very well, Wang family. You may keep these 10 inferior spirit stones. With that disdainful sound, Lu Fan cast a lingering glance at the opulent gates of the Wang family's estate before resolutely departing on horseback with Dizhua. As they watched the two leave, Sun Shou sneered disdainfully and returned straight to the Wang family manor behind him. Chapter 67. Abundant Gains Master. The Wang family has gone too far. Should I infiltrate tonight and unleash a massacre? Dizhua, mounted on his steed, was filled with an icy resolve for bloodshed. The moment Sun Shou revealed 10 inferior spirit stones, he could hardly restrain his urge to act, only to be halted by Lu Fan's piercing gaze. Now, as they departed from the Wang family's gates, he could no longer suppress his murderous intent. Observing the fury etched across Dizhua's face, Lu Fan took a deep breath and shook his head. I have my own plans. Let us return to the inn first. He had been humiliated by the Wang family, and it was only natural for him to harbor anger and a thirst for vengeance. However, after leaving the Wang family's premises, he had concealed his wrath and murderous intent. Initially, he felt that seizing the Wang family's spirit beasts was somewhat unethical, but his resolve had since solidified. Not only did he intend to seize their spirit beasts, but he also sought the opportunity to plunder the Wang family's treasury. As the saying goes, a gentleman avenges himself, even if it takes 10 years. Yet, regrettably, he was not a gentleman and harbored no desire to be one. A day's wait felt too long, let alone a decade. He would rather be a rogue, seeking vengeance from dawn till dusk. Upon returning to the inn, the two men sat in the hall, the atmosphere heavy and silent, with neither daring to speak. After a moment of this silence, Lu Fan finally broke the stillness. Old D, I need you to keep watch over the Wang family estate. Pay attention to anyone who enters or exits, and note any unusual occurrences. I shall meditate in the inn for 2 days. If an urgent matter arises, knock on my door to awaken me. At Lu Fan's command. Dizhua's spirit soared. Very well, master. I shall keep a close watch immediately. With excitement coursing through him, Dizhua hurriedly left the inn to commence his surveillance. After a brief period of quiet contemplation in the inn's hall, Lu Fan returned to his room from the previous night. Securing the door behind him, he sat cross-legged on the bed, bringing forth the numerous storage rings and bags he had amassed over the past few days, creating a substantial pile before him. Altogether, there were over 100 of these items, the majority acquired from the annihilated Fierce Tiger Mercenary Corps, while the storage rings belonging to the 5 core formation experts, including Lu Kuan, had been set aside. Taking a deep breath to steady his mind, Lu Fan began to sort through the more than 100 storage rings. In days gone by on Baiyang Mountain, such an abundance would have filled him with exhilaration. Yet, now, as he examined the resources contained within these rings, he felt a disheartening lack of enthusiasm. Most of the items belonged to Qi refinement cultivators, yielding insufficient resources to excite him. After an hour's diligent sorting, he had organized all 105 storage rings and 20 storage bags. However, his expression revealed disappointment rather than joy. These individuals were quite impoverished, collectively. They possessed a mere 6,000 inferior spirit stones. He had anticipated that such a vast number of storage rings and bags would contain at least tens of thousands of inferior spirit stones. After everything was organized, he realized that he had overthought the situation. The total count of spiritual stones was merely over 6,000, accompanied by a handful of elixirs and various miscellaneous items. He stored the spiritual stones in the system space, while the elixirs and other miscellaneous items were redeemed back to the system for 5,000 points. With a hint of disappointment in his voice, Lu Fan cast his gaze upon the 7 storage rings to his right. Among these rings, 5 belonged to El Kuan and the other 4 golden core cultivators, 1 to Qin Hu, and the last to that female marauder. As the leader of the Fierce Tiger Mercenary Corps, Qin Hu's storage ring undoubtedly contained abundant resources. Lu Fan had previously conducted a cursory examination of the female marauder's ring while searching for treasure maps and found it replete with resources. As for the rings of the 5 golden core cultivators, needless to say, they were far wealthier than any chi refinement or true gang cultivator. Without wasting any time, he promptly began to organize the contents of the 7 storage rings, starting with that of the female marauder. After his meticulous sorting, he was astonished to discover over 3,000 low-grade spiritual stones, 5 medium-grade stones, and numerous elixirs and resources. Such a bountiful haul instantly brought a broad smile of satisfaction to Lu Fan's face. The old adage that a horse does not fatten without night grass, and a person does not become wealthy without unexpected fortune proved to be true. If he relied solely on completing sect missions to earn spiritual stones, he would toil endlessly for little reward. Having completed the sorting of the female marauder's storage ring, he immediately proceeded to organize Chunhu's ring, followed by those of the 4 golden core cultivators. An hour later, Lu Fan finally concluded the organization of all 7 storage rings. From these alone, he acquired 150,000 low-grade spiritual stones, 100 medium-grade stones, and 2 high-grade stones. The elixirs, magical artifacts, and various cultivation resources were equally abundant. As he gazed upon the mountain of low-grade spiritual stones piled in the system space, excitement and exhilaration illuminated Lu Fan's face. This time, he had indeed struck it rich. With such an influx of spiritual stones, he would be able to significantly enhance his cultivation. Taking a deep breath, Lu Fan suppressed his overwhelming excitement and proceeded to redeem all the other resources he had scavenged from the 7 storage rings back to the system. Compared to these ordinary elixirs and miscellaneous resources, he preferred to utilize items produced by the system. Products from the system are invariably of superior quality. Beep. All items have been successfully redeemed, totaling 8,000 points. Ignoring the notification in his mind, Lu Fan pondered and inquired, "System, how many points can I obtain for redeeming a single low-grade spiritual stone?" Given the considerable quantity of spiritual stones he had gathered, he found the prospect of slowly refining them for cultivation too time-consuming. Thus, he decided to convert the spiritual stones into system points and subsequently purchase elixirs suitable for his cultivation from the marketplace, provided the redemption price offered by the system was reasonable. Beep. Redeeming 10,000 low-grade spiritual stones will yield 3,000 points. As the system announced the recycling price, Lu Fan could not help but curse. "Damn system, why don't you go rob someone? 10,000 low-grade spirit stones only exchange for 3,000 points?" Initially, he thought that exchanging a low-grade spirit stone for a bit of points was decent, but he never anticipated that 10,000 low-grade spirit stones would yield merely 3,000 points. This is more outrageous than a swindler. Beep. The value of spirit stones to the system is relatively minimal, hence the low recycling price. The host may choose whether to proceed with the recycling. Upon hearing the system's succinct explanation, Lu Fan could not suppress a resigned sigh within. Previously, he was troubled by the lack of spirit stones. Now he found himself vexed by the abundance that was proving difficult to refine. However, after some contemplation, Lu Fan resolved to recycle all of his spirit stones into system points. After all, the time consumed in refining spirit stones was excessive, and the spiritual energy obtained was far less pure than that derived from refining system elixirs. Although the recycling price left him feeling disheartened, he decided that it was worth the cost to save time. System, recycle 150,000 low-grade spirit stones. As soon as his words fell, the system's prompt echoed in response. Chapter 68. Insufficient points. Beep. 150,000 low-grade spirit stones have been reclaimed, yielding 45,000 points. Upon hearing this notification resonate within his mind, Lu Fan unhesitatingly accessed the system's marketplace. After recycling all his superfluous items, he had amassed a total of 58,000 points. Along with his previously accumulated points, he was now approaching 70,000, a sum he had no intention of letting languish idly. Even the finest treasures can only demonstrate their worth when put to use. Left dormant, they are akin to mere detritus. While he relished the pursuit of resources, his ultimate aim was to enhance his cultivation, not to hoard every available asset. Once the marketplace interface materialized, Lu Fan immediately navigated to the section designated for elixirs, scrolling through to the final pages to peruse the offerings. Initially, he encountered a plethora of extraordinary elixirs, such as the 9 Transformations Tribulation Pill, capable of facilitating an effortless ascension to the tribulation realm. Alas, these miraculous concoctions were priced exorbitantly, a luxury far beyond his reach. As he reached the concluding pages, he discovered a variety of elixirs tailored for cultivators below the core formation stage. These elixirs were further categorized. For instance, the primary berserk pill, which provided a temporary surge in cultivation, and the turtle breath pill, designed to conceal one's aura. However, at this moment, Lu Fan's sole objective was to acquire elixirs that would elevate his cultivation level, leading him directly to the relevant subsection. Condensation pill, 100,000 points. Note: consuming this pill guarantees a breakthrough to the core formation realm for a 9th level true essence cultivator. Pure essence pill, 50,000 points. Note: this pill allows a true essence cultivator to randomly advance 3 to 4 minor realms. True yang pill, 10,000 points. Note: this pill enables a true essence cultivator to break through according to their constitution. Lu Fan meticulously examined all the elixirs designed to enhance true essence cultivation. Without exception, they ignited a fervent desire within him, leaving him yearning to acquire them all. Regrettably, he currently possessed a mere 68,000 points. No amount of longing would alter this reality. Sighing, he had initially anticipated a substantial windfall that would allow for lavish purchases, only to find himself still constrained by meager resources. While 150,000 low-grade spirit stones seemed substantial, their conversion to system points yielded a meager sum. The thousands of pages filled with treasures from the system's marketplace were utterly beyond his financial capability. He could only afford to skim through the last few pages, purchasing 1 or 2 items at most. It is merely points, he consoled himself internally. Lacking them now does not imply they will always be out of reach. After this brief self-reassurance, Lu Fan gritted his teeth and selected the pure essence pill, priced at 50,000 points, along with the true yang pill, which cost 10,000 points. With the higher-priced options unattainable and the lower-priced ones offering less efficacy, he had no choice but to settle on the pure essence pill and the true yang pill. Following the purchase of these elixirs, he would still retain 8,000 points for other acquisitions. Beep. Pure essence pill purchased successfully. 50,000 points deducted automatically. Beep. True yang pill purchased successfully. 10,000 points deducted automatically. After purchasing the pure yang pill and the true yang pill, Lu Fan opened the talisman categorization. He spent 5,000 points on an ice-cold talisman and 1,000 points on a low-grade invisibility talisman. He did not squander the remaining points either, spending an additional 2,000 points on a top-grade recovery pill. Following this series of expenditures, his originally abundant balance of over 68,000 points dwindled to a mere 450. Gazing at the 3 digits of 450, Lu Fan couldn't help but let out a sigh. In his past life, he never had to worry about wealth, regardless of how extravagant his indulgences were. He was free from such concerns. Yet, in this life, he felt constricted, unable to afford the items he desired, left only to watch helplessly. Never mind. He resolved to break through first. Once his cultivation improved, gathering resources would surely become a simple task. Comforting himself with this thought, Lu Fan stowed away all the empty storage rings in front of him and began to calm his mind. Once his state of mind was fully settled, he took the true yang pill he had purchased and placed it in his mouth. The pill dissolved instantly, and without hesitation, Lu Fan activated his cultivation technique to refine the immense medicinal power. As the potent energy was gradually refined into pure essence and gathered in his dantian, Lu Fan's cultivation began to rise steadily. Meanwhile, Dizwa arrived at a private room on the 2nd floor of an inn. Through the window of the room, he could clearly see the closed gate of the Wang family manor. At that moment, the gate was firmly shut, with only a few guards standing outside. Dizwa remained unhurried, pouring himself a jug of spirit wine, fixating on the tightly closed gate of the Wang family. Simultaneously, within the Wang family's council hall, all the prominent figures of the family had gathered. The family patriarch, Wang Ji, occupied the main seat directly facing the hall's entrance, while 4 elders and several stewards were seated on either side. At this moment, the steward, Sun Shou, entered, saluted the assembly, and spoke. Patriarch, the inner disciples of the Xianyang sect have been sent away. Good, there were no suspicions raised, were there? Wang Ji inquired, frowning. Rest assured, Patriarch. It was merely a young lad with no experience, and he is likely already retreating in embarrassment, Sun Shou replied confidently, nodding at Sun Shou's assurance. Wang Ji turned his gaze to the Grand Elder, Wang Qing. Grand Elder, how goes the procurement of spiritual herbs? Patriarch, we have currently amassed over 50,000 spiritual herbs, along with a substantial number of spirit pills. The family's reserves of spirit stones have already been significantly depleted, Grand Elder Wang Qing reported. After considering Wang Qing's report, Wang Ji pondered for a moment before solemnly stating, this quantity of spiritual herbs is still insufficient. We must intensify our purchasing efforts, if necessary. We shall procure from other sources. This matter pertains to whether our Wang family in Baiyang town can rise again, and we cannot permit any unforeseen circumstances. Understood? Yes, Patriarch. The assembly replied in unison, brimming with excitement. Should this endeavor succeed, the Wang family of Baiyang town could potentially reclaim their heritage, reaping immense benefits and glory. At this moment, Wang Shuo, the fifth elder of the Wang family, suddenly rose and said, Patriarch, news of the spirit beast has spread within the town. Should we consider taking measures to conceal this information? As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of those in the hall turned grim. Damn it! Who could have leaked this information? Although it is merely a rumor, the outside world is unlikely to take it seriously. Nonetheless, we must not be complacent. Observing the various opinions being voiced within the hall, Wang Ji stood up and declared, there is no time to waste. Tonight, Elders Zhang and Heir, you shall accompany me personally to deliver those spiritual herbs. We must, by all means, coax and subdue that spirit beast. The honor and disgrace of our Baiyang Wang family hinge upon this endeavor. Upon hearing Wang Ji's words, the others in the hall also rose and nodded solemnly. After a few more instructions, the assembly dispersed, with Elder Wang Qing and Elder Wang Qi following Wang Ji deeper into the family compound. Meanwhile, inside the inn, Lu Fan had already begun to refine the pure qi pill. Chapter 69. Breaking through to the 8th stage of true qi. As the moon descended in the west and the sun ascended in the east, the moment dawn broke. Lu Fan's body in the inn quivered slightly. The spiritual energy within a radius of several hundred meters converged silently and seamlessly. This influx of spiritual energy was wholly absorbed by Lu Fan, transforming into an exceptionally pure form of energy. At this moment, the aura exuding from Lu Fan had already reached the pinnacle of the 7th stage of true qi, and it continued to intensify. As he refined the final remnants of medicinal potency within his meridians into energy that flowed into his dantian, his aura surged dramatically. He had successfully broken through to the 8th stage of true qi. After the gathered spiritual energy gradually dissipated, Lu Fan slowly opened his tightly shut eyes. The instant his eyes opened, 2 beams of brilliance flashed within, evoking a heart-stirring sensation. After exhaling a breath of turbid air, Lu Fan clenched his fists tightly, acutely sensing the strength he now possessed. This was the power of the 8th stage of true qi, vastly superior to that of the 3rd stage. A look of uncontainable joy and excitement spread across Lu Fan's face. Although he had expended a total of 60,000 points, he felt that every bit of it was worth it. For an ordinary cultivator, the journey from the 3rd to the 8th stage of true qi would typically require 2 to 3 years, or even a decade or more. Some cultivators might never achieve this breakthrough in their lifetime. Yet, he had accomplished it in a mere day and night. Spending 60,000 points to save several years was an unequivocal gain for him. Reflecting on this, Lu Fan couldn't help but express his thoughts aloud. It seems that investing in cultivation is the true path to success. As long as he had sufficient points, he could continually break through without the need to worry about unstable realms or other issues. All problems could be resolved with system points. Amidst his contemplations, Lu Fan's determination to gather resources grew ever more resolute. Just as he descended from his bed to freshen up, a hurried knocking on the door interrupted him. Young master, young master. Hearing the somewhat anxious voice of Dizwe outside, Lu Fan raised an eyebrow and promptly opened the door. Upon doing so, he was greeted by a sweat-drenched Dizwe, who cautiously scanned the surroundings before entering the room. Once the door was closed, and without waiting for Lu Fan to inquire, Dizwe excitedly exclaimed, Young master, I have uncovered the whereabouts of that spirit beast. Through Dizwe's exuberant narration, Lu Fan finally understood why he was so animated. It turned out that just last night, Dizwe had followed the Wang family head, Wang Ji, and 2 others to locate the position of the mysterious spirit beast. However, Concerned about being discovered, Dizwa only observed from the periphery and did not infiltrate further. After waiting for several hours until Wang Ji and the others departed, Dizwa hurriedly returned to report the news. Once Dizwa had recounted the entire event, a gleam of excitement ignited in Lu Fan's eyes. Excellent, excellent. In that case, let us set off immediately and seize that spirit beast. At the third level of the True Gang realm, he no longer feared the Wang family. Now, having ascended to the 8th level, he felt even less trepidation. After seizing the spirit beast from the Wang family, he intended to venture to Broken Dragon Mountain in search of a cave belonging to a formidable divine transformation expert. Time was of the essence, and he could not afford to squander it. Swift resolution was imperative. Upon hearing Lu Fan's command, Dizwa eagerly nodded in agreement. The essence of a killer lies in decisiveness and efficiency, and Lu Fan's approach greatly pleased him. Had Lu Fan shown hesitation when confronted with such an opportunity as the spirit beast, Dizwa would have promptly turned away without a second thought. Fortunately, Lu Fan was not one to dither. Having made their decision, the pair immediately departed from the inn, galloping towards the location of the spirit beast. After more than half an hour of vigorous riding, they arrived at an exceedingly remote mountain range. In stark contrast to other lush mountains teeming with fragrant spiritual herbs, this particular range appeared rather desolate. As Lu Fan furrowed his brow in confusion, Dizwa chuckled, "Young master, this is merely the front of the mountain. The true marvel lies on the other side." Nodding in understanding, Lu Fan followed Dizwa as they circumnavigated the mountain to its rear. Upon arrival, Lu Fan was struck by a revelation. The front of the mountain was barren and desolate, yet the rear flourished with dense greenery, a vivid contrast to the front. "Young master, the location lies halfway up the mountain. Riding would be impractical. We should proceed on foot to avoid detection." Lu Fan had no objections to this, and they left their horses at the foot of the mountain, advancing silently towards the mountainside. As they ascended, Dizwa spoke again, "Young master, the Wang family has stationed numerous individuals there, and it seems there is also a presence akin to a core formation expert. Should we find a way to infiltrate, or would you prefer a direct assault? Fear not. I can lead you in boldly, and they will remain oblivious." Lu Fan wore a confident, enigmatic smile that left Dizwa perplexed, yet he refrained from pressing for further details. After climbing amidst the lush and towering trees for a short while, Dizwa halted and cautiously pointed upwards. "Young master, there is a cave just above, surrounded by several True Gang realm practitioners lying in wait." Following Dizwa's gesture, Lu Fan discerned the faint outline of a cave entrance. After a quick survey, he couldn't help but admire the scene. This mountain range was exceedingly secluded, devoid of spiritual herbs or ferocious beasts, rendering it nearly untouched by practitioners. Moreover, the cave's concealment made it nearly impossible for ordinary cultivators to discover. Even if one were to stumble upon it, they would likely fall victim to the hidden Wang family experts. It was no wonder that the spirit beast remained a secret here. However, this spirit beast was now destined to belong to him. Contemplating this, Lu Fan exhaled softly, suppressing the excitement bubbling within him, as he retrieved 2 invisibility talismans. One of these talismans was obtained through a sign-in reward, while the other was procured with his hard-earned points. The talisman acquired from the sign-in was of superior quality, capable of rendering him invisible for 4 hours, whereas the one he purchased, being of inferior grade, could only provide invisibility for half an hour. Nevertheless, even this brief duration was deemed sufficient at this moment. Half an hour was ample time to resolve any issues and seize the spirit beast. Dizwa observed the jade talisman handed to him by Lu Fan. Curiosity etched upon his face. Before he could voice his inquiries, Lu Fan promptly elucidated, "This jade talisman is an invisibility charm. Once shattered, it will conceal our forms." Upon hearing the purpose of the invisibility talisman, Dizwa was momentarily rendered speechless, his astonishment palpable. "Young master, is this not a tad extravagant? Such a valuable item could easily facilitate a heist in the vault of a major power. To use it here seems rather wasteful. What extravagance is there? As long as we can seize that spirit beast, what does one invisibility talisman matter? Let us proceed." With an air of undeniable certainty, Lu Fan crushed the invisibility talisman first. A mysterious force emanated from the shattered talisman, enveloping him and causing him to vanish from sight. Witnessing this spectacle, Dizwa could not help but express his amazement, yet he dared not hesitate. He swiftly followed suit, shattering his own jade talisman. In the next moment, the two figures, now concealed from view, advanced towards the cavern above, one after the other. Chapter 70. The young lion in the magma. Soon, the two figures, now concealed, arrived at the entrance of an exceedingly hidden cave. Initially, Dizao felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing detection by the royal family's hidden strongmen. However, as he boldly walked past one of these formidable figures without being noticed, a surge of exhilaration coursed through him. To his astonishment, the young master possessed such a remarkable treasure. It seemed his decision to follow was undoubtedly wise. In a moment of fervent self-reflection, Dizao's respect and loyalty towards Lu Fan deepened, and his belief in Lu Fan's promise grew ever stronger. With this overwhelming excitement, Dizao followed Lu Fan into the cave. Upon entering, they soon realized that this was not a cave in the traditional sense, but rather a winding passageway. Every short distance within the passage was illuminated by glowing orbs, rendering the entire corridor brilliantly lit. Thus, the two advanced along the serpentine path, acutely aware that it sloped downward. As they progressed, the atmosphere grew increasingly stifling, initially marked by a hint of warmth, but soon escalating to an uncomfortable heat. Could this passage lead to the molten magma beneath? Only a connection to the subterranean magma could account for such scorching temperatures. After briskly traversing the winding passage for about 10 minutes, they were suddenly met with blinding flames ahead. Witnessing this spectacle, the concealed Lu Fan and Dizao exchanged glances of delight. They quickened their pace, reaching the end of the passage, and were met with astonishment. Before them lay an enormous underground cavern, accurately described as a magma cave, which housed a lake of molten lava, intermittently erupting with sparks. Not far from the edge of this lava lake stood a peculiar small house, a magical artifact designed to shield against the intense heat. Inside this small abode, four formidable practitioners of the true gang realm were present. However, Lu Fan and Dizao's gaze did not linger on these four individuals. Instead, their attention was drawn to a white-haired elder seated cross-legged upon a fiery red stone, seemingly meditating undisturbed by the oppressive heat. The elder exuded a palpable aura, allowing Lu Fan and Dizao to easily discern his cultivation level. He was a virtual Dan practitioner. This unique state exists between the 9th level of the True Gang realm and the 1st level of the Dan Formation realm. Though it does not fall within the 9 major realms, it is universally recognized among cultivators. Some gifted practitioners, upon breaking through the 9th level of the True Gang realm, can directly condense a golden Dan within their dantian, integrating all their power into this Dan, which then becomes their primary source of strength. However, those cultivators capable of directly condensing a golden Dan are indeed few in number. The vast majority of cultivators, upon breaking through the 9th level of the True Gang realm, find themselves unable to condense a golden Dan, and thus they first form a virtual Dan. This involves initially shaping a rudimentary form of the golden Dan within their dantian, gradually absorbing power until it accumulates enough strength to transform into a true golden Dan. Cultivators at this stage are referred to as virtual Dan warriors. While they do not match the prowess of those who have successfully formed a golden Dan, they are significantly more formidable than those at the 9th level of the True Gang realm. After observing this virtual Dan warrior for a moment, Lu Fan averted his gaze. Astonished internally, he had not anticipated that the Wang family concealed such depths on the surface. Their strongest member appeared to be merely at the 9th level of the True Gang realm, while in reality, a virtual Dan warrior was stationed there. It was no wonder that the head of the Wang family and other strong cultivators felt secure remaining within the Wang family estate. Once he withdrew his gaze, Dizwa could not help but transmit a message to Lu Fan, inquiring, "Young master, what shall we do now?" His invisibility talisman had a duration of only half an hour, and already half that time had elapsed. If they continued to linger, the effectiveness of his invisibility would soon wane. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Fan replied through their mental link, "You wait here. I shall investigate further before making a decision." With that, Lu Fan cautiously entered the expansive magma cavern. There were no obstructions within, allowing for a clear view. It was impossible to conceal spiritual beasts elsewhere in the cavern. The only potential hiding place was the magma lake before him. With this thought in mind, Lu Fan approached the edge of the lake and peered down. However, the magma was not like ordinary water. It was not only invisible to the naked eye, but also difficult to probe with spiritual senses. Just as he furrowed his brow, pondering how to ascertain the presence of the spiritual beast, ripples appeared on the surface of the magma lake, and the magma began to tremble. Realizing that something was about to emerge, Lu Fan wasted no time in retreating, distancing himself 20 meters from the magma lake. As he reached this distance, the magma surged upwards in a spectacular eruption. Accompanied by the splashing magma, a completely fire-red spiritual beast landed on the massive stone at the center of the lake. Lu Fan's attention was immediately captivated by this creature. It resembled a small lion, adorned with two 3-inch crimson horns atop its head. Its eyes sparkled like two fiery red crystal orbs, exuding an exquisite beauty. Alarmingly, Lu Fan noted that this spiritual beast was not weak. It had reached the initial stage of the 4th rank, equivalent to a human cultivator at the 3rd level of Golden Dan. Such strength was undeniably impressive. As he scrutinized this adorable spiritual beast, it turned its gaze toward his position. With a fierce growl directed at him, Lu Fan felt a sudden jolt of surprise. This individual astonishingly managed to detect his presence. It is worth noting that he employed an exquisite invisibility talisman, which should render him undetectable even to those 3 realms above his own. Yet, this being evidently discerned him. Otherwise, such a reaction would be unimaginable. As he pondered in bewilderment, the small lion-like spirit beast let out another fierce roar directed at him. At that moment, the virtual Dan practitioner, who had been in seclusion upon the stone, along with the 4 true essence realm experts within the treasure chamber, were all abruptly awakened. The virtual Dan expert rose, his form flickering as he swiftly approached the edge of the magma lake. The 4 true essence realm cultivators promptly followed, positioning themselves behind the silver-haired elder. "Elder, what transpired? Did we not just offer it spiritual elixirs?" one inquired. "Indeed, Elder, this creature possesses an insatiable appetite and is remarkably cunning. It seems to be merely deceiving us for sustenance, showing no intention of submission." Upon hearing the grievances of the 2 true essence cultivators, the previously roaring lion spirit beast responded with an enraged growl. Subsequently, akin to a petulant child, it unleashed a torrent of flames towards the 2. Chapter 71. The one who seeks to kill you. Observing the scene before him, Lu Fan's eyes widened in astonishment, a peculiar expression etched upon his face. Could this truly be a spirit beast? He could distinctly sense that the flame emitted by the small lion spirit beast possessed no significant power. It was merely a playful jest aimed at those 2 individuals. If such antics were performed by a cultivator, he could understand. But witnessing a spirit beast engage in such behavior was undeniably amusing. This was not a spirit beast, it was akin to a mere child. The elder with the phantom Dan cultivation evidently perceived the absurdity of the situation and showed no intention of intervening. Consequently, the fiery assault landed squarely upon the 2 true essence realm experts. As the flames flickered, the garments and fur of the 2 were instantly incinerated. Their skin charred to a dark crimson, reminiscent of half-cooked poultry. The sight of their predicament elicited laughter from the phantom Dan elder and the other 2 true essence realm cultivators, who could not contain their mirth. Concealed from view, Lu Fan and Dizwen nearly succumbed to laughter, managing to stifle their amusement just in time. Once the small lion spirit beast had vented its frustration, the phantom Dan elder produced a sizable handful of spirit pills, grinning as he addressed the creature. "Little one, after contemplating for so long, I trust you have reached a decision? Should you accompany me, I shall provide you with abundant spirit pills and medicinal herbs each day. What do you say?" In that moment, the elder resembled a nefarious figure attempting to coax a child, prompting Lu Fan to suppress a scoff. However, he could not maintain his composure. For if this small lion spirit beast succumbed to temptation, his endeavor to seize it would become exceedingly challenging. Once a spirit beast acknowledged its master, the difficulty of subjugating it for others skyrocketed. Contemplating this, Lu Fan revealed himself, a cold smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "The Wang family truly plays their cards well, employing such despicable and shameless methods to deceive a spirit beast." The sudden appearance of Lu Fan startled the phantom Dan elder and the 4 true essence realm experts, who instinctively exclaimed, "Who goes there?" As the 5 turned to face Lu Fan, their eyes widened in disbelief, shock evident on their faces. "Why you? Who are you?" Having guarded this location, they had failed to detect anyone's presence. Yet here stood Lu Fan, materializing before them. The astonishment was palpable. Just as their shock reached its zenith, Dizwa also revealed himself at the entrance of the magma cave, further altering the countenance of the Wang family's 4 true essence realm experts, who promptly brandished their weapons. However, it was the elder of the Wang family, possessing Phantom Dan cultivation, who regained his composure first. With a calm demeanor, he regarded Lu Fan and spoke in a measured tone. "May I inquire who this young friend is and the reason for trespassing into the territory of our Wang family?" Although Lu Fan and Dizwa's sudden appearance had startled him, he felt no fear, for he discerned Dizwa's true cultivation level was merely that of the 6th stage of true essence realm. Although Lu Fan's cultivation was inscrutable to him, his youthful visage clearly indicated that he was merely 15 or 16 years of age. At such a tender age, even the most formidable would only reach the true gang realm, posing no threat whatsoever to him. Observing the composed and unperturbed expression of the Wang family's elder as he questioned him, Lu Fan smiled and calmly replied, "The one who seeks to slay you." As these utterly mundane words fell from his lips, Lu Fan instantaneously executed the 7-star step, vanishing from sight. In the very moment of his disappearance, the Tai Chi sword in his hand transformed into a streak of silver light, aimed directly at the Wang family elder. The suddenness of this scene caused the expressions of the other 4 true gang realm cultivators from the Wang family to shift dramatically. Even the elder, at the Void Dan level, narrowed his eyes in astonishment, his face betraying a look of terror. However, his astonishment stemmed not from Lu Fan's sudden attack, but rather from the palpable threat exuded by Lu Fan's strength. The might of that sword strike was unmistakably formidable. Without a moment's hesitation, the Wang family elder shifted his stance and dodged to the left. Yet, in that fleeting instant of evasion, the Tai Chi sword, originally aimed at him, abruptly swept in the opposite direction, targeting the 4 true gang realm cultivators instead. At that moment, the 4 were under the false impression that Lu Fan was directing his assault towards the elder, leaving them entirely unprepared. Thus, when they beheld the Tai Chi sword sweeping toward them, sheer terror washed over their faces. Had they been on guard, they might have managed to evade or counter the attack in time. Alas, they were caught off guard, and Lu Fan's speed was astonishingly swift. They had no time to react, only the dread of witnessing the Tai Chi sword descending upon them. With a sickening sound, for jets of blood erupted as Lu Fan's strike severed the heads of the 4 true gang realm cultivators. The elder, having evaded and created distance, was immediately consumed by rage upon witnessing this spectacle, his eyes blazing with fury. "You little beast, you seek death," he bellowed. Like the slain cultivators, he presumed Lu Fan's intent was aimed at him. Little did he know Lu Fan's true target had been the 4 true gang realm cultivators all along. He had unwittingly led his kin to their demise. This feeling of being toyed with ignited an uncontrollable wrath within him, a desire to rend Lu Fan into pieces. As the elder advanced to attack Lu Fan, the latter's face lit up with a spark of combat fervor. He refrained from immediately employing the ice symbol and instead launched himself into the fray with the fiery sword technique. Now at the 8th level of the true gang realm, Lu Fan faced an elder of the Void Dan realm, a significant disparity in their levels of cultivation. Nevertheless, he was eager to test the might he had gained from his recent breakthrough. With this thought in mind, Lu Fan shed any pretense and unleashed the full force of his 8th level true gang realm cultivation, brandishing the Tai Chi sword as he charged forward. The elder, feeling the overwhelming aura emanating from Lu Fan, was not overly surprised, yet Dizwa was utterly astonished. "What is happening? I thought the young master was only at the 3rd level of the true gang realm. How has he ascended to the 8th level?" He and Lu Fan had personally engaged in combat, thus he was acutely aware of Lu Fan's original true prowess. However, after a single day and night, Lu Fan's cultivation had inexplicably ascended from the 3rd level of the true gang realm to the 8th level, to elevate 5 minor realms in just one night. How could this be possible? As Dizwa was rendered utterly astonished by Lu Fan's cultivation, the Tai Chi sword of Lu Fan clashed violently with the ancestral blade of the Wang family. The collision of blade and sword emitted an excruciatingly piercing sound, sparking a cascade of fiery flares. Following this, a terrifying backlash erupted at the point of contact, surging through both combatants' arms. In the face of this formidable force, both Lu Fan and the Wang family's ancestor were compelled to stagger backwards. Lu Fan retreated 7 steps in succession, while the Wang family elder stepped back 6. Although it appeared that the elder was marginally stronger, his face was nonetheless etched with astonishment at that moment. Chapter 72. Follow me initially. He did not regard Lu Fan with any seriousness, primarily due to Lu Fan's tender age. Yet, at this moment, the combat prowess exhibited by Lu Fan was on par with his own. It appeared that he had only retreated a step less than Lu Fan. However, one must recognize that he was a formidable figure of the Void Dan realm, while Lu Fan was merely at the 8th level of the True Gang realm. The fact that Lu Fan could match him despite the 2-level disparity was indeed alarming. Had Lu Fan's cultivation level been equivalent to his own, he would likely have already succumbed to death. As the ancestral elder of the Wang family was engulfed in astonishment, Lu Fan felt an immense satisfaction with his own combat capabilities. For the previous strike, he had not exerted his full strength, yet he still matched the Wang elder. If he unleashed all his power, he was confident he could defeat or even slay the elder. With this thought in mind, a slight smile graced Lu Fan's lips as he charged once more towards the Wang elder with his sword drawn. Swish! As Lu Fan advanced with his blade, the elder's face darkened with fury. "You insolent wretch, you go too far," he bellowed, unleashing his decades of honed sword technique, the Crimson Flame Slash. His cultivation was of the fire attribute, and his swordsmanship was both forceful and domineering. While the heat in the air was unbearable for others, for him, it was a sanctum for training, allowing him to cultivate at an astonishing pace, particularly when executing the Crimson Flame Slash. Its power was magnified significantly compared to the outside world. The long sword in the Wang elder's hand was completely enveloped in crimson flames, exuding an aura of terrifying dread. This strike was powered by all of his strength, leaving no room for leniency, capable of slaying any 9th-level True Gang warrior. Yet, faced with this overwhelming blow, Lu Fan felt no fear. Rather, he was invigorated. Under the oppressive weight of imminent danger, he sensed his blood boiling, filled with a fervent battle spirit. In this moment, he was once more reminded of the thrill of combat from his past life. Crisis would not instill fear in him. It only fueled his fighting spirit. In this state, Lu Fan unleashed the fiery sword technique with all his might. The blade of the Taiji sword was likewise shrouded in flames, with 3 inches of fluctuating sword energy at its tip. As the intense battle spirit emanated from Lu Fan, and the terrifying aura radiated from the Taiji sword, the Wang elder was further astonished. The power of this strike surpassed that of the previous one by several folds, rivaling the might of his Crimson Flame Slash. However, he had no time for contemplation, and with both hands gripping the sword, he struck down fiercely. Clang! Another ear-piercing sound erupted as the flaming sword and blade clashed. In the instant of collision, the 3 inches of fluctuating sword energy from the Taiji sword, concealed by the flames, shot toward the Wang elder. Whoosh! When the elder sensed the impending danger and attempted to evade, the coldly murderous 3 inches of sword energy pierced through his heart with a soft sound. You! A look of despair and terror spread across the elder's face as the vitality within him began to dissipate rapidly. He could never have imagined that he would meet his demise in such a manner, falling victim to a mere youth of scarcely 15 or 16 years. Had he bestowed greater regard upon Lu Fan, perhaps this fate could have been averted. But now, it was far too late for any lamentations. As the light in the eyes of the Wang family's elder gradually dimmed, his lifeless body collapsed to the ground. Observing this from the entrance of the magma cavern, Dees was suppressed the shock that surged within him and hastened over. Previously, Lu Fan had vanquished 5 core formation masters through the use of attack talismans. However, this time, he had slain a Void Dan master solely through his own prowess. While a Void Dan master pales in comparison to a core formation master, they are not adversaries that a true Qi cultivator can contend with. Yet, Lu Fan had shattered this precedent, dispatching the Wang family's elder with his cultivation at the 8th level of true Qi. Should word of this event spread, it would undoubtedly astonish the entire southern Qin kingdom. At the very least, Deeswa had not heard of such a prodigy in decades. Upon arriving before Lu Fan, Deeswa hesitated momentarily before succumbing to his curiosity and inquired, "Young master, your cultivation?" Gazing at the bewildered Deeswa, Lu Fan responded with a mysterious smile. "I had originally promised you that you would reach the core formation stage within 2 years, but now it seems you may achieve it within a year, or even half a year." At present, Dizwa stood at the 6th level of true Qi, and his talent was commendable. With merely a pure Qi pill, he could ascend to the core formation realm. Thus, he felt no hesitation in sharing this revelation with Dizwa, considering it a reward for his loyalty. Indeed, upon hearing this news, Dizwa trembled with excitement. Young master, is it true? For cultivators, the allure of elevating their cultivation is an irresistible temptation, particularly for someone as dedicated to the path as Dizwa. Within the 9 great realms of cultivation, there exist 2 formidable thresholds, the core formation realm and the void realm. Among these, the core formation realm is the more arduous, with countless true Qi 9th level cultivators and void Dan masters thwarted at this juncture. Therefore, the utmost aspiration of a true Qi cultivator is to reach the core formation realm. Only upon entering this realm can one truly be considered to have embarked upon the path of cultivation, barely qualifying as a strong practitioner. It is for this reason that when Lu Fan promised Dizwa a breakthrough to the core formation realm within 2 years, Dizwa could hardly refuse. Now that Lu Fan had compressed this time frame to a year or even half a year, how could he contain his exhilaration? Previously, he might have harbored doubts about Lu Fan's words, but now he held none. I have stated that I would not shortchange those who follow me. Do you think this is false? After cheerfully addressing Dizwa, Lu Fan deftly rummaged through the storage rings of the 5 corpses and reclaimed them for 100 points each. Having completed these actions, Lu Fan then turned his gaze to the little lion spirit beast still perched upon the boulder by the lake. As he looked over, the creature's crimson fur bristled instantly, regarding him with utmost vigilance. Observing the exceedingly vigilant young lion, Lu Fan remained unfazed and, with a smile gracing his lips, spoke, "How about you accompany me, little one?" As his words fell, the young lion spirit emitted a low growl, as if inquiring what benefits he might receive. This provoked a soft chuckle from Lu Fan. The little creature was indeed quite cunning. Nevertheless, he continued with a grin, "As long as you follow me, I guarantee you a life of indulgence, and within 2 years, you shall break through to the 5th tier of cultivation. Should I fail to fulfill this promise, you are free to leave at any moment. I shall not impede you." What do you say? Upon hearing Lu Fan utter such familiar phrases, Dizwa's expression turned peculiarly astonished. His young master was far too casual, employing persuasive rhetoric even on a spirit beast. It would be remarkable if the young lion spirit agreed. Just as Dizwa was silently critiquing Lu Fan, the young lion spirit tilted its head in contemplation and then leaped nimbly before the 2 of them. Chapter 73. Return to the sect. The sudden appearance of the little lion spirit beast startled Dizwa, while Lu Fan also felt a fleeting shock. As both men instinctively assumed defensive postures, the little lion spirit beast emitted a gentle roar, then nuzzled its large head affectionately against Lu Fan, presenting an utterly docile demeanor. Witnessing this spectacle, Dizwa was left utterly dumbfounded, grappling with disbelief. Could it truly be that it had genuinely submitted? At that moment, he experienced a surreal sensation. Was this indeed a spirit beast? How could their young master have been so easily deceived by a mere word? While Dizwa pondered the absurdity of life, Lu Fan could not contain his satisfaction and chuckled, reaching out to pat the little lion spirit beast's head. Simultaneously, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task, seizing the Wang family's spirit beast. You have earned 1 special sign-in opportunity, along with 5,000 points. Ding! Would the host like to use the sign-in opportunity now? As the notifications resonated in his mind, a joyful smile spread across Lu Fan's face. The Wang family had sent a steward to humiliate him, and in return, he had seized their spirit beast, vanquished their ancestor, and eliminated 4 formidable true gang realm experts. This vendetta had been avenged, and he had profited handsomely. It was indeed a most advantageous exchange. Declining to utilize the sign-in opportunity at this moment, Lu Fan turned to the exceedingly docile little lion spirit beast and said, "Little one, I shall first place you within my treasures, where your kin await. What do you think?" With a gentle roar, the little lion spirit beast nodded in agreement. The trust it bestowed upon him filled Lu Fan with an inexplicable sense of comfort, and he promptly stored the little lion spirit beast in the system space. Having completed these actions, he glanced at Dizwa and declared, "Let us proceed and deal with those outside." At this juncture, the invisibility talisman had expired, making it impossible to depart unnoticed. Therefore, To prevent any leaks of information, they needed to eradicate all the Wong family experts outside. This way, even if the Wong family wished to pursue them, there would be no trail to follow, allowing them to rest easy. With that, the two retraced their steps to the surface. While their descent had taken some time, their ascent was remarkably swift, and they had no worries about being discovered. Soon, they reached the exit, where they encountered two Wong family experts approaching. Upon making eye contact, the expressions of these two experts shifted dramatically, and they shouted, "Who goes there?" Their cries startled the other Wong family members outside, who rushed over to block the exit. Observing this scene, Lu Fan exchanged a glance with Dizhua, and the Tai Chi sword materialized instantly in his hand. In a flash, Lu Fan lunged forward, wielding the Tai Chi sword to strike at the obstructing Wong family expert. Dizhua, unwilling to lag behind, drew forth a black dagger to engage as well. With a splatter of blood, bodies lay strewn across the ground. In less than a handful of breaths, all 8 Wong family experts who had attempted to block their path were ruthlessly dispatched. 2 formidable experts from the Wong family, sensing impending doom, attempted to flee, only to be effortlessly annihilated by Lu Fan's celestial finger technique. The 10 storage rings were evenly divided between Lu Fan and Dizhua, while the corpses were reclaimed by Lu Fan at the price of 80 points, adhering to the established protocol. After completing these tasks, the two meticulously searched the surroundings to ensure no other Wong family experts had escaped before they mounted their horses and departed the mountainside. However, at that moment, they did not return to Baiyang Town, but instead made their way directly towards the direction of Xianyang sect. With the mission accomplished, Lu Fan also sought to return and submit his task. Yet, there was another reason, one that Lu Fan was reluctant to acknowledge, and that was Ling Qiushua. From Lingyuan City to Xianyang sect, he had been deliberately resisting any connection to Ling Qiushua. This was because he was not the true Lu Fan. He had merely traversed into this realm and occupied Lu Fan's body. Thus, he felt compelled to distance himself from Ling Qiushua. Moreover, it was the original Lu Fan whom she adored, not the current version of him. This led to a sense of guilt akin to that of a thief, combined with the bitterness of being a mere substitute. Nevertheless, after leaving Xianyang sect, Ling Qiushua's figure would occasionally surface in his mind. Despite his efforts to suppress that image, he found himself powerless to resist. After several encounters, Lu Fan had to concede that he had developed a peculiar affection for that girl. This sentiment was not quite love, yet it was not far from it either. After all, Ling Qiushua was undeniably beautiful, an exquisite beauty, and her proactive nature made it difficult for him to remain indifferent. Yet, he was unwilling to admit it to himself. After galloping for over an hour, Lu Fan returned to Xianyang sect with Dizhua. Upon his return after several days, he was met with an overwhelming sense of unfamiliarity. While other inner disciples harbored special sentiments towards the sect, he felt almost nothing. His time in the sect had been too brief. He had barely settled in before embarking on a mission. Coupled with his encounters with individuals like Wang Dong, Wang Cheng, and Yin Chun upon joining, his sense of belonging to the sect was further diminished. His initial reasons for joining Xianyang sect were twofold: to fulfill the sign-in task and to acquire resources. However, with both objectives no longer relevant, he contemplated departing the sect to venture into the world. Yet, before leaving, he wished to see Ling Qiushua. With these complex thoughts swirling in his mind, Lu Fan and Dizhua made their way towards the inner sect area. Along the way, they encountered numerous outer disciples, all of whom recognized Lu Fan. After all, he was the only disciple who had stirred considerable commotion upon joining the sect. However, the glances directed at him were peculiar, with groups of disciples gathering to whisper amongst themselves. This caused Lu Fan's brow to furrow in concern. Nevertheless, he dismissed these thoughts and quickened his pace towards the inner sect area. Just as he reached the boundary between the outer and inner sect areas, a dozen law enforcement disciples approached him head-on. Leading the group of enforcement disciples was none other than Elder Ji Gang. Approaching closely, before Lu Fan could utter a word, Ji Gang, with a countenance full of complexity, spoke. "Lu Fan, please accompany me to the assembly hall. The sect leaders wish to inquire about certain matters." Upon hearing this, Lu Fan raised an eyebrow, a vague premonition stirring within him regarding the reason behind this summons. However, he was no longer the same person he once was. Even if the sect leaders had deduced something, he felt no trepidation whatsoever. "Let us proceed," he replied with a nonchalant utterance. and he began to stride forward with Dizwa in tow. Ji Gang and the group of enforcement disciples exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback before following suit. They had previously speculated whether Lu Fan might resist or be intimidated, yet the outcome was entirely different. Throughout the encounter, Lu Fan's expression remained unchanged, devoid of any sign of fear or anxiety. In contrast, Ji Gang's demeanor grew increasingly intricate as he sensed Dizwa's formidable prowess. And yet Dizwa followed Lu Fan with utmost reverence. Soon, the assembly reached the sect's grand hall, where Lu Fan gestured for Dizwa to wait outside. With an air of tranquility, he then entered the hall, closely followed by Ji Gang. Chapter 74. What a blustering wolf in the grand hall of deliberation, the esteemed leader. Jiang Xiao presided from the elevated position, flanked on the left by the first, second, and third elders, while 5 attendants occupied the right side. As Lu Fan entered, all eyes converged upon him. Following closely behind, Ji Gang silently took a seat at the far left, casting his gaze upon Lu Fan like the others. Undeterred by the scrutiny of the assembly, Lu Fan maintained an air of composure, meeting the gaze of each individual with a tranquil demeanor. After a moment of appraisal, the first elder, Feng Bai, broke the silence with a pointed inquiry. Lu Fan, the inner disciple Wang Cheng, and the attendant Yin Chun have gone missing. Do you have any connection to this matter? Investigations had revealed that Wang Cheng and Yin Chun had trailed Lu Fan out of the sect several days prior, and their absence had raised alarms. Although Lu Fan had returned, the whereabouts of Wang Cheng and Yin Chun remained unknown, prompting Jiang Xiao and the others to summon Lu Fan for questioning. The animosity between Lu Fan and the 2 missing individuals was common knowledge within the sect, making their pursuit of him evident. Under the collective gaze of the assembly, Lu Fan, with an expression devoid of emotion, declared, "I killed them." His proclamation left the hall in stunned silence, the assembly's faces reflecting disbelief akin to witnessing a ghost. They had contemplated numerous scenarios, yet this revelation had eluded their imaginations. While they could fathom Lu Fan's capacity to dispatch Wang Cheng, the notion that he could also have slain Yin Chun, a formidable practitioner of the 4th stage of true Qi, was beyond their comprehension. Yet now, Lu Fan had openly admitted to their demise before them, leaving the assembly in a state of shock. After a prolonged silence, they finally regained their composure. Staring at Lu Fan with renewed incredulity, "You truly killed Wang Cheng and Yin Chun? They sought to kill me. Could I not retaliate?" Lu Fan retorted, his brow furrowing in defiance. He had laid bare the truth, fully prepared for the consequences. He had no sense of belonging to the Xianyang sect. Should they permit his departure without incident, he would comply. However, if they dared to obstruct him, he would not hesitate to unleash chaos. Worst case, he could take Ling Qiushue along with him, for he possessed a system that would ensure he could cultivate both her and Dizwa, even without aligning with any faction. Confronted by Lu Fan's unyielding rebuttal, the assembly momentarily faltered, their expressions shifting to one of dismay. The first elder, Feng Bai, his countenance darkening, spoke coldly. "Lu Fan, as an inner disciple, you have repeatedly violated sect rules, and yet you persist in such brazen defiance. What punishment do you believe you deserve?" His discontent stemmed not from personal enmity, but from Lu Fan's reckless demeanor. Had it been any other inner disciple, they would likely have been terrified into submission, kneeling and begging for mercy. Alas, they were faced with Lu Fan. When Feng Bai's cold reprimand echoed through the air, Lu Fan, already ignited by a flicker of anger, was instantly enraged. "Old fool, you accuse me of wrongdoing. I must inquire, what transgression have I committed? Am I to offer myself up like a lamb to slaughter simply because they seek to kill me? If so, I would ask the esteemed elder, if I were to strike you down at this moment, would you willingly extend your neck to meet your fate?" His principle has always been to reciprocate respect in abundance. Thus, when Feng Bai showed him no courtesy, he felt no obligation to be merciful in return. He boldly addressed him as old fool, his face betraying a scornful sneer. Lu Fan's words ignited a furious flush on Feng Bai's face, who, rising in indignation, pointed an accusing finger at Lu Fan, exclaiming, "You little wretch, you. What of it? You are merely an 8th-level true essence cultivator. How dare you pose as a formidable wolf before me? One who has not endured the struggles of others should not preach virtue to them. An old fool like you is hardly fit to instruct others in their cultivation. Truly laughable." At this moment, Lu Fan had resolved to sever ties with the Xianyang sect, and thus, his words bore no hint of politeness. Should Feng Bai dare to attack him, he would undoubtedly retaliate without mercy. The assembly within the hall was rendered even more astonished by Lu Fan's unrelenting disdain. They had witnessed arrogant disciples before, but compared to Lu Fan, those were models of decorum. You seek death, you little brat. Feng Bai could no longer contain the fury and murderous intent boiling within him. With a thunderous roar, he lunged at Lu Fan. As the Grand Elder of the Xianyang sect and a formidable 8th-level true essence cultivator, he had never before suffered such humiliation. Being addressed as old man and old fool, his dignity trampled upon the ground. If he could endure such an affront, he would no longer deserve the title of Grand Elder. Upon witnessing Feng Bai's sudden aggression, Jiang Xiao and others immediately changed their expressions, preparing to intervene. However, Feng Bai's speed was astonishing, leaving them no time to act. They could only watch helplessly as Feng Bai unleashed his full strength toward Lu Fan. The onlookers in the hall could only sigh in resignation. Though Lu Fan was arrogant, his talent and potential were undeniable. If nurtured properly, the Xianyang sect could undoubtedly rise to prominence. Unfortunately, Lu Fan's pride rendered him intolerant of any slight, and now it seemed he was destined to perish at Feng Bai's hands. In their eyes, Lu Fan was undoubtedly facing death. Despite his claims of having slain Wang Cheng and Yin Shan, the chasm between the 4th and 8th levels of true essence was vast. And even if Lu Fan had the capability to defeat Yin Shan, he would find no escape from Feng Bai's wrath. Yet, at this moment, Lu Fan's countenance was suffused with murderous intent, his eyes gleaming with ferocity, as he regarded Feng Bai with utter disdain. Having already vanquished even the Wang family's ancestor, a cultivator of the Void Pill realm, what could a mere 8th-level true essence cultivator possibly signify to him? As Feng Bai's palm descended with formidable force, Lu Fan swiftly summoned the Tai Chi sword, just as he intended to wield the blade to vanquish Feng Bai in an instant. A furious roar resonated from outside the hall. Cease at once. Accompanying this thunderous command, a figure soared in from the entrance, appearing before Lu Fan in the blink of an eye. In that very moment, the figure extended a hand, intercepting Feng Bai's aggressive advance. With a resounding thud, the enraged Feng Bai was sent sprawling, hurtling backwards several meters before crashing heavily onto the floor of the grand hall, his complexion paling significantly. Witnessing this spectacle, Jiang Xiao and the others turned their gazes in unison toward the sudden arrival. Upon recognizing the visage of this figure, their expressions shifted dramatically, prompting them to hurriedly approach and kneel in reverence. We pay our respects to the ancestor. As Lu Fan beheld the figure standing protectively before him, an expression of profound bewilderment etched itself across his face. Chapter 75. Then I shall fulfill your wish. How could it be him? The white-haired elder standing before him, Lu Fan recognized all too well. It was El Mu, the very individual who had sought to take him as a disciple, only to be refused. Initially, Lu Fan had presumed El Mu to be a mere wandering cultivator, but to his astonishment, he discovered that he was the venerable ancestor of the Xianyang sect. As Lu Fan pondered this revelation, El Mu disregarded the kneeling Jiang Xiao and the others, turning his attention instead to Lu Fan. Upon meeting Lu Fan's gaze, a dark expression on his face momentarily transformed into a hint of a smile. Ah, young one, we meet again. Observing El Mu's beaming demeanor, Lu Fan raised an eyebrow, a faint hint of sarcasm lacing his voice as he remarked, Senior, you have concealed your true identity rather well. Due to his previous encounters with Feng Bai, Lu Fan had entirely lost his fondness for the Xianyang sect. Thus, the fact that El Mu was its ancestor made him reluctant to engage further. El Mu, unperturbed by Lu Fan's sarcasm, responded with a gentle smile, Had I not appeared, were you truly prepared to slay them all? Should they dare to obstruct you, I would not hesitate to send them on their way. Lu Fan spoke with a chilling calmness, devoid of any pretense. Upon hearing his words, Jiang Xiao and the others, still on their knees, could not suppress a twitch at the corners of their mouths. Such arrogance! Did he truly believe he could annihilate them all, treating them as mere insects? Yet, El Mu harbored no doubts about Lu Fan's intentions. After a complex gaze was exchanged, El Mu sighed softly. I had originally hoped to retain you within the Xianyang sect, but it appears you are resolute in your desire to leave. Indeed. Lu Fan's straightforward reply elicited a resigned sigh from El Mu. After all, He had found a promising talent who could lead the Xianyang sect to resurgence, only to see him pushed away by the likes of Feng Bai's foolishness. Yet, at this juncture, there was no means of salvaging the situation, for he understood that Lu Fan would never remain. Realizing this, El Mu sighed in resignation. In that case, you may depart. For my sake, would you spare the life of this individual? Lu Fan understood El Mu was referring to the Grand Elder Feng Bai, and he furrowed his brow. However, he quickly found peace with the decision, nodding in agreement. Very well, I shall not take his life, but one outer disciple must perish. El Mu, aware of whom Lu Fan spoke, turned to Jiang Shao and commanded solemnly, "Go, summon Wang Dong to this place." In the face of El Mu's directive, Jiang Shao did not dare to resist, promptly rising to relay the order to the enforcement disciples outside. In a matter of moments, a visibly anxious Wang Dong was escorted into the assembly hall by two enforcement disciples. Upon seeing Lu Fan, the apprehensive Wang Dong's face contorted in disbelief. You are still alive." He was acutely aware of his brother and the fourth elder, Yin Chun, pursuing Lu Fan with lethal intent. He had assumed Lu Fan had perished, which had left him in high spirits for the past few days. However, he could never have anticipated encountering Lu Fan here. As Lu Fan gazed upon Wang Dong's incredulous expression, a chilling malice emerged in his eyes. "I was initially disinclined to take your life. Yet you insist on courting death time and again, thus I shall oblige you." With the resolute declaration of his intent, Lu Fan wielded his Taiji sword, which sliced through the air in an instant. With a flash of silver light, Wang Dong's head was severed, blood gushing forth from the severed neck. Witnessing this scene, the two enforcers who had accompanied Wang Dong turned pale with terror. The others, including Jiang Shao, also rose to their feet, their faces drained of color and their expressions gravely serious. They were not fools. They understood that their ancestor would not compromise with Lu Fan without reason. In other words, their ancestor's concession stemmed from a profound fear of Lu Fan. As this realization dawned upon them, Jiang Shao and the others' countenances grew increasingly grim. Only the fourth elder, Ji Gang, exhibited a flicker of understanding in his eyes, grasping why a formidable sixth-level true gang realm cultivator would choose to follow Lu Fan. At this moment, Lu Fan had little inclination to delve into further inquiries. He had already vanquished all his adversaries within the Xianyang sect, leaving only the figure of Ling Qiuxue from the past. Therefore, before departing, he sought to pay her a visit and solicit her opinion. He had silently vowed to protect her, unwilling to break his word. Of course, he harbored other thoughts as well, though he was reluctant to acknowledge them. With this in mind, Lu Fan cast a glance at Lu Mu before striding purposefully toward the hall's exit. As Lu Fan departed, an unmistakable sense of disappointment washed over Lu Mu's face. He had meticulously planned for Lu Fan to represent their Xianyang sect in the upcoming sect competition within the kingdom. Yet now, all his arrangements had crumbled. If Lu Fan had chosen to leave of his own volition, it would have been one thing. But the fact that he was essentially driven away by the foolishness of those within the sect was disheartening. Contemplating this, Lu Mu felt an overwhelming fatigue settle in his heart. Casting a glance at the grim-faced Jiang Shao and the others, he spoke with a heavy heart. "From now on, the Xianyang sect is in your hands. I shall embark on a journey to seek opportunities for breakthrough. Take care of yourselves." Upon hearing this, Jiang Shao and the others' expressions shifted dramatically, urgently attempting to interject, "Ancestor, we." However, before they could finish, Lu Mu decisively exited the council hall. He had contributed enough to the sect, and yet found himself unable to reverse its decline. After finally securing a chance for resurgence, it was snatched away by his own kin. Thus, he resolved to relinquish his concern. Whether the Xianyang sect thrived or faltered was no longer his burden. Lu Mu's departure had no bearing on Lu Fan, who had now arrived outside Ling Qiuxue's courtyard, accompanied by Dizhua. After knocking a few times, footsteps echoed from within, followed by the opening of the courtyard door, revealing an exquisite visage. Gazing at the stunning face mere inches away, Lu Fan felt a tremor within his heart. Upon seeing Lu Fan, Ling Qiuxue's coldly beautiful face blossomed into a radiant smile. Before Lu Fan could react, the delighted Ling Qiuxue leaped into his embrace. "Ah Fan, you're back." The fragrance emanating from the enchanting woman in his arms caused a tender glimmer to appear in Lu Fan's eyes. "Yes, I have returned." It was then that Ling Qiushua noticed Dees was trailing behind Lu Fan, and she gasped, abruptly releasing him from her embrace, her delicate face flushed with embarrassment. The sight of the bashful Ling Qiushua made Lu Fan's heart flutter even more. In that moment, she was utterly captivating, stirring feelings within him that he could not suppress. After a brief silence, Lu Fan quelled the tumult within him and gently smiled. "Aren't you going to invite me in?" Upon hearing Lu Fan's tender voice, Ling Qiushua snapped back to reality, her face lighting up with joy as she stepped aside to let him in. Lu Fan chuckled softly as he walked past, while Deeswa cast a glance at the young lady, secretly admiring her. He noted how his master was decisive in the face of adversaries, yet transformed into a paragon of humility in the presence of his beloved. Such a stark contrast brought a smile to his heart, although he dared not express it openly, keeping the thought to himself. Once within the courtyard and seated, Ling Qiushua eagerly inquired about Lu Fan's experiences since leaving Xianyang's sect. Lu Fan recounted the events of the past few days without reservation. Although his narration was quite unembellished, Ling Qiushua listened with rapt attention, her face alight with pride and admiration. This was the man she adored. After finishing his account, Lu Fan revealed a piece of news that caused Ling Qiushua's expression to change dramatically. Chapter 76. I wish to accompany you. I am leaving the Xianyang sect. Upon uttering this news, Lu Fan observed the smile on Ling Qiushua's face vanish instantaneously. "Afan, what has happened?" "You." Before Ling Qiushua could finish her anxious inquiry, Lu Fan recounted the events of slaying Wang Cheng and Yin Chun, as well as the occurrences in the Grand Hall. After he divulged such revelations, Ling Qiushua fell into a profound silence. Yet, mere breaths later, she lifted her head once more, her expression resolutely firm as she declared, "I wish to accompany you. Wherever you go, I shall follow." Initially intending to inquire further, Lu Fan felt a surge of warmth within him upon hearing her unwavering declaration. This foolish girl. Without waiting for him to ask, she had boldly expressed her intent, seemingly oblivious to the dangers that might accompany her decision, or the sources of cultivation resources that lay ahead. Yet, it was precisely this selfless devotion that filled his heart with an even deeper sense of warmth and gratitude. In his previous life, he had traversed countless romantic entanglements, yet he had never experienced such pure affection for a stunning maiden who openly cherished him. Even a heart of stone would be softened, and he was far from heartless. As these thoughts drifted through his mind, Lu Fan exhaled softly, gazing at Ling Qiushua with a tender smile as he replied, "Very well, I shall take you with me." Simultaneously, he silently vowed within himself, "Foolish girl, since you trust me unconditionally, I, Lu Fan, shall never betray you. In this life, allow me to protect you, even if I am but a substitute." In that moment, clarity dawned upon him. The previous owner of this body was no more. It was he who now wielded this flesh, and it was he who spoke to Ling Qiushua. With this realization, what remained to be concerned about? Ling Qiushua, responding to Lu Fan's gentle and indulgent tone, displayed an unmistakable satisfaction upon her visage. She was unaware of the reasons behind Lu Fan's demeanor today, but this was precisely what she had always desired. Now that her wish had been fulfilled, what more could she possibly want? "Afan, I wish to bid farewell to my master." Naturally, Lu Fan acquiesced to Ling Qiushua's request. Under her guidance, the three of them approached the courtyard of Elder Wu Hua. Upon their arrival, Elder Wu Hua hurried over from the Grand Hall. The moment he spotted Lu Fan, his expression shifted dramatically, instinctively prompting him to turn and flee. He feared that Lu Fan had come to confront him, and trepidation gripped his heart. Just as he was about to depart, Ling Qiushua called out to him, "Master." Hearing her voice, Wu Hua managed to suppress his fear and halted in place. However, he did not approach. He remained rooted where he stood. Lu Fan, perceiving Wu Hua's apprehension towards him, gently spoke to Ling Qiushua, "Go and say your farewells. I will wait here for you." Ling Qiushua nodded in response and swiftly approached Wu Hua. Lu Fan, uninterested in their conversation, remained where he was, awaiting their return. Moments later, Ling Qiushua rejoined him, her eyes slightly reddened, though she was reluctant to depart from this place. Her bond with Lu Fan outweighed her ties to Xianyang's sect. Observing the teary-eyed Ling Qiushua, Lu Fan gently placed his hand on her shoulder. He then retrieved the Feiyun shuttle from his system inventory, an item he had acquired through a sign-in reward. Since obtaining the shuttle, he had refrained from using it. not wishing to attract undue attention. However, now that he possessed a measure of self-protection, caution was no longer a necessity. Upon casting the Feiyun shuttle forward, it expanded dramatically in the wind, transforming from a palm-sized object to a magnificent vessel measuring several meters in length and height. In contrast to other flying treasures like cloud ships and flying swords, the resplendent silver Feiyun shuttle exuded an unparalleled aesthetic appeal. Ling Qiuxue, initially burdened with melancholy, felt her spirits lift upon seeing the shuttle, her face lighting up with wonder. If Ling Qiuxue was impressed, Dizwa was even more so, rushing forward in astonishment to caress the magnificent craft. "Young master, I never imagined you possessed such a magnificent flying treasure," he exclaimed, clearly taken aback. Although Dizwa had encountered flying artifacts before, he had never seen one as opulent as this. Compared to the Feiyun shuttle, a cloud ship seemed utterly trivial. Lu Fan, too, was witnessing the shuttle's grandeur for the first time, his heart racing with excitement. In his previous life, while wealth had never been a concern, he had never owned a private aircraft. This Feiyun shuttle was akin to a private jet, and in fact, far superior. Taking a deep breath to quell his exhilaration, Lu Fan opened the shuttle's entrance and said with a smile, "Let us depart." As he spoke, he took Ling Qiuxue's hand, leading her towards the shuttle. This unexpected gesture of intimacy caused her cheeks to flush with embarrassment, yet more so with happiness and contentment. She did not resist, allowing him to guide her. Observing their interaction, Dizwa, who had initially been filled with excitement, felt a pang of envy. Fortunately, his interest lay more in cultivating his skills and acquiring treasures than in romantic pursuits. Upon entering the Feiyun shuttle, the trio was once again awestruck by its lavish interior. However, while Ling Qiuxue and Dizwa remained captivated, Lu Fan quickly regained his composure. The opulence of the shuttle was indeed impressive, yet it paled in comparison to the private jets of his past life. Under Lu Fan's command, the Feiyun shuttle rose gracefully into the air, then swiftly darted away, vanishing into the clouds in the blink of an eye. Witnessing this spectacle, Wu Hua could not help but exhale softly, a myriad of complex emotions crossing his face. Had they not summoned Lu Fan to the council hall for interrogation today, perhaps none of these events would have transpired. With a prodigious talent like Lu Fan among their ranks, the ascendance of the Xianyang sect would have been inexorable. Yet now, all of this has dissolved into mere illusions. After gazing for an extended period at the vanishing direction of the Feiyun shuttle, Wu Hua let out a deep sigh, returning to his courtyard in a state of profound desolation. High above in the skies, the Feiyun shuttle transformed into a streak of silver light, racing towards Lingyuan City. While the matters concerning the Xianyang sect had been resolved, issues pertaining to Lingyuan City remained unsettled. Only after these matters were addressed could Lu Fan proceed to Duanlong Mountain with peace of mind. Dizwa was unaware of Lu Fan's intentions for Lingyuan City, but Ling Qiuxue was fully cognizant. However, she did not intervene, for Lu Fan was no longer the target of disdain he once was. Furthermore, she harbored her own secret desire. Her father had always looked down upon Lu Fan, deeming him a failure and preventing her from seeing him. Now, with Lu Fan's unstoppable rise, she naturally hoped her father would witness this transformation. As Ling Qiuxue contemplated these thoughts, Lu Fan too was engulfed in myriad reflections. Thus, they each pondered their own concerns, drawing ever closer to Lingyuan City. Chapter 77. Slaying Lu Kuang. After traversing for the better part of an hour, the flying cloud shuttle descended a mere 200 to 300 meters from Lingyuan City. As the trio emerged from the shuttle, Lu Fan waved his hand, and the flying cloud shuttle shrank to the size of a palm and was stowed away. "Let us proceed," Lu Fan declared, leading the way towards the city gates. With Ling Qiuxue at his right and Dizwa trailing behind them, Lingyuan City remained unchanged, retaining its original form. However, once Lu Fan and Ling Qiuxue entered the city, they instantly attracted the attention of all passers-by. In no time, every cultivator who laid eyes on them could not help but whisper among themselves, "What is happening? Is that not the daughter of the city lord alongside that lad from the Lu family? Indeed, did he not just join the Xianyang sect not long ago? How has he returned so swiftly? That boy Lu Fan is quite audacious for daring to come back." Although the murmurs were hushed, they were clearly audible to the trio. Yet, Lu Fan paid no heed to the idle gossip and continued straight towards the Lu family estate. He had resolved to return to this place. not for any other reason but to personally slay the Liu family's grand elder, Liu Kuang. As they made their way to the Liu estate, news of Liu Fan and Ling Qiushui's return swiftly spread throughout Lingyuan City. By the time they arrived at the Liu family residence, the news of their return had already permeated the city. Naturally, Liu Kuang, the current head of the Liu family, received the news at once. At that moment, Liu Kuang sat in the family's main hall, where a guard excitedly reported Liu Fan's arrival. Head of the family, this news is absolutely true. That little wretch has indeed returned. I suspect he must have been expelled from the Xinyang sect, which is why he has come back in disgrace. Hearing the guard's report, a fierce and malevolent killing intent surfaced on Liu Kuang's face. Damnable little bastard. I cannot believe you truly dared to return. Since Liu Fan had been taken to the Xinyang sect, Liu Kuang had buried this murderous intent deep within his heart. Yet, as time passed, his desire for vengeance only intensified. He had originally planned to summon an assassin to eliminate Liu Fan in a few days, but now, Liu Fan had unexpectedly returned. As Liu Kuang's chilling words echoed, he suddenly seemed to recall something and inquired, aside from that little wretch and the city lord's daughter, are there any others? Head of the family, there is a middle-aged man. Though he appears to lack strength, he should be the city lord's guard. Upon hearing that no powerful protectors from the Xinyang sect were safeguarding Liu Fan, Liu Kuang slammed his palm on the table and rose to his feet. Very well. Since that little wretch has voluntarily returned to court death, then I shall. However, before his sinister laughter could finish, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. A guard rushed into the main hall, panic-stricken and trembling before Liu Kuang, exclaimed, Head of the family, it's bad news. Liu Fan has stormed in. Upon the utterance of those words, Liu Kuang was momentarily taken aback, only to be subsequently engulfed by a terrifying aura of murderous intent. I was just about to seek him out, yet here he comes of his own accord. Let us go? With a sinister grin, Liu Kuang strode towards the outer hall, closely followed by two guards. Meanwhile, Liu Fan had already escorted Di Zhua and Ling Qiushue to the front courtyard of the Liu family estate. Before him lay a dozen pallid-faced guards and several members of the Liu clan. Beneath Liu Fan's feet lay the lifeless bodies of 4 guards, their blood seeping into the ground, staining it crimson. At that moment, Liu Fan's demeanor was icy and indifferent, emanating an invisible aura of lethal intent that was profoundly unsettling. To him, there was no distinction between the Liu family and the Xianyang sect. He felt no sense of belonging to either. The same went for the Liu clan members and guards. Should they obstruct or provoke him, he would show no mercy. After a brief wait of several minutes, Liu Kuang, radiating an aura of slaughter, arrived with his entourage. As their gazes met, the murderous intent from both Liu Kuang and Liu Fan surged simultaneously. Particularly for Liu Kuang, who had been suppressing his bloodlust for half a month, he now resembled a bloodthirsty beast. Liu Fan had killed his son before his very eyes and had even left Lingyuan City with a ruthless declaration. Now that the murderer appeared before him, the rage and killing intent within him felt nearly unbearable. In this moment, the only way to quell his boundless fury was to eliminate Liu Fan. You little wretch, today, I shall see who can save you. Prepare to meet your end. After locking eyes, Liu Kuang unleashed a venomous roar. He then immediately erupted with the might of a second-tier true Qi realm, charging towards Liu Fan. Initially, he was at the first tier of the true Qi realm, but during the past half-month of intense rage and suppressed hatred, he had successfully broken through to a small realm. Thus, he regarded Liu Fan with utter disdain, especially since Liu Fan had only reached the 7th tier of the Qi refinement realm upon leaving Lingyuan City. In just over half a month, even if Liu Fan had improved, it would merely be a minor breakthrough. At that very moment, the lord of Lingyuan City, Ling Xiaodian, also arrived at the Liu family estate. Upon reaching the courtyard, he witnessed Liu Kuang lunging at Liu Fan. However, he had no intention of intervening, as he harbored a disdain for Liu Fan, believing he had hindered his daughter's prospects. With Liu Kuang poised to eliminate Liu Fan, it would conveniently resolve a nuisance for him. Why would he interfere? Yet, just as he assumed Liu Fan was doomed, Liu Fan's figure flickered and, akin to a teleportation, he appeared directly before the oncoming Liu Kuang. Before Liu Kuang could comprehend the situation, Liu Fan reached out with his right hand, seizing Liu Kuang by the throat and lifting him off the ground. At this spectacle, the vast courtyard of the Liu family fell into a stunned silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. All present, save for Dizwa, were left agape, their expressions reflecting disbelief as if witnessing a ghost, including Ling Qiuxue. Although she had heard Lu Fan speak of slaying 5 golden core experts, the impact of hearing such tales paled in comparison to witnessing the event unfold with her own eyes. At this moment, the individual most stunned and incredulous was undoubtedly Lu Kuang, whose eyes were filled with a profound sense of existential doubt. He had presumed that he could effortlessly dispatch Lu Fan. However, to his utter astonishment, before he even reached Lu Fan, he was lifted as if he were a mere chick in Lu Fan's grasp. Under the gaze of numerous disbelieving onlookers, Lu Fan's expression remained cold and indifferent as he calmly stated, "Old man, I promised I would personally end your life, and I shall certainly fulfill that promise." As his chilling words echoed in the air, Lu Fan exerted a forceful twist of his hand, and with a resounding crack, Lu Kuang's neck was abruptly broken, his head drooping lifelessly. Simultaneously, a notification from the system sounded in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task, slay Lu Kuang. You have earned 1 opportunity to sign in. Ding! Would you like to use your sign-in opportunity?" As the 2 notifications resonated within his consciousness, the murderous intent emanating from Lu Fan gradually dissipated. After collecting Lu Kuang's storage ring, he redeemed the corpse for 10 points from the system. Having completed these actions, Lu Fan's cold and indifferent gaze finally turned towards the members of the Lu family and their guards ahead. Chapter 78. The acknowledgement of Ling Xiaodian upon feeling the icy, penetrating gaze of Lu Fan sweeping over him. More than 20 members of the Lu family and their guards were instantly struck with terror, collapsing to their knees in fervent supplication. "Young Master Lu, spare us, please." They could scarcely believe that Lu Kuang had been so effortlessly vanquished by Lu Fan. Faced with such a formidable and ruthless adversary, their courage had completely evaporated. At this moment, their only desire was to plead for their lives. As these 20-odd Lu family members and guards knelt in desperation, the astonished Ling Xiaodian also gradually regained his composure. When he looked back at Lu Fan, his eyes were filled with profound disbelief. Could this truly be the same Lu Fan, whom he had dismissed as a mere wastrel just half a month ago? When Lu Fan earned the qualification to join the Xinyang sect, Ling Xiaodian had thought it merely a stroke of luck. Yet now, he could no longer voice such sentiments. Like Lu Kuang, he too was at the 2nd level of the true gang realm, and if Lu Fan could slay Lu Kuang, he was certainly capable of the same against him. Although he understood that Lu Fan would likely spare him for the sake of his daughter, a deep-seated fear and apprehension still gripped his heart. Gazing at the members of the Lu family and their guards, who were desperately begging for mercy at his feet, Lu Fan remained cold and indifferent. After casting a brief glance at them, he turned away and approached Ling Qiuxue and Dizwa. "Let us go," he stated. His purpose in Lingyuan City was solely to eliminate Lu Kuang. He had no interest in the affairs of the rest of the Lu family. From this moment forth, he severed any ties with the Lu family entirely. Ling Qiuxue and Dizwa nodded in agreement and followed Lu Fan to where Ling Xiaodian stood. Upon Lu Fan's arrival before him, Ling Xiaodian instinctively trembled, taking a step back. Observing this reaction, Lu Fan could not help but stifle a laugh within himself. This man had always looked down upon his predecessor, deeming him a failure and forbidding any association with Ling Qiuxue. Now, witnessing Lu Fan kill Lu Kuang right before his eyes, he was reduced to a quivering figure. However, Lu Fan felt no anger or resentment towards Ling Xiaoyan's previous judgments of his predecessor. Such individuals were plentiful in his past life, unwilling to see their daughters associated with men who lacked promising futures. As these thoughts flitted through his mind, Lu Fan exhaled softly and inclined his head slightly towards Ling Xiaodian, saying, "Greetings, uncle." This form of address was not merely for Ling Xiaoyan's sake, but rather out of respect for Ling Qiuxue. Out of loyalty to this foolish girl, he would not allow her to be caught in a conflict between himself and her father. Ling Xiaodian was taken aback by Lu Fan's unexpected greeting, managing to force a faint smile onto his pallid face. Ling Qiuxue, standing beside him, quickly grasped Lu Fan's intentions, feeling an overwhelming wave of emotion wash over her. She had genuinely feared that Lu Fan, emboldened by his newfound strength, would look down upon her father, which would have caused her considerable distress. Fortunately, such a scenario had not materialized. Lu Fan had even addressed her father as uncle, filling her with immense happiness. "Father, let us return home," she urged. Currently, it is certain that the Lu family is no longer a viable option for Ling Qiuxue, prompting her to take the initiative to return to her own home, thereby alleviating her father's awkwardness. Hearing his daughter's words, Ling Xiaodian suppressed his inner fears and anxieties, responding with a quick smile, "Yes, yes. Let us return home first and discuss further." As his words echoed, Ling Xiaodian glanced at Lu Fan and led the group out ahead. Lu Fan, with a smile, exchanged a brief look with Ling Qiuxue before following closely behind with Di Zhua and the others. After watching Lu Fan and his entourage depart, the 20 or so members of the Lu family and their guards, who had been kneeling, rose to their feet. Numerous other Lu family members, who had been hiding at a distance, now appeared in the front courtyard. At this moment, a complex expression surfaced on the faces of all the Lu family members, tinged with a hint of regret. No one had anticipated that a seemingly useless individual could grow to such heights in such a short span of time. Had they known earlier, they would have wholeheartedly supported Lu Fan, ensuring his rise as the head of the Lu family, which would undoubtedly lead to the family's resurgence. However, no amount of regret could alter the current reality. With the most powerful Lu Kuang slain, and the absence of a formidable true Qi expert to safeguard them, the Lu family would soon be devoured by other families within the city. For Lu Fan, the recent events were merely a minor episode, unworthy of excessive concern. After leaving the Lu residence, the group arrived at the more opulent city lord's mansion, having witnessed the shocking scene of Lu Fan defeating Lu Kuang in an instant. Ling Xiaoyan's attitude towards him underwent a complete transformation. Upon arriving at the city lord's mansion, Ling Xiaodian immediately instructed his staff to prepare an extravagant feast to honor Lu Fan and Di Zhua, though the focus was clearly on Lu Fan, with Di Zhua being merely an afterthought. During the banquet, Ling Xiaodian enthusiastically encouraged Lu Fan to indulge in food and drink, while subtly probing into Lu Fan's true cultivation level and various other matters. Although Lu Fan felt somewhat at a loss, he answered a few questions he deemed appropriate. When Lu Fan shared the news of his and Ling Qiushue's withdrawal from the Xianyang sect, Ling Xiaodian was taken aback, urgently inquiring about the reasons behind this decision. Lu Fan did not withhold the truth and recounted the events leading up to their departure. Upon learning the details, Ling Xiaodian finally breathed a sigh of relief, then regarded Lu Fan with a peculiar expression. Despite Lu Fan's vague responses regarding his true cultivation level, Ling Xiaodian, being perceptive, did not press further. However, from the fact that Lu Fan and Ling Qiuxue had left the Xianyang sect without any repercussions, he could easily deduce Lu Fan's cultivation prowess. Even if Lu Fan was not at the core formation stage, he surely possessed hidden strengths that would cause core formation experts to tread carefully. Were Lu Fan aware of Ling Xiaoyan's speculation, he would undoubtedly be astonished. After a brief period of idle conversation, the now composed Ling Xiaodian could not resist asking, "Lu Fan, now that you and Qiuxue have withdrawn from the Xianyang sect, what are your plans for the future? Will you venture out to hone your skills and gather resources for cultivation?" Lu Fan spoke without hesitation, articulating the words he had long prepared. His subsequent plan was indeed to hone his skills while scavenging for resources. As long as he could gather a sufficient amount of resources, enhancing his cultivation would pose no challenge for him. Even with Ling Qiuxue and Di Zhua by his side, it would not present any issues. Whether it be the elixirs required for cultivation, martial arts techniques, or magical artifacts, all could be procured using points. However, upon hearing his response, Ling Xiaodian furrowed his brow, a look of concern manifesting on his face. After a moment's hesitation, Ling Xiaodian could not help but voice his thoughts. "Esteemed nephew, while the notion of honing one's skills may sound simple, it is fraught with peril, and the quest for resources is exceedingly arduous. Although you have gained some strength, remember that beyond the realm of mortals, there are those far more powerful. Do not allow yourself to be blindly arrogant." Listening to Ling Xiaoyan's earnest admonition, Lu Fan found a measure of agreement with him. Despite Ling Xiaoyan's previous criticisms of his predecessor, it was ultimately for the sake of his daughter. Now that he had earned the elder's acknowledgement, it was only fitting that he would offer him guidance akin to that of a mentor. After imparting this advice, Ling Xiaodian appeared to be grappling with further thoughts, and upon observing his demeanor, Lu Fan could not refrain from inquiring further. Chapter 79, The Royal Academy Uncle. "Do you have something to say?" Upon hearing Lu Fan's proactive inquiry, Ling Xiaotian no longer hesitated and spoke forth. Esteemed nephew, you are no longer the person you once were. Hence, I shall no longer obstruct your relationship with Qiushua. However, the path of cultivation is fraught with challenges. Solitary practice is akin to a frog in a well. To achieve any significant accomplishments, one must join a certain faction. At this juncture, Lu Fan immediately comprehended his intent. Before he could voice his curiosity, Ling Xiaotian continued. A few days ago, our Ling family's sect received news that Qiushua may be permitted to enter the Royal Academy for cultivation. Previously, I refrained from making a decision. But now that both of you have withdrawn from the Xinyang sect, it is fortuitous that you can journey together to the capital and enter the Royal Academy for your training. What do you think? As Ling Xiaotian proposed this suggestion, Lu Fan was taken aback. He had anticipated that Ling Xiaotian would recommend them to merely join any faction, but to his surprise, the recommendation was none other than the Royal Academy. It is well known that the Royal Academy is regarded as the sacred ground of cultivation within the entire southern Qin kingdom, a convergence of the most talented cultivators throughout the realm. Not only the scions of the southern Qing royal family are found within the academy, but also the prodigious disciples from various influential factions across the kingdom ultimately aspire to enter the Royal Academy. Due to this, the entrance requirements for the Royal Academy are exceedingly stringent. The Academy admits new students every 3 years, attracting practitioners from all corners of the kingdom during each enrollment period. However, to qualify for admission, candidates must meet 2 conditions. The first condition stipulates that applicants must be no older than 20 years of age, while the second requires that their cultivation level must reach at least the 8th level of Qi refinement. And this is merely the prerequisite for registration. Once the registration concludes, all practitioners who meet the criteria may proceed to the capital to participate in a grand competition. Only those who secure a position within the top 50 during this competition will successfully gain entry into the Royal Academy. Such rigorous admission standards effectively exclude 90% of the practitioners in the kingdom. Consequently, there are no mediocre or inept individuals within the Royal Academy. Although the criteria for admission are exceedingly demanding, the benefits bestowed upon those who gain entry are immense. The resources essential for cultivation are a given. As long as one possesses sufficient talent, the resources will be abundantly available. Besides the cultivation resources, there exists a plethora of formidable instructors who provide guidance and share their experiences, allowing students to avoid numerous pitfalls along their journey. This aspect may appear commonplace, yet it is an invaluable advantage. As Ling Xiaotian aptly noted, solitary cultivation is akin to crafting a chariot behind closed doors, making it easy to fall into misconceptions regarding practice, especially when it comes to cultivating martial techniques or esoteric secret arts. A lack of knowledge regarding the correct methods can lead to considerable time wastage or, in severe cases, the risk of demonic deviation. However, with the guidance of strong mentors, such issues can be effectively circumvented. Of course, if these benefits were the sole attractions, they would undoubtedly fail to entice the prodigious disciples from various factions within the kingdom. After all, these advantages could also be offered by the prominent factions within the realm. The Royal Academy is revered as a sanctuary of martial arts primarily due to its control over a secret realm. The so-called secret realms are naturally formed by the heavens and the earth, containing a myriad of fortuitous opportunities. Within them lie extraordinary spiritual herbs and elixirs, as well as enigmatic inheritances and various magical artifacts. The most renowned tale recounts how a certain student acquired a mysterious legacy within one such secret realm. Upon entering, he possessed merely the 1st level of true Qi, yet upon his emergence, he had ascended to the 9th level of the Golden Core realm, just a step away from becoming a deity. This incident catapulted the Royal Academy into fame, establishing it as the sacred ground of martial arts in the southern Qin kingdom. Even the major factions within the kingdom sent their most talented disciples to the academy, all yearning for the chance to enter the secret realm and seize its unrivaled opportunities. These tidings became widely known throughout the kingdom, and Lu Fan, through the memories of his former self, was well aware of them. When he first reincarnated here, he had contemplated joining the Royal Academy, but at that time, he lacked the qualifications to do so. Furthermore, the academy only accepted new disciples once every 3 years, and this year marked merely the 2nd year since the last enrollment. As Lu Fan pondered this information, a look of excitement spread across Ling Qiushue's face. "Father, Can we truly enter the Royal Academy for cultivation? Gaining entry into the Royal Academy was the dream of nearly every young man and woman in the southern Qing kingdom, and Ling Qiuxue was no exception. At that moment, Lu Fan suppressed his turbulent thoughts and turned his gaze towards Ling Xiaotian. Under their watchful eyes, Ling Xiaotian confidently proclaimed, "Qiuxue, your talent is exceptional. Our sect has assured me that as long as you travel to the royal capital, you will be granted admission to the academy for training. As for my nephew Lu Fan, it is also not an issue. I shall personally write a letter of recommendation to the elders of our sect. With your talents, entering the academy will certainly pose no problem." Just as Ling Xiaotian's confident words fell, a system notification resonated in Lu Fan's mind. Ding! The sign-in location has been triggered. Royal Academy. Please proceed to sign in at your earliest convenience. Ding! System task triggered. Enter the Royal Academy for cultivation. Task reward: 1 special sign-in opportunity and 10,000 points. Ding! Does the host wish to accept the task? Hearing these 3 notifications echo in his mind, Lu Fan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Initially, his plan after leaving the Xianyang sect was to train across the kingdom, gathering resources for cultivation. Yet now, with Ling Xiaotian presenting this proposal and triggering a system task, he found himself compelled to reevaluate. Were the Royal Academy devoid of allure, he would have unhesitatingly declined. However, the advantages of joining the academy were manifold, particularly the secret realm under its jurisdiction, which held tremendous appeal for him. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Fan looked at Ling Xiaotian and inquired, "Uncle, when shall we set off for the royal capital?" "Any time is suitable. As long as you present the letter to the elders of our Ling family in the royal capital, they will arrange everything," came the reply. With this assurance, Lu Fan promptly nodded in agreement. "Very well. In that case, I shall trouble you, uncle. We shall depart for the royal capital tomorrow." Initially, he was apprehensive about the time constraints that might hinder his journey to Duanlong Mountain in search of the abode of the transcendent being. However, with ample time now at his disposal and no urgency to head to the royal capital, he found no reason for hesitation. After exploring the sanctuary of the transcendent being at Duanlong Mountain, he could make his way to the royal capital without delay. Upon hearing Lu Fan's agreement, Ling Xiaotian's previously anxious heart was instantly soothed, and a broad smile illuminated his face. His motivation for bringing this matter to light was, of course, his daughter. As the father of Ling Qiuxue, he naturally wished for her to receive the finest training. Yet, with his daughter so enamored with Lu Fan, he feared that if Lu Fan were to decline, she would likely forsake the opportunity to cultivate at the academy. Thus, he disclosed this information in front of Lu Fan, hoping to encourage both Lu Fan and his daughter to embark on this educational journey together. He had initially worried that Lu Fan's current prowess might render him arrogant and unyielding, but to his pleasant surprise, Lu Fan agreed, which only heightened Ling Xiaotian's satisfaction with him. With his concerns alleviated, Ling Xiaotian promptly invited Lu Fan and Dizhua to indulge in a hearty feast. The revelry continued until nightfall, after which everyone retired to their chambers, sinking into a deep slumber. Chapter 80. Blood of the True Dragon. A night passed in the blink of an eye. The following morning, Lu Fan awakened from his meditative state and arrived at the main hall of the city lord's mansion. Upon his arrival, he found Ling Xiaotian, Dizhua, and Ling Qiuxue already awaiting him. The table in the hall was adorned with a lavish spread of breakfast pastries. As he gazed upon the exquisite delicacies, Lu Fan's appetite was piqued, and he promptly took a seat to indulge. After savoring the meal, Ling Xiaotian produced a letter and handed it to Lu Fan. "Dear nephew," he began, "once you reach the royal capital, take this letter to the Ling family and present it to the second elder, Ling Rue. He will make the necessary arrangements for you." Viewing the letter extended towards him, Lu Fan expressed his gratitude with a complex expression. After all, the opportunity to join the academy was exceedingly rare. Ling Xiaotian's willingness to recommend him was a favor he must remember. Even if Ling Xiaotian acted out of concern for Ling Qiuxue, Lu Fan had nonetheless been granted this chance, an undeniable fact. Ordinary cultivators rarely had the privilege to enter the academy outside of recruitment periods. In response to Lu Fan's sincere thanks, Ling Xiaotian beamed with satisfaction. He held a favorable opinion of Lu Fan as a prospective son-in-law, and any previous discord between them had long been cast aside. After bidding farewell, Ling Xiaodian personally escorted Lu Fan and the others to the martial arts arena within the city lord's mansion. In the arena, Lu Fan retrieved the flying cloud shuttle, and the three ascended, soaring into the sky and swiftly departing from Lingyuan City. As he watched the flying cloud shuttle vanish from sight, Ling Xiaodian murmured to himself, "Young man, you must treat my daughter well. If she suffers any grievances, even if I am not your match, I will ensure you face consequences." With those words, Ling Xiaodian returned to the main hall, pouring himself a drink in solitude. Inside the flying cloud shuttle, Ling Qiushua's eyes glistened with unshed tears. She had managed to restrain her emotions during the farewell, but now she could no longer hold back. After all, the royal capital was tens of thousands of miles away from Lingyuan City. Returning would not be an easy feat, unlike her visits to Xinyang sect. Observing Ling Qiushua's reddened eyes and soft sobs, Lu Fan entrusted the control of the flying cloud shuttle to Dizhua. He then moved beside Ling Qiushua, gently patting her shoulder and speaking softly, "Do not worry. You can return whenever you wish. The journey on the flying cloud shuttle will not take long." Hearing Lu Fan's comforting words, Ling Qiushua nodded and rested her head on his shoulder. As he gazed at her slightly haggard countenance, Lu Fan felt a pang of heartache. However, at that moment, he was at a loss for words and could only offer silent consolation by softly patting her back. An hour later, Dizhua's voice roused Lu Fan from his reverie. "Young master, we are approaching Duanlong Mountain." Startled awake, Lu Fan noticed that Ling Qiushua, who had been resting against him, was also stirring from her slumber. "Have we arrived?" she inquired. After Lu Fan nodded, he took hold of Ling Qiushua and stood up, leading her to the front of the Feiyun shuttle to gaze ahead. Before them lay an uninterrupted mountain range sprawling across the ground, resembling a colossal dragon. However, at the heart of this extensive mountain range, a massive gorge cleaved it into two halves. From several thousand meters above, one could clearly see the mountains bisected by this great chasm, as if the dragon, lying low upon the earth, had been severed in two. Thus, the name Duanlong Mountain was derived. As they approached the Duanlong Mountain, Lu Fan instructed Dizhua to pilot the Feiyun shuttle downward. Duanlong Mountain was not like Baiyang Mountain. It harbored not only fourth-tier ferocious beasts, but also terrifying fifth-tier ones. Should the Feiyun shuttle recklessly hover above Duanlong Mountain, it would attract the attention of formidable cultivators and incite the hostility of numerous others. Some fourth- and fifth-tier ferocious beasts possess the ability to fly, capable of traversing the air just like cultivators at the core formation stage. Even those that could not fly were capable of launching terrifying attacks that could bring down flying treasures. Although Lu Fan did not believe the Feiyun shuttle could easily be destroyed, he preferred to avoid taking risks. After all, besides himself, Ling Qiushua and Dizhua were also aboard. Soon, the Feiyun shuttle descended onto a clearing at the outer edge of Duanlong Mountain. Once they exited the shuttle, Lu Fan stowed it away. At that moment, a prompt sounded in his mind. "Ding, you have arrived at Duanlong Mountain. Would you like to check in?" Hearing the check-in prompt in his mind, a glimmer of anticipation surfaced in Lu Fan's eyes. Duanlong Mountain was indeed a rather unique location, and he was curious about what treasures might await him upon checking in. Check-in. Ding, Duanlong Mountain check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving a drop of true dragon's blood. When this notification echoed, Lu Fan stood frozen in place, feeling as though he had misheard. After a moment of bewilderment, he tentatively inquired within his mind, "System, what I just received from the check-in was indeed a drop of true dragon's blood, correct?" "Yes, host." Upon receiving the system's affirmative response, Lu Fan could not help but gasp in astonishment, a wave of elation washing over him as he erupted into laughter. Ha! What a windfall. He had only hoped to acquire something like a pure chi pill, or perhaps points and magical weapons, which would have been quite satisfactory. Yet, he never anticipated that he would receive a drop of true dragon's blood. This was the blood of a genuine dragon. He might have doubted its authenticity had he obtained true dragon's blood from elsewhere, but he was certain the system would not deceive him with a counterfeit. Dizhua and Ling Qiushua, observing Lu Fan's sudden laughter, exchanged puzzled glances. "Young master, are you all right?" Upon hearing Dizhua's inquiry, Lu Fan realized he had lost his composure and hurriedly attempted to suppress his overwhelming excitement. Yet, an unmistakable smile of excitement lingered upon his face. "Rest assured, I am perfectly fine. I merely resolved a sudden perplexity." In response to Lu Fan's remark, Dizwa was inherently skeptical, though he prudently refrained from pressing further. Lu Fan, disinterested in prolonging the discussion, cheerfully suggested, "Let us proceed and behold the renowned Dragon Break Mountain." With that, he took hold of Ling Qiushue's hand and strode purposefully towards Dragon Break Mountain, with Dizwa closely trailing behind. As they ventured deeper into the mountain, Lu Fan pondered inwardly, "System, how should I utilize this drop of true dragon's blood? Shall I refine it directly?" Ding. The host may either absorb it into the dantian for gradual refinement or utilize it to enhance the physical body. After the system provided its elaborate response, Lu Fan could not help but inquire, "If I were to reclaim this drop of true dragon's blood, how many points would I receive?" Ding. Reclaiming it would yield 300,000 points. Upon hearing this figure, Lu Fan abruptly halted, astonishment etched across his face. Chapter 81. The merchant system. Lu Fan's actions once again left Ling Qiushue and Dizwa in a state of bewilderment. However, at this moment, Lu Fan was too preoccupied with his own thoughts to pay them any heed, urgently inquiring within his mind, "System, can I truly acquire 300,000 points upon recycling?" "Indeed, host," came the system's affirmative reply, causing Lu Fan to draw in a sharp breath. 300,000 points. For him at this juncture, even 100,000 points would constitute a considerable fortune, let alone 300,000. With such an abundance of points, he could effortlessly ascend to the core formation realm, and perhaps even surpass several minor stages along the way. Moreover, it would enable Dizwa and Ling Qiushue to make advancements as well. Yet, after a moment of elation, Lu Fan abruptly regained his composure. No, considering the system's nature, the recycling price it offered must indicate a far higher selling price in the system's marketplace. With this thought in mind, Lu Fan hastened to open the system's marketplace to conduct his search, instead of sifting through each item individually. He was grateful for the system's user-friendly feature that allowed direct searches by name and category. Before long, Lu Fan located the true dragon blood available for sale in the marketplace. Upon glimpsing the selling price, he nearly spat out blood in shock and could not help but curse the system internally. "Damn it, this system is utterly unscrupulous. 1,000,000 points per drop for true dragon blood, and you offer me a mere 300,000 points for recycling?" Lu Fan surmised that the marketplace's price must indeed exceed the recycling price provided by the system. Initially, he had thought the selling price might reach the high 30s or 40s in terms of points, but never did he anticipate that a single drop of true dragon blood would command an astonishing price of 1,000,000 points. A selling price of 1,000,000 points juxtaposed with a recycling price of 300,000 points created a staggering disparity of 700,000 points. Even a mercenary trader would not be so unscrupulous. As his furious curses subsided, the system's detached notification chimed in. Ding. The recycling price for items obtained through sign-in is approximately 1/3 of the marketplace selling price. Hearing this, Lu Fan's lips twitched, instantly extinguishing any thoughts of recycling. Though he was indeed in need of system points, he could not engage in a transaction that would result in a loss of 700,000 points. Rather than incur such a substantial deficit, it would be far wiser to store that drop of true dragon blood in his dantian and gradually refine it. After comforting himself with this rationale, Lu Fan still felt a sense of frustration, internally berating the system as a conniving merchant. Although the system had proven immensely helpful, it showed no restraint when it came to extracting value from him. Thus, their relationship could best be described as one of hired cooperation. Initially, Lu Fan had been elated upon acquiring the drop of true dragon blood through sign-in. However, after this tumultuous revelation, his excitement and enthusiasm dissipated entirely. Observing the puzzled expressions on Ling Qiushue and Dizwa's faces, Lu Fan offered a wry smile and reassured them, "Do not worry, I am quite fine. Let us proceed." However, this time, Ling Qiushue appeared somewhat skeptical of his explanation and inquired with concern, "Afan, are you feeling unwell? If so, we could find a place to rest for a few days. There is no rush." "I am fine, merely contemplating certain issues that have now been resolved. So there is no need for concern." Earlier, the stark contrast between the drop of true dragon blood obtained from signing in and the pitfall of the merchant system had left him momentarily flustered. However, having learned from past experiences, his capacity for endurance had significantly improved, and he would not lose composure as he had before. Seeing Lu Fan's assurance, Ling Qiushue suppressed her worries and nodded in agreement. Thus, The trio continued deeper into the dragon's severing mountain, remaining vigilant and alert to their surroundings, prepared for any unforeseen incidents. Yet, they were merely traversing the periphery of the dragon's severing mountain, where dangers were relatively scarce. Due to its unique geographical position at the junction of Hanyang County and Yuanyang County, it spans across two major jurisdictions. Furthermore, the vast expanse of Dragon's Severing Mountain is rich with countless spiritual herbs, ferocious beasts, and abundant spirit stone veins, alongside numerous other opportunities for fortune. Consequently, it attracts an overwhelming number of cultivators. In the vicinity of the modest Bayang Mountain alone, there are 3 towns, while nearly 100 towns have sprung up around Dragon Severing Mountain. Among these towns, several are large cities, housing tens of thousands of cultivators. Each day, no fewer than 100,000 cultivators enter Dragon Severing Mountain in search of cultivation resources. However, the vast majority of those who arrive are ordinary cultivators, limited to scouring the outskirts and the edges of the mid-level areas. After years of exploration, the resources in the peripheral regions have been thoroughly depleted. Thus, throughout their journey, Lu Fan and his companions encountered neither ferocious beasts nor spiritual herbs. Nevertheless, they remained unconcerned, for their purpose in coming here was not to seek such resources, but to explore the cave abode of the divine transformation expert mentioned by the Red Ghost. According to the Red Ghost, this cave is situated in the central region of Dragon Severing Mountain, which is why the trio did not linger in the outer areas. As they progressed through the outer region, they gradually began to encounter other cultivators in search of resources. While some paid them no heed, others harbored intentions toward them. However, those who sought to prey upon them were effortlessly dispatched by Lu Fan or Dizhua. Naturally, they did not refuse the resources that came their way. After nearly 2 hours of travel, the trio finally reached the central region of Dragon Severing Mountain. Upon arrival, Lu Fan produced the treasure map and began to compare directions to continue their journey. Fortunately, the markings on the map were relatively clear, allowing the 3 to navigate without losing their way. After following the route marked on the treasure map for another half an hour, Lu Fan and his companions finally beheld 3 towering peaks. Upon sighting these interconnected mountains, a glimmer of joy emerged on Lu Fan's face. They had finally found their destination. Without pausing for respite, Lu Fan urged Ling Xiuxue and Dizhua to hasten towards the southeast direction of the 3 mountains, for the abode of the transcendent being lay in that very area. After circumventing the mountains and walking southeast for approximately 10 minutes, Lu Fan came to a halt at the edge of a deep, sunken grove. As he surveyed the dense thicket before him, curiosity flickered across the faces of Ling Xiuxue and Dizhua. They were aware of their quest to seek out the lair of a formidable entity atop Duanlong Mountain. But beyond that, they were left in the dark. Naturally, seeing Lu Fan pause here sparked immense intrigue within them. Under their watchful gaze, Lu Fan exhaled softly and spoke. Chapter 82. Discovering the location of the cave. The cave lies hidden within this dense thicket of the deep pit. Let us rest here for a moment. They had journeyed for several hours without pause to this point. While both he and Dizhua could endure the fatigue, Ling Xiuxue, being a delicate maiden, naturally felt wearied. Now that they had arrived at the cave's location, there was no need for haste. Upon hearing Lu Fan's words, both Dizhua and Ling Xiuxue sighed in relief and settled down to meditate. Lu Fan surveyed the surroundings for a brief moment, assuring himself that no ferocious beasts lurked nearby, before he too found solace in sitting down. Dizhua and Ling Xiuxue began to replenish their expended stamina and spiritual energy, while Lu Fan organized the storage rings he had recently acquired. The defeat of the Wang family patriarch and their formidable members, as well as Lu Kuang, had yielded him over a dozen storage rings, potentially filled with resources. Though a dozen rings may not seem substantial, Lu Fan swiftly sorted through them. To his astonishment, the total number of spirit stones within these rings amounted to an impressive 28,000. Of course, half of these lower-grade spirit stones belonged to the Wang family patriarch, while the remainder was drawn from Lu Kuang and others' rings. While 28,000 lower-grade spirit stones may not be excessive, they were certainly not insignificant. Aside from the spirit stones, Lu Fan returned the useless resources such as elixirs and herbs to the system, earning himself an additional 1,500 points. After completing the organization of the storage rings, Lu Fan exhaled deeply and accessed his personal information panel. Host, Lu Fan Physique. Devouring Sword Body Cultivation, 8th Stage of True Chi Realm Points, 7140 Mystical Techniques Combat Skills, Tai Chi Swordsmanship, Fiery Sword Technique, 7-star Steps. Celestial Finger Contracted Beast, Vermilion Golden Flood Dragon Weapons, Tai Chi Sword, Purple Gold Mystic Spirit Robe, Flying Cloud Shuttle Store. Open Quests. 1. Explore the Treasure Cave. Reward. 1 Sign-in Opportunity, 2,000 points. 2. Enter the Kingdom Academy for Training. Reward. 1 Special Sign-in Opportunity, 10,000 points. Unvisited Location, Kingdom Academy. Warehouse. 1 Diamond Talisman, 2-3. For special sign-in opportunities, 6 sign-in opportunities, 1 drop of True Dragon Blood, 1 Ice Talisman, 1 Supreme Recovery Pill. After perusing the information panel, Lu Fan's gaze lingered on the warehouse section. He was surprised to find he had amassed so many sign-in opportunities. In recent days, he had neglected to check the panel and had overlooked the accumulation of 10 sign-in chances, 4 of which were special. Feeling immensely satisfied, Lu Fan resolutely declared, System. Utilize 3 ordinary sign-in opportunities. This was the Broken Dragon Mountain. Having recently obtained a drop of True Dragon Blood from his last sign-in, he wished to attempt once more. If he could secure another drop of True Dragon Blood, it would be a tremendous windfall. Ding! Sign-in at Broken Dragon Mountain successful. Congratulations, host. You have received 2 Supreme Cultivation Pills. With the 3 notification chimes echoing in his mind, Lu Fan felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Although he had anticipated that treasures of such caliber as True Dragon Blood would not be casually obtained through sign-ins, he could not shake off a sense of dissatisfaction. It was akin to being served lavish feasts daily, only to declare one's weariness for a simpler fare. Yet feeling discomfort when the sumptuous dishes were entirely replaced by greens. System, utilize a special sign-in opportunity. Ding! Sign-in at Duanlong Mountain Range successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 2 Beast Origin Pills. Beast Origin Pills? Upon hearing the name of the pills obtained through a special sign-in, Lu Fan could not help but furrow his brow. The name itself indicated that they were not intended for human consumption. Upon reviewing the information, he felt a sense of resignation. True to his assessment, Beast Origin Pills were specifically designed for ferocious beasts and spirit beasts, enhancing their cultivation upon ingestion. The fact that he had acquired exactly 2 Beast Origin Pills led Lu Fan to suspect if the system was playing tricks on him, especially since he currently possessed precisely 2 spirit beasts, the Qi Jin Jiaolong and the Zi Yin Yu Ling Shi. Initially unaware of what kind of spirit beast the little lion was, Lu Fan learned its name, the Zi Yin Yu Ling Shi. After inquiring about its recycling price from the system quoted a mere 50,000 points for it, a sum Lu Fan found utterly unsatisfactory. If auctioned, this little lion could undoubtedly fetch 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones, which, when converted to points, would amount to an extravagant 300,000. He would be foolish to consider recycling it. After venting his frustrations about the system internally, Lu Fan exhaled a heavy breath and stood up. As he rose, the restored Dizhua and Ling Qiuxue followed suit. Let us proceed together, he declared, wrapping his arm around the blushing Ling Qiuxue before leaping into the depths of the gaping forest below. Dizhua closely trailed behind, employing his martial skills to descend. Utilizing the protruding rocks along the edges, the trio easily landed within the forest of the 60 to 70-meter deep pit. Once on solid ground, Lu Fan released Ling Qiuxue and guided both her and Dizhua toward the right side of the pit's forest. They deliberately avoided the densely packed thicket in the center, opting instead to navigate along the rocky wall of the immense pit. The entrance to the cave of the God Transformation Expert lay hidden within a cavern along this very wall. The exact location of this cave would require diligent searching on the part of Lu Fan and his companions. After a brief search along the right side, Lu Fan decided to split up with Ling Qiuxue and Dizhua to cover more ground, as the vastness of the pit forest rendered a single approach inefficient. Just as they separated, Dizhua's voice echoed back to them within a short span of time. "Young master, over here." Upon hearing Diz's shout, Lu Fan's expression instantly brightened, and he promptly took Ling Qiuxue's hand, hastening towards him. As the duo approached Dizha, they indeed discovered a cave. At the entrance of this cave lay 3 stones of moderate size, which served as markers left by the red ghost. Indeed, this was the place. Let us venture inside and explore. With those words, Lu Fan was eager to lead the two further in. However, before they could step inside. The sound of a flying artifact slicing through the air echoed from above. The sudden commotion immediately put Lu Fan and his companions on high alert. Someone was approaching. Just as Diza whispered this, several voices filtered through the dense foliage. Lu Tong, are you certain there is treasure within that cave you spoke of? If you dare to deceive me into coming here, you should be well aware of the consequences. Sun Shao, I would never dare to deceive you, Lu Tong replied. If I had not stumbled upon this place by chance, I would not have even discovered that cave. As the voices and footsteps drew nearer, Diza and Ling Qiuxue exchanged concerned glances with Lu Fan. Observing the perplexed expressions on their faces, Lu Fan couldn't help but furrow his brow. Chapter 83. Depart immediately. He had not anticipated that anyone would discover this place. However, the arrival of these individuals was entirely coincidental, not due to any oversight on the part of the Red Ghost. Master, what shall we do now? Should we drive them away or eliminate them? There's no need for that. Let us observe them as they approach, Lu Fan replied calmly. From the few words exchanged earlier, he could ascertain that these individuals were unaware that they had stumbled upon the lair of a transcendent cultivator. If they were wise enough to leave on their own accord, it would be for the best. Should they resist and seek to contest him, he would have no choice but to resort to lethal measures. After all, this was a sanctuary belonging to a deceased god transformation expert, and it was reasonable to surmise that it harbored substantial resources. Faced with the allure of such wealth, Lu Fan would not exhibit any mercy. After a brief wait of merely 1 or 2 minutes, 5 figures emerged within the line of sight of Lu Fan and his companions. Among these 5, 4 were young men, while one was a woman with a serene countenance. Lu Fan quickly discerned their levels of cultivation. Among the young men, the strongest was at the 5th level of True Essence realm, while the weakest was at the 1st level. The cold-faced woman was at the 4th level of True Essence realm. Upon assessing their cultivation levels, Lu Fan could not help but feel astonished. 5 practitioners of the True Essence realm, and they were all relatively young, appearing to be around 21 or 22 years of age. Achieving such prowess at this age was a clear testament to their remarkable talent. As Lu Fan and his companions scrutinized the 5, the latter were also frowning and observing them. While they could not discern Lu Fan's cultivation, they could roughly gauge the levels of Ling Qiuxue and Dizhua. Perhaps it was due to Dizhua's 6th level of True Essence realm that they were temporarily intimidated, as the 5 showed no overtly aggressive behavior. Only the young man at the 5th level of True Essence realm gazed at Ling Qiuxue with an intense fervor, a sight that irked Lu Fan. After exchanging glances, the young man stepped forward and clasped his fists, saying, I am Sun Yan, from the Royal Academy. May I inquire what brings you 3 here? Before Sun Yan could finish, Lu Fan furrowed his brow and interjected, You are students of the Royal Academy? A flicker of displeasure crossed Sun Yan's face at being interrupted, yet he nodded, replying, Indeed, we are students of the Royal Academy, and you. Once again, Lu Fan waved his hand, cutting him off. Since you are from the Royal Academy, it would be best for you to leave this place. Had they been anyone else, he would have ordered them to leave without hesitation, but considering their affiliation with the Royal Academy and the fact that he and Ling Qiuxue would soon join the institution, he was reluctant to create any unpleasantness over this matter. Initially, Sun Yan was already displeased with Lu Fan for repeatedly interrupting him, but he had held back due to Dizhua and Ling Qiuxue's presence. Now, hearing Lu Fan's eviction order, his pent-up anger could no longer be contained. Here lies the Dragon Break Mountain, which is certainly not your private domain. Moreover, this cavern was discovered by us first. What right do you have to demand our departure? Previously, Lu Tong had confidently asserted that he had uncovered a cave here, one that contained formations and was undoubtedly concealing treasures. They were still somewhat skeptical. Yet at this moment, witnessing Lu Fan's insistence that they leave, he became convinced that this cave indeed harbored riches. If it were otherwise, Lu Fan would not have urged them to vacate upon learning their identities. As students of the Royal Academy, ordinary cultivators would typically seek to curry favor upon recognizing their status rather than driving them away. As Sun Yan's inquiry resonated, the 3 other young men echoed in agreement. You are correct. Resources within the Dragon Break Mountain range are the right of all. So why should we be compelled to leave? Humph. Do they truly believe the students of the Royal Academy are easily intimidated? Observing the raucous display of these 4 individuals, Lu Fan could not help but shake his head. They seemed to think their affiliation with the Royal Academy granted them a formidable status. attempting to leverage it as a means of intimidation, an absurdity that elicited both amusement and exasperation. In the grand cities or the royal capital, their status might hold some weight. But here, in the remote expanse of the Dragon Break mountain range, threatening others with their student identity was akin to courting disaster. Had they encountered someone of a less temperate disposition, these five would likely have met a grim fate by now. If their cultivation levels were significantly higher, their threats might have been more justified. However, they were fully aware that Dee's prowess surpassed theirs, and still dared to issue threats. Such folly was astounding. With this in mind, Lu Fan felt no inclination to engage in further discourse with these five. He simply cast a knowing glance at Deezwa. Upon receiving the signal, Deezwa instantly unleashed the formidable presence of a 6th-level true vigor realm, accompanied by a chilling aura of intent to kill, coldly declaring, "Did you not hear the words of my young master? Depart at once. Should you utter another word, I shall end your lives." The terrifying aura and murderous intent radiating from Deezwa, coupled with his frigid demeanor, rendered Sun Yin and the other three pale with fear. However, the coolly composed woman among them exhibited little trepidation, instead casting a curious glance towards Lu Fan. Ling Qiuxue, perceiving her gaze, shot her a fierce look, deliberately adopting a threatening expression. Seeing Ling Qiuxue's demeanor, Lu Fan couldn't suppress a chuckle, finding her endearing in her fierceness. He noted the woman's calm reaction, but paid it no heed. In his past life, he had dallied amidst beauty, yet never felt any genuine affection. His encounters were merely for the sake of duty or simple release. Although the cool woman before him was indeed captivating, he felt no inclination to soften his heart. Confronted with Deezwa's menacing aura, Sun Yin and his companions hastily retreated, dragging the cool woman along with them. After witnessing the departure of the five individuals, Lu Fan shook his head and addressed Deezwa. "You should remain here to guard this area, lest these individuals return." "Understood, young master." Once his arrangements were completed, Lu Fan led Ling Qiuxue into the cave. This cave was not particularly spacious and, on the surface, appeared unremarkable, indistinguishable from an ordinary cavern. However, Lu Fan, aware of the underlying truths, was not easily deceived. He guided Ling Qiuxue to the right side of the cave's rocky wall, where he deftly flicked his fingers, releasing beams of spiritual light. With a swift whoosh, the beams struck the rock face, creating numerous small indentations. This spectacle, however, was confined solely to the right side of the wall, as the left side exhibited no anomalies. When the beams of spiritual light soared towards the left wall, a barrier of spiritual energy would automatically manifest, intercepting the luminous projectiles. After successfully thwarting the attack, the barrier would discreetly vanish from sight. Observing this scene, a hint of amusement graced Lu Fan's visage. Chapter 84. The Array-Breaking Talisman. It seemed that the Red Spectre was relatively compliant, not resorting to any tricks. Contemplating this, Lu Fan gently addressed Ling Qiuxue. "Step back a little, I shall shatter this array." Ling Qiuxue obediently nodded and retreated to the entrance of the cave, while Lu Fan drew forth the Taiji sword. In an instant, Lu Fan unleashed all his cultivation and struck at the concealed formation with a single powerful blow. He poured every ounce of his strength into this strike, withholding nothing. It was sufficient to obliterate any formidable opponent at the 9th level of the True Gang realm, and even injure a virtual Dan practitioner severely. However, when his sword collided with the ethereal barrier that had manifested, it merely caused ripples to appear upon its surface. In less than a moment, the ripples vanished without a trace. Observing this, Lu Fan's brow furrowed deeply. Could it truly require the full might of a golden core cultivator to dismantle it? After a moment of contemplation, Lu Fan's eyes suddenly brightened, and he hastily accessed the system marketplace. The treasures available within the marketplace were countless, and among them, he might discover items specifically designed to dismantle array barriers. Upon opening the marketplace page and navigating to the array category, he perused the offerings until he finally found a means to break the formation. The display revealed numerous items capable of dismantling arrays, and Lu Fan's furrowed brow gradually relaxed. Boundary Breaking Nail, 30 million points, note, capable of dismantling all mundane array barriers. Spirit Swallowing Disc, 1 million points, note, capable of dismantling all arrays below the 7th tier. Array Breaking Talisman, 5,000 points, note, capable of dismantling ordinary arrays below the 5th tier. After reviewing all the available items for breaking arrays, Lu Fan's gaze ultimately settled on the array-breaking talisman. The other, more urgent items were beyond his means, leaving the talisman as his only feasible option. Yet, he was apprehensive about whether the current formation was below or above the 5th tier. If it was indeed above the 5th tier, then his 5,000 points would be squandered. After a moment of hesitation, Lu Fan resolutely decided to purchase one. Beep. One array-breaking talisman purchased for 5,000 points. Amount has been automatically deducted. Disregarding the notification echoing in his mind, Lu Fan retrieved the talisman from the system repository. Taking a deep breath, he approached the rock wall. He pressed the talisman against the wall, and the ethereal barrier manifested once more. As the barrier appeared, Lu Fan immediately infused it with his spirit energy. Crack! With a sound of splitting, the array-breaking talisman transformed into a rune that merged with the ethereal barrier. Watching this unfold, Lu Fan's heart raced, his fists clenched tightly. It must succeed. Under his anxious gaze, a crack began to form upon the surface of the ethereal barrier. As the first crack appeared, it seemed to trigger a chain reaction, with crack after crack emerging. Upon witnessing this transformation in the spiritual energy barrier, Lu Fan's anxious heart finally found solace. After a brief moment, the barrier was entirely covered with fissures. With two sharp sounds, the heavily cracked barrier shattered completely, revealing a passageway before Lu Fan. At that moment, Ling Qiushua hastened towards him, her face alight with curiosity. Afin, is this the cave of the powerful being you sought? Indeed, this is the sanctum of a transcendent figure, where treasures abound, Lu Fan confirmed. Upon hearing that this was the resting place of a god transformation expert, a look of astonishment graced Ling Qiushua's delicate features. To her, a core formation expert was already formidable. The existence of a god transformation expert was beyond comprehension. Observing the shock on her face, Lu Fan chuckled softly. Come, it is merely a god transformation expert. With my presence, I will surely elevate you to greater heights. His words were not mere bravado, but an honest assertion. With the system at his disposal, he could elevate Ling Qiushua's cultivation to a staggering level, provided he accumulated enough points. Though his current points were limited, he was confident that as his own cultivation grew and resources increased, so too would his points. Listening to Lu Fan's unwavering confidence, Ling Qiushua nodded earnestly, her eyes sparkling like crescent moons. She unconditionally believed in all his promises, just as she had in the past, and would continue to do so in the future. Let us proceed, she replied softly, as Lu Fan took her hand and led her into the passageway. The passage was illuminated by luminous pearls embedded in the ceiling, casting a bright glow. After traversing a dozen meters, they arrived at a spacious cavern. This cavern was meticulously arranged, equipped with all necessary living supplies, and even featured a small medicinal garden flourishing with vibrant herbs. Although subterranean, the atmosphere was far from oppressive, and the spiritual energy was significantly denser than outside. After a cursory glance around the cavern, Lu Fan's gaze settled on a jade bed before him. Crafted entirely from jade, the bed appeared exquisite and translucent. However, at that moment, Lu Fan had no inclination to admire it, for upon the bed sat the skeletal remains of a figure in meditation, a god transformation expert who had presumably established this cave. As he focused on the skeletal remains, a notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Explore the treasure cave. You have received one opportunity to sign in and gained 2,000 points. Ding! Would you like to use your sign-in opportunity? Hearing the prompt in his mind, Lu Fan opted to decline the sign-in and stepped towards the skeletal remains on the jade bed. Meanwhile, Ling Qiushua stood still, a hint of apprehension crossing her charming face. Upon reaching a distance of 1.5 meters from the jade bed, Lu Fan came to a halt and slightly bowed in respect to the skeleton resting upon it. This gesture served as a token of apology to the formidable being who had transcended into divinity, for he was about to scour all the resources left behind. It was only fitting that he performed this act of reverence to balance the scales. However, just as he completed his bow, an unexpected crackling sound echoed through the air. As Lu Fan remained on high alert, the skeleton before him suddenly disintegrated into fine dust, cascading across the jade bed. From this swirling powder, A storage ring and a palm-sized jade tablet levitated and drifted towards him. Gazing at the floating storage ring and jade tablet, Lu Fan's brows furrowed in confusion as a perplexed expression crossed his face. What could this mean? Driven by curiosity, he extended his hand to grasp the storage ring and jade tablet. As soon as he took hold of the palm-sized jade tablet, an ancient voice emanated from within it. Chapter 85. Lin Hai's Last Wish Fated 1. I am Lin Hai. By the time you behold this jade slip, I shall have become but a mere skeleton. Your arrival here signifies our shared destiny, and all the resources I have amassed are contained within this storage ring, freely bestowed upon you. However, I have one humble request, which I hope you will graciously consider. As the words resonated from the jade tablet, a profound complexity washed over Lu Fan's countenance. It became clear that this Lin Hai, a formidable being of the transformation stage, was not a mere solitary cultivator, but rather the venerable ancestor of the Lin family of the royal capital. After reaching the pinnacle of the transformation stage, he had stagnated for over a decade, leading him to depart from his family to seek opportunities for advancement in the outside world. Yet, his innate talents were limited. The aspiration to transcend the peak of the transformation stage and coalesce a Dharma form proved to be an arduous task. During his travels to Dragonbreak Mountain, he encountered a fierce battle with a 5th-tier exceptional spirit herb and a 5th-tier late-stage beast, where he inadvertently sustained grave injuries. With no other choice, he sought refuge here to recuperate. At that moment, he sensed a breakthrough opportunity and, despite his injuries, recklessly attempted to coalesce his Dharma form. The outcome was a catastrophic failure, exacerbating his already critical state. Returning to the royal capital became an impossibility and an utter despair. He resolved to pass on in this very place. Nonetheless, in hopes of finding a fated successor to carry his legacy back to the Lin family, he crafted a treasure map and disseminated it. To prevent ordinary cultivators and beasts from inadvertently trespassing into this sacred ground, he expended his final energies to establish protective formations. Years slipped by, and Lin Hai's corporeal form had long since decayed into a mere skeleton. To ordinary cultivators, a being at the peak of the transformation stage was an awe-inspiring entity. Yet, what does it matter if one cannot continue to ascend? All will eventually become dust. At that moment, Ling Qiushue approached, her expression a tapestry of emotions as she softly uttered, "Afan, let us fulfill this elder's final wish." Having heard Lin Hai's words clearly, she felt a profound empathy for his plight. Just as Ling Qiushue finished speaking, a system notification echoed in Lu Fan's mind. Ding. System task triggered. Fulfill Lin Hai's last wish. Task reward. 1 sign-in opportunity, 3,000 points. Ding. Will the host accept the task? Upon hearing the notifications in his mind, Lu Fan did not hesitate to accept. After all, having inherited all that Lin Hai left behind, he had sown the seeds of this endeavor. Completing Lin Hai's wish would allow him to reap the corresponding rewards. In his previous life, Lu Fan had been skeptical of the notion of karma, yet in this life, he found himself compelled to believe. After all, having transcended from Earth to this realm, the existence of cause and effect seemed only natural. While others might be tempted by Lin Hai's legacy, Lu Fan felt no allure. He possessed the celestial transformation scripture bestowed by the system. Compared to this scripture, the cultivation techniques and legacies left by Lin Hai paled in significance. There was no need for him to covet them. As these thoughts flitted through his mind, Lu Fan turned to Ling Qiushue and spoke gently. "All right, I promise you." Upon receiving his affirmation, a radiant smile blossomed on Ling Qiushue's delicate face. Lin Hai's last wishes were rather simple. Aside from entrusting the inheritance jade slip he had left in the storage ring to the Lin family, he also wished for his ashes to be returned to the Lin family. This jade token served as a token of trust. Upon seeing it, the members of the Lin family would believe his words. If Lu Fan were not heading to the royal capital, it would not matter. But since his next destination was indeed the royal capital, it was merely a matter of convenience. Subsequently, Lu Fan produced a larger jade bottle and collected Lin Hai's ashes, which lay scattered across the jade bed. He then reclaimed the jade bed and all other resources within the cave for the system, earning himself 500 points in the process. After completing these tasks, Lu Fan led Ling Qiushue back to the cave from which they had entered. Upon seeing them emerge, Diesel promptly approached, expressing his helplessness. "Young master, those individuals returned here quietly just now, and upon spotting me, they fled immediately. Were they ordinary cultivators, I would have eliminated them without a second thought. However, they are students from the Royal Academy, and since you intend to head there next, I chose not to cause you any trouble by disregarding them. Observing Dee's exasperated expression, Lu Fan chuckled and shook his head, saying, "Let them be. If they wish to enter and take a look, so be it. Let us be on our way." Hearing this, Deeswa understood that Lu Fan had acquired the treasures within the cave and immediately broke into a grin. Alas, his subordinate lacked the skills to set up formations. Otherwise, he would have suggested redesigning a formation to allow them to stumble their way through. Seeing the sly look on Deeswa's face, Lu Fan could not help but roll his eyes. He had not realized that this fellow possessed such a cunning side. If he were to act on that suggestion, those individuals would surely harbor a deep-seated resentment towards them. The thought of such a scenario made Lu Fan chuckle. However, he too lacked the knowledge to set up formations, so he merely shook his head, taking Ling Qiushue's hand as they made their way out of the cave. Once outside, Lu Fan embraced Ling Qiushue and activated the 7-star steps, soaring towards the treetops above the deep pit. The cliffs here were adorned with numerous protruding rocks, and with their aid, they effortlessly reached the top. Upon their arrival, they were greeted by the sight of Sun Yan, Lu Tong, and others standing on the opposite cliff. However, Lu Fan was disinclined to engage with these naive children, guiding Ling Qiushue and Deeswa towards the outskirts of the Broken Dragon Mountain Range. Although the Broken Dragon Mountain Range harbored numerous opportunities and formidable beasts, Lu Fan had no intention of training there. The ordinary beasts held little value, and he was no match for the powerful ones. Thus, he saw no reason to squander time in such pursuits. Moreover, even Lin Hai, at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the transformation realm, had nearly perished at the jaws of a fierce beast. What chance did they stand? If it were just himself and Deeswa, he might have taken the risk to hunt a few 3rd or 4th-tier beasts. However, he was accompanied by Ling Qiushue. If anything were to befall her, he would forever live in regret. After Sun Yan and the others watched Lu Fan and his companions depart, they unhesitatingly leaped into the depths of the forest, making their way to the cave. Upon observing the empty cavern, Sun Yan's face flushed with anger. Damn it! There must be a powerful legacy left behind in this cave. No wonder he was so eager to drive us away. Although Lu Fan had retrieved all his possessions, it was evident that someone had resided and secluded themselves here, a fact they could easily deduce. At that moment, Sun Yan felt a twinge of regret. Had he known there was a legacy within the cave left by a formidable being, he would have utilized any means necessary to expel or eliminate Lu Fan and his companions. Just as Sun Yan simmered with rage and regret, Lu Tong suddenly spoke up. "Young Master Sun, those 3 individuals won't stray far. Should we pursue and intercept them to seize the legacy?" Upon hearing Lu Tong's suggestion, Xinyu, who had maintained a cold demeanor, furrowed her brows. Yet, Sun Yan and the others' eyes brightened with excitement. "All right, let us proceed without delay and catch up to them." Witnessing their enthusiasm, Xunyu's disappointment deepened, yet she chose to remain silent. Upon returning to the cliff above the forest pit, the group swiftly set off in pursuit of the direction where Lu Fan and his companions had vanished. Chapter 86. A brief respite. Lu Fan and his companions were blissfully unaware that Sun Yan and his group were in pursuit. At this moment, they were hastening along the path back to the outskirts of the Duanlong mountain range. Along their journey, they encountered 1st and 2nd-tier ferocious beasts, which they entrusted to Ling Qiushue for practice, while Deeswa took charge of dealing with the 3rd-tier beasts. However, after traveling for nearly half an hour, they had only come across 3 ferocious beasts in total. Deeswa had no trouble dispatching the 3rd-tier beast, but Ling Qiushue struggled significantly when confronting the 2nd-tier beast. The issues she faced could be succinctly summarized in 6 words: a lack of combat experience. Confronted with this dilemma, Ling Qiushue felt somewhat disheartened. "A fan? Am I really so weak that I cannot even slay a 2nd-tier beast?" Observing her crestfallen expression, Lu Fan gently ruffled her hair and reassured her. "It is not that you are weak. Rather, you lack experience in battle. As we continue our journey to the capital, I will personally guide you. Do not worry." Initially, he had intended to travel to the capital swiftly aboard a flying cloud shuttle, but he decided to alter his course, opting to train along the way. After all, there was no time constraint, and speed was not of the essence. This journey would not only enhance Ling Qiushue's combat experience, but would also contribute to the cultivation of both her and Dizwa. For instance, the elixirs obtained from using his signing opportunities earlier had negligible effects on him, yet they would be immensely beneficial for Ling Qiuxue and Dizwa. Upon hearing Lu Fan's words, Ling Qiuxue's gloomy spirits began to lift. Let us proceed. Once we exit, we will find a city to rest. For I have a delightful surprise for both of you. With a mysterious smile, Lu Fan led the intrigued Ling Qiuxue and Dizwa onward towards the outer edges of the Duanlong mountain range. However, not long after they resumed their journey, a commanding voice echoed from behind them. Stop. Upon hearing the shout, Lu Fan and his companions halted and turned to see Sun Yin and his group closing in. The sight of them darkened Lu Fan's expression, a palpable aura of menace emanating from him. Once is a mistake, twice is a warning, but thrice is intolerable. He had spared these individuals several times, yet they continued to provoke him, taking his patience for granted. At this moment, it was not only Lu Fan who exuded a chilling killing intent. Dizwa's demeanor mirrored this ominous energy. Sensing the murderous intent radiating from Lu Fan and Dizwa, Shen Yu's expression shifted dramatically. Previously, in the depths of the jungle, Lu Fan and Dizwa had only sought to intimidate them without revealing any lethal intent. This was why she had remained calm alongside Sun Yin and the others. However, she could no longer maintain her composure. Fully aware that both Lu Fan and Dizwa now harbored lethal intentions towards them. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Shen Yu hastily exclaimed, "Apologies, we mean no harm. We merely wish to greet you. We will leave at once." With that, she urgently signaled to Sun Yin and the others to depart post-haste. However, her actions only served to infuriate Sun Yin and his companions even further. They were esteemed students of the Royal Academy, unaccustomed to such indignities. Though Dizwa was indeed a 6th-tier true vigor practitioner, slightly superior to them, they were far from weak. As prodigies of the Royal Academy, their cultivation techniques and treasured artifacts were incomparable to those of mere itinerant practitioners. Thus, they harbored an inherent sense of superiority over external rogue cultivators. Moreover, each of them possessed a few hidden cards meant for self-preservation. With this in mind, Sun Yin disregarded Shen Yu's anxious gaze and coldly fixed his eyes on Lu Fan. Intoning, "Hand over the inheritance treasure from that cave. If you comply, we shall not trouble you." Upon hearing Sun Yan's brazen demand for the inheritance treasure, Lu Fan couldn't help but burst into laughter, his anger morphing into amusement. He realized he had underestimated the naivety of these individuals. Faced with such blissful ignorance, he had no desire to engage in further dialogue and coldly replied, "You have 3 breaths to depart. After that, there will be no mercy." Upon hearing Lu Fan's chilling declaration of intent, Shen Yu's face turned as pale as a ghost. Sun Yin and the other 3 were equally taken aback. But recalling their identities and hidden strengths, Sun Yin scoffed, "We are students of the Royal Academy. Dare you attempt to kill us? Since you refuse to hand over the treasure, I shall compel you to do so." With a dismissive snort, Sun Yin produced a jade talisman from his storage ring. Lu Fan immediately recognized this jade talisman as an offensive talisman. Upon activating it, Sun Yin hurled the talisman towards Lu Fan. As it flew through the air, the talisman shattered, transforming into a piercing sword aura that rushed towards Lu Fan. Sensing the formidable power contained within this sword aura, a fierce glint and murderous intent ignited in Lu Fan's eyes. This sword aura represented the full force of a 1st-tier core formation practitioner. Clearly, Sun Yin intended to eliminate them to seize the inheritance treasure. This provocation thoroughly enraged Lu Fan. Seeking death, he bellowed, instantly summoning his Tai Chi sword, unleashing the aura of an 8th-tier true vigor practitioner. Without hesitation, he swung the Tai Chi sword to meet the incoming sword aura. Faced with the terrifying might of a full-strength attack from a 1st-tier core formation practitioner, Lu Fan held nothing back, pouring all his strength into the strike. As Lu Fan's terrifying aura and killing intent radiated, Shen Yu's expression of fear intensified. Sun Yin and the other 3 trembled uncontrollably, their legs turning to jelly. They had initially believed the strongest among them to be Dizwa, the 6th-tier true vigor practitioner, yet they now realized that the true powerhouse was this youth, younger than they. Under the horrified gaze of Shen Yu and her companions, the Tai Chi sword collided with the terrifying sword aura. Boom! A deafening sound echoed, and an overwhelming force surged outward, sweeping across the surroundings. Under the overwhelming force of the terrifying backlash, Lu Fan was propelled through the air. Dizwa, having anticipated Lu Fan's advance with his sword, swiftly retreated with Ling Qiuxue. When the wave of backlash surged forth, Dizwa effortlessly deflected it. However, Sun Yin and the other three were not as fortunate, as they were similarly hurled away by this dreadful force at close range. After being thrown back 5 or 6 meters, Lu Fan managed to stabilize himself by planting a foot against the trunk of a large tree. In that moment of regaining his balance, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his complexion paling instantly. Enduring the brunt of that sword energy had inflicted some injuries upon him, though fortunately, they were not severe. His resilience was partly due to the purple-gold mysterious spirit robe he wore, with the injuries primarily resulting from the impact of the terrifying force. Yet, upon witnessing this, Ling Qiuxue's delicate face turned ashen, and in a flurry of panic and urgency, she rushed over. Chapter 87. Even the Supreme Being must meet death. Avon. Are you all right? Observing the deep concern etched on Ling Qiuxue's face, her eyes brimming with tears, Lu Fan managed a faint smile. Do not worry, I am fine. Yet, as he spoke, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, which instantly drew tears from Ling Qiuxue, her delicate visage filled with anguish and worry. Seeing her distress, Lu Fan offered further reassurance. Strangely, with the expulsion of that blood, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. He was acutely aware of his condition. This was merely a consequence of sustaining a severe injury, causing a surge of vital energy. It was nothing of great concern. In his past life, he had faced numerous brushes with death, and injuries had become a commonplace occurrence. Thus, this minor wound hardly registered in his mind. Yet, at this moment, his heart was ablaze with an intense desire for vengeance and fury. Taking a deep breath, Lu Fan wielded his Tai Chi sword and, accompanied by Ling Qiuxue and Dizwa, approached the injured Sun Yin and his companions, who had been cast aside in the tumult. Upon witnessing Lu Fan's icy demeanor, Sun Yin and the others could no longer maintain their composure. The talisman of attack was his trump card. He had believed it would effortlessly dispatch Lu Fan and his companions. However, he could not fathom that Lu Fan had withstood the assault, only sustaining a minor injury. As Lu Fan approached, Sun Yin trembled uncontrollably, stammering, What do you intend to do? I am a level 2 student of the Royal Academy, and my father is the head of the Sun family. You cannot kill me. In that moment, he had no recourse but to invoke his identity in a desperate attempt to intimidate Lu Fan, hoping it might spare his life. However, the mere utterance of these words ignited the murderous intent within Lu Fan, who coldly retorted with scorn, What of a level 2 student? What of the head of the Sun family's son? If I, Lu Fan, decide to take a life, even the Supreme Being must succumb. With his chilling declaration hanging in the air, Lu Fan's Tai Chi sword descended with swiftness. Swish! In an instant, a silver flash severed Sun Yan's head, blood gushing forth like a fountain. The crimson spray splattered onto Shun Yu and Lu Tong, causing Shun Yu to faint from shock. While Lu Tong and his companions were so terrified they lost control, frantically kneeling and begging for mercy. Please, spare us. We were wrong. We shall never dare again. Yet, Lu Fan's expression remained as frigid as ever, showing no sign of yielding to their pleas. Swish! With 3 swift arcs of silver light, their cries for mercy were abruptly silenced. After dispatching the 4 of them, Lu Fan's wrath and murderous intent finally began to subside. At that moment, Dizwa inquired, Young master, what shall we do with the remaining one? Upon hearing Dizwa's question, Lu Fan turned his gaze to the unconscious Shun Yu. While he harbored intentions of retribution towards Sun Yin and his companions, he bore no ill will towards Shun Yu. She had previously expressed her stance and had urged Sun Yin and the others to withdraw. It was the latter who had chosen to provoke Lu Fan. Moreover, Shun Yu is a woman. In his previous life, he seldom took the lives of females unless they sought their own demise. Thus, he had no intention of harming Shun Yu. Contemplating this, Lu Fan shook his head and declared, Let her be. Spare her this time. Dizwa remained silent, expertly rummaging through the storage rings of Sun Yin and his companions. After finishing his search, he handed them over. However, Lu Fan did not accept them, saying, You may keep those 4 storage rings. He had already obtained Lin Hai's storage ring from the cave, which was a considerable gain. Dizwa had accompanied him throughout this journey, yet had not acquired any substantial benefits. Though Dizwa bore no resentment, Lu Fan could not turn a blind eye and hoard all the treasures for himself, for over time, Dizwa would inevitably feel discontent. To ensure his unwavering loyalty, a balance of appropriate incentives and necessary reprimands was essential. Dizwa did not refuse and promptly accepted the 4 storage rings. However, Lu Fan found himself in a predicament. If Shun Yu had not been unconscious, it would have been simpler, but now she was in a state of oblivion. Leaving her here could lead to a dire fate. For despite her remarkable beauty, few cultivators could resist her allure. Perceiving Lu Fan's dilemma, Ling Qiushue gently proposed, "Since you have decided against killing her, we might as well take her with us for now. She can serve as a witness, which will provide some explanation when the academy inquires." Taken aback by her suggestion, Lu Fan realized this was an angle he had not considered, and it was Ling Qiushue who had brought it to light. Observing his astonishment, Ling Qiushue playfully chided, "What is that expression on your face?" To which Lu Fan chuckled, "Oh, nothing. I just suddenly find you quite clever." Having made a decision, Lu Fan wasted no time and instructed Dizwa to hoist the unconscious Shen Yu onto his shoulder. Although Dizwa felt somewhat embarrassed, it was an unavoidable necessity. If he did not carry her, it would fall to Lu Fan and Ling Qiushue, which was not a viable option. Amused by Dizwa's flushed countenance, Lu Fan teased, "Come now, old D, it's merely carrying a beauty. What is so difficult about that? You should be secretly delighted." Dizwa, unfazed by Lu Fan's banter, rolled his eyes and hastened his pace towards the exit. Some cultivators are captivated by beauty, while others aspire solely to elevate their cultivation and reach the pinnacle. Dizwa belonged to the latter. Noticing Dizwa's demeanor, Lu Fan ceased his teasing and took Ling Qiushue's hand, following behind. The trio ambled forward, and after more than 3 hours, they finally emerged from the Dragon's Break Mountain. The sun was setting, and night was fast approaching. Glancing at Shinyu, who remained in a state of unconsciousness, Lu Fan summoned the Flying Cloud Shuttle and declared, "Let us find a nearby city to rest." Then he skillfully maneuvered the Flying Cloud Shuttle, soaring into the sky as he sped forward. While Lu Fan and the others were hastening their journey, a fierce-looking middle-aged man unleashed a bloody massacre in the Lu family's domain within Lingyuan City. "Tell me, where has Lu Fan gone? Senior, we truly do not know his whereabouts. He has long since distanced himself from our Lu family. He is no longer associated with us." The ground was soaked with blood and littered with corpses, and the remaining family members and guards trembled in terror. Humph, oblivious to their impending doom, eliminate them all. Upon the middle-aged man's command, the 6 black-robed cultivators behind him immediately began to slaughter the remaining individuals. In a matter of moments, the last of the Lu family members and guards were exterminated. At this juncture, the 6 black-robed cultivators approached the middle-aged man, and one of them spoke, "Senior brother, it appears the Lu family spoke the truth. They genuinely do not know Lu Fan's whereabouts." Listening to this, the middle-aged man nodded and coldly retorted, "Humph. That wretched spawn has taken our master's belongings. Even if he flees to the ends of the earth, we shall capture him. Let us proceed to the city lord's manor." With that, the middle-aged man, accompanied by the 6 black-robed cultivators, departed from the Lu family and made their way directly toward the city lord's manor. Chapter 88. The Gift of Elixirs. At this moment, Lu Fan was unaware of the events transpiring in Lingyuan City. He, accompanied by Dizwa, Ling Qiushue, and the recently awakened Shinyu, had arrived at Duanlong City. This city, established near the Duanlong mountain range, was the largest and most prosperous among all the cities surrounding the mountains. By the time they reached Duanlong City, night had fallen, yet the city remained ablaze with light. The wide streets bustled with cultivators coming and going, while the various shops lining the sides were still open, filled with patrons. In addition to these shops, numerous stalls adorned the broad avenues, selling elixirs, magical artifacts, and an array of delectable snacks. The cacophony of vendors calling out their wares resonated through the air, evoking in Lu Fan a sense of nostalgia reminiscent of the vibrant night markets of his past life. The quartet strolled leisurely toward the city's center, with Lu Fan and the others wearing smiles, while Shun Yu's expression was marked by a sense of resignation. Out of the 5 who had embarked on this expedition, she was now the sole remaining member. How could she possibly find joy in such a situation? If Lu Fan and the others had actively sought trouble and slain Sun Yin and his companions, she might not have felt such inner turmoil. However, it was Sun Yin who had repeatedly provoked them, attempting to seize the treasures Lu Fan had acquired, prompting Lu Fan to act. Furthermore, he had spared her life and extricated her from the Duanlong mountain range. This left her grappling with how to report back upon their return to the academy. Upon reaching the city center, the four found an inn. The establishment featured private courtyards and individual rooms, and Lu Fan, not one to be stingy, promptly rented a courtyard. In his past life, he would not deny himself comforts, and in this life, he was even less inclined to do so. The courtyard, situated behind the main building of the inn, contained 4 guest rooms, a dedicated training area, a reception room, and a secret chamber. Though modest, it was well equipped, and Lu Fan was thoroughly satisfied, sending the attendant on his way. Once seated in the reception room, Xinyu appeared a bit anxious and ill at ease. Noticing her discomfort, Ling Qiuxue spoke gently, "Sister Shun, since you are with us, there is no need for you to feel constrained. Those 4 ruffians do not concern us, so you need not worry." Upon hearing Ling Qiuxue's words, Xinyu relaxed somewhat, feeling a newfound warmth toward her. Given that Lu Fan and Dizhua were both men, she found it difficult to initiate conversation, but Ling Qiuxue's approach had alleviated her embarrassment. However, after a brief moment, Xinyu excused herself and headed toward a room in the far corner of the courtyard. Once Xinyu had departed, Dizhua finally spoke, "Young master, must we continue to bring her along to the royal capital? Perhaps it would be best to let her leave." Seeing the discomfort etched on Dizhua's face, Lu Fan felt a tinge of helplessness. Indeed, he would prefer not to have Xinyu accompany them, yet Ling Qiuxue had advised otherwise. On one hand, Xinyu could serve as a witness, attesting that Sun Yin and his companions had instigated the provocation, leaving them no choice but to slay him. On the other hand, it would afford them the opportunity to glean more intricate details about the academy from Xinyu. Additionally, they would gain insights into the identities and backgrounds of Sun Yin and his associates, ensuring that they would not be caught unawares should the adversaries seek vengeance. If Ling Qiuxue's assertions were unfounded, it would be of little consequence. However, he understood that her claims were, indeed, accurate. Consequently, he could only feign ignorance of Xinyu's presence. With this thought in mind, Lu Fan cleared his throat and remarked, "Having one more person is of no consequence. After all, we are headed to the royal capital, and it is merely a matter of convenience." After uttering these words, Lu Fan ceased to dwell on the matter, retrieving 2 jade vials from his storage ring. Within these vials resided 2 supreme Peiyuan pills and 1 Jinyang pill. These 3 elixirs were rewards he had acquired during his time at Duanlong Mountain. The supreme Peiyuan pill is a medicinal concoction utilized by qi refinement cultivators to elevate their cultivation level, which he currently had no need for. Conversely, the Jinyang pill is intended for Zhengang cultivators, enabling them to break through their cultivation barriers. However, having already consumed the Jinyang pill previously, its efficacy would diminish with excessive use. Thus, this solitary Jinyang pill would not suffice for his advancement, and it would be more beneficial to bestow it upon Dizhua for his breakthrough. After presenting the 2 jade vials, he handed one to Ling Qiuxue and the other to Dizhua. "Shuer, you should refine the 2 Peiyuan pills in this vial tonight. If all goes as planned, you should ascend to the first level of Zhengang." Upon hearing the potential effects of the 2 Peiyuan pills, both Ling Qiuxue and Dizhua were astonished. "A fan? This?" Observing the look of sheer disbelief on Ling Qiuxue's face, Lu Fan smiled gently and said, "This is the surprise prepared for you. Just as you unhesitatingly offered those resources to me before, please do not decline." Under Lu Fan's tender gaze, Ling Qiuxue joyfully accepted the elixirs. At that moment, Dizhua's expression was brimming with excitement and anticipation. If Lu Fan had provided Ling Qiuxue with a pill to enhance her cultivation, then the pill given to him would undoubtedly be equally remarkable. With Dizhua's eager gaze fixed upon him, Lu Fan presented the remaining jade vial. "Old D, this is the Jinyang pill. Upon consumption, it may enable you to break through 1 or 2 minor realms, free from any adverse effects." Although Dizhua had already harbored suspicions, hearing Lu Fan articulate it left him unable to contain his overwhelming excitement. Gratefully receiving the jade vial, Dizhua immediately bowed deeply to Lu Fan. "Thank you, young master." Having followed Lu Fan for merely a few days, he had already encountered such fortuitous opportunities. How could he not feel exhilarated? At this moment, He felt a profound sense of gratitude for his decision to follow Lu Fan. Had it not been for this choice, he could only wonder when he might have the chance to break through one or two minor realms. This moment further solidified his resolve to accompany Lu Fan. Observing the elated and animated Dizwa, Lu Fan nodded with a smile, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction. In dealing with adversaries, he can be ruthless and merciless. Yet he exhibits great generosity towards those who are close to him, while others may regard opportunities and fortuitous events with utmost reverence. Clinging to them even when they are no longer of use, he is not bound by such sentiments. Whenever he encounters opportunities that no longer serve him, he can readily bestow them upon those around him without hesitation. At this moment, having obtained a medicinal pill for his breakthrough, Dizwa could no longer remain idle. After bidding farewell to Lu Fan, he promptly retreated to an adjacent chamber to commence his seclusion and alchemical refinement. Now, only Lu Fan and Ling Qiuxue remained in the room. Lu Fan cast a glance at her and gently said, "You may refine here in seclusion. I shall guard you. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, I will be able to address them in a timely manner." Upon hearing these words, Ling Qiuxue's delicate face flushed, and she lowered her head, responding with a soft In their youth, the two often found themselves in each other's company, yet as they matured, such solitude became a rarity. Now, after many years, they had rekindled that intimate connection. After a brief moment of bashful silence, Ling Qiuxue began to refine the two nourishing pills. Lu Fan observed for a while, ensuring everything was in order before retrieving Lin Hai's storage ring. As the esteemed ancestor of the Lin family in the royal capital and a formidable cultivator at the 9th level of the transformation stage, the resources within the storage ring were undoubtedly substantial. With eager anticipation, Lu Fan focused his mind and began to explore the contents of the storage ring. Chapter 89. Blood Prophet. When he beheld the immense wealth amassed within the storage ring, he was utterly astonished, left speechless. My goodness, is this the fortune of a peak 9th-tier nascent soul cultivator? Although he had surmised prior to his investigation that Lin Hai's resources would be substantial, he could never have anticipated such a staggering amount. In addition to the towering piles of spirit stones, there were vast quantities of spirit herbs, numerous jade vials filled with elixirs, and a plethora of other assorted resources. The storage ring, roughly the size of half a football field, was completely packed with these treasures. After a considerable time, Lu Fan managed to suppress his astonishment and elation and began to organize the resources within the storage ring. He transferred all the spirit stones into the system space, which would then accurately tally their total number. To his astonishment, Lin Hai's storage ring contained no fewer than 2 million low-grade spirit stones, over 20,000 mid-grade spirit stones, and more than 100 high-grade spirit stones. When the system provided this figure, Lu Fan could not help but feel a surge of excitement and disbelief. This was indeed a windfall. The sheer quantity of spirit stones far exceeded his expectations by 4 or 5 times. Moreover, this was merely the spirit stone resources. The other assets in the storage ring were equally formidable. Struggling to contain his jubilation, Lu Fan retrieved the inheritance jade slip left by Lin Hai. The slip was nestled within a jade box, and after merely glancing at it, he sealed it away again. He held no interest in the inheritance jade slip. It would suffice to hand it over to the Lin family when the time came. After securely stowing the jade slip, Lu Fan reclaimed all the remaining resources from the storage ring into the system. Among these were copious amounts of elixirs, spirit herbs, magical artifacts, and martial techniques. Had any other true Essence Realm cultivator acquired such treasures, they would likely be overwhelmed with ecstasy. However, to Lu Fan, these resources were merely items to be exchanged for points. Compared to the elixirs, artifacts, and techniques produced by the system, these were hardly worth mentioning. Thus, he had not even considered consuming any of these pills for cultivation, though the merchant system could be somewhat unscrupulous at times. It must be said that the wares within the shop were indeed worth their price. This was precisely why, despite knowing the system's pitfalls, he was still willing to convert these resources into points to purchase treasures from the shop. Ding! All items have been successfully reclaimed, earning 100,000 system points. As he heard the system notification resonate in his mind, a deep and exuberant smile graced Lu Fan's face. This time, he had truly struck gold. He never imagined that a nascent soul cultivator's storage ring would contain such an abundance of resources. If the Red Ghost were to learn of this treasure trove, He might well regret it to the point of self-destruction. However, it was best to quietly amass wealth without broadcasting it. After all, the principle of concealing one's fortune is universally applicable. With these thoughts flitting through his mind, Lu Fan took a deep breath and resolutely declared to himself, "System, convert all low-grade spirit stones into points." The mid-grade and high-grade spiritual stones are relatively scarce, reserved for the purpose of restoring inner spiritual energy or for occasional cultivation. However, the low-grade spiritual stones hold little significance. After all, he already possesses a number of spiritual stones in his storage ring for lodging and sustenance while traveling. Ding! Low-grade spiritual stones have been reclaimed, yielding 630,000 system points. This notification brought a wave of exhilaration to Lu Fan. Coupled with the previous 100,000 points, he now possessed a total of 730,000 points. In that fleeting moment, Lu Fan felt an intoxicating sense of sudden wealth. As his excited musings subsided, he took several deep breaths, forcing himself to regain composure. Having previously lacked points was one matter, but now that he had amassed such a fortune, he could not afford to be idle. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Fan opened the system marketplace to seek treasures suited to his needs. Potions to enhance his cultivation were essential, along with martial arts techniques for agility and offense. However, after only a brief perusal, the euphoria within him was swiftly extinguished. He realized that, despite the impressive sum, he was still quite impoverished. 730,000 points appeared substantial, yet it was insufficient to procure even a single top-tier treasure. To say nothing of elite items, he found himself unable to afford even a mid-grade treasure. Only at the very bottom of the low-grade offerings could he select from what was available. With this realization, the inflated sense of wealth dissipated, and Lu Fan's thoughts of extravagant spending vanished without a trace, prompting a more discerning approach to his purchases. Ding! Successfully purchased 1 pure essence pill for 50,000 points, automatically deducted. Ding! Successfully purchased 2 condensation pills for 200,000 points, automatically deducted. Ding! Successfully purchased a high-grade Earth-level agility martial technique, flickering shadows for 30,000 points, automatically deducted. Ding! Successfully purchased a high-grade Earth-level offensive martial technique, Gale Slash for 30,000 points, automatically deducted. After a gratifying series of acquisitions, his 730,000 points dwindled to a mere 100,000. Had it not been for the desire to retain a safety net, Lu Fan would have likely spent that final 100,000 as well. Although he expended a total of 630,000 points, Lu Fan felt that every point was well invested. In addition to potions and martial techniques, he also allocated 200,000 points to elevate the grade of his Tai Chi sword to that of an exquisite treasure. The grading of weapons parallels that of cultivators, with classifications ranging from low to high: fine iron weapons, magical artifacts, treasure-grade weapons, spiritual instruments, mysterious artifacts, ancient relics, and pseudo-immortal instruments. The marketplace offered various swords of different grades, yet Lu Fan had grown accustomed to wielding the Tai Chi sword, and thus he refrained from acquiring another. Instead, he invested 200,000 points to upgrade the Tai Chi sword from a fine iron weapon to an exquisite treasure. In addition to enhancing the Tai Chi sword's grade, he also spent 50,000 points to procure a set of exquisite magical armor for Ling Xiuxue. Additionally, he procured several essential talismans for moments of urgency, along with exquisite elixirs such as the Supreme Recovery Pill, which serve as protective treasures. Thus, although spending 630,000 points caused him some discomfort, Lu Fan deemed it a worthwhile investment. With a smile, he closed the shopping page and glanced at Ling Xiuxue. She remained in a state of refining and breaking through, her aura steadily rising. At this pace, there would be no doubt she would successfully advance to the true gang realm. Retracting his gaze, Lu Fan took a deep breath and began to center his thoughts. Once his mind was completely at peace, he retrieved the pure gang pill he had purchased. For an ordinary practitioner at the true gang realm, consuming the pure gang pill could facilitate consecutive breakthroughs of 3 to 4 minor realms. However, for him, who had already consumed it once, the effects were significantly diminished. Moreover, the energy required for him to advance through each minor realm was several times that of a typical practitioner at the same level. Thus, achieving a breakthrough to the 9th layer of the true gang realm with this pure gang pill would already be considered quite commendable. He had also prepared 2 condensation pills necessary for advancing to the pill formation realm. Taking a gentle breath, Lu Fan unhesitatingly swallowed the pure gang pill. The moment it entered his mouth, it dissolved instantly, transforming into an overwhelming surge of pure energy. Lu Fan, unwilling to waste this precious resource, promptly began to channel the transformative scriptures to refine the immense medicinal power within him. Chapter 90. Breaking through to the foundation establishment realm in the blink of an eye. The night passed. Inside the room, Ling Qiushua slowly opened her eyes, her face radiating an unprecedented excitement. After successfully refining 2 essence cultivation pills, she had effortlessly broken through to the first level of the true gang's realm. If she were not acutely aware of her newfound cultivation, she might have doubted the reality of her achievement. In just one night, she had ascended through 2 minor realms. Just as she was brimming with joy and eager to share this splendid news with Lu Fan, she discovered that he too was immersed in his own cultivation. Moreover, the aura emanating from him was rapidly surging. Upon sensing Lu Fan's formidable presence, Ling Qiushua's exhilaration gave way to a sense of helplessness. Comparisons could be disheartening. She felt ecstatic merely for reaching the first level of the true gang's realm, while Lu Fan's aura unmistakably indicated he had reached the pinnacle of the 9th level. However, her expression soon transformed back into one of pride and satisfaction. Lu Fan was indeed more powerful than she. She could only rejoice in his accomplishments. This affirmed her discerning choice, for he was truly her destined partner. After gazing adoringly at the meditating Lu Fan for a while, Ling Qiushua cautiously exited the room. As she closed the door and stepped into the courtyard, she was greeted by the sight of Dizhua, who also wore an expression of exhilaration. Seeing his enthusiastic demeanor, Ling Qiushua could not help but smile and inquired, "Brother D, it seems you have also made a breakthrough." Startled by her voice, the excited Dizhua quickly stood up. "Young madam," he exclaimed. Upon hearing this address, Ling Qiushua's cheeks flushed crimson. Yet, she refrained from contesting it, secretly delighting in the title. In his state of elation, Dizhua paid no heed to her embarrassment and joyfully replied, "Thanks to the pills bestowed by the young master. Otherwise I would have had to toil for another 6 months, or even a year, to break through to the 8th level of the true gang's realm." Initially, he had considered it a great achievement to reach the 7th level. However, to his astonishment, after completely refining the true yang pill, he had leaped 2 minor realms, advancing directly from the 6th to the 8th level. How could he not feel exhilarated by such a significant advancement? Had he not sensed that Lu Fan and Ling Qiushua were in a state of cultivation, he would have rushed to share this delightful news with Lu Fan. Watching Dizhua's face alight with excitement, Ling Qiushua felt an increasing sense of pride. This was the man she had chosen. Not only was he endowed with extraordinary talent and remarkable combat prowess, but he also had the ability to nurture loyalty in others. With such a beloved at her side, how could she not feel a swell of pride? After a few casual exchanges, the two settled in the courtyard, awaiting Lu Fan's emergence. Within moments, the surrounding spiritual energy began to stir restlessly. In the next instant, the spiritual energy within a radius of several thousand meters converged upon Lu Fan's room. As the vast influx of spiritual energy gathered, a dense mist of spirituality unexpectedly enveloped the room where Lu Fan resided. Such a tremendous commotion instantly stirred all cultivators within a radius of several kilometers. What could be happening? Why has all the spiritual energy vanished? Is someone breaking through? The intensity of this breakthrough is astonishing. While the outside world buzzed with speculation, Ling Qiushua and Dizhua, seated in the courtyard, were equally astonished. The disturbance is far too great. Typically, a cultivator at the core formation stage would only absorb spiritual energy from within a kilometer radius. Yet now, the gathered energy extended to 4 or 5 kilometers. Faced with such a monumental breakthrough, how could they not be shocked? Fortunately, this immense disturbance subsided within the span of merely 20 breaths, and the once turbulent spiritual energy in the vicinity abruptly returned to its original tranquility. Although the grand tumult had dissipated, all cultivators within the city continued to engage in fervent discussions. The inn where Lu Fan and his companions resided was also stirred by the event. Fortunately, Lu Fan rented a separate courtyard, and the disturbance lasted only for 20 breaths before fading away. Thus, the cultivators within the inn merely sensed a brief surge in spiritual energy which quickly dissipated thereafter. Meanwhile, Ling Qiuxue and Dizhua remained in a state of shock within the courtyard. A fan, he has actually broken through to the core formation stage. Just moments ago, the aura exuding from Lu Fan, resonating with the 9th level of true qi, had already left her in awe. Little did she expect that in such a fleeting moment, Lu Fan would ascend to the core formation stage. Others may be unaware of Lu Fan's true age, but as his childhood companion, she could not possibly be oblivious. In just 2 months, Lu Fan would turn 16. He is still merely 15 years old. A 15-year-old core formation cultivator, news of this would undoubtedly astonish the entire Nanxing kingdom, and even the Tianwu Empire and Dongtai dynasty would be shaken. Contemplating this, Ling Qiuxue's excitement swiftly morphed into fear and concern. A tree that stands out will inevitably be felled by the wind. If word of Lu Fan's breakthrough at such a young age were to spread, it would first invite crisis and calamity. His terrifying rate of growth would surely arouse jealousy and fear among countless individuals. To eliminate the perceived threat, they would go to any lengths to eradicate such a prodigy. Instances of such occurrences exist even among small families and minor factions, let alone the larger powers. For those formidable factions, a genius not belonging to their sect is considered an enemy that must be eradicated at any cost. Dizhua quickly grasped this reality as well, his expression growing slightly grim. After all, he had come to fully acknowledge Lu Fan and aspired to genuinely follow him. If anything were to happen to Lu Fan, he would suffer significant losses as well, which he naturally wished to avoid. Just as the two of them wore grave expressions, the door creaked open, and a smiling Lu Fan emerged from within. Upon seeing Lu Fan, the two immediately rose to greet him. The once cheerful expression on Lu Fan's face transformed into one of bewilderment as he noticed their grave demeanor. "What is the matter? Why do you both wear such expressions?" In response to Lu Fan's inquiry, Ling Qiuxue promptly recounted the tremendous commotion that had just occurred, along with her suspicions. After she finished speaking, Lu Fan couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. "Rest assured, I shall conceal my cultivation. Moreover, even if my abilities were to be revealed, what of it? Should anyone wish to take my life, they must be prepared to face the repercussions of their actions." As he uttered this last sentence, a chilling aura of murderous intent surfaced on Lu Fan's face. He had an array of hidden trump cards at his disposal, and even a nascent soul expert would have to pay a steep price to attempt his demise. Furthermore, he had reserved 100,000 points. If provoked, he would not hesitate to spend those points on a formidable weapon, ensuring that those who sought to trouble him would regret their choices profoundly. He was far from a defenseless weakling who would silently endure humiliation. Chapter 91. Tianbao Auction House observing the confident and imposing demeanor of Lu Fan. Both Ling Qiuxue and Dizhua felt a slight sense of relief. After spending such a considerable amount of time together, they understood that Lu Fan was not one to boast without reason. His unwavering assurance suggested a viable strategy to confront any challenges that might arise, alleviating their concerns. As the trio engaged in conversation, the door swung open, revealing Shunyu, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Upon seeing her, a flicker of murderous intent momentarily crossed the eyes of Dizhua and Ling Qiuxue. They had been so preoccupied with Lu Fan's breakthrough that they had inadvertently overlooked Shunyu's presence. They were sworn to guard this secret, while Shunyu remained an outsider. And with Lu Fan having eliminated Sun Yin and others, the potential for trouble loomed large should she divulge news of Lu Fan's ascension to the Jidan realm. Sensing the fleeting malice emanating from Dizhua and Ling Qiuxue, Shunyu shuddered involuntarily. She had overheard Lu Fan's breakthrough aura and their conversation from her room, leaving her utterly astonished and increasingly intrigued by Lu Fan. After all, achieving the Jidan realm at such a young age, and facilitating the rapid ascension of both Ling Qiuxue and Dizhua by 2 minor realms overnight, was nothing short of extraordinary. Even within the prestigious confines of the Royal Academy, it was common knowledge that while there were pills capable of enhancing cultivation within the academy, these were meticulously safeguarded. Only those who made monumental contributions to the academy, triumphed in the grand competitions, or expended vast amounts of academic credits could hope to procure them. It was unfathomable that Dizhua and Ling Qiuxue had acquired such advancements with such ease. After a brief exchange of glances, Ling Qiuxue and Dizhua quelled their murderous intent. Noticing the hostility dissipate, Xinyu approached them, her expression a blend of complexity. Casting a glance at Lu Fan, she assured Di Zhua and Ling Qiuxue, "Rest assured, I shall keep this secret. It will not escape my lips." As a member of the Academy, she was acutely aware of the implications of Lu Fan's premature breakthrough to the Jedon realm. While she did not know his exact age, she could surmise that he was certainly under 18. Even at 18, such an achievement was nothing short of terrifying. The record for the earliest breakthrough to the Jedon realm in the southern Qin kingdom stood at 26, held by the kingdom's founder, the ancestral figure of the royal family. No cultivator had ever reached the Jedon realm before the age of 20 in the southern Qin kingdom. Furthermore, as far as she was aware, such young Jedon powerhouses were also absent in the Tianwu Empire. Thus, she recognized that the revelation of this information would undoubtedly stir significant upheaval. Understanding the gravity of the situation, she did not find it surprising that Di Zhua and Ling Qiuxue harbored murderous intent. Had she been in their position, she might have acted even more ruthlessly. After receiving Shun Yu's assurance, Di Zhua nodded coolly, while Ling Qiuxue expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Sister Shun." In response to Ling Qiuxue's expression of gratitude, Shun Yu hastily waved her hand, for she dared not underestimate Ling Qiuxue. Observing the three of them, Lu Fan nonchalantly gestured dismissively, stating, "There is no need for such caution. The world is replete with prodigies, and I am but an inconsequential figure." Being overly wary can indeed be discomforting. With that, Lu Fan led the trio toward the courtyard's exit. Upon reaching the inn's grand hall, they found numerous cultivators engaged in hushed discussions, their whispers centered around the recent, thunderous commotion. However, the disturbance caused by Lu Fan was fleeting, and few had discerned that its origin lay within the courtyard behind the inn. As they listened to the murmurs, Di Zhua, Ling Qiuxue, and Shun Yu could not help but cast a glance at Lu Fan. He, too, caught wind of the chatter but paid it no mind, proceeding directly outside. Once outside, Di Zhua turned to Lu Fan and inquired, "Young master, shall we set off now?" Before Lu Fan could respond, Shun Yu interjected, "There is an auction taking place in the city today, rumored to feature many treasures. Shall we not take a look?" Upon hearing this, Lu Fan and the others turned their attention to Shun Yu, with Ling Qiuxue directly asking, "Sister Shun, how did you come by this information?" Under their scrutiny, Shun Yu revealed her embarrassment, explaining that Lu Tong is the eldest son of the Lu clan, one of the prominent families in Duanlong City. He invited us to undertake training in Duanlong Mountain. Originally, our plan was to train there yesterday and attend the auction today, but after Shun Yu concluded her explanation, the others quickly grasped the situation, realizing why she and her companions had traveled such a distance from the royal capital. It turned out that Lu Tong was indeed the eldest son of the Lu family in Duanlong City. Contemplating this, Ling Qiuxue inquired, "Sister Shun, what is the strength of the Lu family?" Shun Yu replied, "The Lu family is one of the three great clans in Duanlong City. Lu Tong's father, Lu Quan, is at the 9th level of the true gang realm, though the cultivation level of the family's ancestor remains uncertain." Upon learning of the Lu family's stature, Lu Fan nodded in resolution, declaring, "Since we have stumbled upon an auction, let us attend. There may be rare treasures to be found." In his previous life, he had participated in several auctions, but none in this realm. Thus he was eager to witness the nature of an auction within the cultivation world. Resolute in his decision, Lu Fan instructed Shun Yu to lead the way, and the group made their way toward the heart of the city. Along the journey, Shun Yu provided them with an overview of the auction. The event was organized by the renowned Tianbao Auction House, famous throughout the southern Qin kingdom. This establishment dealt in various treasures and operated numerous auction houses across the realm, boasting formidable influence. Auctions held by Tianbao were invariably packed to capacity, with every seat filled. To participate in the auction, one must procure an entrance ticket, with the most basic tier costing no less than 50 inferior spirit stones, while higher-grade box tickets can soar into the thousands. At the Tianbao Auction House in the royal capital, even the lowest tier ticket demands a staggering 500 inferior spirit stones. Despite this, the tickets remain in high demand, often snatched up almost immediately. This fervent interest stems from two primary motivations: the desire to behold the treasures auctioned within and the opportunity to forge valuable connections. After listening to Shun Yu's introduction, Lu Fan and his companions grew increasingly intrigued and eager for the upcoming auction. Moments later, The quartet arrived before a grand and opulent edifice situated in the heart of the city. This magnificent structure resembled an enormous cylinder, rising 4 stories high, exuding an air of unparalleled luxury. A colossal sign hung above the triple doors, emblazoned with the words Tianbao Auction House. At this moment, a throng of formidable individuals had already gathered outside, engaged in animated discussions regarding the auction. However, Lu Fan and his party did not linger there. Under Xin Yu's guidance, they proceeded to a separate passageway. Chapter 92. Xin Yu's proposal. This passageway was designated for VIPs. Upon presenting her student token from the Royal Academy, Xin Yu was met with the utmost respect from a maid, who graciously guided Lu Fan and his companions into the auction house. Under the maid's direction, the 4 of them swiftly arrived at a lavish private box on the 2nd floor. The interior was opulent, adorned with a fur carpet, a plush bed, and 2 soft couches. Additionally, there was a jade table laden with exquisite pastries, spiritual fruits, and fine spirit wine. After dismissing the maid, Xin Yu smiled and proactively explained, "This is one of the perks of being an academy student. We can enjoy such privileges in many places. However, access to the 3rd and 4th floor boxes requires purchasing entry tickets with spirit stones, though substantial discounts are offered." Listening to Xin Yu enumerate the various advantages of joining the academy, Lu Fan regarded her with a knowing glance. This girl was quite clever, clearly intending to use this opportunity to persuade him and Ling Qiuxue to enroll, undoubtedly seeking her own benefits in the process. With this thought in mind, Lu Fan addressed Xin Yu directly. "Miss Xin, are you suggesting that we join the Royal Academy?" Upon hearing his words, Xin Yu's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Her little scheme had been uncovered. However, she had also discerned the temperaments of Lu Fan and his companions, realizing that he would not easily lose his composure. Thus, she nodded without hesitation. "Indeed, as 2nd-level students, we can invite eligible individuals to join the academy. Of course, this is contingent upon passing the academy's assessment. Once successfully assessed, the referrer will also receive rewards from the academy." Seeing Xin Yu candidly reveal this information, Lu Fan nodded thoughtfully. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke, "Very well. We can allow you to recommend us for the academy, but regarding the 4 individuals I killed, will the academy?" "It will not," she replied swiftly. "I can vouch for you. As long as you explain clearly, the academy will not hold you accountable, especially when you demonstrate your exceptional talent. The academy will not pursue this matter." After hastily articulating those 2 sentences, Xin Yu hesitated before continuing. "While the academy won't pursue it, the Sun family will certainly not let it go easily. Moreover, Sun Yan's elder brother is a 3rd-level student, and he—" Before Xin Yu could finish, Lu Fan waved his hand dismissively. "As long as the academy does not investigate, that is sufficient. The rest is inconsequential. I will handle it personally." The provocations from Sun Yan and his companions had warranted their demise. Should the Sun family come seeking vengeance indiscriminately, he would not hesitate to eradicate them, simultaneously reaping a substantial reward. Seeing Lu Fan's resolute stance, Xin Yu nodded earnestly, her fair face illuminated with uncontainable delight. Being able to recommend a prodigy like Lu Fan to the academy would surely yield her immense rewards. At this moment, Ling Qiuxue approached, and upon noticing her, Xin Yu discreetly took a seat on the soft couch against the crystal wall. Lu Fan, well aware of Ling Qiuxue's intentions, gently interjected, "If we can avoid owing favors to our sect, we should. Otherwise, it may diminish our standing in their eyes. If it is unavoidable, so be it. Now that we have this opportunity to join the academy, why should we concern ourselves with others' opinions?" Although the Ling family had indicated that Ling Qiuxue could join the academy, Lu Fan remained skeptical, believing that the noble family of the capital would not extend such kindness without ulterior motives. Furthermore, while the Ling family had merely permitted Ling Qiuxue's admission, they had not included him. Despite Ling Xiaotian having written to the 2nd elder of the Ling family in the capital, Lu Fan was disinclined to pursue this opportunity, especially now that they had an alternative route. As Lu Fan concluded his remarks, Ling Qiuxue covered her mouth and giggled. "I see you are too proud to lower yourself." Her words struck a chord with Lu Fan, who felt his face flush with embarrassment at being so easily read. Indeed, his pride prevented him from seeking favors from others. Seeing Lu Fan's rare, flustered expression, Ling Qiuxue burst into laughter. Dizhua and Xin Yu could not help but join in. Although they stifled their mirth upon receiving a sharp glance from Lu Fan, their faces turning crimson from the effort. This incident was merely a minor interlude, and the four paid it little heed. After spending the day together, Xinyu had grown closer to the group, engaging in light-hearted banter and feeling considerably more relaxed. After a brief wait, the doors of the auction house were closed, and an elderly man with white hair ascended the auction stage. The four of them settled onto the soft couch directly facing the stage, through the crystal-like wall, allowing them a clear view of the proceedings. The entire first floor of the auction house was filled with cultivators, all eyes fixed on the stage. Under the collective gaze, the elderly man spoke in a resonant voice. "Welcome, esteemed friends, to our Tianbao auction house. I shall be your host for this auction." Following a succinct introduction, the elderly man wasted no time and promptly revealed the first item for bidding. As a maid placed the first item on the auction table, the elderly man elaborated. The first item is a vial of second-tier supreme elixirs, which guarantees that a cultivator at the 9th level of Qi refinement can successfully ascend to true Qi. The jade vial contains 5 elixirs, with a starting bid of 5,000 low-grade spirit stones, and each subsequent bid must exceed 500 low-grade spirit stones. As he unveiled the exquisite jade vial, the bidding voices erupted throughout the hall. 5,500 low-grade spirit stones. 6,500 low-grade spirit stones. After a fiercely intense bidding war, the vial of elixir was ultimately sold for the staggering price of 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Calculating the costs, each pill amounted to 2,000 low-grade spirit stones, a price that could hardly be deemed modest. Observing the astonished expressions on Lu Fan and Ling Qiushue's faces, Xinyu elaborated, "Typically, the potions auctioned at such events are considerably pricier than those available outside. Moreover, during the bidding of the first item, the auction house often employs shills to artificially inflate the prices." Upon hearing Xunyu's explanation, Lu Fan quickly grasped the situation. In this regard, it bore a striking resemblance to the auctions of his previous life, where, in moments of silence, shills would emerge to call out bids, enlivening the atmosphere while simultaneously escalating the prices of the items on offer. For the auction house, the higher the final price of an item, the greater the commission they would reap. Soon, the auction for the second item concluded, followed by the third, proceeding in a seamless succession. Chapter 93. The incomplete mystic artifact. As the quality of the auction items escalated, the bidding prices soared dramatically, inciting an intense desire within Lu Fan. However, he found himself utterly disinterested in the items on offer. It is no exaggeration to assert that none of the auctioned artifacts could compare to the treasures available in the system's marketplace. With nothing catching his eye, Lu Fan's disappointment deepened. Initially, he had harbored high hopes that the Tianbao auction house, renowned for its prestige, would showcase some exceptional treasures. Yet, it appeared he had perhaps set his expectations too high. Nonetheless, Ling Qiushue seemed genuinely intrigued, prompting Lu Fan to accompany her in this endeavor. After all, with only an hour remaining until the auction's conclusion, he was not particularly anxious. As time passed, the 19th item was successfully auctioned off for 70,000 low-grade spirit stones. Lu Fan couldn't help but be taken aback by such a price. The cultivators attending this auction were indeed affluent, casually presenting tens of thousands of spirit stones as if they were mere trifles. Furthermore, this was not even the final item. One could only imagine the price for the grand finale, which would likely exceed 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. While he was musing over this, the elderly auctioneer with white hair cleared his throat and announced, "Esteemed guests, the next item for auction is the first of today's grand finale pieces." As he spoke, a formidable cultivator at the 7th level of True Essence stepped onto the stage, carrying a jade platter. Although the platter was draped in crimson silk, the outline suggested that the grand finale item was a sword. Indeed, when the elderly auctioneer unveiled the silk, it revealed a sword, albeit one that was covered in rust and marred with numerous chips, presenting itself as a seemingly worthless relic. As Lu Fan scrutinized the sword, a notification resonated in his mind. Ding! System task activated. Seize the incomplete mystic artifact. Task reward. 1 signing opportunity, 3,000 accumulation. Ding! Would the host like to accept the task? Upon hearing these notifications, Lu Fan raised an eyebrow, astonishment flickering in his eyes. He had been contemplating why this sword was considered a grand finale item, only to discover it was, in fact, a mystic artifact. Although incomplete, its value was incalculable. Yet, How could such a fragmentary mystic artifact be auctioned as the first grand finale item? Were the subsequent items even more precious? As he pondered this, the white-haired auctioneer elaborated. This sword was excavated from a hidden cave. In its entirety, it was once a spirit-level weapon, though now damaged and devoid of its spirit. It certainly surpasses the quality of ordinary treasures. Upon hearing this description, an oddly peculiar expression surfaced on Lu Fan's face. Was it not a mystic artifact? How could it be classified as a spirit weapon instead? Had the Tianbao auction house failed to conduct a proper examination? However, as this thought crossed his mind, an uncontainable excitement began to brew within Lu Fan. In light of the situation, it appears there is an opportunity for significant gain. No wonder the system has triggered a quest, presenting a veritable boon. At this moment, the elderly man with white hair announced the starting bid. Ladies and gentlemen, the opening price for this flawed spiritual weapon is 100,000 low-grade spiritual stones, with each subsequent bid required to exceed 10,000 low-grade spiritual stones. However, after the elderly man proclaimed the starting price, an eerie silence enveloped the auction house, with not a single person daring to place a bid. Were this a genuine spiritual weapon, the room would likely be in chaos, with bidders clamoring for the item. Yet, this was merely a defective spiritual weapon, its spiritual essence entirely depleted and its blade damaged. Such a flawed artifact only bore the title of spiritual weapon to inflate its auction price, rendering it inferior to even a low-grade treasure. A starting bid of 60 or 70,000 low-grade spiritual stones might have elicited some competition, but 100,000 was undoubtedly excessive. At this juncture, the gathered cultivators on the first floor began to murmur among themselves. Isn't Tianbao auction house being rather unreasonable? Presenting such a worthless sword for auction and demanding a starting price of 100,000 low-grade spiritual stones is sheer folly. Indeed, barring any unforeseen circumstances, this worthless sword was destined to go unsold. Observing the lack of bidding, the elderly auctioneer felt a sense of helplessness wash over him. This sword had been transported from another city's Tianbao auction house, having failed to sell multiple times elsewhere. Reluctantly, it had been brought here in hopes of finding a buyer. But it appeared that it was to face yet another unsuccessful auction. Just as the elderly man pondered this unfortunate fate, a remarkably unassuming voice called out a bid from the 8th private box on the second floor, 100,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Upon hearing this bid, the auction house erupted into a cacophony of whispers. All eyes converged upon the 8th private box, questioning who would dare spend 100,000 low-grade spiritual stones on such a worthless sword. Perhaps this individual is hoping to seize an opportunity, thinking they might restore the sword's essence and profit from it in the end. Ha ha ha. As the cultivators in the hall chattered, the elderly auctioneer was equally taken aback. He was certain that the bidder from the second-floor box was not one of their own shills, as they had arranged for their decoy to be in the third-floor box, prepared to bid only if no one else stepped forward to avoid the embarrassment of an unsold item. Unexpectedly, the anticipated decoy did not appear, and yet someone from the second-floor box had made a bid. The bidder in the second-floor box was none other than Lu Fan. At this moment, Ling Qiuxue, Dizhua, and Xinyu regarded him with expressions of confusion and disbelief. A fan, this appears to be a worthless sword. Is it truly worth spending 100,000 low-grade spiritual stones? Dizhua and Xinyu remained silent, yet their expressions spoke volumes, reflecting their shared skepticism. After all, it was evident to any discerning eye that this sword was not worth 100,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Otherwise, bids would have been placed long ago. Yet, at this moment, Lu Fan quoted this price. Was he not a fool? Had they not been aware of Lu Fan's temperament, they would have long since urged him to reconsider. Observing the three individuals, whose faces were etched with skepticism, Lu Fan merely smiled enigmatically, without providing a response. Initially, he had harbored concerns about potential competition for this imperfect mystical artifact. However, he was pleasantly surprised to find that everyone else regarded it as a mere scrap sword, inadvertently granting him the opportunity. They all believed him to be the simpleton, foolishly spending 100,000 low-grade spirit stones on what they deemed a worthless sword, when in truth, it was they who were truly ignorant. Nevertheless, Lu Fan would naturally refrain from voicing such thoughts, at least until the moment he secured possession of the sword. After a brief moment of exhilaration, the elderly auctioneer, regaining his composure, beamed and announced, The esteemed guest in Box 8 on the second floor has bid 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Is there anyone willing to place a higher bid? Should there be no further offers, this spiritual sword shall belong to Box 8. Had it not been for the need to reiterate the procedures, he would have eagerly declared the auction a success at that very moment, lest the occupants of Box 8 reconsider. Yet, given the absence of bids thus far, it seemed unlikely that anyone would step forward now. Otherwise, it would appear as though they were targeting Box 8. Just as the white-haired elder surveyed the room, preparing to announce the ownership, a voice rang out from Box 4 on the third floor, calling out a bid. Chapter 94. The stolen artifact 111,000 inferior spirit stones. The sudden shout reverberated through the auction house, leaving many cultivators in a state of shock. The elderly man at the auction podium, poised to announce the results, was equally taken aback. What was happening? He was about to declare the outcome when the individual from box number 4 on the third floor placed a bid, seemingly targeting the guest in box no. 8 on the second floor. Was there some enmity between the two parties? As all the cultivators on the first floor and the aged auctioneer were engulfed in confusion, Lu Fan's expression darkened. Moments ago, no one had dared to bid, and now this person had emerged to challenge him. However, obtaining the incomplete artifact was paramount. So he took a deep breath, suppressing his fury and murderous intent, and declared 120,000 inferior spirit stones. Immediately after he uttered this amount, the earlier voice responded without hesitation, 130,000 inferior spirit stones. Upon hearing the bid from the third floor box, a terrifying glint of murderous intent ignited in Lu Fan's eyes, seeking death. At that moment, the middle-aged man in box no. 4 on the third floor furrowed his brow and turned to the elderly man beside him. Elderly, are you certain this sword possesses some hidden significance? If Shun Yu were to see this middle-aged man, she would recognize him as Lu Quan, the head of the Lu family from Broken Dragon City, and also Lu Tong's father. In response to Lu Quan's inquiry, elderly nodded with unwavering certainty. I was uncertain before, but now that the individual in box no. 8 has raised the bid repeatedly, I am convinced this sword is extraordinary. It seems that the person in box number 8 must know something, which is why he is competing. With Elder Li's affirmation, Lu Quan's heart steadied. In that case, I shall acquire this sword. As he awaited Lu Fan's next bid, box number 8 on the second floor fell silent. The elderly auctioneer gazed at Lu Fan's box for a moment, and upon confirming that Lu Fan would not raise the bid further, he expressed his disappointment. Box no. 4 on the third floor has bid 130,000 inferior spirit stones. Is there anyone else willing to bid? After a brief pause with no further offers, the elderly man declared, since there are no additional bids, this spirit sword now belongs to the esteemed guests of box number 4 on the third floor. Congratulations. As he spoke, the formidable cultivator previously on the stage retrieved the sword. Witnessing this scene, the many cultivators in the first floor hall could not help but engage in speculation. Do you think this sword truly harbors some secret? Otherwise, why would the guest on the third floor spend 130,000 inferior spirit stones to acquire it? If there were indeed a secret, why would Tianbao Auction House put it up for bid? The cultivators in boxes number 2 and 3 were also quietly conjecturing. However, since the auction had concluded successfully, they naturally refrained from contesting it further. In the private chamber number 8 on the second floor, Lu Fan suppressed his murderous intent and fury, sitting calmly on the soft couch, his gaze fixed upon the auction stage. Despite his outward tranquility, Ling Qiuxue, Dizhua, and Shun Yu could all sense the repressed anger and killing intent simmering within him. After a brief moment of silence, Ling Qiuxue gently consoled him, saying, "It is merely a sword. It is not of great significance. We can let it go." Observing the gentle comfort from Ling Qiuxue, Lu Fan took a deep breath and slowly replied, "That is not a mere discarded sword, nor is it simply a flawed spiritual weapon. It is a defective profound artifact." Upon hearing these words, Ling Qiuxue, Dizhua, and Shun Yu's eyes widened in disbelief, gasping with astonishment. They had initially assumed it was merely a lower-grade spiritual sword devoid of spirit, and thus, its absence from their possession was inconsequential. But now, Lu Fan had declared it to be a defective profound artifact. It is crucial to understand that profound artifacts are treasures of a higher tier than spiritual weapons, and the disparity in their value is monumental. A top-grade spiritual weapon can fetch several million lower-grade spirit stones, or even more, While the price of a profound artifact can soar to 10 times, or even more than that of a top-grade spiritual weapon, even a flawed, profound artifact possesses an extraordinarily intimidating value. In this moment, Ling Qiuxue and the others finally comprehended why Lu Fan had bid in the absence of competitors and why he had been so irate when someone else had seized the sword. After a brief period of shock, an urgent expression appeared on the faces of Ling Qiuxue and her companions. "Young master, what shall we do now? Should we pay a high price to buy it back from the individual in Chamber 4 on the 3rd floor?" Noting their expressions of urgency and reluctance, Lu Fan shook his head, his gaze cold and indifferent as he calmly stated, "Since they have snatched away a treasure I hold dear, they must naturally pay a heavy price." Initially, he had contemplated using snow spirit fruits to supplement the lack of lower-grade spirit stones. However, with someone willing to purchase the defective profound artifact on his behalf, he had no reason to refuse such an offer. As he spoke, a chilling aura of killing intent emanated from him, causing Dizhua and the others to involuntarily shudder. Nevertheless, they did not attempt to dissuade Lu Fan at this moment. After all, the value of a profound artifact was too enticing, even for them to resist. Moreover, it was the individual in Chamber 4 on the 3rd floor who had initiated the provocation. Thus, it could only be deemed their misfortune. Such is the nature of the cultivation world, the survival of the fittest, where the strong reign supreme. The auction continued, showcasing 2 more impressive closing items. Yet Lu Fan found himself devoid of any interest. After the passage of a short incense stick's time, the final item was successfully auctioned off. The elderly man with white hair, beaming with a smile, stood on the auction stage, bowing respectfully to the audience as he declared, "This auction has now concluded. We welcome all friends to grace us with your presence next time." With that, he expressed his gratitude to everyone and departed the stage. At that moment, all the cultivators in the 1st floor hall began to make their way outside the auction house. In the private chamber number 8 on the 2nd floor, Lu Fan rose to his feet, a glint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes as he spoke. "Let us depart." He had already locked onto the aura of the individual who had just bid against him. As soon as the person emerged, he would be able to pinpoint their location without any concern of losing track of them. With that, Lu Fan strode towards the exit of the chamber, followed closely by Ling Qiuxue and the others. Upon reaching the exterior of the auction house, they found a considerable number of cultivators gathered, eager to glean information about the events that had transpired during the auction. Casting a glance at the assembled crowd, Lu Fan positioned himself outside the auction house, awaiting the emergence of his target. Since Lu Fan and his companions had remained within the chamber, none were aware that he was the one who had contested the bidding for that sword. After a brief moment of anticipation, 2 figures appeared from the special passageway. Upon sighting these 2 silhouettes, a fierce light surged in Lu Fan's eyes as he stepped forward to meet them. Chapter 95. Killed by me. The 2 individuals who emerged were none other than Lu Quan and the white-haired elder who had snatched the incomplete mystical artifact. Upon seeing Lu Fan approach them, Lu Quan furrowed his brow, a look of confusion dawning in his eyes. Under the vigilant gaze of both men, Lu Fan halted 3 meters in front of them. Before Lu Quan could utter a word, Lu Fan calmly declared, "Surrender that sword to me, and I shall spare your life, otherwise, death awaits you." Lu Fan's voice was devoid of inflection, yet within that unassuming tone lay an undeniable air of dominance and confidence. He was not negotiating with Lu Quan, but issuing a command. With Lu Fan's words, Lu Quan and the white-haired elder immediately deduced that he was the one from the 8th private room on the 2nd floor. Upon confirming Lu Fan's identity, a flicker of murderous intent ignited in Lu Quan's gaze. He had just been contemplating how to locate Lu Fan to extract the secrets embedded within that discarded sword. To his astonishment, Lu Fan had approached him directly, threatening him for that very sword. A flurry of thoughts raced through Lu Quan's mind, and he quickly devised a plan. With a smile, he remarked, "Since you desire the sword, I shall gift it to you. However, I wish to closely observe it. If you do not mind, why not accompany me to my estate?" Upon hearing Lu Quan's proposition, Lu Fan immediately grasped the man's intentions. Yet, this development was preferable. He had no desire for a confrontation here, as revealing his true cultivation could lead to complications. With this in mind, Lu Fan nodded slightly, saying, "Very well. Lead the way." Lu Quan was taken aback by Lu Fan's swift acquiescence. He had anticipated a refusal, planning to use the sword as bait. The unexpected acceptance rendered his prepared words unnecessary. Nonetheless, it spared him the trouble, and he promptly led the white-haired elder towards the Lu family estate. At that moment, Ling Qiuxue, Dizhua, and Shunyu hurriedly approached. Upon seeing Shunyu, Lu Quan's expression shifted dramatically, and Shunyu felt a wave of unease wash over her. She had spotted Lu Quan earlier and intended to avoid him, but Lu Fan had already advanced, leaving her no choice but to follow suit with a forced bravado. As Shunyu neared, Lu Quan suppressed his inner thoughts and greeted her with a smile. "Isn't this Miss Shunyu? Were you not with young Master Sun and my nephew on the expedition to the Duanlong mountain range? What brings you here?" The inquiry from Lu Quan sent a jolt of anxiety through Shunyu, but fortunately, she had prepared a response as she approached. "Uncle Lu, Sun Yin and the others went, but I stayed behind to accompany a friend around the city." Lu Quan, upon hearing Shinyu's reply, harbored no suspicions. Yet, he was taken aback to discover that Shunyu was acquainted with Lu Fan, complicating his forthcoming plans. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Quan silently resolved within himself. Given the circumstances, he would spare this little beast's life. As long as the secret of the sword was revealed, he could offer a modest reward to send him on his way. With this decision made, Lu Quan maintained a smile and said, "Then let us proceed together." With that, the group boarded the luxurious beast carriage awaiting them nearby and made their way to the Lu family estate. Inside the spacious carriage, Lu Quan pondered how to interrogate Lu Fan, while Lu Fan remained remarkably composed. He had not anticipated that this individual would turn out to be Lu Tong's father, which was a surprise. However, since he had already dealt with Lu Tong, Lu Quan was of little consequence. If Lu Quan willingly surrendered the incomplete mystical artifact, it would be inconsequential. Yet, if he proved obstinate, Lu Fan would have no choice but to send both Lu Quan and his son to reunite. With such thoughts in mind, the opulent carriage entered the grand Lu family estate. The group soon arrived at the main hall, where they were met by a visibly anxious Lu family guard. Upon seeing Shunyu, the guard's expression shifted momentarily but quickly returned to normal. Shunyu also recognized this guard, her own countenance changing. This guard served Lu Tong, but during their journey to Duanlong Mountain, Lu Tong had abruptly dismissed him. She had thought little of it at the time, but now the guard's presence raised suspicions. Had he already discovered the news of Lu Tong and the others' demise? As this speculation crossed her mind, Shunyu became increasingly agitated and instinctively glanced at Lu Fan. At that moment, she desperately wished to share her concerns with him. But with Lu Quan right in front, she hesitated to speak up. After everyone settled in the front hall, a servant entered, carrying several cups of tea. Lu Quan then stood up, addressing Lu Fan and Shunyu. "Please wait a moment. I must step outside." With that, he swiftly exited the front hall, causing Shunyu's expression to change dramatically. Without regard for anything else, she hurried to Lu Fan and whispered urgently, "The guard who stood at the front hall door is Lu Tong's protector. I suspect he may already be aware of Lu Tong and the others being killed. Should we leave now?" Upon hearing Shunyu's revelation, Lu Fan raised an eyebrow but remained unfazed. What did it matter if Lu Quan learned of it? He had come here unflinchingly, showing no concern for the Lu family's threats. If Lu Quan dared to make a move, slaying him would be entirely justified. Just as Shunyu finished voicing her concerns, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent surged from outside the hall. Sensing this terrifying presence, Lu Fan knew Shunyu's suspicions were correct. As expected, moments later, Lu Quan, with an expression as grim as ancient ice, strode back into the hall. Upon entering the foyer, Lu Quan, with his eyes ablaze, fixated on Shunyu and demanded, "Shunyu, confess at once, where is my son?" Initially, Shunyu had claimed she had parted ways with her son and his companions, a statement Lu Quan accepted without much suspicion. However, the recent revelation from a guard indicated that Shunyu had accompanied his son to Duanlong Mountain. More alarmingly, a bloodstain was discovered in a dense thicket within the central region of the mountain range, along with a jade token belonging to his son. Upon receiving this distressing news, a chilling realization gripped him. His son might have met with misfortune. Otherwise, Shunyu would not have fabricated her account of not traveling together with his son and the others. Confronted with Lu Quan's menacing inquiry, Shunyu turned ashen with fear. After all, she was merely at the 4th level of the true gang realm, while Lu Quan had attained the pinnacle of the 9th level. The disparity in their realms rendered his imposing presence and murderous intent utterly terrifying. Just as Shun Yu's complexion paled in terror, Lu Fan, seated nearby, rose calmly and indifferently declared, "Your son was indeed slain by me. He sought to seize my treasures, and thus he deserved his fate." Upon hearing this proclamation, Lu Quan erupted in a furious roar. Chapter 96. The Old Master completes your fate, you wretched beast. You deserve to die? With a furious roar, Lu Quan, radiating the powerful aura of a 9th-level true vigor realm cultivator, charged at Lu Fan with a sweeping palm strike. Though he had multiple sons, Lu Tong was his most cherished and gifted child, having gained admission to the Royal Academy, promising a boundless future. Yet, now his beloved son lay slain by Lu Fan, igniting an uncontrollable rage within him. In the throes of his fury, Lu Quan's aura surged dramatically, surpassing its usual intensity. However, in the face of Lu Quan's wrathful assault, Lu Fan remained remarkably composed, exhibiting no trace of panic. Only those who have ascended to the core formation realm can truly comprehend the strength of its practitioners, a level far beyond that of the true vigor realm. Moreover, he was significantly more formidable than the average core formation cultivator. While a typical first-level core formation golden core is merely the size of a pigeon's egg, his initial golden core was the size of a chicken egg. Thus, he felt no trepidation even when confronting 3rd or 4th-level core formation cultivators. A mere 9th-level true vigor opponent was inconsequential. As the enraged Lu Quan neared, Lu Fan let out a cold snort and swiftly extended his right hand. In the face of his lightning speed, Lu Quan was utterly unable to react. Lu Fan's hand effortlessly grasped Lu Quan's neck, lifting him with ease. It was only after being hoisted that Lu Quan realized the situation, his face draining of color as he abruptly emerged from his furious state. The white-haired elder who had accompanied Lu Quan was rendered speechless, his expression one of incredulity. Lu Quan, a formidable 9th-level true vigor cultivator, had been swiftly defeated by this mere youth. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed such a scene to be real. Ling Qiushua, Dizhua, and Shun Yu were witnessing Lu Fan's prowess post-core formation for the first time and were equally astonished. Dizhua, in particular, was overwhelmed, his eyes alight with fervor. Only upon entering the core formation realm does one truly embark on the path of cultivation, barely earning the title of a strong practitioner. In comparison, true vigor cultivators were but ants before the might of the core formation realm. As the crowd stood in stunned silence, a chilling voice emerged from Lu Fan. "I had no intention of killing you, but since you seek death, I shall grant your wish." With those icy words, Lu Fan disregarded the fear and pleading evident in Lu Quan's eyes and, with a swift motion, snapped his neck. Witnessing this, the aged elder in the hall felt his legs give way, collapsing to the ground in shock. Simultaneously, a system notification echoed in Lu Fan's mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host. For completing the task, acquire the fragmented mysterious artifact. You have gained 1 signing opportunity and 3,000 points. Ding! Would you like to use your signing opportunity now?" Ignoring the 2 ominous chimes echoing in his mind, Lu Fan cast a cold, unyielding gaze upon the white-haired elder, who was trembling in fear on the ground. Under Lu Fan's scrutiny, the elder struggled to his knees, bowing his head in a desperate plea for mercy. "Please, senior, spare me. I beg for your forgiveness." In the realm of cultivation, strength reigns supreme, irrespective of age. Faced with the specter of death, the elder had little regard for his own dignity or pride. Yet, Lu Fan remained unmoved, the aura of murder surrounding him intensifying with each passing moment. Sensing the palpable threat emanating from Lu Fan, the elder quaked in terror. In his moment of sheer panic, a thought struck him, and he hastily exclaimed, "I know the location of the treasure vault and how to unlock it. If you spare my life, I will guide you there." Upon hearing the elder's words, Lu Fan raised an eyebrow, retracting some of his murderous intent. The elder was neither essential to kill nor to spare. However, if the treasure vault of the Lu family could be obtained, then preserving the elder's life held merit. With this thought in mind, Lu Fan replied coldly, "I hope you speak the truth, for if you deceive me, I shall make your existence a living hell." In a world where respect for the elderly and care for the young were once esteemed, only cultivation could validate one's worth and command respect. All else was rendered futile. Yes, I would never dare to deceive you," the elder hastily assured, fearful that Lu Fan might change his mind. Lu Fan ignored him. crouching down to retrieve Lu Quan's storage ring, subsequently recovering the body at a cost of 30 points from the system. Though the points gained from reclaiming a body were minimal, having something was better than nothing, and Lu Fan had maintained this habit. After completing these tasks, Lu Fan instructed the elder to lead them to the Lu family's treasure vault. According to the elder, the vault was located beneath the ancestral hall of the Lu family, housing all the resources accumulated by them. This white-haired elder served as an advisor to Lu Quan and held a prominent position within the family. Thus, he guided Lu Fan and his companions effortlessly to the secluded courtyard of the Lu family ancestral hall. Upon entering the courtyard, Lu Fan's brow furrowed, his gaze fixated on the ancestral hall before him. Within its confines, he sensed the aura of a core formation expert. However, this energy felt unstable and erratic, clearly indicating a forced breakthrough. Consequently, it could not be perfectly concealed, allowing its presence to leak into the surroundings. If all went as expected, this aura should belong to the ancestor of the Lu family. As Lu Fan scrutinized the ancestral hall, the elder suddenly quickened his pace, rushing into the hall while shouting, "Ancestor, save me! Someone has slain the family head, help!" Witnessing this spectacle, Dizwa roared in fury, "Old fool, you seek death." Moments ago, the elder had frantically groveled for mercy, leading Dizwa to believe he had genuinely been frightened. Little did he know, the elder had deliberately lured them here. With a roar, Dizwa unleashed a terrifying aura of the 6th level of true vigor, hurtling towards the white-haired elder. As he approached within 2 or 3 meters of the Lu family's ancestral hall, a cold voice emanated from within, declaring, "Impudent." Accompanying this aged admonition, a surge of energy shot forth from the ancestral hall's entrance. Dizwa, realizing the impending threat, hastily attempted to defend himself, yet was still forced back several steps by the overwhelming force of the energy. Fortunately, as he had already attained the 8th level of true vigor, the attack was not executed with full strength, sparing him from serious harm. Seizing this opportunity, the white-haired elder retreated into the ancestral hall. At that moment, the elder cast a malevolent and vengeful glare towards Lu Fan and his companions, murmuring, "You all deserve to die." Lu Quan had shown him immense favor, and he would never betray such loyalty lightly. Thus, he feigned fear to draw Lu Fan into this trap for the ancestor to eliminate. As the elder's sinister words faded, another white-haired elder emerged at the entrance of the ancestral hall. Chapter 97. The one who will kill you. The venerable white-haired elder was none other than Lu Yuanshan, the ancestral patriarch of the Lu family. Upon witnessing Lu Yuanshan's arrival, the elderly man who had fled into the ancestral hall immediately fell to his knees, lamenting, "Patriarch, this vile creature has slain the family head. You must avenge him." Although Lu Fan had just killed Lu Quan, he had not unleashed the formidable aura of the core formation realm. In contrast, Lu Yuanshan's core formation presence radiated unabashedly. Hence, he believed Lu Yuanshan would surely be able to eliminate Lu Fan. Upon hearing the elderly man's desperate pleas, a terrifying murderous intent erupted from Lu Yuanshan's eyes. However, being a seasoned elder, he was not prone to rash decisions born of temporary anger. After all, Lu Fan had managed to kill Lu Quan, a formidable opponent at the 9th level of the True Gang realm, indicating that he was no ordinary foe. Therefore, Lu Yuanshan took a deep breath to suppress his murderous instincts, stepping out of the ancestral hall to stand on the steps, gazing at Lu Fan with a solemn tone. "Mister, who are you, and why have you intruded upon the Lu family, slaughtering our kin? Even if you intend to strike, one must first ascertain your identity to avoid calamity." If Lu Fan possessed a noble lineage and profound connections, any hasty actions on Lu Yuanshan's part could lead to catastrophic repercussions for the Lu family. Having survived to this point, Lu Yuanshan had encountered countless trials, relying on his prudence. Observing the cautiousness of the Lu family patriarch, Lu Fan could not help but smirk inwardly. This old man certainly knew restraint. Yet, regrettably, even if this elder chose to yield today, Lu Fan would show no mercy. Having already slain Lu Quan and Lu Tong, he could not allow Lu Yuanshan to remain alive. Otherwise, he would be leaving a potential threat behind. As for the remaining members of the Lu family, he held no concern for them. Those individuals would find no hope of vengeance, for as they grew stronger, he would only become more formidable. After these thoughts swiftly traversed his mind, Lu Fan coldly spoke, "The one who will kill you." As those icy words fell, Lu Fan instantaneously executed the superior Earth-grade movement technique, Fugue of Light, which he had purchased from the marketplace. In an instant, a flicker of light flashed, and Lu Fan appeared before Lu Yuanshan. Before the latter could react, Lu Fan unleashed a punch imbued with all his might, striking Lu Yuanshan squarely in the chest. With a thunderous crash, the seemingly ethereal Lu Yuanshan was violently sent crashing into the Lu family's ancestral hall. The sound of shattering objects echoed from within. Witnessing this scene, the kneeling white-haired elder was left dumbfounded, as were Ling Qiuxue, Dizhua, and Shenyu. Even Lu Fan himself was taken aback. He had dispatched Lu Yuanshan, a first-level core formation practitioner, with such ease. Although Lu Yuanshan had forcibly broken through to the core formation realm, his aura was unstable. Yet he was still a core formation master. Remarkably, Lu Yuanshan could not even muster a defense against Lu Fan's assault. After a brief moment of astonishment, Lu Fan began to comprehend the reason. It is not that Lu Yuanshan is particularly weak, but rather that I am exceptionally strong. Combined with the fact that I executed the technique of flickering shadows, leaving Lu Yuanshan with no opportunity to prepare. One must understand that flickering shadows is a high-grade Earth-level martial art, its speed akin to that of lightning. It is not merely that Lu Yuanshan had no time to prepare. Even if he had, he would still be unable to react in time against such swiftness. Once I grasped this notion, a wave of exhilaration surged within me. Clearly, my decision to invest a substantial amount of points in martial arts and combat techniques, as well as to elevate the rank of my Taiji sword, was not misguided. In contrast to merely focusing on leveling up, the advantages of this balanced development are evidently far greater. At this moment, I became acutely aware of my previous fixation on refining vast resources to incessantly enhance my cultivation, nearly neglecting my foundational skills. It is akin to constructing a building. No matter how swiftly one builds, if the foundation is weak and devoid of any finishing touches, it will merely result in a dilapidated structure. Is cultivation not the same? If one solely pursues the speed of advancement, it ultimately amounts to nothing more than an ephemeral dream. For instance, possessing the cultivation of the first level of the core formation stage without any martial techniques or offensive means renders one powerless. Should I encounter a cultivator of equal standing, equipped with various techniques, I would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. While sheer strength may prevail over numerous techniques, the prerequisite is the ability to harness that strength. If I possess tenfold power but can only exert 1 or 2 folds, it remains utterly futile. Contemplating this, I took a deep breath and stepped purposefully into the Lu family ancestral hall, my gaze resolute. I paid no heed to the white-haired elder kneeling at the entrance, choosing to disregard him entirely. The elder, aware of his impending demise, bore a countenance filled with despair. In the presence of a formidable being such as myself, fleeing would serve no purpose. Yet, this was a choice he had made, and he felt no remorse. With that thought, the elder clenched his teeth and summoned his strength to shatter his own heart pulse. Rather than await death, he preferred to choose self-termination, thus preserving a semblance of dignity. Upon witnessing the elder take his own life, a flicker of malice crossed Dizhua's face. The old man was granted an undeserved mercy. He had intended to end the elder's life himself, but alas, the elder chose to die on his own terms. I, however, remained unfazed. Upon entering the Lu family ancestral hall, I beheld Lu Yuanshan, who was struggling to rise. Once a figure of ethereal grace, he now appeared dust-laden, with blood at the corner of his mouth, and his disheveled white hair made him resemble a beggar. Before Lu Yuanshan could utter a word of submission, I spoke coldly. Open the treasury and then end your own life. I shall spare the remaining members of the Lu family. Otherwise, the Lu lineage shall be severed today. His words were not a threat, but rather a statement of fact. If at this moment Lu Yuanshan still harbored intentions of resistance, he would undoubtedly annihilate the entire Lu family without a second thought. In his previous life, he had taken countless lives. Thus, the act of killing one person held no distinction for him when compared to the massacre of many. It was as effortless as eating or drinking. Upon hearing Lu Fan's words, Lu Yuanshan's body trembled involuntarily, his face contorted with rage as he glared at Lu Fan. Yet, he found himself unable to utter a single word. He understood that Lu Fan possessed the strength to fulfill such a threat and would not hesitate to act upon it. He longed to cast caution to the wind and engage Lu Fan in a desperate struggle, but he realized that such an act would alter nothing in the end. Before the terrifying presence of Lu Fan, he faced only the path of death, leaving him with no choice. After a moment of furious contemplation, he reluctantly averted his gaze, bowing his head in defeat. "Very well, I shall acquiesce to your demand. I hope you will honor your word and spare the remaining members of the Lu family." With those words, he dejectedly approached a stone platform behind the ancestral hall. Upon moving the platform, he revealed an entrance sealed by a formation. Lu Yuanshan obediently activated the formation, then turned to Lu Fan, enunciating each word clearly. "I hope you will keep your promise. Otherwise, even as a ghost, I shall not spare you." With his bitter and indignant words hanging in the air, he summoned his power and shattered his own heart vein, his lifeless body collapsing to the ground with a resounding thud. Chapter 98. Reluctance to leave hidden dangers. Observing Lu Yuanshan, who had indeed chosen to end his own life, Lu Fan could not help but regard this individual with a measure of respect. In this harsh realm of cultivation, countless powerful beings are solely concerned with their own existence, indifferent to the fates of others. Even one's own kin and relatives hold little significance when their own lives are at stake. They would not hesitate to abandon them. Yet, this man, in a bid to safeguard the lives of his kin, truly opted for self-destruction. Nevertheless, Lu Fan would not allow himself to be swayed by such sentiments. After all, they were adversaries. This old man had to meet his end, and his choice of self-termination merely afforded him a semblance of dignity. Bending down, Lu Fan retrieved the storage ring and exchanged the corpse for 50 points with the system. Having accomplished this, he extended his spiritual sense to probe the entrance before him, confirming it as the portal to the treasure vault. Once assured, he leapt down and proceeded along the passageway. After only a few steps, he was greeted by a vast underground chamber. The entire expanse was warded by formations, piled high with countless spirit stones, as well as abundant wooden racks adorned with numerous jade boxes containing spiritual herbs and jade bottles filled with elixirs. A plethora of magical artifacts and miscellaneous refining materials were also amassed in great quantities. Gazing upon such an abundance, Lu Fan could not suppress a sense of awe. These individuals were indeed extraordinarily affluent. It was no wonder Lu Quan could present 130,000 low-grade spirit stones to compete with him in the auction. He had underestimated the wealth of these familial powers. To him, 130,000 low-grade spirit stones was a staggering sum. Yet for these entrenched factions with legacies spanning decades, or even centuries, it was merely a trifle. The likes of the southern Qing royal family and even more formidable forces had, after all, endured for several hundred years. The resources accumulated within their treasure vaults over such an extensive period must be truly formidable. With this thought, Lu Fan felt a surge of ambition. If he could thoroughly plunder the treasure vaults of these factions, he would find himself untroubled by resource scarcity for quite some time. However, this notion was swiftly dismissed. The power of these factions was beyond formidable. It was not something he could easily challenge. After all, the accumulation over centuries, even if merely in resources, could yield a multitude of powerful cultivators, despite possessing a system that bestowed him with considerable confidence. This did not equate to arrogance or the folly of underestimating the world around him. Should he allow hubris to consume him, even with the system's aid, he would likely meet his demise. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Lu Fan took a deep breath and resolutely declared within his heart, "System, convert all the resources here into points." Having experienced the recent events, he was acutely aware of the significance of points. After all, it was only through points that one could procure the myriad treasures within the marketplace, facilitating a swift and stable enhancement of his abilities. As his words echoed, all resources within the treasure vault began to vanish at an astonishing pace. In a mere instant, the entire trove was rendered empty. With the sound of a notification echoing in his mind, all resources have been reclaimed. Earning 120,000 points, Lu Fan smiled contentedly, having reaped considerable rewards. Indeed, fortune does not smile upon those who do not seize opportunities. If he were to rely solely on his own efforts to seek out resources, he could only imagine how long it would take to amass such a fortune in points. Yet, this was merely a fleeting thought. He was incapable of plundering powerful factions, and he could not bring himself to exploit the weaker ones. After all, he hailed from a civilized world in his past life, while he had no qualms about violence. He adhered to his own principles and moral boundaries. There were actions he deemed permissible, free of any guilt. But there were also lines that must not be crossed, actions that would violate those principles and boundaries. A person without the most fundamental moral compass ceases to be human, becoming akin to a beast. The distinction between humanity and beastliness lies in the remnants of ethical standards amidst the predator-prey dynamic. Without any such standards, any realm would inevitably descend into chaos, with no one escaping the calamity of death. Reflecting on this, Lu Fan turned and returned to the Lu family ancestral hall. After securing the old man's storage ring and reclaiming his body, he exited. Upon stepping outside, he was met with the sight of Ling Qiuxue, Dizhua, and Shen Yu confronting the Lu family's formidable members. Leading the charge were several strong figures from the Lu clan, including Lu Yuan, the eldest son of Lu Quan. They had come to learn of their patriarch Lu Quan's demise and were now present at this location. However, with their ancestors' fate still uncertain within, they dared not take any further action, merely holding their ground against Dizhua and the others. Upon seeing Lu Fan emerge, they understood that their ancestors' situation was dire. The realization sent a wave of fear through the Lu family members, their faces paling as they instinctively retreated. Lu Yuan, too, was shaken and stepped back. Yet a deep-seated resentment and murderous intent flickered in his eyes as he regarded Lu Fan with a baleful gaze. Raising an eyebrow at Lu Yuan's venomous stare, Lu Fan strode deliberately towards the assembly of Lu family members. Ignoring the others, he focused directly on Lu Yuan, casually inquiring, "Do you wish to kill me?" Confronted with Lu Fan's query, Lu Yuan trembled with fear, quickly lowering his head and shaking it in denial. Observing Lu Yuan's frantic head shaking, a glint of ferocity flashed in Lu Fan's eyes as he flicked his fingers, directing a surge of spiritual energy towards Lu Yuan's head. With a sickening thud, blood erupted as the spiritual light pierced through Lu Yuan's skull. His lifeless body crumpled to the ground, blood pooling from the wound. Gazing down at the corpse, Lu Fan murmured to himself, "I do not appreciate leaving potential threats unaddressed." The remaining Lu family members looked upon one another with trepidation, their expressions betraying sheer horror. While only Lu Yuan had exuded malevolence and a desire for vengeance. Yet, when faced with inquiry, he had swiftly denied it, revealing himself to be a remarkably tolerant individual. Such a person, should they rise to power, would undoubtedly become a formidable source of trouble. Without hesitation, Lu Fan eliminated the individual, unwilling to leave any potential threats behind. After vanquishing Lu Yuan, Lu Fan turned to the terrified members of the Lu family and said calmly, "I am Lu Fan. Should you seek vengeance, feel free to approach me. However, be forewarned that I shall not hold back next time. If one of you seeks retribution, I will annihilate the entire Lu lineage, severing your bloodline forever. Doubt me if you wish." With these unembellished words, Lu Fan departed the Lu family estate, accompanied by Ling Qiuxue and Dizhua. As they watched Lu Fan and his companions leave, the Lu family members were engulfed in a chilling dread. In that moment, not a single soul dared entertain thoughts of revenge, for they were utterly convinced of Lu Fan's ominous promise. He would indeed obliterate their entire bloodline. Thus, they chose not to gamble with fate, resigning themselves to the notion that nothing had transpired at all. Chapter 99. A million points after leaving the Lu family estate. Lu Fan and his companions did not return to their inn, but instead made their way to the marketplace within the city that specialized in the sale of horses and beast carts. Since they had resolved to embark on a journey toward the royal capital for the sake of experience, it was only prudent to prepare a beast cart. Lu Fan and Dizhua had no qualms about riding horses, but for Ling Qiuxue and Shen Yu, being women, prolonged horse riding would be rather inconvenient. Moreover, as they traveled, they might not encounter cities frequently. Having a beast cart would allow them to rest comfortably overnight. After a brief selection process, Lu Fan spent 500 low-grade spirit stones to acquire 2 beast carts, each capable of accommodating 5 to 6 individuals. The interiors of these carts were lavishly adorned, featuring thick beast skin carpets, and were constructed from spirit wood, exuding a rich aura of spiritual energy that facilitated cultivation within. The carts were drawn by 2 tamed first-tier ferocious beasts, known for their docile nature and minimal aggression. Their endurance was remarkable, capable of running tirelessly for a full day and night. Although the expenditure of 500 low-grade spirit stones was substantial, Lu Fan was quite satisfied, as he possessed ample spirit stones and saw no need to be frugal over such matters. Upon securing the 2 beast carts, he further spent 200 spirit stones to acquire 2 servants of the 2nd level of Qi refining, who would primarily be responsible for driving the carts and assisting the group with various tasks. With all preparations made, they procured some essential supplies for the journey. By the time they completed their shopping, night had fallen, compelling the group to stay overnight in Duanlong City. At dawn the following day, the quartet, along with their 2 servants, set off in the beast carts, heading south along the main road toward the location of Nanjing Wang City. The distance to Nanjing Wang City was considerable, while a flight on a Feiyun shuttle would take merely a day. Traveling by beast cart would require at least 3 to 5 days. Any unforeseen delays along the way could prolong their journey even further. Notably, the main road traversed numerous forests, which presented a greater challenge at night, transforming into a veritable nightmare. Countless cultivators had met their demise on this road, as not all could afford flying artifacts and were thus left to ride horses or travel by beast cart. However, Lu Fan and his companions were not in a hurry. Even if it took them 10 days, it would be of little consequence. Inside the first beast cart, Lu Fan and Ling Qiuxue sat cross-legged, with Ling Qiuxue engrossed in her cultivation while Lu Fan rummaged through several storage rings he had recently acquired, including those belonging to Lu Quan and Lu Yuanshan. As the head of the Lu family and its ancestral figure, the resources contained within their rings were undoubtedly substantial. Delving into Lu Quan's storage ring, Lu Fan first retrieved a broken, profound artifact. Without the system's assistance, he would have never recognized this sword as a fractured, profound artifact. Gazing at the damaged artifact in his hand, Lu Fan could not help but inwardly inquire, "System, how many points can I gain from reclaiming this broken, profound artifact?" As the system presented its recycling offer, Lu Fan furrowed his brow but remained silent. The 60,000 points equated to 200,000 low-grade spirit stones. Had the artifact been intact, he would have never considered recycling it. However, this artifact was flawed and could not be compared to a complete one. The system's recycling price represented roughly 1/3 of the marketplace selling price. By this calculation, the flawed artifact would be valued at around 600,000 low-grade spirit stones in the marketplace, a commendable price, rendering the system's offer relatively lenient. After a moment's contemplation, he inquired, "System, is it possible to repair this artifact, and if so, how many points would it require?" "Repairing this artifact necessitates 120,000 points." The system replied. 120,000 points did not seem exorbitant. Lu Fan pondered, realizing it amounted to 400,000 low-grade spirit stones, a substantial bargain for a complete low-grade artifact. Yet, he could not approach it from that perspective. Accumulating such points would take considerable time, and during that period, utilizing such a sum to elevate his cultivation would undoubtedly yield rapid advancements. In comparison, enhancing his cultivation and combat prowess took precedence over merely acquiring a complete artifact. Resolving himself, Lu Fan took a deep breath and declared, "System, recycle this flawed artifact." "Flawed artifact recycled, 60,000 points acquired," the system responded. Disregarding the notification echoing in his mind, Lu Fan promptly stored Lu Quan, Lu Yuanshan, and several other storage rings within the system's space. "System, recycle all resources from these storage rings." Moments later, another notification sounded. "All resources recycled, 25,000 points acquired." Upon hearing this, a broad smile finally graced Lu Fan's face. Once again, he had struck it rich, allowing him to confidently invest in his cultivation and combat capabilities. Suppressing his excitement, Lu Fan opened his personal information panel. Host, Lu Fan Physique. Devouring Sword Body Cultivation. Foundation Establishment Stage 1 points. 1, 123. 0, 80 Mystical Techniques Combat Skills. Taiji Sword Technique. Fiery Sword Technique. 7-star Steps. Celestial Finger. Glimmering Shadows. Gale/Contracted Beast. Vermilion Gold Jiao Dragon Weaponry. Taiji Sword. Purple Gold Mystical Robe. Flying Cloud Shuttle Marketplace. Open Quests. 1. Enter the Royal Academy for training. Quest Reward. Special check-in opportunity. 10,000 points. 2. Fulfill Lin Hai's Final Wish. Quest Reward. Check-in opportunity. 3,000 points. Unvisited location. Royal Academy. Warehouse. 1 King Kong Talisman. 2, 3. 3 Superiorized Talismans. 3 superior invisibility talismans, 3 special sign-in opportunities, 5 sign-in opportunities, 1 drop of true dragon blood, 10 superior recovery pills, 2 beast recovery pills, 2 primary berserk pills, and 1 intermediate berserk pill. As he gazed at the points displayed in his personal information, a wider smile spread across Lu Fan's face. However, the thought of the elixirs and treasures available in the system's marketplace for the Foundation Establishment Realm practitioners caused him to shake his head in dismay. Although his points were accumulating and his cultivation was advancing, the prices for items in the marketplace were also escalating. This was a persistent trend, one that would only increase and never decrease. The over 1 million points seemed substantial, yet when it came to purchasing elixirs suited to his needs, he would likely be able to acquire only a handful. Contemplating this, Lu Fan's initial excitement waned significantly, replaced by a sense of calm. However, he did not intend to purchase cultivation-enhancing elixirs or other martial skills for the time being. After all, he had scarcely practiced the movement technique, Flickering Light, and the attack skill, Gale Slash, which he had acquired not long ago. Acquiring new martial techniques would only lead to overreaching, resulting in diminished returns. The same applied to his cultivation. The brief time it took him to progress from the Qi refinement stage to the first level of Foundation establishment was alarmingly short. Though the elixirs produced by the system bore no side effects, solidifying his own foundation required personal effort, unattainable through external means. To ascend to greater heights in the future, he must lay a solid groundwork now. Otherwise, it would be too late to stabilize his foundation when the time came. Just as Lu Fan pondered these matters in his mind, the sound of urgent, rhythmic hoofbeats approached from ahead. Chapter 100. The Highwayman. The thunderous sound of hooves jolted Lu Fan, Ling Qiuxue, Dizhua, and Xinyu from their slumber. Before Lu Fan could inquire, a trembling voice from beyond the curtain reached them. "Master, a multitude of highwaymen is approaching us. What shall we do?" Upon hearing the profound fear in the servant's voice, a glimmer of murderous intent ignited in Lu Fan's eyes. He had encountered those marauding cultivators on Baiyang Mountain, yet they were merely bandits in search of wealth. In contrast, the highwaymen were truly depraved brigands, engaging in wanton slaughter and plunder. The marauders sought only riches. As long as one surrendered their storage rings and bags, their lives could be spared. However, the highwaymen were notorious for their merciless slaughter, leaving no survivors, regardless of age or gender. Women would face unspeakable indignities before being murdered, and afterwards, all possessions would be seized. Known for their rapid assaults on various regions, wreaking havoc and destruction, they earned the moniker highwaymen. These brigands exhibited unparalleled audacity, targeting merchant caravans of any faction, as well as the treasure vaults of lesser powers. Once they set their sights on a target, a grim fate was inevitable. Consequently, both the southern Qing royal family and the numerous factions within the kingdom harbored an intense loathing for these highwaymen. The kingdom had repeatedly dispatched squads of cultivators to hunt them down, yet with little success. The highwaymen were not ordinary cultivators. They were notorious for their ferocity and strength, instilling terror wherever they roamed. To encounter such a malevolent force shortly after departing from Duanlong City was utterly unexpected. Contemplating this, Lu Fan turned to Ling Qiuxue, his voice gentle yet resolute. "Stay here. I will go out and resolve this matter." With those words, Lu Fan lifted the curtain and stepped outside, where the servant handling the beast cart trembled in fright. Observing the servant's state, Lu Fan felt no inclination to cast blame for such a servant. The highwaymen were akin to demons, and fear was a natural response. At that moment, Dizhua and Xinyu also descended from the beast cart, their faces marred by expressions of grim determination as they gazed ahead. Under the watchful eyes of Lu Fan and his companions, a group of over a dozen brutish highwaymen, exuding an aura of menace, galloped towards them. "Ha ha, brothers, we stumbled upon a plump target. Surround them." With raucous laughter, the fierce highwaymen encircled the two carts. As the leader of the highwaymen spotted Xinyu, a sinister glint flickered in his eyes. "Brothers, attack. Capture the woman, and eliminate the rest." With a malevolent grin, the leader commanded, and the other highwaymen swiftly drew their broad blades, charging forward with murderous intent. They regarded Lu Fan and his companions with utter disdain, seeing them merely as helpless prey. As Lu Fan beheld the approaching band of highwaymen intent on their slaughter, a fierce light ignited in his gaze. Without a moment's hesitation, He flicked his fingers, unleashing a barrage of energy-infused projectiles towards the assailants. With a sudden surge of blood, the incoming bandits were swiftly pierced through the skull by ethereal fingers, collapsing from their horses in a series of thuds. In mere moments, a dozen horsemen were transformed into lifeless corpses amidst a pool of crimson. Only the leader of this band of brigands remained mounted, his face a portrait of shock and disbelief. It was noteworthy that his companions were all at the pinnacle of the 9th level of chi refinement. Yet, they were slaughtered by Lu Fan with the mere flick of his fingers, not even granted a chance to scream. As the leader stood in utter astonishment, Lu Fan's icy gaze fell upon him. Feeling the overwhelming aura of death enveloping him, the leader trembled and awakened from his stupor. Upon locking eyes with Lu Fan, his face turned ashen with terror. He had initially perceived Lu Fan as a prime target, only to discover he was instead a bloodthirsty tiger. Although he could not ascertain Lu Fan's true cultivation level, it was evident that Lu Fan was far superior to his own 8th level of true chi. Frustration welled within him as he cursed the informant who misled him, wishing to rend him limb from limb. However, he had no time to dwell on such thoughts. Surviving was his utmost priority. As these thoughts flitted through his mind, he suppressed his fear and spoke. "Brother, how about sparing my life? I can offer you my storage ring, and the contents within could buy my life. What do you say?" Although parting with the storage ring caused him immense distress, it paled in comparison to the value of his life. Seeing this man attempt to barter for his life with resources, Lu Fan could not help but let out a cold laugh. "You have no right to negotiate with me, for you are unworthy." Were he facing an ordinary cultivator, he might have considered granting mercy. However, before such base scoundrels, he would rather mistakenly slay 1,000 than spare a single one. As his frigid words echoed, Lu Fan executed a swift movement, vanishing from sight. In the next instant, he materialized before the bandit leader, seizing him by the neck and lifting him effortlessly. Just as Lu Fan was about to crush the man's throat, he struggled and cried out, "You cannot kill me. My elder brother is the ferocious Zhang Biao. If you take my life, you and your faction will face dire consequences." Lu Fan, initially poised to strike, paused at these words, raising an eyebrow and inquiring, "Your elder brother is also a bandit?" "Humph, among the 12 factions of bandits in the South Qing Kingdom, my elder brother's faction ranks 9th. If you kill me, he will surely seek vengeance, so I advise you to let me go, and we can consider this matter settled. How about it?" Confronted with this man who dared to issue threats, a glimmer of menace flickered in Lu Fan's eyes. He had intended merely to eliminate this individual, but had unwittingly unearthed a larger foe. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, an alert from the system chimed in. With a chime, the system task was activated: annihilate the rampant dragon bandits. Reward: a special sign-in opportunity and 5,000 points. Another chime echoed in his mind, inquiring whether he wished to accept the task. Hearing the prompt, Lu Fan raised an eyebrow and unhesitatingly chose to accept it. After securing the system task, he turned to the individual before him, coldly stating, "Very well, take me to meet your leader. I hope he can spare your life." As the frigid words fell, Lu Fan delivered a powerful punch, shattering the man's dantian. Realizing his cultivation had been rendered useless, the bandit, grasped by the throat, was instantly consumed by rage. "You dare to cripple my power?" Lu Fan regarded the bandit, whose expression twisted into a grotesque mask of fury, and with a frosty demeanor, let out a disdainful snort. Chapter 101. "Still a pauper, lead me to your elder brother, and I shall grant you a swift end, otherwise." At this juncture, Lu Fan summoned an immense surge of spiritual energy within his palm, transforming it into a multitude of spiritual needles that penetrated into Chun Hu's body. The agony was excruciating. Chun Hu emitted a heart-wrenching scream. "Ah, if you dare, just kill me. What kind of hero tortures another?" Yet, within mere moments, his cries of defiance morphed into desperate pleas for mercy. Spare me, I am willing to guide you." Observing Chun Hu's pitiful state, Lu Fan let out a soft huff and released his grip, causing Chun Hu to collapse onto the ground. However, to mitigate any potential risk, he promptly sealed Chun Hu's mobility, preventing the man from attempting suicide or engaging in any other treachery. Though temporarily submissive, Chun Hu's notorious ferocity raised doubts about his future intentions. After scavenging the storage rings from the lifeless bodies before him, Lu Fan collected all the corpses, earning himself 150 points in the process. Completing these tasks, he unceremoniously tossed the incapacitated Chun Hu onto the beast cart where Dizwa waited, instructing him to compel Chun Hu to lead the way. Meanwhile, he, along with Ling Qiuxue and Shen Yu, followed closely behind in the beast cart. The two servants, having witnessed Lu Fan's terrifying prowess, now felt a sense of relief and obediently guided the carriage onward. At this moment, Chun Hu dared not entertain any deceptive schemes, faithfully leading them toward the lair of the notorious bandits. Any hint of insubordination would provoke Dizwa to inflict torment without hesitation. Compared to Lu Fan, Dizwa's methods were far more ruthless. As a killer himself, he possessed an array of torturous techniques. Lu Fan entrusted Chun Hu to Dizwa for this very reason. With Dizwa's involvement, Lu Fan felt at ease, seated in the beast cart while retrieving the storage rings of both Chun Hu and the dozen bandits. Upon organizing these rings, Lu Fan couldn't suppress his astonishment. These individuals were indeed quite affluent. The rings contained over 500,000 lower-grade spirit stones, alongside a wealth of other resources, clearly amassed from numerous plunders. Now, all of it had fortuitously fallen into Lu Fan's hands. While he felt no qualms about eliminating these bandits, he could not bring himself to slaughter other factions. The thought of annihilating every bandit within the kingdom filled him with a sense of lucrative opportunity. Just then, a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! System task activated. Annihilate the bandits in the southern Qing kingdom. Task reward. Each eradicated bandit group grants one opportunity to sign in. Ding! Does the host wish to accept the task? Upon hearing the notification, Lu Fan raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the system's ability to bestow rewards in such a manner. Was it merely to compel oneself to toil for resources? After a brief internal lament, Lu Fan chose to accept the task. At that moment, he recalled the task he had just activated and inquired within. System, will this task overlap with the task of annihilating the Mad Dragon bandits affect the rewards? Ding! The issuance of tasks, regardless of overlap, does not alter the rewards. Reassured by the system's assurance, Lu Fan exhaled in relief. Content as long as the rewards remained intact. Even if the system urged him to scavenge for resources, he was willing to comply, for he had reaped substantial benefits. Without the system's insistence on arduous cultivation, he could only wonder how long it would take to reach his current level of mastery. Moreover, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. It is evidently impossible to gain immense benefits without exertion. After contemplating these matters, Lu Fan unhesitatingly exchanged all the resources gathered in the storage rings for points. Ding! All resources have been reclaimed, earning 200,000 points. A delightful notification chimed, signaling the arrival of another 200,000 points, bringing his total to over 1,300,000. Suppressing his exhilaration, Lu Fan accessed the system shop to peruse its offerings. He had no immediate intention of purchasing elixirs or artifacts to enhance his cultivation. He merely sought a glimpse of what was available. Upon opening the category for cultivation-enhancing elixirs, he discovered numerous pills suitable for those in the core formation stage. However, upon seeing their prices, he could not help but grimace. 9-turn golden pill, 600,000 points. Note: consuming this allows a breakthrough to the 9th level of core formation. Gathering yuan pill, 100,000 points. Note: consuming this allows a breakthrough of 2 or 3 minor realms, restricted to core formation cultivators. Returning yuan pill, 500,000 points. Note: consuming this allows a breakthrough based on physical constitution, restricted to core formation cultivators. The least expensive elixir suitable for core formation cultivators still costs 300,000 points. Such a price marks it as the most inferior, with no guarantee of a minor breakthrough. Elixirs that ensure a breakthrough of a minor realm start at a minimum of 500,000 points. With his current total of over 1,300,000 points, he could not even afford 3 returning yuan pills. Thus, while 130,000 points may seem substantial, in the face of the countless treasures within the system shop, he remained undeniably impoverished. With a resigned sigh, Lu Fan closed the system interface visible only to himself. The path of scavenging for resources to redeem points was long and arduous. He needed to strive diligently. Observing Lu Fan's fluctuating emotions of joy and disappointment, Ling Qiuxue had grown accustomed to his demeanor. However, Shen Yu regarded him with a peculiar expression, occasionally stealing glances at Lu Fan. When Lu Fan turned to look after closing the interface, he fortuitously met Shen Yu's inquisitive gaze. As their gazes met, Shen Yu's cheeks flushed crimson, and she hastily averted her eyes, lowering her head in silence. Lu Fan could surmise the reason behind her reaction, feeling a sense of quiet resignation within himself. His temperament seemed to be deteriorating increasingly. However, this was an inevitable circumstance, after all. The things he had encountered were beyond imagination. Which ordinary person could remain composed without any reaction, especially someone like him, a traveler from a world of literary stars, who had never before witnessed such astonishing phenomena? Although he had been an assassin in his previous life, he had also enjoyed a life of his own, not merely a stoic figure devoid of expression. Nevertheless, Lu Fan resolved inwardly to manage his expressions more carefully when perusing the system's marketplace in the future. This included maintaining a calm demeanor when receiving significant task rewards. Otherwise, his spontaneous smiles of excitement or sighs of disappointment might lead others to believe he was troubled, even when he was not. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Lu Fan exhaled softly and turned his gaze towards the attentive Ling Qiushua. With a flicker of intention, he retrieved a particular software from the system's repository. Chapter 102. The Radiant Phoenix Armor. This resplendent phoenix armor, adorned with a myriad of colors, was procured at the cost of 50,000 points from the marketplace, specifically for Ling Qiushua. It is a supreme-grade magical garment capable of withstanding lethal strikes from cultivators at the core formation stage. This serves as a safeguard for Ling Qiushua, complemented by other talismans and protective measures. As Lu Fan unveiled the armor, which shimmered with a kaleidoscopic glow, both Ling Qiushua and Shen Yu were instantly captivated. Under their astonished gazes, Lu Fan smiled and presented the radiant phoenix armor to Ling Qiushua. This is a gift for you. I hope you find it to your liking. Although Ling Qiushua had already surmised that this exquisite piece was meant for her, hearing it from Lu Fan's lips ignited a wave of excitement within her. Is this truly for me, a fan? She inquired, her eyes sparkling. She was no naive girl, easily deceived. She recognized that this armor was far beyond a mere defensive artifact. With a gentle nod, Lu Fan reaffirmed, indeed, it is genuine. He was committed to reciprocating the sincerity Ling Qiushua bestowed upon him. Seeing Lu Fan's tender expression, Ling Qiushua's heart swelled with joy, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Thank you, a fan, she whispered gratefully. In a spontaneous gesture, she leaned forward and pressed a soft kiss upon his cheek. Though brief, it sent a ripple of warmth through Lu Fan's heart. The innocent encounters of his past life paled in comparison to this intimate moment shared with the one he cherished. As Lu Fan's gaze lingered upon her, it was met with the profound affection and happiness reflected in Ling Qiushua's eyes. Meanwhile, Shen Yu, witnessing the tender exchange, felt a pang of envy welling within her. Though she was also not without her own allure, having countless admirers at the Royal Academy, including Sun Yan, one of the suitors who had accompanied them to Duanlong Mountain, her heart held no romantic feelings for him. She regarded him merely as a friend. Yet, the ties between their families compelled her into a friendship with Sun Yan, as her father sought to foster a union between them. She found herself unable to refuse. For the sake of her mother, who, as a concubine, held a lesser status within the Shen family and was not particularly favored. Without Sun Yan's affection and her own innate talents, she doubted she would even qualify for admission to the academy. To ensure her mother's comfort within the Shen household, she had no choice but to maintain a platonic relationship with Sun Yan. Now that Sun Yan had met his demise at Lu Fan's hands, she felt a sense of relief. However, in the days spent in Lu Fan's company, she came to realize that he surpassed any genius she had encountered before, excelling in talent, combat prowess, and appearance. Furthermore, Lu Fan displayed an unparalleled kindness towards those around him, especially to Ling Qiushua. Embodying the ideal partner that every woman dreams of, she was naturally moved, yet regrettably, Lu Fan harbored no feelings for her. Over the past few days, Ling Qiushua had shown her considerable care, making it difficult for her to express her sentiments towards Lu Fan. However, witnessing the interaction between Lu Fan and Ling Qiushua at this moment, she could not help but feel a twinge of envy. Ling Qiushua was unaware of the value of the soft armor, but she could discern its worth. A piece of exquisite magical armor of such caliber could fetch tens of thousands, even close to 1 million low-grade spirit stones at an auction in the royal capital. Such a precious item would be cherished by any cultivator, yet Lu Fan unhesitatingly presented it as a gift to Ling Qiuxue. How could she not envy such royal treatment? Suppressing the pangs of jealousy and sorrow within her, Xunyu gazed at Ling Qiuxue and forced a smile, saying, "Qiuxue, congratulations on finding such a caring husband. You are truly fortunate." Upon hearing Xunyu's words of congratulations, Ling Qiuxue's face broke into a blissful smile. "Thank you," she replied, casting a loving glance at Lu Fan, her heart filled with sweetness. If not for the undeniable reality of the moment, she would have found it hard to believe that this scene was genuine. After all, prior to and following their arrival at Xianyang sect, Lu Fan had seemed rather aloof, intentionally or unintentionally distancing himself from her. During those days, she had wept in secret, uncertain of her missteps. At last, her hardships had borne fruit. The Lu Fan she cherished had returned. The reason for Lu Fan's change was of no concern to her. She wished only to cherish the present. Noticing the affectionate gaze Ling Qiuxue had directed at him, Lu Fan instinctively wore a doting smile. This silly girl was worthy of his protection. In his past life, he had never believed in love at first sight or in vows of lifelong guardianship. Yet, having experienced it firsthand, he now understood that such feelings indeed existed. Although their acquaintance was brief, he could not forget her visage and longed to see her at every moment. Fortunately, both Lu Fan and Ling Qiuxue understood the need for restraint. Considering Xunyu's presence in the carriage, their tender glances at each other felt somewhat excessive, or perhaps awkward would be a more fitting description. Thus, they each entered a state of cultivation, providing some relief to Xunyu. However, her heart remained restless, unable to quell her curiosity, and she found herself stealing glances at Lu Fan, her mind swirling with chaotic thoughts. The bandits, in appearance, roamed freely without a fixed base. Yet the reality was quite different. Smaller factions of bandits indeed traversed the lands, burning, killing, and pillaging to acquire various resources. Due to their limited strength and numbers, they lacked a permanent stronghold. However, the larger bandit factions were altogether different. These substantial groups masqueraded as legitimate organizations, yet their members were, in truth, bandits. Whenever the need for plunder arises, these members transform into marauding bandits, venturing forth to pillage. Once their nefarious deeds are accomplished, they seamlessly revert to the guise of disciples from a legitimate sect. After all, these large-scale brigands are acutely aware that a reckless spree of assaults would merely squander time while amplifying their peril. Naturally, they prefer to operate under the veil of duality, maintaining their own safety protocols. This stratagem is not an original invention of the marauders. Rather, it has been gleaned from various factions. Due to the rampant proliferation of these bandits, some factions, even after suffering devastation and plunder, find themselves unable to identify their adversaries, ultimately leading to unresolved grievances. Consequently, certain powerful entities began covertly nurturing these marauders, employing them to seize resources on their behalf. This dual approach allows them to exploit their own cultivated brigands for resource extraction while simultaneously masquerading under the banner of eradicating banditry, thereby justifying their acquisition of resources. This method not only yields a dual bounty, but also enhances their reputation. Given the practicality and effectiveness of this approach, large brigands have taken to emulating it as well. Among the 12 factions of marauders in the Kingdom of Nanqing, the 9th-ranked Guanglong bandits likewise engage in these practices. Chapter 103, Installment Purchase in the Shadows. They were fearsome brigands, yet in plain sight, they masqueraded as disciples of the Longhu sect. According to Chun Hu, the leader of the Wild Dragon Bandits, Zhang Biao, was the master of the Longhu sect. After a day and night journey in a beast cart, Lu Fan and his companions arrived at Longyu Mountain, the stronghold of the Longhu sect. This mountainous region was not particularly abundant in spiritual energy. Rather, its remoteness and surrounding peaks rendered it adept at concealment. Upon nearing Longyu Mountain, Lu Fan chose not to approach the Longhu sect directly. Instead, he instructed his servants to drive the cart to the nearest city. Although Chun Hu had provided a rough estimate of the Longhu sect's strength, Lu Fan harbored doubts about the veracity of his words. After all, Chun Hu was a brigand whose powers he had recently rendered null, and soon he would face his demise. Thus, Lu Fan trusted only a fraction of Chun Hu's claims. Deciding to investigate for himself, if he confirmed there were no issues, he would act accordingly. However, traveling with Ling Qiuxue, and Xin Yu posed too great a risk. Consequently, he resolved to first settle them in the nearest city, allowing him the freedom to explore Longyu Mountain unencumbered. Before long, they arrived at a city approximately 2,000 meters from Longyu Mountain, Baiwu City. Upon entering, they promptly sought out an inn and rented a secluded courtyard. While two servants remained with the beast cart, Lu Fan and his three companions brought Chun Hu into the courtyard. Upon entering the rented space, Dizwa unceremoniously tossed Chun Hu to the ground, turning to Lu Fan and inquiring, "Young master, this fellow is of no further use. Shall we dispose of him?" Upon hearing Dizwa's murderous intent, Chun Hu, whose mouth had been sealed by Dizwa, let out muffled whimpers. The courage to face death is fleeting, while the dread of it often consumes one's thoughts. Especially during the journey to this place, his fear of death had intensified, particularly with the anticipation of his own end. Unable to suppress his terror any longer, he blinked desperately, seeking mercy. However, both Dizwa and Lu Fan disregarded his pleas. "End it," Lu Fan stated with an unsettling calmness. Instantly, fear and despair washed over Chun Hu's face, and his whimpers grew more frantic. Yet before he could plead further, Dizwa sneered and delivered a crushing blow to his heart, shattering it. Witnessing Chun Hu's demise, Lu Fan reclaimed the body at a price of 20 points from the system. He had initially retained Chun Hu for guidance, but now that his usefulness had been fulfilled, there was no longer a reason for his existence. Moreover, he had honored his promise and refrained from further tormenting Chun Hu. As for the truth of Chun Hu's information, Lu Fan intended to uncover it for himself at the Longhu sect. Upon completing these arrangements, Lu Fan turned to Ling Qiuxue, Dizwa, and Xin Yu, saying, "You shall wait for me here while I venture to Longhu Gate for a closer inspection." As soon as he finished speaking, Dizwa interjected, "Young master, allow me to accompany you." However, Lu Fan shook his head in refusal, stating, "You will remain here to protect them. My solitary presence will suffice." His intention was merely to gather intelligence, not to engage in direct confrontation, thus making Dizwa's accompaniment unnecessary. Furthermore, with Dizwa only possessing the cultivation of the 8th layer of true qi, his presence would not significantly contribute. It was far more convenient for Lu Fan to proceed alone. Recognizing Lu Fan's rationale, Dizwa nodded in understanding and ceased his insistence to follow. After arranging these matters, Lu Fan did not linger but mounted a steed from the inn and hastened towards Longyu Mountain. Although his current cultivation had reached the foundation establishment stage, allowing him to traverse the air effortlessly, such an act would attract undue attention, especially considering his youthful appearance, which could lead to troublesome scrutiny. Thus, he opted for a more discreet approach by riding to the vicinity of Longyu Mountain and employing stealth techniques to infiltrate the area upon arrival. While en route to Longyu Mountain, Lu Fan accessed the system's marketplace. This was a matter that had only just occurred to him. His appearance. At merely 15 years of age, his visage bore a certain youthful innocence. The moment he unleashed his foundation establishment power, it would undoubtedly cause a stir wherever he was. Consequently, the most prudent course of action would be to conceal his true appearance, transforming himself into a middle-aged man or an elderly figure. Such disguises would mitigate any resultant commotion. Although artifacts for concealing one's appearance were rare in other realms, the system marketplace was replete with options. Having overlooked this earlier, Lu Fan was now intent on making preparations. Upon opening the marketplace, he began to search for artifacts that would help him disguise his visage. After a brief search, he found himself somewhat overwhelmed by the multitude of choices available. There were an array of methods to alter one's appearance, encompassing both various artifacts and secret techniques. These artifacts and techniques could not only modify one's visage, but could also fundamentally change one's physique and aura. However, the cost of those techniques that altered physique and aura was exorbitant, leaving Lu Fan to merely admire them from a distance. In contrast, the techniques and artifacts solely designed for altering appearance remained within a reasonable price range that he could afford. After some hesitation, Lu Fan decided to select a technique for changing his appearance, as it would prove more practical. In truth, he desired a technique capable of simultaneously altering his aura, physique, and visage. Alas, the price of such a technique was prohibitively high, compelling him to settle for a more economical option first. Just as he was about to finalize his selection for purchase, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. Ding! A gentle reminder. For higher-priced techniques and items, The host may opt for an installment payment plan. At the sound of this notification, Lu Fan was momentarily taken aback, a peculiar and doubtful expression crossing his face. What is this installment method? Is it not that one first purchases and then pays in installments with points? Upon the system's detailed explanation, Lu Fan suddenly comprehended the concept. The so-called installment purchase did not resemble the practice of buying a house in one's previous life, where one buys first and pays monthly installments afterward. Instead, it entails dividing a complete product into several stages for acquisition. For instance, the secret technique that he had his eye on, capable of altering one's appearance, physique, and aura, comprises 6 levels of cultivation. With each level mastered, the variety of transformations increases, as does the realism of the changes. Purchasing individually would undoubtedly deplete his limited points. However, he could opt to acquire the first level initially and subsequently purchase the remaining 5 levels as his points accumulate. For now, the first level of cultivation is sufficient for his needs, as this technique allows one to transform into any individual, including changes in physique, appearance, and aura. Once mastered to the 6th level, the first level, however, permits transformation into a mere dozen individuals and is limited to altering appearance alone. Nevertheless, for Lu Fan, the ability to change his looks at this stage already fulfills his requirements. Of course, this installment method does possess its drawbacks. Chapter 104. Infiltration into the Longhu sect. Once the option for installment purchase is chosen, one must subsequently acquire the remaining 5 levels. Should one fail to purchase the remaining levels, the system will automatically deduct the necessary points for the outstanding 5 levels. However, Lu Fan finds this requirement quite reasonable, for it is illogical to purchase a singular component while neglecting the others. While isolated components may pose no issue, dismantled parts from a complete item certainly do. As a merchant, the system cannot allow such practices. The sole aspect that Lu Fan finds objectionable is that this installment purchasing method is limited solely to techniques and mystical arts. Consumable items such as elixirs and magical artifacts cannot be acquired through installments. Nevertheless, this is sufficient. With such a method available, Lu Fan is determined to select the finest mystical art. Thus, he promptly purchased the technique he had set his sights on, known as the 1,000 Illusions Transformation. The price for 1,000 Illusions Transformation is set at 12 million points, divided into 6 levels. The first level costs merely 500,000 points, whereas the installment prices for the remaining 5 levels escalate significantly. However, the total installment price will not exceed 12 million points, nor will there be any additional interest. This is a commendable aspect of the system. Otherwise, Lu Fan would have certainly voiced his grievances. Ding. Successfully purchased the first layer of the 1,000 Illusions Transformation technique, costing 500,000 points, which has been automatically deducted. As the notification sound echoed, the first layer of the technique materialized within Lu Fan's mind. The initial layer was not particularly challenging, and within moments, Lu Fan had completely mastered it. At this juncture, Lu Fan had also arrived at the foot of a small peak located on the southern side of Longhua Mountain. Dismounting, he concealed his steed within a thicket and then proceeded directly towards the summit of Longhua Mountain. At this moment, he traversed the air, employing the technique of floating light and shadow, moving with the swiftness of a specter. According to Chun Hu, his elder brother, the ferocious dragon Zhang Biao possesses a cultivation level of the 4th stage of the core formation realm. Besides Zhang Biao, there are 2 other formidable practitioners within the Longhu sect at the core formation level and numerous others at the True Qi realm, numbering in the dozens. However, this is merely Chun Hu's account, and Lu Fan harbors doubts. After all, the notorious dragon bandit could not have attained such a status with merely this level of strength. After utilizing floating light and shadow for a brief period, Lu Fan successfully arrived at the summit of Longhua Mountain, where the Longhu sect is situated. Along the way, he detected 5 or 6 hidden sentinels, but in order to avoid alarming the enemy, he skillfully circumvented them without engaging in combat. Upon reaching the summit, Lu Fan gazed at the numerous grand halls and structures before him, smirking slightly. These individuals truly know how to present themselves. From an outside perspective, no one would suspect that this Longhu sect is the infamous lair of the dragon bandits. After observing from the shadows for a moment, Lu Fan immediately took out a high-quality invisibility talisman and crushed it. Once concealed, he soared through the air, accelerating forward with renewed vigor. Any formidable power inevitably establishes protective formations to guard against ambushes. However, the Longhu sect astonishingly lacks any defensive arrays, and one can still faintly hear sounds of laughter and revelry from below. As Lu Fan descended, he beheld a grand hall where 7 or 8 menacing cultivators were engaged in drinking and games. Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Fan immediately discerned that Chunhu had not deceived him regarding this matter. This must be the lair of the notorious dragon rampant bandits, for no legitimate sect would permit its disciples such indulgence. Moreover, the dense malevolence surrounding these cultivators was far beyond that of ordinary practitioners. Let you live a little longer. With a cold snort, Lu Fan proceeded deeper into the Longhu sect, searching for the aura of those at the core formation stage. After all, these true Qi cultivators posed no threat to him, and he deemed it unnecessary to concern himself with them for the time being. His purpose for this visit was to ascertain the precise number of core formation experts within the Longhu sect and their respective levels of cultivation. Only after thoroughly investigating these details could he proceed to eliminate them one by one. His true cultivation was merely at the first level of core formation. While he could contend with those at the 3rd or 4th levels, anything beyond that would pose a significant challenge. Of course, if it came to that, he would have no choice but to resort to attack talismans. However, this was contingent upon first understanding their numbers and specific cultivations, so he could prepare appropriate countermeasures. As Lu Fan ventured deeper into the Longhu sect, he sensed the presence of a core formation expert and stealthily approached. Silently arriving at the entrance of a grand hall, he began to scrutinize the interior. Inside this hall, there was only one individual, a 2nd-level core formation cultivator, currently in a meditative state. Were he to launch a surprise attack, Lu Fan was confident he could eliminate this opponent. However, such an act would undoubtedly alert the other core formation experts. Reluctantly, Lu Fan turned away in disappointment, continuing his search for other core formation locations. Before long, he encountered another core formation expert, again at the 2nd level. Still refraining from action, he pressed further into the depths until he discovered a 3rd core formation expert. This individual was at the 3rd level of core formation, not the 4th, indicating that the infamous Zhang Biao was not among them. Thus, it appeared that there were at least 4 core formation experts within the Longhu sect, contrary to Chunhu's claim of 3. At this realization, Lu Fan couldn't help but curse under his breath. Damn it, that almost led me astray. Fortunately, his past life had instilled in him a habit of caution. He preferred to assess the enemy's movements before taking action. Had he not maintained this prudence, he might have indeed fallen victim to Chunhu's deception. Though he would not lose his life, the experience would undoubtedly be quite displeasing. Suppressing his irritation, Lu Fan continued his journey deeper into the Longhu sect. He was determined to uncover just how many core formation experts were concealed within. After a brief moment of stealth, Lu Fan arrived before the deepest peak of the Longhu sect. Compared to other locations, the spiritual energy surrounding this summit was extraordinarily abundant. At the base of the peak lay a cave, within which emanated the aura of a 4th-tier core formation cultivator. If all went as expected, this cave would indeed be the lair of the tempestuous dragon Zhang Biao. Upon reaching the entrance of the cave, Lu Fan discovered that it was sealed by a formation, making a silent infiltration utterly impossible. For most cultivators, this predicament would render them incapable of entering unnoticed. However, he was no ordinary practitioner. With this thought in mind, Lu Fan promptly accessed the system shop and expended 5,000 points to purchase a formation-breaking talisman. This talisman could discreetly dismantle the formation without drawing any attention. He took out the talisman and affixed it to the formation barrier before him, witnessing the barrier shatter instantaneously and then dissipate entirely. As the formation vanished, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy poured forth from the cave's entrance. Without hesitation, Lu Fan swiftly soared into the cavern's passage. Chapter 105. Fulfilling your aspirations. Traversing through a tunnel measuring 5 to 6 meters in length, I suddenly arrived at a vast cavernous space within the mountain. Within this immense expanse lay an astonishing accumulation of spiritual stones, elixirs, medicinal herbs, and various treasures. Gazing upon such an abundance of resources, I finally comprehended the reason for the remarkably dense spiritual energy in this locale. With such a plethora of resources amassed here, it was inevitable for the spiritual essence to be overwhelmingly rich. As my eyes shifted away from this sea of treasures, They fell upon a middle-aged man seated cross-legged atop a mound of spiritual stones. At first glance, his visage evoked an unsettling sense of dread, not due to any physical unattractiveness, but rather from an aura of malevolence that radiated from him. Even with his eyes closed, he emanated an intimidating presence, which would surely intensify upon opening them. The palpable aura of slaughter and malice surrounding him was so intense that it almost provoked nausea. It was evident that this man was none other than the notorious Zhang Biao. However, Zhang Biao was not merely at the 4th level of the core formation realm. He had reached the pinnacle of the 5th level, standing just one step away from the 6th. Contemplating this, I felt a surge of frustration towards the deceased Chun Hu, who had knowingly misled me with erroneous information, hoping to ensnare me in a fatal trap. After chastising Chun Hu in my thoughts, I took a deep breath and revealed myself. Now that I had grasped the general circumstances surrounding the Longhu sect, there was no reason to conceal my presence any longer. Although facing 4 formidable core formation experts posed a challenge, it was not insurmountable. My priority was to eliminate Zhang Biao, the peak 5th level cultivator. The remaining 3 would pose little threat thereafter. Upon my emergence, Zhang Biao, who had been meditating with his eyes shut, immediately sensed my presence. "Who goes there?" he exclaimed, springing into action with a heightened sense of vigilance as he turned his gaze towards me. His eyes were as cold and piercing as those of a venomous serpent. Sharp and ruthless, our gazes locked, and Zhang Biao regarded me with a chilling demeanor, demanding, "Who are you, and how did you breach this sanctum?" Despite my youthful appearance, he exhibited no hint of complacency. Instead, he was on high alert. Clearly, anyone capable of silently circumventing the protective formations to arrive here was no ordinary individual. Under the scrutiny of Zhang Biao's keen gaze, I spoke with a calm demeanor. "You are Zhang Biao?" Upon hearing my acknowledgement of his name, a glint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes, and in an instant, he charged towards me with alarming speed, displaying no hesitation whatsoever. It was evident that he recognized me as a foe, given my knowledge of his reputation and my silent infiltration of his domain, compelling him to strike first. Witnessing Zhang Biao's decisive action, devoid of any preamble, I too remained cautious. After all, this man possessed 4 minor levels of cultivation above me and was seasoned in the arts of combat, his experience far surpassing my own. One cannot afford to engage with such individuals in a protracted battle. It must be a swift confrontation, a singular strike to determine the victor. Otherwise, one risks being ensnared, potentially drawing the attention of the 3 formidable core formation experts, which would certainly lead to complications. This thought flitted through Lu Fan's mind, and without hesitation, he retrieved a premium attack talisman from his system inventory, one he had purchased long ago. As he shattered the talisman, a blade of sword energy materialized out of thin air, slicing directly toward the approaching Zhang Biao. Upon sensing the heart-stopping aura emanating from the sword energy, Zhang Biao's expression changed dramatically, terror flooding his eyes. This was dire. The power of this sword energy surpassed his capacity for defense, capable of obliterating him in an instant. Yet, even as he wished to react, time was no longer on his side. He could only muster a desperate defense. However, against such a terrifying sword energy, how could his flesh withstand its might? With a sickening squelch, as a fountain of blood erupted forth, Zhang Biao was cleaved in 2. Witnessing this spectacle, Lu Fan could not help but silently commend the system. Although the attack talisman was quite costly, its efficacy was undeniable, with no flaws to be found. The peak 5th level of core formation, Zhang Biao, had been dispatched with such ease. After a moment of reflection, Lu Fan wasted no time, swiftly collecting Zhang Biao's storage ring, and began to scour the resources in the vicinity. In mere moments, all the treasures amassed within the vast mountain's belly vanished without a trace. Once the resources had been completely consumed, a colossal sinkhole emerged within Lu Fan's line of sight. It turned out that what he had seen was merely a fraction of the surface. The sinkhole below had been filled with resources. Every single item that Lu Fan had stored within the system space was converted into system points. Ding! All resources have been recovered, earning 80,000 points. Just as the system notification chimed, Lu Fan distinctly sensed the 3 core formation experts rapidly approaching. Feeling the urgency of the situation, Lu Fan let out a cold chuckle and proceeded towards the exit. With the greatest threat, Zhang Biao, already neutralized, the remaining trio posed little danger. Even without employing any talismans, he was confident in his ability to dispatch them with his own strength. Upon reaching the cave's entrance, he was met by the three core formation experts, their gazes locking onto him. "Who are you, daring to intrude upon our Longhus sect? Are you seeking death?" they demanded, their voices laced with menace. "Where is our sect leader?" On their way here, they had sensed Zhang Biao's presence, but it had dissipated almost as quickly as it had appeared. Now, with only Lu Fan before them, they were eager to learn of Zhang Biao's fate. Under the piercing scrutiny of their icy glares, Lu Fan replied with a cold smile, exuding a palpable intent to kill. "Since you are so eager to meet them, allow me to grant your wish." As the chilling words left his lips, the Taiji sword appeared in his hand. In the present day, the Taiji sword has been elevated to the status of an exquisite treasure, shimmering with a chilling brilliance that any onlooker could recognize as extraordinary. In truth, slaying these four adversaries does not necessitate a weapon of such elevated caliber. However, Lu Fan found himself without any other suitable armament and desired a swift resolution. Thus, he summoned the Taiji sword without hesitation. The moment the sword was unleashed, Lu Fan executed a technique of fleeting light and shadow, vanishing from his original position. Upon witnessing this, the three golden elixir cultivators gasped in alarm, swiftly attempting to evade. Yet, their reactions lagged just behind. Lu Fan, employing his technique, instantaneously appeared before the most formidable of the trio, a third-level golden elixir bandit. Before the latter could respond, Lu Fan's Taiji sword transformed into a streak of silver, descending with lethal precision. With a sickening sound, a torrent of blood erupted as the third-level golden elixir bandit was cleaved in two by a single stroke. Chapter 106. Annihilation of the rampant dragon bandits. At this moment, the remaining two second-tier cultivators of the core formation realm finally regained their senses. With a fearful scream, they disregarded the blood that stained their faces and rapidly retreated. After retreating over 20 meters, they cast terrified glances at Lu Fan and stammered, Who on earth are you?" The visage Lu Fan presented was not his true appearance, but that of a middle-aged man. Thus, while the slaying of a third-tier core formation cultivator instilled fear within them, it did not evoke shock. Had Lu Fan revealed his true identity, these two would undoubtedly have been overwhelmed with astonishment. In response to their panicked inquiries, Lu Fan let out a cold chuckle and charged forward once more. Seeing Lu Fan approach, the two did not hesitate for a moment and promptly took to the skies in flight. However, in the face of Lu Fan's ethereal speed, their attempts at escape proved woefully inadequate. Before they could cover 50 meters, they were effortlessly vanquished by Lu Fan's Taiji sword. Having dispatched 4 core formation cultivators in succession, Lu Fan's countenance revealed little in the way of excitement or exhilaration. When he was at the Qi refining and true Qi realms, core formation cultivators loomed as exalted figures in his eyes. Yet now, having ascended to the core formation realm himself, these cultivators were rendered inconsequential. Originally, Lu Fan had set out merely to gather information, but he found that the rampant dragon bandits were not as formidable as he had anticipated. Thus, he resolved not to squander such a fortuitous opportunity. After collecting the storage rings and corpses of the 3 core formation cultivators, Lu Fan brandished his Taiji sword and traversed the air, embarking on a relentless slaughter within the Longhus sect. While he refrained from indiscriminately slaughtering ordinary cultivators, he showed no mercy towards these vile scoundrels. In no time, the anguished cries and pleas for mercy echoed throughout the Longhus sect. This cacophony persisted for an entire incense stick's duration before abruptly ceasing, leaving the sect enveloped in an eerie silence. Upon emerging from the gates of the Longhus sect, Lu Fan found it devoid of life. Not even a single corpse remained. Whether bodies or any recoverable resources, all had been assimilated into his system, yielding him 1,000 points. In addition to these points, he secured over 150 storage rings, undoubtedly filled with valuable resources. As he retraced his steps and eliminated the lurking sentinels, a series of notifications resonated in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task, Annihilation of the Rampant Dragon Bandits. You have received a special signing opportunity and 5,000 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task, Eradication of a Bandit Faction within the Kingdom of Nanqing. You have received a signing opportunity. Ding! Would you like to use the signing opportunity? Listening to the consecutive notifications, Lu Fan exhaled softly. a hint of a smile gracing his features. This can be regarded as a valiant act, while simultaneously amassing an abundance of resources and reaping system rewards. Truly a case of hitting 3 targets with 1 arrow. With a rather pleasant disposition, Lu Fan, disinterested in riding, chose instead to traverse the air towards Baiwu City. At this hour, darkness had fallen, and few noticed Lu Fan gliding effortlessly through the night. Upon entering the city, he descended directly into the courtyard where Ling Xiuxue, Dizhua, and Xinyu awaited. The trio sat in the yard, and upon sensing an unfamiliar presence, they immediately became alert and defensive. "Who goes there?" they cried out. Their vigilance heightened as they fixed their cautious gazes upon Lu Fan. Dizhua, in particular, began to channel his energy, preparing to strike should the need arise. After all, Lu Fan's current visage was that of a middle-aged man, and the trio could not recognize him. Seeing their reaction, Lu Fan couldn't suppress a chuckle. "What's this? You don't even recognize me?" As he spoke, he ceased his illusionary transformation, reverting to his true form. Upon revealing his identity, the 3, astonished and delighted, rushed towards him. "A fan, young master." After they settled down, Ling Xiuxue eagerly inquired, "A fan? How did you transform like that? You nearly frightened us to death." Their faces bore expressions of curiosity and confusion, speculating it to be some extraordinary artifact. They were aware of techniques that alter appearances, but those were merely disguises. Outsiders might not discern the truth in a short span, but familiar faces would surely recognize the change. Yet, when Lu Fan had appeared moments prior, they had not realized it was him. Even though Lu Fan wore the same black robe, they still failed to connect the dots. Observing their curious expressions, Lu Fan smiled gently and explained, "It's merely a secret technique." With his clarification, the 3 nodded in understanding. While Ling Xiuxue and Xinyu held no particular thoughts on the matter, Dizhua was filled with envy. For an assassin, such a skill that could alter one's appearance was an invaluable asset. Noticing Dizhua's fervent gaze, Lu Fan guessed his thoughts. With this in mind, he looked at Dizhua and said, "Just wait. In due time, I will share this technique with you." For now, he possessed only the first level of the heart method and could not impart it to Dizhua just yet. After all, Dizhua had been with him for less than a month, a time frame too brief to fully trust him, necessitating further observation. Dizhua, however, paid no heed to these reservations. The promise of learning from Lu Fan had already sent him into a state of uncontainable excitement. After a brief moment of exhilaration, he managed to regain his composure and asked, "Young master, what is the situation with the Longhu sect? When shall we take action?" He was now eager to demonstrate his capabilities. He has now come to realize that his young master is akin to a treasure trove, brimming with an endless array of remarkable items. Rather than exhausting himself in arduous training, it would be far more prudent to faithfully accompany the young master and assist him in his endeavors. A mere token of appreciation from the young master would yield far greater rewards than his own strenuous efforts. Unfortunately, when he inquired further, Lu Fan merely shook his head and said, "There is no need to go. I have already dealt with the Longhu sect. Let us rest here for the night, and we shall continue our journey tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Dizhua, Ling Xiuxue, and Xinyu were all taken aback. "Young master, were you not supposed to gather intelligence? How is it that you managed to resolve the matter while scouting for information?" Lu Fan's nonchalant demeanor left them momentarily speechless. They were acutely aware that the so-called Longhu sect was merely a band of ruffians, ranked 9th among the numerous brigand factions in the South Qing Kingdom. The fact that such a formidable force could be vanquished by Lu Fan alone was beyond their capacity for composure. Nevertheless, they did not doubt his words. They were simply astonished. After a brief exchange, Dizhua reluctantly retreated to his room to cultivate, and upon witnessing this, Xinyu likewise chose to return to her quarters. This left Lu Fan and Ling Xiuxue, who exchanged glances before Lu Fan led the blushing Ling Xiuxue back to their room. Chapter 107. Deep affection in the secluded room. With no outsiders present, Ling Xiuxue found herself less shy. The two sat at the table, with Ling Xiuxue resting her chin on her hands, her face adorned with curiosity as she inquired, "Afan, are there many strong individuals in the Longhu sect? How is it that you single-handedly vanquished them so swiftly?" Observing the eager curiosity etched on Ling Xiuxue's face, Lu Fan chose not to withhold information and promptly recounted the circumstances surrounding the Longhu sect. As she listened, Ling Qiuxue could not help but exclaim in awe, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Afan, you are truly remarkable. It has only been a brief period since we left Lingyuan City, yet you have already reached such an impressive height. Had she not been by his side, she would scarcely believe it herself. Yet, the thought of Lu Fan's impending greatness left her feeling a tinge of melancholy. Noticing the shadow of disappointment on Ling Qiuxue's face, Lu Fan gently inquired, "What troubles you?" "Afan, if one day you become extraordinarily powerful, and I cannot keep pace with you, will you abandon me?" she asked softly, her gaze fixed on Lu Fan. Her hands instinctively clenched together, filled with anxiety. She had never felt this way before, but as Lu Fan grew stronger at an astonishing rate, a sense of crisis began to unfurl within her. This feeling intensified, especially after noticing Shun Yu's occasional glances at Lu Fan. She feared that if she could not keep up, he might one day leave her behind. Seeing the trepidation in Ling Qiuxue's eyes, Lu Fan felt a pang of sorrow. He instinctively reached out to caress her exquisite face, his voice resolute yet tender. "Silly girl, do not worry. Regardless of what transpires, I will always protect you and stand by your side. I will never leave you." This was his solemn promise to Ling Qiuxue, a vow of unwavering fidelity. As she gazed into his gentle and affectionate eyes, Ling Qiuxue's heart melted, her own eyes shimmering with love and happiness. In that moment, Lu Fan too felt a deep emotional connection, rising to approach Ling Qiuxue. The night swiftly passed. As Lu Fan slowly opened his eyes, he found himself met with Ling Qiuxue's gaze, filled with tender affection. Their eyes locked, and they both broke into satisfied smiles. After dressing, Lu Fan looked at Ling Qiuxue with warmth and asked softly, "How do you feel? Shall we rest here for a day and continue our journey tomorrow?" Having just shared an intimate night together, Lu Fan felt no fatigue, but he was concerned about whether Ling Qiuxue could endure the jolts of travel. Observing the adoration in Lu Fan's eyes, Ling Qiuxue sweetly shook her head. "No need. I am not so delicate. Let us set off today. I can rest in the carriage." Upon hearing Ling Qiuxue's words, Lu Fan nodded in agreement. The spacious carriage was comfortably lined with thick animal hides, allowing for rest whenever fatigue set in. Following Ling Qiuxue's bashful request, Lu Fan stepped out of the room while she attended to her grooming and attire within. As he entered the courtyard, Dizwa and Shun Yu were already waiting. Upon spotting Lu Fan, Dizwa immediately began to make playful gestures, his face adorned with an expression of flirtation. Shun Yu's cheeks flushed crimson. After a fleeting glance at Lu Fan, she hurriedly lowered her gaze. Having barely slept the previous night, her mind was filled with lingering melodies. Although she had not experienced such matters firsthand, she was certainly not oblivious to them. Now, upon seeing Lu Fan, she felt a blend of shyness and other, more complex emotions. Lu Fan, noticing their demeanor, could not help but feel his face grow warm, a wave of embarrassment washing over him. In moments of deep emotion, feelings inevitably run strong. Last night, he had been so lost in the moment that he forgot to set up a barrier to muffle the sounds. It was only after Ling Qiuxue's embarrassed reminder that he swiftly erected a barrier to contain the noise. However, the courtyard was rather small, and the proximity of the rooms meant that the earlier commotion had inevitably reached their ears. After a painfully awkward cough, Lu Fan shot Dizwa a glare and then moved to a corner, feigning meditation to escape the discomfort. The situation was quite embarrassing. After a brief wait, Ling Qiuxue emerged, her delicate face still tinged with a rosy hue. In the presence of the young mistress Ling Qiuxue, Dizwa dared not act inappropriately and promptly bowed his head in silence. Meanwhile, Shun Yu, who had been looking down, now lifted her gaze, her expression a mixture of emotions as she regarded Ling Qiuxue. Upon witnessing the unabashed happiness and exquisite beauty radiating from Ling Qiuxue, Shun Yu felt a pang of envy mingled with a touch of melancholy. Fortunately, Shun Yu possessed the wisdom to refrain from saying anything that might further embarrass Ling Qiuxue at that moment. After a brief tidying up, the group proceeded to the inn where the beast-drawn carts were kept. 2 servants had already prepared everything, ensuring the ferocious beasts were well fed. The 4 of them boarded the beast cart and set off from Baiwu City, continuing their journey toward the royal capital. Originally, Lu Fan intended for Shun Yu and Dizwa to share a cart, but Shun Yu unexpectedly chose to join Lu Fan and Ling Qiuxue instead. Faced with such a situation, Lu Fan could only shake his head in resignation unable to voice his thoughts. Xinyu's heart was also in turmoil. She had initially meant to board Dizwa's cart, yet for reasons unbeknownst to her, she found herself drawn to Lu Fan and Ling Qiushua's vehicle. Regretting her decision after boarding, she realized it was futile now that the cart was already in motion, and she could only pretend to meditate. Meanwhile, Lu Fan and Ling Qiushua, aware of Xinyu's presence, refrained from any intimate gestures, each engrossed in their own thoughts. Ling Qiushua, too, chose to close her eyes, but rather than meditate, she reflected on the events of the previous night, a contented smile occasionally gracing her lovely features. Lu Fan savored the moment for a while before he began to organize the more than 100 storage rings belonging to the wild dragon bandits. After a brief period of sorting, he grew weary of the task and resolutely commanded in his mind, "System, retrieve all resources from these storage rings." He did not spare even Zhang Biao's ring, entrusting everything to the system for reclamation. After a few breaths, a notification chimed in the air. Ding. All resources have been reclaimed, earning you 800,000 points. Upon hearing that he had accrued such a substantial sum from merely defeating a single wild dragon bandit, Lu Fan could not help but smile. The annihilation of just one bandit group yielded over 160,000 points. He pondered the potential rewards for vanquishing all bandits within the realm of the southern Qing kingdom, his heart stirred with excitement, yearning to eradicate every last one of them immediately. However, he was entirely unaware of the locations and intelligence regarding the remaining bandit factions, so he could only proceed cautiously, step by step. With this thought, Lu Fan sighed in resignation, suppressing the tumultuous thoughts that surged within him. Chapter 108. The Purple Flame Jade Spirit Lion. After several hours of travel, nightfall enveloped the land, and Lu Fan and his companions arrived at a vast forest. "Master, the night is the time when ferocious beasts roam. Should we rest here until dawn before continuing our journey?" Hearing the suggestion from the coachman, Lu Fan gazed ahead at the sprawling woods. During the day, various merchant caravans traversed this route, posing little threat. However, with the onset of night, all manner of beasts emerged to absorb the moonlight for cultivation or to hunt. Thus, crossing the forest at this hour was ill-advised. Considering this, Lu Fan nodded and said, "Very well, we shall rest here tonight and set off at dawn." Upon hearing this, the two servants visibly relaxed. Despite having witnessed Lu Fan's formidable strength, the dread instilled by the beasts was far more profound. Moreover, it was a well-known rule that one should avoid entering the woods after dark. Even powerful practitioners refrained from recklessly venturing into certain forests, let alone weaker cultivators. Lu Fan, however, remained unperturbed. He possessed various means to confront even the mightiest of beasts. Nonetheless, he was not alone. He was accompanied by Ling Qiushua, Dizwa, and Xinyu. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, he preferred not to lead them into perilous situations. This also served as a form of training, teaching Ling Qiushua when to make prudent choices. Charging into an unknown and dangerous environment without any backup was tantamount to courting death. He did not wish for Ling Qiushua to make misguided decisions in similar circumstances in the future. After reaching a decision, Ling Qiushua, Dizwa, and Xinyu emerged from the beast cart. Having spent an entire day inside, they felt a degree of fatigue. The cart was stocked with various provisions, yet the four companions lacked appetite, leaving the two servants to eat on their own. As mere qi refinement cultivators, they could not fast and still required sustenance to maintain their energy. To be cautious, Lu Fan extended his spiritual awareness to scan a radius of 500 meters, finding no trace of beasts. However, one could not afford to fall into a deep slumber here. Vigilance was essential. Otherwise, if ferocious beasts or marauders approached, it could lead to complications. Of course, Lu Fan could summon the flying cloud shuttle, allowing everyone to stay inside it. Yet, that would make them a larger target and negate the purpose of their training. At that moment, Lu Fan sensed a disturbance within the system space and promptly investigated. After some exploration, he shook his head in resignation, having forgotten about a certain little creature. With a mere thought, he released the Purple Flame Jade Spirit Lion, now resembling a small kitten. Upon its emergence, the lion emitted a low growl of discontent towards Lu Fan. Witnessing this, Lu Fan couldn't help but chuckle. Having previously promised this little creature an enhancement in its cultivation and resources, he inadvertently forgot about it after placing it into the system space, resulting in the little one's displeasure. Observing the aggrieved yet fierce roar of the purple flame jade spirit lion, both Ling Qiushua and Shun Yu were instantly captivated, rushing over with gleaming eyes. What an adorable little kitten. A fan. Where did you find such a charming feline? At that moment, the purple flame jade spirit lion indeed bore a striking resemblance to a small cat, its aura fully retracted, which explained why Ling Qiushua and Shun Yu mistook it. Just as Ling Qiushua reached out to cradle the purple flame jade spirit lion, it swiftly darted behind Lu Fan. Then, it let out a roar towards Ling Qiushua and Shun Yu, its nascent aura of the fourth tier emerging uncontrollably. This sudden turn of events startled the two women, causing them to retreat a few steps, their faces paling in shock. Shun Yu exclaimed in disbelief, "A spirit beast." As Shun Yu's astonished cry faded, the purple flame jade spirit lion, still behind Lu Fan, reverted to its original form. This spectacle left Ling Qiushua and Shun Yu wide-eyed, utterly astonished. Noticing their shock, Lu Fan turned to the purple flame jade spirit lion and remarked, "If you dare to frighten anyone again, the promised gifts will be rescinded." In response to Lu Fan's admonishment, the purple flame jade spirit lion huffed in dissatisfaction. However, when Lu Fan retrieved a beast origin pill from the system warehouse, the lion's eyes widened, drool spilling from its mouth. With a roar, it instantly prostrated itself before Lu Fan, gently shaking its large head and emitting soft, pleading growls, as if it were begging for affection. Witnessing this scene, Ling Qiushua and Shun Yu gasped in disbelief, covering their mouths in astonishment. This was a spirit beast of initial fourth-tier cultivation, not merely a domesticated kitten. Yet, the once mighty purple flame jade spirit lion now exhibited behavior even more docile than that of a house cat. Lu Fan couldn't help but smirk at the creature's antics. This little one was remarkably pragmatic. Before the offering of the beast origin pill, it showed no signs of submission or affection, but post-offering, it transformed into a compliant pet in an instant. The speed of this transformation was simply extraordinary. After playfully scolding the lion for its realism, Lu Fan tossed the beast origin pill without further ado. The purple flame jade spirit lion promptly opened its mouth and swallowed the pill, releasing an exuberant roar. Then, it began to nuzzle Lu Fan with its fluffy head, embodying the essence of an affectionate companion. While Lu Fan jestingly criticized the creature for its practicality, he felt an undeniable sense of satisfaction. After all, having this creature as a pet was far more impressive than raising a giant panda in his previous life. Meanwhile, Ling Qiushua and Shun Yu regained their composure, no longer fearful of the purple flame jade spirit lion, and approached to stroke it. In light of the beast origin pill, the lion exhibited no signs of discontent, obediently lying down to absorb the pill's essence, allowing the two women to excitedly pet their new large companion. Observing the uncontainable joy radiating from Ling Qiushua, a tender expression of affection emerged on Lu Fan's face. As long as Ling Qiushua continued to bask in happiness, he found no objection to nurturing this individual indefinitely. At that moment, the rhythmic sound of galloping hooves echoed from the rear along the official road, accompanied by the distinct rumble of a beast-drawn cart. Upon hearing these sounds, Dizwa immediately adopted a vigilant stance, and Lu Fan turned his gaze towards the source. Under the watchful eyes of the four, a formidable contingent of over 100 armored cultivators surged forth on horseback. While Lu Fan was unfamiliar with the origins of these cultivators, Shun Yu recognized them at a glance. They were the elite soldiers of the fearsome tiger army from the kingdom of Nanqing, each seasoned by countless battles. In the midst of this formidable assembly stood two opulent carriages, diligently protected by the 100 elite soldiers. The procession halted approximately 50 meters from Lu Fan and the others, and a resonant voice emanated from the center of the formation. Chapter 109. The Tiger Army. The troops established their camp in an orderly manner, with a vigilant team on watch. As the authoritative command resonated, over 100 elite soldiers dismounted with precision, embarking on their respective tasks. They swiftly retrieved various artifacts resembling iron barriers from their storage rings, assembling them with remarkable speed. In mere moments, a military encampment had been erected. The soldiers merely cast a glance at Lu Fan and his companions, exhibiting no further interest. Even when they observed the purple flame jade spirit lion lying on the ground, refining a beast essence pill, they remained unfazed. Although Lu Fan was unaware of the origins of these soldiers, their exceptional execution was evident. While Lu Fan and Dizwa scrutinized the soldiers, Shen Yu approached and quietly elucidated, "These soldiers are the elite of the Tiger Army. They are rarely deployed under ordinary circumstances. It seems the individuals within those beast carts are of considerable significance." Upon hearing Shen Yu's introduction, Lu Fan's expression turned quizzical. The Tiger Army? Noting Lu Fan's unfamiliarity with the Tiger Army, Shen Yu appeared slightly taken aback, yet proceeded to explain, "Our South Qing Kingdom comprises 6 legions, among which the Tiger Army, though the smallest in number, is the most formidable. To join, one must possess a cultivation level of at least the 5th stage of qi refinement." With Shen Yu's explanation, Lu Fan began to comprehend the source of the soldiers' formidable execution. These soldiers were indeed the elite of the Tiger Mercenary Corps. Shen Yu recognized them instantly due to the distinctive black armor they donned, emblazoned with a striking tiger emblem, the symbol of the Tiger Army. Though this realm was one of cultivation, not all inhabitants were practitioners. Countless ordinary individuals existed alongside the cultivators. Practitioners represented merely a fraction of the populace. Conflicts frequently arose between kingdoms over the coveted spirit stone mines and other cultivation resources. Wars erupted not only between empires and empires, but also among dynasties. For the resources for cultivation were limited, some possessed in abundance, while others were left wanting. Consequently, kingdoms, empires, and dynasties all established legions specifically for warfare. Most of these legions comprised ordinary individuals who were either unable to cultivate or barely managed to reach the 1st or 2nd stage of qi refinement. Indeed, the powerful practitioners were a minority, incapable of forming entire legions for warfare. However, no strong individual would underestimate these legions composed of commoners and weaker cultivators. As the saying goes, many ants can kill an elephant. A cultivator at the core formation stage might annihilate 100 first-stage qi refiners in isolation, yet on the battlefield, facing tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of soldiers, not even a core formation expert, or those at the higher levels of transformation and dharma, could escape unscathed. This was especially true when elite legions were equipped with specialized divine crossbows designed to combat such top-tier practitioners. These formidable crossbows are forged from immensely powerful materials, capable of instantaneously vanquishing cultivators at the core formation and spirit transformation stages, rendering them utterly terrifying. Thus, even the most powerful practitioners in these realms would refrain from recklessly engaging on the battlefield. Upon learning of this information, Lu Fan ceased to pay attention to the soldiers. As for the identities of those within the 2 opulent beast carriages, he held no curiosity. Whether they were the ruler of the Southern Qing Kingdom or the emperor of the Tianwu Empire, it mattered not. Despite their current terrifying strength and their dominion over the lives of countless beings, standing atop the pinnacle of power, Lu Fan possessed unwavering confidence that, given time, he would surpass them all. While others may harbor reverence for such figures, to him, they were no different from ordinary cultivators, merely a bit more formidable. As long as they did not provoke him, they remained strangers, their paths never intersecting. Yet, should they dare to challenge him, they would become foes. And the fate of enemies is invariably death, irrespective of their status or strength. Withdrawing his gaze, Lu Fan approached the Xian Yuling lion and seated himself in a meditative posture, beginning to cultivate. Observing Lu Fan's demeanor, Dizwa also settled down, occasionally glancing towards the adjacent military camp. After a brief interval outside, Ling Qiushue and Shen Yu entered the beast carriage. Just as Lu Fan and Dizwa were engrossed in their cultivation, the curtains of the luxurious carriages in the temporary military camp were lifted. A young man clad in splendid attire and a pure, charming young lady emerged from the carriages. Upon their appearance, the surrounding soldiers bowed in deference. Greetings, young prince. Greetings, princess." In response to the soldiers' gestures, the charming young lady smiled and gestured for them to rise, while the young man maintained a haughty demeanor, not even casting a glance at the soldiers. At that moment, their attention shifted to Lu Fan and his companions, specifically, the striking crimson Xian Yuling lion. Upon sighting the beast, the lovely young lady's face lit up with excitement as she exclaimed to the aloof young man, "Brother, look at that magnificent beast. It's so beautiful. Can we go and take a closer look?" Hearing this, the haughty young man furrowed his brow slightly, expressing mild disdain. "It's merely an ordinary fierce beast. What is there to see?" Surely the spirit beast raised in the royal palace surpasses this one? However, the charming young lady remained undeterred, tugging at her brother's arm and pleading, "Brother, let us just go and take a quick look, shall we?" Faced with the playful insistence of his younger sister, Nan Xingyun, a flicker of helplessness crossed Nan Xingyu's haughty visage. Very well, he relented, leading her from the temporary military camp toward Lu Fan and his companions. A middle-aged man clad in armor, accompanied by 4 soldiers, followed closely behind them. Hearing the approaching footsteps, Lu Fan and Dizhua, who had been meditating with their eyes closed, opened their eyes and turned their attention to the advancing Nan Xingyu and Nan Xingyun. As the two approached, before Lu Fan could utter a word, Nan Xingyu, looking down from her elevated stance, stated indifferently, "I desire this ferocious beast. Name your price." Since it was something her sister cherished, acquiring it was a trivial matter for them, as a few spirit stones held little significance. However, upon hearing this, Lu Fan furrowed his brows and replied coolly, "Not for sale." The moment he uttered those 2 words, Nan Xingyu raised an eyebrow and spoke in a low tone. 50,000 inferior spirit stones for your ferocious beast. That hardly seems unfair to you." Hearing her offer despite his rejection, and such an outrageous one at that, Lu Fan couldn't help but chuckle. The purple flame jade spirit lion was a spirit beast of initial 4th-tier cultivation, even among comparable ferocious beasts. It could fetch at least 100,000 inferior spirit stones. Moreover, it was a spirit beast, and prices often multiplied several times over. The audacity of offering nearly 50,000 inferior spirit stones was laughable. Yet, at that moment, the purple flame jade spirit lion concealed all its aura, appearing no different from an ordinary ferocious beast. Lu Fan could understand why she mistook it for a mere beast. Thus, he rose from the ground, his expression calm, and once again rejected Nan Xingyu. Chapter 110. The eccentric Nan Xingyu. After being rejected twice in succession, Nan Xingyu's expression darkened significantly. Throughout his life, he had never faced denial from anyone, yet Lu Fan had turned him down not once, but twice, and in front of his sister and the soldiers no less. How could he not be infuriated? Just as Nan Xingyu was about to unleash his wrath, his sister, Nan Xingyun, swiftly intervened, grasping his arm. "Brother, let us return. I no longer wish to observe this ferocious beast." She understood her brother's temperament well. He had never been defied before. Now, after 2 refusals from Lu Fan, there was a real risk that he might resort to violence. Since this incident stemmed from her, she certainly did not wish for her brother to commit murder over a beast. As she led Nan Xingyu back, Nan Xingyun cast an apologetic glance at Lu Fan and Dizhua. "I apologize on behalf of my brother. We bear no ill will." Observing the sincerity in Nan Xingyun's apology, Lu Fan's irritation diminished considerably. However, he was not a petty individual, and thus would not resort to violence over such trivial matters. He waved his hand, signaling for them to depart. Witnessing Lu Fan's demeanor only intensified Nan Xingyu's already brooding expression. Yet, with his sister beside him, he could only suppress the murderous intent brewing within, letting out a cold huff directed at Lu Fan. He allowed his sister to draw him back to their temporary military camp. The middle-aged man clad in armor, however, did not follow them away. Instead, he observed Lu Fan with keen interest. "Young brother, you are quite remarkable to have acquired a spirit beast as formidable as the purple flame jade spirit lion. I wonder which esteemed family you hail from." The middle-aged man did not lower his voice, and thus his words reached the ears of Nan Xingyu and Nan Xingyun. Upon hearing this, the siblings turned in astonishment. Lu Fan also arched an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. The purple flame jade spirit lion had concealed its aura so well that an ordinary person would be oblivious to its presence. Yet, this middle-aged man not only discerned its existence, but recognized its identity. Noting the astonishment in Lu Fan's eyes, the middle-aged man chuckled lightly and continued, "I am Chun Wu. I have encountered the purple flame jade spirit lion before, which is how I recognized it. I mean no offense, please do not misconstrue my words." Realizing Chun Wu's intent, Lu Fan smiled in response. "No need for such formality, Brother Chun. Just call me Lu Fan." In his past life, he held great respect for those in military service and would never take on tasks that involved them. Furthermore, a portion of the commissions he earned had been anonymously donated to the families of fallen soldiers. Thus, he naturally felt a certain affinity towards those in the military. Moreover, Chen Wu did not exude a menacing aura, nor did his gaze hold any unsettling malice. Lu Fan had a knack for assessing character and could see that Chen Wu was an upright man, far from being deceitful or treacherous. For such a person, he would naturally not harbor any aversion and would gladly engage in camaraderie. Observing Lu Fan's genuine politeness, devoid of the earlier cold demeanor he displayed towards Nan Qingyu, Chen Wu felt a fondness for him. Being a soldier, Chen Wu possessed a straightforward character, disdaining treachery and deceit. Thus, he refrained from formality and cheerfully addressed the 4 soldiers behind him. "You may return. I wish to enjoy a few drinks with Brother Lu." With that, he retrieved a small table, a bottle of spirit, and 3 cups from his storage ring. "Brother Lu, this wine is a cherished treasure of mine. Given your temperament, let us indulge in a hearty drink today." As he spoke, Chen Wu personally uncorked the jade bottle containing the spirit and filled all 3 cups on the table to the brim. He then lifted one cup, prompting Lu Fan to smile and raise his own in response. "In that case, I am grateful, Brother Chen." Under Lu Fan's encouragement, Dizwa also lifted his cup, and the trio clinked their glasses together. With a toast, laughter erupted among them, drawing their bonds closer. They proceeded to drink and engage in lively conversation, filled with laughter and merriment. From within the beast cart, Ling Qiuxue and Xinyu, hearing the commotion, emerged and took their seats beside Lu Fan, pouring drinks for the trio. The once empty table was now adorned with exquisite pastries and delicacies procured by Lu Fan and his companions. While they reveled in their joviality, Nan Qingyu sat in the makeshift military camp, her expression darkened as she observed the scene. In contrast, Nan Qingying remained unfazed, her gaze towards Lu Fan brimming with curiosity. After a moment's contemplation, she could no longer contain herself and cheerfully remarked to her brother, "Brother, let us join them. Their gathering appears so lively." Nan Qingyu, already feeling aggrieved, immediately grew sullen at her words. "I shall not go. If you refuse, then I shall go alone," Nan Qingying replied with a playful grin, stepping out of the military camp to approach Lu Fan and his companions. Once close, she confidently introduced herself. "I am Nan Qingying. May I join you?" Seeing the adorable Nan Qingying, Ling Qiuxue and Xinyu welcomed her warmly, nodding in agreement. Lu Fan also held a favorable impression of her, finding her far more agreeable than her brother, and thus he smiled and consented, relieved by the absence of any rejection stemming from her brother's earlier behavior. Nan Qingying felt a weight lift from her heart. Her initial apprehension vanished, and after settling beside Ling Qiuxue, she joined in the laughter and conversation. Meanwhile, Nan Qingyu, left alone, glared at this unfolding scene, her face a mask of anger and indignation, tinged with a sense of grievance. In an effort to please his younger sister, he had endured humiliation in front of Lu Fan. Yet, instead of offering him consolation, his sister merrily approached Lu Fan and his companions, engaging in laughter and conversation. This blow struck him even harder, igniting a tempest of frustration within him. What of a spirit beast? I possess one as well. It is nothing of great significance." With a disdainful snort in his mind, Nan Qingyu strode back to his beast cart. He feared that if he continued to observe, he might truly succumb to rage and rush forward to eliminate Lu Fan. Lu Fan and his companions witnessed the scene of Nan Qingyu storming back to his cart. Their reactions were a mix of amusement and disbelief, and Nan Qingyun, with a playful grin, explained, "My brother is not a bad person. He simply did not realize this was a spirit beast. He suggested buying it just to make me happy. Otherwise, he would not have acted this way." Hearing her clarification, the group chuckled in understanding, while Lu Fan couldn't help but shake his head with a smile. At this moment, he had discerned the true nature of Nan Qingyu. He was merely a facade of arrogance, concealing a rather amusing essence beneath, having faced little adversity yet believing himself to be in complete control. In Lu Fan's eyes, such a person was far easier to deal with than a cunning and malicious schemer, rendering any anger towards him quite unnecessary. Meanwhile, Chen Wu, standing nearby, also joined in to elucidate Nan Qingyu's character with a smile. Chapter 111. The Northern Protectorate. The young prince, despite his seemingly haughty demeanor and difficult disposition, possesses a simplicity of spirit. Chen Wu then began to recount the tale of Nan Qingyu. As he narrated, Lu Fan learned that Nan Qingyu and his sister, Nan Qingyun, are indeed the offspring of the Northern Protector, Nan Qingza. The Northern Protector is the full brother of the current sovereign of the Nanqing Kingdom, Nanqingzhe. Initially, the late emperor of Nanqing had designated Nanqingzhe as the rightful heir to the throne due to his superior talents and combat prowess compared to his brother. However, to everyone's surprise, Nanqingzhe outright refused the position, harboring no aspirations for sovereignty, and instead recommended his elder brother, Nanqingzhe, for the role. He expressed that he was merely a warrior, ill-suited for governance, and more adept at leading troops into battle. Consequently, the mantle of leadership fell upon Nanqingzhe, who indeed proved to be an exceptionally capable ruler, skillfully managing the affairs of the Nanqing Kingdom. Meanwhile, Nanqingzhe has vigilantly defended the kingdom's northern frontier, standing against the neighboring Yongji Kingdom for decades. The renowned Tiger Legion, a formidable military force, was founded by Nanqingzhe and remains under his command. In gratitude for his brother's support, sovereign Nanqingzhe bestowed upon Nanqingzhe the title of Northern Protector, placing him just below the sovereign in status. As the sole heir of Nanqingzhe, Nanqingyu should have been sent to the Royal Academy for training at an early age. However, Nanqingzhe chose a different path, enrolling his son directly into the Tiger Legion. Once there, Nanqingyu received no special treatment. He was treated as an ordinary soldier. Thus, at the age of 14, he joined the Tiger Legion, and after 7 full years, he departed at the age of 21. During his tenure, he ascended from a mere soldier to the rank of 1,000-man commander, a position he attained due to the restraint imposed by his father. Otherwise, his military accomplishments would have elevated him to a 10,000-man commander. At this juncture, Chen Wu expressed his heartfelt sentiments. Although the young prince holds a position of great privilege, he exhibits no signs of arrogance within the military, earning the respect of his fellow soldiers. While he may sometimes have a fiery temper, he harbors no ill intentions. As the sole son of the Northern Protector, achieving such humility is indeed remarkable. Lu Fan, listening to Chen Wu's reflections, was taken aback. He had never anticipated this aspect of Nanqingyu's character. His astonishment quickly transformed into admiration, for as Chen Wu had stated, being the sole heir of the Northern Protector is a position of immense privilege, affording him every luxury and the potential to become the most notorious scion of the Nanqing Kingdom. In contrast, a typical youth of such noble lineage would likely never deign to enter the military, let alone serve as a common soldier. Yet, this individual not only chose to do so, but remained for a full 7 years, ultimately rising to the rank of 1,000-man commander. Such an extraordinary journey undeniably altered Lu Fan's perception of Nanqingyu. He originally presumed that this fellow was merely a second-generation rich kid. Ling Qiuxue Dizhua and Shun Yu were equally astonished, their faces adorned with expressions of disbelief. Observing the reactions of the crowd, Nanqingyu's beautiful countenance blossomed with pride. Meanwhile, Nanqingyu, who had been clandestinely eavesdropping on their conversation from the carriage, wore a smug smile, inwardly thinking, "Kid, do you now comprehend my prowess?" As he reveled in his secret delight, an unmistakable smile emerged on his face. After a brief moment of astonishment, Xinyu, her face brimming with curiosity, turned to Nanqingyun and inquired, "Princess, where are you headed this time?" In response to Xinyu's question, Nanqingyun did not hesitate to share. Beaming as she replied, "Father has instructed me to cultivate at the Royal Academy, and my brother will accompany me." Upon hearing that the siblings Nanqingyun and Nanqingyu were also bound for the Royal Academy, Lu Fan and the others suddenly grasped the situation. It was no wonder they were being escorted here by the elite Tiger Army. They were en route to the capital. Contemplating this, Lu Fan could not suppress his curiosity and asked, "Since you are heading to the capital, why not travel by cloud ship instead of taking the official road?" For ordinary cultivators, cloud ships and other flying artifacts might be of immense value, yet for the Lord of Northern Town, such matters posed no issue. Furthermore, as the children of the Lord, Nanqingyun and Nanqingyu should prioritize safety, making the choice of the official road perplexing. After all, the official road consumed more time and bore a higher risk of peril. Even with over 100 Tiger Army soldiers escorting them, they might not be able to fend off any real danger. In response to Lu Fan's inquiry, Chen Wu shook his head, equally puzzled. "I have also advised the Lord, but he insisted on this arrangement, and I am not entirely certain of his intent." At that moment, Nanqingyun chimed in. "Father mentioned that it is for us siblings to undergo training along the way." Gazing at the innocent and adorable Nanqingyun, Lu Fan and Chun Wu exchanged glances and shook their heads. Only someone as naive as Nan Qingyun would believe such a rationale. If the goal was indeed to train, they could easily arrange for a few formidable guards to accompany them discreetly to the capital. There was no need for such a grand display. The ostentatious escort made it evident that their identities were anything but ordinary. After all, how many individuals within the entire southern Qin kingdom could command the elite tiger army for an escort? However, they naturally refrained from voicing these thoughts, merely speculating silently. Before long, the topic shifted, and they began discussing other matters. Upon learning that Lu Fan and Ling Qiuxue were also heading to the Royal Academy, Chun Wu could hardly contain his excitement. That's wonderful. Brother Lu Fan, sister Qiuxue, and Xinyu, we can cultivate together at the academy and embark on adventures together. At this juncture, Chun Wu smiled and extended an invitation. A fan, since we are all going to the capital, shall we set off together? In response to Chun Wu's invitation, Lu Fan naturally found it unreasonable to decline and readily accepted. After all, both Chun Wu and Nan Qingyun left a favorable impression on him, making their company a source of joy. Even Nan Qingyu, who had earlier caused him some displeasure, became more understandable to Lu Fan upon learning of her past. Moreover, he was intrigued by some of the matters Chun Wu mentioned, particularly the information regarding other kingdoms, empires, and dynasties. His knowledge on these subjects was limited, yet Chun Wu possessed a wealth of insights, which stirred Lu Fan's interest. Additionally, Chun Wu, a captain within the fierce tiger army, was a fifth-tier cultivator at the core formation stage, likely well acquainted with the various bandit factions. Thus, he was determined not to let such an opportunity slip away. The gathering continued with laughter and lively conversation until deep into the night, after which everyone retreated to their respective practices. Chapter 112. The powerful bandit force as the moon descended in the west and the sun rose in the east. The night passed peacefully without the emergence of any ferocious beasts. The following day, the group awakened from their meditative states early, quickly tidying up before resuming their journey. Initially consisting solely of Lu Fan and his companions, their numbers had now swelled to over 100, including the siblings Chun Wu and Nan Qingyu. With the decision made to travel together, Lu Fan's 2 beast carts were positioned centrally within the formation. Nan Qingyu did not contest this arrangement and displayed a softened demeanor towards Lu Fan and his companions, no longer retaining the aloofness of the previous day. Although he remained proud and spoke little, the others sensed a shift in his attitude. His silence stemmed from a reluctance to Lu's face, still brooding over Lu Fan's rejection from the prior day. Lu Fan found this amusing, recognizing the contradiction of the proud yet tender-hearted fellow. At this moment, Lu Fan opted not to ride in the beast cart, but instead journeyed atop the majestic purple flame jade spirit lion. Initially, he had no intention of drawing attention, yet the lion adamantly refused to be stored in the system space. Reluctantly, Lu Fan had to accept this noble creature as his steed. Ling Qiuxue, Xinyu, and Nan Qingyun also expressed a desire to ride the purple flame jade spirit lion. However, the lion growled menacingly at anyone but Lu Fan who dared to approach, forcing the 3 to abandon their plans and sit in the beast cart, watching with longing. Lu Fan found himself in a similar predicament, surprised by the lion's pride in permitting only him to ride. Chun Wu and Nan Qingyu looked on enviously as Lu Fan perched upon the lion's back, for it was a spirit beast of initial 4th-tier cultivation. Most would treat such a creature with the utmost reverence, lavishing it with care. Yet, Lu Fan treated it as a mere mount, and the lion seemed delighted by this arrangement, displaying an endearing subservience that left Nan Qingyu feeling both frustrated and envious. Others shared the sentiment, marveling at such a display of affection from a spirit beast. Dizwa also chose not to ride in the beast cart, opting instead for a horse from Chun Wu. Initially, Nan Qingyu had remained in the beast cart, but upon seeing Lu Fan, Dizwa, and Chun Wu riding horses, he too decided to mount one. The group, a formidable sight, traversed the mountains and forests toward the direction of the royal capital. After a few simple exchanges, Lu Fan inquired about the numerous bandits within the territory of the Nanxing kingdom. Upon hearing this, Chun Wu's curiosity was piqued. Afan, why the sudden interest in those fellows? Are you planning to confront them? Not at all, Lu Fan replied. I simply wish to eliminate these bandits out of boredom. When Lu Fan uttered those words in a calm tone, Nan Qingyu, who had remained silent until then, could not help but scoff. boasting without any forethought. Those notorious bandits were not only formidable, but also exceedingly cunning. I, with my brothers, have attempted to eradicate them several times without success. How could you possibly hope to defeat them? Humph. He had previously lacked the opportunity to undermine Lu Fan, but now that he had won, he was eager to express his disdain. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Dizwa, with an air of pride, casually remarked, "My young master has already eliminated 2 groups of bandits, one of which is the infamous Quanglong bandit clan, ranked 9th among the numerous bandit factions." Upon hearing this, Chen Wu's face immediately displayed shock, while the disdainful expression on Nan Qingyu's face froze instantaneously. After a moment of astonishment, Chen Wu incredulously inquired, "A fan? Did you truly annihilate the Quanglong bandit clan?" The Quanglong bandit clan is ranked 9th among the 12 most powerful bandit factions in the kingdom of Nanqing. As a commander of the Tiger Army, Chen Wu was certainly aware of this. Being a soldier, he harbored an intense hatred for these infamous bandits. Regrettably, these rogues were exceedingly treacherous. Even the Tiger Army's efforts proved futile against them. Moreover, every time they mobilized, these bandits seemed to have prior knowledge, allowing them to hide well in advance. Thus, the army found themselves utterly powerless against these tenacious forces. Yet now, Dizwa claimed that Lu Fan had destroyed the Quanglong bandit clan. How could he not be astonished? Under the incredulous gaze of Chen Wu, Lu Fan smiled lightly and nodded. "They provoked me first, so naturally, I would not spare them. However, those rogues were indeed quite crafty, masquerading as a sect known as the Longhu sect." Upon receiving Lu Fan's confirmation, Chen Wu gasped in disbelief, regarding Lu Fan as if he were a monster. To his knowledge, the leader of the Quanglong bandit clan, Zhang Biao, was at the pinnacle of the 5th layer of the core formation stage, even stronger than himself. Furthermore, aside from Zhang Biao, there were at least 2 other formidable cultivators at the core formation stage. Such strength was undeniably formidable. Yet, despite this, they had been vanquished by this young man before him. How could he not be shocked? Just as Chen Wu was grappling with his astonishment, Nan Qingyu also regained his composure and skeptically challenged, "Impossible. Zhang Biao is at the pinnacle of the 5th layer of the core formation stage. How could you possibly slay him, let alone contend with other core formation and true Qi experts? Are you more powerful than Zhang Biao?" With Nan Qingyu's words, Chen Wu also began to grasp the situation. He had overlooked this crucial detail. After all, Lu Fan appeared exceedingly young, merely 17 or 18 years of age. How could someone so young possess such extraordinary prowess? At most, he could only be at the true Qi stage. Observing the incredulous expressions of Chen Wu and the skepticism from Nan Qingyu, Lu Fan chuckled softly. It was merely a matter of using attack talismans to defeat them. He, of course, would not voluntarily reveal that he was at the core formation stage. With this explanation, both Chen Wu and Nan Qingyu found it much easier to accept the situation. Utilizing attack talismans to eliminate a peak 5th-tier cultivator in the Dan formation realm is hardly an extraordinary occurrence. After all, such talismans are possessed by Nan Qingyu as well, serving as a safeguard for his life. Once this curiosity was resolved, Chen Wu proceeded to recount to Lu Fan the numerous bandits operating within the kingdom. The South Qing kingdom is rife with bandits, a situation mirrored in other kingdoms, empires, and dynasties. These bandits are predominantly composed of ruthless individuals, each member far from virtuous. Moreover, some cultivators who have offended powerful factions often join these bandit ranks in search of protection. Through countless years of evolution, certain formidable bandit factions have become nearly as potent as the first-rate forces within the kingdom. However, such powerful bandit factions are indeed a rarity. Among the myriad of bandit forces within the kingdom, only 12 can be distinguished, including the infamous dragon bandits that Lu Fan has vanquished. Of these 12, only the top 3 possess the capability to contend with first-rate powers: the Savage Bear, Blood Wolf, and Black Ghost. The peculiar names of these 3 dominant bandit factions stem from the titles of their respective leaders. Chapter 113. The Ambush in the Canyon in comparison to other bandit factions. These 3 particular groups of bandits are rather unique. Unique? Lu Fan's face betrayed a look of confusion. In what way? At this moment, not only was Lu Fan intrigued, but Dizwa and the 3 women, including Ling Qiuxue seated in the beast cart, also wore expressions of curiosity. Under the watchful gaze of the others, Chen Wu smiled and explained, These three bandit factions engage in pillaging and slaughter, yet they do not target forces within our southern Qing kingdom. Rather, they raid other kingdoms. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Such bandit factions truly exist? This was indeed quite remarkable. Because these three groups did not plunder within the kingdom, the monarch had not issued a specific order to eradicate them. Furthermore, when encountering members of these factions, we often turn a blind eye. With Chun Wu's explanation, Lu Fan began to understand. In the eyes of Chun Wu and the others, as long as the bandit factions did not wreak havoc within their own kingdom, they would not interfere. After all, the pillaging of other kingdoms was advantageous for the southern Qing kingdom. They would only encourage such activities, not hinder them. Lu Fan felt no particular concern about this and deemed it quite natural. It was akin to his former life. If his own kingdom faced troubles, he would undoubtedly be anxious and furious. However, the misfortunes of other kingdoms were of no concern to him, and he would not expend energy worrying about them. Thus, his murderous intent towards these three bandit factions diminished considerably. Nonetheless, he felt it necessary to personally investigate certain matters, and only after confirming their authenticity would he relent. Should the rumors prove unfounded, he would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to eradicate evil and claim wealth. After discussing the three bandit factions, Chun Wu proceeded to elaborate on other bandit forces. Given that this matter pertained to their own interests, Lu Fan listened intently, committing all the information to memory. The only disappointment was that Chun Wu was unaware of the precise whereabouts of these bandits. However, this was to be expected. Had Chun Wu known their locations, he would have eliminated them long ago, rather than waiting until now. Once the conversation regarding the bandit factions concluded, Lu Fan inquired about other kingdoms, empires, and dynasties. Chun Wu was forthcoming with all the information he possessed, as these facts were not secrets and revealing them did not violate military regulations. As the group conversed and traveled, they soon approached dusk. In front of them lay a canyon, which, as the sky darkened, resembled the gaping maw of a colossal beast, eagerly awaiting the arrival of its prey. Upon sighting the canyon, Chun Wu and Lu Fan halted their discussion, swiftly riding ahead to signal everyone to stop. Liu, take 5 men to scout ahead into the canyon. Signal immediately if anything arises. Understood, General. The loyal guard named Liu bowed, and then rode off with 5 soldiers, galloping towards the canyon. Observing this scene, Lu Fan approached on his violet-flamed jade spirit lion. Brother Chun, is there an issue with this canyon? Chun Wu shook his head. I don't know, but it is prudent to scout such places in advance to avoid any unforeseen problems. This is the mindset of those who march. Every potentially threatening area must be thoroughly investigated. After all, he is not alone. He leads over 100 brothers, and any mishap could spell disaster for the entire army. While other cultivators at the core formation stage might disregard the lives of ordinary cultivators, even those under their command, the majority of formidable figures in the military view each soldier as a brother. Thus, they must remain vigilant and make judicious choices. Upon hearing Chun Wu's words, Lu Fan silently nodded. Chun Wu's constant vigilance is a commendable habit. Otherwise, should they encounter danger within the canyon, it would be too late to react. After watching Liu and his 5 companions enter the canyon, the group halted to wait. Time passed slowly, and after the span of a stick of incense, there was still no sign of activity from within the canyon. The expressions of everyone darkened, and a grave look emerged in their eyes. The canyon ahead was not particularly long. A swift ride would only take a moment. Even if Liu and his companions were conducting a thorough exploration, a stick of incense would be more than sufficient. Yet, even now, they had not emerged, nor had they signaled. After waiting another stick of incense, still no movement was detected, and the group's composure began to wane. Something must have gone awry. There was an ambush in the canyon, likely aimed at the siblings Nan Qingyu and Nan Qingyun. Lu Fan furrowed his brow as he voiced his conjecture. Among their group, they certainly would not attract such an ambush, nor would Chun Wu and the others. Thus, only the siblings remained as a possibility. After all, they were the children of the Northern King, and capturing or killing them could serve some nefarious purpose. Listening to Lu Fan's deductions, both Chun Wu and Dizwen nodded in agreement. At this moment, Nan Qingyu displayed no fear. Instead, a chilling, murderous intent surfaced on her face. What audacity to lay an ambush here! General Chun, let the 2nd and 3rd teams join me in charging in to investigate. Hearing that Nan Xingyu not only showed no fear, but was eager to take the offensive, Lu Fan regarded her with admiration. Although such impulsiveness was excessive, it was far preferable to those who trembled in fear at the first sign of danger. In contrast to Nan Xingyu, Chunwu was much more composed. Having served in the military for decades, he had faced countless life-and-death crises. The current situation was hardly daunting. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke decisively. The enemy is merely lying in ambush within the canyon. Their failure to launch a large-scale assault indicates their numbers are limited. As long as we remain here, we are assured of safety. Young prince, you must stay put. No matter what occurs, do not separate, and above all, do not act recklessly. I shall personally venture inside to investigate. Upon hearing Chenwu's plan, Nan Xingyu immediately intended to voice his desire to accompany him. However, before he could speak, Chenwu's expression turned grave as he firmly declared, "This is an order." After uttering those words, he prepared to mount his steed and head towards the canyon. At that moment, Lu Fan interjected, "Brother Chun, I shall accompany you." Since they were now allied, even if they ventured out separately, the lurking ambushers would not spare them. Furthermore, Lu Fan was not one to remain idle, so he resolved to join Chenwu in a proactive assault. Seeing Lu Fan's determination to accompany him, Chenwu hesitated briefly before nodding in agreement. Subsequently, the two soared into the air, traversing the void as they hastened towards the canyon. Chapter 114. Leave the rest to me. As Lu Fan and Chenwu soared into the air, Nan Xingyu's eyes widened in astonishment, her mouth agape as she trembled. He. How can he be at the core formation stage? Simultaneously, an expression of disbelief crossed Nan Xingyu's face, as if she had witnessed a ghost. Previously, when Lu Fan mentioned he had slain Zhang Biao using attack talismans, she had believed him. Thus, she instinctively assumed that the remaining members of the Crazy Dragon mercenary group had also been annihilated by Lu Fan's talismans. After all, given Lu Fan's youth, he could at most possess true gang realm cultivation. How could someone of such cultivation single-handedly eradicate the Crazy Dragon mercenary group? It must have been solely due to the attack talismans. However, at this moment, Lu Fan was directly soaring into the air, indicating that he possessed at least the first level of core formation realm cultivation. For one to fly, they must first enter the core formation stage. As disbelief washed over her, Nan Xingyu also stared wide-eyed, her delicate face marked by shock. Brother Lu Fan, is he really a powerful core formation cultivator? As she murmured in incredulity, her gaze instinctively shifted to Ling Qiushue and Shen Yu. Under her scrutiny, both Ling Qiushue and Shen Yu nodded with smiles. Receiving confirmation from the two women, Nan Xingyu continued in utter disbelief. Previously, Father mentioned that there are always greater talents beyond our own, and I didn't believe him. Who would have thought I would encounter one so soon? Brother Lu Fan is at the core formation stage at such a young age. It's truly terrifying. Hearing Nan Xingyu refer to Lu Fan as brother, Ling Qiushue couldn't help but find it amusing. Nan Xingyu was 15, just like Lu Fan, and it was uncertain who was older. However, due to Lu Fan's formidable cultivation and mature demeanor, people tended to overlook his age. Only Ling Qiushue understood that Lu Fan was still just a youth. She believed there were many talents within the Nanxing kingdom, yet none could compare to Lu Fan. Thus, when Nan Xingyu expressed her admiration, her heart swelled with pride, sweetness, and profound satisfaction. The only one who remained unfazed was perhaps Chenwu. He sensed a hint of threat emanating from Lu Fan, something not characteristic of a mere true gang realm cultivator. Moreover, when Lu Fan spoke of slaying Zhang Biao and vanquishing the Crazy Dragon bandits, his demeanor was incredibly calm, as if it were a trivial matter. Without sufficient confidence and strength, one could never maintain such nonchalance. Nan Xingyu failed to notice this, but Chenwu, being observant, picked up on this subtle detail and thus had already deduced that Lu Fan was at the core formation stage. The two who soared through the air soon arrived at the canyon's entrance. Exchanging a glance of mutual understanding, they immediately separated, each flying toward the forest on either side of the canyon. Chenwu headed towards the left side of the canyon, while Lu Fan flew towards the right. Upon reaching the forest above the canyon, they descended simultaneously, concealing their presence as they cautiously advanced forward. For Lu Fan, such matters were entirely second nature, devoid of any unfamiliarity. Within mere moments of stealthily traversing the dense forest, he sensed the presence of a 9th-level true gang realm cultivator. With the aid of the system, Lu Fan silently approached this formidable opponent. Before the latter could react, Lu Fan swiftly extended his hand, akin to a bolt of lightning, seizing the cultivator's neck and twisting it with force. The faint sound of cracking bones echoed softly, marking the demise of the ambusher. After stowing away the individual storage ring, Lu Fan also retrieved the corpse, earning himself 20 points. Having dealt with this foe, he resumed his hunt within the forest. One after another, ambushers fell silently before him, and a subtle scent of blood began to permeate the woodland. At that moment, a sudden scream erupted from the left side of the forest, swiftly followed by shouts of alarm and battle cries. Upon hearing this commotion, a flicker of disappointment crossed Lu Fan's face. It seemed he could no longer continue his silent hunt. As anticipated, when the sounds emanated from the left, similar disturbances arose in the forest ahead, with shadowy figures clad in black robes descending toward the valley below. Concurrently, additional black-robed ambushers from the left forest gathered towards the same gorge. As these figures converged, four more black-robed silhouettes descended gracefully into the valley. Observing these four figures, Lu Fan could not suppress a sense of astonishment. What origins did these ambushers possess to have summoned four Golden Core realm experts? Such a display of power was indeed remarkable. Nevertheless, it was evident that these individuals were far from benign. With this thought in mind, Lu Fan immediately took to the air, soaring toward the gorge. Meanwhile, from the left forest, the fiercely determined Chen Wu also soared down, and both landed simultaneously in the valley. At this moment, a total of 24 black-robed figures had gathered in the gorge, led by the four Golden Core experts. Lu Fan discerned their cultivation levels at a glance. Among the four, the most powerful was at the 6th level of Golden Core, surpassing Chen Wu in strength. In addition to this 6th-level expert, there were 2 at the 3rd level and 1 at the 4th level. The remaining 20 black-robe cultivators were all at the True Gang realm, the weakest among them being at the 5th level. Including the ambushers that he and Chen Wu had previously taken down, their numbers likely approached 40. The combination of 4 Golden Core experts and 40 True Gang cultivators constituted a force that was certainly beyond the capabilities of ordinary factions. Exchanging glances, Chen Wu, his eyes aflame with murderous intent, directed a cold inquiry toward the 4 leading Golden Core experts. Who are you to dare ambush our Tiger Army? Do you seek death? In response to Chen Wu's threatening question, the highest-ranking Golden Core cultivator let out a chilling laugh. Chen Wu, to threaten us when death is imminent? It is you who is courting death. You. Go. I did not expect it to be you. Chen Wu's face contorted with an expression of deep-seated hatred. Laughing heartily, Yu Gu exclaimed, "Did you ever expect this, Chen Wu? Today, not only shall you meet your demise, but the Nanxingyu siblings will also perish." With a manic laugh, he gestured for his companions to advance, and the 4 of them instantly unleashed their formidable presence, charging towards Chen Wu and Lu Fan. The 20 True Qi cultivators remained stationary, for the battle of the core formation realm was beyond their capability, and Yu Gu would not sacrifice them needlessly. As the 4 formidable core formation experts approached, a fierce killing intent emerged on Lu Fan's face. "Brother Chen, I leave that one to you. The remaining 3 will be my responsibility." With his resolute declaration, the Taiji sword materialized in Lu Fan's grasp. In an instant, he vanished from sight, wielding the Taiji sword as he confronted the 3 core formation cultivators. Witnessing Lu Fan's audacious decision to face 3 opponents alone, Chen Wu could not help but display a look of astonishment. However, there was no time for contemplation. He had no choice but to unleash his full power and confront Yu Gu head-on. Chapter 115. I remember you, the 3 formidable cultivators at the core formation stage. Witnessing Lu Fan's audacity to confront them alone, were initially taken aback, their expressions transforming from disbelief to scorn. How dare this inexperienced youth exhibit such arrogance? They hoped he could withstand even a single strike from them. Their derision, however, was met with Lu Fan's resolute silence. He merely brandished his Taiji sword in response, sweeping it through the air with unbridled ferocity. This strike was executed with full force, unleashing a terrifying surge of combat prowess. The 3 cultivators, who had previously mocked him, felt a palpable shift in the atmosphere as they sensed the overwhelming power emanating from his sword. Their expressions shifted dramatically, and a cry of alarm escaped their lips. "Be careful!" As their warning echoed, Lu Fan's eyes glinted with a fierce light. In an instant, he vanished from sight, a shadow flitting across the battlefield. A silver beam, akin to a flash of lightning, surged towards one of the core formation triple-stage warriors. As he beheld the incoming lethal sword light, terror washed over the warrior's face, draining it of color. In his panic, he instinctively summoned his spiritual energy to conjure an armor around his right arm, attempting to block the oncoming strike with it. Yet, the Taiji sword, a weapon of exquisite quality, was far beyond the capability of mere flesh and blood to withstand. With a decisive thrust, blood spurted forth as the warrior's right arm was severed. The sword's momentum remained unabated, cleaving the core formation triple-stage warrior in two. Blood erupted like a geyser, splattering onto the dark robes of the two remaining core formation warriors. The sight left all onlookers within the canyon in stunned silence, their faces etched with disbelief. A core formation triple-stage warrior had been effortlessly slain by Lu Fan's sword. The combatants, Chun Wu and Yu Gu, momentarily ceased their struggle, both equally astonished. In the midst of their shock, Lu Fan, undeterred, lunged towards the remaining core formation triple-stage warrior. Employing the blazing fire sword technique, he had previously unleashed a pure, unrestrained strike. This time, however, he would wield a formal sword technique. The Taiji sword radiated fiery brilliance, its aura growing increasingly fierce and imposing. Sensing the overwhelming sword intent approaching him, the dazed core formation triple-stage warrior snapped back to reality. Without a moment's hesitation, he chose to retreat. The earlier execution of his comrade had instilled a deep-seated fear within him, compelling him to avoid a direct confrontation with Lu Fan. However, as he attempted to evade, Lu Fan's Taiji sword, initially aimed at him, suddenly altered its trajectory, targeting the core formation quadruple-stage warrior instead. The technique was known as the Gale Slash. Since acquiring the Gale Slash of the Earth grade, Lu Fan had refrained from utilizing it. Yet at this moment, he unleashed it without hesitation. In a fleeting instant, combined with the light shadow technique, Lu Fan appeared before the just-awakened fourth-tier Jidan realm expert. Before the latter could react, the Tai Chi sword descended upon him with lethal precision. With a splatter of blood, the fourth-tier Jidan expert was cleaved in two. Witnessing this scene, Yu Ji's expression shifted dramatically, terror flickering in his eyes. Who was this youth, capable of such terrifying prowess? Within mere moments, he had effortlessly dispatched a fourth-tier and a third-tier Jidan expert. If this continued, their meager numbers would surely be annihilated. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Chun Wu seized the opportunity and delivered a powerful punch to Yu Ji's chest. With a resounding thud, Yu Gu was sent flying. Lu Fan, undeterred, charged towards the remaining third-tier Jidan expert. Having already made his move, he would leave no survivors. Before long, the terrified third-tier Jidan expert, making repeated mistakes, fell victim to Lu Fan's blade. Following this, Lu Fan, akin to a wolf among sheep, began his massacre of the 20 true Gang realm cultivators. If he could slay third and fourth-tier Jidan experts, how could these true Gang cultivators hope to stand against him? In just a minute or two, all 20 were reduced to lifeless corpses, sprawled in a pool of blood. Now, only Yu Gu remained among the dozens of ambushers. He attempted several times to flee, but Chun Wu clung to him tenaciously, as if his life depended on it. In this dire situation, Yu Gu missed his prime opportunity to escape. With a flash, Lu Fan wielding the Tai Chi sword appeared behind him, blocking his final avenue of retreat. Chun Wu at the front and Lu Fan at the back had him thoroughly surrounded. Even if he were a sixth-tier Jidan expert, escaping would be as difficult as scaling the heavens. If Lu Fan were merely an ordinary first-tier Jidan cultivator, evasion might have been feasible. However, sadly for Yu Gu, Lu Fan was anything but ordinary. Observing Yu Ji's grim countenance, Chun Wu coldly smirked. Yu Gu, do you still wish to resist at this juncture? Surrender willingly. At that moment, Chun Wu felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction, nearly bursting into laughter. He and Yu Gu were old acquaintances, albeit of a bitter rivalry. They had fought at least 20 times, with Yu Gu often prevailing due to his superior cultivation. Yet now, thanks to Lu Fan's assistance, Yu Gu found himself in a dire predicament, and Chun Wu could hardly contain his excitement. Turning away from Chun Wu's mocking grin, Yu Gu instead focused his gaze on Lu Fan. Fixing his gaze intently upon Lu Fan, Yu Gu gritted his teeth and pronounced each word with palpable venom. I shall remember. Having uttered this ominous declaration, He swiftly retrieved a jade talisman from his storage ring and shattered it. Witnessing this scene, Chun Wu's countenance shifted dramatically, and he urgently called out to Lu Fan. He intends to flee. As he shouted, Chun Wu brandished his broad blade and struck forward, while simultaneously, Lu Fan unleashed a wave of sword energy. Yet, they were a moment too late. As their attacks surged forth, a radiant flash enveloped Yugo, and he vanished from their sight. Their strikes met only emptiness. Observing this development, both Lu Fan and Chun Wu's expressions soured considerably. They had been overly complacent. They could have slain Yugo right then and there, but instead, that scoundrel had escaped before their very eyes. If they were inexperienced novices, one might excuse such a blunder. However, both were seasoned warriors, having undergone numerous trials, yet they still committed such a grave error. At that moment, Chun Wu suddenly recalled something and gasped in alarm. Without hesitation, he leapt into the air and raced towards the mouth of the canyon. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Lu Fan followed suit, soaring forth with even greater speed. Chapter 116. Our Brotherhood. As the two men hastened back to the group, they found it safe and sound, having suffered no attacks. Both Lu Fan and Chun Wu exhaled in relief. They had been genuinely concerned that Yugo might use a teleportation talisman to arrive here. Fortunately, that individual had been so frightened by their earlier encounter that he had not dared to approach. Noticing the anxious expressions on their faces, the fervent Nan Qingyu immediately inquired, "General Chun, what is the situation in the canyon?" Observing Nan Qingyu's urgency, Chun Wu exchanged a glance with Lu Fan, took a deep breath, and nodded. The others have been dealt with. However, one individual managed to escape using a teleportation talisman. Chun Wu's tone was remarkably calm, yet Nan Qingyu, not lacking in discernment, quickly sensed something amiss. After all, a teleportation talisman was worth a fortune, one that even he, a minor prince, did not possess. The ambushers lying in wait in the canyon clearly had orchestrated this premeditated ambush. As for the intended target, he needed no further speculation. At that moment, Nan Qingyu comprehended why their father had insisted they take the official route. He must have anticipated that someone would make a move. Just as he pondered this, two sharp sounds pierced the air from a distance. The sudden noise heightened the vigilance of Lu Fan and Chun Wu. However, upon seeing the two figures racing towards them, Chun Wu immediately relaxed and said to Lu Fan, "Rest assured, they are our own." Hearing Chun Wu's assurance, Lu Fan finally let down his guard, his mind beginning to piece together certain thoughts. The two figures soon landed before them, revealing two resolute-looking middle-aged men. Upon seeing Nan Qingyu unharmed, the two men visibly relaxed and slightly bowed in greeting. "We have met the young prince." In response to their salutation, Nan Qingyu displayed no arrogance. Instead, he promptly dismounted and returned their greeting. "Nephew pays his respects to both uncles." Lu Fan observed with curiosity as Nan Qingyu addressed the two men. The two middle-aged figures were formidable in their own right, one at the 7th level of the core formation stage, and the other at the 8th. While he contemplated this, the two men exchanged pleasantries with Nan Qingyu before turning their attention to Chun Wu, asking, "Old Chun, what is the situation? Have those ruffians not appeared?" Upon hearing their inquiry, Chun Wu instantly understood that everything was part of the prince's plan, designed to lure the enemy into a trap. However, it seemed that some unexpected developments had occurred. Thinking along these lines, Chun Wu shook his head and replied, "Those ruffians have all been dealt with. But Yugo managed to escape using a teleportation talisman." At this revelation, a flicker of surprise crossed the faces of the two middle-aged men. "Old Chun, are you saying that only Yugo escaped?" "Indeed, the others are all dead." With Chun Wu's confirmation, the two men regarded him with an expression of bewilderment. Chun Wu and the two individuals were well acquainted, and he certainly understood their thoughts. With an air of annoyance, he coldly snorted, "Rest assured, I have not concealed my cultivation. It was Brother Lu who assisted me in apprehending these rascals." As he spoke, Chun Wu promptly introduced Lu Fan to the two, continuing, "These gentlemen are the prince's personal guards. This is Wang Lin, and this is Zhou Gu. There is no need to stand on ceremony with them." Listening to Chun Wu's casual introduction, Lu Fan realized that the relationship among the three was rather amicable. Anyone who could associate with Chun Wu must possess commendable qualities. Thus, he did not hold back and greeted them with a smile, saying, "Greetings, Brother Wang, Brother Zhou." Wang Lin and Zhou Gu shared the same sentiment. Recognizing that someone endorsed by Chun Wu was undoubtedly trustworthy, they smiled back at Lu Fan and responded, "Since you are Old Chin's brother, you are also our brother. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask. We will not shy away from lending a hand." Such straightforwardness instantly endeared Lu Fan to Wang Lin and Zhou Gu. It was a refreshing experience to encounter such forthright individuals in the harsh world of cultivation, where finding such sincerity was a rarity, often only found within military ranks. Additionally, from Chun Wu, Wang Lin, and Zhou Gu, Lu Fan could easily deduce the character of the Northern Guardian King, undoubtedly a man of iron will and resolute spirit. After a brief exchange, Wang Lin and Zhou Gu bid farewell to the group. Their purpose for coming was to eliminate the ambushers, Yu Gu and his ilk. To their surprise, the adversaries anticipated their move and dispatched formidable opponents to delay them. It was precisely due to this delay that they arrived late. Fortunately, with Lu Fan's timely intervention, the siblings Nan Qingyu and Nan Qingyun were spared from a grim fate. Once Wang Lin and Zhou Gu departed, Nan Qingyun, visibly shaken, stepped down from the beast cart and approached Lu Fan, bowing deeply in earnest gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Lu, for helping us vanquish those villains." Though she was somewhat naive, she was far from foolish, fully aware that they had narrowly escaped death today. Had it not been for Lu Fan, their outcome would have been dire. Observing the sincere thanks from Nan Qingyun, Lu Fan smiled and waved his hand dismissively. "We are now friends. It is only natural to assist friends. There is no need for such formality." Upon hearing Lu Fan's words, a delightful smile emerged on Nan Qingyun's charming face. Meanwhile, Nan Qingyu watched this scene with a conflicted expression. After a moment of internal struggle, he steeled himself to approach Lu Fan, saying, "Thank you. I, Nan Qingyu, will remember this kindness. Should you encounter any trouble in the future, I shall repay this favor." Having delivered his message succinctly, Nan Qingyu promptly turned and remounted his horse. Witnessing this rare display of gratitude from the otherwise stoic individual, Lu Fan could not help but chuckle in amusement. Convincing this proud young master to apologize is indeed no simple feat, however. It does attest to his fundamentally good nature, devoid of malice, and his capacity for gratitude. As for anything else, it is of little consequence. Lu Fan is not particularly concerned. After the events that transpired, night has now descended. Continuing the journey is clearly impractical. So Chun Wu promptly instructed the setup of a temporary military camp. Utilizing a detachable magical artifact, within moments, a makeshift encampment was established. He ensured that Ling Qiushua, Xin Yu, and Nan Qingyu could rest within the carriage, while Lu Fan, Chun Wu, and the other rugged men settled down to sit cross-legged on the ground. At this moment, none of them were inclined to cultivate, so Lu Fan took out some pastries and spiritual wine he had procured upon leaving Duanlong City. And the four began to savor the wine and engage in light-hearted conversation. Just as they were chatting, a system notification suddenly resonated in Lu Fan's mind. Ding. System task triggered. Eliminate Yu Gu. Task reward. 1 opportunity to sign in, 2,000 points. Ding. Does the host wish to accept the task? Hearing these two notifications echo in his mind, Lu Fan couldn't help but be momentarily taken aback. Chapter 117. I will personally execute him, however. He soon regained his composure and unhesitatingly opted to accept the mission. The man had threatened him before departing with a teleportation talisman, evidently holding a grudge. Thus, it was imperative for him to eliminate that individual to prevent any future calamities. Yet, to achieve this, he needed to acquire detailed information about the man. With this in mind, Lu Fan turned to Chun Wu and inquired, "Brother Chun, what is the background of the man who escaped? He does not seem to be a cultivator from Nanqing." Upon hearing Lu Fan's question about Yu Gu, a fierce hatred instantly manifested on Chun Wu's face. "That man is Yu Gu, a centurion from the Yongji Kingdom, positioned across the border from us. 5 years ago, he mercilessly slaughtered 50,000 of our civilians in the northern region of Nanqing and has laid waste to 2 of our cities." As Chun Wu recounted the tale, Lu Fan finally comprehended the depth of Chun Wu's animosity towards Yu Gu, a desire to see him dead. The northern border of the Nanqing Kingdom had been in constant conflict with the Yongji Kingdom for decades. While warfare might be expected, Yu Gu, as a centurion of Yongji, exhibited a particularly cruel and malicious nature. He not only executed captured soldiers from Nanqing, but also indiscriminately massacred ordinary civilians. In a particularly vile act of revenge against his nemesis Chen Wu, Yu Gu publicly flayed alive two of Chen Wu's loyal guards, whom he regarded as brothers. And he even summoned Chen Wu to witness their brutal execution. It was precisely these heinous acts that rendered Chen Wu's hatred for Yu Gu beyond verbal expression. After sharing this, regret washed over Chen Wu's face. I should have acted without hesitation and killed that beast at once. It is my fault for allowing him to escape. As he spoke, his eyes reddened, and he was consumed by remorse and guilt. Seeing Chen Wu in such distress, Lu Fan felt a pang of frustration. He had believed victory was assured, and thus had refrained from immediate action, inadvertently granting Yu Gu the opportunity to flee. Had he acted decisively, Yu Gu would undoubtedly have met his end. This hesitation stemmed from a burgeoning sense of arrogance, despite his efforts to suppress it. The rapid ascension from the first level of chi refinement to the first level of core formation had inflated his ego. This was a product of his struggle for restraint. Otherwise, he feared his arrogance would have been even more pronounced. Unfortunately, this was an inevitable consequence of suddenly wielding immense power, a fate that no one could escape. It was akin to individuals from his past who, upon sudden wealth, squandered their fortunes recklessly. The acquisition of such power had come too easily, and without the corresponding character to manage it, the outcome was often hubris, ultimately leading to self-destruction. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Lu Fan involuntarily shuddered, cold sweat trickling down his back. Fortunately, after breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, I refrained from excessively purchasing medicinal pills to enhance my cultivation. Had I succumbed to the temptation of lavishly acquiring pills post-breakthrough, my ultimate fate would undoubtedly have been dire. This realization led Lu Fan to comprehend a profound truth. Those formidable factions possess a plethora of resources, and if unleashed, they could undoubtedly cultivate exceptional prodigies. They could even nurture talents at the foundation establishment stage by the age of 16 or 17 within an astonishingly brief period. Yet, the reason these factions refrain from such practices is not due to a scarcity of cultivation resources. Rather, it stems from their awareness of the consequences of hasty advancement. It appears I have underestimated the intellect of the individuals in this world. They are far from foolish. As this thought echoed in his mind, Lu Fan felt his inner turmoil gradually settle. Realizing this insight was not too late, he still had ample time to solidify his foundation. After all, he possessed something unimaginable to those factions, the system marketplace. With this understanding, Lu Fan turned to the remorseful Chen Wu and confidently declared, "Brother Chen, rest assured, I will personally eliminate that scoundrel." Observing Lu Fan's unwavering confidence, Chen Wu nodded, feeling a sense of calm wash over him. After all, the events had transpired, and dwelling on them served no purpose. At that moment, the group lost interest in further drinking and idle chatter, immediately transitioning into their cultivation routines. The night passed in the blink of an eye. The following morning, after tidying up, the group resumed their journey, with Lu Fan once again riding the purple flame jade spirit lion. Originally at the early 4th tier, the lion successfully broke through to the pinnacle of the mid-4th tier after completely refining the medicinal essence of a beast origin pill. Consequently, the purple flame jade spirit lion transformed into Lu Fan's most obedient companion, displaying unparalleled docility. The slow cultivation speed of spirit beasts is vastly inferior to that of human cultivators. Thus, achieving a breakthrough within just a day or two was enough to completely win over the lion. It now sought to charm Lu Fan in hopes of receiving another beast origin pill. Meanwhile, Ling Qiuxue and the others had grown accustomed to the lion's servile demeanor, though they still held some disdain. This was primarily because the creature only displayed such submissiveness towards Lu Fan while maintaining an aloof demeanor around others. However, the group also discovered a flaw in the purple flame jade spirit lion. It would begrudgingly comply and exhibit a semblance of obedience as long as quality spirit pills or herbs were offered as sustenance. Of course, this was contingent upon the availability of sufficient resources. In the absence of these, the lion would swiftly revert to its haughty disposition. This cunning and sly nature amused yet exasperated Ling Qiuxue, Xin Yu, and Nan Xingyun. It was their first encounter with such a crafty spirit beast. Initially, Nan Xingyu had dismissed it, as her own estate also housed a spirit beast. However, the spirit beast within the royal mansion pales in comparison to the purple flame jade spirit lion. The latter does not merely embody a spirit beast. It is more reminiscent of a cunning and mischievous child. Faced with such a remarkable creature, how could he not be enamored? Unfortunately, no matter how many spirit stones he offers, Lu Fan remains resolute in his refusal to sell, leaving Nan Qingyu with no choice but to relent. This attachment stems from a certain affection Lu Fan has developed for the purple flame jade spirit lion, for this little creature possesses an exceptional intellect. In comparison to a million low-grade spirit stones, the purple flame jade spirit lion holds greater significance. Moreover, with over 240,000 points amassed, he finds himself in no rush to purchase pills for a breakthrough. Thus, his desire has diminished, albeit relatively speaking. While he is unwilling to exchange the purple flame jade spirit lion for spirit stones, he remains very much interested in acquiring resources through alternative means. During the monotonous journey, unable to focus on cultivation, Lu Fan decides to take out the storage ring he has obtained over the past few days and begins to organize its contents. Chapter 118. The Mysterious Black Box. Beep. All resources have been recovered, earning 400,000 points. Disregarding the notification resonating in his mind, Lu Fan cast his gaze upon a solitary storage ring clasped in his hand. This ring had long lain forgotten in the system's repository, almost slipping from his memory entirely. It was only during his recent organization of the system warehouse that he recalled its existence. This storage ring was acquired shortly after his arrival in this world. During his trials in the mountains near Lingyuan City, the fierce battle between Shun Su of the Qiyin sect and Jiang Qingsheng of the Sunluo sect, both formidable cultivators at the core formation stage, was waged over a treasure contained within this very ring. Ultimately, Shun Su, unable to withstand Jiang Qingsheng's might, resorted to self-detonation, discreetly entrusting the ring to Lu Fan in the process. He had narrowly escaped catastrophe that day, fortunate to live and tell the tale. In the aftermath, Lu Fan sought to unveil the secrets of the storage ring, yet its protective mental barrier, laid by Shun Su, rendered it impenetrable given his then current capabilities. Thus, he cast the ring aside in the system warehouse, gradually letting it fade from his consciousness. Now, upon rediscovering it, curiosity and intrigue swelled within him. After all, a treasure that could incite such a lethal conflict among two core formation experts was undoubtedly extraordinary. With this anticipation swirling in his mind, Lu Fan inhaled deeply and unleashed his spiritual awareness against the ring's barrier. Under the force of his mental onslaught, the barrier shattered within a mere 3 to 4 breaths. Freed from its constraints, Lu Fan's spiritual awareness entered the ring without obstruction. Inside the storage ring lay a trove of abundant spiritual stones, elixirs, and various cultivation resources. However, Lu Fan's immediate objective was not these commonplace items, but rather the enigmatic treasure he sought. After a diligent search within the confines of the ring, he finally unearthed a peculiar black box. This box was entirely sealed, devoid of any discernible openings, and it was crafted from a material that was neither stone, wood, nor any form of refined metal. Its composition was distinctly unique. After scrutinizing the box with his spiritual awareness for a moment, Lu Fan suppressed the impulse to extract it for a closer examination. Given the presence of numerous onlookers and the uncertainty surrounding the box's origins, any careless revelation could lead to complications. As the saying goes, one must not flaunt their wealth. Such a simple truth was not lost on Lu Fan. Thus, he reluctantly contained his curiosity and stored the box away in the system warehouse. Subsequently, he reclaimed the remaining resources from the storage ring, garnering an additional 50,000 points. After completing these tasks, Lu Fan exhaled softly and resolutely instructed, "System, display my personal information panel." As his words echoed, the system interface materialized, revealing a detailed account of his personal information. Host, Lu Fan Physique. Devouring Sword Body Cultivation Level. Foundation Establishment Stage 1 points. 2. 879. 240 Mystical Technique Skills. Taiji Sword Technique. Blazing Fire Sword Technique. 7-star Steps. Heavenly Spirit Finger. Flickering Light. Gale Slash. Thousand Illusions Transformation Contracted Beast. Crimson Gold Flood Dragon Weapons. Taiji Sword. Purple Gold Mysterious Spirit Robe. Flying Cloud Shuttle Marketplace. Open Quests. 1. Enter the Kingdom Academy for training. Reward. 1 special sign-in opportunity. 10,000 points. 2. Fulfill the wishes of Lin Hai. Reward. 1 sign-in opportunity. 3,000 000.3. Annihilate the bandits within the southern Qin kingdom. Reward: 1 sign-in opportunity for each bandit faction destroyed. 4. Slay Yugu. Reward: 1 sign-in opportunity. 2. 000 points. Unvisited location. Kingdom Academy Warehouse. 1 diamond talisman. 2 3. 3 superior ice talismans. 2 superior invisibility talismans. For special sign-in opportunities, 6 sign-in opportunities. 1 drop of true dragon blood. 10 superior recovery pills. 1 beast origin pill. 2 primary berserk pills. 1 intermediate berserk pill. Upon gazing at the detailed information displayed on the luminous screen, Lu Fan gained a comprehensive understanding of his current circumstances. In his previous life, he had a penchant for listing tasks he needed to accomplish to avoid forgetting any significant matters. Now, however, there was no need for him to keep track. The personal information panel exhibited everything with clarity, akin to playing a game where there was no necessity to laboriously remember every detail. He felt a profound satisfaction with this aspect of the system. Nevertheless, when he noticed the entry for his contracted beast, the crimson gold flood dragon, he could not help but ponder in silence. What could be the cause of its prolonged slumber? Surely, there should not be any issues, as the strength of the crimson gold flood dragon should not render it so feeble. This question had lingered in his mind for quite some time, as he awaited the awakening of the dragon. Yet, to his dismay, it remained unresponsive. Contemplating this, Lu Fan could not resist the urge to explore the system space. Inside, the crimson gold flood dragon still lay in a dormant state, with faint golden glimmers occasionally flickering across its form. Were it not for the robust vitality emanating from it and the subtle strengthening of its aura, Lu Fan might have genuinely believed it had perished. After observing the crimson gold flood dragon for a moment, a bold hypothesis surfaced in Lu Fan's mind regarding the drop of true dragon blood within the system warehouse. This precious essence was invaluable, and he had hesitated to refine it, fearing that nurturing it within his dantian might overwhelm him. Yet now, gazing at the slumbering dragon, an audacious thought emerged: to entrust this drop of true dragon blood to the crimson gold flood dragon for refinement. As this thought emerged, Lu Fan could not help but inwardly inquire: System, if the crimson golden flood dragon refines this drop of true dragon's blood, will it transform into a true dragon? Beep. Refining a drop of true dragon's blood will enhance the true dragon bloodline of the crimson golden flood dragon. As its cultivation level increases, it can gradually assimilate, and upon reaching a certain realm, it will be able to transcend and ascend, ultimately metamorphosing into a true dragon. Upon hearing the system's response, Lu Fan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Although the transformation into a true dragon necessitated reaching a specific cultivation level and undergoing tribulation, there was indeed a glimmer of hope. In comparison to refining this drop of true dragon's blood himself, it was evidently far more beneficial for the crimson golden flood dragon. After all, as long as he possessed sufficient system points, he could procure elixirs and other opportunities from the marketplace to facilitate breakthroughs. With this thought, Lu Fan felt a stirring within him and promptly inquired again: System, how can I administer this drop of true dragon essence blood to the crimson golden flood dragon? Additionally, will there be any adverse effects after consumption? Beep. Simply allow a drop of true dragon's blood to fall upon its body, and it will absorb it autonomously. After absorption, it will fall into a slumber, awakening only after complete refinement. Having received this answer, Lu Fan promptly made his decision. Chapter 119. Dragon Pearl. What is it but a single drop of true dragon's blood? When the golden-scaled dragon eventually transforms into a true dragon, the rewards will be extraordinary. With this thought lingering in his mind, Lu Fan unhesitatingly retrieved the jade vial containing the true dragon's blood from the system's repository. He then maneuvered the vial to hover above the slumbering golden-scaled dragon and opened it, allowing the precious blood to cascade down. As he observed, the drop of true dragon's blood descended slowly onto the golden-scaled dragon's body. The moment it made contact, an overwhelming brilliance of golden light erupted from within the dragon. Instinctively, Lu Fan retracted his spiritual senses in response to the blinding radiance. As the dazzling light gradually diminished, he cautiously resumed his examination. To his astonishment, he beheld the golden-scaled dragon's form seemingly rendered transparent, revealing 2 orbs within its dantian. One orb was the dragon's spiritual core, while the other, a radiant golden sphere. contained a faint dragon-shaped silhouette. Additionally, Lu Fan could vaguely hear the resonant sounds of dragon roars emanating from within the creature. What left him utterly awestruck was that the two orbs appeared to be merging, as if destined to fuse together. The drop of true dragon's blood had also integrated into both orbs. Faced with this unprecedented spectacle, Lu Fan could not help but be overwhelmed. After a prolonged moment of astonishment, he gradually composed himself, unable to resist the urge to gaze intently at the two orbs within the golden-scaled dragon's dantian. After a brief period of contemplation, he inquired within his mind, "System, what is the second orb within the golden-scaled dragon's dantian?" Beep, dragon pearl detected. Would the host like to retrieve it? Upon hearing this notification, Lu Fan was rendered momentarily speechless. Dragon pearl. System, are you certain? You mean to say that the other orb within the golden-scaled dragon is a dragon pearl? Beep, confirmation assured. Would the host like to retrieve it? With the system's confirmation ringing in his ears, Lu Fan felt as though he had been struck by a seismic wave, his mind swirling with disbelief. A dragon pearl, the spiritual core of a true dragon, encapsulating all the power of the dragon, even its very soul. No wonder he had glimpsed the dragon-shaped silhouette. It must have been the true dragon's essence. Once his emotions settled, Lu Fan could no longer contain his curiosity and asked, "System, how many points can be obtained by retrieving this dragon pearl?" Beep, retrieving this dragon pearl will yield 8 million points. Would the host like to proceed with the retrieval? A sharp intake of breath escaped Lu Fan as he absorbed this revelation, his astonishment palpable. The retrieval price stood at 8 million points, implying a market value of approximately 24 million points. This indeed constituted an astronomical sum. As he stood in utter astonishment at the price, the system continued to elaborate. Ding. This Dragon Ball is a flawed one, priced at 1/5 of a complete Dragon Ball. At that moment, Lu Fan found himself numbed by the shock, his heart devoid of any tumultuous feelings. The fact that a flawed Dragon Ball could yield 8 million points was nothing short of terrifying. Furthermore, capturing the Crimson Golden Dragon had cost him merely a single contract talisman. By all accounts, he had made an extraordinary profit. Previously, he had been perplexed by the sudden decline in the Crimson Golden Dragon's strength, rendering it incapable of contending even against 4 core formation cultivators. Yet now, a glimmer of understanding began to dawn upon him. If no unforeseen circumstances arose, it was likely that the decline in the dragon's power stemmed from an unexpected fusion of the elixir and the Dragon Ball. Moreover, the ethereal dragon apparition observed in the mountain range of the Crimson Golden Dragon was not a celestial phenomenon, but rather the dragon soul contained within the Dragon Ball. Having pieced these thoughts together, Lu Fan took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain his composure. Despite the prospect of acquiring 8 million system points from the Dragon Ball, he resolved not to redeem it. After all, this was an opportunity that the Crimson Golden Dragon had rightfully earned, and he had no intention of seizing it. Of course, a more significant reason lay in the fact that the Crimson Golden Dragon was now his contracted beast, akin to his own kin. Thus, the stronger the dragon became, the more advantageous it was for him, and he would naturally refrain from actions that could jeopardize his own interests. Taking another deep breath to suppress the restless emotions within, Lu Fan closed the system interface. Though the interface was shut, his thoughts lingered on the Crimson Golden Dragon and the Dragon Ball nestled within. He was curious about where the dragon had acquired this sphere and whether there were other treasures besides it. However, with the dragon now entering an extended period of slumber, he could only continue to quell his intrigue. Lost in thought for a while, Lu Fan gradually transitioned into a state of cultivation. 3 fleeting days passed in the blink of an eye. By midday on the 4th day, Lu Fan and his companions finally arrived at the capital of the Southern Qing Kingdom, Nanking City. Nanking City was the largest and most prosperous city in the entire Southern Qing Kingdom. The city walls were forged from exceptionally durable refining materials, standing 100 meters high and 10 meters wide. The expansive walls could accommodate 5 beast carts traveling side by side, viewed from the heights of the heavens. The seemingly endless city walls resembled a colossal black dragon, coiling in an infinite loop. When considering the interior of the city, it appeared akin to an immense tortoise sprawling upon the ground. After gazing at the city gates from several hundred meters away for a moment, the group slowly made their way towards the 6 grand gates. Although the main entrance boasted 6 gate openings, 5 of them were still lined with long queues. After all, This was the royal capital, the most flourishing and affluent locale of the southern Qing kingdom. Thus, entering the capital required not only waiting in line, but also paying an entrance fee to obtain a jade token for entry. Moreover, the payment of the urban entry fee does not grant one the privilege of indefinite residence within the city. One is permitted to remain for a mere 7 days. Should one exceed this limit, departure becomes obligatory. Failure to vacate the premises after the 7-day period will trigger an automatic alarm from the entry jade token, summoning the royal guards to expel the individual from the city. At that juncture, one must either comply and leave or pay the entry fee anew for an additional week's stay. To reside permanently in the royal city, one must possess a formal identity jade token, thereby becoming a citizen of the realm. There exist 2 pathways to attain this status, either by purchasing a residence or shop within the city or by serving as a subordinate to a high-ranking resident. Naturally, this applies chiefly to ordinary cultivators. For the elite, mere display of their prowess allows them to reside within the city at no cost, alongside access to abundant resources, such as the advantage of strength, manifesting vividly across all realms and locations. For instance, at this very moment, while ordinary cultivators must queue to pay their entry fees, Lu Fan and his companions, escorted by the fierce tiger army, effortlessly traversed through a special passage on the far right, encountering no obstacles whatsoever. This exemplifies the benefits conferred by immense power and authority. Chapter 120. Acquiring 3 inheritances upon entering the city. Ling Qiushua immediately lifted the curtain, her curiosity and excitement igniting as she surveyed her surroundings. At this moment, Lu Fan's steed had transformed from the purple flame jade spirit lion to a horse. Following the counsel of Chun Wu and Shun Yu, the royal city, unlike other places, was teeming with formidable beings, many of whom would readily recognize the purple flame jade spirit lion. The danger of being targeted by more than just a few was palpable. Despite Lu Fan's considerable strength, he was merely at the core formation stage. If someone beyond that realm were to intervene, it would spell disaster. One must remember that spirit beasts are worth their weight in gold, and even those above the core formation stage could succumb to greed. Although Lu Fan possessed trump cards capable of vanquishing those transcending the core formation, he was reluctant to squander them. After all, the talismans capable of such feats were exorbitantly priced, and even his amassed points would scarcely afford him a handful. He had no desire to waste them frivolously. Thus, he heeded the advice of Chun Wu and Shun Yu, exchanging the purple flame jade spirit lion for a horse, disregarding the lion's protests. After all, in its infatuated state, the lion had no recourse against him. Once astride the horse, Lu Fan cast a fleeting glance at the bustling surroundings before losing interest. The royal capital was indeed far more prosperous than Lingyuan City or Duanlong City. However, compared to the cities of his previous life, it paled in comparison, lacking any semblance of competitiveness. Retracting his gaze, Lu Fan inwardly stated, "System, utilize 3 sign-in opportunities." This was, after all, the royal capital of the southern Qing kingdom. He ought to be able to sign in for something worthwhile. As he awaited the results with bated breath, 3 notification chimes resonated in succession. Ding. Sign in at Southern Qing City successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the inheritance of basic alchemy. Ding. Sign in at Southern Qing City successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the inheritance of basic weapon forging. Ding. Sign in at Southern Qing City successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the inheritance of basic formation techniques. With the sound of these notifications, 3 vast and intricate streams of information surged into Lu Fan's mind. Without requiring his command, these streams began to merge seamlessly with his consciousness. In but a brief moment, they had perfectly integrated into his memory. As he absorbed these newfound, familiar memories, Lu Fan felt a surge of astonishment and curiosity. He had not anticipated that this sign-in would bestow upon him 3 significant inheritances, all of which were of paramount importance. For cultivators, whether in alchemy, weapon forging, or formation techniques, these are essential pursuits that accompany one throughout their lifetime. Yet, the number of cultivators who can master all 3 is exceedingly rare. This scarcity is due to the inherent talents required for each discipline, with the standards for becoming an alchemist being particularly stringent. Among 100,000 cultivators, perhaps only one would meet the criteria to become an alchemist. Merely meeting the prerequisites is insufficient. To truly ascend as an alchemist, one must endure a myriad of trials. Among these, the most formidable challenge lies in the inheritance of alchemical knowledge. Alchemists are exceedingly rare, rendering their teachings invaluable. Even those with a natural aptitude for alchemy. Ordinary cultivators find themselves unable to access this sacred knowledge. Should they fortuitously become apprentices to a few alchemists, they must serve diligently, fetching tea and water, toiling without reward for years, or even decades, before they might glean the secrets of alchemy. Although various factions and royal academies possess alchemical legacies, the path to learning this art is fraught with stringent requirements. Consequently, the status of alchemists is profoundly esteemed. Even the lowest-ranked alchemist commands respect and is not to be trifled with. All alchemists are united under a single banner, the Alchemist Association. This organization spans 5 continents, standing as a colossus on each, with no one daring to offend it. Thus, many alchemists exhibit an air of superiority, feeling invincible. The status of artifact crafters does not pale in comparison to that of alchemists. However, the path to becoming a high-ranking artifact crafter is even more arduous. Mastery of formation techniques is essential, a challenge that is readily apparent. Moreover, artifact crafters must begin by forging and refining various materials, a far less glamorous pursuit than that of alchemists. As a result, the craft of artifact creation lags significantly behind alchemy, with the Artifact Crafters Association being firmly overshadowed by the Alchemist Association for millennia. The domain of formations is relatively commonplace. Many ordinary cultivators can utilize formation plates to arrange simple formations, which garners little attention. However, upon acquiring the knowledge of formations, Lu Fan realized their complexity was far beyond superficial understanding. Yet, at this moment, he had merely attained the basics of formation techniques. Aspiring to delve into more profound concepts would be a misallocation of focus. What gratified him further was that, following the systematic inheritance, he, an absolute novice unacquainted with alchemy, artifact crafting, or formations, suddenly comprehended an abundance of knowledge. It felt as if he had practiced these 3 crafts from a young age, with no sense of unfamiliarity. The specifics, however, would require him to seek opportunities for personal experimentation in the future. After thoroughly contemplating these 3 inheritances, Lu Fan could not resist utilizing the remaining 3 opportunities for signing in. Beep. Successful sign-in at Nanxing City. Congratulations, host, for receiving 10,000 points. Beep. Successful sign-in at Nanxing City. Congratulations, host, for receiving 2 yuan condensing pills. Beep. Successful sign-in at Nanxing City. Congratulations, host, for receiving 10,000 low-grade spirit stones and 2,000 points. Listening to the rewards from the 3 sign-in opportunities, Lu Fan could not help but feel a wave of frustration. He had initially hoped to capitalize on the momentum, perhaps even sign in for something extraordinary. Instead, he received these items. At that moment, he began to suspect whether the preceding 3 sign-ins had drained his fortune for arriving in Nanxing City. After a brief spell of melancholy, Lu Fan found solace in his heart, reassuring himself, it is of little consequence. Having acquired the legacies of alchemy, weapon forging, and array formation is already a tremendous gain. What does it matter if I squander 3 opportunities for signing in? With this self-comforting thought, Lu Fan gradually found tranquility within. The group proceeded along the bustling main avenue for about half an hour before arriving at an extraordinarily opulent mansion, the Northern Town Prince's residence. This magnificent estate was bestowed upon the Northern Town Prince by the sovereign, and aside from the royal palace, it stood as the largest and most lavish dwelling in Nanjing City. Even though the Northern Town Prince and his kin had never resided here, hundreds of servants diligently cleaned the premises daily, fearful of any negligence. Upon arriving, Lu Fan intended to take his leave along with Ling Qiuxue, Dizhua, Chenwu, and the siblings Nanqingyu. However, just as he was about to bid farewell, Nanqingyu suddenly spoke. Brother Lu, if it is not too much trouble, why not stay with us here? After all, you are new to the city and unfamiliar with the royal capital. At least here, you would have a place to rest. Hearing Nanqingyu's invitation for his party to stay, Lu Fan was taken aback, and the others exhibited expressions of incredulity. Chapter 121. The opulent residence of the Northern King throughout the journey. Although Nanqingyu had shed her initial aloofness, her relationship with Lu Fan remained somewhat awkward. The primary reason for this discomfort stemmed from Nanqingyu's unwillingness to concede her pride. Many believed that upon arriving in Nanqing City, she would immediately sever ties with Lu Fan, as the nature of their relationship had rendered others palpably uncomfortable, especially with Nanqing Yu's evident awareness of her own faults, yet her refusal to humble herself. It left onlookers in a state of helplessness. However, no one anticipated that at this moment, Nanqing Yu would extend an invitation to Lu Fan and his companions to stay at the Northern King's residence. Under the incredulous gazes of those around her, Nanqing Yu's cheeks flushed, but she quickly steeled herself and declared, "Brother Lu, I apologize for my previous behavior. However, let it be known that I am not apologizing merely because you surpass me in skill." The sight of Nanqing Yu apologizing to Lu Fan left everyone astounded, particularly Chun Wu and Nanqing Yu herself, who could hardly believe that this person, known for her unyielding pride, would lower herself to offer an apology. To them, this was as unbelievable as the sun rising in the west. Lu Fan was equally taken aback by Nanqing Yu's demeanor. Yet he swiftly regained his composure and smiled in response. "In that case, I shall not stand on ceremony." His perception of Nanqing Yu had long since shifted, and he harbored no lingering resentment. Her unexpected apology had elevated his regard for her. Thus, he readily accepted her invitation. Seeing Lu Fan agree without hesitation eased Nanqing Yu's anxious heart, a smile emerging on her face. She had genuinely feared that Lu Fan would refuse in front of her sister and Chen Wu, leaving her in an embarrassing predicament. After all, it took considerable courage for her to apologize, a first for her. At this moment, Nanqing Yun also realized the significance of the occasion and cheerfully grasped Ling Qiushua's arm, exclaiming, "Sister Shui, this is wonderful. You can accompany me from now on." Throughout their journey, Nanqing Yun had forged a strong bond with Ling Qiushua and Shun Yu. However, given Shun Yu's age of 20, she was slightly more distant. In contrast, Ling Qiushua, at 16, was nearly the same age as Nanqing Yun, fostering a closer camaraderie between them. Witnessing this scene, Chun Wu's face blossomed into a broad smile. As a former personal guard of the Northern King, he naturally wished for Nanqing Yu, the young prince, to emulate the excellence of his predecessor. With Lu Fan's talent and integrity apparent, Chun Wu believed that their friendship would yield nothing but benefits. Throughout the journey, he had often hoped for Nanqing Yu to apologize to Lu Fan, promoting goodwill between them. Unfortunately, Nanqing Yu's pride had hindered such exchanges, leaving him to lament in silence. Now, witnessing her proactive apology filled him with immense satisfaction. With this thought, he chuckled lightly and remarked, "With a fan looking after you, I can return to report with peace of mind." With a smile, Chun Wu turned to Lu Fan and earnestly said, "Afan, the young prince and the princess are somewhat naive. Should they encounter difficulties in the future, I kindly ask for your assistance." After saying this, he bowed deeply to Lu Fan, who quickly helped him to his feet. "Brother Chen, you are too courteous. Both of them are my friends, and if trouble arises, I will certainly lend a hand. There is no need for such formalities." Seeing the sincerity in Lu Fan's expression, Chun Wu nodded with a smile, confident in Lu Fan's promise. After giving further instructions to the siblings Nanqing Yu and Nanqing Yun, Chun Wu cheerfully remarked, "The fierce tiger army cannot linger in the royal city for too long. My mission is now complete, and I must return to the border immediately. Until we meet again." Upon hearing Chun Wu's urgency to depart, Nanqing Yu hastily tried to retain him, but Chun Wu declined. Lu Fan and the others found themselves helpless in the situation and could only bid farewell to Chun Wu. Under their watchful gaze, Chun Wu left behind 10 guards, including Li Yu, to serve as protectors for Nanqing Yu and Nanqing Yun, before leading the rest of the fierce tiger army out of the royal city. Once Chun Wu and his soldiers had departed, Nanqing Yu turned to Lu Fan with a smile. "Let us go, Brother Lu, and explore this royal mansion. It is my first time here as well." Lu Fan nodded with a smile, and the group proceeded toward the mansion, where the guards at the entrance, now aware of Nanqing Yu's identity, knelt in greeting. "We pay our respects to the young prince and the princess." "Rise," Nanqing Yu commanded, her expression composed as she allowed the guards to stand. She then led Lu Fan and the others inside, with one of the gatekeepers closely following to provide introductions. Upon entering the royal mansion, the group was immediately awestruck by the opulent surroundings. Every building was exquisitely adorned with dragon and phoenix carvings, constructed from premium spiritual wood. The pathways were laid with white jade stones, and not far away, A winding spiritual spring meandered through the estate, teeming with colorful koi leaping joyfully in the water. As they passed through the front courtyard of the mansion, they were greeted by a magnificent lake, its shores lined with splendid pavilions and terraces. Additionally, rare and precious trees, as well as various spiritual fruit trees, thrived along the lakeside, emanating a rich aura and fragrant aroma. Even Lu Fan, who had seen numerous private estates and top-tier gardens in his previous life, could not help but be astonished by the sight. This was no mere royal mansion. It resembled a celestial paradise. Every single item within this realm would be of immeasurable value in the outside world, epitomizing opulence to an extraordinary degree. No wonder there were rumors that the palace of the state's ruler could not rival the grandeur of the Northern Duke's mansion. Now, having witnessed it firsthand, those rumors might indeed hold some truth. Observing the astonished expressions of the group, the guard in charge of introductions smiled and said, "Young prince, princess, this is merely the front courtyard of the mansion. Your residence lies beyond the lake in the rear courtyard." Under the guidance of the guard, the group swiftly boarded the ethereal vessel by the lakeside, crossing over to the opposite shore. Upon arrival, they were met with an unparalleled astonishment. This place resembled a realm unto itself, with spiritual energy far more abundant than that of the front courtyard. The area was adorned with trees that had flourished for centuries, some even nearing a millennium in age, each worth tens of thousands of low-grade spirit stones. In this moment, it was not only Lu Fan, Ling Qiushua, and Dizhua who were utterly astounded, but also the brother and sister duo, Nan Qingyu and Nan Qingyun, who found themselves equally amazed. While the northern border's town North King Manor was already considered quite impressive, having been their childhood home, it paled in comparison to this extraordinary sight, which made it seem like a mere slum. After a considerable time, they finally regained their composure and continued their exploration with the guard, spending nearly an hour marveling at the opulent and vast town North King Manor. Once their tour concluded, they proceeded to the main hall of the manor. Chapter 122. Shen Yu's thoughts. After settling in the front hall, Nan Qingyu smiled at Lu Fan and Ling Qiushua, saying, "Brother Lu, sister Qiushua, from now on consider this place your home and reside here at ease. Tomorrow, I shall visit the imperial palace with Yuner. You may enjoy the city in the meantime. The day after tomorrow, we will all head to the Royal Academy for the assessment. What do you think?" Naturally, Lu Fan had no objections to Nan Qingyu's arrangement, promptly nodding with a smile. That sounds fine. However, he had no intention of residing in the Duke of Jinbei's manor indefinitely. While the residences within the capital were indeed costly, it posed no challenge for him. Once he familiarized himself with the capital over the next few days, he certainly intended to purchase a residence there. He and Ling Qiushua would eventually enter the Royal Academy to study and cultivate, living on the academy grounds. However, Dizhua could not accompany them, so he needed to make proper arrangements for him. Additionally, certain matters within the academy would be inconvenient. Thus, possessing a private space for secret cultivation was essential. Nevertheless, he refrained from voicing these thoughts at this moment. Shen Yu was also present in the hall. Yet Nan Qingyu chose not to engage her in conversation. After all, Shen Yu was already a student of the academy and did not require his intervention. Moreover, he was not oblivious. He could discern that Shen Yu seemed to harbor feelings for Lu Fan. Should he converse too extensively with her and inadvertently provoke Lu Fan's displeasure, it would only lead to unnecessary strife. Of course, he was unaware of Lu Fan's attitude toward Shen Yu. Had he known, he would not have fretted so. The group continued to chat for a while longer before each proceeded to their respective quarters, guided by servants. Nan Qingyu and Nan Qingyu's chambers were situated in the rear courtyard opposite the lake, while Lu Fan and the others were accommodated in the front courtyard. Initially, Nan Qingyu had arranged for Lu Fan and his companions to stay in the rear courtyard, but Lu Fan declined. The rear courtyard was designated for the manor's owners. He would not usurp their space. Even if Nan Qingyu and Nan Qingyu harbored no ulterior motives, he would not act in such a manner. They were merely friends, not a family, and maintaining some distance was prudent. Otherwise, exceeding that boundary could risk the loss of their friendship, or worse, lead to enmity. Lu Fan insisted on staying in the front courtyard, and Nan Qingyu had no choice but to acquiesce. The palatial accommodations in the front courtyard were equally opulent. Shen Yu and Dizhua shared a room, while Lu Fan and Ling Qiushua occupied a chamber together. Had this been before, both Lu Fan and Ling Qiushua might have felt awkward or shy. However, After their recent breakthrough, such concerns had dissipated. Once settled in the lavish palace, Ling Qiushue softly suggested to Lu Fan, a fan, let us rent a smaller residence in a few days. Once we have enough spirit stones, we can purchase one. For ordinary cultivators, staying in the capital was not easy, but once they became students of the Royal Academy, such worries would vanish. At that point, renting a residence would suffice. As Ling Qiushue made her request, Lu Fan affectionately ruffled her hair and smiled. Do not worry. Purchasing a house is merely a trivial matter. We shall venture out to explore tomorrow. Although his current stock of spirit stones was limited, he possessed a considerable collection of treasures. Among them were the corpses of 3rd and 4th grade beasts, as well as snow spirit fruits and various elixirs. By casually auctioning off some of these valuables, he could easily acquire the spirit stones necessary to purchase a home. While those residences could not compare to the Northern King's manor, he was indifferent to such things. As long as he wielded sufficient power, he could attain anything he desired. A temporary concession was of little consequence. In time, when his cultivation reached greater heights, even the imperial palace would be no barrier. He would reside wherever he wished. Upon hearing Lu Fan's words, Ling Qiushue obediently nodded. Observing her endearing demeanor, Lu Fan felt a surge of warmth within. Schwer, Affen, their gazes met, and unspoken sentiments filled the air as Lu Fan unhesitatingly took Ling Qiushue into the inner chamber. Drawing upon his previous experience, he swiftly established a barrier of spiritual energy within the room. While the interior was engulfed in tumult, the outside world remained tranquil, devoid of any sound. In the adjacent palace, Xinyu sat cross-legged, striving to enter a meditative state. However, regardless of her efforts, she found it impossible to quiet her mind, her ears instinctively straining to catch any sounds from the neighboring chamber. After a prolonged wait with no noise forthcoming, she quickly deduced the reason. Her heart swelled with a bittersweet mixture of yearning and disappointment. Oh, Xinyu, how could you covet Qiushue's beloved? Yet, was it truly a matter of theft? A man may take several wives. Being a concubine was surely preferable to being a mere pawn in a familial alliance. Xinyu gazed vacantly towards the door, her mind swirling with chaotic thoughts. The striking figure of Lu Fan echoed in her mind, leaving her in a state of unrest. She was reluctant to confront her feelings, yet was unable to overcome the turmoil within. She had developed affections for Lu Fan, but felt a profound guilt towards Ling Qiushue, and dared not express her feelings to him. It was evident that Lu Fan held no interest in her. His gaze was refreshingly pure, unlike the smoldering stares of the suitors at the academy, whose eyes burned with fervor, as if they wished to consume her entirely. Such intensity repulsed her. Yet, the more aloof he appeared, the deeper her infatuation grew, as if under a spell. Lost in her musings, Xinyu gradually drifted into slumber. A night passed in the blink of an eye. The following day, as Lu Fan and Ling Qiushue arrived at the front hall of the manor, Nanqingyun, Dizhua, and Xinyu were already awaiting their arrival. Upon seeing Lu Fan and Ling Qiushue, a knowing smirk spread across Nanqingyu's face. For he was no longer an innocent youth, but rather aware of the intricacies of romantic entanglements. At this moment, the relationship between Lu Fan and Ling Qiushue had blossomed, and he found joy in teasing Lu Fan, relishing in his moments of embarrassment. However, Lu Fan was unperturbed by such trivialities. For Ling Qiushue was undeniably the woman he had chosen, a fact that no one could alter. Ling Qiushue, under the gaze of the crowd, still felt her cheeks flush with shyness as she followed Lu Fan to the table, where an array of exquisitely crafted pastries and a bowl of soft, glutinous spirit porridge awaited. Lu Fan, without hesitation, served a bowl of porridge for Ling Qiushue and then filled one for himself, savoring the delightful spread before him without pretense. As everyone indulged in their meal, casual conversations flowed, and soon an hour had passed. After breakfast, the group departed from the Northern Prince's residence. The siblings Nanqingyu and Nanqingyun boarded a carriage arranged by the palace outside the manor to head for the imperial palace, while Lu Fan, Ling Qiushue, Dizhua, and Xinyu meandered through the bustling streets of the royal city. Chapter 123. Acquiring a residence after meandering through the city for a brief while. Xinyu turned to Lu Fan and his companions and stated, I must return to the academy. The longer we delay, the more complicated Sun Yan's matters will become. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan raised an eyebrow and replied solemnly, Would you like me to accompany you? as he was responsible for Sun Yan's demise. He would not allow Shen Yu to shoulder the blame alone. In response to Lu Fan's inquiry, Shen Yu shook her head. There is no need. Once I return to the academy, I will seek out the enforcement elder to explain the situation. By tomorrow, when you arrive at the academy, the elder will likely summon you to inquire about the details. Just speak truthfully. Seeing Shen Yu's resolve, Lu Fan nodded in agreement and refrained from further discussion. Each must bear the consequences of their own actions. Should the academy decide to punish him for this incident, he would not remain passive. He was prepared to unleash a tumultuous uproar with all the points he had accrued, then depart with Ling Qiuxue and Dizhua, vowing to return for vengeance once his powers had grown. After Shen Yu departed, Lu Fan, accompanied by Dizhua and Ling Qiuxue, continued to wander through the city, simultaneously searching for establishments that specialized in the sale of residences. Having resolved to purchase a property, Lu Fan was determined not to hesitate in this endeavor. Nanking City, the capital of the Nanxing Kingdom, boasted steep prices for residential properties, attracting numerous cultivators who made a living in this arena. Many of these practitioners operated shops, akin to real estate agencies in a previous life, known as Yahang. Within moments, the trio stumbled upon a two-story Yahang bustling with cultivators entering and exiting. They promptly ventured inside. As soon as they entered, a middle-aged man with a beaming smile approached them. This man, possessing the cultivation of the second realm of true gang, had honed his keen perception through daily interactions. Thus, he immediately recognized Lu Fan as the leader among the three and, with a broad smile, inquired, "Esteemed sir, how may I assist you today? Take us to view some quality residences. They must be in a tranquil location with a pleasant environment. Those are my only two requirements," Lu Fan stated decisively. Upon hearing Lu Fan's straightforward criteria for the residence, the middle-aged man's smile deepened. He was adept at discerning the financial capabilities of potential buyers from just a few words. Lu Fan's clarity suggested he was an affable individual, likely willing to pay a fair price, exactly the type of client they cherished at Yahang. Suppressing his excitement, the middle-aged man responded with exuberance. "What a coincidence. We have just listed a property that boasts an exceptional location and environment, complete with a spiritual spring that emanates abundant spiritual energy, certainly to your satisfaction." Upon learning of such a residence, Lu Fan raised an eyebrow and instructed the middle-aged man to lead the way for a first-hand viewing. The middle-aged man, eager to please such a significant client, promptly guided Lu Fan and his companions to the property he had mentioned, engaging them with an endless stream of flattery along the way. If it were not for the incessant reminders surrounding him, Lu Fan might have truly believed he was either in his previous life or in a realm of cultivation. Beyond the practice of cultivation and the environment itself, there existed numerous similarities between this world and his former life. In the small towns, residences held little value, while those in the royal capital were exorbitantly priced. This world, abundant in mountain ranges, was largely unclaimed territory. Should one desire solitude, one could certainly retreat to the secluded forests for rigorous training. However, only a select few cultivators could endure such arduous practices. The vast majority preferred to congregate together, especially in prosperous places like the royal capital. Various resources for cultivation were plentiful. For cultivators, wherever resources were abundant, that place became a paradise for training. Thus, some unconnected wandering cultivators would rather serve as servants in the royal capital than endure the hardships of solitary training in the outside world. After all, as a servant, they could still access resources, providing them with opportunities and hope for growth. While the freedom of the outside world was enticing, it was fraught with life and death crises, and the acquisition of resources was exceedingly challenging. They would forfeit a hopeless freedom for the sake of security. Thus, in any realm, the finest possessions and locations were not easily attained. In every world, only the strong could acquire what they desired. The weak had no authority to choose. Lu Fan also learned the name of a middle-aged man, Su Kai. Under Su Kai's guidance, a group of 4 arrived at a residence located in the eastern part of the royal city. Although this residence could not compare to the Duke of the North's mansion, it was still quite satisfactory for Lu Fan. After all, it was merely a place for refuge and cultivation. Were it not for the need to accommodate Dizhua and to secure a discreet location for his own practice, he would have had no need to purchase a residence. After surveying the estate, Lu Fan straightforwardly inquired, "How many spirit stones?" "Young Master Lu, you are direct, so I shall not hide anything from you. The asking price is 110,000 lower-grade spirit stones, Sukai replied. Upon hearing this figure, Lu Fan unhesitatingly stated, 100,000 lower-grade spirit stones, payment to be settled by tomorrow afternoon. You can manage the rest, is that acceptable? Sukai's lips twitched at Lu Fan's abrupt reduction of 10,000 spirit stones. Just as he prepared to negotiate, Lu Fan's gaze fell upon him. After a brief exchange of looks, Sukai understood that Lu Fan would not alter his offer and could only smile resignedly. In that case, consider the 10,000 spirit stones as a gesture of friendship towards young Master Lu. Please visit me at the tooth shop tomorrow afternoon, and I assure you, I will handle everything else. Seeing Sukai's willingness to accommodate, Lu Fan nodded in acknowledgement and chose not to elaborate further. Acquiring a residence was not of great significance to him. Even the expenditure of 100,000 lower-grade spirit stones did not overly concern him. After all, he possessed the confidence and resources to remain so composed. Having concluded this matter, Lu Fan bid farewell to Ling Qiuxue, Dizhua, and Sukai before departing. After watching Lu Fan and his companions depart, Sukai couldn't help but express his admiration with a soft click of his tongue. He pondered the background of this young master, whose generosity was truly remarkable. Having encountered numerous formidable individuals purchasing estates, he found few who could match Lu Fan's decisiveness and flair. After a brief moment of reflection, Sukai returned to the trading house with an immensely satisfied smile. Meanwhile, Lu Fan and his two companions arrived at an auction house. Ling Qiuxue and Dizhua quickly discerned Lu Fan's intention for being there and promptly voiced their concerns. Husband, that estate is far too expensive. Perhaps we should consider renting elsewhere instead. Young master, I possess a considerable number of spirit stones. Pooling them together could certainly help. Upon hearing their words of caution, Lu Fan couldn't help but chuckle softly and shake his head. Do not worry, 1 million low-grade spirit stones is merely a trifle. It is the perfect opportunity to sell off some accumulated items, freeing up space. In his previous life, he never fretted over housing, and in this life, he was even less inclined to be troubled by such trivial matters. With that, Lu Fan led his companions into the auction house before them. Chapter 124. The bead worth 1,000,000 points. Upon entering the auction house, a stunningly beautiful maid approached, warmly welcoming them to the renowned Tianbao auction house. Lu Fan and his companions had previously experienced this illustrious establishment under the guidance of Shun Yu in Duanlong City, so upon seeing the familiar sign, Lu Fan proceeded without hesitation. Gazing at the radiant maid, Lu Fan spoke in a composed manner. I wish to sell some treasures. Please summon your manager. Upon hearing that Lu Fan intended to sell treasures, the enchanting maid responded with a gracious smile. Esteemed sir, please follow me. Being a maid at Tianbao auction house, she possessed discerning insight and did not underestimate Lu Fan due to his youthful appearance. Guided by the captivating maid, Lu Fan and his companions were led to a private room on the first floor of the auction house. Inside, they were met with the sight of an elderly man with white hair meticulously examining a rather dull bead, entirely engrossed in his task, oblivious to the presence of the maid and the trio. The maid, unfazed, spoke respectfully. Master Gu, this young gentleman wishes to sell some treasures. Upon her words, Gu Heng slowly lifted his head and regarded Lu Fan with a disinterested expression, inquiring, what treasures do you wish to sell? Present them for inspection. At that moment, Lu Fan seemed to be unaware of the conversation, his gaze fixated intently on the bead held by the elderly man. The system had recently triggered a task, the content of which was to acquire the very bead in Gu Heng's possession. Obtaining this bead would grant him 2 signing-in opportunities and 10,000 points. Furthermore, upon consulting the system, he learned that reclaiming this bead would yield a staggering 1,000,000 points. Naturally, the allure of such a reward stirred immense desire within Lu Fan. Noticing Lu Fan's unwavering focus on the bead, Gu Heng narrowed his eyes, pondering, why is this young man so fixated on this bead? Does it possess some hidden secret? The bead had been entrusted for auction by another party, purportedly sourced from a secret domain. Though it appeared unremarkable, it was said to enhance cultivation speed when held. Gu Heng sensed that the bead was not as simple as it seemed, prompting him to scrutinize it closely. However, after 2 days of investigation, he had found nothing unusual and was ready to dismiss it as an ordinary auction item. Yet, witnessing Lu Fan's rapt attention sparked new thoughts within him. As these musings raced through his mind, Gu Heng cleared his throat and reiterated, Esteemed sir, What treasures do you wish to sell? His reminder jolted Lu Fan back to reality, prompting him to redirect his gaze from the bead. At this moment, he felt a flicker of concern that his earlier behavior might arouse Gu Heng's suspicion. Fortunately, Gu Heng's expression seemed unchanged, allowing him to calm himself. Unbeknownst to him, Gu Heng had already begun to harbor suspicions due to his unusual demeanor. With a quiet sigh, Lu Fan, maintaining an outwardly composed demeanor, placed a storage ring on the table. Please appraise the corpses of these 3 ferocious beasts, Gu Lao. Upon hearing that the corpses were to be sold, a flicker of disappointment crossed Gu Heng's eyes. Although he could not discern Lu Fan's cultivation level, he surmised from Lu Fan's age that he was likely at the qi refining stage, perhaps at most at the first or second level of the true qi stage. Such a cultivation level would only allow for the slaying of first or second tier ferocious beasts, which held little value. After all, first and second tier ferocious beasts were exceedingly common. One could easily sell them at any beast trading establishment, so why come to an auction house? With this thought, Gu Heng could not help but feel a wave of disappointment. Just moments ago, he had wondered if Lu Fan was aware of the secret of the orb in his possession, but now he felt he might have overthought it. However, at this moment, as Lu Fan placed the storage ring before him, he had no choice but to at least take a glance, lest rumors spread that the Tianbao auction house was taking advantage of customers. Thus, he picked up the storage ring placed on the table by Lu Fan and, focusing his mind, began to investigate its contents. Initially, Gu Heng intended only to conduct a cursory examination to dismiss Lu Fan and his companions. Yet, upon seeing the 3 corpses of ferocious beasts within the ring, his eyes widened in astonishment. The tiger-striped blood-eyed python, the wind and thunder leopard, and the purple-crowned python. As an appraiser for the Tianbao auction house, he possessed extensive knowledge of spiritual pills, herbs, various ferocious beasts, and other treasures. Hence, he immediately recognized the identities of these 3 ferocious beasts. Even more astonishingly, they were not the first or second tier beasts he had anticipated. Rather, 2 were third tier and 1 was fourth tier. Observing Gu Heng's shocked expression, Lu Fan couldn't help but stifle a laugh within. He had clearly seen the man's earlier dismissive demeanor, which indicated he did not believe Lu Fan could possess corpses of high-tier beasts. Now, it seemed this old fellow had been thoroughly taken aback. Following a brief moment of shock, a wave of inexplicable elation surged within Gu Heng. Since Lu Fan could produce corpses of such caliber, it was evident he was not an ordinary individual. His prior fixation on the orb in Gu Heng's hand suggested that it was indeed something remarkable. However, the person who entrusted the orb for auction was unaware of its true value. If he could uncover the secret of the orb and acquire it at a low price, it would be a tremendous windfall. Nevertheless, before proceeding, he needed to test Lu Fan to make an informed judgment. After all, the auction price for this orb was set at 30,000 low-grade spirit stones, a sum that was not particularly high, yet certainly not trivial either. Especially if he were to spend 30,000 low-grade spirit stones on a worthless orb, it would result in a significant loss. Thus, he needed to be absolutely certain before making a decision. After these thoughts swiftly flickered through his mind, Gu Heng took a deep breath and gazed at Lu Fan with a smile, saying, "I indeed underestimated my own discernment. I did not expect you to bring the remains of 2 third-tier ferocious beasts and 1 fourth-tier ferocious beast." After a brief pause, he continued to inquire, "Might I ask whether you intend to consign these 3 beast carcasses to our auction house or sell them directly to us? The consignment price will certainly be higher, though it requires some waiting time, and the Tianbao auction house will also charge a commission. Selling directly to the auction house is considerably simpler, yet the price would undoubtedly be lower." However, Lu Fan was disinclined to squander time in waiting. Thus he straightforwardly inquired, "What price would you offer for a direct sale to your auction house? If Tianbao auction house presents a fair price, I would not mind selling it directly. But if this old fellow attempts to take advantage of the situation to drive the price down, I shall leave without hesitation. After all, there are numerous auction houses in the royal city, and I find it hard to believe that none could offer a reasonable price." As Lu Fan's question hung in the air, Gu Heng fell into contemplation. Chapter 125. Regret after a moment of contemplation. Gu Heng finally spoke in a solemn tone. "The standard price for a third-tier ferocious beast corpse is approximately 200,000 low-grade spirit stones. I shall generously offer you 210,000 low-grade spirit stones." As for this fourth-tier purple crown python, its market value ranges from 800,000 to 1 million low-grade spirit stones. I shall provide you with 900,000 low-grade spirit stones. What say you? Gu Heng's offer was neither excessively low nor overly high, yet it was quite favorable for Lu Fan. If it were to be auctioned, the price would undoubtedly soar. But he lacked the time to wait patiently. Furthermore, Gu Heng's price was fairly reasonable, so Lu Fan saw no need to shop around and replied straightforwardly, agreed. But the inner core of the thunderstorm leopard has been taken. Upon hearing this, Gu Heng promptly employed his spiritual sense to scrutinize the situation, confirming that only the thunderstorm leopard lacked its inner core. He then stated, in that case, I shall offer you 120,000 low-grade spirit stones for the thunderstorm leopard. The inner core is the most valuable part of a ferocious beast corpse. Without it, the price diminishes considerably. Gu Heng's assessment of the inner core being worth 90,000 low-grade spirit stones was also commendable. Thus, they settled on that price. Once an agreement was reached, the subsequent matters became significantly simpler. Gu Heng summoned a maid to bring the manager of the auction house. Given the substantial transaction involving millions of low-grade spirit stones, it was imperative to secure the manager's approval. Soon, Wei Feng, the manager of the Tianbao auction house, arrived swiftly. After confirming that there were no issues with the 3 ferocious beast corpses, he finalized the deal on the spot. After all, one does not become a manager of an auction house in the royal capital without possessing a certain level of acumen. With a mere glance, he could roughly ascertain the value of the 3 ferocious beast corpses, thus there was no reason for him to decline. Upon confirmation, Wei Feng promptly handed Lu Fan a storage ring containing 123,000 low-grade spirit stones. In addition to the storage ring filled with spirit stones, he also presented Lu Fan with a VIP card. This card would grant Lu Fan certain discounts when consigning or purchasing items at the Tianbao auction house, as well as preferential treatment in securing better private boxes during auctions. After concluding these matters, Wei Feng departed from the appraisal room. As the manager of the Tianbao auction house, he handled a considerable volume of spirit stones daily, and thus would not be inclined to curry favor with Lu Fan over a mere 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Once Wei Feng had left, Lu Fan did not rush to depart. Instead, he pondered how to acquire the precious orb from Gu Heng. At that moment, Gu Heng was also deliberating on how to test Lu Fan. Just as both were deep in thought, another maid entered the appraisal room, accompanied by a middle-aged man. Upon seeing the man, Gu Heng's expression shifted, and he silently muttered to himself that trouble had arrived. Before he could speak, the middle-aged man addressed him. Old Gu, I have come to retrieve the orb that was consigned. Thank you for your assistance. As the middle-aged man spoke, he caught sight of the precious orb grasped firmly in Gu Heng's hand. Upon learning that the man had come to retrieve the orb, Lu Fan felt a surge of excitement within him. Acquiring the orb from this middle-aged individual would certainly prove to be a simpler endeavor than obtaining it from the esteemed appraiser, Gu Heng. Should this man be considerate enough to sell the orb to him, that would suffice. However, if he were unwilling, Lu Fan would not hesitate to resort to more forceful means to secure it. A treasure worth 1,000,000 system points was ample motivation for him to take action. Despite his inner delight, Lu Fan maintained a facade of composure, revealing nothing on his countenance. Meanwhile, Gu Heng found himself in a state of inner turmoil. If he were to insist on purchasing the orb now, it would undoubtedly alert the middle-aged man, potentially leading him to demand an exorbitant price. Yet, allowing this man to take the orb without protest was equally unpalatable, particularly with the suspicion that the orb harbored secrets. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Gu Heng rose and addressed the middle-aged man with a smile. This orb has already been listed as an auction item, and the auction is set to commence the day after tomorrow. Should you take the item now, it would tarnish the reputation of our Tianbao auction house. Before Gu Heng could finish his sentence, the middle-aged man furrowed his brow, his displeasure evident as he retorted, "What do you mean? Are you suggesting that the Tianbao auction house intends to seize my treasure? Moreover, you made it quite clear during the consignment that if I no longer wished to proceed with the auction, I could simply pay a fee to reclaim the item. Do you acknowledge this?" Confronted with the man's vehement reaction, Gu Heng was momentarily taken aback, caught off guard by the intensity of the situation. As he pondered his response, the middle-aged man scoffed, "I will cover the fees required to reclaim my item. Now hand over my orb immediately, or else." With that, he produced 300 low-grade spirit stones and placed them on the table. Witnessing this, Lu Fan raised an eyebrow, unable to suppress his curiosity. The man had originally come to consign the treasure, and now he was abruptly retracting his decision, even offering a substantial sum as a penalty. This could only imply one thing. The man had likely realized the orb's considerable value, prompting his change of heart. At this moment, Gu Hong arrived at the same conclusion, inwardly cursing his misfortune. If that were indeed the case, his hopes of acquiring the orb at a bargain were now fraught with difficulty. After a moment's contemplation, a glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Gu Hong's eyes. If this orb truly concealed significant secrets and was of considerable worth, he would have no choice but to resort to lethal measures to claim it. Such acts were not foreign to him, and repeating them posed no great moral dilemma. As this thought crystallized in his mind, he cast a discreet glance at Lu Fan and his companions. If he had resolved to commit murder for treasure, the distinction between taking one life or four became inconsequential. A precious and enigmatic bead, coupled with over 123,000 inferior spirit stones, was more than sufficient to persuade him to take action. Having made up his mind, Gu Hong promptly smiled and remarked, "Since you are determined to take the auction item, it shall be entrusted to you. Furthermore, I shall gift you this sound transmission jade token. Should you have a change of heart, feel free to contact me at any time." As he spoke, Gu Hong extended the bead and a sound transmission talisman to the middle-aged man. Observing this scene, Lu Fan narrowed his eyes slightly, feigning casualness as he glanced at Gu Hong. It appeared that this old fellow harbored intentions akin to his own, both vying for the coveted bead. Just moments ago, he had distinctly sensed a flicker of murderous intent emanating from the old man. Though fleeting, it was unmistakably clear. The middle-aged man, however, gave it little thought, his face alight with excitement as he stowed away the bead and the sound transmission jade token. Without a word of farewell, he hastily departed from the appraisal chamber. Chapter 126. Gu Hong's treasure acquisition. Observing the hurried departure of the middle-aged man, both Lu Fan and Gu Hong were convinced that he must have realized the considerable value of the gem, for such evident delight would not have been displayed otherwise. Upon confirming this, a shared intent to eliminate him surged within both of them, though outwardly, they maintained a facade of calm. Suppressing the tumultuous thoughts in his mind, Lu Fan felt no inclination to linger, and promptly rose to bid farewell to Ling Qiushue and Dizhua. His presence there had solely been to covet the mysterious jewel. Now that it was taken, his continued stay held little significance. Moreover, any further delay would likely allow the middle-aged man to vanish entirely from sight. As Lu Fan and his companions exited the appraisal room, Gu Hong's expression darkened, his eyes glinting with lethal intent. Moments later, he too discreetly departed from the Tianbao auction house. Meanwhile, Lu Fan, accompanied by Ling Qiushue and Dizhua, pursued the direction in which the middle-aged man had gone. Dizhua, having followed Lu Fan for some time, was well aware of his master's extraordinary insight. Thus, he quickly deduced that the gem taken by the middle-aged man was likely of great importance. Otherwise, his master would not have reacted so. At that moment, Ling Qiushue also grasped the implication and inquired with palpable curiosity, "Afan, is that gem truly a treasure?" Under her gaze, Lu Fan nodded, a smile gracing his face as he responded, "Indeed, it is a valuable artifact. Since I have set my sights on it, it shall surely not fall into another's hands." With that declaration, the trio hastened their pursuit of the middle-aged man. The latter, having exited, became considerably more cautious, frequently glancing over his shoulder. Fortunately, Lu Fan and his companions maintained a discreet distance, allowing them to remain undetected. After navigating several twists and turns, they soon arrived at a modest estate. Once the middle-aged man entered, Lu Fan and his companions settled across the street at a tavern. They took up a position on the second floor by the window, affording them a clear view of the estate. "Master, that fellow has entered the estate. Should I investigate?" Dizhua offered. "No, I shall go personally," Lu Fan replied, shaking his head, instructing the others to wait. He then produced a top-tier invisibility talisman, vanishing from sight before their eyes. Dizhua, having witnessed this before, remained unfazed. But Ling Qiushue was taken aback. Once Dizhua provided an explanation, she grasped the situation. Now concealed, Lu Fan swiftly traversed to the estate. It was neither grand nor lavish, and upon extending his spiritual senses, he quickly located the middle-aged man's presence. Arriving at the door of the room where the man was situated, Lu Fan could hear voices emanating from within. Master, can this gem truly be worth 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones? Humph, do you think I would deceive you? This treasure, worth 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones, almost fell into your hands for just a few thousand. Heh, fortunately, I returned in time. But, Master, to whom shall we sell this orb now? Just as the middle-aged man posed this question, another figure clad in black swiftly entered the estate. Although the figure's head was shrouded in a dark robe, revealing only a pair of eyes, Lu Fan immediately recognized him as the old fellow from the appraisal room at the Tianbao auction house. Upon seeing him, Lu Fan couldn't help but emit a cold snort. Such an audacious fool, indeed seeking to kill and steal. If all went as anticipated, this old man would not only attempt to seize the orb, but would also likely target him. After all, he had just acquired 123,000 low-grade spirit stones at the auction. Such a substantial amount would surely tempt that old man to take risks. As he pondered silently, the middle-aged man and his white-haired elder companion inside the room also heard the disturbance caused by Gu Hong. Who goes there? With a sharp rebuke, the middle-aged man and the elder burst through the door. Upon seeing the black-clad figure, the middle-aged man's demeanor turned icy as he spoke in a cold voice. Who are you, and why have you intruded upon my estate? In response to the middle-aged man's inquiry, Gu Hong remained silent, drawing a black longsword and charging at both the middle-aged man and the elder. Gu Hong was evidently at the second stage of the core formation realm. Faced with the attacking Gu Hong, the middle-aged man and the elder's expressions shifted, and they immediately unleashed their cultivation in retaliation. A concealed coward seeking death. The middle-aged man was at the 9th stage of the true essence realm, while the elder had reached the 3rd stage of the core formation realm. Thus, they felt no fear against Gu Heng's sword. However, at that moment, a jade talisman suddenly appeared in Gu Heng's hand. Upon releasing the talisman, he hurled it toward the elder. The instant the talisman left his grasp, it shattered, transforming into a stream of black sword energy. Whoosh! With a sound of splitting air, the black sword energy pierced through the elder's brow. Splat! As blood erupted forth, the elder's lifeless body collapsed to the ground. Simultaneously, Gu Heng's black longsword cleaved through the middle-aged man's right arm. Yet, disregarding his own injury and the searing pain, the middle-aged man, with crimson eyes, charged at Gu Hong. You have slain my master. I shall see you dead. The debt of gratitude he owed his master was immeasurable, and now, with his master killed before his eyes by Gu Hong, he lost all reason in an instant. With a furious roar, the middle-aged man recklessly advanced toward Gu Hong. However, how could a mere 9th stage true essence cultivator stand against him after having just slain his master? As he lunged forward, Gu Hong chuckled coldly, his longsword glowing with black light as he struck out. With a sudden burst of blood, the middle-aged man's left arm was severed by Gu Hong. Following this, another strike pierced through the man's dantian, completely obliterating his cultivation. Although Gu Hong could have easily slain the man, he chose not to do so. With his arms lopped off and his powers stripped away, the middle-aged man collapsed helplessly to the ground, yet his face and eyes were filled with a frenzied malice. Who are you? I swear, even as a ghost, I will not let you go. As the man howled in rage and resentment, Gu Hong slowly lifted the black cloak that shrouded his head. Once the cloak was removed, Gu Heng's visage was fully revealed. Upon seeing Gu Heng's face, the middle-aged man's eyes widened in fury, filled with venomous hatred as he gritted his teeth and spat. It's you. You despicable lot from the Tianbao auction house. I hate you. I truly hate you. In that moment, he was consumed by both anger and regret. But it was far too late for words. Observing the man's face twisted with mad resentment, Gu Hong let out a cold chuckle. Chapter 127. The mantis catches the cicada, while the yellow bird awaits to renege on an agreement to auction items, is a provocation. One cannot fault others for the consequences. With a cold smirk, Gu Hong dismissed any further dialogue and swiftly severed the head of the middle-aged man with his sword. After dispatching his foe, Gu Hong sheathed his black longsword, his gaze burning with disdain as he scoffed. Fool, you do not understand the principle of concealing wealth. Your demise is well-deserved. As he crouched to claim the storage ring from the middle-aged man's finger, applause erupted unexpectedly. Accompanying the clapping was a finger conjured from spiritual energy that shot towards Gu Hong with alarming speed. In an instant, Gu Heng's expression shifted dramatically, a gasp escaping his lips as he exclaimed, "Who is it?" Rising to his feet, He beheld the ethereal finger hurtling toward him, and his eyes widened in horror. With a swift thrust, the spiritual finger pierced through his dantian, leaving Gu Heng incapacitated, his cultivation obliterated, just as he had done to the man he had slain. At that moment, Lu Fan emerged slowly, a mocking smile gracing his features. Seeing Lu Fan, Gu Heng trembled, raising a trembling finger towards him. You. He had witnessed Lu Fan and his companions enter the tavern without re-emerging, prompting him to arrive at this estate first, intent on seizing the coveted pearl. However, he had never anticipated that Lu Fan had been lying in wait, entirely undetectable. What filled him with dread was the realization that Lu Fan was not merely a qi refining or true qi practitioner, but a genuine core formation expert. The presence of such a young core formation cultivator was utterly astonishing. As Lu Fan approached, observing Gu Heng's shock and bitterness, he spoke in a calm, indifferent tone. Had you not harbored intentions to kill me, I might have spared your life. However, you were ill-advised to provoke me, so perish. With those unperturbed words, Lu Fan pointed once more, a beam of spiritual light piercing through Gu Heng's forehead. Overwhelmed with regret and resentment, Gu Heng collapsed, his eyes wide open, clearly unable to find peace in death. Gazing at the three lifeless bodies, Lu Fan's expression turned peculiar. He had initially planned to acquire the pearl and await Gu Heng's arrival to eliminate him. Yet, through an unexpected turn of events, he had unwittingly played the role of the yellow bird in the age-old fable of the mantis catching the cicada, effortlessly accomplishing two objectives. Truly, the vicissitudes of life are unpredictable. Reflecting on this strange twist of fate, Lu Fan collected the storage rings from the three corpses, meticulously ensuring nothing was overlooked, before returning the bodies to the system for a price of 100 points. At that moment, the system's notification chimes rang out in succession. With a soft chime, congratulations to the host for completing the task, acquiring the incomplete with Spirit Pearl, awarded 2 sign-in opportunities and 10,000 points. Another chime followed, inquiring if the sign-in opportunities should be utilized. A third chime questioned whether the Wood Spirit Pearl should be reclaimed. As these 3 notifications echoed in his mind, Lu Fan raised an eyebrow and inquired within, System, is it possible for me to refine the Wood Spirit Pearl? Affirmative, refinement is possible. Upon successful refinement, Wood attribute energy will manifest within the host's body. Note, once the host's internal attribute energy reaches a certain threshold, attribute spirit pills may be coalesced within the dantian. Once the system finished its explanation, Lu Fan, filled with curiosity, pressed on. If I absorb a sufficient amount of elemental energy, can I then coalesce 5 spirit pills within the dantian? Indeed. With the system's confirmation, Lu Fan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly inquired, can all 5 attribute spirit pills manifest a primordial spirit avatar? Affirmative. Initially, Lu Fan contemplated surrendering the Wood Spirit Pearl back to the system, but this newfound revelation swiftly altered his intentions. The power of a core formation cultivator stems from the golden core within. Naturally, the strength derived from 2 golden cores would surpass that of a single one. If he could coalesce 5 attribute spirit pills, in addition to his pre-existing golden core, it would equate to possessing 6 golden cores, thus, 6-fold the strength of cultivators of the same realm. Such formidable power would undoubtedly allow him to engage opponents across a substantial realm without difficulty. This principle applies not only to the core formation realm, but similarly to the divine transformation and avatar realms. Especially upon reaching the avatar realm, this advantage would likely become even more pronounced. 6 avatars would effectively result in 6 equally potent manifestations, an exceptionally fearsome prospect. As these thoughts cascaded through his mind, Lu Fan trembled with excitement. He was more than willing to undertake any endeavor that would enhance his strength, even at the cost of vast amounts of system points. For him, resources that could not be utilized for cultivation were merely useless debris, and thus, he felt no reluctance in expending them. While other cultivators might struggle to find the elemental spirit pearls necessary to coalesce attribute spirit pills, for him, it was a simple task. The system's marketplace held an abundance of resources, requiring only sufficient spirit stones to procure them. Taking a deep breath to quell his exhilaration, Lu Fan extended his spiritual awareness to explore the estate. Unfortunately, he found it devoid of any resources. Upon retracting his awareness, he silently departed the estate. ensuring no one was trailing him before returning to the tavern. Upon his return, Ling Qiuxue and Dizwa eagerly inquired, "How did it go?" Under their attentive gaze, Lu Fan smiled gently and nodded. "Let us have a bite to eat before we return. Tomorrow night, we shall venture to that residence." With Lu Fan's response, both Ling Qiuxue and Dizwa displayed expressions of excitement and joy. They were not individuals known for their mercy and compassion, and naturally, they harbored no ill thoughts regarding Lu Fan's plundering of others. To anyone's perspective, such actions were quite commonplace. On the contrary, they felt that Lu Fan sometimes exhibited excessive benevolence, lacking the decisive ruthlessness one should possess when confronting adversaries. In this merciless world of cultivation, apart from one's own kin, there existed no one who was beyond the reach of theft and pillage. Even among allies, certain cultivators would turn against one another, engaging in murder and robbery. Everything was driven by an incessant desire for strength. Yet, Lu Fan found himself unable to adopt such a brutal and straightforward approach, as he was influenced by the decisive nature of the civilization from his past life. When faced with foes, he could be resolute, but he often hesitated when it came to the vast majority of those with whom he bore no animosity. Of course, this premise changed if it were to affect him or those around him. In such cases, he would act without a moment's hesitation. After all, one must look after oneself, lest the heavens punish them. Just like this instance, for the sake of a pearl valued at 1,000,000 points, he could strike without a second thought. While it may sound somewhat hypocritical, it was indeed the stark reality of this harsh world of cultivation. Moreover, was not the civilization of his past life similar in its duplicity? Lu Fan had encountered countless hypocrites throughout his journey. Moments later, Lu Fan and his companions departed from the inn. Chapter 128. Willing to accept any punishment, as Lu Fan and his companions strolled leisurely towards the northern Wangfu. Shen Yu was recounting the events of Sun Yin and his companions' demise at Lu Fan's hands to the esteemed elder of the Academy's law enforcement hall, Song Jun. Upon the conclusion of Shen Yu's narrative, Song Jun's countenance darkened significantly. While it was true that Sun Yin and his associates bore the blame, Lu Fan's actions were excessively ruthless. How could he have directly slain them? Observing the grim expression on Song Jun's face, Shen Yu spoke with a hint of resignation. Elder Song, Sun Yin, and his companions were relentless in their pursuit. Had Lu Fan chosen not to eliminate them, he would surely have met his own demise at their hands. He had no alternative. At this juncture, Shen Yu hesitated, prompting Song Jun to furrow his brows and inquire, "And what else?" Determined, Shen Yu bit her lip and replied, "Lu Fan possesses extraordinary talent, unmatched by anyone currently within our Kingdom Academy. If we could persuade him to join us, our South Qing Academy would surely redeem itself in the forthcoming Academy competition. Had I not made a promise to Ling Qiuxue and Dizwa, I would have already disclosed Lu Fan's cultivation level of the core formation stage. This revelation is imperative for you to fully comprehend the situation, making it difficult to deal with Lu Fan lightly." She wished to shield Lu Fan from any punishment, hence her careful words. Moreover, her assertions were indeed rooted in truth. No one in the academy could rival Lu Fan. Initially, Song Jun's expression was one of deepening gloom. Yet upon hearing Shen Yu's words, his brow furrowed further. "Shen Yu, do you understand the weight of your statement? Even if Lu Fan is exceptionally gifted, he cannot possibly compare to our academy." Noting Song Jun's skepticism, Shen Yu inhaled deeply, her expression turning solemn as she declared, "If what I have said is false, I am willing to accept any punishment." Seeing Shen Yu's resolute demeanor as she made this proclamation, Song Jun rose from his seat. After pacing back and forth for a moment, he turned to her and said, "You must accompany me to meet the dean. This matter involves the Sun family and must be reported to him. If it were merely the Sun family, the academy would not fear them. However, they are backed by the currently favored concubine, Sun Qianro. Not only is Sun Qianro breathtakingly beautiful, but she is also exceptionally gifted, a true prodigy of the kingdom. It remains a mystery why the Sun family sent her to the palace to become a female talent. In just a year or two, she has ascended from a mere talent to a favored concubine, receiving more attention than even the queen herself. Should this matter provoke Sun Qianro to intervene, we could find ourselves in a predicament. The academy would remain unscathed, yet those tasked with handling this situation would certainly face dire consequences." Song Jun was unwilling to bear the blame without cause. With that, he led Shen Yu towards the innermost part of the academy. Meanwhile, the The siblings Nan Qingyu and Nan Qingyun found themselves within an opulent hall in the royal palace. In this opulent hall, there were only the two siblings and a middle-aged man clad in a golden dragon robe adorned with a crown. This man was none other than the sovereign of the southern Qing kingdom, and also the uncle of the Nan Qingyu siblings, Nan Qingzhe. However, at this moment, Nan Qingzhe's expression was exceedingly grim, radiating an aura of murderous intent. The audacity of the Yongji kingdom to attempt an assassination on my niece and nephew is utterly abhorrent. Observing the malevolent countenance of Nan Qingzhe, Nan Qingyu spoke. Uncle, we owe our safety to a friend we encountered on the road. Otherwise, we might have met a dire fate. Upon hearing Nan Qingyu's words, Nan Qingzhe repressed his murderous rage and curiosity ignited within him. A friend? Yes, a friend. A look of admiration involuntarily graced Nan Qingyu's visage. His name is Lu Fan, and he appears to be around 17 or 18 years of age. Yet his cultivation is at the core formation stage, an extraordinarily formidable power. As he spoke, a complex mix of admiration and envy flickered across Nan Qingyu's face. Nan Qingzhe, upon hearing this, was taken aback, incredulously inquiring, is he truly only 17 or 18? In response to Nan Qingzhe's incredulity, Nan Qingyu could only manage a wry smile and nod. This was merely a guess from his nephew. It was quite possible that Lu Fan was even younger. Yet his cultivation was undeniably at the core formation stage. Receiving such a definitive affirmation from his nephew left Nan Qingzhe gasping in astonishment. A core formation cultivator at the age of 17 or 18. This was simply staggering. Such talent, not only in the southern Qing kingdom, but even in the Tianwu Empire or the Dontai dynasty, would be unparalleled. This genius must be retained within the southern Qing kingdom at all costs. Otherwise, the loss would be insurmountable. Contemplating this, Nan Qingzhe, striving to contain his excitement, inquired, "Where is this friend of yours now? Why did he not accompany you to the palace?" At this moment, he was eager to meet the extraordinary Lu Fan. "Uncle, Lu Fan is currently residing in the royal mansion. We shall go to the academy together tomorrow." "He is to join the academy?" Nan Qingzhe exclaimed with delight. "Excellent. It is splendid that he will join the academy. When the opportunity arises, do bring him to meet me." Initially, Nan Qingzhe was impatient to meet Lu Fan, but upon learning of his impending enrollment in the academy, his urgency dissipated. This was precisely his intention. The reason for his eagerness stemmed from the fact that the Southern Qing Academy had suffered 9 consecutive defeats in the Imperial Academy competitions. Previously, the Southern Qing Academy ranked among the top 5 of the 36 Kingdom Academies. However, it now languished at the 30th position. If the upcoming competition did not yield favorable results, the Southern Qing Academy would find itself at the very bottom. While it seemed merely a contest between royal academies, it essentially represented the entire Southern Qing kingdom. After all, the Royal Academy gathers the pinnacle of the kingdom's talents, serving as the hope and future of the realm. If the academy is devoid of extraordinary talents, the future of the kingdom is indeed bleak. With less than 6 months remaining until the grand competition, there exists a conspicuous absence of exceptional prodigies within both the academy and the Southern Qing royal family. Consequently, Nan Qingzhe has been plagued by anxiety, unable to devote himself to meticulous cultivation during the nights. Were it merely a matter of failing the academy competition, his distress would not be so profound. However, the stakes of this contest extend to the division of interests among kingdoms, which is of paramount importance. Should they truly find themselves at the bottom, the other 35 kingdoms would seize the resources that rightfully belong to the Southern Qing kingdom. At that juncture, the Southern Qing kingdom could face a dire existential threat, with complete annihilation a distinct possibility. Yet, the emergence of Lu Fan has ignited a flicker of hope within him. Nonetheless, he remains cautious about whether Lu Fan possesses the extraordinary potential that Nan Qingyu claims. Further observation is warranted. Fortunately, with Lu Fan's impending enrollment in the academy, he will have ample opportunity to conduct his discreet assessments. Having alleviated this burden from his heart, Nan Qingzhe felt considerably lighter and promptly led the Nanqing siblings out of the palace. Meanwhile, Lu Fan remains unaware that he has caught the attention of both the kingdom's ruler and the academy's principal. At this moment, he, along with Di Zhuo and Ling Qiuxue, has returned to the northern town prince's residence. Chapter 129. Refining the incomplete with Spirit Pearl upon returning to the palace last night. Ling Qiuxue briefly rested before entering a state of rigorous cultivation. The increasing strength of Lu Fan imposed upon her a profound sense of pressure and urgency. Thus, her obsession with cultivation has intensified significantly compared to before. Aside from moments of rest and companionship with Lu Fan, the remainder of her time was devoted entirely to her training. Lu Fan, not being oblivious, discerned the thoughts occupying Ling Qiuxue's mind, which stirred within him a deep sense of compassion and concern. Had he wished to, he could facilitate her breakthrough to the core formation stage within mere days. However, he himself began to stabilize his own foundation rather than blindly pursue advancement. Hence, he would not recklessly accelerate Ling Qiuxue's progress. He could only suppress his feelings of sympathy and allow her to endure such arduous training. Of course, this situation would not persist indefinitely. Once Ling Qiuxue's foundation and current realm were thoroughly solidified, he would procure elixirs and resources from the system marketplace to aid her breakthrough. After all, Ling Qiuxue is his beloved, and he would never deprive her of what she deserves. As these complex thoughts flickered through his mind, Lu Fan took a deep breath and retrieved the storage rings belonging to Gu Heng and the middle-aged man. Gu Heng and the middle-aged man were both formidable cultivators at the core formation stage, with the latter being a 9th-tier true essence expert. Thus, it was reasonable to expect that their storage rings would contain substantial resources. Exhaling softly, Lu Fan commenced the organization of the 3 storage rings. As anticipated, the resources within Gu Heng's and the Old Man's rings proved to be quite impressive. Particularly, the old rascal Gu Heng possessed a variety of treasures alongside a considerable amount of low-grade spirit stones. As for the origins of these treasures, Lu Fan could easily infer. As a treasure appraiser, these individuals had a knack for uncovering hidden valuables and acquiring them through various means. However, all the resources that this old man had scavenged now belonged to Lu Fan. Conversely, the middle-aged man's storage ring contained little of value. After finalizing the organization, Lu Fan found nothing particularly useful and opted to recycle all the contents. Ding! All resources have been recycled, earning 32,000 points. Hearing the notification resonate in his mind, a satisfied expression graced Lu Fan's face. To his surprise, within merely 2 days of arriving in the royal capital, he had made a significant profit. Suppressing his excitement, Lu Fan accessed the system marketplace and directly sought out the elemental spirit pearls. Premium gold spirit pearl, 30 million points. Note: consuming this will directly condense a premium gold attribute spiritual elixir within the body. Low-grade gold spirit pearl, 3 million points. Note: consuming this will refine gold attribute energy within the body. Low-grade wood spirit pearl, 3 million points. Note: consuming this will refine wood attribute energy within the body. Gazing at the array of elemental spirit pearls available in the marketplace, Lu Fan could not help but feel a pang of frustration. Much like spirit stones, elemental spirit pearls are categorized into low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, and premium. The most affordable inferior-grade spirit pearl requires a staggering 3 million inferior spirit stones, let alone the exquisite grade spirit pearls. The endeavor to refine a spirit pearl and condense it into a spirit pill within 1's dantian is not a trivial matter. Only by refining 5 exquisite grade spirit pearls could one achieve this with ease. However, the acquisition of 5 exquisite grade spirit pearls demands a daunting sum of 150 million inferior points, a figure that appears utterly unattainable to him at present. After all, the total points he currently possesses barely suffice to procure a single inferior-grade spirit pearl. It is evident that refining merely 1 inferior-grade spirit pearl will not enable the condensation of a spirit pill within his body. Reflecting on this, Lu Fan could not help but sigh in resignation. As the saying goes, wealth favors the martial, and resources are essential for strength. To ascend to greater heights necessitates substantial financial resources. How could an ordinary cultivator hope to reach the pinnacle? This is precisely why rogue cultivators vie desperately to join major factions. His path to cultivation is doubly arduous, for the resources he requires are exceedingly vast. Of course, this is a path he has chosen for himself. Had he merely sought to enhance his cultivation level, he would not need to expend such considerable points. Yet, his aspirations extend beyond mere power. He yearns for true invincibility. He would rather tread slowly, ensuring that he dominates his peers within the same realm. Furthermore, He aspires to transcend realms in battle, which is the ultimate goal he pursues. Thus, regardless of the resources required, Lu Fan harbors no hesitation or regret. Nevertheless, a moment of lamentation is inevitable. He resolves to first refine this incomplete wood spirit pearl. With a resigned murmur, Lu Fan retrieved the pearl from the system space. Upon observing its dull, gray appearance, he could not suppress an internal inquiry. System, what was the original form of this wood spirit pearl, and how should it be refined? As soon as his question was uttered, a prompt sounded. Ding! Would you like to spend 1,000 points to restore the wood spirit pearl to its original state? Yes. With a furrowed brow, Lu Fan opted for restoration. Clearly, in its current state, refinement was impossible. Otherwise, Gu Hong would have discerned its deficiencies long ago, and it would not have remained hidden until now. Once he confirmed his choice, the wood spirit pearl vanished from his grasp. After a brief span of 7 or 8 breaths, a vibrant, emerald pearl, exuding rich vitality and spiritual energy, materialized in his hand. Gazing at this lustrous green orb, Lu Fan's eyes sparkled with astonishment. He had not anticipated that the original state of the wood spirit pearl would be thus. Merely holding it allowed him to sense the surrounding spiritual energy converging towards him, and his cultivation technique began to operate autonomously, absorbing the influx of spiritual energy. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Fan no longer hesitated. He activated the Creation Sutra and commenced the absorption of the wood attribute energy contained within the spirit pearl. As the delicate energy of the wood spirit pearl was absorbed into his body, Lu Fan felt an unparalleled sensation of rejuvenation coursing through every part of him, as if he had been granted a new lease on life. Moreover, as this wood attribute energy circulated through his meridians under the guidance of his cultivation technique, it appeared that some enigmatic transformations were occurring within his channels. After circulating through his meridians, this wood attribute energy converged in the dantian, beginning to coalesce within. Time passed, second by second. In the opulent living quarters of the palace, only the soft breaths of Lu Fan and Ling Qiuxue could be heard. When the siblings Nan Qingyu and Nan Qingyun returned to the royal residence, eager to see Lu Fan, they found their path obstructed by a barrier of spiritual energy enveloping the palace doors. As they stood in confusion, Dizhua emerged from a nearby chamber, informing them that their young master was currently in seclusion for cultivation. With this revelation, the siblings could only depart with reluctance. Dizhua, however, did not retreat to the living quarters. Instead, he seated himself cross-legged at the entrance of the palace where Lu Fan and Ling Qiuxue were, beginning to protect the two in their meditative state. Thus, in this state of cultivation, the night swiftly passed. Chapter 130. The transformation of purging and refining. The following morning, Lu Fan emerged from the bathing tub, invigorated and with a broad smile gracing his face. Initially, he had merely intended to refine a fragment of the wood spirit pearl to form a rudimentary wood attribute elixir. However, to his astonishment, upon completely refining the imperfect wood spirit pearl, he unexpectedly transcended a minor realm. Furthermore, he was marvelously surprised to discover that his cultivation level had become extraordinarily stable. In addition to this newfound stability, his physical body had undergone a profound transformation, purging numerous impurities from within. Eager to cleanse himself of the released impurities after his practice, he hurried to the bathing chamber. As he stepped out of the tub, he noticed that the water had turned pitch black, emanating a strong, foul odor. He swiftly opened all the windows in the bathing room before approaching a mirror that stood tall before him. His appearance had always been quite striking, sharp brows and bright eyes. A tall stature, with long hair cascading casually. In his past life, he would have undoubtedly been hailed as a sensational heartthrob across the internet. At this moment, after being cleansed by the wood attribute energy, his visage had transformed even further. It is no exaggeration to say that even Lu Fan himself could not help but marvel at his own reflection, recognizing that he looked exceptionally handsome. Beyond the changes in his appearance and skin, his height had increased from 175 meters to approximately 185 meters, presenting him as if he were a celestial being descended from the heavens. When he donned a white robe, transforming his purple-gold mystical garment, his aura ascended to an even higher echelon. Gazing into the mirror, Lu Fan nodded in contentment. Regardless of gender, it is a universal truth that one cares about their appearance. To claim indifference would be a blatant falsehood. With a gentle exhale, Lu Fan stepped out of the bathing chamber, adorned with a warm smile. Upon entering the living room, he was met with the sight of Ling Qiushua, who had just risen and stood frozen in place, her face betraying an unmistakable shock. Only when Lu Fan approached her did she regain her composure, exclaiming in disbelief, "Ah Fan, how have you become so handsome? Truly, you are so dashing." As she spoke, her eyes sparkled with admiration, akin to twinkling stars. Seeing Ling Qiushua's starry-eyed expression, Lu Fan smiled indulgently and embraced her. "What's wrong? Is it not good to be handsome? Of course it is good. But you have become so handsome, with such high talent and formidable strength. Meanwhile, I am merely at the first level of true Qi realm, and the gap between us grows ever wider." As she spoke, a sense of melancholy and helplessness spread across Ling Qiushua's face. She had exerted great effort to keep pace with Lu Fan, yet his cultivation speed was akin to that of a bird taking flight, leaving her unable to catch up despite her best efforts. Listening to Ling Qiushua's words of helplessness and loneliness, Lu Fan gently patted her little head and softly reassured her. "Do not worry. I possess ample methods to enhance your cultivation. I will ensure you never lag behind me. However, the prerequisite for advancement is to solidify your current realm. Otherwise, a reckless ascension will only ruin your foundation. Do you understand, my dear?" Upon hearing this, excitement blossomed on Ling Qiushua's face. "Really, Afin? Indeed, it is true," he replied with a smile, taking her hand as they strolled outside. Upon opening the barrier of the sealed hall, they encountered Dizwa, who was seated in meditation, guarding the area. Startled by the door's opening, Dizwa immediately stood up. As he prepared to pay his respects, he froze upon seeing Lu Fan, mirroring the reaction of Ling Qiushua. After a prolonged moment of astonishment, Dizwa finally managed to bow, his expression a mix of bewilderment. "Young master, you have changed?" Ling Qiushua could not contain her laughter, covering her mouth in amusement at Dizwa's perplexed demeanor. Lu Fan, shaking his head in exasperation, chose not to respond to Dizwa's inquiry and made his way directly to the main hall of the royal residence. When the trio arrived in the hall, Nan Xingyu and Nan Qingyun displayed expressions of equal incredulity, akin to those of Ling Qiushua and Dizwa. Faced with such a reaction, Lu Fan felt a sense of helplessness. He had not anticipated that refining a wood spirit pearl would result in such a significant transformation. Nonetheless, he felt a peculiar sense of satisfaction within. After a moment of astonishment, everyone settled down and began discussing other matters. Nan Xingyu, not withholding any information, promptly conveyed the news that Nan Xingzhe wished to see him. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan felt a wave of resignation. He had intended to conceal his cultivation level, yet it had inadvertently been revealed. However, it was an unavoidable circumstance. Had he not exposed his prowess during that incident in the canyon, Chen Wu and the others would have undoubtedly perished. At that moment, he had no alternative but to reveal his strength. Noticing the look of resignation on Lu Fan's face, Nan Xingyu seemed to recognize that disclosing Lu Fan's cultivation was perhaps inappropriate. He immediately expressed his apologies, saying, "Brother Lu, I sincerely apologize. I did not consider the implications at the time. However, rest assured, if any issues arise, I will certainly assist you." Lu Fan, smiling and shaking his head at Nan Xingyu's contrite expression, reassured him. The exposure of his abilities was not of great concern. After all, it was inevitable that his true strength would come to light eventually. The revelation of his cultivation had both advantages and disadvantages. On the one hand, it would grant him access to greater resources, as such talent was a rarity. On the other hand, the wood that stands out will be cut down by the wind, and it would undoubtedly attract the attention and potential hostility of certain individuals and factions. However, to be envied is the mark of true talent. It was unrealistic to think he could remain low-key and hidden indefinitely. Fortunately, he had amassed over 3 million points, which provided him with the means to confront any perilous crises that might arise. This was the source of his confidence. Noticing that Lu Fan bore no signs of discontent, Nan Xingyu felt a twinge of awkwardness instead. Lu Fan could perceive the guilt and embarrassment etched on Nan Xingyu's face, prompting him to smile and shift the conversation to a different topic. After all, he and Nan Xingyu had developed a friendship, and he naturally wished to alleviate any discomfort she felt. Nan Xingyu, not lacking in insight, recognized that Lu Fan was attempting to console her in this manner, stirring a deeper appreciation within her, and she genuinely regarded Lu Fan as a friend. After the group had enjoyed breakfast in the front hall, they boarded the beast cart owned by the Prince of the North and set off directly toward the Royal Academy. The Royal Academy was situated in the western part of the royal city, occupying nearly half of that area, rivaling the grandeur of the palace in the north. As they traveled along the main thoroughfare in the west, they soon beheld an imposing archway. This archway was entirely crafted from white jade, and prominently displayed at its center was a plaque inscribed with 4 gilded characters, Nanqing Academy. This marked the entrance to the Nanqing Kingdom Academy, a place that mandated entry from all, including the sovereign, who could do nothing but step within its bounds. This decree had been established by the inaugural monarch of the Nanqing Kingdom, Nanqingqi, the first dean of the academy, and none dared to defy it. Thus, upon arriving, Lu Fan and the others disembarked from the beast cart, while the guards drove the cart to another location to await their return. In the next moment, Lu Fan and his companions strode purposefully toward the archway. Chapter 131. The dean's summons. At the entrance of the archway stood a dedicated guard who promptly halted the group. However, upon the presentation of a golden token by Nanqingyu, the guard immediately displayed utmost respect and allowed them to pass. This golden token had been bestowed upon Nanqingyu by Nanqingzhe the previous day, granting them unimpeded access to Nanqing Academy. Without this token, Lu Fan and his companions would have been obliged to wait, only permitted entry upon receiving directives from within the academy. This measure was also intended to prevent unauthorized individuals from intruding and causing unnecessary disturbances. As Lu Fan and his party of 5 traversed the archway and entered the precincts of Nanqing Academy, a notification resonated in Lu Fan's mind. Ding! You have arrived at the Kingdom Academy. Do you wish to sign in? With a raised eyebrow, Lu Fan unhesitatingly selected yes. Ding! Sign in at the Kingdom Academy successful. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 intermediate critical hit card and 1 beginner thunderbolt. Upon hearing the items awarded through the sign-in, Lu Fan felt a flicker of curiosity. Before he could inquire further, the system interface materialized before him, revealing detailed descriptions of the 2 items. Intermediate critical hit card, upon use. It elevates 2 major realms. Note, duration is 3 minutes, with no side effects. Beginner thunderbolt, upon use. It inflicts random damage on entities within a 5,000-meter radius. Note, the closer to the explosion point, the greater the damage. Having perused the information on these items, Lu Fan was immensely pleased. The Beginner Thunderbolt, a collective attack artifact, resembled a bomb from his past life, while not particularly useful in personal combat. Its efficacy in large-scale warfare was undeniably formidable. As for the Intermediate Critical Hit card, its benefits were self-evident. Not only could it elevate his cultivation level by 2 major realms for a brief period, but it also bore no adverse effects, rendering it a remarkable advantage. Though the duration was a mere 3 minutes, in the context of battle or escape, it was more than sufficient. After all, for top-tier experts, a few fleeting breaths could determine victory or demise. Hence, Lu Fan harbored no dissatisfaction with this limitation. Rather, he found it quite satisfactory. A duration of only a few seconds would have been utterly disappointing. With immense contentment, Lu Fan closed the system interface and, without hesitation, utilized his 2 sign-in opportunities and 1 special sign-in opportunity. Rather than allowing the sign-in opportunities to languish unused, he deemed it far more pragmatic to convert them into resources. Ding! Sign in at Nanqing Academy successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a supreme attack artifact, Flame Sword. Ding! Sign in at Nanqing Academy successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the formula for condensation pill. Ding! Sign in at Nanqing Academy successful. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 teleportation talisman. As he listened to the items garnered from the 3 sign-ins, a smile involuntarily graced Lu Fan's face. Truly, Nanqing Academy lived up to its reputation as the sacred ground of martial arts in the Nanqing Kingdom. It was indeed a land of fortune. Every item obtained from his 4 sign-in opportunities was invaluable, with not a single one lacking in merit. At this moment, Lu Fan yearned to exhaust his remaining 3 special sign-in opportunities. However, after some contemplation, he forcibly restrained himself. After all, Nanqing Academy was vast, and it undoubtedly housed other significant locations akin to the Scripture Pavilion. Signing in at such important sites might yield treasures of even greater value. With this thought in mind, Lu Fan took a deep breath, allowing his heart to settle completely. He and his 4 companions continued along the main path paved with blue stone. Towering premium trees lined both sides of the path, exuding an abundance of rich spiritual energy. Amidst these trees, one could glimpse small paths leading to other areas, as well as numerous uniquely shaped rockeries and pavilions. Along the way, they encountered several students clad in white robes, who curiously regarded the 5. Particularly, upon seeing Ling Qiuxue and Nan Qingyun, the male students couldn't help but feel captivated. However, those capable of cultivating here were no ordinary individuals. They could easily discern that Lu Fan, Nan Qingyu, and Dizwa were not to be trifled with. After all, not everyone could casually enter the academy at this time. After walking over 500 meters along the main path, a vast square paved with white jade stones emerged before them. At the center of this grand square stood a statue of an elderly man with white hair, towering over 100 meters in height. Arriving at the edge of the square, the 5 raised their heads to gaze at the magnificent statue. Just as they were admiring it, a voice drifted over from the side. This is the founder of our Nanxing Kingdom and Nanxing Academy, as well as the first principal, Nanxing Qi. Lu Fan and the others nodded in acknowledgement and turned their gaze toward the speaker, who was none other than Xunyu, the person they had agreed to wait for. Upon spotting Lu Fan, Xunyu was momentarily taken aback. Seeing her astonished expression, Ling Qiuxue and Nan Qingyun couldn't help but chuckle, recalling how they had reacted upon seeing Lu Fan that morning, utterly astounded. Their laughter jolted Xunyu back to reality, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson, her heart racing uncontrollably. She had long harbored feelings for Lu Fan, her mind filled with his image. Now, seeing him even more handsome, she struggled to contain her emotions. Xunyu, everyone is watching. You mustn't embarrass yourself. After silently encouraging herself, Xunyu managed to suppress her restless thoughts and offered an awkward smile to the group. Lu Fan, observing Xunyu's demeanor, felt a sense of helplessness. He was well aware of Xunyu's feelings for him. However, he harbored no such sentiments in return, at least not at this moment. Therefore, he had no intention of giving her any opportunity. After casting a glance at Xunyu, Lu Fan took the initiative to break the awkward silence. Have you reported the matters concerning Sun Yin and the others? What did the academy say? Upon hearing Lu Fan's inquiry, Xunyu could no longer conceal her embarrassment and promptly replied, I have already reported it. The dean wishes to meet you. The dean wants to see me? Lu Fan furrowed his brow, a look of confusion crossing his face. Yes. Yesterday the Grand Elder of the Law Enforcement Hall took me to meet the dean, and he asked me to bring you to see him today. After saying this, Xunyu added, I did not mention your cultivation level to the dean. I only stated that you possess exceptional talent. Observing Xunyu's eagerness to explain, Lu Fan shook his head and said, It doesn't matter if you did. After all, the national sovereign Nanqingzhe is already aware. It makes little difference if the dean learns of it as well. Let us go. It is time to meet him. He was determined to ascertain the academy's stance regarding his actions in eliminating Sun Yin and his companions. Should the academy choose to punish him indiscriminately, he would not remain, even at the expense of defying the system's tasks. After all, it was Sun Yin and his cohorts who had sought to seize what was rightfully his, prompting his response. If the academy lacked even the basic discernment between right and wrong, then it was not a place worth staying. With that, Xunyu guided Lu Fan deeper into the academy, while Nan Qingyu accompanied Nan Qingyun, Ling Qiuxue, and Dizwa towards the Hall of Academy Affairs. Chapter 132, The Cunning Old Fox. Gu Tianyong. Approximately half an hour later, Lu Fan, under the guidance of Xunyu, arrived deep within the academy. The entrance of the academy was adorned with luxurious halls and a series of exquisite courtyards. Yet, in the depths, there were several modest mountains, each around 100 meters tall, dotted with scattered wooden cabins. At the foot of these hills lay vast fields of medicinal herbs, cultivated with various spiritual plants, alongside meandering streams. This scene took Lu Fan by surprise. He had anticipated that the academy's head would reside in opulent halls, or at the very least, in finely crafted courtyards. However, he found only simple wooden and thatched roof houses, appearing exceedingly humble. Noticing the astonished expression on Lu Fan's face, Xunyu could not help but chuckle. What do you think? Isn't it rather peculiar? Indeed, Lu Fan replied candidly, surprised that the headmaster lived in such a place. However, cultivation is inherently a tedious endeavor. To reach the pinnacle, one must endure hardship and toil. As Lu Fan spoke these words, a hearty laugh, filled with admiration, resonated nearby. Ha ha, well said. Enduring hardship and toil. No wonder you have achieved so much at such a young age. Accompanied by the laughter, an elderly man with white hair emerged from one of the wooden cabins. Upon seeing this elder, Lu Fan's eyes narrowed, and a sense of vigilance arose within him. The man's cultivation level was evidently at the third stage of the transformation realm. While an ordinary core formation expert would be unable to discern such prowess, Lu Fan possessed a system that allowed him to effortlessly perceive anyone's cultivation level, regardless of its height, much like characters in a game marked with identification tags. As Lu Fan assessed the elderly man, the elder was equally scrutinizing him, his aged face revealing unreserved admiration. At that moment, Xinyu, standing beside Lu Fan, quickly bowed and said, "Xinyu pays her respects to the headmaster." Upon hearing Xinyu's words, Lu Fan realized that the white-haired elder before him was none other than the academy's head, Gu Tianyang. Recognizing this, he retracted his gaze and offered a slight bow to Gu Tianyang as a form of greeting. Seeing Lu Fan's gesture, Gu Tianyang could not help but smile internally. This young man displayed a degree of pride. If it were an ordinary person encountering him, they would undoubtedly be tense and unable to stand still. Even the current ruler of the nation would show a hint of respect in his presence, both due to his cultivation and his status. Yet, upon first meeting him, Lu Fan had openly scrutinized him without a hint of trepidation. Even after Xinyu revealed her identity, Lu Fan's demeanor remained unchanged. As though he were merely an ordinary person, his bow exceedingly perfunctory. Since becoming the head of the academy, it was the first time he had encountered someone like this. And remarkably, it was a youth. As these thoughts flitted through his mind, Gu Tianyang gently smiled and said, "Xinyu, you may leave. I wish to have a private conversation with this young lad." Upon hearing these words, Xinyu could only nod, casting a glance at Lu Fan to signal him to remain composed. She then bowed deeply in respect before turning to depart. However, she could not resist glancing back at Lu Fan, a hint of concern evident in her eyes. She was acutely aware of Lu Fan's temperament. While others might hold a certain reverence for Gu Tianyang, Lu Fan felt no such trepidation. Xinyu had no doubt that even in the presence of the sovereign, Lu Fan would not hesitate to turn against him. Observing Xinyu, who looked back 3 times, Gu Tianyang could not help but tease. "Ah, young lad, you are quite fortunate, arriving at the academy and already capturing the heart of this young lady. It seems there will be much excitement in the academy henceforth." As Lu Fan pondered why Gu Tianyang had summoned him, he could not suppress a twitch of his lips at the old man's jest. Was it truly appropriate for this elder to jest with him upon their first meeting? Noticing Lu Fan's expression, Gu Tianyang chuckled. "What is this? Am I not allowed such humor? I did not expect you, a mere child, to be more stubborn than us old fogies." Gu Tianyang's words further shattered Lu Fan's preconceived notions of the academy's headmaster. He had envisioned someone formidable and stern, rather than this playful old rogue who immediately teased him. Nevertheless, this revelation improved his impression of Gu Tianyang considerably. He found himself preferring this lively old man to a rigid and obstinate elder. After a swift cascade of thoughts, Lu Fan shook his head and inquired with a smile, "I have killed Sun Yen and his 3 companions. I wonder how the headmaster intends to punish me?" He was disinclined to beat around the bush, eager to see how this old trickster would respond. Under his gaze, Gu Tianyang suddenly ceased his laughter, his expression turning conflicted as he spoke. While Sun Yen and his companions were indeed at fault, they are still students of the academy, and you have yet to join us. Furthermore, Sun Yan's aunt, the favored consort Sun, will certainly not take your actions lightly, so. Upon hearing Gu Tianyang's words, the smile on Lu Fan's face faded, and his expression turned indifferent as he remarked, "If that is the case, it appears the headmaster intends to hand me over to the Sun family." Yet, as soon as he finished speaking, a cunning smile spread across Gu Tianyang's face. No, you are a student of our Nanxing Academy. Even if there were to be a punishment, it would be administered by the academy, not by outsiders. Besides, when did I ever say I would punish you?" Lu Fan, who had already intended to turn and leave, found himself utterly confounded by Gu Tianyang's attitude. Was he to be punished or not? After contemplating for a moment without arriving at an answer, Lu Fan, feeling rather disinterested, inquired directly, "Will there be a punishment or not? If so, what form will it take?" "Dean, Could you please provide a clear answer? He was weary of engaging in verbal sparring, so he posed his question straightforwardly. Upon hearing Lu Fan's direct inquiry, Gu Tianyong felt as if he had hooked a fish and chuckled. Although I, an old man, do not wish to impose a punishment upon you, one must consider that Sun Yin is the legitimate heir of the Sun family and also the nephew of the esteemed consort. Therefore, to evade punishment, you must contribute to the academy, which would justify the institution's protection over you. Do you understand? Once Gu Tianyong articulated these words, Lu Fan instantly grasped the underlying implication. No wonder this old fellow was so evasive, alternately warning him about the Sun family while expressing his reluctance to punish him. It turned out he was merely waiting for Lu Fan to come to this realization. With this thought in mind, Lu Fan couldn't help but roll his eyes in exasperation, inwardly cursing the old fox once more. Chapter 133. The Great Competition of the Academy. However, this situation could be somewhat advantageous for him. As long as the conditions proposed by Gu Tianyong do not harm his interests, he is willing to acquiesce. Dean, let us speak plainly. Whatever conditions you have, please state them directly. However, I must make it clear in advance that if you intend to exploit this opportunity to squeeze me, I would rather not join the academy. I, Lu Fan, fear no tactics. He is not desperate to join the academy, and thus, he will not accept any terms that contravene his will. Observing Lu Fan's unwavering determination, Gu Tianyong was momentarily taken aback. This fellow not only possessed pride, but also an indomitable spirit, daring to utter such resolute words in the face of authority. Moreover, Lu Fan's assertiveness was imbued with a palpable confidence that transcended mere bravado, which piqued Gu Tianyong's curiosity about him even further. Yet, this was not the time for contemplation. Without hesitation, Gu Tianyong stated, "Rest assured, the conditions are quite simple. All I require is for you to place within the top 10 in the upcoming Kingdom Academy competition in 6 months. If you succeed, the punishment will be waived." Surely, that is not too much to ask. Initially, Lu Fan had anticipated that Gu Tianyong would impose more stringent demands. To his surprise, it was merely a matter of securing a position within the top 10. This seemed rather unchallenging. Sensing Lu Fan's thoughts, Gu Tianyong elaborated, "Young man, do not assume this condition is trivial. Our South Qing Academy has suffered 9 consecutive failures in the Kingdom Academy competition. Not once have we entered the top 20 in those 9 attempts. Do you still consider this condition simple?" Upon hearing Gu Tianyong's words, a look of incredulity crossed Lu Fan's face. 9 failures? Not once reaching the top 20? Was South Qing Academy truly so inept? After all, South Qing Academy is regarded as the sacred ground of martial arts in the South Qing Kingdom, gathering all the talents from across the kingdom. One would expect that even if they could not break into the top 10, securing a spot in the top 20 should be within reach. Yet, the reality was a disheartening 9 failures without a single top 20 placement. Seeing Lu Fan's bewilderment, who had essentially disparaged South Qing Academy, Gu Tianyong felt a flush of embarrassment. Lu Fan's words were akin to a direct insult, yet he found himself unable to retort. 4. In the eyes of other kingdom academies, South Qing Academy had indeed fallen to a state of disgrace. Reflecting on this, Gu Tianyong sighed in resignation and began to recount the details of the Kingdom Academy competition to Lu Fan. As Gu Tianyong spoke, Lu Fan gradually gained a clearer understanding of the so-called Kingdom Academy competition. This event is hosted by the Tianwu Empire and involves the participation of the academies from the 36 kingdoms governed by the Tianwu Empire. The eligibility criteria stipulate that participants must be under 30 years of age and possess a cultivation level of at least the 7th stage of the True Qi realm. When the competition was first established, South Qing Academy boasted formidable strength, consistently securing a position within the top 5. The benefits derived from the academy competitions propelled the rapid development of the South Qing Kingdom, resulting in a significant influx of resources and a burgeoning national power. However, as time progressed, the development of the Southern Qing Kingdom encountered a bottleneck. Beyond the stagnation of national strength, a more pressing issue was the absence of new prodigies within the Royal Academy. In the past, the Southern Qing Academy was replete with exceptional talents, enabling it to reap significant benefits during the grand competitions. Yet, as the number of gifted students dwindled, the Southern Qing Academy began to falter in these contests. Initially, it managed to cling to a position within the top 10, but its performance in subsequent competitions deteriorated markedly. Compounding this misfortune, The Yongji Kingdom allied with 3 neighboring realms to exert pressure on the southern Qing Kingdom. Not only did they station troops at the 4 borders of the southern Qing, but they also specifically targeted the students of the Southern Qing Academy during the competitions. When encountering students from the Southern Qing Academy, those from Yongji Academy and the other 3 institutions would launch ruthless attacks. Some suffered severe injuries, while others faced the complete obliteration of their cultivation and future prospects. Under such dire circumstances, the Southern Qing Academy suffered 9 consecutive defeats in the grand competitions, plummeting to a ranking of 30. The repercussions of these failures were profound, resulting in significant losses for the Southern Qing Academy, with many students rendered incapable of furthering their cultivation. The new students, too, were filled with trepidation, fearing they might share a similar fate. Due to the string of losses in the competitions, the Southern Qing Kingdom was denied rewards from the Tianwu Empire, and crucial mineral resources were seized. With less than 6 months until the next grand competition, should the Southern Qing Academy falter once more, the kingdom risks being consumed and replaced by rival realms. The allure of annexing a kingdom is too great for any realm to resist. Furthermore, the Tianwu Empire is unlikely to intervene in the conflicts among the kingdoms. After all, the territorial expanse of the Tianwu Empire and the 36 kingdoms remains unchanged. Regardless of how many kingdoms remain, the scope of the Tianwu Empire's jurisdiction has not shifted. In fact, the Tianwu Empire encourages such competitive behaviors, as similar rivalries exist among the empires themselves, necessitating the selection of more prodigies to secure benefits for the empire. At this juncture, Gu Tianyang let out a resigned sigh. While the Southern Qing Academy has seen the emergence of some talents, their temperaments are lacking and their combat experience is minimal. Within the confines of the academy, they may wield influence, but on the grand competition stage, they are likely to falter. So you have set your sights on me, haven't you? Lu Fan interjected, somewhat irked. But how can you be so certain that I will place in the top 10? In response to Lu Fan's inquiry, Gu Tianyang shrugged and replied, we have no other options left. We must take a gamble with this dead horse as if it were alive. After all, if you fail to enter the top 10, you will hold no value. At that moment, he would either be rendered powerless on the arena or be slain by the Sun family. The old man bore no loss. Observing the resolute expression on Gu Tianyang's face as he uttered these words, Lu Fan could not suppress a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. You are indeed formidable, old fellow. Just as he was about to inquire further, the system notification abruptly sounded. Ding. System task activated. Achieve first place in the academy competition. Task reward: 1 special sign-in opportunity and a cultivation level enhancement of 1 minor realm. Ding. Does the host wish to accept the task? As the notification resonated in his mind, Lu Fan's thoughts began to race. Initially, he had merely intended to scrape by and secure a spot within the top 10 of the academy competition. However, with the emergence of this system task, he found himself reconsidering his approach. After a moment of contemplation, he smiled broadly at Gu Tianyang and began to speak slowly. Chapter 134. Negotiating with the Dean. What are the benefits of becoming the champion of the academy competition? Upon hearing Lu Fan pose this question, Gu Tianyang was momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, he chuckled and replied, Ah, young lad, your ambitions are quite grand. If one were to emerge as the champion of the academy competition, not only would they receive rewards from our institution, but they would also earn accolades from the sovereign. Most importantly, becoming the champion grants the opportunity to pursue advanced training at the Imperial Academy, where the least one can achieve is the level of divine transformation. At that point, one could ascend to the rank of a general in the empire or even receive a noble title. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan's brow furrowed slightly. Was this all there was to the elusive benefits of becoming the champion? The prospect of becoming a general or receiving a noble title held little allure for him. He preferred tangible rewards. Observing Lu Fan's discontent, Gu Tianyang couldn't help but smirk. This fellow was quite audacious. The chance to become a general or obtain a noble title was a monumental temptation, drawing the talents from all 36 kingdoms. Yet, unexpectedly, Lu Fan appeared indifferent, even somewhat disdainful. You really are something else, beyond those mentioned benefits. Achieving first place in the competition also grants you an exquisite magical artifact and an attack talisman as rewards from the Empire, in addition to 1 million low-grade spirit stones. Initially disappointed, Lu Fan nodded in acknowledgement upon hearing of these tangible rewards. These were far more appealing. The notions of military rank and nobility felt too abstract. At this moment, Gu Tianyang continued, the greatest advantage of becoming the champion is the opportunity to enter the secret realms controlled by the Imperial Academy for training. That truly is the most significant benefit. Does the Imperial Academy also possess secret realms? A glimmer of surprise crossed Lu Fan's face. A substantial part of his motivation for joining the Royal Academy was to access the secret realms it controlled. Were it not for that, the allure of the Royal Academy would not have been so profound. Realizing this, Lu Fan recognized his earlier folly. If the Royal Academy managed to control secret realms, surely the Imperial Academy, which was far superior, would have its own. Gu Tianyang did not belittle Lu Fan. Instead, he nodded and remarked, the Academy oversees at least 5 or 6 secret realms, each brimming with immense opportunities and treasures. Gaining entry would undoubtedly yield substantial benefits. As soon as Gu Tianyang finished speaking, the system notification chimed once again. Beep, system task triggered. Proceed to the Imperial Academy for training. Task rewards. 2 special check-in opportunities. 1 lottery ticket. Beep, does the host wish to accept the task? Beep, check-in location activated. Destination, any secret realm of the Imperial Academy. The host is advised to proceed promptly for check-in. Listening to the 3 notifications resound in his mind, Lu Fan couldn't help but think, what a remarkable turn of events. With the recent task in mind, it is evident that the system aims to position itself as the foremost contender in the grand competition of the Imperial Academy. Confronted with such unparalleled rewards, Lu Fan has already resolved to take action. However, this alone is insufficient. After all, securing the top spot in the Academy competition would equate to aiding the South Qing Academy and the South Qing Kingdom. Having exerted effort, it is only reasonable for him to seek compensation. He does not wish to assist without reward. Contemplating this, Lu Fan took a deep breath and, brimming with confidence, addressed Gu Tianyang. Director, shall we strike a deal? Upon hearing Lu Fan propose a transaction, Gu Tianyang could not suppress a chuckle. What sort of deal? I will help the Academy secure first place in the Academy competition, and in return, I require 100 million low-grade spirit stones. What do you say? As Lu Fan articulated his terms, Gu Tianyang gasped in astonishment, gazing at Lu Fan as though he were a madman. He had never anticipated that Lu Fan would demand such a staggering sum. After a moment of bewilderment, he looked at Lu Fan with a peculiar expression and remarked, you little rascal, I underestimated you. You boldly request 100 million low-grade spirit stones. Do you have any idea how much that is? Furthermore, securing first place in the Academy competition is not something one can simply claim. At this moment, Gu Tianyang began to perceive Lu Fan's ambitions as somewhat presumptuous. While Lu Fan's talent is indeed commendable, and his strength has reached the core formation stage, there are numerous prodigies among the 35 Royal Academies. Especially within the top 5 prestigious academies that have dominated the rankings for 30 years, the number of exceptional talents is overwhelming. If those Royal Academies were not formidable, he would not have merely suggested that Lu Fan aim for the top 10. It is no exaggeration to assert that Lu Fan representing South Qing Academy in the top 10 would be a remarkable achievement. Yet now, Lu Fan audaciously claims he will seize first place, and naturally, Gu Tianyang finds it hard to believe. Noticing the skepticism in Gu Tianyang's expression, Lu Fan understood the elder's doubts and promptly stated, 100 million low-grade spirit stones in exchange for first place in the Academy competition would surely be a tremendous gain for both the Academy and the Kingdom. Since I, Lu Fan, dare to make such a bold claim, I assure you that I will secure first place. Faced with Lu Fan's unwavering confidence, Gu Tianyang fell silent for a moment. As Lu Fan pointed out, while 100 million low-grade spirit stones is a significant sum, if it indeed secures the first place in the Academy competition, then the Academy and the Kingdom would undoubtedly reap immense benefits. However, obtaining first place in the Academy competition is no trivial task. Observing Gu Tianyang still wavering, Lu Fan sighed inwardly. Director, are there any participants in the Academy competition who have reached the God transformation stage? Naturally, there are none. The requirement for participating in the Academy competition is to be under 30 years of age, while there are many in the core formation stage below that age. A God transformation stage individual is unheard of and unseen. Not just in the Tianwu Empire, but throughout the entire Dongtai dynasty, such a phenomenon has yet to occur. This implies that as long as one can achieve invincibility in the core formation stage, securing first place in the academy competition should be well within reach, correct? Observing the smiling Lu Fan, Gu Tianyong felt somewhat ensnared, yet he nodded in agreement. Indeed, if one could achieve invincibility at the core formation stage, securing the first position would be feasible. Upon hearing Gu Tianyong's words, Lu Fan's lips curved into a smirk as he unsheathed the Taiji sword. After withdrawing several paces, Lu Fan regarded Gu Tianyong with a calm smile, stating, "In that case, I invite the Dean to engage me in combat at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the core formation stage. Should I emerge victorious, I would request the Dean to discuss my proposition with the monarch. What do you say?" As he spoke, Lu Fan raised his right hand, the tip of the Taiji sword directed at Gu Tianyong. The latter gazed at the sword pointed towards him and could not help but burst into laughter. "Haraha! What an audacious young man. Very well, I accept your challenge. Not to suggest you will defeat me, but if you can endure 20 strikes before me, I shall consent to your arrangement." With laughter echoing, Gu Tianyong immediately suppressed his cultivation to the 9th level of the core formation stage. Chapter 135. Settling the score. Come on, young one, show me the source of your audacious confidence. With a hearty laugh, Gu Tianyong gestured for Lu Fan to take the initiative, casually standing his ground. His demeanor was not one of disregard for Lu Fan. Rather, he believed that even with his cultivation suppressed, he could effortlessly subdue the young man. This conviction was the foundation of his confidence. Having attained the transformation stage, Gu Tianyong's combat experience and the life-and-death crises he had faced were incomparable to those of a mere boy. Lu Fan, noticing Gu Tianyong's condescension, couldn't help but smirk. In the next moment, he executed the technique floating light, skimming shadow, vanishing from sight in an instant. The Tai Chi sword in his hand transformed into a streak of silver, slicing toward Gu Tianyong. With this strike, Lu Fan unleashed all his might, holding nothing back. After all, this challenge involved a staggering 100 million low-grade spirit stones, equivalent to 30 million system points. With such an abundance of points, he could forge 1 or 2 attribute spirit pills, significantly enhancing his power. Thus, he was determined to give it his all. To this end, he revealed his true cultivation at the 2nd level of the core formation stage, brandishing the Tai Chi sword and executing his most formidable martial technique, the Gale Slash. The combination of these hidden cards sent forth a terrifying aura of heart-stopping intensity. The Tai Chi sword, having been elevated to the pinnacle of treasured artifacts, had never truly been unleashed until now. As its power surged, a chilling sword energy materialized at its tip. Gu Tianyong, who had previously maintained a calm demeanor, suddenly paled upon witnessing the swiftly approaching strike. Without a moment's hesitation, he instinctively retreated. The impending threat posed by this sword was palpable, and he had yet to mount any defense. Should he choose to endure the blow rather than evade it, he would undoubtedly suffer severe repercussions. As Gu Tianyong withdrew, Lu Fan pressed his advantage, executing floating light, skimming shadow once more. A flash of silver streaked through the air as the icy Tai Chi sword launched another strike. This time, Gu Tianyong was prepared. He raised his hand and unleashed a flurry of spiritual light toward the incoming sword. Dozens of beams surged forth to intercept the Tai Chi sword. However, the Tai Chi sword was a pinnacle treasure, now fully activated by Lu Fan's might, and it was far beyond what mere spiritual light could impede. In an instant, the beams were shattered, and the cold, menacing sword energy continued its relentless advance toward Gu Tianyong. At that moment, any semblance of contempt he had for Lu Fan vanished. Seeing the unstoppable blade approach, Gu Tianyong could not suppress his exhilaration and burst into hearty laughter. "Well done, young one. I truly underestimated you." With this laughter, he drew a sword from his storage ring to meet the Tai Chi sword head-on. When the two blades clashed, a resounding crack echoed as Gu Tianyong's sword shattered into 2 pieces. Observing this scene, Gu Tianyong could only shake his head in resignation and chose to retreat once more. At this moment, Lu Fan also came to a halt, refraining from pursuing further advantage. With a smile that danced between amusement and mockery, he looked at Gu Tianyong and said, "Dean, if you could present me with 100 million low-grade spirit stones, I assure you that my strength will double before the Academy's grand competition. What do you think of this proposition? Faced with Lu Fan's seemingly playful demeanor, Gu Tianyong felt a flush of embarrassment. At this juncture, he had to concede that he had underestimated Lu Fan. The latter was not merely boasting or being overly proud, but genuinely possessed the capability to secure the first place in the Academy competition. After a brief moment of awkwardness, a surge of excitement and exhilaration welled up within Gu Tianyong. Initially, he had never dared to hope that Nanjing Academy could clinch the top position. But Lu Fan's emergence ignited a spark of optimism in him. If spending 100 million low-grade spirit stones could indeed procure the victory in the Academy competition, then both the Academy and the kingdom would stand to gain immensely. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Gu Tianyong replied gravely, "You should first complete the formalities to join the Academy. I will seek an audience with the kingdom's ruler immediately." Upon hearing Gu Tianyong's words, Lu Fan understood that the matter was effectively settled, and he continued, "By the way, that 100 million low-grade spirit stones must be given to me up front, as I intend to use them to acquire treasures for enhancing my cultivation." Gu Tianyong did not contest this request. He merely nodded in agreement and swiftly took to the air, heading towards the palace. Initially troubled by the impending Academy competition, he now felt a sense of relief wash over him. However, the Academy was unable to produce such an immense sum of spirit stones, as doing so would incite chaos among the other students. Thus, he needed to report this matter to the kingdom's ruler and allow them to make the final decision. Nevertheless, he was confident that the ruler would not hesitate to agree to this transaction, for the survival of the kingdom far outweighed the value of 100 million low-grade spirit stones. If the kingdom ceased to exist, what would be the purpose of possessing such wealth? Watching Gu Tianyong depart in haste, a broad smile spread across Lu Fan's face. He had initially anticipated some complications upon being summoned by the dean. However, he had not only triggered 3 successive tasks, but also secured such a lucrative deal. 100 million low-grade spirit stones translated to a staggering 30 million system points, an exhilarating prospect indeed. After all, the total points he had amassed since acquiring the system barely reached 400,000. Taking a deep breath, Lu Fan suppressed his bubbling excitement and leisurely retraced his steps. This visit to the Academy had proven to be exceedingly fortuitous, akin to striking gold. In the time to come, he would be able to cultivate within the Academy, and later, he would seek out Gu Tianyong to explore opportunities for entering the Academy's controlled secret realms for further training. By the time the Academy competition arrived, his strength would undoubtedly undergo a substantial leap. Moments later, Lu Fan returned to the expansive white jade plaza adorned with the statue of the southern Qingqi. As he gazed towards the pavilion where Ling Qiuxue and Nan Xingyu awaited him, his expression darkened ominously, with a glint of ferocity and murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Outside the pavilion stood 6 students, confronting Ling Qiuxue and her companions, while Nan Xingyu's face was etched with wrath and a desire for vengeance. The 6 students, however, wore arrogant smirks, clearly dismissing their adversaries. In light of this confrontation, Lu Fan advanced towards the pavilion without a moment's hesitation. Upon reaching the pavilion, he noticed a vivid red handprint on Deezu's face. At the sight of Lu Fan, Deezu's previously calm demeanor finally broke into a faint smile. Ling Qiuxue and Nan Xingyun also spotted Lu Fan, their tense anxieties dissipating instantly. The 6 students facing Ling Qiuxue and her group sensed the shift and turned to regard Lu Fan. Chapter 136. What if I kill you with a chilling gaze? Lu Fan cast a brief glance at the 6 students before turning his attention to the smiling Deezu, who struck. In response to Lu Fan's inquiry, Deezu did not conceal the truth, directly pointing to the leader among the 6 students. This young man was at the 7th level of the true gang realm. Had Deezu chosen to intervene, the youth would undoubtedly have met his demise. However, he refrained from action. The reason for Deezu's restraint was evident to Lu Fan. He simply wished to avoid entanglement in unnecessary troubles. For an ordinary person, it would be wise to back off at this moment. Offending 6 academy students over a subordinate was hardly a prudent decision. Yet, regrettably, Lu Fan was no ordinary individual. Furthermore, Deezu was not merely a tool in his possession. He was both a subordinate and a loyal follower. Lu Fan had the authority to discipline, reprimand, or even strike him, but he would never permit outsiders to lay a finger upon him. This principle extended to all those within his circle. Taking a deep breath, Lu Fan's cold, indifferent gaze settled upon the leading true gang realm student. You are the one who struck my subordinate, are you not? In response to Lu Fan's accusation, the leader of the true gang realm students let out a scoff. I did strike him. He was merely a guard. So what? He deserved it. What do you intend to do about it? As the words left the youth's lips, Lu Fan suddenly lifted his right foot and kicked out. Thud! A dull sound resonated as Lu Fan's foot connected forcefully with the student's dantian, sending him hurtling through the air. The abruptness of this scene left the remaining 5 students momentarily stunned. However, Ling Qiuxue and Dizhua exhibited no surprise. They were well acquainted with Lu Fan's temperament and felt assured upon his arrival. Nan Qingyun and Nan Qingyu, witnessing the spectacle, were filled with exhilaration. The 6 had previously displayed an air of arrogance, disregarding them completely, but now they found themselves facing a fitting consequence, igniting a sense of satisfaction. The true gang realm student, who had been kicked, flew backwards for 7 or 8 meters before crashing heavily against a spirit tree. The tremendous impact created a fissure in the tree, accompanied by a cracking sound. The force of the kick had shattered the student's dantian completely. As he collapsed onto the ground, the student's cultivation was rendered utterly nullified. Yet, Lu Fan was not inclined to cease his actions. Casting a glance at the 5 students, whose faces had turned ashen with fear, he approached the now powerless true gang realm student. The look on the young man's face was one of indescribable resentment and terror. You dare to ruin my cultivation. He could scarcely believe that Lu Fan would have the audacity to act against him within the academy. Observing the disbelief etched across the student's features, Lu Fan raised his foot and stepped down upon the young man's right hand. Crack! With a forceful stomp, the bones of the student's hand were crushed to pieces. A sharp, piercing pain elicited a heart-wrenching scream from the unfortunate student. Observing the wretched figure, Lu Fan spoke with an icy demeanor. Do not speak of ruin. Even if I were to slay you, what of it? A mere 7th-level true gang practitioner. Who grants you the audacity to lay a hand upon me? As these chilling words escaped his lips, Lu Fan's left foot pressed down upon the student's left hand. With a sickening crunch, the bones shattered beneath his weight. A final, anguished cry escaped the student's lips before he succumbed to unconsciousness from the agony. Gazing at the unconscious figure, Lu Fan coldly huffed and withdrew his foot. Meanwhile, the remaining 5 students trembled uncontrollably, their faces ghostly pale. When Lu Fan's frigid glare swept over them, they collapsed to their knees, fervently begging for mercy. Please, spare us. This matter does not involve us. It was your guard he attacked. One pleaded. Indeed, we were wrong. We beseech you to grant us clemency. Faced with Lu Fan, who had so ruthlessly incapacitated one and crushed another's bones, they dared not utter a word of defiance. Looking down at the 5 supplicants, Lu Fan coldly commanded, Leave behind your storage rings and begone, or you shall meet the same fate as him. Upon hearing his demand for the storage rings, the students' expression stiffened. Their rings contained all their possessions. Relinquishing them would leave them destitute. Yet, as they beheld the murderous intent swirling in Lu Fan's eyes, they trembled. Hastily removing the rings from their fingers, placing the rings upon the ground, they quavered, Can we leave now? Begone. At the command, the 5 scrambled to their feet in haste. However, Lu Fan's voice rang out once more, Halt. His chilling command startled them, and he approached the unconscious 7th-level true gang student. After removing the storage ring from the student's finger, Lu Fan turned to the terrified 5 and instructed, Carry him as well. Relieved that Lu Fan only required them to transport their fallen leader, they wasted no time in hoisting him up, scurrying away in abject fear, not daring to look back at Lu Fan. Witnessing the 5 flee in such disarray, Ling Qiuxue and Nan Qingyun could not suppress their laughter. Dizhua and Nan Qingyu also shook their heads with a smile, harboring an increasing admiration for Lu Fan. Meanwhile, Lu Fan approached Dizhua, presenting him with the 6 storage rings. Before Dizhua could object, Lu Fan spoke in an authoritative tone, This is their compensation to you. Accept it. Upon hearing Lu Fan's words, Dizhua reached out to take the 6 storage rings, chuckling, exchanging 1 slap for 6 storage rings. What a bargain. Observing the beaming smile on Dizhua's face, Lu Fan shook his head in silence. He understood that Dizhua intended to convey that everything was fine. However, in his eyes, No amount of resources could compensate for the grievances faced by his own people. Contemplating this, Lu Fan looked directly at Dizhua and stated firmly, "In the future, if anyone dares to act against us, regardless of their status, strike back without hesitation. Killing them is inconsequential. My people should never have to endure humiliation on my behalf. Do you understand?" Listening to Lu Fan's resolute declaration, Dizhua nodded with utmost reverence. "Yes, young master." Both Nan Xingyu and Nan Xingyun felt a surge of fervor at these words. As for Ling Qiuxue, her pride and sense of honor were unmistakable. At that moment, a visibly anxious Shen Yu hurried over. Chapter 137. The audacious troublemaker. Upon seeing Lu Fan, she could not contain her concern and swiftly inquired, "Lu Fan, are you all right? I just saw the dean leave in a hurry, and you?" Before Shen Yu could finish her anxious questioning, Lu Fan smiled and shook his head. "Rest assured, I am fine. However, that old man is likely preoccupied at the moment." Hearing Lu Fan's words, Shen Yu finally let out a breath of relief, her face breaking into a smile. "That is good to hear. In that case, allow me to escort you to the Hall of Affairs to complete your admission to the academy." Since the dean would not punish Lu Fan, there would be no obstacles to Lu Fan and Ling Qiuxue joining the academy, provided they passed the academy's assessment. Nonetheless, that assessment posed no challenge for Lu Fan and Ling Qiuxue. Furthermore, with Nan Xingyu and Nan Xingyun, the children of the Northern King, present, the elders of the Hall of Affairs would surely not dare to complicate matters for them. "Very well, let us proceed to the Hall of Affairs," Lu Fan declared. And under Shen Yu's guidance, the group made their way toward the Academy's Hall of Affairs. Shen Yu led the way, while the others followed closely behind Lu Fan. Acknowledging his precedence, even Nan Xingyu and Nan Xingyun exhibited no semblance of discontent. Rather, they felt it was only natural. Their respect for Lu Fan stemmed from a genuine recognition of his capabilities, negating any feelings of superiority due to their lineage. As Lu Fan and his companions approached the Hall of Affairs, Gu Tianyang and the monarch Nan Qingzhe arrived at an opulent hall. Once seated, Nan Qingzhe smiled and asked, "Director Gu, your hurried visit today must herald some delightful news?" Gu Tianyang, wearing a smile upon his arrival, was an old acquaintance of Nan Qingzhe, hence the latter's inquiry. However, Nan Qingzhe was genuinely curious as to what could prompt this old rascal to seek him out with such enthusiasm. Under Nan Qingzhe's gaze, Gu Tianyang responded with a smile, "Your Majesty, indeed there is splendid news, truly momentous news." However what? Nan Qingzhe's curiosity intensified. "This splendid news requires you to produce 100 million low-grade spirit stones. 100 million low-grade spirit stones." Even as the monarch, Nan Qingzhe could not help but display a look of astonishment upon hearing such a sum. 100 million low-grade spirit stones was no trifling amount. Even a sovereign would not frivolously expend such wealth. "Gu, what is going on?" Faced with Nan Qingzhe's pressing inquiry, Gu Tianyang decided to dispense with the suspense and spoke candidly. "A new student has arrived at the academy, possessing formidable strength. He claims that with 100 million low-grade spirit stones, he can secure first place in the Academy's grand competition." Subsequently, Gu Tianyang recounted his battle with Lu Fan and the terms proposed by Lu Fan. Upon concluding his account, Nan Qingzhe raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise in his voice as he asked, "Gu, did you say this young man is named Lu Fan, and he appears to be around 17 or 18 years old? Your Majesty, do you know him?" As Gu Tianyang gazed in astonishment, Nan Qingzhe could only nod helplessly. "To be frank, that young man had rescued Yuer and Yuner, and Yuer had informed me of his exploits. Initially, I intended to investigate his background at the academy, but I never anticipated he would dare to propose such conditions." Upon hearing this, Gu Tianyang instantly comprehended the situation and began to chuckle. Indeed, the young man's talent and strength are unquestionable. He merely exhibits a touch of arrogance, lacking respect for elders. After this remark, Gu Tianyang continued, "However, with his prowess, he is likely to secure first place in the Academy's grand competition, and I wonder what your Majesty thinks." Before Gu Tianyang could finish, Nan Qingzhe unhesitatingly interjected, "Agree to his terms. If we can exchange 100 million low-grade spirit stones for first place in the competition, it would be a tremendous gain for us. Furthermore, his formidable strength would be beneficial for our Nanxing kingdom." As he spoke, a glimmer of determination sparkled in Nan Qingzhe's eyes, already plotting numerous arrangements in his mind. Gu Tianyang, however, was not surprised by Nan Qingzhe's decision, as he had anticipated this outcome during their journey. Moreover, the Nanxing Academy had no other options. They had to comply. At this moment, Gu Tianyang pondered for a moment and added, "By the way, Your Majesty, there is another matter. That young man, he killed Sun Yan. How should we address this?" Upon hearing this, Nan Qingzhe's mouth twitched. But the Sun family's brat? Indeed. This troublesome lad certainly knows how to create chaos. He is utterly audacious. Though he cursed verbally, Gu Tianyang could discern that Nan Qingzhe bore no semblance of anger. After all, the success of the upcoming academy competition hinged on that young man. It would be irrational to punish him for the demise of a worthless individual. Shaking his head in resignation, Nan Qingzhe retrieved a storage ring from his own and handed it to Gu Tianyang. "Here are 100 million low-grade spirit stones for you to manage for that young man. However, he must sign a military pledge to secure first place in the academy competition. Otherwise, let him serve 3 years in the military to repay his debt. Convey my exact words to him." "Yes, Your Majesty." Gu Tianyang accepted the storage ring with a smile and then inquired about the arrangements for Nan Qingyu and Nan Qingying. However, these matters were unknown to Lu Fan and his companions. Under the guidance of Shun Yu, Lu Fan and the others had already arrived at the Academy's administrative hall. Elder Roger, responsible for the admission assessment of new students, awaited them there. Of course, Roger was not there to greet Lu Fan and Ling Qiushua, but rather to attend to the siblings, Nan Qingyu and Nan Qingying. Although the Academy prided itself on fairness and refrained from any favoritism, this principle only applied to disciples from ordinary factions or those lacking any background. As the offspring of the Northern King, Nan Qingyu and Nan Qingyun were naturally exempt from the assessments required of ordinary students. Their presence in the Hall of Affairs was merely a formality. In fact, had they chosen to speak, the entire process could have been entirely bypassed. However, prior to their arrival, the Northern King had instructed them that within the Academy, no special privileges were to be exercised, nor were they to use their lineage to bully others. Had it not been for these admonitions, Nan Qingyu would have readily revealed her identity to intimidate the 6 students they had just encountered. Upon entering the Hall of Affairs, Rog approached them with unbridled enthusiasm, a broad smile adorning his face. Having never met Nan Qingyu, he mistakenly took Lu Fan for her. As Lu Fan's striking features, his sharp brows and captivating eyes, along with his exquisite white robe, exuded an air of nobility. In comparison to the genuine son of the Northern King, Lu Fan appeared to embody that noble essence even more profoundly. Consequently, as he approached, Rog beamed at Lu Fan, showering him with compliments. Chapter 138. The Spirit Testing Tower. It is said that young Master Yu is the most handsome man in our southern Qing kingdom. Upon seeing him today, it is indeed remarkable. Observing Rog's praise for Lu Fan, who was mistaken for southern Qingyu, Ling Qiushua and the others could not help but chuckle. Southern Qingyu, visibly embarrassed, shot a glare at Di Zhua and his sister, Southern Qingyun. At that moment, Lu Fan, feeling somewhat helpless, stepped aside and addressed Rog, saying, "Elder Rog, you are mistaken. He is the true Southern Qingyu." Upon hearing Lu Fan's words, the warm smile on Rog's face abruptly froze, and his complexion turned crimson. Fortunately, as an elder of the Academy, he possessed not only formidable cultivation but also a thick skin. Thus, he quickly regained his enthusiastic demeanor and, smiling, remarked, "I sincerely apologize. Both young masters are indeed exceptional talents. I momentarily failed to distinguish between the two." Rog was not foolish. The fact that Southern Qingyu chose to follow Lu Fan indicated that Lu Fan possessed some extraordinary qualities. Therefore, he refrained from belittling Lu Fan to flatter Southern Qingyu, and instead offered praise for both of them. Observing Rog's words, Lu Fan could not help but nod in approval. This individual exhibited strong social skills, and as a cultivator at the core formation stage, he displayed no airs in their presence. Such a person would surely thrive in any environment. Southern Qingyu, not one to rebuff a gracious individual, courteously responded, "Elder Rog, I would appreciate it if you could assist us in completing the enrollment procedures for the Academy, following the standard assessment process." Upon hearing Southern Qingyu's request, Rog immediately replied with a smile, "Very well. In that case, please follow me to the examination room." Saying this, he personally led the way, with Lu Fan and the others closely following behind. If they were ordinary students, Rog would have simply sent a steward to conduct the assessment without needing to involve himself. However, Southern Qingyu and Southern Qingyun were children of the Northern Town King. Although Southern Qingyu expressed his intention to treat them as regular students, Rog would certainly not treat them as such. Had he done so, he would not have risen to the rank of elder within the academy. Before long, they arrived in front of a peculiar black tower located at the rear of the affairs hall. This tower, towering at 9 stories and reaching a height of 100 meters, looked rather unusual. Upon reaching the black tower, Rog cheerfully explained, "This tower is a special artifact used for assessing disciples, designed to test their talents and combat prowess. Each individual who enters will be transported to an independent area on each floor, unaffected by one another. Simply reaching the 3rd floor is sufficient to pass the assessment. One may shatter the assessment jade token to be teleported out." After detailing the assessment rules, Rog produced 4 jade tokens and handed them to Lu Fan, Ling Qiuxue, Southern Qingyu, and Southern Qingyun. At this moment, Lu Fan, filled with curiosity, inquired, "What happens if one ascends to the 9th floor?" As Lu Fan posed this question, Ling Qiuxue, Nan Qingyu, and Nan Qingyun wore expressions of curiosity, eager to uncover the answer. Under the gaze of the crowd, Rog smiled and elucidated, "This artifact was placed here by our inaugural dean. Since its establishment, the most formidable new student has only managed to ascend to the 5th level. No new student has ever set foot beyond the 5th level. The Academy once contemplated a thorough investigation of this testing tower to discern what lies beyond the 5th level. However, regrettably, anyone who has entered this testing tower is unable to access the 2nd level. Even cultivators at the Golden Core stage cannot force their way in. Thus, since the emergence of this testing tower, the highest achievement remains at the 5th level." Upon completing his explanation, a system notification resonated in Lu Fan's mind. Ding! System task triggered. Ascend to the 9th level of the Spirit Testing Tower. Task reward: 1 special sign-in opportunity and 1 exquisite body refining pill. Ding! Does the host wish to accept the task? Hearing the task notification echo in his mind, Lu Fan raised an eyebrow. He had subtly grasped the pattern of system-triggered tasks, realizing that, as the system indicated, any desire he harbored, whether overt or lurking in his subconscious, would catalyze a task. Furthermore, any endeavor that promised benefits or advantages would similarly activate a task. Upon reflection, Lu Fan recognized a rather disheartening truth. While the tasks seemingly conferred benefits upon him, it appeared that the system reaped the greatest rewards. He felt akin to the emotionless worker of his past life. After internally lamenting the system, Lu Fan unhesitatingly chose to accept the task. Occasionally, he wished to evade tasks and distance himself from the system. Yet, the bountiful offerings of the system rendered refusal impossible. Thus, he suppressed his resignation and embraced the opportunity, vowing to cultivate himself through the system's aid. He believed that once he became sufficiently powerful, the system would become superfluous. At that time, he would diligently uncover the origins of the system. While Lu Fan pondered these thoughts, Rog spoke up, "All right. You 4 may enter the Spirit Testing Tower in succession." As he spoke, Rog opened the entrance to the tower, revealing a shimmering portal. The group's gaze first turned towards Lu Fan, who showed no reluctance. He gently glanced at Ling Qiuxue and remarked with a smile, "Then I shall be the first to enter and see if I can reach the 9th level." Upon hearing Lu Fan's words, Ling Qiuxue, Nan Qingyu, Nan Qingyun, and Dizwa all exhibited expressions of eager anticipation. Meanwhile, Rog and several attracted attendants shook their heads, clearly finding Lu Fan's declaration overly audacious. After all, since its establishment, only one person has ascended to the 5th level of the Spirit Measurement Tower, and that is the Northern King, Nan Qingza. Nowadays, Lu Fan's boastful claim of reaching the 9th level is nothing but idle bravado. However, they are all astute individuals. They may harbor disdain in their hearts, but they would never voice it aloud. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lu Fan was the first to step into the teleportation portal. Following him without hesitation was Ling Qiuxue, and then came Nan Qingyun and Nan Qingyu. Once the 4 had entered the Spirit Measurement Tower, several attendants could not contain their curiosity and began to speculate. How far would they ascend? Reaching the 3rd level would be deemed a success, while the 4th level would signify genius. The 5th level seemed a distant hope, depending on whether young master you possessed the same prodigious talent as the Northern King. The Northern King is renowned, yet Nanqingyu lacks significant fame, leaving them somewhat unfamiliar with him. As for Rog's earlier comment regarding the rumor that young Master Yu is the most handsome man in Nanqing, that was merely a casual remark made out of confusion between Lu Fan and Nanqingyu. Listening to the attendants' discussions, Dizhua and Rog were equally intrigued. However, with no results yet, they could only fix their gaze upon the spirit measurement tower before them. Chapter 139. The 9 chimes in the first layer of the spirit testing tower. Lu Fan found himself in an expansive chamber. The room housed a singular, exceptional stone tablet, towering at 9 meters in height, divided into 7 segments. At the base of the tablet lay an indented palm print, the significance of which remained a mystery. As Lu Fan curiously observed the stone tablet, a voice reverberated throughout the vast space, indicating that by placing a hand upon the palm print and channeling his inner spiritual energy into the tablet, he could initiate the first assessment. Once the voice elucidated the procedure, Lu Fan comprehended the task at hand. If his conjecture was correct, this challenge was designed to evaluate his innate talent, and he was intrigued to discover what his current aptitude might be. Without a moment's hesitation, he approached and pressed his right hand against the palm print at the base of the stone tablet. Following the instructions provided by the voice, he activated his cultivation technique, drawing spiritual energy from his dantian to converge in his palm, which he directed into the stone tablet. As his spiritual energy flowed into the tablet, the first section erupted in a crimson glow. The second segment followed suit with an orange radiance, and the third burst forth in a fiery red. The voice had not specified when to cease the infusion of energy, so Lu Fan continued to channel his spiritual essence into the tablet. With each wave of his energy, the 7 sections of the tablet sequentially illuminated in shades of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. It was only when the 7th section radiated a vibrant purple that Lu Fan finally halted the flow of energy. That should suffice, he murmured uncertainly to himself. After all, there were only 7 sections to the tablet, all of which he had ignited. It seemed reasonable to assume he had succeeded. Just as Lu Fan pondered this, a deafening chime resonated from within the spirit testing tower. Boom, boom. The sudden tolling of the bells left Rog and the others, who were waiting outside the tower, momentarily stunned. When the third chime echoed, they jolted back to reality, exchanging bewildered glances. What is happening? Why is there a bell tolling from inside the spirit testing tower? They questioned, perplexed. It was strange. The tower had never emitted a sound before, and now it resonated with chimes. Could there be some unforeseen occurrence? At this moment, not only were Rog and his companions engulfed in confusion, but all the instructors, elders, and students within the academy were abuzz with speculation. The thunderous chimes reverberated not only through the academy, but also rang out across the entire royal city. All cultivators who heard the chimes instinctively turned their gaze toward the academy, including Nanqingja, who was strolling through the royal garden in tranquil contemplation. Upon hearing the distant tolling, he levitated into the air, peering toward the academy with a furrowed brow, muttering, "What is going on? Why would there be chimes emanating from the academy?" As everyone remained steeped in uncertainty, the chimes continued to sound, one after another. The resounding tolls echoed 9 times before finally ceasing, leaving all cultivators throughout the royal city engrossed in discussions about the significance of these 9 chimes. Standing in midair, Nanqingja could not suppress his curiosity and swiftly darted toward the academy. Numerous elders, stewards, and teachers within the academy were all hastening toward the spirit testing tower. Upon reaching above the academy, Gu Tianyang was momentarily taken aback upon hearing the 9 chimes, his expression changing dramatically. "This is bad," with a startled exclamation. He vanished from his spot and, after several leaps, arrived directly before the spirit testing tower. Before Rog and the others could react, Gu Tianyang swiftly produced a formation disc and cast it forth. As the disc was thrown, it activated immediately, conjuring a defensive formation that enveloped the spirit testing tower and the surrounding area within a radius of 500 meters. All the elders, stewards, and teachers rushing toward the scene were barred from entry by the defensive barrier. This sudden turn of events left Rog and his companions, as well as the blocked elders and stewards, utterly bewildered. Before anyone could respond, Gu Tianyang's voice resonated. "There has been a minor issue with the spirit testing tower. Everyone must leave temporarily. It will reopen once repairs are completed." Upon hearing Gu Tianyang's explanation, the elders, stewards, and teachers who were kept outside grew even more curious rather than relieved. After all, the spirit testing tower had stood here for centuries without incident. The sudden emergence of 9 chimes surely signified something extraordinary. However, with the defensive formation surrounding the tower and its vicinity, their curiosity was rendered futile. At this moment, Gu Tianyang paid little heed to these individuals. After uttering his statement, he descended before Rog and the others. Casting a serious glance around, he gravely inquired, "Did that Lu Fan and Nan Qingyu, along with the other 2, enter just now?" "It was indeed those 4, Rog replied candidly. Upon receiving this answer, Gu Tianyang's fists clenched tightly, an indescribable ecstasy flickering in his eyes as he could not help but laugh inwardly. He never anticipated that the old principal's words were indeed true. Someone had truly attained such extraordinary talent. Each principal, before stepping down, would leave behind some rather esoteric legacies. The previous principal had, while leaving his legacy, also imparted a secret regarding the spirit testing tower. When the tower emitted 9 chimes, an unparalleled prodigy would emerge, and the academy must cultivate this individual at all costs. However, Gu Tianyang had never taken this secret seriously, for the spirit testing tower had not sounded a single chime since the first principal had shared this secret. Not even 1 chime had resonated, let alone 9. Thus, he had relegated this whispered legend to the recesses of his mind, never once contemplating it. Yet now, this forgotten prophecy had materialized. As for the individual responsible for the 9 chimes, he had a vague suspicion. It could only be that insufferable brat. However, given the gravity of the situation, he employed a formation to seal this place, ensuring that no one else would be aware of it. Even those present, such as Rog and others, were compelled to keep their knowledge limited, as he issued a gag order. After these thoughts flickered through his mind, Gu Tianyang turned to Rog and the others, saying, "You should leave now. I shall personally handle matters here." Upon hearing this, Rog and the others dared not defy him, quickly nodding in compliance before turning to depart. Dizza also chose not to linger and followed suit, clearly wishing to spare Gu Tianyang from any difficulties. After releasing Dizza and Rog from the defensive formation, Nan Qingzhe arrived at the scene. Naturally, Gu Tianyang could not impede Nan Qingzhe's entrance and opened the formation to allow him in. Without waiting for Nan Qingzhe to inquire, Gu Tianyang began to explain with a weary expression. It was that young lad who caused the commotion, but it is ultimately a good thing. Upon hearing that the disturbance was instigated by Lu Fan, Nan Qingzhe's lips twitched in disbelief. How could it be this lad again? Fortunately, at this moment, Gu Tianyang revealed to Nan Qingzhe a secret rumor. Upon hearing this revelation, Nan Qingzhe was left utterly astonished, rendered speechless. Chapter 140. The ambitions of Nan Qingzhe. Could this lad's talent truly be as formidable as it appears? Might it have been awakened by Yuer or Yinner? Observing the astonished expression on Nan Qingzhe's face, Gu Tianyang shook his head gravely. The likelihood is slim. However, the specifics will have to wait until they emerge. Pausing momentarily, Gu Tianyang continued in a solemn tone. If it is indeed this youth who has stirred such commotion, then our opportunity for the rise of Nanqing Academy and the Nanqing Kingdom has finally arrived. As he uttered these words, an unmistakable excitement illuminated his aged visage. No one can evade the allure of fame and fortune, though each individual's pursuits vary. Some seek personal gain, while others aspire for the welfare of their community. Gu Tianyang and Nan Qingzhe belong to the latter category. One yearns for the academy to attain renown across the eastern continent, while the other hopes for the continuous ascendancy of the Nanqing Kingdom under his leadership, aiming to supplant the Tianwu Empire and even challenge the Dongtai dynasty. Previously, they could not envision such prospects, yet the embers of ambition concealed within them have now been ignited. Hearing Gu Tianyang's declaration, Nan Qingzhe's expression mirrored his own excitement. His fists clenched tightly. This youth perpetually defies expectations. If they could secure him firmly within the chariot of the Nanqing Kingdom, the kingdom's rise would undoubtedly be unstoppable. Even if it required exhausting all the resources of the Nanqing Kingdom for his cultivation, it would be more than worthwhile. With this thought, Nan Qingzhe promptly made a momentous decision. "Elder, I intend to summon Yenner to the academy for training in a few days. I wonder what your thoughts are on this." Upon hearing this, Gu Tianyang was momentarily taken aback. Nanqing Yen, the eldest daughter of Nan Qingzhe and the sole offspring of the late Empress Xiyun, had a profound significance. The late Empress Ziyun and Nanxingzi were childhood friends, growing up together until he ascended to the throne and she became the empress. Tragically, Ziyun passed away during childbirth due to complications, plunging Nanxingzi into despair. He fainted and remained unconscious for 3 days and nights. Upon awakening, he channeled all his love and guilt for Ziyun into Nanxingyan. It is no exaggeration to assert that no other prince or princess holds as much importance as she does. Throughout her life, Nanxingzi has never opposed Nanxingyan's desires. Whatever she wished for, he provided. Had it not been for the resistance from numerous ministers, he would have long ago designated her as the heir apparent. Moreover, Nanxingyan inherited the breathtaking beauty of Empress Ziyun, earning her the title of the most beautiful woman in the Nanxing kingdom. This accolade is not mere hyperbole. It is grounded in reality, as she truly deserves such a distinction. Beyond her ethereal beauty, Nanxingyan possesses an astonishing aptitude for cultivation, personally nurtured by the ancestors of the Nanxing family. Officially, the fastest recorded breakthrough to the core formation stage in the Nanxing kingdom is at the age of 23, but in truth, this record has already been surpassed. It is none other than Nanxingyan who has shattered this record. At the tender age of 19, she transcended to the foundation establishment stage, and now, at 23, she has ascended to the 5th level of the foundation establishment realm. Consequently, news of Nanxingyan has been meticulously suppressed, with only a scant few privy to her cultivation prowess. Initially, Nanxingzi intended to enroll her in an academy for further training. However, Nanxingyan displayed no inclination towards academic pursuits and instead preferred to reside within the military encampment. This inclination is understandable, as her external palace is commanded by the Grand General of the 1st Legion of the Nanxing Kingdom, a position second only to the Prince of the North. Naturally, Nanxingzi did not refuse her wishes, permitting her to don male attire and engage in battles within the military. After spending 3 years in the camp, through her relentless efforts, Nanxingyan rose to the rank of a 1,000-man commander, earning considerable merits. In contrast, the other princes and princesses within the palace exhibited rather mediocre performances, lacking any particularly outstanding candidates. Thus, Nanxingzi's notion of designating Nanxingyan as the female heir resurfaced. This idea is known only to Nanxingzi and Gu Tianyang, both of whom have conferred upon it. It is precisely for this reason that Gu Tianyang appeared so astounded upon hearing such words, as he had surmised Nanxingzi's intentions. Observing the astonished expression upon Gu Tianyang's face, Nanxingzi discerned that he had indeed grasped his thoughts. With a soft exhale, he nodded and remarked, "Yennefer possesses a fiery exterior, yet her heart is tender and fragile. I can protect her for a time, but not for a lifetime. Therefore, I must secure a safe retreat for her in advance. This lad is one option. Though he may be cunning and prone to trouble, he will undoubtedly grow to safeguard Yennefer." However, upon hearing this, Gu Tianyang displayed a peculiar expression. Noting this, Nanxingzi forced a wry smile and said, "Do not regard me thus. I do have intentions of leveraging Yennefer to win over that lad, yet I would never coerce her. Even if they were to be together, I would not apply pressure upon him. I have already wronged Ziyun, hence I shall never wrong Yennefer. Even if that lad were to take Yennefer away from Nanxing, I would not obstruct them." This declaration from Nanxingzi was sincere, devoid of any pretense. He genuinely wished for the Nanxing kingdom to rise, yet certainly not at the cost of his daughter's happiness. Of course, had it been another princess, he might not have been this resolute. However, Nanxingyan is an exception. Her safety and happiness hold more significance to him than the prosperity of the Nanxing kingdom, and this constitutes his sole selfish desire. After listening to Nanxingzi's words, Gu Tianyang nodded in understanding. Had another emperor uttered such sentiments, he might have been skeptical, yet with Nanxingzi, he bore no doubts. Historically, emperors are often devoid of affection, yet there are those who would wage war and play with lords merely for the smile of a beloved. Nanxingzi is one such ruler who cherishes beauty above all else, yet his beloved is no longer present, leaving only his sole daughter upon whom he bestows all his affection. As these thoughts flitted through his mind, Gu Tianyang let out a gentle sigh and nodded, saying, "Let that young girl come forth. Although Lu Fan is somewhat proud, I can discern that he harbors no malicious intent. He is not one to be devoid of affection or loyalty. If Yenji truly finds herself with him, She shall not be neglected. Hearing Gu Tianyang's appraisal of Lu Fan, Nan Qingzhe nodded in agreement. At that moment, the second level of the spirit testing tower emanated a radiant glow, instantly capturing the attention of both Gu Tianyang and Nan Qingzhe. He has ascended to the second level so swiftly, it must be that young man. Just as the two were conversing, the third level burst into brilliance. Exchanging glances, Gu Tianyang and Nan Qingzhe's faces lit up with excitement. What a spectacle! I wonder how far that young man can ascend. Rest assured, with his talent and combat prowess, reaching the sixth level and surpassing the Northern King should pose no challenge. Under the watchful gaze of the two, the fourth level of the spirit testing tower also began to shine. Chapter 141. The tower illuminates as the fourth level of the spirit testing tower radiated with light. Lu Fan scrutinized the three puppets that materialized before him. He had come to comprehend the rules of this tower. The first level assessed one's cultivation aptitude, while from the second level onward, the focus shifted to comprehensive combat prowess. In simpler terms, it entailed battling puppets of the same realm. Beginning from the second level, an additional puppet was introduced with each ascent. The second level featured one puppet, the third two, and now, three stood before him. These three puppets matched him in realm, all possessing the power of the second layer of the core formation stage. As he observed, the trio of second-layer core formation puppets surged toward him with alarming speed. Drawing on the experience gained from the previous two levels, Lu Fan remained unfazed. As the puppets charged, he did not evade but instead unleashed his cultivation power to meet them head-on. He refrained from employing the Tai Chi sword or any sword techniques, choosing instead to rely solely on his raw strength. After all, he was only at the fourth level, with 5 more to navigate. He was keen to avoid revealing his trump cards prematurely. Otherwise, should the strength of the subsequent puppets increase, he would find himself at a significant disadvantage. Engaging in close combat illuminated several of Lu Fan's shortcomings. Foremost among these was his insufficient physical strength, which placed him at a distinct disadvantage in close quarters. Moreover, he realized that his close combat techniques were woefully limited. Aside from his sword techniques, his offensive capabilities were restricted to the Heavenly Finger, which, too, was a long-range attack. In this instance of near combat, he had no choice but to rely on his cultivation power, which far exceeded that of his opponents, to withstand the onslaught. Although this formidable strength allowed him to thwart the 3 puppets of equal standing, it became evident that he had not fully harnessed his true potential. This constituted his second major flaw. Fortunately, this was not a matter of life and death, so the flaw was not fatal. However, in a true life-or-death battle, these 2 deficiencies could very well cost him his life. At present, there was no swift remedy to address these issues. Thus, he suppressed these thoughts and concentrated all his efforts on confronting the 3 puppets. Bang, bang, bang. With a series of muffled thuds, Lu Fan forcefully struck back, pushing the 3 puppets away. He then employed the technique of floating light and shadow to create distance between them. The moment he gained space, a glint of determination shone in his eyes as he raised his hand and unleashed successive heavenly fingers towards the puppets. Whoosh! 7 or 8 ethereal fingers composed of spiritual energy shot towards the heads of the 3 puppets. Being mere puppets, devoid of the sentience and vigilance inherent to living beings, they charged forward without hesitation in the face of the incoming assault. Thud! With a few soft impacts, the ethereal fingers pierced through the heads of the 3 puppets. As the spiritual fingers penetrated their craniums, the puppets' movements abruptly ceased. Subsequently, they vanished into thin air, leaving behind a portal that materialized before Lu Fan. Gazing at the portal before him, Lu Fan did not rush in immediately. Instead, he settled into a cross-legged position to recuperate. Only after his internal energy was entirely restored did he rise and step into the portal. Upon reappearing, he found himself on the 5th level. Outside, Nan Qingzhe and Gu Tianyang were visibly exhilarated, their faces flushed with excitement. What a remarkable lad! Ascending to the 5th level so swiftly, much faster than the Northern King did in his time. Indeed, it seems that commotion was indeed instigated by this young man. As the two conversed, 3 figures emerged successively from the spirit testing tower. These figures were Nan Qingyu, Nan Qingyun, and Ling Qiuxue. Upon realizing that the awaited individuals were not Rog, but rather Nan Qingzhe and Gu Tianyang, their expressions turned to one of confusion. "Uncle, what brings you here?" asked Nan Qingyu, her face a mask of bewilderment. With a light chuckle, Nanxingzhe replied, I came to observe your testing outcomes. Understanding dawned on Nanxingyu, and she respectfully smiled. I, unfortunately, managed to ascend to the 4th level with a talent rating of green. Achieving the 4th level and a green talent rating is already indicative of genius. Had it not been for Lu Fan, Nanxingzhe and Gu Tianyang might have felt a twinge of surprise. However, at that moment, their expressions bore no hint of astonishment, though they still smiled and inquired, What about the two of you? In response to Nanxingzhe's inquiry, Nanxingyun and Ling Qiuxue answered honestly. Nanxingyun also possessed a green talent rating, while Ling Qiuxue had a red rating. Both had reached the 3rd level. However, they could advance no further, as their combat experience was severely lacking. Their ascent to the 3rd level was primarily due to their cultivation, agility, martial skills, and the treasures they bore. Nonetheless, reaching such a level was commendable, and with a year or two of training at the academy, they would undoubtedly make significant progress. Both Nanxingzhe and Gu Tianyang were aware that Ling Qiuxue was Lu Fan's girlfriend, hence they extended her a bit more consideration. They did not shower excessive warmth upon Nanxingyu and Nanxingyun while neglecting Ling Qiuxue, which alleviated some of her initial apprehension. At that moment, Nanxingyu glanced around. Her curiosity piqued and asked, Where's Brother Lu? Has he not emerged yet? Just as Nanxingyu's question echoed, the 6th level of the spirit testing tower illuminated. Witnessing this spectacle, Gu Tianyang and Nanxingzhe became increasingly elated, while Ling Qiuxue and Nanxingyun were filled with joy. Conversely, Nanxingyu stood in shock, his mouth agape. He had thought that achieving the 4th level would place him somewhat on par with Lu Fan, for the spirit testing tower was impartial to all new students, with the puppets appearing consistent with the testers' cultivation levels. However, upon seeing the 6th level light up, he felt deeply disheartened. The chasm between the 4th and 6th levels was as vast as a gulf. It is worth noting that his father, the Northern King, had only reached the 5th level and was already hailed as the foremost figure in the Nanxing Kingdom. At this moment, Lu Fan ascended to the 6th level, surpassing his father, with boundless potential for future accomplishments. Just as the crowd was filled with astonishment and joy, the 7th level of the Spirit Measurement Tower illuminated as well. Observing the glowing 7th level, Nanxingyu shook his head in resignation. The disparity was so immense that comparison seemed futile. Lu Fan was truly a prodigy. However, Nanxingzhe and Gu Tianyang were increasingly exhilarated. Their resolve to invest significant resources in nurturing Lu Fan solidified. At this moment, Gu Tianyang also felt a twinge of fear. Fortunately, he had timely set up a formation to seal off this area. Otherwise, such a commotion would undoubtedly have attracted the attention of everyone in the academy and the royal city. Should it come to the ears of spies from rival nations or ill-intentioned individuals, it would surely incite a tremendous uproar, jeopardizing the tranquility of the academy. After a brief pause, the 8th level of the Spirit Measurement Tower also shone forth, erupting in blinding radiance. Thankfully, protective formations concealed this brilliance, rendering the interior scenes invisible to those outside. At this moment, Gu Tianyang, Nanxingzhe, and Nanxingyu were all intensely focused on the Spirit Measurement Tower. Their hands clenched tightly together. They fervently hoped for Lu Fan to ascend to the 9th level. At this instant, their anticipation and anxiety surpassed that of anyone else, as they silently prayed for Lu Fan to indeed step onto the 9th level. After all, the 9th level represented an entirely different realm compared to the 8th. After a tense half-hour of anxious waiting, the 9th level of the Spirit Measurement Tower finally illuminated. Chapter 142. The appearance of Nanxingqi as the 9th level of the Spirit Testing Tower illuminated. Gu Tianyang and Nanxingzhe trembled with excitement, their faces flushed. They had ascended. They had truly reached the 9th level. Such a remarkable achievement. Nanxingyu and Nanxingyun also displayed a fervent enthusiasm, their cheeks aglow with genuine pride for Lu Fan. Ling Qiushue's eyes shimmered with emotion, her face radiating with a beaming smile of pride. This was her man, stepping onto a level that had never been traversed by any before. However, while Gu Tianyang and the others were engulfed in exhilaration, Lu Fan, upon arriving at the 9th level, wore a perplexed expression, for the 9th level was devoid of anything, merely an empty chamber, with no puppets in sight. After surveying the barren room, Lu Fan furrowed his brow, murmuring in bewilderment, "What is happening?" On the other levels, puppets had appeared promptly upon his arrival. But here at the ninth level, he had waited several breaths without any sign of activity. At that moment, a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. On completing the task, ascending to the ninth level of the Spirit Testing Tower, you have earned one special sign-in opportunity and one exquisite essence cleansing pill. Ding! Would you like to use the special sign-in opportunity? As the notifications faded, a figure slowly materialized before Lu Fan. This figure was unmistakably that of an elderly man with white hair, resembling the grand statue that stood in the Academy's plaza. It was none other than Nanqingqi, the founder of the Nanqing Kingdom and the Nanqing Academy. Had any other members of the Academy beheld Nanqingqi, they would likely have been overcome with reverence and fallen to their knees. Yet, Lu Fan felt little more than curiosity as he scrutinized the apparition. After all, Nanqingqi had passed into the afterlife 3 to 4 centuries ago. How could he possibly manifest here? As Lu Fan examined Nanqingqi, the elder scrutinized him in return. After a brief assessment, Nanqingqi gazed upon Lu Fan with a gentle smile, saying, "Young one, do not be afraid. This is merely a remnant of my soul." Upon hearing this, Lu Fan finally comprehended that it was merely the remnant of Nanqingqi, which explained its endurance until now. Once a cultivator ascends to the realm of, they can condense their soul into a, allowing it to exist independently. Thus, even if the physical body perishes, they can continue to survive. However, under normal circumstances, A's existence is not prolonged unless it seizes a new body, which would enable it to endure for a longer period. Yet, such a possession inevitably brings various flaws, and it too will ultimately succumb to death. Another method involves employing certain treasures to preserve the remnant, allowing it to endure for an extended duration, much like Nanqingqi, who continued to exist for 200 to 300 years. The caveat, however, is that they cannot depart from the treasure that houses it and remains in a dormant state for long periods. Once it awakens or leaves its resting place, it will gradually dissolve and perish. After a series of thoughts flashed through Lu Fan's mind, he curiously inquired, "Senior Nanqing, why does your Dharma soul remain here? Is it merely to await someone who ascends to the ninth level?" According to the accounts of Luo Gu and others, no one had ever reached beyond the 5th level of the Spirit Testing Tower. Thus he was intrigued about the purpose of Nanqingqi's Dharma soul lingering in this place. Once his question hung in the air, a complex expression appeared on Nanqingqi's face. After a considerable pause, he took a deep breath and replied, "My Dharma soul lingers here to guard a certain treasure and to seek a worthy successor for it." A treasure? Lu Fan's eyes brightened, his curiosity intensifying. It seemed that Nanqingqi had found a confidant in him, as he began to recount his tale with a complicated expression. It was rumored that Nanqingqi had perished due to a failed breakthrough. However, as he narrated his story, Lu Fan discovered that the truth was far more intricate. Centuries ago, Nanqingqi had already reached the 2nd level of the Dharma realm, his combat prowess ranking among the elite within the Tianwu Empire. At that time, having just stabilized his breakthrough into the 2nd level, he was not in a position to attempt another. It was then that 2 of his closest friends invited him to explore a secret realm. Having known these friends for nearly a century, their bond was exceptionally strong. And without hesitation, he agreed to accompany them to this hidden place. The secret realm indeed existed. They exerted tremendous effort to gain entry, during which he sustained significant injuries. Once inside, the trio separated to pursue their respective fortunes. Fortune smiled upon him, for he stumbled upon a mysterious cave within the realm, discovering numerous top-tier resources, including 2 superior spiritual artifacts and an inferior profound artifact, alongside a peculiar black box sealed within a barrier. While the superior spiritual artifacts and the inferior profound artifact lay casually aside, the black box remained shrouded in its protective barrier, making its extraordinary nature evident even to the most oblivious. Thus, despite his injuries, he valiantly broke the barrier and retrieved the enigmatic black box. However, as he did so, his 2 dearest friends arrived. Had he managed to conceal the superior spiritual artifacts and the inferior profound artifact beforehand, perhaps he could have averted the impending calamity. Regrettably, he had no time to do so. Consequently, his 2 friends, driven by greed, attacked him in his weakened state, intent on claiming all the treasures for themselves. In a moment of life and death, he utilized a teleportation talisman meant for emergencies to escape. Fearing for his safety, He fled back to the Nanqing kingdom without daring to return to the royal palace, fully aware that his treacherous companions would not relent in their pursuit. Thus, he sought refuge within the spirit testing tower, a treasure he had acquired long ago, which, though lacking in offensive capability, possessed formidable defensive strength. He had initially intended to recuperate on the 9th level, but alas, his injuries were too severe, and he ultimately succumbed. In a moment of desperation, he was compelled to abandon his corporeal form, preserving the remnants of his soul within this spirit measurement tower. As he recounted these events, the remnants of Nanqingqi's soul involuntarily manifested a glimmer of murderous intent and wrath. After all, the betrayal by a friend of a century is a source of profound fury. Meanwhile, Lu Fan wore a peculiar expression, for he had also acquired a black box, which he had obtained from the storage ring of the powerful figure Shun Su of the Crimson Flame sect. However, this black box bore no seams. It was entirely solid. Therefore, he had placed it in the system's space, nearly forgotten. To his surprise, he now heard this familiar black box mentioned by Nanqingqi. He was left wondering whether the black box Nanqingqi possessed was akin to his own. Contemplating this, Lu Fan directly turned to Nanqingqi and inquired. Chapter 143 The Second Black Box Senior Nanqing. Do you have any idea where that black box is now? In response to Lu Fan's inquiry, Nanqingqi exhibited no inclination to conceal the truth. With a mere gesture of his hand, a black box materialized in his grasp. Upon witnessing the black box that appeared in Nanqingqi's hand, Lu Fan's eyes narrowed, and he was overwhelmed with astonishment. Indeed, it was this very black box. The one in Nanqingqi's possession was identical to the one he had obtained. What could this black box possibly be, and what secrets did it harbor? As Jiang Qingsheng and Shun Su fought for their lives, Nanqingqi met his demise as well. While his thoughts surged regarding the black box, Nanqingqi spoke with a complex expression. Little one, I confess that I am unaware of the true nature of this treasure, yet it undoubtedly conceals immense opportunities and transformations. I intend to bestow it upon you, with the hope that you will grant me a single request. What say you? Nanqingqi's words roused Lu Fan from his state of shock, prompting him to frown. What request? Although he recognized the profound secrets contained within the black box, he was resolute in refusing any demand that contradicted his own desires. Seemingly anticipating Lu Fan's thoughts, Nanqingqi chuckled lightly. Rest assured, I will not place you in a difficult position. I merely ask that you protect our Nanqing clan and the Nanqing kingdom to the best of your abilities. In return, this treasure shall be yours, along with my storage ring. As he spoke, Nanqingqi extended his hand, allowing the black box and a storage ring to float toward Lu Fan. Young one, given your talents, it is assured that you will ascend to the pinnacle of your potential, barring any unforeseen circumstances. However, an individual's strength is inherently limited. By safeguarding the Nanqing kingdom, you will find it a source of support. Additionally, within my storage ring lies a jade slip, recording some mysterious locations I discovered by chance, which may hold great opportunities for you to explore. As Nanqingqi's words resonated, Lu Fan pondered deeply. For most individuals, the temptation of the treasure and storage ring would render them eager to comply with Nanqingqi's request without hesitation. After all, once the treasures were secured, they could easily disregard the fate of the Nanqing kingdom, for a deceased Nanqingqi could do little to influence them. Yet, Lu Fan placed great value on his commitments. He would not casually acquiesce to another's demands, but if he did, he would honor his word. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lu Fan lifted his gaze to Nanqingqi and spoke earnestly. Very well, I accept your request. I shall protect the Nanqing clan and the Nanqing kingdom, to the best of my abilities. Upon hearing Lu Fan's acceptance, a faint smile finally graced the visage of Nanqingqi's lingering spirit. Had Lu Fan hastily agreed without thought, it would have left him with lingering doubts. However, the fact that Lu Fan took a moment to weigh his decision demonstrated that he was not the type to forsake his principles for personal gain. To receive the promise of such an individual is indeed reassuring. After Lu Fan stowed away the black box and the storage ring, the figure of Nanqingqi faded significantly. Observing this, Lu Fan could not help but inquire, Senior, do you have any legacy to pass on to the Nanqing clan? I would be honored to convey it on your behalf. Having benefited from Nanqingqi's wisdom, he wished to assist this elderly man, who was on the verge of complete dissolution. However, Nanqingqi shook his head. There is nothing to relay. If my whereabouts were revealed, it would do them more harm than good. Furthermore, you must not disclose anything about what has transpired here. Those two wretched beings have certainly not given up. If the head youths were to find out, you would find yourself in grave peril. Senior, what are the names of those two individuals? Lu Fan asked. His disdain for traitors palpable, for he had met his demise in a previous life due to betrayal. Should he attain sufficient strength in the future, he would not hesitate to eliminate the two who had wronged Nan Qingqi. A gentle, appreciative expression crossed Nan Qingqi's visage as he regarded Lu Fan's inquiry. Those two are known as He Qianshan and Yu Tianlong. They had already attained the Dharma aspect realm hundreds of years ago. If they have not succumbed to demise since then, their power would be even greater. Until you have grown stronger, do not provoke them, I implore you. After uttering these words, Nan Qingqi's already dim and ethereal soul became nearly transparent. My time grows short, young friend, we must bid farewell. I have no regrets. Ha ha ha. With a robust and joyous laugh, Nan Qingqi's Dharma aspect soul disintegrated into luminous specks and vanished. Witnessing this scene, Lu Fan's expression transformed into one of profound complexity. At this moment, he felt the harshness and ruthlessness of the cultivation world more acutely than ever. Even upon reaching the Dharma aspect realm, one is still susceptible to sudden demise. In this cruel realm of cultivation, dangers lurk everywhere, some from external sources, others from those nearby. Friends of many years might betray one another for the sake of treasures and opportunities. Such is the nature of this world. Even with the aid of a system, one must tread carefully. A moment of arrogance could lead to a swift end, erasing one from existence. In that instant, Lu Fan's mind became clearer than ever. The unconscious pride and superiority stemming from his rapid ascent in power and the system had dissipated entirely. When he opened his eyes once more, the chilling and intimidating aura he had unwittingly exuded had vanished. He now resembled a sheathed sword, poised yet restrained. Lu Fan was acutely aware of his transformation and, in sincere reverence, bowed deeply before the void. I, Lu Fan, humbly bid farewell to my esteemed senior. As he completed his heartfelt gesture, a portal materialized before him. Gazing at the portal and then around at the desolate surroundings, Lu Fan sighed softly and stepped into the gateway before him. As he vanished into the portal, it too dissipated, accompanied by a faint sigh that lingered in the air. At this moment, Lu Fan had arrived at the exit of the first level of the 9 Nether Tower, stepping forth with purpose. Upon witnessing Lu Fan's emergence, the exuberant Ling Qiuxue rushed forward, her face alight with excitement, closely followed by Gu Tianyong and Nan Qingxia. Ah Fan, you are incredible. You truly ascended to the 9th level. Ling Qiuxue exclaimed, her enthusiasm palpable. Lu Fan, amused by her exuberance, gently ruffled her hair without uttering a word. At this juncture, Nan Qingyu, unable to contain her curiosity, inquired, Brother Lu, what is the realm beyond the 5th level like? Are there any treasures or legacies at the 9th level? As she posed this question, Gu Tianyong and Nan Qingxia shared expressions of intrigue. After all, no one had ever ventured beyond the 5th level. Lu Fan was the first to ascend. Thus, their curiosity regarding the potential legacies of the 9th level of the Spirit Testing Tower was piqued. Under the collective gaze of his companions, Lu Fan feigned disappointment and shook his head in resignation. Chapter 144. A promise to fulfill the 9th level was devoid of anything but a solitary mirror, its nature a mystery, leading to a bewildering exit. As Nan Qingqi remarked, allowing the events that transpired to leak would yield no benefit to him, particularly with the involvement of the two weakest, yet formidable figures in the Law Phase realm. Others learning of this would hardly be advantageous. Upon hearing Lu Fan's words, a profound disappointment washed over Nan Qingyu's face. Gu Tianyong and Nan Qingxia shared a similar sentiment. Yet their disappointment stemmed from Lu Fan's failure to disclose the truth. They could not fathom the idea that the 9th level harbored nothing. However, as no one had ever ascended to the 9th level before, with Lu Fan being the first, his assertion of its emptiness could not be verified by others. Unless they resorted to forceful means to compel Lu Fan, which was utterly implausible. Confronted with a prodigy of Lu Fan's caliber, they would be foolish to entertain such thoughts. At that moment, Lu Fan also recognized Nan Qingxia, adorned in a golden dragon robe, and could discern his identity without ambiguity. Yet, his emotions remained unperturbed. After all, He had already encountered Nanqingqi, the ancestor of Nanqingzhe. What significance did Nanqingzhe hold? Sensing Lu Fan's gaze, Gu Tianyang ceased pondering the mysteries of the 9th level and cheerfully introduced, Lu Fan, this is our esteemed monarch of Nanqing. Your proposed transaction has been favorably acknowledged by His Majesty, and here is the item you requested. As he spoke, Gu Tianyang presented Lu Fan with a storage ring containing 100 million low-grade spirit stones. Lu Fan accepted the ring without hesitation, smiling as he expressed his gratitude to both Gu Tianyang and Nanqingzhe. With this considerable sum of spirit stones, he could forge a spirit orb of a specific attribute. Moreover, Nanqingqi had bestowed upon him his own storage ring, which surely harbored formidable resources befitting a law-phase powerhouse, potentially allowing him to create a second attribute elixir. Thus, Lu Fan's spirits were considerably lifted. Observing Lu Fan's beaming countenance, Nanqingzhe deliberately cleared his throat and remarked, Young man, do not forget the conditions of our transaction. Should you fail to meet your promise, you will serve in the military for 3 years. In response, Lu Fan replied with a calm smile, I, Lu Fan, shall fulfill my commitments without fail. Achieving first place in the academy competition posed no significant challenge for him, especially with nearly half a year remaining before the event. In that time, he would surely advance his cultivation, making the attainment of victory in the competition an assured outcome. Seeing Lu Fan's unwavering confidence, Gu Tianyang and Nanqingzhe exchanged knowing smiles, refraining from contradiction, for Lu Fan possessed the capability to make such statements. Subsequently, Nanqingzhe offered a few words of encouragement and extended an invitation for Lu Fan to visit the palace before gracefully departing. Ancient Tianyang had lifted the protective array that sealed this place and conveyed the events that had just transpired to Lu Fan. It was only then that Lu Fan realized he had unwittingly caused such a commotion, and a wave of trepidation washed over him. Fortunately, Ancient Tianyang had sealed the area in time, and few were aware of what had occurred. Otherwise, the troubles he might face in the future could be considerable. After all, he was still quite weak at present. He would only be able to handle everything once his strength was sufficiently developed. Contemplating this, Lu Fan expressed his gratitude to Ancient Tianyang. Dean, thank you. Brat, if you truly wish to thank me, then refrain from causing me more trouble and try to keep a low profile within the academy, Ancient Tianyang jestingly admonished before taking his leave. Soon after, Rog and the others returned. Upon seeing Lu Fan and his companions, curiosity was evident on their faces. They were eager to learn what had transpired here. But Lu Fan and the others remained tight-lipped. Rog then proceeded to facilitate the enrollment procedures for Lu Fan and his companions. Each of them received their identity jade tokens and exclusive student dormitories. The academy categorized its students into 3 tiers. Those below the 2nd level of True Qi realm were classified as first-tier students. Those from the 2nd to the 6th level as second-tier students, and those from the 7th to the 9th level as third-tier students. Students at the core formation realm were deemed special-tier students, enjoying considerable freedom. They could choose to leave the academy for practical training, remain as caretakers, or continue their cultivation as students. Some special-tier students opted to join the kingdom's military, though the majority returned to their respective factions and families. As most who achieved special-tier status hailed from the prominent powers and families within the kingdom, it was not an easy feat for loose cultivators to attain special-tier status. Ling Qiuxue and Nan Xingyun received their identity tokens as first-tier students, while Nan Xingyu and Lu Fan were assigned second-tier tokens. This was intentional on Lu Fan's part. He did not wish to reveal his true cultivation level. Besides Ling Qiuxue and Nan Xingyun, only Ancient Tianyang and Nanqingzhe were aware of his real strength. Therefore, as long as he did not voluntarily disclose his true capabilities, others within the academy would remain oblivious. Ordinary first-tier students shared a courtyard among 4 individuals. Second-tier students paired off in 2s, while third-tier students enjoyed solitary accommodations. However, due to the special status of Nan Xingyu and Nan Xingyun, along with Ancient Tianyang's unique instructions regarding Lu Fan and Ling Qiuxue, the 4 of them were granted separate courtyards, all conveniently located together. As Lu Fan and his companions exited the affairs hall alongside Dizhua, they encountered Shunyu, who had been waiting for them. Upon seeing her, everyone greeted her with smiles, and Lu Fan also nodded at Shunyu with a smile. Although he did not harbor romantic feelings for her, He regarded her as a friend, for he had witnessed her commendable actions throughout their journey, and she had genuinely aided them. Upon learning that Lu Fan had only attained the status of a second-tier student, Xinyu surmised that he had deliberately concealed his true capabilities. However, she refrained from voicing her thoughts. Instead, she found herself enviously admiring that Lu Fan and his companions each possessed their own individual courtyards. After all, she shared her living quarters with another female student, which inevitably presented numerous inconveniences. Yet, such sentiments were left unspoken. Under Xinyu's guidance, Lu Fan and his 3 companions inspected their designated courtyard, which turned out to be quite satisfactory. Following this, the group, still accompanied by Xinyu, embarked on a tour of the academy. Once these activities were concluded, Lu Fan and his companions bid farewell to Xinyu and departed from the academy. Their visit was solely to complete the formalities of joining the institution, and they were set to commence their training in 2 days. This interim period was allocated for students to address personal matters. Upon exiting the academy, Lu Fan informed Nan Xingyu about his decision to purchase a residence, which left her somewhat exasperated. However, as Lu Fan had already made up his mind, she did not attempt to dissuade him. Consequently, the group boarded the beast cart waiting outside the academy and journeyed towards the establishment where Su Kai resided. Chapter 145. No hesitation in killing you moments later. A group arrived at the entrance of the dental establishment where Su Kai was situated. After disembarking from the beast-drawn carriage, they made their way inside. Just then, they witnessed Su Kai, with utmost reverence, emerging alongside a young man clad in splendid attire. Following the young man were 3 bodyguards, each wearing a haughty expression that bespoke their disdain for all. Upon catching sight of Lu Fan, Su Kai's countenance shifted dramatically, internally lamenting his predicament. Yesterday, he had eagerly anticipated meeting Lu Fan, yet today, he found the encounter most unwelcome, particularly in the presence of the young gentleman ahead. He felt compelled to disregard Lu Fan, lest he invite trouble. With this thought, Su Kai lowered his head, feigning ignorance of Lu Fan's presence. This scene elicited a frown from Lu Fan. At that moment, the young man in elegant attire halted, his gaze lecherously fixated on Ling Qiuxiue and Nan Xingyun. Nan Xingyun exuded a cute charm, while Ling Qiuxiue, after their shared intimate experiences, radiated an alluring beauty that heightened her appeal. Sensing the young man's heated gaze, Ling Qiuxiue furrowed her brow and promptly positioned herself behind Lu Fan. Lu Fan's expression darkened in response. Undeterred, the young man boldly obstructed Lu Fan and his companions, disregarding them entirely as he smiled at the 2 ladies. "Ladies, you appear to be unfamiliar with the city. Perhaps I could serve as your guide?" Seeing this audacious advance, a glint of murderous intent flashed in Lu Fan's eyes as he retorted coldly, "Step aside." As he spoke, an invisible aura emanated from Lu Fan, causing the young man to stagger backward. Fortunately, 2 of his bodyguards were quick to catch him, preventing a fall. Though he remained upright, the young man was instantly consumed by rage, his voice dripping with malice as he bellowed, "How dare you push me? Do you know who I am? Kill him." At this command, the 2 formidable bodyguards behind him prepared to strike at Lu Fan. Finally, Su Kai could contain himself no longer. He urgently stepped in between them, exclaiming, calm down. Let us discuss this amicably." As he spoke, Su Kai shot a frantic glance at Lu Fan, urging him to apologize to the young man. However, Lu Fan's disdain for Su Kai deepened upon witnessing this. The very same individual who had been cordial yesterday was now feigning ignorance and suggesting that he grovel before the young man. Such behavior left Lu Fan thoroughly repulsed. Ignoring Su Kai's silent pleas, Lu Fan fixed the young man with a steely gaze, enunciating each word with chilling clarity. "Consider this a lesson. Should you dare provoke me again, I shall not hesitate to end your life, regardless of your background." At this moment, Lu Fan was filled with rage, and as he spoke, an unbidden aura of terrifying killing intent emanated from him. The previously arrogant young man in splendid attire, struck by the palpable malice radiating from Lu Fan, suddenly turned pale with fear. Observing this cowardly demeanor, Lu Fan let out a cold snort, ignoring Su Kai entirely as he turned and strode towards the beast carriage. Ling Qiuxiue, Nan Xingyun, and Nan Xingyu also cast a cold glance at the young man before following Lu Fan to the beast carriage. As for Dizhua, he sneered at the young man, expressing, "If you dare to challenge us, I assure you, I will reduce you to a mere heap of flesh." After his menacing grin, Dees was shot a glance filled with killing intent at Su Kai before departing. Had it not been for Lu Fan's explicit orders, he would have already dispatched these two wretches. Once Lu Fan and the others boarded the beast carriage, the guard began to steer it away from the scene. It was only after their departure that the young man in splendid attire emerged from his terror, his complexion shifting between crimson and ashen. Damn it! Those wretched curs dared to threaten me. You too, immediately investigate their identities. I will have them torn to shreds. Upon hearing their master's command, the two guards dared not hesitate and swiftly pursued the direction in which Lu Fan had departed. At that moment, Su Kai, his face pale, tremulously addressed the young man. Ling Xiao, it seems that beast carriage. Before he could finish, the frenzied Ling Tai struck him sharply across the face. The resounding slap sent Su Kai crashing to the ground, blood spilling from his lips. Yet, Su Kai dared not retaliate, nor express any discontent. Despite possessing the strength to eliminate Ling Tai, the present Ling Tai was simply not a foe he could provoke. Otherwise, not only would he perish, but his entire family would also face doom. Glaring down at Su Kai, who lay sprawled on the ground, Ling Tai seethed with venomous rage, growling, "Get lost, you filthy dog." With his furious shout echoing, he marched towards the beast carriage waiting by the roadside. Meanwhile, the onlookers, recognizing Ling Tai, hastily fled the scene, unwilling to attract his ire. As Lu Fan and his companions arrived at another establishment, guided by the beast carriage guard, they effortlessly spent 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones to purchase a residence superior to the one acquired the previous day. Upon full payment, the estate became Lu Fan's. After dismissing the agents, Lu Fan and the others meticulously inspected the premises, confirming that aside from a few cultivation chambers, there were no hidden passages or dangers. Lu Fan finally felt at ease. The estate was quite satisfactory overall, though the density of spiritual energy was rather average. However, Lu Fan paid this little mind, as he did not intend to undergo arduous cultivation through ordinary seclusion. Daizo is not the type of ascetic. He possesses a considerable amount of resources such as spirit stones, pills, and elixirs, which are sufficient for his cultivation at present. Thus, this residence merely serves as a temporary sanctuary for them. After a brief exploration, Nan Xingyu took Nan Xingyun and departed in a beast cart. Meanwhile, Lu Fan and his companions remained in the newly acquired estate, tidying up their surroundings. Initially, they had purchased 2 servants on their journey to the royal city, but upon arrival, Lu Fan decided to release them, recognizing that they were ultimately outsiders who could not remain by his side indefinitely. The items within the courtyard and rooms were predominantly new, and after a simple cleaning, everything was left immaculate. Daizo opted to reside in the front courtyard, while Lu Fan and Ling Qiushua made their home in the main house of the rear courtyard. Once the cleaning was complete, Daizo returned to his chamber, and Lu Fan along with Ling Qiushua also returned to the main house in the rear courtyard. Chapter 146. The terrifying black box. Upon returning to the main residence, the two could not help but indulge in their own private revelries. After the storm had passed, Ling Qiushua fell into a deep slumber, while Lu Fan, filled with vigor, sat cross-legged. He then took out the black box gifted to him by Nan Qingqi, as well as another black box he had acquired from Shun's storage ring. The 2 black boxes appeared identical, with no discernible differences. Initially, Lu Fan had anticipated that placing the 2 boxes together would elicit some form of reaction, but he was met with disappointment. The 2 black boxes remained unchanged when set side by side. Observing the boxes before him, Lu Fan furrowed his brow in contemplation, muttering to himself, could it be that, like treasures, these require refinement before they can be opened? With this thought in mind, he immediately summoned his spiritual energy to envelop both black boxes. Under his manipulation, the 2 boxes floated, shrouded in his spiritual essence. He then commenced pouring his energy into the black boxes. However, they remained utterly unresponsive. No matter how much energy he infused, the boxes exhibited no sign of activity, as if they were 2 bottomless abysses. After a brief period of this endeavor, Lu Fan's complexion began to pale, prompting him to cease his efforts. If he continued, he would soon exhaust all his spiritual energy. Faced with the ineffectiveness of this method, Lu Fan was left with only one final recourse: blood sacrifice. Refining higher-tier treasures could not be accomplished solely with spiritual consciousness and energy. One must utilize their own blood, or even essence blood, for successful refinement. Only through such means could a treasure be perfectly refined and assimilated into one's dantian, thus becoming a reliable tool. However, this method bore significant risks, as any severe damage to the treasure could also harm the practitioner. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, cultivators would refrain from using their essence blood to refine their prized possessions. Now, with all other methods failing to unlock the black boxes, he resolved to attempt nourishing them with his essence blood. To err on the side of caution, Lu Fan stored one of the black boxes away. After all, a cultivator's essence blood is quite limited. Nurturing one box was feasible, but nurturing two would likely deplete a significant portion of his essence blood, which he could ill afford. Having made his decision, Lu Fan wasted no time. He summoned his spiritual energy to form a needle and pierced the tip of his right index finger. A drop of blood was forced from the wound and fell onto the black box. However, the blood merely lingered for a moment before sliding off. With no other choice, Lu Fan gritted his teeth and compelled a drop of essence blood to fall. While a cultivator possesses a considerable amount of blood, essence blood is measured in drops. Under normal circumstances, a cultivator at the second level of the core formation stage possesses around 200 drops of essence blood within their heart. Losing even a drop or two could significantly impact one's vitality. Once the loss of vital essence surpasses half, it results in a decline in cultivation and bodily injury. Thus, every drop of essence must be utilized with utmost caution. With great care, Lu Fan extended a single drop of vital essence towards the black box, his heart racing with trepidation, fearful that this method might prove futile. Under his anxious gaze, the drop of essence did not fall as the previous drop of blood had. Instead, it slowly melded into the black box. Witnessing this, a look of surprise blossomed on Lu Fan's face. Indeed, it was effective. In a mere moment, the drop of essence had fully integrated into the box, yet the black box remained eerily still. "I refuse to believe it cannot be opened," he muttered through clenched teeth, resolutely forcing out 2 additional drops of essence onto the black box. Soon, these 2 drops were entirely absorbed by the box. Just as Lu Fan hesitated over whether to proceed, the black box suddenly levitated and landed in his palm. The speed of the box was astonishing, leaving him no time to react. By the time he regained his senses, the black box was firmly adhered to his hand. In the next moment, an overwhelming force erupted from within the black box, exerting a terrifying suction. Under this tremendous pull, the spiritual energy within him surged frantically towards the box, while simultaneously, the vital essence from his heart was being voraciously consumed. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lu Fan's expression shifted drastically. This was dire. He never anticipated that the black box would actively draw from his spiritual energy and vital essence. At this rate, within less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, he would be reduced to a mere desiccated corpse. "Get away from me," he bellowed in desperation, forcibly channeling the transformation scripture to regain control over the tumultuous energy within, suppressing the essence in his heart. However, as he resisted, the suction from the black box intensified. Feeling this change, a flicker of terror appeared in Lu Fan's eyes. This situation was far beyond his expectations. The commotion roused the slumbering Ling Qiuxue. Upon seeing Lu Fan's contorted expression and the black box clinging to his hand, her face paled in fear. "Afan, what has happened to you?" she stammered, horrified, reaching out to assist him in removing the box. Observing this, Lu Fan swiftly darted across the room. "Swear, stay where you are and do not move. Do not touch me." The black box was exceedingly ominous, and if Ling Qiuxue were to fall under its terrifying pull, it would spell disaster. Urgently halting her, Lu Fan resumed channeling the transformation scripture to suppress the essence and energy within him. After an arduous struggle, he finally managed to force the black box down to the ground. In the moment the impact struck him to the ground, Lu Fan exhibited no hesitation and promptly stowed the black box into the system space. After accomplishing this, he collapsed onto the floor, his complexion ashen, utterly devoid of strength. Observing this, Ling Qiuxue hurriedly leapt from the bed, her eyes reddened with concern as she lifted Lu Fan from the ground. Once she had laid him upon the bed, her face was etched with urgent worry as she tremulously inquired, "Afan, how are you now? Is there anywhere that feels unwell?" Gazing into Ling Qiuxue's anxious eyes, Lu Fan weakly shook his head, only to be engulfed by an overwhelming fatigue that soon rendered him unconscious. Upon witnessing Lu Fan's sudden slumber, Ling Xiaoxue gasped in shock and urgently called out, a fan, please do not frighten me. Overcome with fear, she hastily donned her clothing and opened the door, causing the barrier enveloping the room to dissipate. Stepping outside, Ling Xiaoxue urgently summoned Dizwa. Hearing the commotion, Dizwa swiftly made his way to the courtyard, following Ling Xiaoxue into the main house. Upon seeing Lu Fan lying on the bed, pallid and unresponsive, Dizwa was taken aback and promptly began to assess Lu Fan's injuries. Chapter 147. The system cannot identify after a thorough investigation. Dizwa finally sighed in relief and reassured Ling Xiaoxue, do not worry, young lady. The young master merely fainted due to excessive consumption of spiritual energy and essence. He should awaken by tomorrow. Upon hearing Dizwa's words, Ling Xiaoxue felt an immediate sense of relief. She had been deeply concerned about Lu Fan's well-being. Once assured that Lu Fan was safe, Dizwa did not linger and promptly exited the room. Instead of returning to his own quarters to meditate, he ascended to the rooftop of the front courtyard, remaining vigilant. After all, with the young master in a state of unconsciousness, any intruder could pose a significant threat. Once Dizwa left, Ling Xiaoxue closed the door and took a stool to sit beside Lu Fan's bed. As she gazed upon his pale yet handsome face, her heart ached with sympathy. In that moment, she grasped Lu Fan's right hand and began to channel her internal spiritual energy into him. As her energy flowed into Lu Fan, his meridians and dantian revived with a flicker of vitality. The Zhao Hua Jing then activated autonomously, eagerly absorbing the spiritual energy from Ling Xiaoxue. Noticing this development, a glimmer of joy illuminated Ling Xiaoxue's delicate features, prompting her to increase the flow of energy. Although this would rapidly deplete her own spiritual reserves, she hesitated not for a moment. For Lu Fan's awakening, the loss of her energy was but a small price to pay, even if it meant a decline in her cultivation or risking her life. She would willingly sacrifice it all. After all, Lu Fan was her husband, and she would gladly give her life for him. Outside the estate, two guards lurked in the shadows, observing the entrance with cold disdain. I expected something of great significance, yet they reside in such a meager place. Let us report this to the young master immediately. These guards, sent by Ling Tai to track Lu Fan and his companions, had initially thought Lu Fan held an impressive background, only to discover he had purchased such a humble residence, revealing a lack of influence. If Lu Fan truly possessed a formidable background, he would have acquired a residence near the royal palace in the northern city or close to the academy in the western part of the city. Even a lesser background would have led him to the eastern district, where numerous trading houses and auction halls thrived amidst a vibrant atmosphere. The estate Lu Fan bought, however, lay in the southern sector, where homes were predominantly owned by smaller families with no significant connections. Given that their young master hailed from a prestigious family in the royal city, he naturally looked down upon practitioners residing in such a dilapidated estate. With that, the two guards hastily departed to relay their findings to Ling Tai. The night passed in the blink of an eye. By midday the following day, Lu Fan, who had been unconscious for an entire night, finally began to slowly open his eyes. As he did so, he sat up abruptly, a profound sense of dread washing over him. At that moment, he realized that his internal spiritual energy had significantly replenished, leaving him with a puzzled expression. As he turned his gaze, he was taken aback to see the delicate face of Ling Xiaoxue, pale as a ghost, resting by the edge of the bed. Noticing the little girl tightly grasping his hand, Lu Fan immediately deduced the source of the spiritual energy coursing through his being. In that moment, a wave of guilt and heartache washed over his countenance. Silly girl, he murmured to himself with a tender sense of affection, quickly rising from the bed to gently lift the weary Ling Xiaoxue, placing her back on the mattress. He then proceeded to channel his spiritual energy into her. After transferring the majority of his own energy into Ling Xiaoxue, her ashen face gradually regained its rosy hue. Witnessing this transformation, Lu Fan finally felt a sense of relief. However, he soon realized that the spiritual energy within him had become exceedingly sparse. Without hesitation, he settled into a cross-legged position, retrieving 2 premium recovery pills to consume. The pills dissolved upon entering his mouth, instantly releasing a formidable surge of medicinal power. Once he had fully refined the 2 pills, the consumed spiritual energy within him was completely restored. Yet, upon sensing the remaining essence in his heart, He couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness. He had been careless. In his reckless curiosity, he had attempted to open the black box, only to find that not only did he fail to unlock it, but he had also nearly sealed his own fate. Although he ultimately managed to force open the box, his energy was completely depleted, and over 60 drops of his essence were directly absorbed. To recuperate from such a loss, he would need to consume a pill worth hundreds of thousands of points. This time, he had truly suffered a significant setback. Amidst his overwhelming regret, Lu Fan felt a sense of relief that he had not directly utilized his essence to nourish both black boxes the previous night. Had he attempted to nurture both simultaneously, he might have been drained to the point of death. The thought of nearly succumbing to an unknown black box left him feeling utterly frustrated. After a brief period of suppressed anger, Lu Fan seemed to recall something and quickly inquired within his mind. System, what would be the point gained from retrieving those 2 black boxes? While he could not ascertain the nature of the boxes, the system should have the capability to do so. However, after a considerable pause, the system finally emitted a notification sound. Ding! The system is not upgraded. Identification is temporarily unavailable. It can be discerned once the system updates. Upon hearing this response, Lu Fan's eyes narrowed in disbelief. What could possibly be contained within those 2 black boxes that even the system could not identify? This was a situation he had never encountered before. Stunned for a moment, he took a deep breath, suppressing his astonishment, and asked, System, when will you be able to upgrade? Ding. The host can perform a system update after breaking through to the Transcendence realm. Receiving this answer, Lu Fan let out a resigned sigh, feeling no inclination to continue the inquiry. He was currently only at the 2nd level of the core formation stage, a full 4 major realms away from the Transcendence realm. For the time being, he need not concern himself with the issue of system upgrades. As for the 2 enigmatic black boxes, Lu Fan decided against revealing them for the time being. No wonder they had remained unopened by Nan Qingqi and Shin So. Had they attempted to refine or unveil their contents, they would likely have met with dire consequences. Confronted with such peculiar artifacts that even the system could not currently identify, it was prudent to refrain from interference to avoid jeopardizing himself. After these thoughts flickered through his mind, Lu Fan exhaled softly and rose to step outside the room. Upon pushing open the door, Dizwa, who had been vigilantly stationed on the rooftop of the front courtyard, immediately swooped down. Young master, you have awakened, he said. Observing the evident relief on Dizwa's face, Lu Fan smiled and nodded, surmising that Ling Qiushua had anxiously summoned Dizwa during his unconscious state. However, this incident had significantly bolstered his trust in Dizwa. Having gained his confidence, Lu Fan was more than willing to bestow rewards. Thus, without hesitation, he procured a Jinyang pill and retrieved a Ningyuan pill from the system's warehouse. Chapter 148. A tempting allure after retrieving 2 jade vials containing a pair of elixirs. Lu Fan extended them toward Dizwa. Under Dizwa's keen gaze, Lu Fan remarked with a smile. These 2 elixirs are the True Yang pill and the Condensation Yuan pill. Consuming them will allow you to ascend to the core formation stage. Upon hearing this, Dizwa's face flushed with excitement. Although he had surmised that the vials contained potions for enhancing cultivation, the confirmation from Lu Fan sent tremors of exhilaration through him. Taking a deep breath to suppress his overwhelming joy, Dizwa accepted the 2 vials and promptly knelt on one knee. Thank you, young master. Lu Fan had promised him a breakthrough to the core formation stage within 2 years, which was why he had chosen to follow him. However, he had never anticipated that within less than a month, Lu Fan would fulfill that promise. The thought of advancing from the 6th level of the True Gang realm to the core formation stage in just over a month was almost beyond comprehension. Faced with such a fortuitous opportunity, how could he not be thrilled? All of this was bestowed upon him by Lu Fan. Had he relied solely on his own efforts, it would have taken him at least a year or even longer to reach the core formation stage. Thus, his gratitude and reverence for Lu Fan were ineffable. Observing Diz when kneeling before him, Lu Fan gently helped him to his feet and said with a smile, I have promised not to neglect any of my followers. This is merely the beginning. Hurry and refine your breakthrough. Yes, young master. After bowing with immense enthusiasm, Dizwa hastily returned to his chamber. Watching the eager departure of Dizwa, Lu Fan couldn't help but chuckle. This individual was the first to follow him, and as a fellow assassin, nurturing him would undoubtedly yield benefits in the future. Currently alone, Lu Fan knew that he would eventually establish his own faction. Thus, he contemplated the possibility of recruiting and cultivating talented cultivators in advance, ensuring that when the time came to form his own power, he would not be devoid of capable allies. These thoughts raced through his mind as he returned to his own room. Glancing at the still slumbering Ling Qiuxue, he took a seat beside her and retrieved 2 storage rings from his system repository. One of these rings, bestowed by Gu Tianyang, contained 100 million low-grade spirit stones. The other ring, handed to him by Nanqingqi, served as a token of protection for the Nanqing clan and the Nanqing kingdom. Placing the storage ring from Gu Tianyang on the table, Lu Fan delved into the contents of Nanqingqi's ring. As a formidable figure of the law manifestation realm and the founder of the Nanqing kingdom, the resources within were undoubtedly substantial. However, beyond mere interest in the resources, Lu Fan was particularly intrigued by the mysterious locations that Nanqingqi had yet to explore, which were meticulously recorded in a jade tablet. If one could delve into those enigmatic realms, it is likely that they would uncover opportunities far surpassing those contained within a storage ring. With such thoughts in mind, Lu Fan began to explore the storage ring of Nanqingqi. In a mere moment, he discovered a unique jade slip, meticulously preserved within a box. Upon retrieving the box and examining the jade slip, he indeed found records of several mysterious locations. These sites were scattered throughout the Tianwu Empire and various kingdoms, totaling over 20. Some of these enigmatic places were discovered by Nanqingqi himself, while others were learned from different sources. Furthermore, certain locations had been personally explored by Nanqingqi, yet either could not be entered, or their entrances remained elusive. Consequently, after thoroughly reviewing the information within the jade slip, Lu Fan became greatly intrigued by these mysterious sites, convinced they concealed unimaginable opportunities. After carefully storing the jade slip within the system's repository, he began to examine the other resources contained within the storage ring. The spiritual stones, elixirs, and various materials within Nanqingqi's storage ring were piled high. In addition, there was an abundance of cultivation techniques and martial skills. Lu Fan perused these techniques and skills, but soon lost interest. Compared to those available in the system's marketplace, these were of little significance. While they might seem formidable to an ordinary cultivator, to Lu Fan, they were trivial. After confirming that there were no treasures of use to him, he grew weary of the search and promptly stored both rings within the system's space. System. Convert all resources from these 2 storage rings into system points. As soon as he spoke, an expression of profound anticipation appeared on Lu Fan's face. That 100 million low-grade spiritual stones was equivalent to 30 million system points, and the resources within Nanqingqi's storage ring, though unquantifiable, were undoubtedly far more abundant. Faced with such a wealth of system points, even Lu Fan felt an unprecedented thrill. After eagerly awaiting for a brief moment, the system's prompt resonated in his mind. Ding! All resources have been recovered, yielding 100 million points. Stunned, Lu Fan stood frozen in place. 100 million points. If his memory served him correctly, the 9 turns transcendence pill in the marketplace was priced similarly. This meant that with these 100 million points, he could purchase a 9 turns transcendence pill, guaranteeing his breakthrough to the transcendence realm. It is worth noting that the transcendence realm represents the pinnacle of cultivation in this world. Although he suspected there might be further realms beyond transcendence, it would undoubtedly elevate him to the ranks of the most formidable beings. In this world, one may not walk with impunity, yet at the very least, one could be deemed formidable. Faced with such immense temptation, how could Lu Fan not feel exhilarated? At this moment, he found himself wavering. After all, this was an opportunity to ascend to greatness in a single leap. No one could remain composed in the face of such allure. Taking several deep breaths, Lu Fan clenched his fists tightly, a look of hesitation and inner turmoil crossing his face. If he were to purchase the 9 transformation tribulation pill, he could reach the pinnacle in merely 6 months. However, after struggling with his thoughts for nearly the duration of an incense stick, he finally inhaled deeply and solemnly inquired within his mind, System, if I consume the 9 transformation tribulation pill to break through to the tribulation realm, will I still be able to refine attribute spiritual orbs and condense attribute spiritual pills in my dantian? Ding, negative. Upon receiving the system's unequivocal response, disappointment washed over Lu Fan, accompanied by a sense of helplessness. Chapter 149. The provocateur at the door, he had initially contemplated acquiring a 9 revolutions tribulation pill to first ascend to the tribulation realm, followed by purchasing an attribute spirit pearl to condense a spirit pill. However, regrettably, his well-laid plans were destined to falter. System, is there truly no solution? Lu Fan inquired, a hint of reluctance in his voice. Beep, by self-abolishing one's cultivation, one can recultivate to refine the spirit pearl into a spirit pill. Upon receiving this rather unhelpful response, Lu Fan promptly extinguished the notion of procuring the 9 revolutions tribulation pill. Although refining the 9 revolutions tribulation pill could enable a breakthrough to the tribulation realm in merely 6 months, such a standard level of cultivation was not what he desired. He aspired not only to be invincible within his current realm, but also to engage in battles across realms. The benefits of condensing attribute spirit pills were manifold. He certainly would not forsake long-term gains for immediate advantages. After all, he was still in the foundational stage of his cultivation. If he were to prioritize the speed of his breakthrough while neglecting the significance of a solid foundation, he would undoubtedly regret it in the future. Having come to this realization, Lu Fan's impulsive hesitations vanished without a trace. Taking a deep breath to fully calm his mind, he then instructed, System, display my personal information panel. As his words echoed, the system's luminous screen materialized, revealing his personal information. Constitution, Devouring sword body cultivation level. Second stage of core formation points. 103, 230, 240 mystical arts techniques. Taiji sword technique. Fiery sword technique. 7-star steps. Heavenly spirit finger. Flickering light shadow. Gale slash. 1000 illusions transformation skills. Beginner alchemy. Beginner refinement. Beginner array techniques. Contracted beast. Crimson gold flood dragon weapons. Taiji sword. Purple gold profound spirit robe. Flying cloud shuttle. Fiery sword marketplace. Open quests. 1. Fulfill Lin Hai's final wish. Reward. 1 sign-in opportunity. 3,000 points. 2. Annihilate the highwaymen within the South Qing Kingdom. Reward. 1 sign-in opportunity for each bandit group eradicated. 3. Slay Yu Go. Reward. 1 sign-in opportunity. 2,000 points. 4. Achieve first place in the Academy Grand Competition. Reward. 1 special sign-in opportunity, 1 sign-in opportunity, and a small realm cultivation increase. 5. Proceed to the Imperial Academy for training. Reward. 2 special sign-in opportunities. 1 marketplace lottery card. Undiscovered sign-in locations. Any secret realm within the Imperial Academy. Storage. 1 diamond talisman. 3 superior ice talismans. 1 superior invisibility talisman. 1 intermediate critical hit card. 1 beginner thunder bomb. 1 teleportation talisman. Special sign-in opportunities. 8 superior recovery pills. 1 beast element pill. 2 beginner berserk pills. 1 intermediate berserk pill. 1 superior muscle cleansing pill. Formula for condensing yuan pill. After surveying the details on the luminous screen, Lu Fan exhaled softly, deep in thought. He possessed a considerable amount of system points. However, leaving them unused was tantamount to having none at all. It was imperative to put them to good use. After a brief moment of contemplation, he swiftly made his decision and unhesitatingly accessed the system marketplace to commence his purchases. Ding! The exquisite golden spirit pearl has been successfully acquired, costing 30 million points, which has been automatically deducted. Ding! The exquisite wood spirit pearl has been successfully acquired, costing 30 million points, which has been automatically deducted. Ding! The exquisite water spirit pearl has been successfully acquired, costing 30 million points, which has been automatically deducted. As the 3 notifications chimed, his total of 103 million points was abruptly reduced to 13 million. Confronted with such a staggering expenditure, Lu Fan experienced a profound sense of disparity, akin to the transition from overnight wealth to sudden bankruptcy. Fortunately, he had procured 3 exceptional elemental pearls. Once he refined these 3 pearls, he would be able to condense 3 elemental pills within his dantian. At that time, both his cultivation and combat prowess would soar dramatically, rendering him invincible within the core formation realm, even without relying on the Taiji sword and various other techniques. Just as he pondered these matters, a delighted exclamation erupted from the bed. Afin. Turning around, he was pleasantly surprised to find Ling Qiuxue had awakened. Lu Fan suppressed his tumultuous thoughts and quickly approached her. Kneeling by the bedside, he affectionately stroked Ling Qiushui's head and gently inquired, "How do you feel? Is there any discomfort?" "No," Ling Qiushui replied, her face radiant with happiness. As she leaned her head against Lu Fan's shoulder, feeling immensely content. After a brief moment of tender companionship, Ling Qiushui softly suggested, "Afan, we've been in the royal capital for a few days. When shall we pay a visit to the Ling family?" Before arriving in the capital, Ling Xiaodian had urged them to visit Elder Ling Rui, the second elder of the Ling family, to facilitate their admission to the Royal Academy. However, upon meeting Xinyu and the Nan siblings, Nan Xingyu and Nan Xingyun, they had directly joined the Royal Academy, thus relegating their visit to the Ling family to the back of their minds. Yet now, Ling Qiushui had brought it up. After all, the Ling family in the royal capital was the main lineage of the Ling family from Lingyuan City. Moreover, as per Ling Xiaoyan's words, Elder Ling Rui was his cousin, making him Ling Qiushui's uncle. It was only reasonable for them to pay a visit. Although Lu Fan was somewhat reluctant, he would not disappoint Ling Qiushui, and now that she had expressed her desire, he nodded gently and replied, "Very well, since you wish to go, we shall pay a visit." Aside from the Ling family, he also intended to visit the Lin family in the royal capital to fulfill Lin Hai's last wish. The day after tomorrow marked the commencement of their enrollment at the academy, providing just enough time to attend to these two matters. Upon receiving Lu Fan's agreement, a joyful smile illuminated Ling Qiushui's lovely face, prompting her to plant a kiss on Lu Fan's cheek, stirring feelings of longing within him. Just as the two were about to act upon their affections, a sudden, thunderous noise erupted from the courtyard. Boom! The unexpected sound startled them both, and Lu Fan's expression darkened. "Stay here, I will go and investigate." With a gentle instruction to Ling Qiushui, Lu Fan immediately sprang into action, bursting forth from the room. As he soared into the front yard, he was met with the shocking sight of the estate's grand entrance shattered to pieces. 8 figures emerged through the broken gates. Leading the charge was a young man clad in splendid attire. This young man was none other than Ling Tai, who had previously clashed with Su Kai's establishment. Upon recognizing him, a terrifying killing intent surged in Lu Fan's eyes. He had spared this individual once, yet here he was, audaciously returning to provoke him. Even a clay figurine possesses a measure of fury, how much more so for him? As Lu Fan cast a frigid glare at Ling Tai, the latter's malevolent gaze met his, accompanied by a sneering, venomous laugh. "Did you think I wouldn't find you here, you wretched creature? Kneel and apologize, and I might grant you a swift end. Otherwise, I will ensure that you are trapped in a fate worse than death." At that moment, a triumphant arrogance flickered across Ling Tai's face, as if he could already envision Lu Fan kneeling in supplication. Chapter 150. Laozi completes you observing the arrogant and self-satisfied Ling Tai. A fierce and terrifying glint ignited in Lu Fan's eyes. "Since you are determined to seek your own demise, I shall oblige." With a voice laden with murderous intent, Lu Fan's figure flickered and he charged forward in an instant. Executing the technique of fleeting shadows, Lu Fan moved with the swiftness of lightning, his form transforming into a series of ethereal images. Yet, rather than targeting Ling Tai directly, he surged towards the 7 bodyguards accompanying him. These 7 guards, all possessing true essence cultivation, stood no chance against Lu Fan, as anguished cries echoed successively, one after another. The 7 bodyguards collapsed lifelessly to the ground. In the span of merely 7 or 8 breaths, all 7 guards had been reduced to corpses. Once he had dispatched this group, Lu Fan finally appeared before Ling Tai, his gaze as frigid as ice. At this moment, Ling Tai stood frozen in shock. The realization that his 7 bodyguards had been slaughtered within mere breaths, without even a semblance of resistance, left him utterly dumbfounded. Feeling the chilling intensity of Lu Fan's stare, Ling Tai trembled uncontrollably, abruptly jolting back to reality. In that instant, his complexion drained of color, revealing an indescribable fear in his eyes. What do you intend to do?" Ling Tai stammered, his voice quaking as his body shook, instinctively retreating a step or two. He stumbled over the corpse of one of his guards and fell back, sitting on the ground in sheer terror, trembling as he pleaded, "You cannot kill me. I am the 3rd young master of the Ling family. My father is Ling Xiao, the head of the Ling family. If you take my life, you will all perish." At this moment, Ling Tai was thoroughly engulfed in fear, desperately revealing his identity in hopes of instilling hesitation in Lu Fan. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan's movements halted, a frown creasing his brow as he coldly inquired, "You are of the Ling family?" Seeing Lu Fan pause, Ling Tai mistakenly believed that he had instilled fear in him, and his confidence surged. Mustering his courage, he replied, "Indeed, I am the third young master of the Ling family in the capital. If you spare me, I shall overlook today's events." "What do you say?" While uttering these words, Ling Tai's heart was ablaze with murderous rage. "Cursed be this wretch. Once I escape this predicament, I shall summon the might of my family to obliterate you, ensuring your suffering is unbearable." As the third young master of the Ling family, he had never endured such humiliation, and he had no intention of letting Lu Fan go easily. However, upon hearing Ling Tai's words, Lu Fan merely scoffed. "I never anticipated such a creature to emerge from the Ling family. In that case, I shall first cleanse the family of this filth." With a resolute voice dripping with murderous intent, Lu Fan unhesitatingly flicked his fingers, unleashing a beam of spiritual light. Whoosh! With a sound that pierced the air, the launched spiritual light punctured Ling Tai's brow. At the moment when the spiritual light pierced through his brow, a jet of blood gushed forth from a thumb-sized wound. Under the impact of the spiritual light penetrating his brow, Ling Tai's lifeless body collapsed to the ground, his face still etched with fear and disbelief. He died without comprehending why Lu Fan possessed the audacity to take his life. After all, he was the third young master of the Ling family. Gazing upon the 8 corpses strewn across the ground, Lu Fan let out a cold snort, allowing the murderous intent and rage within him to gradually dissipate. This man had presumed that his status as the third young master of the Ling family would grant him immunity, oblivious to the fact that Lu Fan held no regard for the Ling family whatsoever. At that moment, Ling Qiuxue arrived in the front courtyard. Her curiosity piqued as she beheld the 8 bodies. "Ah Fan, are they all members of the Ling family?" she inquired. "Yes, this one is the third young master of the Ling family," Lu Fan replied candidly, not concealing the truth. Upon hearing his response, a flicker of anger crossed Ling Qiuxue's delicate features. She was taken aback to discover such a creature within the esteemed Ling family and declared, "Ah Fan, we shall not visit the Ling family." Initially, she had considered accompanying Lu Fan to pay a visit to the Ling family, but now, upon learning that Ling Tai was their third young master, any favorable sentiment she held towards the Ling family evaporated. Moreover, with Lu Fan having slain Ling Tai, it was certain that the Ling family would pose difficulties for him should they venture there. She had no desire to see Lu Fan suffer any indignities. As for the people of the Ling family, they bore no relation to her, and she cared not a whit for them. Observing Ling Qiuxue's furious countenance, Lu Fan felt a sense of solace. If she were the sort to prioritize family ties over right and wrong, he would find himself in a difficult position. Fortunately, Ling Qiuxue possessed a keen sense of justice and consistently stood by his side, further endearing her to him. However, her thoughtfulness and concern for him only intensified his resolve to shield her from any worries. With this in mind, Lu Fan took a deep breath and said, "Rest assured, we shall still go to the Ling family. If they are wise enough to let matters lie, then so be it. Should they foolishly seek vengeance upon me, I shall not hesitate to impart a painful lesson." The Ling family, as one of the prominent 8 families of the capital, had an ancestor in the realm of divine transformation overseeing them. Yet, Lu Fan was unfazed. If the Ling family truly intended to act against him, he would ensure they understood the meaning of regret. Upon hearing Lu Fan's declaration, Ling Qiuxue nodded in agreement, her faith in him blind and unwavering. Even if Lu Fan claimed he could break through to the tribulation stage the following day, she would harbor no doubts. After collecting Ling Tai's and the 7 guard storage rings, Lu Fan separately stored the bodies of the 8 men. He intended to bring them along to the Ling family, eager to see how they would provide him with an explanation. Having completed these tasks, Lu Fan cast a glance toward the room where Dizwa resided. Fortunately, Dizwa had set up a spiritual energy barrier prior to entering seclusion to refine his elixirs. Otherwise, the earlier commotion would surely have disturbed him. Had Dizwa been in a critical stage of refinement, the noise could have jeopardized his breakthrough. This was the very reason that filled Lu Fan with an unparalleled fury. Let us proceed to the Ling family estate at once. This residence possesses a specialized protective formation. Although not excessively formidable, it is sufficient to deter ordinary cultivators. Moreover, once the formation is activated, it will signal to other cultivators that there are individuals present within the estate, thus preventing any unwarranted intrusions. Should one rashly attempt to breach the formation, it would inevitably attract the attention of the enforcement squad in the royal city. Upon activating the protective formation of the estate, Lu Fan accompanied Ling Qiuxue as they made their way on foot to the royal capital's Ling family. Meanwhile, a member of the Ling clan, tasked with guarding the ancestral hall, hurriedly rushed towards the family's main hall, his face etched with sheer terror. In his haste, he stumbled and fell. Yet he dared not linger for a moment, propelled by panic as he reached the family's main hall. Bursting into the hall, he found the current head of the Ling family, Ling Xiao, engaged in the reception of a guest. Upon witnessing the frantic entrance of this clan member, Ling Xiao's expression darkened immediately, and he reprimanded him without hesitation. Chapter 151. Always at the ready in a flurry of agitation, the clan member was reprimanded. "Do you not see that I am entertaining esteemed guests? Leave at once." After chastising the intruder, Ling Xiao turned with a face full of regret toward the middle-aged man seated on his right. This man was the head of the Lin family from the royal capital, who had come to discuss a potential union between their two clans. Just as they were delving into critical matters, this clan member barged in, which only served to highlight the lack of decorum within the Ling family, inciting Ling Xiao's ire. Yet, instead of departing, the clan member stood trembling, his face ashen. "Master, something terrible has happened." "Third young master." The fury that had consumed Ling Xiao in that moment dissipated as he abruptly stood up, alarmed. "What has happened to Tyre? Speak quickly." Under Ling Xiao's intense gaze, the clan member, suppressing his fear, stammered, "Third young master, his life jade slip has shattered." Upon hearing this, a terrifying aura and murderous intent erupted from Ling Xiao like a volcano. Who has killed my son?" His eyes blazed a fierce crimson, the fury and wrath within him surging uncontrollably. Moments ago, he had been discussing marriage for his beloved son, seeking a powerful and influential family as a support. Now, he was confronted with the devastating news of his son's demise, a torment that threatened to drive him to madness. In the face of Ling Xiao's overwhelming presence, the clan member who bore the news fell to his knees, trembling and too fearful to breathe, terrified of provoking further wrath and losing his own life. Meanwhile, the head of the Lin family, Lin Tianxiong, felt an inexplicable sense of relief upon hearing the news. His visit to the Ling family had been out of necessity, as their own ancestral figure had been missing for nearly a century, leaving the family without a formidable presence. This information had been carefully concealed from the outside world, but now it had come to light, prompting Ling Xiao to leverage it against him. Reluctant to marry his daughter to the debauched Ling Tai, Lin Tianxiong had no choice but to acquiesce to Ling Xiao's demands, for the Lin family was ill-equipped to confront the Ling family, nor could they withstand the repercussions of their ancestors' disappearance being revealed. However, the unexpected news of Ling Tai's death brought him a sense of relief. Yet, he could not afford to show it, fearing that Ling Xiao might mistakenly believe he was behind the foul play, which would spell trouble. Just as Ling Xiao's fury reached its zenith, another clan member burst into the room, pale as a ghost. "Master, it's terrible. Someone has brought in the third young master's corpse." At these words, Ling Xiao's murderous intent erupted anew, as if it had found its long-awaited outlet. Without a moment's hesitation, Ling Xiao swiftly dashed out of the main hall, followed closely by Lin Tianxiu. At this juncture, he could not afford to leave. Doing so would invite trouble upon the Lin family. Meanwhile, Lu Fan, bearing the lifeless body of Ling Tai, was accompanied by Ling Qiuxue as they approached the front courtyard of the Ling residence. Originally, Lu Fan had no intention of storming in. However, the guards at the entrance were arrogant and brazen, insulting him and attempting to attack. Thus, he deemed it unnecessary to exercise courtesy, promptly eliminating the 6 guards stationed at the door to gain entry. Having already slain Ling Tai, the third young master of the Ling family, dispatching 6 guards was of little consequence. Upon reaching the front courtyard, they were confronted by dozens of Ling family members, led by 4 elders and several attendants, all regarding Lu Fan with palpable hostility. "Who are you, and why do you dare invade my Ling family?" They sensed a hint of threat emanating from Lu Fan, which deterred them from immediate aggression. Instead, they sought to ascertain his identity before deciding on their course of action. Casting a cold glance at the third elder of the Ling family who had questioned him, Lu Fan replied nonchalantly, "Who is Ling Rue?" Hearing his name called, Ling Rue furrowed his brow and stepped forward. Upon his emergence, Lu Fan sized him up and continued, "This man provoked me and intruded upon my residence, which led to his demise. That is the crux of the matter." As he spoke, Lu Fan discarded Ling Tai's corpse onto the ground, while he reclaimed the bodies of the 7 guards for the system. As the lifeless form hit the ground, Lu Fan regarded Ling Rue and added, "Aside from delivering this useless body, I have brought Xiuxue to pay you a visit." At this proclamation, Ling Rue was momentarily taken aback, but soon deduced Ling Xiuxue's identity. Turning his gaze toward her, "Your father is Ling Xiaotian?" At that moment, Ling Xiuxue harbored no fondness for the Ling family, merely nodding slightly in acknowledgement. Seeing her nod, Ling Rue quickly grasped the situation. He was well aware of Ling Tai's character, and given Ling Xiuxue's striking beauty, it was inevitable that Ling Tai would not have let her pass unscathed. Observing Ling Rue's complex expression, Lu Fan stated coolly, "Should your Ling family seek revenge, I shall be at your disposal. You may find me at the Royal Academy." Having delivered this statement in an unremarkable manner, Lu Fan intended to depart with Ling Xiuxue. However, at that moment, a terrifying aura imbued with murderous intent surged towards them. Accompanying this ominous force was a frenzied roar that reverberated through the air. "You killed my son and still wish to leave, wretched beast. I will make you wish you were never born." As the echoes of this furious cry faded, Ling Xiao, with eyes blazing crimson, soared through the air, charging toward Lu Fan. Having overheard Lu Fan's words through his spiritual sense, the fury and murderous intent within him erupted upon encountering the one who had slain his son. At this moment, he was consumed by a singular thought: to rend Lu Fan into 1,000 pieces and avenge his son. Originally, Lu Fan intended to turn and leave, but upon witnessing the approaching Ling Xiao, a terrifying killing intent and fierce light erupted in his eyes. If you wish to kill me, you may find yourself lacking the capability. This individual is merely at the 9th level of the core formation stage. Without resorting to his trump cards, such as the primary berserk pill and attack talismans, he could easily slay him. Thus, with a cold snort filled with murderous intent, he swiftly retrieved the Tai Chi sword from the system space. The moment the Tai Chi sword materialized in his grasp, Lu Fan did not retreat, but advanced instead, executing the technique of floating light and fleeting shadow, transforming into a phantom as he charged toward the oncoming Ling Xiao. Just as they were about to collide, Lu Fan instantaneously unleashed the aura of his cultivation at the 2nd level of the core formation stage. As he released this formidable presence, he unhesitatingly employed his most powerful offensive technique, Swift Wind Slash. With the execution of the Swift Wind Slash, the Tai Chi sword transformed into a streak of silver lightning, aimed directly at Ling Xiao's head. Chapter 152. The swift demise of the Ling family patriarch as he beheld the terrifying sword strike approaching him. Ling Xiao's pupils dilated, his visage contorted with intense fear and disbelief. This blade emanated an unprecedented aura of death. If only he had sufficient distance, he could have evaded it. However, in this moment, escape was impossible. To flee would merely result in his demise. With no other recourse, he reluctantly summoned his intrinsic weapon to defend himself. Just as he raised his personal sword before him, the formidable Taiji sword cleaved through the air with brutal force. The clash of the two swords resonated with a sharp crack as Ling Xiao's weapon was severed in twain. The shattering of his sword dealt a grievous blow to him, causing him to spew forth a copious amount of blood. The Taiji sword, undeterred by the destruction it had wrought, surged forward with relentless might. With a sickening splatter, blood erupted in all directions as Ling Xiao was cleaved in half by Lu Fan's Taiji sword. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers from the Ling family were left wide-eyed, their expressions mirroring that of someone who had seen a ghost. Their family patriarch, a practitioner at the 9th level of the core formation stage, had been effortlessly dispatched by this mere youth before their very eyes. Were it not for their own eyes bearing witness, they would never have dared to believe such a spectacle. Bang! Bang! With two dull thuds, the severed halves of Ling Xiao's corpse collapsed onto the blood-soaked ground. The sound jolted the stunned members of the Ling family back to reality. Awakened from their stupor, they instinctively recoiled several steps, their faces etched with terror as they gazed at Lu Fan. This seemingly innocuous youth was nothing short of a demon. To slay a patriarch at the 9th level of core formation with a single strike was a horror beyond comprehension. Moreover, Lu Fan was so young, yet he wielded such formidable power. Disregarding the astonished and horrified stares surrounding him, Lu Fan retrieved Ling Zhao's storage ring from his lifeless fingers. Having secured the ring, he turned his attention to Elder Ling Rui, speaking in a calm tone. Elder Ling, I have made the necessary visits. Therefore, I shall take my leave now. With that, he took hold of Ling Qiushue's hand and strode toward the entrance of the Ling family estate. The members of the Ling family, paralyzed by fear, parted ways, not daring to obstruct him. After taking a few steps, Lu Fan seemed to recall something. He abruptly halted, turned, and spoke with a dispassionate air. As I have stated before, should your Ling family seek trouble, I am always prepared to engage. However, should there be a next time, the entirety of the Ling family shall serve to quell my wrath. With those unremarkable yet weighty words, Lu Fan departed the Ling estate with Ling Qiushue. Not once glancing back, as they watched Lu Fan and Ling Qiushue leave, the remaining members of the Ling family collectively exhaled in relief. It was utterly terrifying. Although Lu Fan was merely a youth, he exuded an aura reminiscent of a ruthless fiend, one who had taken countless lives. As Lu Fan and Ling Qiushue vanished from their sight, the members of the Ling family exchanged glances, turning their attention to the Grand Elder Ling Yun and the Second Elder Ling Rui. With the family head slain and the ancestor still in seclusion, it fell upon these elders to manage the family's affairs. Yet, at that moment, Ling Yun and Ling Rui, along with the other elders, were at a loss, their minds burdened with uncertainty. Amidst the scrutiny of the clan members, Ling Yun took a deep breath and addressed the assembly with a grave tone. What transpired just now must remain a secret. Not a word shall be uttered outside these walls. Breach of this directive will invoke the clan's laws. Do you comprehend? The news of the family head's murder was monumental. Should it escape into the public domain, it would undoubtedly create a tremendous uproar. Beyond the issue of disgrace, other families would surely take advantage of this information to act in the shadows. After all, in the royal city, there were 8 prominent families, and apart from the Ling family, the remaining 7 possessed nearly equal prowess. The death of their ancestor was akin to the loss of a formidable guardian, an unfortunate predicament indeed. Thus, it was imperative to contain the information, allowing them the necessary time to strategize and plan. Yes, Grand Elder, came the reply. Very well. Let a few remain to secure the scene. The rest may disperse. Following this directive, several stewards began the grim task of dealing with the remains of Ling Xiao and his son, along with the blood that stained the ground. Ling Yun approached Lin Tianxiong, his expression a mixture of complexity and solemnity, and said, Family head Lin, I hope you will keep this matter confidential. Observing Ling Yun's admonition, Lin Tianxiong nodded and promptly assured, Rest assured, this matter shall not be disclosed. Though Ling Xiao had met his end, the Ling family's ancestors still lived, rendering them not a family to be trifled with. However, this unfortunate event alleviated his concerns regarding his daughter's impending betrothal. In fact, given the circumstances, the Lin family might find themselves in a position to negotiate on equal terms with the Ling family. Yet, this was not the time for such discussions. He must return swiftly to make the necessary arrangements. Brother Ling Yun, I shall take my leave now, Lin Tianxiong stated, and with that, he bid farewell to Ling Yun, who did not impede his departure, personally escorting him to the entrance of the estate. After seeing Lin Tianxiong off, Ling Yun and Ling Rui convened in the family's main hall to deliberate on the aftermath of the family head's assassination. However, this matter bore no relation to Lu Fan. After departing the Ling family, Lu Fan and Ling Qiushue inquired about the location of the Lin family's estate and proceeded directly towards it. As Lu Fan led Ling Qiushue to the Lin residence, Lin Tianxiong was also returning home aboard a beast cart. When Lin Tianxiong arrived at the gates of his family estate, he fortuitously caught sight of Lu Fan and Ling Qiushue through the cart's window. Upon recognizing Lu Fan, Lin Tianxiong's eyes widened in alarm, instinctively feeling a surge of apprehension. What was he doing here? Had someone from the Lin family offended him? The thought of such a dire consequence sent a chill of fear coursing through him. Offending the Ling family may not lead to annihilation, yet to provoke this seemingly innocuous youth could indeed spell doom. Contemplating this, Lin Tianxiong felt an urgent need to act without hesitation, promptly shouting to the charioteer, Hasten to a stop. Once the carriage came to a halt, Lin Tianxiong, the head of the Lin family, hurriedly descended from the beast-drawn vehicle. Upon alighting, he swiftly approached Lu Fan, who was making his way towards the gates of the Lin family estate. Lu Fan, having spotted Lin Tianxiong among the Ling family, furrowed his brow at the sight of him here, his demeanor cooling noticeably. He regarded Lin Tianxiong as a formidable figure of the Ling clan. Observing Lu Fan's frown, Lin Tianxiong swiftly deduced that he might be mistaken for a member of the Ling family. Without a moment's hesitation, he proclaimed, "Esteemed sir, I am Lin Tianxiong, the head of the Lin clan." Upon hearing Lin Tianxiong's introduction, Lu Fan's furrowed brow finally relaxed. Chapter 153, fulfilling Lin Hai's last wish. Upon seeing Lu Fan's relaxed expression, Lin Tianxiong's previously anxious heart finally calmed. He could now ascertain that Lu Fan was not here to create trouble. Otherwise, he would not have responded so amicably after revealing his identity. Just as Lin Tianxiong was consumed with trepidation, Lu Fan spoke. "Since you are the head of the Lin family, that simplifies matters. I have come specifically to find you." Upon hearing that Lu Fan had come to see him, Lin Tianxiong was instantly filled with curiosity. This revelation brought him an inexplicable joy, and he promptly extended a warm invitation. "In that case, please, Master Lu, come in. Let us converse in detail inside. Thank you for your courtesy." Naturally, Lu Fan would not rebuff the warm reception from Lin Tianxiong, so he graciously accepted the invitation. Subsequently, Lu Fan and Ling Qiuxue were warmly escorted into the Lin family estate by Lin Tianxiong. The guards at the entrance, witnessing their master's cordiality towards a young man, were filled with curiosity, pondering Lu Fan's identity. Once inside the Lin residence, the trio proceeded directly to the main hall, passing numerous family members along the way, who were rife with speculation. However, Lin Tianxiong made no indication of Lu Fan's identity, nor did he divulge the recent events at the Ling family estate. Upon reaching the main hall, Lin Tianxiong immediately instructed a maid to serve spirit tea, then dismissed everyone else, leaving only the three of them in the hall. After casting a glance at Lu Fan, Lin Tianxiong finally inquired, "Master Lu, may I ask the purpose of your visit? If there is anything you require assistance with, please do not hesitate to ask. The Lin family will certainly do our utmost to accommodate you." Initially, he had not given it much thought, but Lu Fan's demeanor towards him was rather favorable, leading him to entertain a slight shift in his attitude, infusing it with an additional layer of respect, which was uncharacteristic of a family head. Lu Fan, unfazed by Lin Tianxiong's demeanor, retrieved the identity jade token left by Lin Hai from his storage ring. Lin Hai had previously stated that upon presenting this token at the Lin family estate, the family would believe his words. As anticipated, the jovial expression on Lin Tianxiong's face transformed dramatically upon seeing the token, causing him to spring to his feet in shock. His face was a tableau of astonishment and disbelief, fixated on the identity jade token in Lu Fan's hand. After a prolonged silence, Lin Tianxiong finally stammered, "Lu, Master Lu, where did you acquire this identity token?" Observing Lin Tianxiong's expression of shock, Lu Fan did not conceal the truth and replied directly, "It was entrusted to me by your ancestor Lin Hai to bring his ashes and the inheritance jade slip here." He then succinctly recounted the discovery of Lin Hai's meditation chamber and the commission to deliver the ashes and jade slip. After sharing this information, Lu Fan placed the jade box containing Lin Hai's ashes and the inheritance jade slip on the table. Upon seeing the items laid out before him, Lin Tianxiong felt as though he had been struck by lightning, involuntarily trembling at the sight. The ancestral figure has truly departed. Initially, he clung to a glimmer of hope, believing that the ancestor was merely away, seeking breakthroughs in his cultivation. Yet now, that final thread of hope has been severed. Trembling, Lin Tianxiong uttered a soft lament, collapsing to his knees before the jade box containing Lin Hai's ashes, bowing deeply twice. After performing this solemn ritual, Lin Tianxiong gradually rose. An unmistakable sorrow etched upon his face. However, with the matter at hand, he found himself bereft of alternatives, and could only tremble as he retrieved the jade tablet of inheritance. This tablet bore a special seal, one that could only be unlocked with the blood of their Lin family's direct lineage. Thus, Lin Tianxiong immediately discerned that Lu Fan had not tampered with the tablet. Consequently, he found himself believing in Lu Fan's words. Taking a deep breath, he forced a drop of blood onto the tablet, which instantly released its unique seal. Lin Tianxiong then delved into the tablet with his spiritual sense. While Lin Tianxiong explored the contents of the inheritance tablet, Lu Fan remained composed, savoring the spiritual tea. After all, he had already acquired the resources left by Lin Hai and had little interest in the contents of the inheritance tablet. At that moment, a system notification resonated in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task, fulfilling Lin Hai's last wish, awarded 1 sign-in opportunity and 3,000 points. Ding! Does the host wish to use the sign-in opportunity? Hearing the notification, Lu Fan promptly declined without hesitation. This was the foyer of the Lin family estate. Not an extraordinary location, and he certainly would not squander a sign-in opportunity here. After a brief pause, Lin Tianxiong withdrew his consciousness from the inheritance tablet. Now having examined its contents, his eyes were red, and his body trembled slightly. Clearly, there were words left behind by Lin Hai within the inheritance. After approximately 2 to 3 minutes, Lin Tianxiong finally steadied his emotions and bowed deeply to Lu Fan. Young Master Lu, thank you. If it were not for you, I might still be unaware of my ancestors' passing. More importantly, you have flawlessly brought back the inheritance left by our ancestor. This inheritance is of immense significance to our Lin family. It is worth its weight in gold. Were it a common cultivator, they might either hoard the inheritance tablet for themselves or extort us for a hefty sum. Yet, Lu Fan harbored no intentions of either hoarding or extorting. Accepting Lin Tianxiong's gratitude with grace, Lu Fan smiled gently as Lin Tianxiong rose. I gained from your ancestor. I aided in fulfilling his last wish. So there is no need for such formality. Now that his wish has been fulfilled, I must take my leave. As he spoke, Lu Fan stood, preparing to bid farewell to Lin Tianxiong. After all, his purpose for coming to the Lin family had been fulfilled, and it was time for him to depart. However, upon hearing that he was about to depart, Lin Tianxiong hastily interjected, Young Master Lu, you have fulfilled our ancestral wish for the Lin family. Without further ado, a meal is in order. I implore you to stay a while longer. Having finally found an opportunity to express his gratitude towards Lu Fan and to cultivate their friendship, he was determined not to let it slip away easily. Lu Fan initially intended to decline, yet Lin Tianxiong's persistent entreaties compelled him to acquiesce. With Lu Fan's consent, Lin Tianxiong was overjoyed and promptly arranged for the preparations of a banquet while he remained in the front hall to continue conversing with Lu Fan. As they engaged in casual discourse, a soft and melodious voice floated in from outside the hall. Father, the banquet has been arranged. Accompanying this voice was a girl clad in a flowing white dress, exuding a serene and gentle beauty. She appeared to be around 17 or 18 years of age, with a delicate and graceful demeanor that evoked a sense of tenderness. This enchanting young lady was none other than Lin Tianxiong's daughter, Lin Wanner. Upon entering the hall, she paid her respects to her father and then cast an inquisitive glance towards Lu Fan and Ling Qiuxua. Chapter 154, Lin Wanner earlier. She had overheard her kin and guards speaking of her father as utmost respect as he brought a young man into the hall. Curiosity piqued. She ventured to the front hall to discern the identity of the youth who commanded such reverence from her father. Upon laying eyes on him, an indescribable sensation enveloped her, with her foremost impression being that he was remarkably handsome. It was her first encounter with someone so strikingly attractive, akin to the legendary celestial beings of lore. However, her upbringing had instilled in her the decorum to withhold her innermost feelings. As Lin Wanner appraised Lu Fan, Lin Tianxiong smiled and introduced him. Young Master Lu, this is my daughter Wanner, who is likely of a similar age to you. While making the introduction, Lin Tianxiong's gaze flitted between his daughter and Lu Fan, his mind racing with unspoken thoughts, though he refrained from expressing them. Once the introduction concluded, Lin Wanner withdrew her scrutinizing gaze and bowed respectfully to Lu Fan and Ling Qiuxua. Wanner has met young Master Lu and this esteemed sister. Observing Lin Wanner bowing gracefully, Lu Fan merely nodded, his heart untouched by any stirring emotions. Indeed, Lin Wanner possessed an enchanting beauty, and her delicate demeanor evoked a protective instinct. Nevertheless, he had already formed an attachment to Ling Qiuxua, whose beauty, figure, and grace were equally commendable, leaving him devoid of further thoughts. Ling Qiuxua, upon seeing Lin Wanner, was momentarily taken aback and remarked with a gentle smile, Sister, you are truly beautiful. You may call me Sister Xue. Sister Xue, Lin Wanner responded with a light laugh. After a brief introduction, Lin Tianxiong rose and invited Lu Fan, Young Master Lu, a banquet has been prepared over there. Let us proceed. It is an excellent opportunity for you to savor our family's culinary delights. In response to Lin Tianxiong's invitation, Lu Fan nodded with a smile and took Ling Qiushua's hand as they made their way outside. Witnessing this scene, Lin Tianxiong's eyes flickered with a hint of disappointment and resignation, while Lin Wanner's gaze revealed a trace of envy. Meanwhile, Ling Qiushua remained oblivious to the subtle change in expressions of Lin Tianxiong and Lin Wanner, her exquisite face illuminated by a sweet and blissful smile. Upon arriving at another grand hall, the central white jade table was laden with an array of exquisitely crafted dishes, pastries, and various ethereal wines and fruits. Even from a distance, the rich aromas wafted through the air. As the delightful scents reached him, Lu Fan raised an eyebrow, feeling a stir of appetite. In both his past and present lives, he had few passions, and gourmet food was among the rare delights. The dishes displayed before him were a feast for the senses, evidently crafted with great care. Noticing the look of satisfaction on Lu Fan's face, Lin Tianxiong promptly encouraged, "Young Master Lu, please take a seat." Since they had arrived, Lu Fan, without hesitation, guided Ling Qiushua to the right side of the white jade table and took his place. Lin Tianxiong did not take the main seat, but instead sat across from Lu Fan. Once seated, Lu Fan wasted no time and began to indulge in the food, occasionally serving dishes to Ling Qiushua. Observing Lu Fan's evident satisfaction as he savored the meal, Lin Tianxiong felt a surge of excitement. Initially, he merely intended to prolong Lu Fan's stay at the banquet to forge a connection. Unexpectedly, he had stumbled upon Lu Fan's fondness for exquisite cuisine, which turned out to be a delightful surprise for him. It was hardly astonishing that Lu Fan had an affinity for culinary delights, as many formidable cultivators shared a penchant for gourmet food, while others reveled in collecting treasures or wielding power. Compared to those with peculiar tastes, Lu Fan's inclination was quite commonplace. After a hearty meal, Lin Tianxiong smiled and produced a storage ring, placing it before Lu Fan. "Young Master Lu, this is a small token from the Lin family. I hope you will accept it." The storage ring had just been delivered, containing 500,000 low-grade spirit stones along with various elixirs and herbs. This gesture was made only after he had witnessed Lu Fan's formidable prowess in the Ling family. Had he not been aware of Lu Fan's extraordinary strength, he would not have been so generous. Now, with the intention of befriending Lu Fan, such an expenditure seemed trivial. As Lu Fan glanced at the storage ring Lin Tianxiong offered, he set down his chopsticks and, with a faint smile, regarded Lin Tianxiong. "Head of the Lin family, if you require assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Should I be able to help, I shall not refuse. If not, then let this storage ring go." In his previous life, he had been an assassin, accustomed to receiving commissions for his services. Thus, he found no offense in Lin Tianxiong's approach. In fact, he welcomed it. To him, accumulating resources was always advantageous, and there was no rationale for declining offers. However, he understood that nothing comes without a price. Since Lin Tianxiong had presented this storage ring, it was clear he sought something in return, and Lu Fan intended to clarify this. Observing Lu Fan's direct inquiry, Lin Tianxiong felt a moment of hesitation. His original intent was merely to cultivate a rapport with Lu Fan, and any ulterior motives could be addressed later. Yet, Lu Fan's forthrightness regarding the nature of their exchange put him in a bit of a quandary. After a brief internal struggle, Lin Tianxiong took a deep breath and, with a sense of resignation, addressed Lu Fan. "Young Master Lu, since the matter has been broached, I shall not conceal it from you. Are you aware of why I was at the Ling family earlier?" "Why?" Lu Fan inquired, curiosity etched on his face. "Because Ling Xiaowei coerced me to go there, intending to force Wanner to marry that wastrel, Ling Tai." As Lin Tianxiong recounted the events, both Lu Fan and Ling Qiushua began to grasp the situation. Ling Wanner, too, came to realize that the Ling family had been pressuring her to wed the debauched Ling Tai. However, upon learning that Ling Tai had already been slain by Lu Fan, she breathed a sigh of relief, casting a grateful glance at him. After Lin Tianxiong recounted these matters, he let out a deep sigh, his voice tinged with resignation as he remarked, "Currently, our Lin family finds itself in an absolutely disadvantaged position among the 8 prominent families of the royal capital. The news of our ancestors' demise is unlikely to remain concealed for much longer. Once it is divulged, our Lin family will undoubtedly face grave troubles. Moreover, having just witnessed the slaying of Ling Xiao at your hands, the Ling family will certainly seize this opportunity to coerce us into a marriage alliance. At this juncture, Lin Wanner interjected with a sense of urgency. Father, I have no desire to marry into the Ling family. Ling Tai is a debauched scion, and I would rather perish than become his bride. As for the other members of the Ling family, I harbor no intentions of marrying any of them. My aspirations extend beyond the Ling family. I possess no interest in the other clans of the royal capital or their prodigies. I yearn to pursue my own happiness and seek my own ideal partner, rather than becoming a mere pawn in a strategic alliance. Observing his daughter's fervent plea, Lin Tianxiong exhaled softly, his demeanor turning serious as he began to speak. Chapter 155, Chief Guest Elder Young Master Lu. I wish to extend an invitation for you to become the chief guest elder of the Lu family. As Lin Tianxiong uttered this proposal, Lu Fan could not help but display a look of astonishment. However, before he could respond, Lin Tianxiong continued. You would not be required to engage in any duties on a daily basis. Merely offering assistance when the Lin family faces difficulties would suffice. In return, our Lu family shall provide you with an annual remuneration of 500,000 low-grade spirit stones. What say you? This proposition was the result of Lin Tianxiong's careful contemplation. An annual sum of 500,000 low-grade spirit stones is no trifling matter, yet when juxtaposed with the safety of the entire Lin family, it pales in significance. Should the Lin family draw the attention of the other 7 prominent families, the repercussions would far exceed the value of 500,000 spirit stones. Observing the sincere expression on Lin Tianxiong's face, Lu Fan began to ponder. 500,000 low-grade spirit stones is indeed a substantial amount, and the requirement posed is not excessive. It merely entails offering aid in times of the Lin family's distress. With this in mind, Lu Fan nodded decisively and replied, Very well, I accept this arrangement. Upon receiving Lu Fan's affirmation, Lin Tianxiong's face instantly lit up with barely contained excitement. Thank you, young Master Lu. I am immensely grateful. Please, do allow me a moment. I shall return shortly. With those exuberant words, Lin Tianxiong promptly exited the grand hall. Watching her father's jubilant demeanor, Lin Wanner felt a pang of sympathy. Her father had sacrificed so much for the Lin family, and now he was humbling himself before such a young man as Lu Fan. Yet, given the circumstances, she felt powerless, letting out a resigned sigh in her heart. Nevertheless, her curiosity about Lu Fan only intensified. This youth, younger than herself, possessed such formidable strength that even her father treated him with utmost respect. As Lin Wanner covertly observed Lu Fan, his gaze suddenly met hers. At that moment, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she hastily averted her eyes, feeling a wave of heat wash over her face. Noticing her flustered reaction, Lu Fan couldn't help but smirk. However, he felt no particular inclination towards Lin Wanner, so he chose to remain silent, engrossed in his spirit wine. Before long, Lin Tianxiong returned, bearing a storage ring which he placed before Lu Fan. Young Master Lu, this is the remuneration for the first year of your employment. This time, Lu Fan did not refuse. He accepted the storage ring and then produced a jade token, handing it to Lin Tianxiong. This token contains a fragment of my spiritual consciousness. Should the Lin family encounter insurmountable troubles, you may seek me at the Royal Academy, or shatter this token, and I shall arrive post-haste. After a brief pause, Lu Fan added, I may be traveling to the Imperial Academy in 6 months. However, before my departure, I will ensure that someone is assigned to protect your Lin family. As Lu Fan spoke the first half of his sentence, Lin Tianxiong felt a jolt of surprise in his heart. However, upon hearing the latter part, the tension within him immediately dissipated. Very well, I express my gratitude to young Master Lu, he replied. With that, Lin Tianxiong raised his wine glass in a toast to Lu Fan, and the two began to engage in a leisurely conversation about some clandestine news from the royal city. Essentially, Lin Tianxiong did most of the talking while Lu Fan listened, occasionally interjecting with a question or a comment. After a relaxed exchange lasting over half an hour, Lu Fan departed from the Lu family estate with Ling Qiuxue. On their way back to his residence, Ling Qiuxue, with a playful smile, softly remarked, It seems Lin Tianxiong wishes to make you his son-in-law, and Lin Wanner appears to have some interest in you as well. Observing the mischievous grin on Ling Qiuxue's face, Lu Fan affectionately ruffled her hair. Rest assured, my world is currently occupied solely by you and my cultivation. I have no thoughts for anything else. though Ling Qiushue initially intended her words as a jest. The profound affection conveyed in Lu Fan's confession filled her heart with unparalleled joy and satisfaction. Nodding earnestly, the two of them clasped hands and made their way back to their abode. Dizwa remained in seclusion, diligently cultivating, and upon their return, Lu Fan and Ling Qiushue chose not to disturb him. After spending a tender moment together in their room, Ling Qiushue entered her cultivation state, while Lu Fan retrieved the exquisite golden spirit pearl he had procured from the system's repository. Gazing at the precious orb in his hand, Lu Fan took a deep breath and unhesitatingly absorbed it into his dantian, then commenced the process of refining it using the creation scripture. At that moment, a group of individuals arrived in the royal capital under the cover of night. "That little brat wishes to join the academy. He will undoubtedly be near it," said a middle-aged man. "Zhang Tong, you three keep watch near the academy, and as soon as you catch wind of that brat's whereabouts, relay the information to me immediately." "Yes, senior brother," they responded in unison. With that, Zhang Tong and his companions swiftly departed towards the direction of the Royal Academy. The remaining three cultivators turned to the middle-aged man and inquired, "Senior brother Wang, if that fellow truly joins the academy, wouldn't it become somewhat troublesome for us to act?" However, as soon as the words left the mouth of the questioning cultivator, the middle-aged man snorted coldly, "Do not forget what our master instructed us, at all costs. Capture that little brat and seize his storage ring. If we fail the mission, do you think our master will treat us lightly?" Upon hearing this, the expressions of the others turned pale, and their bodies trembled uncontrollably. They had pursued him all the way from Lingyuan City to this place. Returning empty-handed would surely invite their master's wrath. If the punishment were merely ordinary, they might endure it, but the master's retribution was something they could scarcely bear, akin to a fate worse than death. Shuddering at the thought, the three hastily spoke up, "Senior brother, where shall we go now?" "Humph. As long as that little brat remains within the city, I will find a way to ascertain his whereabouts. Let us first find a place to settle." As the voice faded, the middle-aged man, accompanied by three black-robed cultivators, sought accommodation at the inn. Meanwhile, Lu Fan remained absorbed in the process of refining the exquisite golden spirit pearl, entirely oblivious to the fact that someone had pursued him all the way from Lingyuan City to the royal capital. Time slipped by in the blink of an eye, spanning a day and a night. As the morning sun poured into the room, Lu Fan slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of stale air. Since returning from the Lin family, he and Ling Qiushue had entered a state of cultivation, only to awaken at this moment. He had initially believed that refining the exquisite golden spirit pearl would be a straightforward task, but he now realized how naive that assumption had been. The complete spirit pearl and the flawed one exist on entirely different planes. The exquisite spirit pearl is a concept distinct from an ordinary one. Refining the imperfect with spirit pearl had taken him merely a day or two, yet the process for the exquisite golden spirit pearl was far more complex. In the span of a day and night, he had scarcely refined even 1,000th of the exquisite pearl. To fully refine this precious golden spirit pearl would require, at the very least, a month's time. This realization dashed Lu Fan's hopes of condensing 3 attribute spirit pills within a few days. Nonetheless, he found himself without any alternative but to release a deep sigh to quell the restlessness within. Just then, Ling Qiushue also emerged from her meditative state. Their gazes met, and a shared smile of happiness blossomed in their eyes. After freshening up, the two finally stepped out of the room. Chapter 156. Dizza's breakthrough upon exiting the chamber. The two were met with the sight of Dizza, his face alight with exhilaration, skillfully maneuvering a spirit energy longsword in the courtyard. Spotting Lu Fan and Ling Qiushue, he promptly dissipated the sword and rushed toward them, his face brimming with excitement. Before Lu Fan could utter a word, Dizza knelt before him on one knee, his voice quaking with emotion. "Young master, I have fulfilled your expectations and successfully advanced to the first level of the core formation realm." Although he had achieved this breakthrough since the previous night, the passage of that single night had done little to quell the tempest of joy within him. For cultivators, the core formation realm represents a significant threshold. Only upon entering this realm can one truly embark on the path of cultivation and aspire to reach loftier heights. To fail to surpass this realm would render the dream of ascending to the pinnacle utterly unattainable. Remarkably, he had traversed from the 6th level of the true Qi realm to the 1st level of the core formation realm in a mere month or two. achieving 4 minor breakthroughs in succession. Such a staggering rate of advancement seemed unbelievable, yet he lived it firsthand. Consequently, his reverence and admiration for Lu Fan had grown to an indescribable magnitude. Observing Diz's fervent excitement, Lu Fan chuckled softly. It is merely the first level of the core formation realm. What is there to be so exhilarated about? Save your excitement for when you reach the first level of the spirit transformation realm or the first level of the Dharma manifestation realm. Had Lu Fan spoken these words when they first met, Diza would have scoffed. However, in this moment, upon hearing Lu Fan's statement, Diza felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration and anticipation, devoid of any doubt. For it was Lu Fan who spoke. If he said it, it was bound to be achievable. Even if Lu Fan claimed he could catapult him directly into the tribulation crossing realm, Diza would harbor no skepticism. Suppressing his inner excitement, Diza inhaled deeply and rose to his feet. Words mattered little now. He would demonstrate through his actions that he would not disappoint Lu Fan's expectations. Once Diza stood, Lu Fan pondered briefly before speaking. Old Diza, your sole task from here on is to investigate and compile detailed information on all the bandits throughout the kingdom. Every single one of them, without exception, must be recorded in the jade slip and presented to me later. Do you understand? Upon hearing Lu Fan's directive, Diza nodded without hesitation. Rest assured, young master, I shall accomplish this task. He had come to realize that rather than toiling away in solitary cultivation, it was far more beneficial to assist the young master in his endeavors. As long as he executed his tasks well, enhancing his own cultivation would be a trivial matter. With this matter settled, Lu Fan, accompanied by Ling Qiuxue, proceeded toward the estate's entrance. As they reached the exterior, Lu Fan noticed the beast cart of the Northern King approaching. The cart came to a halt before the estate, and Nan Xingyu poked her head out, smiling warmly at Lu Fan. Lu, come aboard. Let us head to the academy together. Seeing Nan Xingyu's cheerful demeanor, Lu Fan shook his head in resignation, but ultimately joined her and Ling Qiuxue in the cart. The beast carriage of the Northern Town Prince's residence is indeed spacious and rather opulent. Inside the carriage, apart from Nan Xingyu, there is also Nan Xingyun, her adorable face brimming with excitement. Brother Lu Fan, Sister Shuer, today we will embark on our journey to the academy for training. I am truly looking forward to it. Having spent her entire life in the northern region, mostly within the confines of the Northern Town Prince's residence, Nan Xingyun has encountered no peers aside from her brother, Nan Xingyu. Now, with the acquaintances of Lu Fan, Ling Qiuxue, and Xinyu, she eagerly anticipates meeting other students at the academy, making her yearn for the forthcoming experiences. Observing the gleeful expression on Nan Xingyun's face, Nan Xingyu and Lu Fan exchanged a knowing glance, shaking their heads in resignation. Though Nan Xingyun remains blissfully unaware, they are acutely aware of the realities. The academy is not significantly better than the outside world. Competition and various intrigues abound. Merely a few days prior, they had encountered 6 unsavory characters within the academy. Had Lu Fan not intervened in time, Nan Xingyu and the others would have found it difficult to extricate themselves, unless they revealed their identity as the prince's son. Without formidable strength or a profound background, one is invariably subject to oppression and exploitation. However, such thoughts remained unspoken. As Nan Xingyun's elder brother, Nan Xingyu naturally wishes for her to remain blissfully ignorant of these darker aspects. Lu Fan, treating Nan Xingyun as a sister, shares the same sentiment. Ling Qiuxue, however, engaged in cheerful conversation with Nan Xingyun, their laughter resonating within the luxurious carriage. Moments later, the opulent beast carriage came to a halt near the academy's entrance. After dismissing the guards, the group proceeded towards the academy. Today, all 4 of them donned their student uniforms and possessed identity tokens, allowing them to pass through the guards' brief inspection with ease. Upon entering the academy, the group was compelled to part ways. Ling Qiuxue and Nan Xingyu were first-level students, while Nan Xingyu and Lu Fan were second-level students. First-level and second-level students are situated in different areas, both for classes and dormitories. Of course, the 4 of them were an exception. After meticulously instructing Ling Qiuxue, Lu Fan entrusted her with guiding Nan Xingyu to the first-level training area, while he and Nan Xingyu made their way to the second-level training area. Within the academy, both training and classes are exceptionally flexible, devoid of stringent mandates. Every 2 days, designated instructors would impart training experiences in specific locations. and students need only attend if they wish. There are no repercussions for opting out, as they may practice independently. Yet, this does not imply that the academy is without oversight. An annual assessment is conducted, and should a student fail to meet the standards, their monthly resource allocation would be halved. Failing to meet the standards twice would result in a reduction of the student's status, while 3 failures would lead to expulsion from the academy. Consequently, the vast majority of students within the academy are diligently engaged in their cultivation, attending the instructor's lectures, which occur every 2 days, with utmost seriousness. Naturally, there are a few prodigies in the academy who only sporadically participate in these classes. Today marks the inaugural day of Lu Fan's cultivation journey at the academy, and he is eager to experience the nature of the lectures delivered by the esteemed instructors. After navigating through the winding corridors of the academy for some time, the two finally arrived at a grand hall. Upon reaching the entrance, they observed nearly 100 students already seated within. At the front of the hall, a middle-aged man sat cross-legged on the lectern, elucidating various aspects of cultivation to the attentive audience. Lu Fan and Nan Xingyu had no desire to disrupt the lecture or disturb their fellow students, so they cautiously entered the hall, intending to take seats at the back to listen quietly. However, as soon as they stepped inside, the middle-aged man at the lectern abruptly ceased his discourse, turning toward them with a dark expression and delivering a sharp reprimand. Chapter 157. Dare to repeat that? Stop. Who allowed you to enter without my permission? Get out. Qi Yuan was utterly unaware of Lu Fan and Nan Xingyu's identities, yet at this moment, he was filled with an overwhelming rage. His greatest disdain was for students who arrived late or were absent during lectures. He had already been teaching for over half an hour when Lu Fan and Nan Xingyu finally made their entrance into the lecture hall. Not only did they arrive more than half an hour late, but they also walked in without even a greeting. Such behavior, in his eyes, was a blatant display of disrespect and contempt. Naturally, he seized the opportunity to reprimand them. As Qi Yuan's cold voice echoed, all the second-tier students turned to look at Lu Fan and Nan Xingyu, their faces adorned with expressions of schadenfreude. The 5 students who had previously been robbed of their storage rings by Lu Fan recognized both Lu Fan and Nan Xingyu. On that day, they had been thoroughly taught a lesson by Lu Fan, losing their storage rings in the process. Now, witnessing Lu Fan and Nan Xingyu being chastised by the teacher brought them immense satisfaction, a sense of revenge fulfilled. However, the expressions on Lu Fan and Nan Xingyu's faces were dark and foreboding. This was their first visit to the lecture hall, and they were being unjustly berated by this individual. Ordinary students would likely be unable to tolerate such treatment, let alone the two of them. Under the gaze of the crowd, Lu Fan raised his head and coldly addressed Qi Yuan. Who do you want to throw out? Dare to say that again. Gu Tianyang had advised him to maintain a low profile within the academy, hence he had no intention of causing trouble. However, now that this man had chosen to provoke him, he would not indulge such insolence. After all, this individual was merely at the 7th level of the core formation stage. Should it come to blows, Lu Fan could easily obliterate him. Upon hearing Lu Fan's words, Qi Yuan was momentarily taken aback, as were all the students, their faces reflecting incredulity as if witnessing a ghost. It was the first time they had seen a student brazenly challenge a teacher in such a manner. Such an occurrence had never transpired at Nanxing Academy. After a brief moment of astonishment, Qi Yuan abruptly rose to his feet, a chilling smile spreading across his face. Well, not only are you late, but you also dare to confront me publicly. Get out at once, and prepare for the consequences from the law enforcement hall. Had Lu Fan and Nan Xingyu been willing to admit their mistake and apologize, he might have reprimanded them lightly. However, Lu Fan's direct defiance only fueled Qi Yuan's anger even more. In all the years since the academy's establishment, no student had ever acted with such reckless audacity towards a teacher. Thus, Qi Yuan was resolute in his intention to teach Lu Fan and Nan Xingyu a lesson. For an ordinary student, the mention of the law enforcement hall would likely strike terror into their hearts. Yet, this threat held no power over Lu Fan. In fact, it amused him. What was a mere 7th-level core formation cultivator so arrogant about? Humph. With a dismissive scoff, Lu Fan showed no inclination to engage further with such a person and promptly turned to leave. However, just as he and Nan Xingyu were about to turn away, Qi Yuan was utterly infuriated by Lu Fan's words. You little beast, are you courting death? As a teacher of the academy, he was accustomed to reverence from all the students. Now, Not only was Lu Fan openly confronting him, but he also had the audacity to humiliate him with such words. This ignited a fiery rage within Qi Yuan. With a thunderous shout, he unleashed the formidable aura of his 7th-tier core formation realm, charging directly towards Lu Fan and Nan Xingyu. Sensing the murderous intent approaching from behind, a terrifying glint flashed in Lu Fan's eyes. Foolish creature. He had no intention of dealing with this individual, yet the fool had chosen to attack him. With a cold snort filled with lethal intent, Lu Fan swiftly turned and delivered a punch toward Qi Yuan's incoming palm strike. He exerted all of his strength into that punch, sparing no effort whatsoever. As Qi Yuan felt the terrifying power contained within Lu Fan's strike, his expression changed dramatically, fear etched across his face. The dozens of students around them, however, remained oblivious to the impending danger, engaging in mockery and disdainful chatter. This guy has no idea what he's doing, daring to provoke a teacher like that. He's in for a rough time. Perhaps he has some sort of background, but even the princes and princesses behave themselves here. What does he think he is? At that moment, the students were convinced that Qi Yuan would send Lu Fan flying with a single strike, and even if he survived, he would surely be left gravely injured. However, when Lu Fan's fist collided with Qi Yuan's palm, a dull thud resonated through the air. In an instant, a figure was sent hurtling backward. As they witnessed this, every student's eyes widened in disbelief, their faces reflecting sheer astonishment. The figure that flew back was not Lu Fan, but rather the teacher, Qi Yuan. Nan Xingyu remained unfazed. After all, Lu Fan was a prodigy who had ascended to the 9th level of the Spirit Testing Tower, a level beyond comparison, even to her father, the North Guardian King. What was a mere 7th-tier core formation teacher to him? After being blasted away, Qi Yuan stumbled back several meters before managing to steady himself, his complexion paling noticeably. His gaze towards Lu Fan was now filled with an indescribable horror and disbelief. A mere 2nd-tier student possessed such terrifying strength, far exceeding his imagination. Although he had not exerted his full power earlier, merely seeking to discipline Lu Fan, the fact that he had been sent flying was undeniable. As Qi Yuan stared at Lu Fan in utter dread, Lu Fan, suppressing the killing intent within him, coldly articulated, "Should there be a next time, I will not hesitate to kill you." With those chilling words hanging in the air, Lu Fan turned and strode toward the lecture hall's exit, with Nan Xingyu closely following. In that moment, Qi Yuan dared not make a move, nor even utter threats. For Lu Fan's gaze had instilled a profound fear within him, akin to being hunted by a venomous serpent, sending shivers down his spine. It was only after Lu Fan and Nan Xingyu's figures faded from view that Qi Yuan finally regained his composure. His fists clenched tightly, emitting a chilling sound. His face flushed with anger, and his expression twisted into a grimace. Today, he had utterly lost face. Particularly, when he caught sight of the astonished and peculiar gazes from all the students, his fury intensified. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, and he lost all desire to continue with the lesson. Suppressing his murderous intent and wrath, he strode towards the exit of the main hall. Since he could not confront Lu Fan and Nan Xingyu directly, he intended to inquire about Lu Fan's background. If it turned out to be formidable, he would relent. However, if it was insignificant, he vowed to seek vengeance. As Qi Yuan departed the hall, filled with rage and malice, an uproar erupted within the lecture hall, with all the students engaging in fervent discussion. Who on earth is that person? He managed to send the teacher flying with a single punch. Indeed, one must not judge by appearances. Who would have anticipated that he was so formidable? Yet, if he is so powerful, why is he merely a level 2 student? Amidst this lively discourse, Lu Fan and Nan Xingyu leisurely strolled through the academy. Chapter 158. Is mastering alchemy truly impressive? Lu Fan, you were quite the man just now. It is a pity that my strength is lacking. Otherwise, I would have thoroughly taught that fellow a lesson. Nan Xingyu waved his hands in disappointment, clearly disheartened by his inability to take action earlier. Yet, he was acutely aware of his own limitations. Had he been in Lu Fan's position, it would have been he, Nan Xingyu, who would have been sent sprawling and ridiculed. Observing the envious expression on Nan Xingyu's face, Lu Fan smiled without saying a word. He too had been compelled to act out of necessity. After all, it was that individual who had first insulted them. To endure such humiliation would be far too cowardly. The purpose of cultivation is to gain strength. And with strength comes the ability to prevent others from inflicting indignities upon oneself. If one possesses power, yet still suffers humiliation, then what purpose does cultivation serve? Unaware of Lu Fan's thoughts, Nanxingyu shook his head, lamenting, I never expected the instructors at the academy to possess such character. It would be better to cultivate and engage in battle within the military. Before arriving, Nanxingyu had held great hopes, but after the recent incident, he felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment. Seeing his demeanor, Lu Fan chuckled and remarked, every place has its share of good people as well as those of questionable merit. There is no obligation to heed their teachings. One can still thrive through personal cultivation. The academy assigns instructors to assist students with the challenges they encounter in their training. However, over time, some instructors may develop arrogance, disregarding their students and treating them with disdain. While other students might tolerate such behavior, Lu Fan would not. After all, he had come to the academy primarily to access the secret realms it controlled and to acquire certain resources. Upon hearing Lu Fan's words, Nanxingyu let go of his grievances and nodded in agreement, saying, that is indeed true. The military also has its share of such individuals. It is an unavoidable reality. There is no use in dwelling on it. We must focus on our cultivation and let our achievements speak for themselves. Having concluded that topic, Lu Fan inquired about the North and the Yongji Kingdom. He had not forgotten about the notorious Captain Yugo, who should have fled back to the Yongji Kingdom by now. Given the right opportunity, he would undoubtedly eliminate him to prevent future troubles. In response to Lu Fan's inquiry, Nanxingyu was forthcoming with information, recounting everything in detail. Before long, the two arrived at an expansive, independent courtyard. Its grand entrance adorned with a plaque bearing two gilded characters, Alchemy Academy. Upon seeing the plaque, Lu Fan and Nanxingyu ceased their conversation, both wearing expressions of curiosity. Brother Lu, it is said that the Alchemy Academy gathers many alchemists. Shall we venture inside to take a look? Nanxingyu proposed, his face alight with eagerness. For all cultivators, alchemists undoubtedly represent a noble and somewhat mysterious existence. Moreover, alchemists seldom make appearances in the outside world, and ordinary cultivators lack the qualifications to behold them. Nanxingyu had, however, encountered an alchemist, as there was one among the fierce tiger army of the Northern Territory. Yet, he had never witnessed the assembly of numerous alchemists. Thus he yearned to experience such a sight. As for Lu Fan, it goes without saying that he had yet to lay eyes on a single alchemist, naturally harboring a sense of curiosity. Furthermore, having acquired the legacy of a junior alchemist through a signing-in process, he had already comprehended the teachings but lacked practical experience. Hence, he too sought an opportunity to experiment and ascertain the true prowess of the alchemist legacy he had obtained. With this thought in mind, Lu Fan smiled and nodded, saying, let us proceed within to explore. As their voices echoed, the two entered the grand gates of the Alchemy Institute, casting their gazes around. The institute sprawled over a vast expanse, surrounded by lush greenery, with spirit herbs planted throughout, the air occasionally filled with the fragrant scents of elixirs and medicinal herbs. While they curiously surveyed their surroundings and ventured deeper into the institute, a sudden bellow erupted from the right side. Halt! Who permitted your entry? Do you not recognize this as the Alchemy Institute? The commanding voice compelled Lu Fan and Nanxingyu to come to a stop as they turned towards the source of the sound. Emerging from the grand hall on the right were 5 young men, all clad in the white robes of alchemists. The foremost figure bore 2 golden cauldrons embroidered on his chest, unmistakably a second-tier alchemist, while the others were first-tier alchemists. The one who had shouted was indeed a first-tier alchemist. At that moment, their eyes met, revealing the unabashed arrogance and disdain upon the faces of the 5. Observing their demeanor, Lu Fan and Nanxingyu's expressions turned slightly grim. Before either could respond, the first-tier alchemist who had bellowed again retorted coldly, what are you staring at? Scram! Do you not recognize this place? It is not for the likes of you to enter. With that chilling reprimand, Lu Fan and Nanxingyu's countenances grew increasingly somber. Before Lu Fan could speak, Nanxingyu, with a stern expression, retorted, the Alchemy Institute is part of the academy. We are students. Why should we not be allowed to enter? Who decreed that we cannot? Upon hearing Nanxingyu's audacious rebuttal, the 4 first-tier alchemists, aside from the second-tier leader, could not help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, this is rich. These 2 must be fools, utterly ignorant of the rules. They truly believe that being students grants them entry here. How laughable. Listen well, this is the Alchemy Institute, and only alchemists possess the qualifications to enter. You are unqualified. Faced with the brazen ridicule from these alchemist students, Nanxing Yu's face turned a deep shade of anger, his fists tightly clenched. Just as he was about to erupt, Lu Fan, wearing a disdainful smirk, interjected, "Is being an alchemist truly so remarkable? How amusing. It is merely alchemy, let us leave." Initially, Lu Fan had intended to experiment with the rudimentary alchemical techniques he had acquired. However, he was now thoroughly disgusted. In the royal city, there exists a branch of the Alchemist Association. He could simply visit there, pay a nominal fee, and access the alchemical chamber. Not to mention the opportunity for certification as an alchemist. With a disdainful sneer, Lu Fan promptly decided to turn away with Nanxing Yu. Yet, before they could depart, the leading second-tier alchemist barked, "Halt! Do you intend to resort to violence?" Lu Fan turned to face the second-tier alchemist, a mocking expression gracing his features. The mightiest among these 5 individuals barely reached the 7th level of true enlightenment, collectively insufficient to pose a threat to him. In response to Lu Fan's derisive demeanor, the second-tier alchemist merely scoffed in contempt. "Brutality is the domain of brutes. Given your audacious words, it seems you possess some alchemical skill. If you dare, let us compete." As the second-tier alchemist concluded his statement, the 4 first-tier alchemists behind him quickly grasped the situation and began to jeer derisively. Chapter 159, Alchemical Duel Indeed. If you speak so boldly, let us compare our alchemical skills. If you lack the ability, do not boast recklessly. Since alchemy is not as formidable as you claim, then why not concoct a potion for us to witness? At this moment, they believed that Lu Fan was merely making empty threats, completely oblivious to the complexities of alchemy. After all, those who could practice alchemy or possess the talent for it were within their academy. Thus, they sought to humiliate Lu Fan through their area of expertise, making him aware that an alchemist is not to be trifled with. However, as their taunts subsided, Lu Fan raised an eyebrow and calmly responded, "If a contest is what you desire, then I shall oblige." Were it not for the system's reward of a basic alchemical inheritance, he might have refrained from boasting. Yet, endowed with the system's alchemical legacy, he was unfazed by any challenge, even if he had never concocted a single potion. He could not fathom that the system's basic alchemical skill would falter against these 5 inept individuals. If that were the case, the system would indeed be a dismal failure. When Lu Fan, with unwavering composure, accepted the challenge, the 5 alchemical students were momentarily stunned, and Nanxing Yu wore an expression of astonishment. After a brief pause, she quickly reacted, tugging at Lu Fan's arm. "Brother Lu, please do not act impulsively. Alchemy is not so straightforward. You have never even encountered it before. What do you have to compare with them? We should leave at once." Upon hearing her words, the 5 alchemical students also regained their composure. However, their disdainful smirks only deepened. "How bold of you to accept. Perhaps you cannot even recognize all the spiritual herbs. Does this fellow truly perceive us as novices who have just entered the academy, utterly clueless?" As the 4 first-tier alchemical students sneered, the leading second-tier alchemist added mockingly, "Very well, let us compete. We shall not demand your victory. As long as you can successfully concoct a single potion, we will allow you to dispose of us as you wish. But if you cannot produce even a failed potion, you shall crawl out of here like a dog. Do you dare?" Upon hearing such a humiliating wager, Nanxing Yu immediately attempted to pull Lu Fan away. Yet, Lu Fan remained steadfast, gazing at the 5 with an expression of bemusement. "Very well." Seeing Lu Fan still willing to engage in the duel, the 5 alchemical students scoffed and turned to enter the main hall. At this moment, Nanxing Yu, disregarding everything else, looked at Lu Fan with urgency. "Brother Lu, how can you accept this duel? These individuals seek only to humiliate us. By agreeing to this contest, are you not inviting disgrace upon yourself? We must leave at once." If Lu Fan possessed the skill of alchemy, he would naturally have no cause for concern. However, as he had just claimed to have never encountered an alchemist, it was clear he could not perform alchemy. Participating in the duel would indeed be self-deprecating. Now regarding Lu Fan as a close brother, she could not allow him to suffer such indignity. Observing Nanxing Yu's anxious demeanor, Lu Fan could not help but chuckle and shake his head. "Do I appear to be someone who seeks humiliation? Fear not, for you shall soon discover the answer." With these words, he strode into the grand hall, and Nanxing Yu, seeing this, could only follow him inside with resignation. However, from Lu Fan's earlier display of unwavering confidence, he felt a flicker of solace. Perhaps Lu Fan possessed a modicum of understanding regarding alchemy. Even if he were to concoct a mere inferior pill, it would still constitute a victory for him, offering at least a glimmer of hope. Upon entering the grand hall, a rich and potent fragrance of medicinal herbs enveloped the air. Within, 6 alchemical furnaces were arranged, each spaced several meters apart. Additionally, several rows of shelves crafted from spiritual wood were lined with the essential herbs required for alchemical processes. This was merely a practice chamber of the Alchemy Academy, designed for aspiring alchemists to hone their skills. As Lu Fan surveyed his surroundings, the 4 alchemical students began to sneer mockingly once more. "It's your first time seeing an alchemical furnace, isn't it? Do you even know how to wield the fire?" Ignoring their derisive laughter, Lu Fan approached one of the furnaces. Though it was indeed his first encounter with such a device, a profound sense of familiarity washed over him, as if he had engaged in the alchemical arts countless times before. With a single glance, he discerned that this particular furnace was of the lowest quality, and an instinctual curiosity arose within him on how to utilize this inferior furnace to produce superior pills. After all, medicinal pills are categorized by grade, akin to spiritual stones, divided into inferior, medium, superior, and exceptional tiers, with an even higher classification known as transcendent pills. Transcendent pills are distinguished by the appearance of pill patterns, a manifestation of their potent efficacy. Typically, a competent alchemist would consider the creation of inferior and medium-grade pills as a stable performance. Achieving superior-grade pills, however, necessitates the skill of a master and is contingent upon the quality of both the furnace and the herbs, not to mention the alchemist's state of mind, which can significantly influence the quality of the pills produced. Exceptional and transcendent pills are exceedingly rare, with only a handful of alchemists among 10,000 capable of crafting even exceptional pills, let alone transcendent ones. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Lu Fan exhaled softly and turned his gaze towards the leading second-tier alchemical student. "What pill are we concocting? Show me the recipe." In response to Lu Fan's inquiry, the second-tier student remained silent, while the first-tier student beside him scoffed disdainfully. "You think you can compare yourself to our senior brother, son? You lack the qualifications. Allow me to teach you a lesson." With that haughty declaration, he tossed a jade slip towards Lu Fan. Recipes of second tier and above are typically quite valuable, and they would never divulge such information to an outsider. However, the slip he provided contained the recipe for the most basic body refinement pill, readily available for purchase outside for a mere 100 or so spiritual stones, thus posing no significant secret. The body refinement pill serves as the introductory concoction for all alchemists, a practice they have undoubtedly engaged in countless times. Now, he intends to use this most inferior of pills to humiliate Lu Fan, making it clear that the dignity of an alchemist is not to be trifled with. Lu Fan, undeterred by this person's disdainful demeanor, raised his hand to accept the jade slip thrown at him, allowing his consciousness to delve into its contents. Within the slip lay the formula for the body refinement pill. Yet upon examination, Lu Fan's brow furrowed in discontent. To him, this formula was riddled with flaws. Could such a concoction truly be consumed? As he identified these shortcomings, a multitude of improvement methods sprang to mind. With enhancements, the body refinement pill could undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle of excellence, perhaps even transcending that standard. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Fan could not suppress a cold smile within. These individuals, dismissing him with their words, had attempted to deceive him with such a flawed formula. However, their clever machinations were destined to fail. With this thought in mind, Lu Fan tucked the jade slip away and proceeded directly toward the wooden rack laden with an array of spiritual herbs. Chapter 160. The formation of elixirs. As Lu Fan began selecting the spiritual herbs, the 5 alchemy students scoffed derisively. They merely glanced at the formula before hastily choosing the herbs, likely unaware of which ones were truly necessary. To prevent Lu Fan from learning alongside them, the first-grade alchemist engaged in a competition with him did not commence the refining process immediately, but instead waited for Lu Fan to complete his selection. Under their mocking gazes, Lu Fan commenced his task. Although he had not previously encountered these herbs, upon seeing them, a wealth of detailed information regarding each one surged into his mind, encompassing their medicinal properties, growth conditions, and potential effects when paired with other herbs. Possessing such extraordinary abilities rendered alchemy exceedingly effortless. Lu Fan merely cast a sweeping glance over the herbs, then raised his hand to deftly extract the necessary components for the body-refining elixir with precision. However, the number of herbs he gathered was fewer than those listed in the formula, for he intended to forge the elixir according to his own insights rather than adhere strictly to the flawed recipe. After selecting the herbs, he approached the alchemical furnace he had chosen earlier and placed the items on the table behind him. Upon witnessing the herbs Lu Fan had collected, the 5 alchemical students could not suppress their derisive laughter. They were acutely aware that Lu Fan's selection was incorrect, lacking several essential components. The absence of these herbs would undoubtedly hinder the creation of the body-refining elixir. With a scornful snicker, the first-grade alchemist opposing Lu Fan hurried to the wooden rack to select his own herbs. Nong Qingyu, observing this scene, was instantly filled with an overwhelming sense of urgency. However, with the competition already underway, his anxiety was futile, leaving him to silently pray that even if Lu Fan produced a failed elixir, it would still count as a victory. Lu Fan, undeterred, skillfully directed a stream of spiritual energy into the ignition port at the base of the furnace. Standard alchemical furnaces feature an ignition port that houses a special material known as fire crystal. When catalyzed by spiritual energy, this fire crystal ignites, allowing the user to manipulate the flame's intensity, making it a common tool for ordinary alchemists. In contrast, more powerful alchemists cultivate their fire within their dantians to refine elixirs. The most adept among them might even harness the beast fire from fire-attributed spiritual beasts or the rare heavenly fire for alchemy. However, heavenly fire is exceedingly scarce, making it difficult for even the most elite alchemists to acquire. Consequently, the vast majority of high-ranking alchemists rely on either elixir fire or beast fire, which offers superior control, far surpassing the efficacy of fire crystals. As the spiritual energy flowed into the ignition port, the fire crystal within ignited instantly, and the temperature began to rise. Seeing Lu Fan ignite the flames with such ease and remarkable proficiency, Nong Qingyu felt an immediate sense of relief. Meanwhile, the 5 alchemical students continued to wear expressions of disdain. With a disdainful sneer, the esteemed alchemist student engaged in the wager ignited the fire crystal. Under Lu Fan's impeccable control of spiritual energy, the temperature within the alchemical furnace began to rise, glowing a fiery red. Witnessing this spectacle, Lu Fan unhesitatingly cast a low-grade spirit stone into the furnace. As the stone entered the furnace, it was instantly melted by the intense heat, transforming into spirit liquid, which then began to evaporate. Observing Lu Fan's actions, the 5 alchemist students scoffed even louder. Typically, alchemists would first heat the furnace to nurture it before lowering the temperature to refine the medicinal herbs and condense the spirit liquid. However, Lu Fan's method of tossing a spirit stone in right away was utterly unheard of to them. Ignoring the derisive laughter from the 5, Lu Fan maintained a serene focus on the alchemical furnace. Once the spirit liquid had completely evaporated, he ceased the flow of spiritual energy, allowing the flames to diminish. As the flames subsided, the temperature of the furnace lowered accordingly. When it reached a suitable level, Lu Fan effortlessly summoned all the medicinal herbs from the table behind him, lifting them above the furnace. He then enveloped each herb with his spiritual consciousness, skillfully placing them into the now cooling furnace. Upon witnessing this maneuver, the 5 alchemist students erupted into laughter, mocking him mercilessly. Was he here to amuse them? To toss all the herbs in at once was sheer folly. Humph, just a fool who can only spout grandiose claims. They eagerly anticipated watching him crawl away like a dog. All seasoned alchemists knew to add herbs one at a time into the furnace to ensure each was refined into pure spirit liquid. Furthermore, certain herbs possessed conflicting properties, and should the energies of yin and yang collide, it could lead to an explosive disaster. This was a well-known consensus among alchemists. Yet here was Lu Fan, recklessly tossing everything in without regard for the consequences. The once hopeful Nong Qingyu now felt despondent, his hopes extinguished. Time passed slowly. Approximately half a stick of incense later, an alluring aroma of alchemy wafted from Lu Fan's furnace. Upon catching a whiff of this fragrance, Nong Qingyu gasped in surprise, while the 5 alchemist students wore expressions of bewilderment. As they concentrated on the source of the delightful scent emanating from Lu Fan's furnace, their eyes widened in disbelief. A look of astonishment plastered across their faces. How could this be? The rich aroma was unmistakably emanating from Lu Fan's furnace, growing increasingly potent. Just as Nan Qingyu and the 5 alchemist students were engulfed in astonishment, the enchanting fragrance began to fade gradually. When the scent had completely dissipated, a faint smile appeared on Lu Fan's face. Without a moment's hesitation, he ceased the flow of spiritual energy, and the flames produced by the burning fire crystal began to extinguish. Once the flames had subsided, Lu Fan, with a single hand gesture, summoned 9 jade-green elixirs, each roughly the size of a grape, to rest in his palm. Witnessing this spectacle, Nan Qingyu and the 5 alchemist trainees were once again rendered speechless, their faces betraying disbelief. They could hardly fathom that Lu Fan not only succeeded in concocting elixirs, but had also produced top-tier ones. Just as their astonishment reached its peak, a sudden dull thud echoed through the air. This sound jolted the stunned onlookers back to reality, directing their gaze towards its origin, where they discovered that the elixir of the first-grade alchemist trainee had been rendered a failure. At that moment, Nan Qingyu too regained his composure and erupted into joyous laughter. Ha ha ha, we have triumphed. Brother Lu, we have prevailed. As he laughed with uncontained excitement, Nan Qingyu rushed towards Lu Fan and seized an elixir from his palm. With a triumphant grin, he swaggered over to the 5 alchemist trainees. Chapter 161. Even the King of Heaven cannot save you. Approaching the 5 dazed alchemist students, Nan Qingyu wore a disdainful sneer, exclaiming, "Aren't you esteemed alchemists rather impressive? Look down upon us, do you? Open your eyes and behold what this is." At that moment, Nan Qingyu felt an exhilarating sense of vengeance fulfilled. These 5 individuals had previously looked down upon them, mocking and attempting to expel them. He had been harboring an immense frustration, yet lacking the skill to concoct elixirs or the formidable prowess of Lu Fan. He had to endure in silence. Now, with Lu Fan's actions delivering a resounding slap to their faces, he felt compelled to retaliate. Although the elixir was produced by Lu Fan, he was intent on humiliating these 5 individuals. Faced with Nan Qingyu's taunts, the 5 alchemist students turned ashen with fury. Yet, upon gazing at the exquisite jade-green elixir in Nan Qingyu's hand, they found themselves at a loss for words. While Nan Qingyu may not have recognized the elixir's true worth, they were fully aware. What Lu Fan had crafted was not an ordinary body-refining pill, but a premium one. Only a top-tier body-refining pill could completely contain its fragrance, preventing even the slightest hint of its potency from escaping. Such perfection in appearance could only belong to a premium elixir. Even though the body-refining pill was merely a basic first-tier elixir, achieving a premium grade was beyond their capabilities. Even some 3rd or 4th-tier alchemists might struggle to accomplish such a feat. Confronted with this undeniable truth, no matter how enraged they were, they could only suppress their fury. However, Nan Qingyu had no intention of letting these individuals off easily. With a cold laugh, he remarked, "Earlier, you stated that if you lost, you would let us decide your fate. We shall not make it difficult for you. Let us adhere to your wager. You will crawl from the Grand Hall to the entrance of your Alchemy Institute, and this matter will be settled." Had these individuals not been so aggressive or humiliating towards them earlier, he might have been more lenient. Yet, their earlier behavior was intolerable, insisting that he and Lu Fan crawl out if they lost. Now that Lu Fan had delivered a decisive blow to their pride, Nan Qingyu was determined to employ the same method against them. The 5 alchemist students, already simmering with suppressed anger, could no longer contain themselves upon hearing Nan Qingyu's words. "Did we ever say you could crawl out if you lost? Just get lost," they retorted. "So what if you produced a first-tier elixir? What is so impressive about that?" Seeing these individuals attempting to evade their responsibility, Lu Fan's expression darkened. If he were to lose at this moment, these 5 would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to torment both him and Nan Qingyu. Against adversaries, he would show no mercy, only cruelty, with no compassion whatsoever. As the 5 alchemist students attempted to evade their responsibilities, Lu Fan stepped forward, emanating a chilling aura of intent to kill as he coldly addressed them. "Today, I shall witness who among you dares to shirk your obligations. You may either crawl from here to the Alchemy Academy's entrance, or face death." At that moment, his murderous intent was palpable. Despite Gu Tianyang's advice to maintain a low profile within the academy, Lu Fan had no intention of being submissive. To be bullied while feigning humility would render him a coward. He might as well perish rather than endure such indignities. In his previous life, he would not have acted thus, and certainly not in this one. Feeling the terrifying aura radiating from Lu Fan, the 5 alchemist students turned pale with fear. Their cultivation levels were modest, with the strongest among them merely at the 6th level of true qi. What do you intend to do? This is the Alchemy Academy. One of them stammered. And what of it? If you fail to honor your wager today, not even the King of Heaven can save you, Lu Fan retorted, his murderous aura intensifying, a fierce light gleaming in his eyes. Under his relentless gaze, the 5 students trembled in terror, genuinely frightened by Lu Fan's audacity to threaten them. Just as their fear reached a crescendo, a cold voice interrupted from outside. Fighting is strictly forbidden in the alchemy chamber. What are you doing? Accompanying this admonition was a middle-aged man clad in a white robe, indicative of a 4th-grade alchemist. Upon seeing him, the 5 students instantly wore expressions of ecstatic relief. As the man approached, before either Nan Qingyu or Lu Fan could speak, the 5 students, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "Elder Lu, these 2 intruders have caused chaos in our academy, and, after being reprimanded, have even resorted to murderous intent. You must stand up for us. They not only trespassed into our academy, but now threaten us with violence. If you hadn't arrived, they might have already attacked." Observing the twisted narrative of these 5 individuals, Nan Qingyu was visibly shaken with rage, her complexion a deep shade of fury. Lu Fan, however, merely wore a cold smile, his murderous intent growing ever more pronounced. Yet, Elder Lu did not erupt in anger. Instead, he turned to Nan Qingyu and Lu Fan, furrowing his brow as he spoke in a low tone. "Is this the case?" In response to Elder Lu's inquiry, Lu Fan remained silent, while Nan Qingyu, her face flushed with anger, retorted, "It is these 5 who instigated and humiliated us first." She then recounted the events in detail, her indignation palpable. Upon her conclusion, Elder Lu's expression darkened further as he regarded the 5 deceitful alchemist students. "This is the consequence of your actions, you worthless lot. Not only did you provoke and insult others, but you also lost the alchemical duel. And to a student who has yet to join the academy, this is a resounding slap in the face for our institution." After delivering a stern reprimand to the 5 individuals, Lu Yuan instructed Nan Qingyu to present the elixir. Upon catching sight of the exquisite body-refining pill in Nan Qingyu's hand, Lu Yuan's expression turned dark, and his eyes widened in disbelief as he let out an astonished exclamation. An exquisite body-refining pill. None of the 5 alchemist students or Nan Qingyu had mentioned that the pill crafted by Lu Fan was of such high caliber, and so Lu Yuan remained oblivious. He had assumed that Lu Fan had merely concocted an ordinary pill. However, now, as he beheld the exquisite body-refining pill in Nan Qingyu's grasp, he was utterly stunned. It is important to note that even someone of his stature, a 4th-grade alchemist, might not possess the ability to forge such a superior pill. The creation of an exquisite pill transcends mere personal skill, encompassing a myriad of factors. From his early studies in alchemy to his current status as a 4th-grade alchemist, he had never succeeded in producing a single exquisite pill. Thus, he fully understood the significance of such an achievement. After his exclamation of surprise, Lu Yuan struggled to contain his excitement and turned his gaze towards Lu Fan. "Is it truly you who crafted this exquisite body-refining pill?" Although there were witnesses in the forms of Nan Qingyu and the 5 students, he felt compelled to inquire directly. Under Lu Yuan's fervent gaze, Lu Fan merely nodded in affirmation. Chapter 162. Disinterest. Upon receiving Lu Fan's candid acknowledgement, a broad smile immediately illuminated Lu Yuan's face. Well, I had no idea our academy harbored such a prodigious alchemist." After expressing his excitement, Lu Yuan, with a serious demeanor, regarded Lu Fan and stated, "A talent like yours in alchemy ought to join our alchemy institute. What do you think?" Lu Fan's ability to concoct top-tier body-refining elixirs undoubtedly marked him as an alchemical genius, and Lu Yuan was eager to recruit such talent. Upon hearing Lu Yuan's invitation, Nan Qingyu was instantly exhilarated. Lu Fan's remarkable alchemical skills had attracted the attention of a 4th-tier alchemist, a testament to his immense honor. It is noteworthy that the status of a 4th-tier alchemist is already quite esteemed. Conversely, the 5 alchemist students turned pale, gripped by an overwhelming fear, wishing to flee at that very moment. Just as Nan Qingyu and the 5 alchemist students anticipated Lu Fan's acceptance, He unexpectedly shook his head without hesitation. No, thank you. I have no interest in alchemy, nor do I wish to join the Alchemy Institute. His sole passion lay in cultivation. The inheritance of alchemical knowledge was merely a skill acquired through system registration, a supplementary ability at best. As the saying goes, a versatile skill set is always beneficial, especially in a profession as distinguished as alchemy. However, he had no intention of becoming a dedicated alchemist. Despite the exalted status of alchemists, he remained utterly disinterested. With these words, Lu Yuan, Nan Xingyu, and the 5 alchemist students were left in stunned silence, their faces reflecting disbelief as if they had witnessed a ghost. He declined. Lu Fan had actually turned down an invitation from a 4th-tier alchemist. Lu Yuan had believed that upon extending his invitation, Lu Fan would surely accept. However, the absolute refusal, delivered without a trace of hesitation, was entirely beyond his expectations. After a brief moment of shock, Lu Yuan incredulously inquired, "You actually rejected? Are you aware of the benefits of joining the Alchemy Institute? Without joining, your alchemical skills cannot advance." Observing Lu Yuan's insistence on outlining the pros and cons to persuade him, Lu Fan once more declined. "I apologize, but I am not interested." Faced with Lu Fan's rejection yet again, Lu Yuan's expression turned somewhat grim. As a steward of the Alchemy Institute and a 4th-tier alchemist, he had never encountered anyone daring enough to refuse him in such a manner. Indifferent to Lu Yuan, Lu Fan's cold gaze shifted back to the 5 alchemist students. "Will you uphold the wager or not?" Even with Lu Yuan present, he felt no trepidation. Today, he was determined to impart a singular lesson to these 5 individuals. Those who humiliate others will ultimately be humiliated themselves. Seeing Lu Fan's aggressive stance, the 5 alchemist students turned their pleading eyes toward Lu Yuan. At this moment, Lu Yuan could only take a deep breath, suppressing his inner displeasure as he solemnly remarked, "One should spare others when possible. While I can accept their apology, demanding they crawl out is somewhat excessive." However, before Lu Yuan could finish his statement, Lu Fan interjected with an unyielding tone, coldly asserting, "Elder Lu, if the roles were reversed and I had lost, do you believe they would show mercy? Today, they must either honor the wager or face death. No one can save them. If you doubt this, feel free to test it." Lu Yuan possessed considerable strength, being at the 4th level of the core formation stage, yet this level posed no threat to Lu Fan, who could easily take his life if he so desired. Faced with such merciless intimidation, Lu Yuan's countenance darkened, and a flicker of anger ignited within him. "Are you certain of this?" Meeting Lu Yuan's furious gaze with an expression of indifference, Lu Fan showed no sign of retreat. Unable to contain his mounting fury any longer, Lu Yuan erupted with the aura of a 5th-level core formation cultivator. "Today, I shall witness how you intend to kill them." As Lu Yuan unleashed his powerful presence to defend the 5 alchemical students, Lu Fan's last vestige of patience evaporated entirely. Without the slightest hesitation, he instantaneously employed the technique of floating light and shadow, charging towards the 5 alchemical students. In a flash, Lu Yuan merely saw a shadow dart by, followed by a chorus of anguished cries. When he turned to comprehend the situation, he found all 5 alchemical students sprawled on the ground, each bearing a thumb-sized hole in their foreheads, blood gushing forth. To a true core formation cultivator, the true Qi practitioners were nothing more than ants. Slaying 5 of these insignificant beings was mere child's play for Lu Fan. Lu Yuan stood there, utterly stunned. He had presumed Lu Fan was merely attempting to intimidate them. He never anticipated that Lu Fan would truly strike, and without an ounce of hesitation, he had killed 5 of their academy's students before his very eyes. Nan Xingyu was also taken aback, yet a look of exhilaration danced upon his features. Having grown up in a military camp, he admired those who were decisive in their actions. Lu Fan's temperament and character resonated with him profoundly. After a brief shock, Lu Yuan regained his composure and, in a fit of rage, pointed an accusing finger at Lu Fan, exclaiming, You dare to kill our academy's students?" Observing Lu Yuan, who was so enraged he could hardly articulate his thoughts, Lu Fan replied with an air of indifference, "If you are dissatisfied, feel free to report this to the dean and have him come to me." It was evident that the fault lay with those 5 individuals, so Gu Tianyang would undoubtedly not blame him, especially since he now bore the hope of revitalizing the Nanqing Academy. Gu Tianyang would have even less reason to protest. More importantly, Lu Fan held a trump card that rendered him unafraid of the Nanqing Academy, which was the foundation of his audacity. The icy words fell, and Lu Fan, without a glance at Lu Yuan, strode directly towards the entrance of the Grand Hall. After casting a glance at Lu Yuan, Nanqing Yu followed closely behind. Lu Yuan seethed with rage as he watched the two depart, but refrained from taking action. He was not a fool. Lu Fan had brazenly killed 5 students before his eyes, leaving him no opportunity to react, clearly indicating formidable strength. Furthermore, Lu Fan's unwavering confidence in urging him to seek the dean showcased his undeniable assurance. It was evident that should he act at this moment, he would gain little advantage. Thus, the prudent course of action was to report the incident and leave it to the vice dean of the Alchemy Institute to handle. With this thought, Lu Yuan took a deep breath, suppressing the murderous intent and fury within, and made his way deeper into the Alchemy Institute. Meanwhile, Lu Fan and Nanqing Yu departed the institute with an air of nonchalance. In contrast to Lu Fan's composed demeanor, Nanqing Yu was brimming with excitement. Ha ha, that was exhilarating. Brother Lu, I never imagined your cultivation talent was so extraordinary. Not only do you possess remarkable prowess, but your alchemical skills are equally astounding. You are truly a prodigy. Observing Nanqing Yu's exuberance, Lu Fan smiled and shook his head, stating, "Alchemy is not my primary focus. The true path lies in cultivation and enhancing one's abilities." At Lu Fan's words, Nanqing Yu nodded in agreement. After exchanging a few more casual remarks, neither felt inclined to continue their leisurely stroll, and they promptly returned to their respective courtyards. Chapter 163. The enraged Sun Hui. Upon returning to his courtyard, Lu Fan made his way directly to the underground training chamber within his room. After sealing the chamber, he promptly entered a state of cultivation, resuming his refinement of the exquisite golden spirit pearl. The earlier incident was but a trifling interlude, unworthy of his concern. For him, the elevation of his cultivation and the pursuit of the pinnacle of power remained his singular objective. Other matters held little significance. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan, under the guidance of the vice president of the Pill Academy, Du Chun, sought out Gu Tianyang. At that moment, Gu Tianyang was engrossed in perusing an ancient tome. Upon noticing their arrival, a look of perplexity crossed his features. Before he could inquire, Lu Yuan, visibly distressed, exclaimed, "Please, President, render justice for our Pill Academy." He then bowed deeply before Gu Tianyang, his face a portrait of indignation and suppressed tears. Witnessing Lu Yuan's demeanor, Gu Tianyang was taken aback and queried, "What has transpired?" "President, 2 students have intruded upon our Pill Academy and slain 5 of our students, including 1 second-tier alchemist," Lu Yuan reported. As the gravity of the situation unfolded, Gu Tianyang's expression darkened. "What exactly happened? Please elaborate." Feeling a surge of satisfaction at Gu Tianyang's anger, Lu Yuan hastily recounted the details of the incident. Omitting nothing, for concealment would serve no purpose. A mere inquiry would reveal the truth. He emphasized the fact that Lu Fan had been responsible for the deaths of the 5 alchemist students. Once Lu Yuan finished his account, a peculiar expression emerged on Gu Tianyang's face, as if he had come to a realization regarding the identity of the assailants. "Do you know the names of the 2 culprits?" "Indeed, one is named Lu Fan, the other remains unknown," Lu Yuan replied. Upon hearing Lu Fan's name, Gu Tianyang's lips twitched, a vacant look settling over his countenance. It was indeed that troublesome lad. He had suspected that, aside from Lu Fan, who was notoriously unruly, no other student would dare commit such an act. Had it been any other student, Gu Tianyang would have unhesitatingly turned them over to the law enforcement hall for punishment. However, with Lu Fan, he found himself at an impasse. After all, Lu Fan was pivotal to the South Qing Academy's hopes of redemption in the upcoming academy competition. Thus, he could not bear to take action against him. Moreover, Lu Yuan's earlier narrative had revealed a rather intriguing piece of information. Lu Fan was capable of alchemy. Curiosity piqued, Gu Tianyang inquired, "So, you say Lu Fan triumphed over those 5 individuals in an alchemical competition, correct?" Lu Yuan, who had been anticipating Gu Tianyang's command to dispatch the law enforcement hall to apprehend Lu Fan, was momentarily taken aback by this question. Was this truly the time to discuss such matters? Shouldn't the focus be on summoning the law enforcement hall to capture Lu Fan? After a brief moment of astonishment, Lu Yuan obediently nodded. "Indeed. What kind of elixir did that fellow concoct, and what was its grade? Gu Tianyang grew increasingly intrigued. Observing the curiosity etched on Gu Tianyang's face, Lu Yuan felt an unsettling premonition. Nevertheless, faced with the inevitable, he had no choice but to muster his courage and respond. The elixir he refined is the body refining pill, an extraordinary body refining pill. Upon hearing Lu Yuan's initial statement, Gu Tianyang felt a tinge of disappointment. The body refining pill was a first-grade elixir, and the lowest tier among them, thus hardly a cause for excitement. However, when Lu Yuan uttered the words extraordinary body refining pill, Gu Tianyang's composure shattered. He sprang to his feet, disbelief written all over his face, and confirmed once more. You mean he refined an extraordinary body refining pill? Witnessing Gu Tianyang's overwhelming excitement, Lu Yuan became increasingly convinced that this trip had been in vain, and could only nod in resignation. Indeed, with Lu Yuan's affirmation, Gu Tianyang could no longer contain his laughter. Ha ha ha, splendid. I never anticipated that this young man could conceal such depths. He actually knows how to refine elixirs. After a hearty laugh, Gu Tianyang suddenly realized that these two individuals had come seeking his judgment. Instantly embarrassed, he stifled his laughter and cleared his throat, gesturing to Lu Yuan. All right, I understand the matter now. You may leave. Yes, Lu Yuan responded weakly, then departed from Gu Tianyang's residence. At this moment, he was filled with helplessness, finally grasping why Lu Fan was so audacious in asking him to seek out the dean. It turned out that they were already acquainted and shared a deep bond, making the situation all the more complicated. It seemed those 5 alchemist students had died in vain. After Lu Yuan left, Gu Tianyang turned to the vice dean, Du Chun, who had remained silent since entering, and spoke. That troublesome lad possesses significant potential. So we cannot impose a severe punishment. Let us restrict his resource access for a year, shall we? Upon hearing Gu Tianyang's proposed punishment, Du Chun could only shake his head in resignation, then inquired with curiosity, Elder Gu, what is the background of that lad? Having been at the academy for such a long time, it was the first occasion he witnessed Gu Tianyang displaying such favoritism towards a student, especially a newly enrolled one. In response to Du Chun's curiosity, Gu Tianyang smiled mysteriously. It is not yet the time to reveal that. You will know in due course. Seeing Gu Tianyang's demeanor, Du Chun shook his head and ceased his inquiries, rising with a resigned smile to take his leave. As he watched Du Chun depart, Gu Tianyang couldn't help but murmur in curiosity. I did not expect this lad to possess such talent in elixir refinement. What other secrets might he be concealing? After a moment of introspection, Gu Tianyang shook his head, deciding not to ponder further. After all, even if he were to ask, Lu Fan would likely remain tight-lipped, being a cunning little fox. With this thought in mind, Gu Tianyang settled back down and resumed reading the ancient texts on his desk. On the other side, the news of Sun Yan's demise finally reached the Sun family in the royal capital. Within the Sun family's grand council hall, the patriarch, Sun Hui, fixed his bloodshot gaze upon the guard delivering the report. Where is the wretched creature who took my son's life? In response to Sun Hui's menacing inquiry, the guard trembled uncontrollably. Home Master, the perpetrator is named Lu Fan, and he is currently at the Royal Academy. Upon hearing this, Sun Hui slammed his palm onto the adjacent table with a resounding crash. Crack! The exquisitely crafted table, made of spirit wood, shattered into a multitude of splinters, debris scattering across the floor. Damn that vile scoundrel! For killing my son, I shall ensure your demise. At that moment, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent erupted from Sun Hui, resembling a devil eager to consume its prey. Although Sun Yan was merely his second son, he was cherished no less than the others. Now that his son had been slain, how could he possibly contain his fury? With his voice steeped in wrath, Sun Hui wasted no time. He departed the Sun residence alone, making his way directly to the Royal Academy. Chapter 164. A desperate pursuit in but a fleeting moment. The crimson-eyed Sun Hui arrived at the entrance of the academy. Fortunately, he retained a modicum of reason, aware that the academy was not a place he could brazenly invade. Should he attempt to force his way in, even with his sister being the most favored consort of the current emperor, he would meet an untimely demise. After all, even the sovereign himself would need to approach this place with deference, not daring to act with the slightest impudence. What chance did he have? Suppressing the murderous intent and fury within. Sun Hui approached the academy's gates and addressed the guards in a low voice. I would be grateful if you could inform the dean that the head of the Sun family, Sun Hui, has come to pay a visit. Initially, the guards contemplated reprimanding Sun Hui to depart, but upon hearing his declaration of identity, they nodded and produced a communication jade tablet to relay the message. In no time, the news reached Gu Tianyang's ears. Upon receiving this information, Gu Tianyang let out a resigned sigh. This troublesome lad only knew how to embroil me in difficulties, expecting me to clean up his mess. It was utterly outrageous. After muttering his discontent, Gu Tianyang had no choice but to summon Sun Hui to his presence. Under normal circumstances, had Sun Hui come to visit for trivial matters, Gu Tianyang would have ignored him and sent him away. However, Sun Hui had come seeking justice for his son, Sun Yan, who had been slain by Lu Fan, a student of the academy. Thus, he was compelled to meet with him. After a brief wait, a steward escorted the red-eyed Sun Hui into the room. The palpable aura of vengeance emanating from Sun Hui signaled to Gu Tianyang that the situation was fraught with complications. As expected, upon entering, Sun Hui fell to his knees before Gu Tianyang and, in a voice filled with anguish, implored, "Please, Dean, grant me justice for my son." Observing Sun Hui's desperate plea, Gu Tianyang could not help but twitch his lips. This man was audacious indeed, attempting to seize the initiative. Had a common student been responsible for his son's death, Gu Tianyang might have shown some leniency. However, the one who had slain Sun Yan was Lu Fan, the very beacon of hope for the Southern Qing Academy's ascent. Thus, it was not merely a matter of Sun Hui's son being killed. Even if Lu Fan were to annihilate the entire Sun family, Gu Tianyang would likely find himself siding with Lu Fan. Not only him, but even the emperor would make a similar choice. After all, what was a mere consort, or the Sun family? In the grand scheme of the survival and honor of the entire academy and kingdom, the sacrifice of a few families paled in comparison. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Gu Tianyang cleared his throat and said, "Head of the Sun family, please rise and speak of your matters." Upon hearing Gu Tianyang's words, Sun Hui stood, tears streaming down his face as he recounted his grievances. Once he finished, he clenched his teeth in fury and declared, "Dean, a life for a life. Debts must be repaid. That wretched Lu Fan has killed my son, and he must pay with his own life. If the academy cannot deal with him, then I implore you to hand him over to me, and I shall take his life myself." As he spoke, Sun Hui met Gu Tianyang's gaze without flinching. He was eager to see whether Gu Tianyang would shield Lu Fan. Should Gu Tianyang choose to offer protection, he would have no choice but to seek assistance from his sister in the royal palace. Under the scrutinizing gaze of Sun Hui, Gu Tianyang raised an eyebrow and feigned anger as he intoned, "Is this truly the case? I shall immediately dispatch someone to investigate." Subsequently, Gu Tianyang, in the presence of Sun Hui, sent a message to Elder Song Jun of the Academy's enforcement hall, summoning him to this location at once. Before long, Song Jun arrived in haste, his mind filled with questions. As an elder of the enforcement hall, he was naturally acquainted with Sun Hui, the head of the Sun family. Without waiting for Song Jun to pay his respects, Gu Tianyang inquired with a grave tone, "An academy student named Lu Fan has killed Sun Hui's son, Sun Yan, who was also a student of our academy. Are you aware of this matter?" Initially, Song Jun harbored some doubts, but upon hearing Gu Tianyang's words, he quickly grasped the situation. After glancing at Sun Hui, he nodded and affirmed, "Indeed, such an event has transpired. However, it was Sun Yan, along with 4 others, who first attacked Lu Fan in an attempt to seize his treasures, resulting in their demise at his hands." As soon as Song Jun articulated this, Sun Hui erupted in a vehement denial. "Impossible. How could my son attempt to rob another? It must be that Lu Fan killed my son and is now lying." He was acutely aware of his son's character, yet he could not bring himself to acknowledge the truth. To do so would mean accepting that his son had died in vain, a notion he could not tolerate. Observing Sun Hui's frantic outburst, Song Jun calmly interjected, "Head of the Sun family, this matter has the testimony of Shun Yu, the daughter of the Shun family head. It is not as Lu Fan has claimed. As an elder of the enforcement hall, he had no fear of Sun Hui, especially given his understanding of Gu Tianyang's bias towards Lu Fan." Once Song Jun made this statement, Sun Hui's fists clenched tightly, his face etched with cold fury and resentment. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I demand to see Shin Yu. I want to hear her confess." At this moment, he sensed an unsettling shift. Both Gu Tianyang and Song Zhan appeared to be favoring Lu Fan. Thus, he insisted on meeting Xinyu, determined to see if she would dare to acknowledge the truth. Observing Sun Hui's fervent insistence, Song Zhan's brow furrowed, a displeased expression crossing his face. While it was true that the headmaster sought to protect Lu Fan, the facts of the matter were indeed as stated. He had not lied, yet Sun Hui's outright disbelief incited his ire. Casting a glance at Gu Tianyang, who nodded in affirmation, Song Zhan sent a message for Xinyu to come forth. When she arrived, before Gu Tianyang and Song Zhan could speak, Sun Hui, his eyes reddened with rage, fixed a cold stare upon Xinyu and demanded, "I ask you, did my son provoke Lu Fan, or did Lu Fan kill my son without cause?" Faced with Sun Hui's furious gaze, Xinyu felt a wave of fear wash over her, her delicate face paling slightly. Yet she bravely suppressed her fear and responded. It was Sun Yan and the others who sought to seize Lu Fan's treasures. Lu Fan spared them once, but they attempted to plunder again, which prompted Lu Fan to take lethal action against them. Upon receiving Xinyu's affirmative reply, Sun Hui gritted his teeth and enunciated each word with seething anger. "Are you certain?" In that moment, he harbored murderous intent and wrath towards Xinyu, causing her to tremble in fear. Observing this, Gu Tianyang's expression darkened, and he sternly interjected, "Sun Hui, you are being outrageous. This is the Royal Academy, not your Sun family estate. Threatening Academy students in my presence is tantamount to courting death." His intention in addressing Sun Hui this way was to prevent him from seeking out Sun Guifei, thereby avoiding further distress for the sovereign. However, he did not anticipate that Sun Hui would be so ungrateful as to threaten Xinyu before him. As Gu Tianyang's admonition echoed, Sun Hui was suddenly jolted into awareness, his demeanor shifting in shock. Chapter 165. Bounty. When Sun Hui beheld the exceedingly somber expressions of Gu Tianyang and Song Zhan, a wave of trepidation washed over him. In a fit of rage, he had nearly lost his composure and acted violently against Xinyu. Had he done so, Gu Tianyang would have had the justification to eliminate him, resulting in a futile demise. Contemplating this, Sun Hui promptly suppressed the murderous intent radiating from him and spoke in a low voice. "Dean, I sincerely apologize for my indiscretion." Although he yearned for vengeance for his son, it did not equate to a disregard for his own life. He was not willing to sacrifice himself in vain. Observing Sun Hui's apology, Gu Tianyang found no further reason to waste time with him and directly stated, "The truth of the matter is as follows. Your son provoked others twice and met his demise as a consequence. There is nothing I can do. Please head back." Master Sunday. Upon receiving this dismissal, the suppressed fury within Sun Hui reignited. However, he dared not reveal a hint of it in front of Gu Tianyang. He could only clench his fists and turn away. Since the Academy had no intention of dealing with Lu Fan, he resolved to exact revenge for his son personally. After watching Sun Hui depart, Gu Tianyang turned to Xinyu with a smile, saying, "Xin girl, you should remain within the Academy for the time being and avoid venturing elsewhere." Xinyu understood his implication and promptly nodded obediently. Sun Hui's intense murderous intent directed at her just moments earlier had indeed instilled a sense of fear, so even without Gu Tianyang's admonition, she had no plans of leaving the Academy anytime soon. Once Xinyu had left, Song Zhan spoke in a grave tone. "Dean, Sun Hui will likely not let this matter rest, and will surely seek vengeance against Lu Fan. Should we?" "No need," Gu Tianyang interjected. "Do not underestimate that young man. If Sun Hui dares to provoke him, he may find the Sun family in peril." Although the incident involving the Ling family had not been disclosed, as the dean of the Academy, he was certainly aware of it. From this alone, he could discern that Lu Fan was a man who would retaliate without hesitation. Thus, he had no concerns regarding Lu Fan. Instead, it was Sun Hui who, if he insisted on troubling Lu Fan, would be courting disaster. Song Zhan did not fully grasp Gu Tianyang's perspective, but since the dean had spoken so, he refrained from further comment. Nodding, he turned to leave as Gu Tianyang resumed his perusal of ancient texts. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Lu Fan had emerged from the cultivation chamber only once to meet Ling Qiuxue, before retreating once more to refine the exquisite gold spirit pearl. However, he now found it necessary to cease his endeavors and venture outside the Academy, for he had received a transmission from Dizhua, who had discovered the whereabouts of several notorious bandits. Moreover, There was an exceedingly significant piece of news. Sun Hui, the head of the Sun family in the royal capital, had placed a staggering bounty on his life through an assassin organization. A mere act of killing him would yield a reward of 200,000 low-grade spirit stones. Many assassins had already arrived in the royal capital, and Dizwa had been surprised to learn of this development. As he was originally an assassin, he learned through various means that the person who issued the bounty was the head of the Wang family. Upon receiving this information, he immediately sent a message to Lu Fan. After emerging from the cultivation chamber, Lu Fan made his way directly to the outside of the academy. Nan Xingyun and Ling Xiuxue attended their classes punctually, while Nan Xingyu, like Lu Fan, was engrossed in seclusion for cultivation. Thus, Lu Fan found himself heading to the academy's exterior alone. Meanwhile, several disciples of Jiang Qingsheng were seated at a window-side table on the second floor of a nearby tavern, having waited there for an entire 6 or 7 days. Throughout this time, they had yet to see Lu Fan emerge, which led to their dwindling patience. "Brother, that brat is hiding inside the academy. It's not feasible for us to keep waiting here," one disciple complained. "Indeed, brother. Are we to continue waiting indefinitely while he remains inside?" They had contemplated infiltrating the academy, but after a brief attempt, they nearly caught the attention of the academy's enforcement team. Consequently, they were left with no choice but to wait idly. A day or two of waiting was manageable, but after 6 or 7 days of silence, their irritation naturally escalated. Seeing his younger disciples complain, Hu Hong's face mirrored their frustration. Initially, he believed that retrieving the lost storage ring for his master would be a straightforward task and eagerly volunteered. He had anticipated that it would be resolved in just a few days, yet now over a month had passed. During this time, they had traveled from Lingyuan City all the way to the royal capital, incurring considerable expense in spirit stones and wasting their own cultivation time. Now that they had finally identified their target, they were left waiting without the ability to capture him. Faced with such torment, even he felt a surge of madness. However, with the situation as it stood, he had no other option. After all, returning empty-handed would surely incite his master's wrath, and they would face punishment. With this in mind, he suppressed his annoyance and anger, stating firmly, "Rest assured, that little brat will certainly come out. The moment he does, it will be his demise." Just as Hu Hong finished speaking, one of the disciples across from him suddenly exclaimed with great excitement, "Look, isn't that the brat?" Hearing this cry, Hu Hong and the others immediately turned their gaze toward the academy entrance, where, to their astonishment, Lu Fan emerged, the very person they had been waiting for. They had seen Lu Fan's likeness nearly 100 times. Even if he turned to ash, they would recognize him. Once confirmed, it was indeed Lu Fan. Everyone erupted in exhilaration, and Hu Hong's face beamed with joy. "Yes, that's the little brat. He has finally come out. Let us hold off on acting until he leaves the academy. We must avoid drawing the attention of the academy's personnel." After giving directives, Hu Hong quickly led his 6 younger disciples out of the tavern, following Lu Fan from a distance. Meanwhile, Lu Fan sensed the presence of Hu Hong and his companions trailing him. However, he was unaware of the identities of Hu Hong and the others, simply perceiving them as assassins who had taken on a bounty task. Although he harbored a modicum of curiosity regarding the apparent weakness of these assassins, it did not deter the murderous intent that surged within him. If they sought to kill him for spirit stones, then he would ascertain whether they possessed the requisite strength. With a chilling resolve, he silently vowed to himself and made his way towards a secluded corner. Meanwhile, Hu Hong and his companions, stealthily pursuing him, remained oblivious to any irregularities, their hearts swelling with delight. "Ha ha ha, fortune favors us. This lad is indeed cooperating splendidly. Soon, we shall grant him a swift end." Suppressing their exhilaration, Hu Hong and his group followed Lu Fan into an exceedingly quiet alleyway. Yet, upon their eager entrance, they found no trace of Lu Fan. Staring at the desolate alley, Hu Hong's countenance darkened with fury. Just as they contemplated splitting up to search, a chilling voice echoed ominously from above. Chapter 166. The 3 major assassin forces. Are you looking for me? The sudden, frigid voice startled Hu Hong and his companions, prompting them to quickly glance upward. There, atop the ceiling, stood Lu Fan, his gaze radiating a chilling malice. As their eyes met, a shiver ran through Hu Hong and the others, enveloping them in an eerie sensation. Before they could react, Lu Fan brought down the Tai Chi sword with lethal intent. With a swift flash of silver sword light, Hu Hong's disciples fell one by one, collapsing into pools of blood. In mere moments, only the pale-faced Hu Hong remained in the alley. Lu Fan leaped down from the ceiling, his expression icy as he regarded Hu Hong and inquired coldly, "Who are you?" Initially, he had assumed these individuals were assassins. However, he now discerned they were anything but. True assassins would never exhibit such clumsy tracking methods, easily detected by him. Furthermore, upon being discovered, they had not attacked him immediately. Even the most inept assassin should possess an acute sense of reaction, yet these individuals appeared utterly foolish. He concluded they were not assassins, but rather pawns sent by someone else. Under Lu Fan's frigid scrutiny, Hu Hong inhaled deeply and replied solemnly, "You possess my master's storage ring. If you relinquish it willingly, we can let this matter rest. Should you refuse, even if you slay me, you will not escape death." Upon hearing Hu Hong's declaration, a flicker of confusion crossed Lu Fan's face. A storage ring? He had amassed so many that he could hardly recall which belonged to whom. Had these individuals come solely to retrieve a storage ring? While he pondered this, a sudden realization flashed in his mind. "Is your master Jiang Qingsheng of the Samluo sect?" Upon hearing his master's name uttered by Lu Fan, Hu Hong scoffed. "Indeed, my master is Jiang Qingsheng. You would do well to return that storage ring." Or else before Hu Hong could finish his threatening words, Lu Fan swung the Tai Chi sword, silencing him. With a splatter of blood, Hu Hong's head rolled to the ground. He had initially speculated about their origins, only to discover they were disciples of Jiang Qingsheng. Had they not sought him out, he might have forgotten about that man altogether. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, a system notification echoed in his consciousness. Ding. System task triggered. Eliminate Jiang Qingsheng. Task reward. 1 chance to sign in. Ding. Will the host accept the task? Listening to the notification, Lu Fan unhesitatingly chose to accept. Since that man had sought him out and dispatched his disciples to reclaim the storage ring, he could not afford to let him escape. Regardless, that fellow is merely at the dance stage, and I can effortlessly eliminate him. After completing the system tasks, I proceeded to plunder the storage rings of these individuals. Having accomplished all this, I finally emerged from the alleyway, making my way toward the mansion I had purchased. Upon reaching the main street, I chose not to conceal my presence. The reason for this was to lure out all the assassins harboring intentions against me. Once they reveal themselves, I can easily dispatch them. Otherwise, having them lurking in the shadows would pose a nuisance to me. As expected, when I exposed myself and walked along the main street toward my newly acquired estate, I distinctly sensed 7 or 8 pairs of eyes filled with murderous intent upon me. And I also detected someone trailing my movements. Compared to Hu Hong and his ilk, these individuals were exceptionally adept at hiding. An ordinary person would undoubtedly fail to notice their concealment. However, regrettably for them, their stealth and tracking methods appeared rather juvenile in the presence of Lu Fan. At this moment, Lu Fan could have chosen to strike back against them if he wished. Nevertheless, he refrained from doing so in haste, as he aimed to draw out all the assassins and capture them in one fell swoop. Acting now would surely frighten many of them away, which was not his intention. With his spiritual perception withdrawn, a glimmer of icy killing intent flashed in Lu Fan's eyes as he coldly chuckled to himself. "Come forth. I hope you do not disappoint me." Subsequently, Lu Fan feigned ignorance and continued on his way to the mansion he had purchased. Upon entering, Dizwa approached him with a grave expression. Without waiting for Dizwa to speak, Lu Fan gestured for him to follow him inside. The two then descended into the underground chamber within the room, where Dizwa finally took a deep breath and said, "Young master, that old fellow's son Hui not only issued a bounty at the Rainfall Pavilion, but also placed bounties with the Dark Knight and Bloodblade. No matter which faction's assassin kills you, they will receive 200,000 low-grade spirit stones, and this mansion has been discovered. The Rainfall Pavilion, Dark Knight, and Bloodblade are renowned assassin factions within the kingdom of Nanqing. Moreover, these 3 factions have traces not only in Nanqing, but also in other kingdoms and throughout the entire empire. The Nanqing Kingdom is merely a branch of these 3 formidable assassin organizations." Dizwa, originally an assassin of the Rainfall Pavilion, was able to ascertain the identity of the employer issuing the bounty through special means. After sharing this information, Dizwa's expression grew even graver as he solemnly stated, "Young master, the situation has become quite troublesome. Even if we eliminate Sun Hui, the 3 major assassin organizations will not cease their pursuit. Moreover, killing the current assassins will only result in new ones arriving, and they will be increasingly formidable. This is the nature of assassin organizations. Once a target is confirmed, they will spare no effort to eliminate it. If they were to abandon the pursuit due to the target's strength, their reputation would be irrevocably tarnished, and no one would seek their services henceforth. Regardless of the magnitude of their losses, they remain resolute in their determination. As Dizwa gravely recounted the circumstances, a fierce and menacing glint ignited in Lu Fan's eyes. "Let them come," he declared, a thrill coursing through him at the prospect of acquiring resources he so desperately lacked. While others might tremble in fear at the thought of confronting the three major assassin organizations, Lu Fan felt an exhilarating surge of excitement. It is well known that assassins are typically affluent, their storage rings brimming with resources. Just as Lu Fan's words of lethal intent echoed in the air, the system notification chimed in his mind. Ding! System task activated. Annihilate the three major assassin factions within the South Qin Kingdom. Task reward: 2 special sign-in opportunities for each faction destroyed, along with 1 million points. Ding! Does the host wish to accept the task? Upon hearing the notification, a smile subtly curved Lu Fan's lips, and he chuckled inwardly. Truly, the system never failed to deliver. The task had been effortlessly triggered. He had grown accustomed to the system's peculiarities and had long anticipated such an occurrence. Thus, what others regarded as a daunting challenge transformed into a splendid opportunity for him to obtain rewards through the system. Initially, Dizwa felt a twinge of anxiety, but upon hearing Lu Fan's words, he too could not help but feel a surge of excitement. Chapter 167. A suitable place for murder and burial, young master. What shall we do next? Observing the exuberance radiating from Dizwa, Lu Fan pondered for a moment before inquiring. Are you aware of the whereabouts of the 3 major assassin faction strongholds? I'm afraid I do not possess that information, Dizwa replied awkwardly, shaking his head. Despite being an assassin of the Drifting Rain Pavilion, he could only be considered a peripheral member. His prior cultivation was rather low, merely at the true essence realm. To become a core member of these 3 formidable assassin factions, one must at least reach the core formation stage. Dizwa's response did not take Lu Fan by surprise, though it did evoke a slight feeling of disappointment. However, this fleeting sentiment quickly dissipated. Maintaining his composure, he reassured Dizwa. Do not concern yourself with the assassins in the royal capital. Focus on investigating the lairs of the bandits and the 3 major assassin factions. Upon hearing this, Dizwa nodded in agreement and produced a jade slip, presenting it to Lu Fan. Young master, I have currently only traced the whereabouts of the 8 factions of bandits. The others are still under investigation. After receiving the jade slip and perusing its contents, Lu Fan nodded in satisfaction. Well done, continue your inquiries, and relay any updates to me promptly. To uncover the locations of 8 bandit factions in such a short span of time exceeded his expectations. It was evident that Dizwa had exerted considerable effort, which made Lu Fan immensely pleased. After offering a word of encouragement to Dizwa, the two exited the secret chamber and stepped into the courtyard. Once in the courtyard, Lu Fan distinctly sensed a multitude of assassins concealed in the vicinity, a perception that Dizwa also shared. When Dizwa glanced at Lu Fan, he merely shook his head, signaling him to feign ignorance. Subsequently, Lu Fan departed the estate under Dizwa's watchful gaze. Having ventured less than 100 meters from the estate, Lu Fan acutely felt the presence of several more assassins tailing him. These assassins were aware of each other's existence, but chose to ignore it. After all, their objective was singular. Raising any alarm could potentially attract the enforcement teams within the royal city. Unbeknownst to them, Lu Fan had already discerned their presence. After leaving the estate he had purchased, Lu Fan did not head towards the academy, but instead made a beeline for the city gates. If these individuals sought to eliminate him while fearing the royal city's enforcers, he would grant them that opportunity. Passing by a stable, Lu Fan procured a horse and galloped towards the city outskirts. As Lu Fan made his way towards the outskirts, the hidden assassins were filled with a mix of astonishment and elation. Although they found it perplexing that Lu Fan was heading outside the city, the allure of 200,000 low-grade spirit stones instinctively overshadowed their sense of danger. They were, after all, seasoned killers, well aware of the adage that fortune favors the bold. Without a modicum of peril, those spirit stones would not fall into their hands. Thus, without hesitation, they pursued Lu Fan as he rode towards the city's edge. when Lu Fan ventured beyond the city. Over 40 unscrupulous assassins galloped after him without a hint of restraint. They believed that once they left the confines of the royal city, they could slay Lu Fan without consequence. Even if the academy sought to hunt them down, they would remain elusive. As Lu Fan glanced back at the relentless pursuers, a sinister smirk flickered across his face. However, he did not rush to confront them. Instead, he led the assassins directly towards the dense forests in the northeast, a perfect locale for murder and concealment. Meanwhile, Sun Hui, the head of the Sun family, received this news. To preempt any unforeseen circumstances, he had long stationed family guards at the four city gates. Thus, when Lu Fan and the assassins departed from the royal city, he was immediately informed. Upon receiving the message, a cruel smile twisted Sun Hui's features. That wretched brat, he seethed. If you had stayed within the academy, I might have been powerless against you. But since you dare to leave the royal capital, there is no escape from death. Fueled by the desire for vengeance for his son, he offered a bounty of 200,000 low-grade spirit stones, a testament to his deep-seated hatred for Lu Fan. In that moment, he yearned to personally venture outside the city and end Lu Fan's life. Yet, to avoid drawing the academy's scrutiny upon himself, he suppressed his murderous intent and fury. At that moment, his eldest son, Sun Cheng, rushed in. Seeing his father's smiling face, he exclaimed urgently, "Father, you must call those assassins back. Lu Fan is not to be trifled with." The previously jovial Sun Hui furrowed his brow at these words. Before he could respond, Sun Cheng continued, "Father, I have just uncovered some alarming news. Lu Fan killed 5 students at the Alchemy Institute, yet faced no repercussions. Moreover, he recently visited the Ling family, and their patriarch died the very same day. Lu Fan left unscathed. I suspect someone is covertly protecting him." Sun Hui's expression shifted drastically upon hearing this. "Is this information verified?" "Absolutely, father. We must recall those assassins immediately. We cannot let Lu Fan know they are from our family, or else calamity will befall the Sun clan." Sun Cheng's face was ashen with fear. Being a second-tier student at the academy himself, he had rushed back upon learning these 2 pieces of news. Receiving his son's confirmation, Sun Hui's urgency became palpable. They were out of time. The assassins had already pursued that wretched brat beyond the royal capital, and they might have already engaged him. "Father," Sun Cheng suddenly inquired, his body trembling, "when you issued the bounty, did you reveal your identity?" "Not at all. I personally delivered the bounty, and no one knows my identity," Sun Hui assured him. Hearing that the assassins were unaware of his father's identity, Sun Cheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. "That is well and good. As long as Lu Fan remains oblivious to your bounty, he will think twice before making any rash moves, even with those who may protect him." However, to err on the side of caution, Sun Cheng advised his father to inform their aunt residing within the royal palace. Meanwhile, as the Sun father and son deliberated, Lu Fan, galloping swiftly, had already led over 40 assassins deep into the dense forest. Upon entering, the assassins were met with the sight of a solitary horse trotting, while Lu Fan himself had seemingly vanished into thin air. As the assassins furrowed their brows in confusion, a sudden sound of air being sliced through echoed above them. Sensing this ominous sound, all the assassins immediately heightened their vigilance, preparing for defense and counterattack. When they looked up, they were astonished to find Lu Fan perched atop a towering tree, gazing down at them with a chilling smirk. The source of the piercing sound was not some sword chi attack, but rather a black orb, roughly the size of an adult's fist. Chapter 168. The power of the primary thunderbolt. Under their vigilant gaze, a black orb, roughly the size of a fist, plummeted to the ground. Observing this scene, the more than 40 assassins were engulfed in confusion, their faces adorned with peculiar expressions, for they sensed no trace of threat emanating from the black sphere. Just as their bewilderment peaked, Lu Fan, towering above them, broke into a cold smirk. "Enjoy the gift I have prepared for you," he thought. Without a hint of hesitation, he detonated the neglected primary thunderbolt lying on the ground. In that instant of ignition, an overwhelming aura of dread radiated from the fist-sized thunderbolt. As they sensed this terrifying presence, the assassins' expressions transformed dramatically. Not good. They gasped in horror, attempting to flee on horseback. However, their reaction was tragically slow. The moment they recognized the impending doom, a deafening explosion reverberated over a vast expanse of tens of thousands of meters. Boom, accompanied by the thunderous roar. The catastrophic force unleashed by the thunderbolt surged outward. In an instant, the more than 40 assassins, along with their steeds, were reduced to mere blood mist. The towering trees surrounding them were utterly obliterated, shattered into countless fragments. Lu Fan, seizing the moment, leapt away from the tree where he had stood moments before. This was his first time utilizing the primary thunderbolt, and witnessing such a harrowing spectacle left him utterly astonished. Is this the true might of the primary thunderbolt? Initially, he had merely intended to test its power, never anticipating it would annihilate all 40 of the assassins. He would have been content with severely wounding a dozen or so. Yet, the outcome far exceeded his expectations. Not a single assassin or horse had survived, all reduced to a sanguine haze. As the dust gradually settled, a crater approximately 50 meters in diameter emerged below. The earth surrounding the pit was riddled with intricate cracks, resembling a spider's web. Lu Fan gazed at the scene below for a considerable time, trying to suppress his astonishment. If the primary thunderbolt is this formidable, what then of the intermediate thunderbolt? At that moment, he yearned for more assassins to arrive, eager to test the might of the intermediate thunderbolt. Regrettably, this wish could not be fulfilled at present. Descending into the massive pit, Lu Fan immediately began to search for the storage rings of the 40 or so assassins. These individuals, at the very least, possessed cultivation at the 9th level of true Qi, and the resources within their storage rings were undoubtedly substantial. He would not let this opportunity slip by. Employing his spiritual sense, he quickly located over 40 storage rings. After securing them, Lu Fan did not linger but swiftly departed the scene. After all, such a commotion had occurred here, and given the proximity to the royal capital, it was inevitable that many would come to investigate. He was reluctant to expose himself in this place. With his horses having perished in the explosive tumult, he had no choice but to take a lengthy detour, eventually re-entering the royal capital through a different city gate. As Lu Fan returned to the royal city, numerous figures hastened to the location where he had vanquished over 40 assassins. The deafening explosion had reverberated throughout the royal city, making it impossible for anyone to remain ignorant of the incident. Eager to ascertain the situation, they rushed to the scene. Upon witnessing the massive 50-meter crater and the ground fissured in every direction, all the cultivators gasped in astonishment. What could have caused such a phenomenon? It hardly resembled a magical artifact. Was it possible that a god transformation cultivator had engaged in battle here? As they speculated, the cultivators began to scour the area. However, these matters bore no relevance to Lu Fan. Once he returned to the royal city, he made his way directly to the residence of the Sun family. Sun Hui had placed a bounty on his head from the 3 major assassin factions, and this vendetta must be avenged, no matter the cost. At that moment, Sun Hui and his son Sun Cheng were gripped by a sense of panic, having just received the news of the demise of over 40 assassins. Chenger, what shall we do now? Lu Fan truly has someone backing him. This is troublesome, Sun Hui exclaimed. Most of the assassins were formidable core formation cultivators, a force capable of obliterating the Sun family. The fact that they had all perished without leaving a single survivor was alarming. Observing his father's visible distress, Sun Cheng inhaled deeply, suppressing his own fear, and replied solemnly, "Father, we must act swiftly. Let us go to the palace and inform Auntie of this matter." "Yes, indeed. I shall seek her counsel. She surely possesses a solution," Sun Hui agreed, nodding fervently as he prepared to leave the hall. However, just as he stood up, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. A guard, pale as a ghost, burst in, trembling with fear as he stammered, "Master, dire news. Someone has broken in." As the guard uttered these words, Sun Hui's legs weakened, and he slumped back into his chair. Sun Cheng's face reflected terror as he urgently inquired, "How many? Was it a youth or someone else?" Just as Sun Cheng finished his anxious questioning, a scream pierced the air from outside. Accompanied by the chilling cry, a shadow hurtled into the hall, crashing to the floor with a thud. Upon closer inspection, it was the lifeless body of a guard, blood seeping from the corpse and staining the floor crimson. As Sun Hui, Sun Cheng, and the trembling guard gazed in horror at the body, a figure strode in, declaring, "Master Sun, is my head truly worth a mere 200,000 low-grade spirit stones? Surely, that is a trifle." The figure that entered was none other than Lu Fan. At this moment, his face was adorned with a disdainful and cold smile, as he regarded Sun Hui and Sun Cheng with the gaze typically reserved for the dead. Upon hearing these words, Sun Hui immediately realized that the bounty he had placed had been exposed. With no other options left, he suppressed the fear welling within him and rose to his feet, declaring, "Lu Fan, you have killed my son. What of it if I issue a bounty on your life? It merely evens the score." Lu Fan, upon hearing Sun Hui's proclamation, could not help but let out a laugh, though it was as frigid as ice. Observing his reaction, Sun Hui hastily replied, "Let us put this matter to rest. I shall voluntarily withdraw the bounty. After all, you have suffered no injuries." Behind Lu Fan stood individuals capable of annihilating the Sun family, and despite his desire for vengeance, he was compelled to abandon that urge. After all, the life of his son paled in comparison to the entire Sun clan. Once Sun Hui finished speaking, Sun Sheng also managed to suppress his trepidation and, looking at Lu Fan, spoke in a grave tone, "Lu Fan, let us leave some room for future encounters. My aunt is the most favored concubine of the current emperor. Should you choose to act against our family, you may not fare well either. What do you think?" At this juncture, the father and son duo had regained their composure, believing that Lu Fan would make the judicious choice, unless he desired mutual destruction. However, just as their words, a blend of threat and submission, hung in the air, Lu Fan merely sneered in disdain. Chapter 169. Presumptuous enough to oppose me, do you truly think the Sun family is worthy to stand against me? A derisive laughter echoed, as a fierce glint of malice and murderous intent erupted in Lu Fan's eyes. In an instant, he appeared before Sun Chung. The 7th-level True Vigor practitioner, Sun Chung, had no chance to react, as Lu Fan grasped his throat and lifted him effortlessly. Witnessing his son being held aloft by Lu Fan, Sun Hui's expression morphed into one of sheer terror as he cried out, "No." Before he could utter another word, Lu Fan tightened his grip without hesitation, snapping Sun Cheng's neck with a sickening crack. With the sound of breaking bones, Sun Cheng's head hung limply, his face etched with disbelief and dread. Sun Hui, too, wore an expression of horror and incredulity. He had never anticipated that Lu Fan would murder his eldest son right before his eyes. Both of his sons had been slain by this man. As Sun Hui stood frozen in shock, Lu Fan casually flicked out a beam of spiritual light, piercing the heart of a nearby guard whose face had turned ashen. In an instant, the grand hall was left with only Sun Hui. As Lu Fan advanced step by step toward him, Sun Hui finally regained his senses, his eyes blazing with crimson fury. "You little beast, you seek death." Initially, he had refrained from acting against Lu Fan, fearing the calamity it might bring upon the Sun family due to Lu Fan's formidable protector. However, with the brutal execution of his last bloodline before his very eyes, all restraint evaporated. With a roar of unbridled rage, Sun Hui unleashed the terrifying aura of a 9th-level core formation practitioner, launching a palm strike at Lu Fan. Yet, before his attack could even reach him, a silver flash erupted, piercing through his heart. It was none other than Lu Fan's Tai Chi sword. The sword's energy obliterated Sun Hui's heart. As Lu Fan withdrew the Tai Chi sword, a spurt of blood erupted from the wound in Sun Hui's chest. Lu Fan deftly sidestepped the spray of blood. You little beast." Sun Hui struggled to utter those 5 words before collapsing backward, crashing onto the blood-soaked ground. With an impassive expression, Lu Fan removed the storage ring from Sun Hui's finger before making his way toward the exit of the hall. Outside, nearly 100 members of the Sun family and guards had gathered, all gazing at him with palpable terror. However, Lu Fan merely cast a cold glance at them before turning to venture deeper into the Sun family estate. Meanwhile, in a secluded chamber deep within the estate, the Sun family elder, Sun Xiaolong, opened his eyes, his gaze now icy with lethal intent. The aura of Sun Hui's 9th-level core formation had abruptly roused him from his meditation. He needed no further deduction to know that calamity had struck. Without hesitation, Sun Xiaolong rose and exited the chamber, making his way into the courtyard. Just as he prepared to extend his spiritual sense to investigate, the door to his courtyard was forcefully kicked open with a resounding crash. A young man wielding a silver longsword stepped into the room. This youth was none other than Lu Fan, who had recently traversed from the front hall of the Sun family. Having already slain the patriarch, Sun Hui, he bore no reservations about eradicating the Sun family's ancestor as well. After all, the Ling family was quite distinct from the Sun family. Out of consideration for Ling Qiuxue and Ling Xiaotian, he had refrained from total annihilation of the Ling clan. More importantly, the Ling family had not sought vengeance against him afterward, while Sun Hui had promptly issued a bounty on his head through the three major assassin factions, which had incensed him. Thus, he resolved to obliterate the Sun family's foundational strength. With a single glance, Lu Fan discerned the true cultivation level of Sun Jiaolong, which was surprisingly at the first level of the transformation realm. This level was not weak, yet Lu Fan felt no trepidation. As Lu Fan scrutinized Sun Jiaolong, the latter was equally assessing him. However, he could not penetrate the depths of Lu Fan's prowess, only sensing a faint aura of threat emanating from him. After a brief examination, Sun Jiaolong spoke in a deep voice, "Who are you?" In response to Sun Jiaolong's inquiry, a faint, cold smile graced Lu Fan's lips as he replied with chilling indifference, "The one who will kill you." After uttering those four unembellished words, Lu Fan swiftly retrieved a top-tier ice symbol from his system warehouse and hurled it towards Sun Jiaolong. Under Lu Fan's influence, the ice symbol transformed instantaneously into a lethal ice arrow, hurtling directly towards Sun Jiaolong's brow. Upon witnessing this, Sun Jiaolong's expression shifted drastically, a flicker of fear flashing in his eyes. The ice arrow brought with it an ominous sense of impending death. Without a moment's hesitation, he leapt aside, simultaneously charging towards Lu Fan. Although he could not discern Lu Fan's cultivation level, he could perceive the threat emanating from him. Thus, he chose to engage Lu Fan without hesitation, dismissing the ice symbol, believing he could evade its attack. What he failed to realize was that Lu Fan's top-tier ice symbol was far from ordinary. Unlike other attack symbols that became wasted efforts when evaded, Lu Fan's ice symbol, upon transforming into an ice arrow, would autonomously pursue its target. Only upon striking the enemy would the ice arrow dissipate. Therefore, Sun Jiaolong's evasion was utterly futile. As Sun Jiaolong charged at Lu Fan, he sensed once more the sinister aura of imminent death looming behind him. When he turned to look, he was alarmed to see another ice arrow soaring towards him. This revelation disrupted his composure entirely. Faced with such peril, he was compelled to dodge once again. At that moment, Lu Fan retrieved two more top-tier ice symbols from his storage ring, which transformed into two additional ice arrows, simultaneously targeting Sun Jiaolong. Seeing three ice arrows hurtling towards him, Sun Jiaolong's face reddened with anger. "You insolent wretch, you go too far," he bellowed as he unleashed the full force of his first-level transformation realm cultivation in an attempt to withstand the three ice arrows. At this moment, Sun Jiaolong was indeed on the verge of spitting blood from anger at Lu Fan. Each of these attack talismans was worth a fortune, yet Lu Fan had recklessly produced three to confront him. This left Sun Jiaolong feeling both infuriated and aggrieved. What enmity or grudge could warrant such a disproportionate response? Akin to using a cannon to swat a mosquito? Meanwhile, Lu Fan wore a smug smile. Although he could not match the old man's true power and was incapable of vanquishing him through sheer strength, that was inconsequential. He possessed an abundance of attack talismans. Even with these, he could end the old man's life. While other formidable warriors might aspire to defeat their foes honorably, Lu Fan was indifferent. He sought merely the outcome. As long as he could slay Sun Jiaolong, he cared not for the means employed. Despite Sun Jiaolong unleashing his full strength, he was ultimately outmatched, unable to fend off the onslaught of three icy arrows. After emitting a frustrated and furious roar, he was pierced through the heart, dantian, and third eye, dying inescapably. Upon witnessing this, the approaching members of the Sun family were left paralyzed with fear, collapsing to the ground in terror. Chapter 170. The astonishing ancient Tianyang coldly glancing at the many members of the Sun family, who were left paralyzed with fear outside the courtyard. Lu Fan crouched down and removed the storage ring from Sun Jiaolong's finger. He then extended his spiritual awareness to meticulously explore the courtyard. In no time at all, he discovered the entrance to the Sun family's treasure vault within the secluded chamber where Sun Jiaolong was in seclusion. Ignoring the Sun family members outside, Lu Fan approached the hidden chamber and located the formation concealing the entrance to the treasure vault. After spending 5,000 points to purchase a formation-breaking talisman, he effortlessly dismantled the array before him. As the formation collapsed, a door materialized before Lu Fan, and he raised his hand to push it open. Upon the door's opening, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy erupted forth, unmistakably the essence of spiritual aura. After briefly scanning the area with his spiritual awareness, Lu Fan stepped through the door, entering a vast subterranean space. This immense underground chamber was shrouded in formations, filled with a dense accumulation of spirit stones, various elixirs, and magical artifacts, among other cultivation resources. After a cursory glance, Lu Fan instructed the system to collect all the resources present, subsequently opting to convert them all into points. Ding! All resources have been successfully exchanged. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 36 million points. Hearing the notification echo in his mind, Lu Fan couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion. The Sun family, merely one of the 8 prominent families in the royal capital, had amassed such a wealth of resources. This was only within the kingdom. One could only imagine the terrifying accumulation of resources among the powers within the empire and dynasty. Contemplating the vast ocean of resources possessed by those factions, a fervent gleam ignited in Lu Fan's eyes. It seemed inevitable that he would attract some trouble in the future. Narrowing his eyes and muttering to himself, Lu Fan suppressed his thoughts and turned to leave. Upon returning to the courtyard, he found that the gathering of Sun family members had vanished, clearly having fled in terror, fearing for their lives. Lu Fan paid this no mind. After all, his targets were merely Sun Hui and the elder of the Sun family, formidable forces, while the ordinary members posed no significant threat. Casting a glance at Sun Xiaolong's lifeless body, Lu Fan promptly soared into the air and swiftly departed from the Sun family estate. After leaving, he descended discreetly in a secluded area and leisurely made his way back to the academy. Meanwhile, the royal capital was abuzz with excitement as people discussed the recent events. Have you heard? In the northeastern mountains of the royal city, a transformation expert has emerged, slaughtering dozens of people. Transformation experts are truly terrifying. Who could it be from the royal capital? It's simply dreadful. The Sun family just unleashed the aura of a transformation expert. Could it be that the elder of the Sun family was responsible for the attack outside the city? While countless ordinary cultivators within the royal city speculated, the Ling family, Lin family, and the other 7 prominent families, as well as other factions, were equally engaged in discussion. As the esteemed dean of the academy, Gu Tianyong naturally received the news at the earliest opportunity. The bearer of this information was none other than Elder Songzhan of the Law Enforcement Hall. Dean, that young man Lu Fan has truly concealed his prowess. Over 40 assassins at the 9th level of the True Qi realm and in the core formation stage were utterly annihilated by him, leaving no trace behind. Moreover, after vanquishing those assassins, he returned to the royal capital and proceeded to slay Sun Hui and his son, as well as the Sun family's ancestor, Sun Xiaolong. Upon hearing the first revelation, Gu Tianyong was profoundly shaken. At the mention of the second piece of news, he could no longer remain seated. Springing to his feet with a face etched in disbelief. What did you say? The ancestor of the Sun family, Sun Xiaolong, has also been killed? Observing Gu Tianyong's incredulous expression, Songzhan offered a wry smile and nodded. Indeed, it is true. Ever since Sun Hui departed 5 days ago, I had arranged for someone to secretly monitor Lu Fan. The reason for this surveillance was not to plot against Lu Fan, but rather to ensure his safety, fearing that someone might conspire against him. Thus, when Lu Fan left the academy today, I received the news immediately and followed him personally. However, to avoid raising any suspicions, I kept my distance, which is why he did not notice my presence. After Lu Fan dispatched Hu Hong and the others, I went to inspect the scene. I was concealed several hundred meters away when he utilized his rudimentary thunderstrike to eliminate those 40-odd assassins. I had intended to intervene should Lu Fan find himself in peril. Yet, the outcome far exceeded my expectations. Upon entering the forest after the explosion, I found nothing but a massive pit soaked in blood. When I followed Lu Fan to the Sun family residence, I discovered that Sun Hui, Sun Cheng, and the ancestor Sun Xiaolong had all perished. After glimpsing Sun Xiaolong's corpse, I hastened back to the academy to report this news to Gu Tianyong. Listening intently as Songzhan recounted the events in meticulous detail, Gu Tianyong could not help but gasp in astonishment. Indeed, that young man has hidden his capabilities remarkably well. He even managed to slay a transformation god-level expert. No wonder he displayed no fear in my presence. It appears he possesses such formidable confidence. Previously, I had thought Lu Fan remained composed solely due to his innate talent in facing both myself and Nan Xingzhe. It is now clear that his calm demeanor stemmed from his ability to eliminate us. With this realization, Gu Tianyong couldn't help but let out a rueful chuckle. That cunning young man has indeed concealed himself well. It is no wonder he confidently claimed he could secure first place in the Academy's grand competition. In this moment, Gu Tianyong felt a mix of excitement and resignation. The stronger Lu Fan became, the greater the benefits for both the Academy and the kingdom. Yet, he lamented that Lu Fan was exceedingly crafty, managing to hoodwink him into acquiring 100 million low-grade spirit stones from the hands of the kingdom's ruler. Though, in exchange for 100 million low-grade spirit stones, securing first place in the Academy's grand competition does not seem like a loss. Merely contemplating the effortless triumph of that lad in the Academy's grand competition instilled within him a sense of being deceived. Observing Gu Tianyong's amused yet helpless expression, Song Jun could not refrain from inquiring, "Dean, how shall we address this matter? It seems the Sun family has ventured into the palace to seek out concubine Sun. Should the sovereign—" Before Song Jun could complete his thought, Gu Tianyong gestured dismissively, saying, "You need not concern yourself with this. Remember, do not disclose this information to anyone. Simply feign ignorance." "Understood," Song Jun responded, turning away with a complex expression, his mind still tumultuous. After watching Song Jun depart, Gu Tianyong found little desire to continue perusing ancient texts. He stepped outside the wooden cottage, gazing helplessly in the direction of the student dormitories, shaking his head. It was uncertain whether the emergence of such a prodigy within the Academy was a boon or a bane. One could only hope it would not attract any significant trouble. With a resigned sigh, Gu Tianyong ascended into the air, heading straight towards the Imperial Palace. Chapter 171. The temporal array. The consequences arising from these two matters were of no interest to Lu Fan. Upon returning to the Academy, he found that Ling Qiuxue and Nan Xingyun had yet to return from the lecture hall. Thus, upon reaching his courtyard, Lu Fan once again entered the secluded training chamber. Seated cross-legged within this sanctuary of cultivation, he immediately retrieved all the storage rings he had gathered during this period from his spatial ring. Faced with the pile of storage rings before him, he felt no inclination to sort through them individually. Instead, he directly transferred them all into the system space. System. Convert all the resources within these storage rings into points. Although the system could be quite troublesome at times, it was unfailingly accurate when it came to resource conversion. In less than 8 breaths, a notification chimed in his mind. Ding. All resources have been successfully converted. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 20 million points. Listening to the prompt in his mind, Lu Fan could not help but feel a twinge of disappointment. Indeed, the speed of acquiring points through the storage rings was far slower than that from raiding treasure vaults. After this thought flitted through his mind, Lu Fan exhaled softly and promptly opened his personal information panel. Constitution, Devouring Sword Body Cultivation Level, second stage of Golden Core Points, 69, 228. 240 Mystical Arts Techniques, Tai Chi Swordplay, Fiery Sword Technique, 7-star Steps, Heavenly Finger, Flickering Light, Gale Slash, 1000 Transformation Skills, Basic Alchemy, Basic Forging, Basic Array Formation Contract Beast, Crimson Gold Flood Dragon Weapons, Tai Chi Sword, Purple Gold Mystic Spirit Robe, Flying Cloud Shuttle, Fiery Sword Marketplace, Open Quests, 1. Annihilate the bandits within the Nanxing Kingdom, Reward, 1 opportunity for sign-in per bandit faction eradicated. 2. Slay Yu Go, Reward, 1 sign-in opportunity, 2,000 points. 3. Achieve first place in the Academy Grand Competition, Reward, 1 special sign-in opportunity, 1 sign-in opportunity, and an elevation of 1 minor realm in cultivation. 4. Proceed to the Imperial Academy for training, Reward, 2 special sign-in opportunities, 1 lottery card for the marketplace. 5. Slay Jiang Qingsheng, Reward, 1 sign-in opportunity. 6. Eradicate the 3 major assassin factions within the Nanxing Kingdom, Reward, 2 special sign-in opportunities and 1 million points for each faction annihilated. Unvisited locations, any secret realm of the Imperial Academy storage, 1 diamond talisman, 2-3, 1 supreme invisibility talisman, 1 intermediate critical hit card, 1 teleportation talisman. Special sign-in opportunities. For times, sign-in opportunities. 1 time 8 supreme recovery pills, 1 beast origin pill, 2 basic berserk pills, 1 intermediate berserk pill, 1 supreme muscle cleansing pill, and a condensing origin pill recipe. Gazing at the number in the points section of the system, a faint smile crept across Lu Fan's face. Having already purchased 3 Supreme Attribute Spirit Beads, his current points were sufficient to acquire the remaining 2 types, thus making the condensation of 5 Attribute Spirit Pills an effortless task for him. The only source of his disappointment lay in the fact that refining the Supreme Attribute Spirit Beads required an excessive amount of time, no less than a month. Upon contemplating this, he could not help but inquire in a hushed tone, "System, is there a way to swiftly refine the Supreme Attribute Spirit Pearl?" Ding. The host may purchase the time array disc. Initially, he had merely voiced a casual complaint, harboring little hope. However, to his astonishment, such an extraordinary treasure existed within the marketplace. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Fan promptly accessed the system's shop and located the time array disc. Supreme Time Array Disc, 90 million points. Note: 1 day in the external world equals 1 year within the disc. Duration lasts for 1 day. Inferior Time Array Disc, 8 million points. Note: 1 day in the external world equals 1 month within the disc. Duration lasts for 1 day. Upon observing the prices of the time array discs, Lu Fan could not suppress a pang of regret. Yet, considering the vast amount of time he could save, he gritted his teeth and purchased a medium-grade time array disc. Ding. Purchase of the medium-grade time array disc successful, costing 23 million points, automatically deducted. Acquiring 1 medium-grade time array disc saved him 1 million points compared to purchasing 3 inferior ones. Although the expenditure was considerable, he had effectively secured 3 months of time, which was not a loss. After obtaining the time array disc, Lu Fan unhesitatingly took it out. To avert any unforeseen incidents, he sealed the entrance of the underground chamber with an array barrier, then activated the time array disc within the confines of the chamber. With a resonant hum, a transparent light shield materialized, revealing a special platform inscribed with numerous runes at its center. Positioning himself cross-legged upon the rune-etched platform, Lu Fan focused his mind and resumed the refinement of the Supreme Gold Spirit Pearl. As the pearl gradually underwent refinement, a second spirit pill's embryonic form began to manifest within his dantian. His cultivation aura commenced its gradual ascent in tandem with the emergence of the second spirit pill's shape. Meanwhile, Gu Tianyang and Nan Xingzhe were engaged in a discussion regarding Lu Fan within a grand hall of the imperial palace. Just as their conversation flourished, the sound of a woman weeping and hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Upon hearing these footsteps, the two ceased their dialogue, and an expression of utter helplessness crossed Nan Xingzhe's face. Under their gaze, a stunning woman clad in resplendent attire entered. Upon reaching a distance of 2 meters from Nan Xingzhe, the enchanting woman knelt before him, weeping softly and pleading, "Your Majesty, I beseech you to advocate for me." Observing the beautiful woman weeping before him, Nan Xingzhe could not help but sigh inwardly. Gu Tianyang had already apprised him of the situation, so he was fully aware of what the exquisite woman intended to convey. This captivating woman was none other than Sun Hui's sister, the aunt of Sun Yin and Sun Cheng, and the most cherished consort of Nan Xingzhe, concubine Sun. Had an ordinary person provoked concubine Sun to such a state, Nan Xingzhe would have undoubtedly ordered her grievances addressed without hesitation. However, this time, it was Lu Fan who bore the weight of the academy and the kingdom's future, that had slain the ancestors of the Sun family and Sun Hui. Thus, he could not take any action against Lu Fan, regardless of the circumstances. Not only must one refrain from provoking Lu Fan, but one must also endeavor to cultivate a favorable relationship with him, lest he harbor resentment towards the southern Qing Wang. For Gu Tianyang has already informed him of Lu Fan's decimation of over 40 assassins, as well as the slaying of Sun Hui and the patriarch of the Sun family. How could one afford to offend such an extraordinary prodigy capable of vanquishing a transformation ancestor? Thus, during their recent conversation, he and Gu Tianyang had surmised that concubine Sun would come seeking assistance, and he had long been prepared for this eventuality. Taking a deep breath, Nan Xingzhe gazed at the kneeling and weeping concubine Sun before him and spoke in a measured tone. "I am already aware of the matters concerning the Sun family. Indeed, Lu Fan has erred. Therefore, for the next decade, he shall be unable to procure resources from the academy. Does this punishment meet your satisfaction, my dear?" The once sobbing concubine Sun suddenly comprehended the implications of Nan Xingzhe's words. Her nephew and elder brother had perished in vain. It was clear that Nan Qingzhe was inclined to favor Lu Fan. Should she continue her lamentations, she would only incite his disdain. As these thoughts raced through her mind, she steeled herself against the anguish and bitterness within, responding with a tone of resignation. "I am grateful to your majesty. I shall take my leave." With a heart heavy with grievance, she bowed to Nan Qingzhe and then rose to exit the grand hall. The moment she stepped outside, the expression of sorrow vanished from her face, replaced instead by a countenance rife with resentment and murderous intent. Chapter 172. I shall personally end her life, cursed little wretch, if I do not eliminate you. I am unworthy of this noble consort position. With a heart full of venomous wrath, Sun Qianrou hastily departed. Listening to the footsteps outside gradually fade away, Gu Tianyang pondered for a moment and remarked, "Your Majesty, this matter requires your utmost caution. Lu Fan will certainly retaliate. Should Sun Guifei send someone to deal with him, he will stop at nothing to eliminate her." Just moments ago, Sun Qianrou appeared to comply with Nan Qingzhe's arrangements, yet it was evident to all that she had not genuinely submitted. Her heart harbored immense malice towards Lu Fan. Gu Tianyang surmised that Sun Qianrou would not let Lu Fan off easily and would likely arrange for someone to act against him. While others may not grasp Lu Fan's temperament, he understood it all too well. Once Sun Qianrou took action against Lu Fan, he would undoubtedly storm the palace without hesitation. At that juncture, Nan Qingzhe would be left with two choices: either allow Lu Fan to invade the palace and slay Sun Qianrou, thus shaming the royal family, or oppose Lu Fan, leading the Nanqing kingdom to utter ruin. Neither path offered a favorable outcome for the royal family or the kingdom. Observing Gu Tianyang's grave expression, Nan Qingzhe, too, grasped the gravity of the situation, and a cold glimmer of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Should she dare to act thus, there would be no need for Lu Fan to intervene. I shall personally execute her. Although he held great affection for Sun Qianrou, it was merely affection. She could not compare to the kingdom's welfare. If it meant fortifying the kingdom, he would not hesitate to annihilate the entire harem. Noticing the murderous intent in Nan Qingzhe's gaze, Gu Tianyang chose to remain silent, fully aware that Nan Qingzhe was not one to be easily swayed by emotions or indecision. He then shifted the topic to something else, and the atmosphere lightened. Just then, footsteps approached once more, and a strikingly elegant woman clad in a white gown entered. Her beauty was unparalleled, yet her demeanor exuded a regal quality, reminiscent of a queen, both aloof and dignified. This woman was none other than the most cherished princess of Nan Qingzhe, Nan Qingyan. Upon seeing Nan Qingyan, both Nan Qingzhe and Gu Tianyang beamed with delight. "Yenner," Nan Qingzhe said, his face alight with an expression of profound satisfaction, resembling any ordinary father. This demeanor of his was only revealed in the presence of Nan Qingyan. At all other times, he was the imposing sovereign of the Nanqing kingdom. As Nan Qingyan approached, she bowed respectfully to her father and Gu Tianyang. "I pay my respects to father and Uncle Gu." Once her greetings were completed, Gu Tianyang smiled and said, "This little girl grows ever more beautiful, displaying such poise. She truly lives up to the renowned legacy of our Nanqing kingdom's female generals." While he did not hold particularly strong impressions of other princes and princesses, he genuinely admired Nan Qingyan, the princess brave enough to fight for her country. Listening to the praise from Gu Tianyang, Nan Qingyan smiled lightly and said, "Thank you for your kind words, Uncle Gu." At this moment, Nan Qingzhe also spoke up with a smile. "Yenner, have you arranged everything in the army? Soon, you shall accompany Uncle Gu to the academy." He had always intended for Nan Qingyan to befriend Lu Fan, and this desire had intensified. To have a daughter linked with a prodigious talent like Lu Fan would indeed be a blessing for both her and the kingdom of Nanqing. However, he would not coerce his daughter nor employ any underhanded tactics. If she were to develop a relationship with Lu Fan at the academy, it would indeed be the best outcome. Yet, even if that did not materialize, allowing Nan Qingyan some respite at the academy would still be beneficial. After all, she had spent years in the military, enduring trials and competitions alongside ordinary soldiers. Though everyone acknowledged her status as a princess and dared not trouble her, she had still faced considerable hardships. Nan Qingzhe had observed this with a heavy heart. Thus, he seized this opportunity to facilitate her entrance into the academy for some training. Upon hearing Nan Qingzhe's words, Nan Qingyan furrowed her brows and replied, "Father, I still wish to fight in the army and contribute to the glory of our Nanqing kingdom." Nanqingzhe had anticipated her response and sighed in feigned resignation. "In less than 6 months, the Academy's grand competition will commence, and there are no notable geniuses within the Academy. Hence, your father can only have you join the Academy to represent the kingdom, otherwise, sigh." After hearing her father's exasperated words, Nanqingyan could only nod in agreement. "Very well, I am willing to attend the Academy." The kingdom of Nanqing was her home, and she was eager to use her strength to bolster its prosperity. Serving in the military was one aspect, and participating in the Academy's grand competition was another. She understood the significance of this upcoming event. Initially, she had planned to request her father's permission to join the competition a month prior, but now that he had broached the topic, she readily acquiesced. With Nanqingyan's agreement, Nanqingzhe smiled and continued, "Your cousins are currently training at the Academy. Once you arrive, you can visit them and help your father look after them." Upon hearing this, the previously composed Nanqingyan's face lit up with a delightful smile. All right, among the people she admired in the kingdom, it was not her father, but rather her uncle, the Prince of the North. Her aspiration was to become a formidable general like him, safeguarding the realm. Since her uncle's children were also at the Academy, she naturally wished to meet them. Observing Nanqingyan's reaction, a gentle smile graced Nanqingzhe's face. Due to his excessive indulgence towards her, her relationships with the other princes and princesses were not particularly strong. Thus, he expressed this wish to foster a closer bond between Nanqingyan and her cousins, Nanqingyu and Nanqingyu. The subsequent arrangements became considerably simpler as Nanqingzhe provided her with a few brief instructions. He personally escorted Gu Tianyang and his daughter, Nanqingyan, out of the grand hall. After watching them ascend into the void, he let out a soft sigh and returned to the palace. Once inside the grand hall, Nanqingzhe resumed his regal demeanor, his expression indifferent as he calmly stated, "Keep a close watch on concubine Sunday. Should she send someone to deal with Lu Fan, it is permissible to act first and report later." As his unremarkable words echoed, a response emerged from the shadows. Subsequently, silence enveloped the space once more. Nanqingzhe settled cross-legged on the couch, gazing at the empty hall while murmuring, "Sun Shinro, I hope you do not disappoint me. Otherwise, my disappointment will be profound." After his soft mutterings, Nanqingzhe took a deep breath, gradually closing his eyes as he entered a state of meditation. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Fan was engrossed in a different endeavor, seated cross-legged within the time array, fervently refining 3 exquisite spirit beads. Under the influence of the time array, the 3 spirit beads were being swiftly assimilated by him. Chapter 173. Breaking through to the 5th stage of the golden core, a day passed in the blink of an eye. Within the confines of the time array, Lu Fan radiated an astonishing brilliance of gold, green, and blue, his dantian appearing almost translucent. Within it, 4 spirit pills were distinctly visible, one being his life spirit pill. The other 3, shimmering in gold, green, and blue, orbited his life spirit pill, creating a truly remarkable spectacle. His cultivation aura surged to the 5th stage of the golden core, the 3 attribute spirit pills elevating him by 3 minor realms. As the blinding light reached its zenith, the time within the time array came to an end, causing it to shatter and vanish. The circular platform on which Lu Fan sat, once adorned with dense runes, transformed into an ordinary stone slab at that moment. Instantly, the 3 radiant lights emanating from Lu Fan withdrew into his body, and his dantian returned to its normal appearance. Then, an overwhelming force erupted from within Lu Fan, sweeping outward in a powerful wave. The ground of the secret chamber trembled violently, fissures appearing throughout. A shockwave rippled across the earth within a 200-meter radius, akin to a minor earthquake. The sudden commotion startled all students within that vicinity, pulling them from their meditative states. And they hurriedly exited their chambers. What happened? Was that an earthquake? That scared me to death. I was in the secret chamber meditating, and now there's a crack in it. As dozens of students rushed out of the courtyard, bewildered and chattering anxiously, the neighboring room housed Nanqingyu, Nanqingyun, Ling Qiuxue, and Nanqingyan, all equally astonished. While other students, further away, might not have grasped the situation, they were in close proximity to Lu Fan's courtyard, allowing them to distinctly sense the source of the intense tremor emanating from within. Moments before, Nanqingyan had come to visit them. And just as they were engaged in lively conversation, a tremendous force erupted from Lu Fan's yard. After a brief moment of shock, Nan Xingyu could no longer contain her curiosity and remarked, "What on earth is Brother Lu doing to create such a terrifying commotion? Could he be experiencing a furnace explosion while refining pills?" Ling Qiuxue and Nan Xingyun, unaware of Lu Fan's alchemical abilities, could not suppress their inquisitiveness upon hearing Nan Xingyu's words. Nan Xingyan, too, wore a face full of curiosity. Under the watchful gazes of the three women, Nan Xingyu excitedly began recounting the events that had transpired in the Alchemy Institute. Upon hearing that Lu Fan had not only concocted a supreme body-tempering pill, but had also slain 5 alchemist students in front of a 4th-tier alchemist, the three women were utterly astonished, especially Ling Qiuxue and Nan Xingyun, who were filled with boundless curiosity. They had never expected that their brother Lu Fan possessed not only exceptional cultivation talent, but also remarkable prowess in alchemy. Uncertain of his rank as an alchemist, we could seek his expertise in potion crafting in the future. With a gleeful smile, Nan Xingyun's excitement was palpable, and Ling Qiuxue couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. It was her first revelation that Lu Fan possessed the skill of alchemy. While Ling Qiuxue and Nan Xingyun shared this sentiment, Nan Xingyan, hearing Lu Fan's name for the first time, was even more curious and couldn't resist asking, "Who is this Lu Fan you speak of?" Upon hearing the inquiry, Nan Xingyu eagerly recounted the story of how she met Lu Fan and the events that transpired upon their arrival at the academy. As she listened, a spark of intrigue danced in Nan Xingyan's eyes. She had encountered countless prodigies within the kingdom, yet none had ever impressed her as much as this remarkable individual, and she felt a yearning to meet him. Observing the curious expression on Nan Xingyan's face, Ling Qiuxue sighed inwardly, realizing she might have a rival in love. When a woman becomes curious about a man, it often signals the onset of infatuation. This was true for Shen Yu and Lin Wanner, and now it seemed Nan Xingyan would join their ranks. However, Ling Qiuxue felt no animosity. Rather, she experienced a twinge of pride. After all, Shen Yu, Lin Wanner, and Nan Xingyan were not ordinary women. The ability of her husband to attract such exceptional admirers affirmed her choice in him. Moreover, in a world where the strong were revered, it was common for powerful individuals to have multiple partners. Some might even have dozens, if not hundreds, of companions, especially among rulers. In contrast, Lu Fan was indeed an anomaly. Despite the advances of stunning and talented women like Shen Yu and Lin Wanner, he maintained a respectful distance, showing no inclination towards flirtation. This alone was profoundly moving to Ling Qiuxue. She was not a petty person. If an extraordinary girl genuinely loved her husband, she would not object. Yet, the notion of actively facilitating a relationship between her husband and another woman was beyond her. Meanwhile, as the group engaged in their light-hearted conversation, Lu Fan in the subterranean chamber slowly opened his eyes, 2 beams of brilliance shooting forth. The radiant light pierced through the chamber walls, creating 2 walnut-sized openings. Exhaling a breath of stale air, Lu Fan descended from the circular platform, the sound of cracking resonating through his body. Clenching his fists, he felt the terrifying power surging within him. A broad smile spread across his face as he reveled in this newfound strength. The expenditure of 90 million had not been in vain. Although it cost a fortune to condense these 3 attribute elixirs, the benefits were beyond measure. Previously, he could slay a 9th-level core formation expert with just 1 elixir. Now armed with 4, he was confident he could effortlessly vanquish a god transformation expert like the patriarch of the Sun family with sheer force. More importantly, after successfully condensing 4 attribute elixirs, he distinctly felt a significant enhancement in the strength of his physical form. Furthermore, the minor issues that had arisen from his rapid advancement were entirely resolved, solidifying his foundation. At this moment, he truly grasped the significance of a stable foundation. This realization further reinforced his determination to acquire the remaining 2 types of attribute spirit orbs to condense additional attribute elixirs. He was eager to witness the phenomena that would unfold after the condensation of the 5 elemental attribute elixirs. After these thoughts flickered through his mind, he took a deep breath and opened the barrier that sealed the entrance to the secluded chamber, stepping outside. Upon reaching the courtyard, he noticed Ling Qiuxue and the other 3 in the adjacent yard. With a gentle smile and a buoyant spirit, Lu Fan leapt into the air, effortlessly crossing the wall to join them. The four, having sensed Lu Fan's presence, rose to greet him with beaming smiles as he soared over. Chapter 174. The threat of the enemy with a beaming smile. Ling Qiushua leaped into Lu Fan's embrace, where he gently held her. After a brief moment of warmth, they slowly parted, and it was then that Nan Qingyun, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Brother Lu Fan, what rank of alchemist are you? Can I come to you for potion crafting in the future?" Noticing Nan Qingyun's curious and eager expression, Lu Fan cast a mildly reproachful glance at Nan Qingyu, knowing all too well that it was her doing. Yet, this was not a secret to be concealed. He chuckled lightly and replied, "I'm not entirely sure of my rank, but I believe it is commendable. If you ever need potions, simply seek me out, and I shall craft them for you." He regarded the adorable Nan Qingyun as a sister, thus readily acquiescing to her small request. After all, potion crafting posed no challenge for him. Just as he finished his words with a smile, the system notification chimed unexpectedly. Ding. System task initiated. Complete the alchemist rank assessment. Task reward. 1 sign-in opportunity. 1 random recipe. Ding. Does the host wish to accept the task? Surprised by the task that had just been triggered, Lu Fan quickly regained his composure and unhesitatingly chose to accept it. Although his interest in alchemy was not particularly profound, the benefits of becoming an alchemist were plentiful. In the event of a shortage of spirit stones, he could easily concoct potions for sale. The higher the rank of the potion, the greater its value. It was not uncommon for top-tier potions to fetch astronomical prices exceeding 10 million spirit stones. Particularly, potions that extended lifespan commanded exorbitant prices. Even a single one could be worth a fortune. After accepting the system task, Lu Fan turned his attention to the poised and elegant Nan Qingyan. Before he could inquire, she smiled and introduced herself. "I am Nan Qingyan." Upon hearing her identity, a hint of surprise crossed Lu Fan's face. He had previously discussed the royal princes and princesses with Nan Qingyu, who had particularly highlighted Nan Qingyan. Thus, he felt a measure of curiosity about this princess, who had entered the military akin to Hua Mulan. Now that he beheld her in person, he couldn't help but marvel silently. Nan Qingyan was strikingly beautiful, arguably surpassing Xinyu and Lin Wan'er. While Ling Qiushua was equally stunning, their auras were starkly different. Ling Qiushua was cool and reserved in the presence of strangers, yet radiated warmth before him. In contrast, Nan Qingyan exuded a natural air of nobility and confidence, reminiscent of a domineering female CEO from a past life. This commanding presence, combined with her exceptional beauty, lent her a unique allure. Fortunately, Lu Fan merely glanced at her before averting his gaze, nodding with a smile. He was not a man of base desires. His admiration for Nan Qingyan was purely one of appreciation and wonder, devoid of any ulterior motives. After becoming acquainted, the group settled in the courtyard and resumed their idle chatter. They refrained from inquiring about the earlier commotion, respecting each individual's right to privacy. As the conversation flowed, Lu Fan's communication jade tablet suddenly rang. Upon connecting, a somewhat anxious voice from Dizwa was heard. "Young master," no, just as Dizwa uttered those 3 words, a loud bang echoed, followed by a chilling voice from the other end. "Lu Fan, if you wish for him to live, come to the northeastern forest outside the city." The sinister words hung in the air before the connection was abruptly severed. Gazing at the now silent jade tablet, Lu Fan's expression darkened. Akin to the frozen depths of winter, his eyes radiating an intimidating aura of murderous intent. At that moment, the courtyard felt as frigid as an ice cavern, and an unmistakable sense of dread enveloped everyone present. Nan Qingyan, having recently advanced to the 6th stage of the core formation realm, could not conceal her astonishment. She sensed an overwhelming aura of imminent death emanating from Lu Fan, leaving no doubt that he could easily end her life. At this juncture, Lu Fan set aside his concerns for others, rising to address Ling Qiushua and Nan Qingyu with a grave tone. "You must stay within the academy and not venture outside." Initially, he had presumed the assassins would target him directly, but to his surprise, they had attacked Dizwa instead. Now that they had made their move against Dizwa, it was likely they would next turn their attention to Ling Qiushua and the others. Thus, it was imperative to prevent them from leaving the academy. Upon hearing Lu Fan's words, worry etched itself onto the faces of Ling Qiushua and the others. "Husband, you do not fret. I can resolve this," he reassured them. After calming their fears, Lu Fan wasted no time and soared into the air, heading toward the academy's exit. With Dizwa's life hanging by a thread, he could no longer conceal his strength. As they watched Lu Fan take flight, an urgent expression crossed the faces of Nan Qingyu and the others. What should they do now? Though unaware of who was on the other end of the communication jade tablet, they could tell from the tone that this individual was certainly an enemy. Observing the anxious countenance of Ling Qiuxue and Nan Qingyu, Nan Xingyan spoke decisively. Since he claims he can handle it, there should be no problem. If you remain uneasy, I shall seek out the dean and have him accompany me to check on the situation. Upon hearing Nan Xingyan's suggestion, both Ling Qiuxue and Nan Qingyu nodded in agreement. With their consent, Nan Xingyan promptly took to the air, making her way deeper into the academy. Soon, she arrived at the depths of the academy, seeking out Gu Tianyang, who was personally tending to the spiritual herbs. Without waiting for Gu Tianyang to inquire about her purpose, she immediately recounted the unfolding events. She had anticipated that the dean would be taken aback by the news, yet to her astonishment, Gu Tianyang appeared only slightly surprised. After a brief moment of astonishment, he shook his head in resignation. This young man truly had a knack for attracting trouble, and one could only wonder which unfortunate soul would meet their demise next. Had he been unaware that Lu Fan had slain the ancestor of the Sun family, he might have felt an urgent sense of concern upon hearing this news. However, now that he was informed, he felt no anxiety whatsoever. Should any formidable figure from the transformation stage assume that this young man was easily intimidated, they would undoubtedly pay a steep price for their misjudgment. Nevertheless, he was eager to witness Lu Fan's prowess firsthand. Thus he clapped the dirt off his hands and chuckled. Well then, I shall personally go and take a look. Perhaps I shall be treated to a splendid spectacle. Observing the unperturbed Gu Tianyang, Nan Xingyan could not help but inquire out of curiosity, Uncle Gu, are you not at all concerned for Lu Fan's safety? Haha, what is there to worry about? That young man is not so easily dealt with. Gu Tianyang replied with a smile. With that, he took to the air, setting off toward the outskirts of the city. At that moment, Nan Xingyan, unable to suppress her curiosity, also ascended into the air, following closely behind Gu Tianyang. He did not refuse her request to accompany him. Thus, the two of them soared through the skies, swiftly making their way to the city gates. Meanwhile, Lu Fan had already departed from the royal city, racing through the skies to the forest where he had dispatched over 40 assassins. Chapter 175. The divine transformation assassin from the Blood Blade. As he descended upon the forest, he was confronted by an elderly man clad in a long black robe. His hair as white as snow. The old man exuded a sinister aura, his countenance cold and serpentine. At that moment, he stood at the edge of a deep pit. Where Dizwa lay, his meridians sealed and cast aside. Although blood marred his body, it was but a superficial wound, posing no threat to his life. Seeing that Dizwa was relatively unscathed, Lu Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, the murderous intent and fury within him did not wane. Rather, they intensified. He fixed his icy gaze upon the old man before him. This aged foe was at the first level of divine transformation, radiating a palpable aura of malevolence, clearly having taken many lives. As Lu Fan scrutinized the old man, a chilling smirk crept across the elder's face. So, you are the one who has slain several members of the Bloodblade. At this remark, Lu Fan narrowed his eyes, a frigid glare of murderous intent emerging. Indeed, it was I. And what of it? Ah, as long as you confess, old man will ensure that all connected to you shall meet their demise. The old man cackled darkly. With that, he lunged towards Lu Fan, his form flickering like a shadow. In his hand appeared a slender black sword, merely 2 fingers wide, its blade shimmering with a toxic azure light. Though he feigned disdain, the old man unleashed all his might, not underestimating Lu Fan's youthful appearance. This was the mark of a true assassin, never judging an opponent based on age or cultivation. Had this old man not been an enemy, Lu Fan might have found himself somewhat admiring such ruthless decisiveness. Alas, he was indeed an adversary. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Lu Fan did not hesitate to employ his skill, floating light and shadow, to meet the advancing old man. With a flash of silver light, the Taiji sword clashed against the black sword of the elder. In an instant, the 2 blades collided, producing a piercing sound of fracture. Crack! As the sharp sound echoed, the black sword shattered, while the Taiji sword remained unscathed, continuing its relentless strike towards the old man. Witnessing this, The old man's expression shifted dramatically, terror flooding his eyes. Yet, being seasoned in the art of combat, he swiftly evaded the attack of the Taiji sword, demonstrating his extensive battle experience. However, as he dodged, a cold smile flickered in Lu Fan's eyes. This man possessed formidable combat skills, yet he too was not without flaws. As Lu Fan engaged, he had anticipated the old man's instinct to evade, for this was the nature of an assassin. After a failed strike, one would never continue the fight recklessly. Instead, they would unhesitatingly evade to preserve their life. To engage in a futile struggle after losing the advantage is an act of sheer folly for an assassin. Thus, at the moment when the white-haired elder dodged, the Tai Chi sword, like a venomous serpent, swiftly sealed off his escape route. The elder, unable to execute a second evasion, was directly pierced through the chest by the Tai Chi sword. However, he forcefully shifted his body slightly to the right, preventing the sword from penetrating his heart and merely wounding his chest instead. Though grievously injured, this was far preferable to losing his life outright. Using the momentum from the strike, the white-haired elder retreated explosively, blood gushing from the wound inflicted by the Tai Chi sword. Lu Fan chose not to pursue further. He stood suspended in the air, wielding the Tai Chi sword, his expression cold and indifferent as he addressed the elder. Reveal the whereabouts of your blood knife stronghold, and I shall grant you a swift end, otherwise. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, the elder let out a malevolent laugh and hurled a green orb from his storage ring towards Lu Fan. Little beast, perish. With a sinister grin, the elder cast the green orb and attempted to flee, sensing that he was no match for Lu Fan and that continuing would lead to his demise. Acting decisively, he chose to escape. However, Lu Fan had anticipated this move. The instant the elder released the green orb, Lu Fan executed a swift disappearance. Propelled by the potency of 4 spirit pills, moving with the speed of lightning. In the blink of an eye, he crossed several meters, positioning himself directly in the elder's path. Before the elder could react, Lu Fan's Tai Chi sword struck like a silver flash, piercing through the elder's forehead. With a splatter of blood erupting from the back of his head, the elder's expression froze in shock. His lifeless body crashed to the ground, blood flowing from the wound at his brow. Simultaneously, the green orb he had thrown detonated, releasing a toxic blue smoke that rapidly expanded outward. This was a deadly poison. As the noxious fog spread, the surrounding flora instantly blackened before disintegrating into dust. Witnessing this scene, Lu Fan's expression changed dramatically. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed into the pit, hoisting the incapacitated Dizwa, and swiftly departed from the area. Once they had distanced themselves from the pit, Lu Fan felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Dizwa, with his meridians sealed, turned ashen, his lips darkened, and his body began to convulse faintly. Noticing the changes in their conditions, Lu Fan promptly set Dizwa down. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately accessed the system's marketplace, expending 500,000 points to acquire 2 universal detoxification pills. At this moment, no amount of points could rival the importance of preserving his own life. He was aware that the azure orb harbored toxic mists, yet he was astounded by the potency of its venom. After placing the purchased pills into both his and Dizwa's mouths, Lu Fan swiftly activated his cultivation technique to begin refining the potency of the detoxification pills. Simultaneously, he released the seal on Dizwa's meridians, channeling his own spiritual energy to assist Dizwa in assimilating the medicinal power. As the efficacy of the universal detoxification pills was refined and absorbed into their bodies, Lu Fan felt the disorienting sensation dissipate. Dizwa's complexion gradually returned to normal, and his cultivation technique began to operate autonomously. Witnessing this, Lu Fan finally exhaled in relief. That damned old man. Fortunately, he possessed the system, enabling him to procure the universal detoxification pills. Otherwise, once the toxic mists invaded their hearts, both he and Dizwa would have faced certain death. Just as he was engulfed in trepidation, 2 piercing sounds sliced through the air. Chapter 176. The layer of blood blade. Upon hearing the 2 piercing sounds slicing through the air, Lu Fan immediately heightened his vigilance. However, upon catching sight of the 2 figures gliding through the air, he relaxed, for they were none other than Gu Tianyang and Nanqing Yan. Casting a glance at them, Lu Fan commenced the process of refining the remaining medicinal power within his body. At that moment, Dizwa also regained his clarity, sitting cross-legged to begin his own refinement. In no time, both Lu Fan and Diz were returned to their normal states. As they rose, Nan Qingyan, filled with curiosity, inquired, Lu Fan, what about that person? He is dead, Lu Fan replied flatly before turning to head towards the large pit. Dizhua, Gu Tianyang, and Nan Qingyan followed closely behind. Upon reaching the pit, they observed Lu Fan rummaging through a corpse. After a thorough search, Lu Fan furrowed his brow, for the old man possessed only a storage ring. As he probed into the ring with his spiritual sense, he found nothing of value. Just as he was about to withdraw his consciousness, he unexpectedly spotted a blood-red token the size of a palm. Lu Fan promptly extracted the blood-colored token, which bore the engraving of a knife on its front. Upon seeing the token, Gu Tianyang and Nan Qingyan hurried over, exclaiming in astonishment, "It belongs to the assassins of Bloodblade." This blood-red token served as the identity emblem of the Bloodblade assassins, and they recognized it immediately. Noticing their recognition of the Bloodblade's identity token, Lu Fan gazed at Gu Tianyang and solemnly inquired, "Dean, you must be aware of the lairs of Bloodblade and the other two major assassin factions." Since Bloodblade dared to retaliate against him, he was resolute in delivering a response tenfold or even 100-fold. At that moment, he had firmly decided to annihilate Bloodblade entirely, along with the other two assassin factions. Initially driven by a system task, he now found himself consumed by a murderous intent. Observing Lu Fan's fierce determination, Gu Tianyang shook his head and replied, "I am aware of the three major assassin factions. However, I do not know their lairs." Just as Gu Tianyang finished speaking, Nan Qingyan interjected, "I know the location of Bloodblade's lair." "Where is it?" Lu Fan's eyes flashed with a terrifying glint, startling Nan Qingyan. Fortunately, he quickly subdued the ferocity and murderous intent, allowing her to respond. Bloodblade's lair is located in the mountainous region of Wanku Mountain at the western border. I led a troop there to encircle them once, but those rascals are quite cunning, and the terrain of Wanku Mountain is intricate, making it impossible to capture them. As Nan Qingyan concluded her explanation, the system notification echoed in Lu Fan's mind. Ding! The checkpoint location has been triggered. Checkpoint location, Wanku Mountain. Please proceed there promptly to sign in. Upon hearing the system notification resonate in his mind, Lu Fan let out a cold snort. Wanku Mountain. It would become their burial ground. The lack of knowledge about the location was one thing, but now that he had discovered the lair of Bloodblade, there was no cause for concern. The army led by Nan Qingyan may not be capable of annihilating the enemy, yet before him, even the formidable Bloodblade shall meet its demise. Observing the unrestrained killing intent on Lu Fan's face, Nan Qingyan surmised his intention to venture to Wanku Mountain. With a flicker of thought, she gazed intently at Lu Fan and said, "If you wish to go to Wanku Mountain, I can guide you. I am quite familiar with the area, which would be preferable to your solitary journey." Upon hearing Nan Qingyan's proposition, Lu Fan raised an eyebrow, contemplating a refusal. Although Nan Qingyan was at the 6th level of the core formation stage, she posed little concern to him. Having a woman accompany him seemed more of a burden. However, just as he was about to decline, Gu Tianyang smiled and interjected, "Young man, do not underestimate her. She has been stationed at the western border for several years and possesses extensive knowledge of the region. If you seek the lair of Bloodblade, having her by your side will spare you considerable trouble." Initially inclined to reject, Lu Fan paused to ponder Gu Tianyang's words. After a brief moment of reflection, he took a deep breath and spoke solemnly. "Very well, you may accompany me, but on one condition. You must adhere to my directives and refrain from acting independently, otherwise." Before Lu Fan could finish, Nan Qingyan interjected, "Rest assured, I will not hinder you." With her assurance, Lu Fan chose not to elaborate further, and the group promptly departed, returning to the academy. Upon their return, Gu Tianyang retreated to his quarters, while Lu Fan escorted Dizhua and Nan Qingyan back to their residence. Ling Qiushua, Nan Qingyu, and Nan Qingyun were anxiously awaiting their arrival, and upon seeing the three return safely, they breathed a sigh of relief. "Afan, are you all right?" Ling Qiushua inquired, her face etched with concern. Lu Fan smiled and shook his head. "Do not worry, I am fine." Once everyone was seated, Lu Fan disclosed his intention to journey with Nan Qingyan to the western border. Upon hearing this news, everyone expressed a desire to accompany him. However, Lu Fan firmly declined, explaining that this expedition was not for training, but rather to eradicate Bloodblade, a perilous endeavor fraught with danger. The cultivation levels of Nanqingyu, Nanqingyun, and Ling Qiuxue were insufficient, and their presence would only distract him. Should any misfortune befall them, he would harbor deep regret. Thus, he resolutely refused their requests. Initially, he had no intention of bringing Dizwa along either, but Dizwa insisted on joining, and Lu Fan ultimately acquiesced. After all, Dizwa was unlike Nanqingyu and the others. His capabilities and adaptability made him suitable to accompany Lu Fan. With arrangements made, Dizwa remained in Nanqingyu's quarters to rest, awaiting the morrow's venture. Nanqingyan proceeded to Nanqingyun's residence, while Ling Qiuxue naturally followed Lu Fan back to his quarters. Once in the room, Ling Qiuxue embraced Lu Fan with a worried expression, saying, "Husband, Bloodblade is one of the 3 premier assassin forces in the kingdom. You must exercise utmost caution." As she spoke, Ling Qiuxue inwardly chastised herself for her insufficient cultivation. If only her abilities were stronger, she could accompany her husband to the western frontier, and together they could confront these crises. However, at present, she could only offer words of comfort to Lu Fan, which filled her with guilt. Observing the unmistakable remorse etched on Ling Qiuxue's delicate face, Lu Fan affectionately ruffled her hair and gently reassured her, "Do not worry. Since I am headed to confront the Bloodblade, I certainly possess a measure of confidence. Do you believe I am the sort to act recklessly?" Hearing his words, Ling Qiuxue felt considerably relieved and obediently shook her head. "That has settled then. Focus on your cultivation at the academy and patiently await my return." With Lu Fan's tender reassurances, Ling Qiuxue no longer dwelled on her concerns. Their gazes locked. An unspoken connection blossomed between them. In the next moment, they moved towards the bed. Chapter 177. A price to pay. As the moonlit night in Wushan came to a close, Lu Fan and Ling Qiuxue prepared to depart early. Gazing upon the gentle and charming Ling Qiuxue, a look of fondness graced Lu Fan's face. With a thought, he retrieved 2 jade vials from the system's space and handed them to her. Within these vials were 2 Jinyang pills and 2 Chuangang pills, which, upon consumption, would enable her to break through to a higher tier of cultivation. Once her foundation was solidified, she could continue her training. Having perceived the guilt and self-reproach within Ling Qiuxue's heart the previous night, Lu Fan had purchased these 4 pills from the system marketplace. Now that her foundation was nearly stable, a further breakthrough would pose no issue, so he was more than willing to bring a smile to his dear girl's face. Upon Lu Fan's explanation of the Jinyang and Chuangang pills, excitement illuminated Ling Qiuxue's delicate features. "Thank you, my husband." Overwhelmed with joy, she planted a kiss on Lu Fan's cheek, her eyes brimming with happiness and contentment. After sharing a tender moment, the 2 stepped out of the room and into the courtyard. As they emerged, Nanqingyu and Nanqingyan also appeared. "Let us go," Lu Fan declared, and with that, the trio departed the academy, soaring into the air under the watchful gaze of Nanqingyu and her companions. As they made their way towards the city gates, news of their departure reached Sun Qianrou. "Your Highness, that wretched creature and the Grand Princess are heading towards the eastern city gate, likely intending to leave the royal city. What shall we do?" Upon hearing that Nanqingyan and Lu Fan were leaving the royal city, a flicker of hesitation and struggle crossed Sun Qianrou's eyes. However, this uncertainty quickly vanished, replaced by a deep-seated resentment and murderous intent. The Grand Princess must not be harmed, but that wretched creature must die. I will spare no effort to see him perish. Do you understand? "Yes, Your Highness." The loyal servant departed the hall, leaving Sun Qianrou with a countenance twisted by malevolence. "That wretched creature, regardless of who shelters you, you must die. Lu Fan has slain my 2 nephews and my brother, robbing me of my 3 dearest kin. This enmity shall be avenged." As she muttered through clenched teeth, a sudden scream pierced the air from outside. "Ah!" The unexpected cry startled Sun Qianrou, prompting a gasp. "Who is it?" In response to her outburst, a frightened voice of a maid rang out from outside. "We pay our respects to your majesty." Upon hearing this, Sun Qianrou's complexion paled, a wave of unease washing over her. Could my plans have been exposed? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Just as her anxiety swelled, Nanqingja, clad in the dragon robe, entered the hall. At that moment, his expression was one of cold indifference, devoid of any visible emotion. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could detect the icy murderous intent lurking deep within his gaze. However, Sun Qianruo evidently failed to perceive this, promptly suppressing all emotions and prostrating herself on the ground with a charming smile. "Your Majesty, I humbly greet you. What brings you to seek me so early today? Do you miss me?" After feigning shyness with a smile, Sun Qianruo approached Nanqingzhe, attempting to entwine her arm with his. Typically, in the presence of such a beguiling demeanor, Nanqingzhe would have laughed heartily and swept her into his arms, carrying her towards the inner chamber. Yet, at this moment, as she presented herself in her usual manner, Nanqingzhe merely waved his sleeve, evading her gesture. His abrupt action startled Sun Qianruo, causing her delicate frame to tremble. Before she could utter a word, he coldly and indifferently remarked, "Since your entrance into the palace, I have never wronged you. The Sun family, relying on your influence, has committed numerous transgressions and plundered without restraint. I could easily choose to turn a blind eye." With every word he uttered, Sun Qianruo's complexion paled further. In mere moments, her face had drained of color, and her body quivered incessantly, for she realized that she was in grave trouble. Her schemes had undoubtedly been uncovered. Otherwise, the usually doting Nanqingzhe would never have behaved in such a manner. With this thought, Sun Qianruo immediately knelt on the ground, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Your Majesty, I was wrong. I shall never dare again." "Dare? No. You do not lack courage. You merely believe the timing is not right. When the moment is opportune, you will seek vengeance, not only against Lu Fan, but also against me." He continued, "Do you think I am unaware of the events transpiring within the harem? In 3 years, 2 consorts and 4 talented women have met untimely ends." As Nanqingzhe revealed this information, Sun Qianruo collapsed in sheer terror. In her attempt to prevent Nanqingzhe from favoring others, she had deliberately orchestrated the deaths of the 2 consorts and 4 talented women who had captured his attention, believing her plan to be flawless. Little did she anticipate that Nanqingzhe was fully aware of her machinations. "I do not wish to hold this against you, but the Crown Prince and your Sun family have conspired together. You, as a consort, must have played a significant role, correct?" Upon hearing this revelation, Sun Qianruo was utterly dumbfounded, her eyes filled with despair. Observing her hopeless expression, Nanqingzhe remained cold and indifferent. "My silence does not imply ignorance. What I bestow upon you is yours. What I do not grant, you cannot possess, nor can you seize. Should you take what is not yours, you shall pay the price." As his chilling words resonated, Nanqingzhe slowly crouched down, placing his hand upon Sun Qianruo's head. Your Majesty." As she trembled to utter these 3 words, a terrifying surge of spiritual energy emanated from his palm. In the next moment, Sun Qianruo's pupils dilated, her expression of fear solidifying into an irreversible state of terror. Gazing upon the lifeless form of Sun Qianruo, Nanqingzhe slowly rose, his voice icy and devoid of emotion as he softly instructed, "Dispose of the body discreetly. Ensure that no one else discovers it. Furthermore, eliminate the Sun family entirely, leaving no survivors." With these unremarkable words, Nanqingzhe exited the grand hall. Once he departed, 2 figures clad in black robes materialized, commencing the grim task of handling Sun Qianruo's remains. Unbeknownst to Lu Fan, such events transpired within the palace. At this moment, he had already departed the royal city through the eastern gate, accompanied by Nanqingyan and Dizhua. Upon leaving the royal city, Lu Fan summoned the Feiyun shuttle, and the trio swiftly navigated towards the western border. Although the western border was not excessively distant from the royal city, the journey would still require a day and a half. Traveling by horseback or cloud ship was deemed too sluggish, prompting Lu Fan to directly pilot the Feiyun shuttle. Previously, he refrained from utilizing the shuttle due to his insufficient cultivation, fearing unnecessary complications. However, with his current prowess, he felt more than capable of fending off any who might covet the shuttle. Dizhua skillfully maneuvered the Feiyun shuttle through the skies, while Lu Fan sat cross-legged, perusing the system marketplace. Chapter 178. The Awakening of the Golden-Scaled Dragon. At present, I still possess over 40 million system points, which I cannot afford to leave unused. Therefore, after browsing through the shop for a brief moment, Lu Fan began to expend his points once more. Ding! The purchase of the Supreme Fire Spirit Pearl was successful. 30 million points have been automatically deducted. Ding! 3 units of the Primary Thunder Bomb have been purchased. 3 million points have been automatically deducted. Ding! 2 units of the Supreme Divine Arrow Talisman have been purchased. 3 million points have been automatically deducted. Ding! 2 units of the Tracking Talisman have been purchased. 500,000 points have been automatically deducted. After acquiring these items, Lu Fan finally paused. The Bloodblade is one of the 3 major assassin factions of the Southern Qin Kingdom. Although he harbors no fear, he must be thoroughly prepared. Even when hunting a rabbit, one must exert their utmost effort. He certainly does not wish to encounter an unexpected setback. Storing the Supreme Fire Spirit Pearl in his dantian, Lu Fan intended to commence its refinement. After all, reaching the western borders would take at least half a day, and he did not wish to squander this time. However, just as he was about to start the refinement, an unusual commotion arose within the system space. Noticing the disturbance, Lu Fan focused his thoughts and instantly delved into the system space. Upon entering, he was momentarily stunned, his face blooming with uncontainable joy. Within the vast expanse of the system space, the once sleeping golden-scaled giant serpent had abruptly awoken, unfurling its immense form to hover in the air. Originally measuring 200 to 300 meters in length, the creature had suddenly grown to 700 to 800 meters after refining a drop of true dragon blood. Its enormous head sprouted 2 golden legs, while 4 limbs emerged from its abdomen, revealing the nascent form of a true dragon. As it continued to cultivate, the blood within it would completely transform into dragon blood, and after enduring the tribulation, it could evolve into a genuine true dragon. At this moment, its cultivation had also ascended to the late stage of the 5th tier, equivalent to the 8th level of the divine transformation realm. The inherent strength of spirit beasts already surpasses that of their cultivator counterparts. Thus, the golden-scaled dragon could now claim invincibility within the divine transformation realm. In the presence of such a majestic golden-scaled dragon, how could Lu Fan not be exhilarated? While he was enveloped in excitement, the golden-scaled dragon soaring in the skies sensed the presence of his spiritual manifestation. In the next moment, it unleashed a roar of unbridled excitement, nearly indistinguishable from that of a true dragon. After this exuberant roar, the golden-scaled dragon transformed into the size of a small golden serpent and darted towards Lu Fan's spiritual manifestation. Upon reaching Lu Fan's spiritual form, it affectionately rubbed against his visage, exuding a sense of deep intimacy. Although it remained in a state of slumber, it could still perceive the external environment. Thus, it was fully aware that Lu Fan had bestowed upon it the opportunity of true dragon blood. Moreover, since they shared a master-servant contract, the golden-scaled dragon naturally held Lu Fan in the highest regard. Regardless of how formidable its cultivation became, it would never betray Lu Fan. As the golden dragon displayed affection towards Lu Fan, the purple flame jade spirit lion approached from a distance. It had keenly observed the golden dragon's breakthrough, understanding that this was due to Lu Fan's influence. Consequently, it hurried over, eager to seek Lu Fan's favor just like the golden dragon. Upon witnessing the endearing antics of the purple flame jade spirit lion, Lu Fan cast a disapproving glance at the creature. In contrast to the golden dragon, the purple flame jade spirit lion was a creature of practicality, exhibiting a cunning and sly demeanor. Nevertheless, Lu Fan found its cleverness endearing. After giving it a stern look, he retrieved the last beast essence pill from his system's repository and tossed it to the lion. The purple flame jade spirit lion immediately opened its mouth and swallowed the pill. After consuming the beast essence pill, it affectionately nudged Lu Fan's spiritual projection with its large head before settling down nearby to refine the medicinal power of the pill. Observing this scene, Lu Fan couldn't help but shake his head. Moments later, his spiritual consciousness withdrew from the system space, accompanied by the now miniature golden dragon, which had shrunk to the size of a thumb, resembling a golden serpent. The bored Nanshin Yin, upon seeing the golden dragon in Lu Fan's hand, was instantly intrigued. Rising to sit beside him, Lu Fan, what kind of beast is this? It looks so beautiful. The golden dragon, with its entirely golden hue, was indeed visually striking and utterly charming. Moreover, as long as it did not reveal its formidable aura, no one would suspect it to be a 5th-tier spirit beast. Casting a glance at the immensely curious Nanshin Yin, Lu Fan handed the golden dragon to her. The golden dragon showed no resistance, lazily coiling around Nanshin Yin's arm. While she began to examine the creature with great interest, Lu Fan focused on refining the top-grade fire spirit pearl within his dantian. After condensing a fire attribute spirit pill, only the earth attribute spirit pill remained. He was eager to see what would transpire once all 5 attribute spirit pills were formed, as no one throughout thousands of years had ever succeeded in condensing a 5-element spirit pill. In fact, it was rare for cultivators to even condense 1 or 2 attribute spirit pills. Half a day's time swiftly passed. After navigating the flying cloud shuttle for over 7 hours, they finally arrived at the western border of the kingdom. Here stood a colossal city known as Xiang City, a crucial strategic stronghold. Within the city resided 30,000 soldiers. And not far from the city lay a sprawling military camp housing nearly 80,000 troops. This formidable contingent comprised the kingdom's First Legion, commanded by none other than Nan Xingyan's grandfather, Xiao Tianlong. Xiao Tianlong held a prestigious position in the military, second only to the northern king, Nan Xingzi, and was the founder of the First Legion. Although the First Legion cannot be compared to the fierce tiger army of Nanking's, it significantly surpasses other legions. Otherwise, it would not be stationed at the western border of the kingdom of Nanqing. The northern border of the kingdom of Nanqing shares a contentious boundary with the Yongji kingdom, and the two nations are sworn enemies. The situation at the western border is similarly fraught, as it lies adjacent to the Shilin kingdom. A vast mountain range separates the two nations, teeming with countless spiritual herbs, formidable beasts, and rich deposits of spiritual stones. The fierce battles between the soldiers stationed at the borders to vie for these resources are countless, with skirmishes erupting almost daily within the forests and mountains. Not only do the soldiers engage in combat, but encounters between cultivators and civilians from both sides also lead to violent clashes. Despite the immense dangers, the abundance of resources here draws many cultivators, leading to a convergence of numerous factions. Among the nearly 100 peaks along the border of the two nations lies Wanku Mountain, just one of them. After maneuvering the Feiyun shuttle to descend, Lu Fan and Di Zhua, under the guidance of Nanqing Yan, entered Xiang City. Chapter 179. Xiang City. Nanqing Yan is renowned in Xiang City, and many are acquainted with her. To avert any unnecessary complications, Nanqing Yan disguises herself as a man, accompanied by 2 companions. They proceed directly towards the Lord's mansion at the heart of the city. Xiang City is a military stronghold, governed by General Xiao Tianlong, the commander of the First Legion. Upon reaching the entrance of the Lord's mansion, they are confronted by 4 armored soldiers who block their path. Though the soldiers possess only modest abilities, being merely at the second level of the body refinement realm, the aura of menace surrounding them is palpable. When Nanqing Yan presents her identity token, the guards' expressions shift to one of immense surprise. General Yan, it is truly you. As guards of the Lord's mansion, they naturally recognize Nanqing Yan. However, her male disguise initially obscured her identity. Now, upon seeing the token, they immediately recognize her, their faces lighting up with excitement. Observing the enthusiastic guards, Lu Fan cannot help but nod approvingly. It appears that this young lady indeed holds some sway within the military. Otherwise, these guards would not show such deference. In the military, it is not merely formidable strength that earns the respect of soldiers. Is the old general in the mansion? She inquires. Indeed, the old general will be overjoyed to see you return. After a brief exchange, Nanqing Yan leads Lu Fan and Di Zhua into the Lord's mansion. As they enter the main hall, they are met with the sight of 8 generals gathered, the atmosphere somewhat oppressive. Upon their arrival, all eyes immediately turn towards the trio. At the forefront sits an imposing elder clad in armor, his white hair lending him an air of gravitas. He is Xiao Tianlong, the commander of the First Legion and the lord of Xiang City. While the 8 generals still frown in confusion, Xiao Tianlong instantly recognizes his granddaughter. A joyful expression spreads across his face as he rises, laughing heartily. Nanqing Yan, aware that her grandfather has recognized her, returns his greeting with a smile. Greetings, General. When in the presence of outsiders, she always addresses him as General, reserving grandfather for private moments. With her introduction, the generals also discern her identity from her voice, their frowns easing into relief. I wondered who had the audacity to enter so boldly. It turns out to be General Yan. Ha ha ha, your arrival is most timely. You can help us resolve our predicament. At this moment, Xiao Tianlong's gaze shifts to Lu Fan and Di Zhua, a glint of insight in his eyes as he cheerfully remarks, My dear, aren't you going to introduce your 2 friends? The 8 generals assumed that Lu Fan and Di Zhua are merely Nanqing Yan's guards, But Xiao Tianlong perceives otherwise. Hearing his words, she smiles and proceeds with the introductions. This is Lu Fan, a student from the academy, and this is Dizhua, Lu Fan's attendant. After introducing Lu Fan and Dizhua, Nan Xingyan proceeded to introduce Xiao Tianlong and the 8 generals. Observing Nan Xingyan's demeanor towards Lu Fan, Xiao Tianlong discerned that Lu Fan was indeed extraordinary. He was well aware of his granddaughter's character. It was rare for anyone to earn her respect, let alone be introduced to him with such formality. The 8 generals, however, remained contemplative, their brows slightly furrowed in confusion, unsure why Nan Xingyan had brought a mere apprentice to the city lord's manor. After a second glance at Lu Fan, Xiao Tianlong smiled and said to the 8 generals, "You may withdraw to discuss matters among yourselves. We will finalize the specific plans this evening." "Understood, General," they replied in unison, bowing before departing the grand hall. Once they had left, Xiao Tianlong invited, "Please, let us converse in a more relaxed manner." Lu Fan, feeling at ease, took a seat on the left side of the hall, with Nan Xingyan settling beside him. Dizhua cast a glance at Lu Fan, who gestured for him to join, prompting Dizhua to take a seat to Lu Fan's right. Witnessing this interaction, Xiao Tianlong's interest was piqued. While he could not discern Lu Fan's cultivation level, he could see through Dizhua's. The deference shown by a first-level core formation cultivator towards a boy of 16 or 17 could not be attributed to family lineage. It was genuine awe. This suggested only one possibility. The youth's strength surpassed that of a first-level core formation cultivator. Upon this realization, Xiao Tianlong was inwardly astonished. A 16 or 17-year-old core formation powerhouse, if this were to spread, would undoubtedly cause a tremor throughout the empire. As Xiao Tianlong pondered this, Nan Xingyan curiously inquired, "Grandfather, has something transpired within the city? I noticed that the expressions of the 8 uncles were rather grim." Lu Fan, lacking interest in military affairs, surveyed the surroundings instead. Noticing his granddaughter's inquiry, Xiao Tianlong did not withhold the truth. Taking a deep breath, he replied gravely, "The Shilin Kingdom has seized 7 spirit stone mines from us, slaughtering all the soldiers and formidable beings guarding them." Upon hearing this, Nan Xingyan's expression shifted dramatically. How could this be? The guards of the 7 spirit stone mines are exceptionally vigilant, and some of the mines are located in very secretive areas, heavily monitored by scouts. How could they have been discovered so easily? The western border is rich with spirit stone mines, and once identified, they would immediately arrange for covert extraction. To evade detection by the Shilin Kingdom, they would deploy numerous scouts within a kilometer radius of the mines. The entrances to these mines would be heavily fortified with soldiers, and specially appointed powerful beings would be stationed there. In the event of an attempted theft by the Shilin Kingdom, Xiao Tianlong, stationed within the city, would receive immediate news and mobilize his troops for support. The fact that 7 spirit stone mines had been seized left her utterly stunned. Under the incredulous gaze of Nan Xingyan, Xiao Tianlong helplessly remarked, "The people from the Shilin Kingdom have allied with the Bloodblade, a notorious assassin force, and have discreetly eliminated all the sentinels, allowing them to approach us undetected." Initially, Lu Fan had paid little heed to this information. However, upon hearing the mention of Bloodblade, he suddenly became alert. Nan Xingyan's gaze sharpened, instinctively turning towards Lu Fan before redirecting her attention back to Xiao Tianlong. "Grandfather, are you certain that the Bloodblade has colluded with the Shilin Kingdom?" "Indeed, it has been confirmed that they are involved." Upon receiving her grandfather's affirmation, a chilling and formidable aura of vengeance manifested upon Nan Xingyan's delicate visage. These wretched traitors. The alliance between Bloodblade and Shilin Kingdom was not particularly surprising, for the 3 major assassin factions extend beyond the borders of Nanxing Kingdom, having also established a presence in Shilin Kingdom, Yongji Kingdom, and other realms. Furthermore, she had previously commanded troops to besiege Bloodblade. Thus, the collaboration to seize the Spirit Stone mines was hardly unexpected. At this juncture, Lu Fan, who had remained silent, could not help but inquire,